your childhood sweetheart sister, in order to groom you into her future husband, taught you about love at the age of 6, biology at the age of 8, and when you were 18, you simply said good morning to another girl. As a result, she directly gave you a concussion in front of the whole class, sending you straight to the hospital for a 3-month experience card. The first thing you did after being discharged was to run away with a plane, and so you disappeared for 3 years, while she searched for you for 3 years, until she finally met your dear parents and learned your exact location. At this time, your phone rings, you see the caller ID. It's from your father who has been missing for over a decade. As soon as you answer, the other end says something that leaves you dumbfounded. Son, your mom and I have found a beautiful wife for you. You don't need to be friends with your right-handed knight. You almost curse. Who talks to their son like that? Both my left and right hands are good friends. Then you say to your father on the phone, Dad, I'm not even 18 yet. I can't get married. What you said is correct. You can't get married if you're not yet 18, but it's not a big deal. Your mom and I still haven't gotten married, and you're living just fine. Your face twitches. Is this something to be proud of? Do you want me to inherit your fine tradition? I refuse. I'm fine on my own now. Refusal is final. Your wife should have arrived by now. You have no say in this. I am a bit confused. Where did she go? At this moment, Dad's voice came again. Right. Your mom and I are going abroad for our honeymoon trip. The phone may not be reachable. You shouldn't miss us too much. Just live well with your wife. You were shocked when you heard this. You've been together for almost 20 or 30 years, and now going abroad for a honeymoon and all. Dad, are you kidding? Since you are going abroad for a trip, why not take me with you? You want to go abroad, right? Go with your wife. He has a lot of money. Take good care of him. Everything from sports cars to mansions. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. The plane is about to take off. You still want to ask what your wife's name is, what she looks like, but Dad hung up directly. When you called back, the voice prompt said the call couldn't be connected at the moment. Please try again later. And several consecutive calls were the same. It was then that you realized. Your dad has blocked you. This is your own dad, actually doing such a crazy thing. Anyway, from childhood to adulthood, you rarely see these unreliable women. You shook your head, ready to go to sleep, when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. You opened the door, and standing there was a woman wearing a mask, with a graceful figure, carrying a password box. Even though you couldn't see her face, you recognized her from her figure and eyes. She was the popular star Yiling Shuang, your childhood star sister. At this moment, your heart was in a panic, memories of the past flashing before your eyes. When you were in elementary school, your academic performance was very good. Yiling Shuang saw how outstanding you were and gave you all the questions she couldn't do, threatening to hit you if you didn't help her. Forced by Yiling Shuang's tyranny, you had no choice but to assist her. In high school, Yiling Shuang was pursued by many people and used you as a shield. When you refused, she stopped you after school and viciously beat you. During the high school campus singer competition, Yiling Shuang found out that you could write songs and forced you to write one. If you refused, she would take you to the woods and beat you up. This sister not only knew martial arts but also hit hard, so you had to yield. Yiling Shuang used the song you wrote to win the championship and signed with a powerful domestic agency. After signing, Yiling Shuang would occasionally come to you for songwriting. If you refused, well, you know the consequences. To avoid this brutal sister, you buried yourself deep underground and moved to another city to study. After the college entrance examination, you were admitted to Hangcheng University and worked as a tutor in this unfamiliar city to earn tuition and living expenses. Unexpectedly, this ruthless sister found you again. Although you felt as if you had been abandoned by your parents, you had to pretend to be very welcoming, or else you would be beaten again. Ling Shuang, long time no see. I miss you so much. Yiling Shuang muttered in her heart. Still missing the wool. It has been sneaking away for 3 years. If I hadn't met your parents who insisted on recognizing me as their daughter-in-law and gave me your address, I really couldn't find you. Although she was not happy with your escape behavior, she still said gently, little brat, help sister bring the suitcase home. Sister will stay here for a while. Next, Yiling Shuang took off her mask, entered the house and took off her coat, laid down like Goyu, lay on the sofa, turned on the TV and started watching. Looking at Yiling Shuang, who was left with only a white suspender and black hot pants, showing off her long and beautiful legs, you couldn't help but swallow twice. Some small movements in her gestures and expressions could trigger endless imagination in men. She was definitely a rare beauty in the world. Not only was Yiling Shuang wearing a suspender, but her pair of white beautiful legs were swaying on the coffee table. Although Yiling Shuang was fierce, you had to admit that after 3 years, this cruel sister had become more and more attractive. Those breasts, at least a size larger, made the suspender bulge. obviously reaching the legendary perfect D-cup feel. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and put the suitcase away. Come over and give your sister a massage. Just finished filming, and then sat on a plane for 2.5 hours. Your sister is exhausted. Yiling Shuang moved her shoulders, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue. You simply dare not refuse. Who knows if you will be beaten up after refusing. You put the box down and come to Yiling Shuang's back, looking down at the deep groove that makes people nosebleed. You are completely at a loss. For so many years, you have only given your left and right hands, and have never had any contact with girls. Seeing such a colorful scene, how can you bear it? Your heart is like a startled little rabbit, thumping and jumping. What is this little brat doing? Yiling Shuang sees that you just put your hand on her fragrant shoulder, but you are not massaging it. Full of doubt, after being trained by him since childhood, you have become an all-around warm man. Massaging is something that is even better than the technicians in the club. It's been more than 3 years since we last met, and I even miss it. Ling Shuang, can you please put on your clothes? Yiling Shuang turned curiously, only to see your face turning as red as a big apple. Seeing this appearance, Yiling Shuang was very curious. She lowered her head to look at the neckline, and indeed, the prominent part was too obvious. This little boy has grown up, and now he knows how to be shy. Yiling Shuang chuckled, remembering when she was in the 9th grade, she once asked you for a massage, thinking that he was asleep. She secretly pinched a balloon with her hand, only to end up being beaten up badly, crying for help. Little brat, how is my sister's figure? You nodded awkwardly, then shook your head vigorously. Is my sister's figure not good? Yiling Shuang pretended to be angry, furrowing her brows, scaring you into explaining quickly. Ling Shuang, your figure is very good, so why did you shake your head? You stuttered and said nervously, I'm afraid you'll hit me. Look at you. So spineless. Yiling Shuang stood up with a happy smile, asking cheerfully, so, what are you thinking right now? Are you thinking of pinching me like you did when we were kids, to see how it feels? No, no, no. You broke out in a cold sweat. Don't joke around. That one time you massaged Yiling Shuang, because of that touch, you got a taste of elderly life ahead of time, with someone taking care of your meals 3 times a day, and it was Yiling Shuang herself taking care of you. Now, how could you dare to have such thoughts? Why not? Is it because my sister doesn't attract you anymore? Yiling Shuang blinked her big eyes, saying, that won't do. Men care most about a woman's face and figure. Only when these two things catch a man's eye, does desire arise. Other than that, men are so practical. But when you said that, she got nervous, so she deliberately licked her lips. You were almost scared silly. What is this sister up to? Why does it look like she's seducing someone? You quickly turned your face away, and your expression was caught by Yiling Shuang. He couldn't help but smile. It seems that it's not because of your declining charm, but because this silly little brother has become timid. So she sat back down, twisted her neck, and uncomfortably said, little brother is here. Sister's neck is too sore. You nervously walked over, placed your hands on Yiling Shuang's smooth shoulders. Yiling Shuang deliberately placed her hands on her chest, making her full chest appear even more spectacular. You stood behind her, looking down from a high vantage point, able to take in this beautiful scenery completely. You were internally conflicted. Should you look or not? Looking might get you slapped, but not looking would leave you feeling regretful. After all, such opportunities are rare. In the end, Zhang Chen was defeated by his own desire to serve and feed his eyes at the same time. After about 10 minutes or so, Yiling Shuang didn't know if she had fallen asleep or what, but an even snoring sound came out of her nose, chest, rising and falling. It was hard to see Zhang Chen's heart in turmoil, as if something was gnawing at his chest. Sure enough, to be beautiful and not be able to do anything is not a blessing, but a torture. Sister Spirit Frost, feeling better? Zhang Chen softly inquired. Yiling Shuang didn't answer, but her eyes were closed. She's not going to pretend to be asleep again and test me, is she? Zhang Chen looked at Yiling Shuang's bulging parts and couldn't help but gulp. It's really heartwarming to see that you haven't seen it in a few years. Han moved away from the lower, thinking of the scene where he was beaten up as a child. He hastily retracted it, calling out a few more times. Yiling Shuang didn't answer, and Zhang Chen stopped massaging. Go to the bedroom and get a blanket to cover Yiling Shuang. Although this woman was fierce, the two of them were childhood friends anyways, and he didn't want to see Yiling Shuang get sick and have to be taken care of by him when the time came. Yiling Shuang wasn't asleep. She just wanted to test Zhang Chen, but with Zhang Chen being so honest, she was a little disappointed in her heart. This stupid brother, the beauty of the current, actually indifferent, really is worse than the beastaw. Zhang Chen naturally didn't know that Yiling Shuang was pretending to be asleep. He covered Yiling Shuang with a blanket and also leaned to the side to rest up. He was afraid to go to sleep in his room at all. He rents a one-bedroom. One bathroom, one kitchen, one bathroom house. Since Yi Lingshuang had come, then the bedroom big bed. Naturally Yi Lingshuang slept. He'd be lucky to have a couch to lean on. Drowsiness set in, and Jiang Chen fell asleep without realizing it. Yi Lingshuang listened to Jiang Chen's even snoring and opened her eyes, giggling. Standing up, she tiptoed over to Jiang Chen's side and carefully surveyed the handsome face, watching her little heart flutter. Ever since she was a child, she had loved Jiang Chen. But this one, it's not a good idea at all. He was told to do something, but he was actually abrasive, so he had to beat the bastard up in order to brush off his presence. You've grown up and you're still intentionally avoiding her? She also walks with other girls after school. Is this going to work? Jiang Chen, but she's her internalized husband. So, found a reason to beat the shit out of the guy, and in front of the schoolgirl. After a long time, no girl dared to go home from school with Jiang Chen. But what she didn't expect was that when she was in high school, Jiang Chen actually transferred to another school without even telling her, leaving her to search for 3 years. Yesterday, she just happened to see Jiang Chen's parents return from their trip outside and realized that Jiang Chen had been admitted to Hangzhou University. Early arrival at Hangtown to earn tuition money by tutoring. Tomorrow is the last day for new students to report to HCM City University. There were a lot of female goblins at Hangzhou University. She couldn't let Jiang Chen be seduced by those female goblins. So, she decided to marry Jiang Chen as her wife now, to keep her name first. But she knew that Jiang Chen was afraid of her. So, discuss with Jiang Chen's parents. Jiang Chen's parents let her come in Jiang Chen in order to fulfill her as their daughter-in-law. The night is late. Yi Lingshuang was tired after a busy day and fell asleep directly on Jiang Chen's lap. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen woke up with his feet numbed. Seeing Yi Lingshuang lying on her lap, she was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes incredulously. This ferocious sister doesn't go to sleep in the big bed. She sleeps on her lap? Moving his sore feet, Jiang Chen looked fearful. Is this a different way of torturing me? What a vindictive woman. I've been hiding from you for 3 years. Why did you have to ruin my leg? Jiang Chen wanted to take away Yi Lingshuang's head, only to see Yi Lingshuang suddenly smile. He was so shocked that he couldn't move a muscle. After a long time, he saw that Yi Lingshuang didn't wake up, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Jiang Chen knew that Yi Lingshuang, the fierce woman, seemed to be dreaming of a beautiful dream, and instantly dismissed the idea of moving away. Once we wake this murderous woman up, it's not going to be a good day. And so, one can only recognize one's own bad luck. Continue to let Yi Lingshuang lean on his feet. Upon seeing that, the blanket was tossed aside. Jiang Chen thoughtfully picked it up again to cover Yi Lingshuang's body. Looking at my cell phone time, it was only 3 in the morning. Too early, Jiang Chen sighed. Come on, just get some more sleep. Closing his eyes for a while, he fell asleep without realizing it. When I woke up again, I could only hear the sound of rinsing water coming from the bathroom. Obviously, Yi Lingshuang was taking a bath. Jiang Chen tried to stand up. His legs were sore and numb. He couldn't stand up at all. It was hard. So, a gentle pounding of the leg. Getting a little more comfortable and ready to get up. The sound of the water running in the bathroom stopped. Jiang Chen was a bit flustered, whether to continue pretending to be asleep or to wake up. But soon, he couldn't pretend anymore. It's hard at this point when you haven't urinated all night. At that moment, the bathroom door opened. Jiang Chen only saw Yi Lingshuang walking out of the bathroom wearing his shirt, stepping on slippers, and with wet hair. There was still a button on the shirt that wasn't buttoned, and the full, snow-white parts were hidden. So Jiang Chen's mouth was dry for a while. Ha! Silly brother, you're awake? Yi Lingshuang's words fell, noticing that the buttons weren't fastened properly and they were all exposed. Her face instantly reddened. After buttoning it up, she snickered again when she saw Jiang Chen lower his head in embarrassment. This stupid brother, just look at it. Why are you so formal? Walking up, she said, silly brother, go get the hairdryer and help your sister dry her hair. It's so wet it's unbearable. Okay. Jiang Chen jogged to the bedroom to get a hairdryer over, ready to blow when the urine suffocated unbearable only to throw the hairdryer to Yi Lingshuang, ran toward the bathroom. Yi Lingshuang was confused. She had just thought that Jiang Chen wasn't awake, so the change of intimate apparel, it's still in the bathroom. Jiang Chen came to the bathroom and was dumbfounded when he saw Yi Lingshuang's intimate apparel on the shelf. He remembered when he was still in middle school. Once, Yi Lingshuang had guests at home, and it was inconvenient to take a bath at home, so she went to Jiang Chen's house to wash. I forgot to get my stick-on clothes when I left. Jiang Chen went in for convenience and happened to see Yi Lingshuang's intimate apparel, and curiously took Yi Lingshuang's bra to look at it, which was encountered by Yi Lingshuang, who returned and was beaten up so badly. That time, lying in bed for 2 days. OMG. Why am I so unlucky? Jiang Chen wanted to cry. He felt too wronged. Finish in a hurry. Wash your hands and walk out. As soon as she stepped out, Yiling Xuan quickly went inside and threw the clothes into the washing machine before running out of it with a red face. Jiang Chen felt strange when he saw that Yiling Xuan didn't get angry or scold him. Shouldn't you be beating yourself up at this point? What are you looking at? Why don't you come over here and blow dry my hair? While Jiang Chen was thinking, there came Yiling Xuan's somewhat irritated voice. Coming. Jiang Chen had a sad face. Is this about drying her hair before we settle the score? Hey. Sighing again. How did you get such a mean sister when your life was so miserable? Picking up the hairdryer, he began to gently blow dry Yiling Xuan's hair. Her hair smelled good, and Yiling Xuan's skin was white. It also has a beautiful view from the top. But Jiang Chen wasn't interested. At this point, he thought about the wild storm he would have to endure when it blew over. It's over. I have to report to school later. If your face gets swollen, it's going to be ugly. Yiling Xuan was also thinking a lot at this time. He, should have seen it earlier, right? What a shame. Those clothes were the latest pattern that I had just bought the day before. Will he think I'm slutty? No, don't men like slutty women? I should be happy. What are you afraid of? Yiling Xuan once again bottomed out. His own body, face, kills more than 99% of the women in the country. It can be called that in the hall and in the kitchen, and also called that at night. So, it's straight to the back of my mind. Looking at Jiang Chen blow drying her hair, but it was shapeless. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned. What are you perfuming me with? Little boy, I have wavy hair. Look at you what I've blown up. Sorry too. Jiang Chen's face changed drastically. Just now he was so focused on thinking about how to not get hit in the face that he forgot about this little witch's request. So, started blow drying Yiling Xuan's hair. Hair blowing techniques. Jiang Chen had been trained by Yiling Xuan since he was a child. So, he's a cut above Mr. Tony at the barbershop. In 5 minutes, Jiang Chen had blown Yiling Xuan's hair into the shape she wanted. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yiling Xuan was overjoyed. This brother, he's really a big baby. Nice technique, kid. Didn't blow out a lot of girls' hair in the 3 years without me? Did you? No way. Jiang Chen was a bit smug. Yiling Xuan saw Jiang Chen's complacency in the mirror. That's not good. Men who are too good are prone to peach blossom in college. Now it's your own husband again. And that has to be a warning. So the picture changed and said very seriously. No best. I'm warning you. No blow drying any girl's hair except mine. Jiang Chen was confused. What do you mean? It's literally. You're not allowed to have female friends. Yiling Xuan frowned, not liking Jiang Chen's answer. Jiang Chen felt aggrieved. This cranky sister rules the roost and female girlfriends are off the table. Do you want me to be a bachelor for the rest of my life? Jiang Chen thought indignantly. This vicious woman is volatile and violent, so we need to find a way to get rid of her quickly. While thinking about what method to use, it suddenly came to his head that his dad had just said that he had found him a wife. Ha! Jiang Chen's 2 eyes lit up. Definitely a good excuse to get out of this witch's grasp. So specializing in a face of recognition, he said, even if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have looked for it. You're both beautiful and understanding. Ling Fang-san, it's enough that I have you as a female friend. Aha! Yiling Xuan pouted happily. Sister really didn't love you for nothing since you were little. Ahem. This sudden commotion almost flashed my old man's back. Don't you have any idea how you've treated me since I was a kid? Jiang Chen inwardly spat madly. However, he still nodded his head exclusively in agreement. That must be. In this world, Sister Spirit Frost, you are the best. Jiang Chen paused and said weakly, by the way, Sister Ling Xuan, my father just told me about an object, and said that he'd come to Hangzhou to live with me. Yiling Xuan's heart thumped. Could it be that uncle hasn't told him that the wife is me? Thinking of this, Yiling Xuan was curious to know how Jiang Chen's thoughts were and nervously asked, so what do you think? Alas, the father's orders cannot be disobeyed, even if I don't want to in my heart. Pop's orders are heaven and earth, and I'm nothing. Jiang Chen finished, joyfully thinking, it's Dad's doing, it's not my fault. Also, my wife is here, see if you're okay with being embarrassed to stay here and torture me. Yiling Xuan had been worried that Jiang Chen would resist. I didn't expect to be obeyed. Yiling Xuan was happy in her heart. She walked to Jiang Chen, pulled Jiang Chen's hand with deep affection, and said, silly brother, that object uncle found for you, is me. I am your wife. Ha! Jiang Chen looked at Yiling Xuan with wide eyes, full of incredulity. What did you say? I say, the wife uncle said he'd find for you. That's me. Yiling Xuan shyly lowered her head and said, I am your future wife. OMG. Hearing it clearly, frightened Jiang Chen broke away from Yiling Xuan's hand. Yiling Xuan frowned. She was aware that Jiang Chen was afraid of her and might resist. but I didn't expect the reaction to be so strong. Sister Spirit Frost, this joke isn't funny at all. Jiang Chen leaned against the wall with a look of fear. Ever since he was a child, he was dominated by Yi Lingshuang. Those gray years he vaguely remembered at this point. If the next half of his life was still dominated by Yi Lingshuang, what was the point of living? Silly brother. I'm not kidding. Yi Lingshuang tried her best to keep herself calm, her eyes still imploring as she looked at Jiang Chen. The object that uncle found for you is me. Oh, no way. Jiang Chen's head shook like a rattle. He didn't believe it. When I was a kid and got beat up, Mom and Dad saw it. Even if it's not very trustworthy, it's not likely to harm his own son. Yi Lingshuang saw that she was a big star with an annual income of several $100 million, and she took the initiative to come to the door to be her wife. But Jiang Chen was actually unwilling. It put her in an unattractive mood. Is it really necessary to show the killer? Yi Lingshuang muttered in her heart. Before leaving, because she knew that as a child she often beat Jiang Chen. If she came over to woo her rashly, Jiang Chen would definitely not accept her. So, she confessed to Jiang Chen's parents at home that she had liked Jiang Chen since she was a child. As long as she agrees to be with Jiang Chen, she is willing to take out $1 billion as dowry to Jiang Chen's parents. Jiang Chen's parents loved her as their daughter-in-law. The dowry was not received, and a letter was written for her to give to Jiang Chen in order for him to accept her. That letter, that's her killer. Looking up at Jiang Chen, the bastard still looked resistant. She knew she had to take out the killer, so she tenderly took the envelope to Jiang Chen. This is what uncle asked me to bring you. Jiang Chen half-heartedly took the envelope and read it. Son Jiang Chen personally opens the door. The handwriting on the cover is as crooked as Martian. Jiang Chen knew that this was his dad's handwriting without a doubt. Get the letter out. Today I received 100,000 dowry from my daughter-in-law. From now on. After reading the contents of the letter, Jiang Chen's entire body was confused. A dowry? Am I marrying her or is she marrying me? Dad, can you be more reliable? Jiang Chen spat in his heart and continued reading. After reading it, his whole body deflated. Sold by Dad. $100,000 sold to Yi Lingshuang as a husband. The words in the letter were very overbearing. He had to be with Yi Lingshuang, because both parents and already in the house already drank the reconciliation wine. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that this pair of unreliable parents must have sold him for the sake of traveling abroad. Sold for $100,000. Silly brother, believe it now? Yi Lingshuang gently stepped forward, looking like a caring big sister. You stay away. Jiang Chen was really hard to accept this fact. Yi Lingshuang was overjoyed when she saw that although Jiang Chen resisted, it wasn't as intense as just now. Uncle was just bullish, crushing Jiang Chen to death. This time, this stupid brother is my husband. She once again gently stepped forward and said, Silly brother, it's clearly written in black and white. I'm your wife now. If you want to repudiate the marriage, I can oblige you, but my father and uncle may not oblige you. Hearing that, Jiang Chen's back went cold. Yi Lingshuang wasn't actually the most frightening. What was frightening was Yi Lingshuang's old man. That big five could send him down to meet his ancestors with a slap. As for your own dad, he ran away with the money a long time ago. So, whenever you back out of a marriage, odds are you'll get a mixed bag of fights from both sides. Thinking of the consequences, Jiang Chen didn't dare to confront Yi Lingshuang. Trying to calm herself down, she said, Sister Spirit Frost, let me run through. Yes. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang became very considerate. Sitting on the sofa by himself, he crossed his legs and waited for Jiang Chen's decision. She knew that Jiang Chen would compromise sooner or later. After all, she had grown up with Jiang Chen and knew him best. Plus, with this letter, it increases the odds by more than half. Jiang Chen stood frozen in place. The whole thing was ridiculous, he thought. Yi Lingshuang, since childhood, has been high-minded and proud. No matter how good a man confesses, he doesn't give a damn. Nowadays, there are even more suitors around. They can go around the earth twice. How come he was chosen? Seeing that Jiang Chen was silent for so long, Yi Lingshuang asked shyly, Silly brother, have you straightened it out now? Yi Lingshuang opened her mouth, pulling Jiang Chen's thoughts back to reality. Awkwardly, he poked his hand. He really couldn't figure it out, and could only weakly say, Sister Lingfeng, you're very outstanding, and I think, I don't deserve you. How is it that you don't deserve it? Not only are you tall and handsome, you're also so talented. You know, those songs you wrote for me are famous overseas. Her eyes sparkled when she thought of the song Jiang Chen had written for her. It's just stunning. Every verse of the song, she loved it so much. Thinking about the lyrics and music created by Jiang Chen, and then thinking about the 3 years that Jiang Chen had disappeared, her eyes dimmed. Silly brother, you're really talented. The so-called hits that the company has put out for me since you left haven't sold 1/100th of what those songs of yours did. Hearing this, Jung Chen said humbly, this is bad luck. It has nothing to do with the song. It's just that the songwriters and composers aren't as good as you are. As the words fell out, Yiling Shuang seemed to have thought of something in her heart, and her two eyes lit up once again. Walking over and pulling Jung Chen's hand, she shyly said, silly brother, will you write me a few more songs? Ha! Jung Chen was confused. Why are you writing songs again? Jung Chen cried and said, Sister Spirit Frost, I can't write anymore now. Seeing this expression on Jung Chen's face, Yiling Shuang frowned slightly. She remembered the past. In the past, Jung Chen also said that it was impossible to write, but after a series of maneuvers on her part, within days, she was given 6 more songs to write. After some more time, it was said to be a jungle. She had a series of operations and then wrote songs. Every capital is a hit. Because of those songs, she jumped to superstar status. She was later seen by a film company and became the youngest movie star. Nowadays, Jung Chen's performance was so similar to the past. She felt that this bastard Jung Chen was pretending. Looks like it's time to bring out the big guns against men. Yiling Shuang thought darkly in her heart. Looking at Jung Chen for a few moments, she licked her red lips. Holding Jung Chen's hand for a while, she shook it and pouted. Hubby, the inspiration to squeeze it is still there. Think of it as working overtime for your star wife. Okay? Whoa grass. This mean woman can actually be pampered? Husband all called? Looking at the big eyes blinking and looking at himself in a gentle manner, Jung Chen couldn't believe it. Hubby, just work overtime and write some songs for me. Yiling Shuang once again turned on her pampering mode. Being watched by Yiling Shuang's big watery eyes and wrapped in soft parts, Jung Chen was a bit overwhelmed. However, he felt good though. However, it was also known that Yiling Shuang's move was only temporary. It's a fucking illusion, a flash in the pan kind of thing, not to be indulged in. Letting go of Yiling Shuang's hand, he said bitterly, Sister Ling Shuang, if you want me to write a song I'll just write it for you. You don't have to call me husband and pout at me. You'll scare me to death. Yiling Shuang's big black eyes cooed as she looked at Jung Chen. Soon, she understood the meaning of Jung Chen's words. This stupid brother, is he thinking I'm calling him my husband for the sake of the song? When she thought of this, Yiling Shuang's face immediately darkened. She, as a child, cleaned up her act. Not to mention calling a man husband, or taking the initiative to talk to a man. Apart from Jung Chen, one could count them on one hand. Now that she called Jung Chen her husband, she was thinking that she was already Jung Chen's wife. Calling your husband makes it seem like the two of you are closer and adds to their bond. At this moment, he was thought to be a casual person by Jung Chen. The flood of power inside her couldn't be suppressed. Raising his hand, he grabbed Jung Chen's ear and said with a black face, what dirty thoughts are in your head? You actually think my sister I'm that kind of person? Pain. Jung Chen's face changed drastically. This woman is relentless. 1 second, it was pouting and calling for her husband. The next moment, direct action. Mama. It hurt so much that Jung Chen's eyes were tearing up, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Sister, I'm wrong. Let go. Yiling Shuang didn't let go. Her pretty face was covered in frost. How can you think so badly of me? Thanks to the fact that I have loved you since you were a child and treated you like my own brother. This is how you look at me? Sis, I was wrong. Jung Chen wanted to cry, and said in an aggrieved voice, I won't dare to do it again. You want there to be a later? Yiling Shuang's blackened face. Jung Chen was aggrieved to the core. Thinking who made you so fierce in the past and so gentle at this time? But, for all that thought, but one has to admit defeat nowadays. Yiling Shuang felt that it was almost time and loosened her wringing hands on Jung Chen. Upon seeing Jung Chen's reddened ears, he was a bit distressed again. Before, she was thinking that she was already Jung Chen's wife. In the future, you must be gentle and virtuous, and you mustn't beat Jung Chen anymore, to suppress the flood of energy within. And just now, couldn't help it. Hey, why do you always make me angry? Yiling Shuang chagrined and blamed Jung Chen for not obeying, always inexplicably evoking her anger. Looking at the aggrieved Jung Chen, Yiling Shuang tenderly probed her hand, wanting to caress it. Suddenly, Jung Chen reflexively made a jump and dodged far away. Sister Spirit Frost, I really know I'm wrong. Stop hitting me. Yiling Shuang was so angry that her face twitched, and forced herself to be gentle. Come here, let me take a look. I've been better. Jung Chen touched his painfully hot ears and forced out a smile. What an international joke. If I show you, I might have to twist it twice more, and my ears will really be ruined. Looking at Jung Chen, who was already scared to the marrow of his bones, Yiling Shuang was furious in her heart. It really is a case of good intentions being taken for granted. The flood of power in her body. She can't suppress it again. Come over to. Yi Lingshuang coldly ordered. Seeing Yi Lingshuang's gloomy face, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly trembled. Sure enough, tenderness doesn't last 3 seconds. This ferocious woman has itchy hands again. Thinking of the spectacle of being violently beaten up if he didn't go over there, he dutifully walked over. This stupid brother, he's just a toast. Why do you always make me angry? Yi Lingshuang thought indignantly, but looking at Jiang Chen whose ears were red, she was heartbroken. Does it hurt? Pain. Jiang Chen said in aggravation. Sister Lingfeng, I've grown up. Can you not hit me in the future? Jiang Chen felt humiliated. Beaten from childhood to adulthood. Now it was almost 18 years old. Soon to be a college student. And still being bullied by Yi Lingshuang. Shame on you. Yi Lingshuang was also heartbroken. This is her husband. And she has decided to be both a gentle and virtuous wife. Just now, it was really a mistake. So, she tenderly took Jiang Chen's hand and said, Hubby, in the future, you shouldn't make me angry, okay? As you know, when my fire gets going, it can't be contained. This time it's a good thing. If you're not careful next time and break your arm or leg, that's not good. OMG. Jiang Chen was shocked. Is that a threat? Naked threats. Jiang Chen stood up and said very obediently, Sister Lingfeng, I know. I'll go write you a song now. Jiang Chen had become so sensible all of a sudden. Yi Lingshuang was a little embarrassed. Honey, there's actually no rush for my song. With this crispy, crunchy, bone-chilling sound, Jiang Chen froze in his tracks. This woman, she really has a changeable nature. It's like flipping a book. Jiang Chen didn't dare to believe Yi Lingshuang's bullshit. No rush? I'll be damned if I'm not anxious. Hurriedly, she said, Sister Lingfeng, I'm suddenly inspired. If I don't write, I'm afraid I'll forget. Like this? Yi Lingshuang cocked her little head, looking at Jiang Chen with some skepticism. Yes, just a moment. Jiang Chen's words fell, and he ran directly to the bedroom, sat down at the desk, and began to rummage through his head's memories. During these 3 years of separation from Yi Lingshuang, some more songs from Earth had popped up in his head one after another. These songs, he had wanted to make a good showing at the university, maybe win over some quality beauties. In his last life, he didn't go to college. He'd heard that college babes were all soft and cuddly and perfect for friends and wives. And now, with Yi Lingshuang as a tigress, if she didn't hand it over, it would be a problem if she could report to the university. Swish swish swish. Jiang Chen was on the draft paper, scribbling the lyrics. As a man who grew up being forced to learn the piano and chess by his ferocious sister and beaten if he couldn't do it, he is now an all-around master of his craft. In 2 hours, 3 songs were written. The first song is S.H.E.'s Lovers Yet to Come. This song fits Yi Lingshuang very well, because the songs Yi Lingshuang used to sing were all about that kind of lovey-dovey crush. Yes, a crush. In the past, Jiang Chen thought, Yi Lingshuang must be sick. Why should they all sing about their crushes? You're paralyzed with suitors that could circle the globe twice and still have a crush. Crush on you. The second song is Wang Xinling's Still Good Friends. These 2 songs were pretty much built for Yi Lingshuang. The third song is Tiny by Joey Young. It was an image of him thinking about how friendly the two were when they were young, so he gave it to Yi Lingshuang in passing as well. After writing it, Jiang Chen checked it again. Alright before pushing the door open. Suddenly, only Yi Lingshuang could be seen standing at the door after having changed into a set of white kanji long dress. At this moment, she looked like an unearthly fairy, looking elegant and generous. With this stunning outfit, Jiang Chen didn't come back to his senses for a while. The fairy in front of her, was she really the sister she had known since childhood? As Jiang Chen stared blankly, Yi Lingshuang's pretty face suddenly reddened, like a peach blossom in March, delicate and colorful. Little morning, is sister pretty? The moment Yi Lingshuang spoke up, she immediately destroyed all of Jiang Chen's fantasies. This woman, even as beautiful as she was the sister who was mean and chased him around and beat him up? Empty skin, but possessing a fierce heart with no woman's taste. So he nodded and said against his will, Sister Spirit Frost is getting prettier and prettier. He. Yi Lingshuang was delighted. I've heard many people compliment her on her beauty. But, the praise of those people, she was not impressed. Because it's a known thing all over the world that she's beautiful. And she was extraordinarily happy with Jiang Chen's praise, as if she had eaten honey. So are you happy to have a wife as beautiful as me? Jiang Chen's face jumped straight up. That's not good. This woman is too vicious to be a wife. He hurriedly handed the written song to Yi Lingshuang. Sister Spirit Frost, this is the song I've written. Take a look. Yi Lingshuang was successfully distracted by Jiang Chen, took the 3 sheets of paper and then read them. But after reading one of the songs, both eyes looked like they had picked up money, revealing an uncontrollable smile. Lyrics that she thought were just too good to be true. Takes the mindset of a crush and writes it word for word. These words were exactly what she wanted to say to Jung Chen. Then move on to the second and third songs. With each song, there is a lot of feeling. It was as if the main character in the story was herself. And these are the songs that poke her right in the soul. Sister Spirit Frost, what do you think? Seeing that Yi Lingshuang didn't say a word, Jung Chen asked cautiously. This witch, not only is she ferocious, she's also extraordinarily demanding. He was really afraid. Yi Lingshuang directly said, "What the hell are you writing?" Begging for a fight. Then, chased him down with a broom. Morn, did you write this? Aha! Jung Chen poked his head out and weakly asked, "What do you think? If it doesn't work, I'll change it." No need to change it. It's fine. Yi Lingshuang had a look of joy on her face. Then her gaze looked around. Where's your guitar? In the bedroom. Yi Lingshuang immediately went into the house, picked up the guitar hanging on the wall and came out. Then played according to the sheet music written by Jung Chen. It had to be said that Yi Lingshuang was really very talented when it came to musical instruments. As a child, Jung Chen knew nothing about any musical instrument. Yi Lingshuang personally taught, under the teaching of even beating and kicking, only half a year. Let Jung Chen learn the piano, guitar, violin, even suona, flute, gourd, arrow and other folk instruments are taught. Jung Chen watched as Yi Lingshuang became engrossed in it and couldn't help herself. At this moment, she felt that Jung Chen was just too talented. She's pretty sure that these songs will be an absolute hit when they come out. When the playing ended, Yi Lingshuang directly jumped and let Jung Chen have a princess hug. Honey, I love you. Looking at Yi Lingshuang in his arms, Jung Chen was confused. I know you're happy, but is it really okay for you to be like this? Honey, when are we going to get married? I'll be able to give you a bunch of kids as good as you owe. Jung Chen's face jumped straight up, and his heart was extremely resistant. Having a baby? Who the hell wants to have kids with you? Honey, what do you think about the end of the month? Wow grass. Jung Chen was dumbfounded. What was this vicious woman thinking? Sister Spirit Frost, what's wrong? Honey, how old was Granny when she had you? Jung Chen broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly let go of Yi Lingshuang. What do you want? You know. Yi Lingshuang licked her sexy red lips, looking at Jung Chen's heart flustered. Her body unconsciously backed up. Sister Lingshuang, I'm still small. Yi Lingshuang looked Jung Chen up and down for a moment and said thoughtfully, not small anymore. We can't get a marriage license. My father-in-law said that the piece of paper was useless, and he and my mother-in-law don't have a marriage license even now. Jung Chen wanted to cry. How did this fierce woman transform into a female hooligan? I don't want to be destroyed by you. Silly husband, I've already put down the bride price, and mom and dad have approved it. Do you think we should? Don't. Jung Chen instinctively refused. Upon seeing Yi Lingshuang's dark face, she hurriedly said, Sister Lingshuang, I'm hungry. Let's go eat first, shall we? Today is the last day for new students to report to school. Just as Jung Chen's words fell, Yi Lingshuang's stomach suddenly grumbled. She was actually hungry just now, so she changed her clothes and waited for Jung Chen to come out before going to eat. Now it's just the right time to get together and eat. After all, there was plenty of time for such issues as passing on the family name later. Eating, for now, is the top priority. You're not motivated by dry food. There's something wrong with your mind. Only after Jung Chen simply washed up and changed into a set of clothes did the two of them walk out of the house Jung Chen had rented. Yi Lingshuang held Jung Chen's hand as she walked through the neighborhood wearing a mask. When they met a few women who had asked Jung Chen to be their tutor, they greeted them very kindly. Mr. Xiao Chen, is this your girlfriend? Hearing a few people's name calling, Yi Lingshuang was a bit upset, took off her mask and corrected herself with a smile. Not girlfriend, but future wife. The voice was soft and magnetic, very nice, making several women look surprised. Earlier, he looked at Yi Lingshuang's good figure and wore a mask, thinking that he was not good looking. Now that Yi Lingshuang took off her mask and saw this pouring face, her heart was instantly jealous. Not to mention the good looks and great body, but such a nice voice. How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? After greeting a few people, Yi Lingshuang once again put on her mask. She, who was not afraid of having a public relationship or being recognized, just in case someone comes around. That's bad. Leaving the neighborhood, Jung Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang with a complicated gaze. This woman, how do you tell outsiders that she is your future wife? Celebrities, aren't they all very protective of their feathers and very afraid of exposing their love affairs? If a paparazzo makes a mess of it, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Actually, Jung Chen thought wrong. Yi Lingshuang never relied on her face to eat, but on her acting and singing. If someone writes a bunch of nonsense at this time, and Jung Chen admits to being his wife, she might even have to write thank you letters to those paparazzi. took a cab to a Western restaurant in the middle. Yi Lingshuang's eyebrows frowned when she saw how very natural Jiang Chen was, and how obviously skillful he was at ordering food. In the past, Jiang Chen was very resistant to eating Western food, because he won't eat it. After she became a star, she brought Jiang Chen to eat, and refused to do so, threatening to come. Nowadays, skilled in ordering and holding cutlery, a bad feeling surged through her. Jiang Chen, in the 3 years since he disappeared, must have come to eat often with women. The thought made her upset. Kid, you're different today. Being called a brat again. Jiang Chen's heart thumped and he hurriedly stood up. Sister Lingfeng, what's wrong? Didn't you used to resist Western food? I thought you didn't know how to eat Western food? Today, why have you become so skillful? After a false alarm, Jiang Chen hurriedly sat down and breathlessly explained. Sister Lingfeng, I've eaten with you no less than 100 times. Right, Yi Lingshuang was embarrassed. She, forgetting the times. At this moment, she thought, it's not good to be too nervous about someone. The meal ended and the two came downstairs to the hotel. Sister Lingfeng, I'm going to report to the school. I'll have to divide the dormitories later, so I won't go back. Here's the key. There's still half a month left on the rent, so you're staying first. Yi Lingshuang's brows furrowed. You're not coming back to live? Well, I'm renting a house a little far from school, so I won't be going back. Jiang Chen said rightfully. He, that is, wanted to escape from Yi Lingshuang. Originally, he hadn't wanted to live in a dormitory. Now, since Yi Lingshuang had come, she had to live in the dormitory, lest this fierce woman find trouble every day. Yi Lingshuang narrowed her eyes at Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen's eyes dodging, he instantly guessed that the man was definitely avoiding himself. At the moment, she wanted to slap it down. Auntie, I'm not even shooting a movie anymore, and I'm not releasing a new song, so I'm coming here to find you. How dare you hide from me, and made such a cheap excuse to try and fool me. Jiang Chen's heart fluttered at the look. That's a reason that makes sense. Wow. There's nothing wrong with it. It shouldn't be seen through. Just as he was thinking, using some more assistance, Yi Lingshuang's voice came from his ear. I'll report with you. Later, I'll rent another big villa by your school, and you'll come over and live with me, so it'll be easier for you to get to class. Wow, grass. Jiang Chen swooned. What is this woman thinking? How could I possibly live with you? However, he dared not say so, and when the time came to refuse it was. Looking at Jiang Chen's crying face, Yi Lingshuang was overjoyed in her heart. You think you can get rid of me, kid? I live right next to your school, and I'm about to report to school with you to see if any other girl is good enough to come near you. Jiang Chen felt that at this point, that was moving a stone to hit his own foot, playing a big game, and at this point, nothing more can be said. The two went to the curb and took a cab to Hangtown University. When I arrived at the entrance of the university, I only saw that there were a lot of older students who had set up tents at the entrance to greet the new students. There are also some very enthusiastic older siblings who give guidance to new students. Jiang Chen also noticed that these seniors were very enthusiastic about the new schoolmates. The older sisters, on the other hand, were very enthusiastic about the new junior students, especially the handsome ones. There are also some of the older students who are enthusiastic about anyone. They are trying to pull freshmen into the club. Jiang Chen was handsome, and although Yi Lingshuang was wearing a mask, judging from this figure, she was definitely at the level of a great beauty. At once, it attracted everyone's attention and became the center of attention. What major are you in, little brother? I'll take you there, okay? The three senior sisters came forward very enthusiastically and even introduced themselves, looking extremely uncomfortable in Yi Lingshuang's heart. What made her even more uncomfortable was the sub in the back. She saw Jiang Chen surrounded by beautiful women as if he was enjoying himself. As he was about to pull Jiang Chen's hand to leave, a man's voice came from his ear. Hello, schoolgirl. This is. The man finished his introduction with what he thought was a charming smirk. Yi Lingshuang showed disgust in her eyes, but still said politely, sorry, I'm not a student of Hangzhou University, I'm sending my future husband to school. As the words fell, he even took Jiang Chen's hand in a smooth manner, 10 fingers clasped. Ha! Yi Lingshuang's voice came out, and whether it was the school sisters surrounding Jiang Chen or the seniors who wanted to hit on Yi Lingshuang, they were instantly confused. Sending your future husband to school? Everyone, you look at me, I look at you. Both saw the incredulity in the other's eyes. Jiang Chen was also dumbfounded at this point. He knew that with such a sentence from Yi Lingshuang, the right to choose a spouse for 4 years was gone. When he saw everyone looking at him with an expression of discovering a new continent, Jiang Chen hurriedly pulled people aside and said softly, Sister Lingfeng, what do you want? I'm telling the truth, aren't I? Yi Lingshuang said with an innocent face, I'm your future wife, or has it already been recognized by my aunt and uncle? Jiang Chen was speechless. This woman is doing it on purpose. Looking at the people coming and going, and then thinking about Yi Lingshuang's character. Continuing the discussion will only spread things. When he was ready to report first, a pleasant woman's voice came to his ears. Student Jiang Chen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to apply for Hangzhou University as well. Jiang Chen sniffed and looked over to see a tall, wearing tight jeans, innocent-looking teenage girl walking towards him. The young girl lowered her head in some embarrassment when she saw Jiang Chen looking at her in surprise, but from her eyes, she could tell that she was happy to see Jiang Chen. Mr. Meng, you're applying for Hangzhou University too? Seeing that it was a high school classmate, Jiang Chen greeted him with a smile. Aha! Su Meng nodded lightly and asked with a smile, classmate Jiang Chen, which major are you applying for? Have you gone to report for duty yet? I'm a computer science major and I haven't even gone yet. What a coincidence. I'm a computer science major too. I'm checking in on my first day. Let me take you there. As Su Mengming's words fell, her face reddened once again when she saw Jiang Chen looking at herself dumbfounded. She, in fact, followed Jiang Chen. High school scores, which amounted to more than 700 points. The schools for her to choose from are very varied. But, learning that Jiang Chen is going to enroll in the computer science program is still Hangzhou. Although Hangzhou University is good, but with Kyoto University, there is still a gap. However, since Jiang Chen had come, she had resolutely followed her over. The reason was simple. She wanted to be with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is not only a good student, but also very handsome. Most importantly, what Jiang Chen said made her feel comfortable. She also felt comfortable staying with Jiang Chen. Her mom said so. Truly loving someone is not about how much that man does for you, but the feeling that you feel comfortable and relaxed in your heart when you follow that person. Jiang Chen gave her this relaxed, comfortable feeling. Yi Lingshuang smelled a love rival on the side. This innocent-looking little girl, who was the same age as Jiang Chen, was giving her a lot of pressure. The reason is simple. Su Mengming has an innocent face and looks young, but her development is very good. She put away the uneasiness in her heart, smiled and walked over, taking the initiative to hold Jiang Chen's hand, and asked at him, "Hubby, who is this little sister? Husband?" Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. What does this vicious woman want? Su Mengming's big, gurgling eyes were full of curiosity as she looked at Jiang Chen. We haven't seen each other for just over 2 months. Jiang Chen got married? But it doesn't feel right. Jiang Chen was still a month away from turning 18. Their birthdays are just 1 day apart. So, the smart one knew that this was either a prank or Jiang Chen's suitor. Yes, in high school, Jiang Chen had a lot of girls chasing after him because of his good personality and top grades. So at this moment, she felt that Yi Lingshuang wasn't Jiang Chen's girlfriend at all. So she smiled and asked, "Mr. Jiang Chen, who is this?" Yi Lingshuang was not happy. Having called her husband, Su Mengming actually asked. Jiang Chen looked at Su Mengming's innocent, curious face and said stiffly, "This is my sister." Sister? Su Mengming's big eyes gurgled. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he asked softly, "Could it be that this is that ferocious sister of yours?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly and considered it an answer. Wow! Su Mengming had a look of joy on her face. He started powdering this unseen sister when he learned that Jiang Chen was being mean to his sister. So he transferred to another school and ran away. She thought to herself, "Befriend this sister, and you'll be able to control your husband in the future." She said excitedly, "Sister, please, when are you free? I'll treat you to dinner." Yi Lingshuang's face jumped straight up. She thought Jiang Chen had told Su Mengming about her star's identity. All told the identity, so it must be like this soft girl. She wanted to have a seizure so badly, but she felt bad and pushed it down raw. "Little sister, I'm not her sister, but her wife." Yi Lingshuang spoke in a serious manner. This love rival must be eliminated. Being both a high school classmate and Jiang Chen's favorite, with a first-class body and face, the threat was too great. "Sister, whether you're the wife of Jiang Chen's classmate or your sister, I want to be friends with you." Su Mengming's big round eyes looked at Yi Lingshuang. Very pure. This feeling of a punch of gravity hitting cotton made Yi Lingshuang very uncomfortable. Jiang Chen sensed Yi Lingshuang's bad mood on the side and quickly said, "Fellow student Meng, let's have a small gathering sometime. I'll check in first. I'll take you there." The computer science department check-in point was a little hard to find. I was taking a long detour. Su Mengming's words fell. Very considerate not to mention the matter of dinner again. Walking in front to lead the way. As he walked, he also chatted with Jiang Chen about what had happened in the 2 months that Jiang Chen had left. After coming to the computer department's check-in point and paying the fee, the teachers started to assign dormitories. Yi Lingshuang directly said that Jiang Chen was going to live outside, but the teacher said it was better to live at the school since there was night study freshman year. Jiang Chen was going to live in school, and Yi Lingshuang was a bit flustered. Nowadays, Jiang Chen didn't treat her as a wife at all. If you are still living in the dormitory, you are in danger. Not to mention the fact that Hangzhou University is full of beautiful women. It is Su Meng Meng, a scourge-level beauty surrounded by her. She was dumped may be very big. Think about it, then just take off the mask. Gotta get ahead of the game and blow your cover. Even if those female goblins wanted to get close to Jiang Chen, they'd have to weigh their options. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang praised her own resourcefulness. Wow! The students who were registering to pay their fees were shocked to see Yi Lingshuang's appearance and exclaimed, "Big star Yi Lingfang? My goddess, is she, too, a student of Hangzhou University? Dumbass. See, you're just a fake fan. My goddess is a student at Kyoto University. A schoolteacher. So what's she doing here? Wait, who's this man she's with and why is she holding this man's hand? So intimate." Yi Lingshuang was satisfied to see that she was recognized. Tomorrow's hot search. A sure thing. Well, that agent of his own. He's probably going to be crazy busy. But it was all worth it. As long as Jiang Chen, his stupid brother, didn't get seduced by the flowers. Su Meng Meng was confused on the side. That violent sister of Jiang Chen is a popular big star. Yi Lingshuang, the teacher, was also surprised. A big popular celebrity accompanied a student to school. Never experienced awe. Looking at the crowds of people approaching, he hurriedly handed Jiang Chen the room number plate. Thus, Jiang Chen led the two beautiful women out of the check-in point and walked towards the dormitory side with a smile on his face. On the way, it was again surrounded by a huge crowd of people. Someone recognized Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang as the pair that was at the door just now. Yi Lingshuang, but she said that she was sending her husband to school. No way. My goddess has a husband? Or a freshman? Hear it with your own ears and see it with your own eyes. Your goddess calling that freshman her husband. The chatter was endless. Some of the male fans were so angry that their necks turned red. What makes Jiang Chen, a freshman, get the favor of a goddess? This kid, he doesn't deserve my goddess. My goddess is good at all 18 talents. This kid has accomplished nothing. How can he be good enough to be with the goddess? Being surrounded by people. Yi Lingshuang was quite satisfied. This represents the heat. But she wasn't happy when Jiang Chen was looked down upon by these people. Who are you to look down on Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen grew up, smart as a whip, reads first grade and can make her fourth grade questions. Sixth grade can solve junior high school problems. Junior can write senior questions and write songs. Every song was a hit. Who could do that? What do you know? You guys think you're making keys and you have to match them? That's hilarious. Yi Lingshuang said this with a black face, and many fans were confused. This goddess, she actually dislikes them. Her fans? Jiang Chen listened to Yi Lingshuang's words, and his heart was suddenly touched without knowing how. In today's day and age, many celebrities treat their fans like ancestors. Yi Lingshuang, in the past, on the online platform, also very much liked to interact with fans, is a very pro actress. And now, for him to start disliking these fans, it couldn't help but remind him of his childhood. When he was in elementary school, a couple of kids in the upper grades tried to bully him. This fierce sister put down everyone by herself and beat those bad kids to tears. Thinking of that scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. This sister has not changed and still loves him very much. It was mean when it hit him too, but that's a different thing. Looking at everyone's dumbfounded looks, Yi Lingshuang ignored it and dragged Jiang Chen to the hostel manager. Give the key to the hostess. The host was full of doubts when he saw Jiang Chen empty-handed, instead bringing two big beauties with him. This is the first time I've seen such an outfit. Still, the electronic key was handed over to Jiang Chen. Hangzhou University, although not as good as the top 985 universities like Kyoto University, but the environment is also very good. The dormitory is a 4-person room with its own bathroom, air conditioning and writing desk. Internet speed, that's even better. The door is opened with an electronic key, and even your cell phone can open it as long as it's tied to your phone, which is very convenient. The boys' dormitory came to have Yi Lingshuang, a beautiful big star, and immediately caused many people to gather around. Everyone's hearts broke when they saw Yi Lingshuang holding Jiang Chen's hand. Goddess, the name is on the list. After looking at their dormitory and greeting their roommates, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exited the dormitory. After all, there's no class today, and there's a star on the sidelines. There's really no need to stay longer. When I came to the dormitory building, there were a lot of people entering. The dormitory road was blocked. That's really 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Goddess, is this really your boyfriend? A tall, thin man with glasses asked with a heartbroken look on his face. No, Yi Lingshuang said with a smile. Phew, the man sighed in relief. I told you, how could my goddess find a freshman to fall in love with? His words had just fallen, only to hear Yi Lingshuang's gentle voice come out. He's my husband. The crowd that had been bustling, like a food market, suddenly quieted down. It was so terribly quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Yi Lingshuang politely smiled at everyone before walking over. It was natural for everyone to make way. They watched Yi Lingshuang leave on Jiang Chen's hand and covered their chests with heartache. Not only do they have heartburn, they have liver burn and kidney burn. Such an actress whose face value, figure, and wealth had reached its peak had actually chosen such an ordinary man as Jiang Chen, and admitted in front of everyone. They're not convinced. Push your way out of the crowd and leave the campus with everyone watching. By this time, Su Mengmeng was no longer following around, because she didn't think it would fit. She and Jiang Chen were high school classmates, but she didn't know Yi Lingshuang. She also sensed that Yi Lingshuang was hostile to her. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang's white, flawless side face, and was moved to say, "Sister Lingshuang, thank you for relieving me." Yi Lingshuang rolled her eyes. "That's it?" Jiang Chen froze, thought for a moment, then said, "Why don't I treat you to a big dinner tonight? How much is it okay to eat?" That's it? Although Yi Lingshuang still had a disdainful face, she was happy in her heart. This stupid husband, is he getting the hang of it? Jiang Chen is in trouble. He's really inexperienced when it comes to women, whether it was on Earth, or in this world. She didn't have any experience in dealing with women. However, since Yi Lingshuang didn't want to eat it, she had to think of other ways to thank her. After thinking for a while, he remembered what they say about women being the cure for everything. So he said, "Master driver, take us to Yantai." Yes. Yi Lingshuang's two eyes lit up when she heard about going shopping. She's usually too busy to go shopping, and now she's looking to spend some time and release some stress. When the car arrived at the Yantai commercial building, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Sister Lingshuang, whatever you like, feel free to pick it later, as long as it's within my reach. I came to Hangtown to tutor for only 2 months and made some money, plus the previous earned, totaling more than $100,000. You can still afford to buy a few outfits and a bag." Yi Lingshuang thought that this silly husband was so adorable in his simplicity. Holding Jiang Chen's hand, he joyfully walked into the door of the Yantai commercial building. Yantai commercial building can be said to be the most complete category in Hangzhou. Inside, there are brands from all over the world. Individual items cost from $1,000 to $1 million. A veritable ghetto of pins and needles. Since it was a shopping trip, and since she was present at Hangzhou University again today, Yi Lingshuang was too lazy to wear a mask. Actually, she was overthinking it. Hangzhou, notorious for its abundance of beautiful women. Take a casual walk along the West Lake and you may see a beauty comparable to a star in 3 or 5 steps. If you wear a mask, you become the center of attention instead, especially on this hot day. The two entered a foreign designer bag store, and Jiang Chen was shocked when he saw the prices inside. A palm-sized bag costs $30,000. Small satchel, $100,000. Yi Lingshuang seemed to be used to it. Picked a beautifully crafted bag that seems nice. Jiang Chen looked at the price. $198,000. Wow, grass. Jiang Chen's expression was exaggerated and shocked. Is this diamond or gold? Yi Lingshuang held it in her hand and looked at Jiang Chen with an expectant face. "Hubby, what do you think of this bag?" Jiang Chen felt that this was going bankrupt. However, in all fairness, this bag, which was a perfect match for Yi Lingshuang, smiled and said, "It's very pretty." Really? Yi Lingshuang was very happy. That's when the beautiful saleswoman came along. "Sister, you have a good eye. This one just hit the shelves, and it's still a limited edition." Limited edition? Yi Lingshuang was curious. How many are the limited number? There are only 10 of us in the country. Hearing that the limited edition of 10, or domestic, Yi Lingshuang lacked interest. As a top singer, you can either buy an out-of-print or a mass-market model. It's embarrassing that these 10 don't go up and down. So put the bag down and looked at the other models. Jiang Chen saw that there were more than 300, 000, 400, 000, and 500, 000, and his entire body felt like it was going to suffocate. He also saw Yi Lingshuang holding a $599, 0001 with his head spinning, counting credit cards. He doesn't have that kind of money. It's not enough even if you sold your kidneys. "Sister, this one is a global limited edition of 10. The only one in the country." The salesman's words came, and Yi Lingshuang looked at the style again. "Well, very nice too. Honey, what do you think?" Yi Lingshuang asked with an expectant face. Jiang Chen was embarrassed. $600,000. You could have bought a suite in your hometown. The main thing was that Jiang Chen didn't have any money. Just as he was thinking what to answer, a woman's helpless voice came from his mind. "Host, please quickly bind with Yi Lingshuang into a symbiotic relationship. It's been 10 years. I've waited for the flowers." Hearing this voice, Jiang Chen felt speechless. Reborn into this world before she was even 10 years old, the system came to her door. It introduces itself as the strongest system in the universe, Lying Wind System. But, in order to activate the laying system, you need to be bound into a symbiotic relationship with a very good member of the opposite sex to activate it. Upon successful activation, for every skill learned by the symbiotic object, Jiang Chen as the host doesn't have to do anything to gain 100 times the proficiency of the same skill. For example, as long as Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang became symbiotic, when Yi Lingshuang earned $1, Jiang Chen could get 100. Any skill that Yi Lingshuang knew, Jiang Chen could gain 100 times the proficiency. In short, any excellent skill Yi Lingshuang possessed, Jiang Chen could be 100 times better than her. At first, Jiang Chen was happy to hear that the legendary Golden Thigh had arrived. However, when the system said that it wanted him to spend the rest of his life with Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen was immediately unwilling. Growing up with Yi Lingshuang as a child, he knew that Yi Lingshuang didn't have any major problems, but there were quite a few minor problems. For example, violence. He was most afraid that Yi Lingshuang would be violently beaten up later if he didn't go her way. To this day, the scene of being violently beaten up as a child was still fresh in his mind. So how could he still want to spend the rest of his life with Yi Lingshuang? Now that the system, which had been silent for a year, had once again reminded Jiang Chen still chose to ignore it. Host, you're making me desperate. You know that? I've been waiting for you for 10 years. These past 10 years, do you know what I've been through? How many decades are there in your life? The system's condemnation. Its complaints. Jiang Chen was indifferent. The last life was not a good one. It was not easy to come back to a new life. So naturally he could not condescend to himself. Even if the temptation of what the system says is very great, never settle for a moment's gain. After all, he was young. Life is so long again. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Host, if you keep ignoring me, I'm going to turn on the discipline function. I'm going to make you pay very dearly. What grueling price? Jiang Chen got curious. It's been 10 years in this system, and as long as he ignores it, even if he complains, there's no talk of discipline. The system stuttered. It hasn't really figured out how to punish. After all, it parasitized into many humans, and those people treated him like an ancestor. Only Jiang Chen, the oddball, ignored it. System, are you trying to erase me? Jiang Chen asked weakly. No, but I'll make your life a pain in the ass, the system said viciously. Oh, whatever then, Jiang Chen said indifferently, as long as it wasn't life or death. What worse thing could be difficult for him? Aren't you afraid your life is going to turn out badly? Can it get any worse than my past life? Jiang Chen said indifferently. In this life, my parents are not very reliable, but they are in love. Never had an argument growing up, much less a fight. And, now that he's enrolled in a major university, he has a lot of choices in life. Scared shitless, the system was infuriated by Jiang Chen's words. You're the most unmotivated master I've ever seen. Who the hell said I'm not up for it? You're the one who's blindly messing around. I've been beaten by her since I was a child. And you're going to make me bind a symbiotic relationship with her. You're going to ruin my life. If you can't think for your master, what's the use of having you? The system was so disliked that it shut itself down. This guy, he really doesn't have any respect for it. The system was quiet, and Jiang Chen was clear. Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen dazed and asked suspiciously, Hubby, what are you thinking about? Jiang Chen refocused his gaze on the bag Yi Lingshuang was holding in her hand and said awkwardly, Sister Lingshuang, this bag is too expensive. I don't have enough money. Yi Lingshuang first froze. Soon the eyes were red. At this moment, she was heartbroken for Jiang Chen. At one time, Jiang Chen had written many songs for her and made a lot of money. She was stopped by Jiang Chen's dad when she wanted to give him the share that belonged to him. Say you can't give it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's tens of millions of dollars at a young age will not only float, but will also raise Jiang Chen as a waste. So, Jiang Chen's dad told her that she would either take Jiang Chen's share of the money herself, or she would help save it and give it to Jiang Chen after he graduated from college. Over the past 5 years, she had saved more than $300 million for Jiang Chen. Uncle, what on earth do you think? Look at what it's driving my husband to. Yi Lingshuang complained to Jiang Chen's dad for a while in her heart. However, having promised Jiang Chen's dad that he couldn't give him any money, he couldn't back out at this point. She went forward and pulled Jiang Chen's hand, saying tenderly, Silly husband, what are you thinking? I'm already happy that you're shopping with me. How can I still let you spend money? Yi Lingshuang spoke and took out a card and handed it to the salesman. The salesman was flabbergasted. She had thought that Yi Lingshuang was a salvage girl and Jiang Chen was an ingrate. I didn't realize that Yi Lingshuang was a rich woman and Jiang Chen was the gigolo. Jiang Chen was on the side when he saw Yi Lingshuang spending so much, moving hundreds of thousands of dollars, and secretly said, "Luckily she's not my wife, or else I really can't afford to keep her. I couldn't even afford to feed myself if I were sold." Just then, the system's voice sounded again. "Host, you fool, as long as you're bound to a symbiotic relationship, your assets are 100 times hers, and you're still afraid you can't afford him? You get the hell out of here. It's not like the old man has that kind of masochistic fetish. Why are you so shafted? Your head just won't turn?" The system hated it and said, "You're bound to a symbiotic relationship, and your force value is 100 times that of hers. She can't beat you." System, you're asking me to hit a woman? Jiang Chen frowned. In his last life, his father had beaten his mom a lot, and he vowed never to be like his father. That's why he despises men who hit women so much. Sensing that Jiang Chen's tone was off, the system hurriedly said, "You can run. Run your ass off. Can you hide from the first day, but not the 15th? And it's for life. Is there no other woman in the world that I have to choose her? Think of it this way. You're bound in a symbiotic relationship. You could be the richest man in the country with endless money to spend. I've got my hands full, and now I'm in a prestigious university. There's time for tutoring, and there's an extra $20, $000 to $30, $000 a month. After graduation, I'll be making at least $1 million a year. That's enough money for me to live in style. Why would I want to be the richest man in the country who can't move? Just for a little money? Where's the dignity? Don't you even want to lose your dignity for money?" The system is once again disliked for being self-absorbed. It had never seen someone as chestless as Jiang Chen. And the stakes are analyzed in a logical manner. The most irritating thing was that he couldn't refute any of the reasons Jiang Chen had said. It regretted this moment. If he had known that Jiang Chen was such a shaft, he shouldn't have parasitized in the first place. Now that it's parasitized, it's too late to get out. The system didn't speak anymore, and Jiang Chen was too lazy to care. Let's pretend there is no such thing as a golden leg. Anyway, as long as Yi Lingshuang was dispatched, he would be able to live a flavorful life in the future. Coming out of the luxury store, Yi Lingshuang dragged Jiang Chen to sweep the other stores. Jiang Chen, reduced to a little follower, carried shopping bags for Yi Lingshuang. When she walked out of the store, Yi Lingshuang was recognized by a few women. "It's the big star Yi Lingshuang? This is her boyfriend? This little brother is so handsome." Some of the girls saw Jiang Chen's handsome appearance, and their eyes lit up as they let out gasps of surprise. The sound of several people drew sideways glances from pedestrians who were strolling down the street. After seeing a really big star, a swarm of people came up. The crowd instantly filled the aisles of the mall. Some of the bold ones came right over to take pictures and ask for autographs. There were also some bold teenage girls who came over to ask questions. "Missy, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. May I ask how you met?" Seeing the young girl's youthful vigor, Yi Lingshuang alertly took Jiang Chen's hand, as if declaring sovereignty, and said with a smile, "We're childhood sweethearts and grew up together." The words fell out of his mouth, and feeling that the answer wasn't perfect, he corrected himself with a smile. "Let me correct that. He's not my boyfriend. He's my husband. We're engaged." Wow! A commotion came from the crowd. "Married? Nowadays, Yi Lingshuang is in a period of rising career. Getting married so soon. It seems to be true love." Jiang Chen was confused on the side. "Married? When did I say I wanted to marry you? How can you be so dictatorial? I'm still underage. I'm still a college student. I'm still trying to find a wife at school. So many people here say it's my wife. Do I need to find a wife in the future?" He wanted to resist, but when he saw Yi Lingshuang looking at him with a honeyed face, he instantly wimped out. He saw the threat. In his mind, he also couldn't help but remember what Yi Lingshuang had said. "Be obedient and don't make her angry. If you get angry, you might break an arm or a leg." Thinking of that scene, Jiang Chen's body chilled, and he hurriedly took out his hand as well, wrapping his arms around Yi Lingshuang's soft waist to show his obedience. The moment his hand wrapped around Yi Lingshuang's waist, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly thumped. Wow, grass! It's so soft, the waist is so thin. In the past, Jiang Chen had never noticed this. Now, the hand touched and it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. This sister, her waist is so thin and comfortable. Looking at Yi Lingshuang, who was almost close to his arms, Jiang Chen had a strange feeling in the bottom of his heart. The body and head were still fantasizing, if only this sister wasn't so mean. Yes, Jiang Chen's classmates are a bit on top. In my last life, baptized by the internet age, I've seen a lot of rom-coms. Female leads of all shapes and sizes. He's seen them all and discussed them with the veteran drivers. Goddess figure. What segment is best? Finally, a conclusion was drawn. In some ways, women with slim waists and long front and back are the best. But that kind of woman can't be subdued by the average man. If you surrender, you will be absolutely happy for the rest of your life. Therefore, Jiangchen would only treat that type of beauty as a YY object in the past. Nowadays, I didn't expect to be able to have it. That's a very topsy-turvy, very evocative thing to do. Yi Lingxiang sensed Jiang Chen's heartbeat was fast, and then sensed Jiang Chen's hand stroking back and forth on his waist. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. This silly husband, his mouth says no, but his body is very honest. How dare you mooch off me in front of such a big crowd? Bullwinkle class, worthy of being the man Yi Lingfang looks up to. Yi Lingshuang wasn't angry, but rather happy. That's a good start. As long as Jiang Chen was enamored with certain things about her, there was no fear that Jiang Chen would not be attracted to her. After dealing with these crowds, Jiang Chen loosened his arms around Yi Lingshuang's waist with fondness. At this point, he's staying a little bit. After all, in his last life, he had never really wrapped his arms around a woman's waist, and it was so thin and smooth. Honey, how did it feel just now? Yi Lingshuang's face was red as she asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was flustered. Careless. Is this chick settling scores? Seeing Jiang Chen stuttering and unable to speak a complete sentence, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but whisper in Jiang Chen's ear. Hubby, don't do that kind of thing in public in the future. If you like, I'll go along with whatever you want to do when we get home. Listening to these seductive and desirable words, Jiang Chen's entire face flushed red. What does this ferocious sister mean? Thinking about this image, Jiang Chen thought about it. This ferocious sister has a really good body. If you taste it. Jiang Chen licked his lips and began to fantasize. Suddenly, the scene of Yi Lingshuang holding a whip surfaced in his mind, and his body jerked awake. No, I must not be tempted by her. If I did do that, I wouldn't be able to leave for the rest of my life. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and forced down his inner fire. Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but laugh when she saw Jiang Chen's red face. I'll see how long you can hold back. Yi Lingshuang was very confident in her figure and appearance. That is. So, at this moment, she knew that taking down Jiang Chen would be a matter of time. Holding Jiang Chen's hand, she was ready to visit a few more stores when her cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was her agent. Yi Lingshuang hesitated for a moment, but still answered and asked, Sister Ling, are there any orders? Spirit Frost, why didn't you notify me when you went public with your relationship? Today, with all the major online platforms, you're taking up several hot searches, and there's no way for me to fix it. What are you settling for? Don't mind the buzz. Those are all records of me and my husband's love. Yi Lingshuang hung up the phone and said to Jiang Chen with a smile, Hubby, you're on fire. Oh. Nowadays, the hot searches on all major online platforms are all about us. Oh. Jiang Chen blackened his face. Just now, I didn't think of the network, but I also secretly stroked Yi Lingshuang's soft waist. Now that's going to be in the news. Once it was on the news, it was known to everyone and confirmed his romance with Yi Lingshuang. In the future, if you pick up girls in college and say you're single, no one will believe you. One's own path to getting off the hook is going to be a long way off. Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen's bitter face and knew what was on his mind. In this moment, she knew that it was the right move. In the future, no girl should come near Jiang Chen. Holding Jiang Chen's hand, she gently pampered him. Hubby, so many people are watching. Just smile. With your sad face, people will think I'm forcing you. If someone writes and attacks me with an article like this, do I even want to be a human being? Husband. When Yi Lingshuang saw that Jiang Chen was unmoved, she once again shook Jiang Chen's hand and pouted. The big eyes blinked and looked at Jiang Chen, not to mention how cute they were. Okay. Jiang Chen, who had wanted to say that he couldn't laugh, really couldn't resist this Kazran's big eyes. Moreover, he also felt that Yi Lingshuang was right. If there were some people attacking Yi Lingshuang with this kind of reasoning, it would not be good. After all, they were childhood siblings anyhow. I will not let outsiders bully my sister. So he forced to smile. Despite the best efforts, it still seems far-fetched. Looking at Jiang Chen's smile, which was worse than crying, Yi Ling felt good and funny. Honey, you're smiling too hard. Be more natural. Be like me. Jiang Chen looked sideways at Yi Lingshuang. Sweet smile. From the inside, like a happy little woman. Alas, Jiang Chen sighed. It really was an act. Laugh when you want to, and so naturally. He, can never learn. Still, Jiang Chen did his best to cooperate with Yi Lingshuang. Seeing that Jiang Chen had really tried his best, Yi Lingshuang pulled Jiang Chen's hand on her soft waist in order to create favor. Honey, it looks sweeter and more loving that way. Jiang Chen's face instantly got better, wrapped around the waist of a beauty. This feeling, really good on the head. The two of them were shopping at Gintama and had to leave early due to a bit of an influx of people who knew they were in the mall. Cab. Jiang Chen noticed Yi Lingshuang peeking at himself from time to time, and then shyly turned his head away when he was discovered. Looking at Yi Lingshuang's sneak peek move, His heart was terrible. Could it be that she really wants more than just my song? She wants my person. Thinking this way, Jiang Chen's body chilled and asked weakly, Sister Lingfeng, do you really like me? Yeah, I like you. Jiang Chen collected the complex emotions in his heart and asked curiously, what exactly do you like about me? I don't even know why I like you, but I do. Jiang Chen was a bit dizzy. This is too casual. You don't know? Jiang Chen was very sensible and didn't ask again. Suddenly, an alert came from his cell phone. It's short video notifications. Jiang Chen followed some accounts that specialized in posting some black Lingfeng. As long as those people sent out news, Jiang Chen received it the first time. When he opened the app, he only saw that the video was a video of Yi Lingshuang taking the initiative to hold his hand and accept the young girl's inquiry. This little brother looks very reluctant. It seems like this woman must have used some dirty tricks to force her little brother. This woman actually eats young grass with an old cow and finds a young child of 18 years old? Damn it, she's already 21 years old. She's already an old woman. How can she still have the nerve to wreak havoc on her little brother? Looking at the comments, Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. Sure enough, his expression was still visible. It seems to be true that there is a lot of right and wrong with celebrities. However, in order for Yi Lingshuang not to be brought into rhythm by the black powder, he still said against his will, nonsense. You guys look at little brother smiling, how bright, how happy. Little brother is handsome. Young lady is beautiful. The two are simply golden boys and girls. A natural pair. So envious. Want some candy? Jiang Chen had just sent it out and was about to turn off his cell phone when he only saw Yi Lingshuang turn her face sideways and look at him with a surprised expression. Jiang Chen was confused and asked in a bit of panic, Sister Spirit Frost, did you see anything? Hey. Yi Lingshuang smiled a wicked smile. Hubby, do you also think we are a natural pair? Jiang Chen's face instantly turned red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment, saying, Sister Lingfeng, this person hacked you. I'm defending your reputation. Yes? Yi Lingshuang was touched in her heart. This stupid brother seems to be disdainful of himself on the surface, but behind his back he cares so much about himself. So it's true that he hasn't been loved in vain since he was a child. Silly husband, thank you. Looking at Yi Lingshuang's moved face, Jiang Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. It's true that even though he said Yi Lingshuang was mean, he's been speaking up for Yi Lingshuang on the internet as well. Yi Lingshuang stopped looking, and Jiang Chen secretly picked up his cell phone to watch. Just saw how badly he was scolded. Lickspittle is incorrigible. It's so obvious, and you choose to ignore it? You think if you lick her, she'll look at you more? Wake up, Lickspittle. She'll never look at you more than once, even if you sell out and wash for her. Looking at these comments, Jiang Chen is very puzzled. Yi Lingshuang and did not kill their parents. Why so deep hatred of black? Even passers-by attacked. It's really horrible. Everyone stop cursing. I use technical means to ban the accounts associated with him all over the internet for 9 billion years. No one will see him again. Seeing this comment, Jiang Chen was ready to reply to the message when it only prompted, your account has been banned by the administrator for 9 billion years. Please comment again in 9 billion years and thank you for your support. What? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. What kind of divine operation is this? Gagged for 9 billion years? Is this the staff of the short video app? Or did an outside hacker hack in and ban it? Watch these comments for a moment. The man claimed to be a computer whiz. As long as the LP can be checked, there are ways to get the associated account banned. Seeing this, Jiang Chen decided to comment on another account to see if it was true. When sending it out, the system prompted again, you have been banned by the system administrator for 9 billion years. Please post another comment after 9 billion years. Jiang Chen's brows wrinkled. This guy, is he really that good? Jiang Chen did not believe it. Logged out and logged in again with a new account. Still the same. Account banned for 9 billion years. Keep in mind that this account has never been used, even though it has been registered for over 2 years. Today, yet still banned. Jiang Chen frowned. This person is not a normal skill when he can even find the associated accounts. It's a very bad thing that Yi Lingshuang has such a black fan. Looks like there's going to be a way to block this account. Jiang Chen secretly made a decision. Jiang Chen was hot to be hit by Yi Lingshuang though, and was eager to avoid Yi Lingshuang. However, Yi Lingshuang was his sister. If his sister was really in danger, he would definitely be the first to rush up. Today, this master hacker of his own account is a hidden danger. Keeping it could land her murderous sister in a storm of talk. The car traveled all the way. He soon arrived at the house Jiang Chen had rented. Yi Lingshuang immediately ran to her room, changed into a very sexy wraparound skirt, leaned against the front door, threw winks at Jiang Chen, and asked in a soft and sticky voice, Hubby, what do you think? Does this look good on me? Gobble. Looking at Yi Lingshuang, who was leaning against the door, Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Yi Lingshuang. Her body was already very hot and perfect. Now, wearing this set of front convex wraparound dress, coupled with the fact that she was throwing winks, she was really going to be a glutton for punishment. But what is this woman smoking? Why are you suddenly wearing such sexy clothes? Seeing Jiang Chen staring blankly, Yi Lingshuang happily walked to Jiang Chen's side, pulled Jiang Chen's hand for a while and shook it, pouting. Hubby, say something. Is it good or not? Jiang Chen's face jumped straight up, carefully sizing up Yi Lingshuang. The fabric of the dress clung to the skin as if it were one. The curvy S-shaped body without a trace of flab is simply the best on earth. If such a superb woman is not beautiful, which one is? But, dressed like that, if you went out, wouldn't that give someone else a chance to yodel at night? So, Jiang Chen said, Sister Lingshuang, it's very sexy for you to wear this, but please don't wear it out. Be careful that someone will sue you for murdering your wealth. Yi Lingshuang couldn't react for a moment. Upon reacting, she giggled, and her laughter, like a silver bell, spread throughout the house. Honey, do you really think I look good in this? To the point of enchantment? Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen with an expectant face, being stared at by such a superb woman. Jiang Chen couldn't stand it. Don't turn your face away and make excuses. You're a public figure. Pay attention to your image. Don't make yourself look like a windbag. Emotionless man. Thinking that Jiang Chen wasn't interested, Yi Lingshuang was a bit unhappy. As a beauty with 99 points in face value and figure, and a big star with a fortune of hundreds of millions of dollars, she was actually compared to a windbag by her husband. Yi Lingshuang was unhappy, and Jiang Chen was also ruffled by Yi Lingshuang's set of clothes. Running to the bedroom, he grabbed a new set of underwear from the closet and headed for the shower to let off some steam. It's torture to stay with such a superb woman. Jiang Chen took a shower, and Yi Lingshuang was bored and picked up her cell phone to chat with her girlfriends. Sister, that silly husband of yours lives in such a small house? What do you need a house that big for? This house of my husband's is small, but it has everything, and to top it off, there's only one bed. You know. Sister, you're not really going to eat him, are you? He's still young. How could you do it? You have no idea how sought after he is. Yi Lingshuang said very seriously. If I don't do it, he won't be mine anymore. My best friend suddenly nodded thoughtfully in the video. You have a point. I have a distant cousin who went to school with him. Just now, I asked her about it. And your silly husband has a lot of women at school. Each of them is also a schoolgirl level. And all of them are thinking of pushing your husband. By the way, that girl Su Mengmeng who went with you guys to report today is your husband's staunch admirer and a school bully. More than 700 points of the college entrance examination score. Major schools grabbed. 3 famous foreign schools full scholarships do not go, but followed your husband to Hangzhou University. It seems to be true love. You be careful. Yi Lingshuang's heart was in a panic. She had long since seen that Su Mengmeng wasn't simple, and she didn't expect it to be this powerful. A full scholarship to a prestigious foreign university, or 3, is not something you can normally get. But, this girl got it and gave it up, following Jiang Chen to this not-so-top university in Hangzhou. It seems that the girl is a must-have. No, I have to eat him early. Bully if he won't. Yi Lingshuang secretly calculated. At this moment, she felt that she still had to watch Jiang Chen a little more closely, not letting him fly away. After chatting with her best friend, she saw Jiang Chen come out of the bathroom and immediately terminated the video, very considerately taking the hairdryer over. Honey, I'll blow dry your hair. No, my hair is short. It'll dry later. Come on. Yi Lingshuang was very attentive to plug in the electricity himself, holding down Jiang Chen to sit down, and then stood in front of Jiang Chen in blue, looking at the 2 long, slender, white legs in front of him. Jiang Chen really wanted to touch them. It's really too tempting. In the words of Earth, this pair of long legs will never get tired of playing with them for a year. Jiang Chen's head thought about it, but sanity was soon restored. Playing with this murderous woman's legs? Bones can't take a beating, so it's better to find a way to get rid of Yi Lingshuang and go to college to find a girlfriend. Getting a girlfriend with long legs would really smell good and you wouldn't have to get beat up. Yi Lingshuang's heart thumped when she saw that Jiang Chen, who had been enamored with her beautiful legs just now, had lost interest all of a sudden. This silly husband. What's more important than watching your legs? It's really worse than an animal to have such a great benefit and not look at it. Honey, you guys are having military training tomorrow, aren't you? Jiang Chen, who was thinking about things, heard Yi Lingshuang's voice and returned carelessly. I guess so. Not sure. Military training is tiring. I'll make it up to you later. A patch? Jiang Chen was puzzled. How do I make up for it? Hey. Yi Lingshuang licked her sexy red lips and asked flirtatiously. How do you want me to make it up for you? looking at Yi Lingshuang's seductive movements, and then thinking about what she heard Yi Lingshuang and her best friend's video say in the bathroom. Her back went cold. This murderous sister, she might have a big move coming up. If he was really overbearing, he would really not be able to fight. No, can't just have my life ruined. With that thought, Jiang Chen immediately stood up. Suddenly, his hand was pulled by Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang looked at him with deep affection. Hubby, do you think this tonic is good? As the words fell, Yi Lingshuang's sexy red lips pressed toward Jiang Chen's lips in a swift manner. Bo 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 bo. Feeling the warm and soft lips, listening to the rapid breathing, smelling the unique body fragrance of Yi Lingshuang's body, Jiang Chen was confused. This murderous sister, she's too quick to strike. Struggle hard. Sister Spirit Frost. I'm still young. I can't. Yi Lingshuang had no intention of letting go. Jiang Chen's resistance gradually became weaker. In the end, he suddenly realized that Yi Lingshuang's lips were so soft. He liked it so much. An ethereal gas entered Jiang Chen's nose. He liked this flavor so much. Damn it. My hands. How could they not obey my command and go towards her soft waist? I'm supposed to break free and run out of the room, right? Why stay with the scent of her body? The warm, soft red lips, and the soft, boneless, thin waist. Hands, why are they moving again? Where else to crawl? Come back soon. Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen's hands fumbling around and snickered in her heart. Silly husband, you say no, but your body is very honest. Yi Lingshuang didn't stop Jiang Chen's hands from attacking. Instead, she even pushed Jiang Chen on the sofa and sat down with her whole body, switching to a very good position to make it easier for Jiang Chen to act. Jiang Chen, suddenly mesmerized. This ferocious sister's body is too good and smells too good. And lips, how can they be so mesmerizing? I wish I could take one step and experience what it's like. Awful. My head. Why did I think of that? I can't. This will never work. This sister is mean. She'll be beaten to death with a little whip. A wave of resistance ran through Jiang Chen's heart. But the feeling, it was just wonderful. So sad to leave. When Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen gradually catering to himself, the ultimate image couldn't help but appear in her mind. And her pretty face reddened. Is this day, indeed, coming? So excited. I'm gonna be his real wife. Yi Lingshuang did not resist. Her childhood wish, that was to marry Jiang Chen and be his wife. Give Jiang Chen a bunch of kids, then knit them sweaters and send them to school. So, she was looking forward to this day all the time. Even for this day, she had done a lot of homework on how to make Jiang Chen like her more. As Jiang Chen's breathing became heavier and heavier, Yi Lingshuang slowly closed her eyes. As she prepared for the ultimate project, becoming Jiang Chen's woman, her cell phone suddenly rang. The rhythm was disrupted, and Yi Lingshuang was in an unattractive mood. It's almost time for the final step. This cell phone is so good at breaking things. Jiang Chen was also awakened by the ear-piercing ringtone even as he was in a state of confusion. Looking at Yi Lingshuang in his arms, his clothes were disheveled, and the neckline was all visibly stretched wide by himself. With a panicked face, what the hell did I just do? Did you eat bear heart and leopard guts? How dare you pull her clothes? Jiang Chen was flustered. This is really colorful, he thought. How dare you even hit this fierce woman? Don't you want to die? Yi Lingshuang still complained in her heart that this damn cell phone had spoiled her. Pick it up and answer it impatiently. The agent's eager voice came from inside. Spirit Frost, it's been reported on the internet that you've been bullying your boyfriend since you were a kid. Is that right? He hid from the southwest to the East China to avoid you. Isn't that true? Yi Lingshuang instantly became unhappy when she heard that she was the one who bullied Jiang Chen. What kind of bullying is that? It's love. Love. Do you understand? If it wasn't for love, she wouldn't bother bullying Jiang Chen. So he perked up and said, Sister Ling, don't read those pheasant news. My husband and I, childhood sweethearts, have a good relationship. How could we bully him? So, did you hit him or not? Did he run away from the southwest to East China for high school because he was afraid you'd beat him up? We'll talk about this later. Yi Lingshuang was a bit embarrassed. It was the truth. However, her mind wasn't on that, only thinking of continuing with Jiang Chen. So she asked, Sister Ling, is there anything else? Spirit Frost, why don't you realize how serious things are? Some say you've been violent since you were a child. The agent on the phone looked nervous. This is serious. You're in front of the audience. That's all sweet and cute and gentle and kind. It's going to make your persona crumble. Who says that roles in theater are tied to reality? Yi Lingshuang had a black line on her face. I'm playing with my childhood friend's brother, and it's risen to violence? Jiang Chen heard Yi Lingshuang's words on the side and looked incredulous. It turned out that being beaten by Yi Lingshuang since childhood, in her eyes, it was not violence, but love? Oh, my God. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flash back to his childhood. As long as they were beaten by Yi Lingshuang, they were all bruised and swollen. Jiang Chen's 3 views were completely ruined. Trying to accuse, his head suddenly flipped back to those sweet memories. Every time Yi Lingshuang beat him up, she would quickly and enthusiastically give him her most delicious and fun things to play with again. Never get angry overnight. That memory is still a good one. Thinking this way, and then recalling the little bits and pieces of Yi Lingshuang's time with himself, Jiang Chen was silent. He thought of some illusions, habits and normalcy. When something is done more than once, then it becomes natural. When he was young, Yi Lingshuang's knowledge of things was low. Plus he talked back and didn't cooperate with Yi Lingshuang, so he got angry and hit him with his fist. And every time he gets hit, he's honest. This created, Yi Lingshuang felt that using her fists was the most economical, so she kept using her fists to talk to him. If that was really the case, Jiang Chen thought of the very scary truth. It seemed like it was him who indulged Yi Lingshuang that raised Yi Lingshuang into a girl who spoke with her fists. At this moment, Jiang Chen was filled with guilt. Yi Lingshuang hung up the phone, and when she saw Jiang Chen's eyes change as he looked at her, she said with some difficulty, "Hubby, when we were kids, we were just playing around, and these people are actually saying that I'm a violent maniac." Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Yi Lingshuang's timid voice came again. "Though that said, I might have been a bit heavy-handed, but we two are siblings. I beat you because you don't listen. If you obey, I won't hate you anymore. Just think, I bought you presents for every grade you moved up. I've had plenty of gifts for every award you've gotten, let alone your birthday present. Every year for your birthday present, what time has your room not been filled with Barbie dolls by me?" Although Yi Lingshuang said this, her heart was very weak. After Jiang Chen left, she actually realized that she had been a bit heavy-handed as a child. Jiang Chen, who was beaten away by her. So, all these years she blamed herself internally for her youthful ignorance. If I had been able to distinguish between black and white and control my weight when I was a child, I wouldn't have become like this. But it's not too late to change. Now, Jiang Chen has grown up. She, too, came to Jiang Chen's side. In the future, absolutely no more hitting Jiang Chen, to work hard to be a good wife and mother. Hearing Yi Lingshuang's words, Jiang Chen smiled. This ferocious sister, who also seemed to have realized her mistake, smiled and said, "Sister, you didn't hit me. The two of us were playing." Jiang Chen's words touched Yi Lingshuang's heart greatly. This silly younger brother, who really understood, pulled Jiang Chen's hand and said tenderly, "Husband, I won't beat you up in the future. I'm going to love you and make up for the mistakes I made when I was young." Jiang Chen had a bad feeling welling up in his heart and asked weakly, "How do you want to make it up to me? How about I give you a bunch of kids?" Yi Lingshuang asked with an expectant face. "Have a bunch of kids? This is a really special way to make up for it. Jiang Chen is going to be scared to pee." Waving his hands in succession, "Sister Lingfeng, you're welcome." "No, really no need." Jiang Chen actually refused, and Yi Lingshuang's eyebrows suddenly frowned. This silly husband, looks like he's toast. It has to be remedied. Yi Lingshuang's commanding tone, the gentle face from earlier disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, it's the same flavor as before. 3 seconds of tenderness and you're back to your old self? Seeing the shock, Yi Lingshuang immediately changed her face to a gentle one, pulling Jiang Chen's hand and saying shyly, "Hubby, Mom and Dad have already approved of us. They're anxious to hold their grandchildren. Just now, we were just one step away. Work hard and that step is crossed. In 10 months, we'll have beautiful babies." Thinking of that clean and white baby doll 10 months later, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but smile with a sweet and expectant face. Think of the baby's little fleshy face, little fleshy hands, and big black eyes. Isn't it adorable? This Sichuan opera face-changing magic. When did you learn it? It's too fast. Seeing Jiang Chen was scared, immediately beamed, holding Jiang Chen's hand constantly and shaking. "Old Gong, I really want my baby. Let's hurry up, shall we? I've turned off my cell phone so no one will bother us anymore." The little doll born to one of his neighbor's big sisters also came to Jiang Chen's mind. The little doll's fleshy face is really cute. Those big, dark eyes reached out for a hug when they saw him. It's adorable. If a child is really born with Yi Lingshuang, with their quality genes, they must be even more beautiful and cute. Wait, how did I get such a ridiculous idea? Making babies with this murderous sister. Jiang Chen was in a cold sweat. Raising his head, he saw Yi Lingshuang's big black eyes looking at him with an expectant face and hurriedly turned his face away. This woman is toxic. A few more glances can make a man so mesmerized that he can't be himself. Today, just confused and fell into this her way. Almost lost control. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen hastily changed the topic. "Sister Lingfeng, it's getting late. Let's go eat together." In the evening, I'm going back to the dormitory for military training tomorrow. Yi Lingshuang had a sultry look on her face. Such a dainty beauty like himself took the initiative to throw himself into the arms of a woman, and also expected a bright future. This person was actually indifferent. It's stupid. What a beast. However, Yi Lingshuang also knew that haste wouldn't get the better of him. From the contact just now, he already knew where Jiang Chen's weaknesses were. Later, there will be plenty of opportunities. Honey, it looks like you don't want to have a baby with me. I wouldn't blame you. I blame it on the fact that I wasn't good enough, and that I always liked to hit you when I was a kid, and it left you in the shadows. Yi Lingshuang's words made Jiang Chen feel a little guilty. It was because he was too indulgent that this nice girl became so violent and temperamental. Honey, let's go eat. Eat up. I'm leaving, and I'll come back to you when I'm better. Yi Lingshuang had a face of aggression and self-reproach. Jiang Chen knew that Yi Lingshuang was acting, but somehow, his nose was sore. Sister Spirit Frost, what would you like to eat? Jiang Chen's voice softened. It's all your own pot to carry. Honey, I miss my mom. I miss my mom's cooking. Yi Lingshuang's eyes were red. She's really kind of sad. I was so excited to fly from my hometown to look for Jiang Chen, and I thought the two would be together, as they were when they were children, with endless words and things to do. Unexpectedly, the two got further and further apart. She wanted someone to talk to, looking for someone to lend a shoulder to lean on, but there's no one in this unfamiliar Hangzhou. Jiang Chen couldn't look at Yi Lingshuang's sorrowful, sad appearance, and couldn't help but put Yi Lingshuang in his arms. He felt as if he had gone a little too far. Yi Lingshuang came over in 1,000 miles, and he himself still dislikes it. Sister Lingfeng, I'll go to the supermarket to buy food. Will I do it for you? Yi Lingshuang's heart warmed as her big watery eyes looked at Jiang Chen. Hubby, is this okay? Yes, I can cook anything auntie can cook. Jiang Chen gently asked, what do you want to eat? I want fried yams, and stewed peppers, mapo tofu, spicy diced chicken, hairy blood wonton, and chopped pepper fish head. After Yi Lingshuang finished speaking, she even licked her lips, her eyes gurgling as she looked at Jiang Chen with a look of anticipation. These, all of them, are home-cooked dishes from their old home. It's also her mom's best. He had just returned home yesterday, and when he learned that Jiang Chen had arrived in Hangzhou, he flew here without stopping. Didn't even have a meal with my mom, much less cuddle her for a night. Nowadays, she really misses it. Good. Jiang Chen didn't refuse. Ever since he was a kid, he went to Yi Lingshuang's house to rub his nose in it, and Yi Lingshuang forced him to learn how to fry. Therefore, Jiang Chen had received a true transmission from Yi Lingshuang's old mother. Now Jiang Chen is already a small kitchen master, and can even go outside to open a restaurant. Oh, honey, then I'll go to the grocery store with you. Yi Lingshuang took Jiang Chen's hand and looked up and said sweetly to Jiang Chen, there's a supermarket right in front of the neighborhood. You're a public figure. It's better if you don't go out. Yi Lingshuang shook Jiang Chen's hand and pouted. Hubby, it's true that I'm a star, but the premise of me being a star, I'm still your wife. It's normal for a wife to accompany her husband grocery shopping, right? Justified and convincing. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and didn't refuse. Yi Lingshuang Qianli Zhaozhao came over to look for himself. Nowadays he just wanted to brush up his presence. What kind of bad thoughts could he have? So, he let Yi Lingshuang walk out of the rented house on his arm, entering the elevator, looking at Yi Lingshuang, who was quiet, gentle, and had a happy smile on her face. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think at the bottom of his heart, this sister, as long as she doesn't have a seizure, is still very gentle. If he was always like this in the future, not hitting or scolding him, even if the two of them didn't get married, even if he lost 10 years of his life, he would be willing. Yi Lingshuang, as a star, appeared in such a powerful news today. So, someone with a heart of gold found the neighborhood where Jiang Chen lived. The two got off the elevator and walked through the neighborhood, with many people stopping to watch. The bold ones will even come up and ask for autographs. Yi Lingshuang was actually very hands-on and came to the rescue, walked out of the neighborhood and headed straight for the supermarket. Jiang Chen had lived here for more than 2 months, so he was naturally familiar with the supermarket. Honey, the grocery store here is so well stocked, it's a lot bigger than ours back home. Ha, and big lobsters, big crabs? Yi Lingshuang entered the supermarket as if she had discovered a new continent, looking here and there. Actually, it's not her fault. As a big star, how can you have time to shop at the supermarket? The necessities of life are all taken care of by the agent and the living assistant. Moreover, in other places, agents and assistants, fearing that she might have an accident, were not allowed to visit the supermarket at all, let alone the vegetable and meat sections. Looking at Yi Lingshuang as if she was a small child who had just entered the city, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. This long-lost smile was one he rarely had anymore. Nowadays, He didn't realize that he was smiling so happily was given by Yi Lingshan, the woman he loved and hated. Sister Lingfeng, what do you like? Choose for yourself. I'll go over there to buy chicken and chili peppers, and go back to make you spicy diced chicken. I don't want to shop, I just want to be with you. How could Ji Lingshuang miss this kind of cozy moment? This is the best shortcut to increase the bond between two people. The two pushed a shopping cart and looked left and right in the supermarket. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, took a little bit of food from here and a little bit of food from there, and soon the shopping cart was full. After paying the bill, Yi Lingshuang held a box of fresh milk in her hand, sucked a mouthful of it with a gurgle, and said fondly, "Hubby, the supermarket is so much fun. Let's come back here to buy food later, okay? Well, I'll get you anything you want." Yi Lingshuang's heart was sweet. She clearly felt that Jiang Chen's attitude towards her had changed, and there was no resistance to her calling her husband. That's a good start. The two walked into the neighborhood with a large bag. Suddenly, as if she thought of something at the bottom of her heart, she suddenly stopped, beeped, looked at Jiang Chen with big blinking eyes, and said daintily, "Hubby, I can't lift it anymore." He knew that Yi Lingshuang was pretending. After all, he was a person who had practiced martial arts. How could he not lift it? However, Jiang Chen didn't break it down. "Give it to me." As the words fell, he took the drink and yogurt from Yi Lingshuang's hand and entered the elevator. "Honey, you're awesome," Yi Lingshuang complimented with sparkling eyes. Although Jiang Chen knew that Yi Lingshuang was doing it on purpose, somehow, being complimented by Yi Lingshuang made his heart feel very refreshed and comfortable. Feeling manly. Once in the room, Jiang Chen tied on his apron and then washed the dishes. Yi Lingshuang leaned against the kitchen door, looking at Jiang Chen's seriousness and thinking how handsome he was. Men who can cook are really handsome. So secure. Looking at it, Yi Lingshuang's smile gradually revealed itself. It's a happy smile. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile as well when he saw Yi Lingshuang leaning against the door, looking at himself with a flowery face. "Sister Lingfeng, you're standing a bit far away. Can you see clearly? Come closer to see better. Is it really okay?" Yi Lingshuang had an excited face. Jiang Chen nodded. Yi Lingshuang happily walked into the kitchen and squatted right next to Jiang Chen. "Here, wash the chili." This, Yi Lingshuang's face instantly darkened. Who came here to see beautiful men, not to wash dishes? "Honey, I don't know how to wash it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Chen looked contemptuous. "When you were at your old home, who often helped your aunt wash the dishes and sweep the floor?" You. Hearing Yi Lingshuang's words, Jiang Chen blackened his face. "I mean, before I do." "Me." Yi Lingshuang beamed. "This stupid husband doesn't know how to love his wife. Actually letting wash the chili? It's very hot. Okay, what if it turns your skin red?" The mind was resisting, but was honest enough to take the chili and wash it up. She, despite having a good family, really didn't have princess disease and used to help her family out when she was a kid. Only after Jiang Chen grew up, the work was given to Jiang Chen. "Honey, do you think I washed it?" Jiang Chen looked at it and it wasn't bad. "Please keep going." With that, the two of them talked and laughed and got busy together in the kitchen. After all the dishes were washed, Yi Lingshuang secretly looked at Jiang Chen. "That's getting more handsome by the minute." Jiang Chen had already lit the fire at this point and was about to stir fry. Seeing this handsome side of Jiang Chen's face, and his serious look, she had an urge to give him a kiss, so she quietly walked over to Jiang Chen's side and said, "Honey, there's something on your face." "Ha?" Jiang Chen wanted to raise his hand to touch it, but was suddenly stopped by Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, keep your head down and I'll wipe you before you get clean." Jiang Chen thought about it and thought it would be fine. After all, he didn't know where it was. The hands, and the chili, which might have been hot if rubbed, bent over and stuck their faces out. Yi Lingshuang was secretly happy in her heart and stood on her tiptoes. Wave. A kiss on Jiang Chen's cheeks. Yi Lingshuang was satisfied. "Ah, it's so nice to finally kiss it. This silly husband's skin is so tender too." Jiang Chen was confused. This was being molested. By the time he reacted, Yi Lingshuang had already run out of the kitchen, and Yi Lingshuang's happy voice was heard in his ears. "Hubby, you're so handsome. I love you so much, yo." Jiang Chen touched the part that still retained warmth and smiled bitterly. This stupid sister. When did she develop nymphomania? Shaking his head, he began to fry his food. In less than half an hour, all 6 dishes were ready. 6 dishes, served at the table. Yi Lingshuang looked at the colorful and flavorful dishes and gulped. The flavor, the color, it's even better than Mom's. "Honey, you're amazing." This time it's not a compliment. It's real. She felt that Jiang Chen was a lot more blue than blue. Enjoy the blessings later. Jiang Chen was still happy to be praised. Sister Spirit Frost. Eat up. Yi Lingshuang, who was biting her chopsticks, said happily, "Husband has worked hard. Then I'll start." "Yo." Jiang Chen nodded. "Eat." As the words fell, only Yiling Shuang was seen holding a piece of fish for Jiang Chen. "Honey, you've worked so hard. You're going to have to eat the first piece first." This silly sister. What's wrong with her? She's become so gentle and considerate. But he so loved the feeling. So cozy. Jiang Chen had the illusion that the person in front of him was not that fierce sister, but his own virtuous wife. Hey, if only it could be like that in the future. The meal ended on a warm and pleasant note for both of them. Jiang Chen took the initiative to wash the dishes. When she returned to the living room, Yiling Shuang directly came over, took Jiang Chen's hand and pouted. "Hubby, let's go swim in the West Lake." "Okay. I want to see the White Lady so much. I want to see the beauty of the West Lake so much." A trip to West Lake? Jiang Chen didn't resent Yiling Shuang's sloth-like behavior anymore at this point, and instead, he was still enjoying it at the bottom of his heart. "Yes, I've heard that West Lake is very beautiful, especially at night." So, shaking Jiang Chen's hand, he looked at him with an expectant face. "Alright, let's change into a casual shirt and I'll take you on a tour of West Lake." "Honey, you're awesome." Yiling Shuang took Getalong's hand and jumped up happily. Looking at this innocent smiling face of Yiling Shuang, Jiang Chen smiled. At this moment, he felt that Yiling Shuang's smile looked so beautiful that it made his heart flutter a little. If Yiling Shuang kept this state, marrying her as a wife would be very good. This thought just flashed by, and Jiang Chen scratched his head vigorously again. "Can't have that thought. We can't go deeper and deeper. What if we really fall in love with this fierce woman?" However, Jiang Chen still had to fulfill Yiling Shuang's request. West Lake, really very beautiful at night. Yiling Shuang came over in 1,000 miles, and as her only family friend, he was obligated to take her to view it. Besides, he's going to class tomorrow. 15 days of military training. The military training is over, and I don't know if Yiling Shuang is still around. He didn't want to leave Yiling Shuang with regrets. Jiang Chen changed into a sweatshirt. Yiling Shuang, on the other hand, had put on a set of Chinese clothes. Yiling Shuang was already beautiful. Wearing this set of Chinese dress, it looks like a beautiful woman who has traveled from ancient times. It's so innocent and fairy-like. "Honey, am I pretty?" Yiling Shuang spun around in place. The dress skirt dances along and is beautiful. Being stared at by Jiang Chen's burning gaze, Yiling Shuang shyly lowered her head. "Hubby, don't stare at me like that. I'll be shy." "Ahem." Jiang Chen reacted, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. "Sister Spirit Frost, let's go." Yiling Shuang happily walked towards the door, leaving Jiang Chen messing around in place. He originally thought that Yiling Shuang would still hold his hand as usual. Today, somehow, looking at Yiling Shuang, who had gone out on his own, Jiang Chen's heart was a little empty, as if he had lost something important. Yiling Shuang, who had walked to the door, saw Jiang Chen staring at the same spot. His eyes had such a hint of despondency in them, his little head gurgling. Suddenly, the mind seemed to think of something and snickered. "Is this silly husband feeling lost because I'm not holding his hand?" Thinking of this, Yiling Shuang returned very considerately, holding Jiang Chen's hand. "Hubby, what are you gawking at? Let's go." Noticing Yiling Shuang's full parts softly pressing against her hand, the feeling of fullness returned. Jiang Chen's mood instantly became good again. Seeing Jiang Chen's face reveal satisfaction, Yiling Shuang was also happy in her heart. This stupid husband. If you like it, just say so. It's so stupid. Entering the elevator, she sensed that Jiang Chen was in a good mood and asked gently, "Hubby, have you ever visited West Lake?" "Haven't been there yet." Yiling Shuang was puzzled. Jiang Chen has been in Hangzhou for more than 2 months, but he hasn't been there? Seeing Yiling Shuang's doubts, Jiang Chen explained, "When I was online, I looked for a job as a tutor. So, when I got to Hangzhou, the parents of the family who wanted me to tutor their course picked me up at the high-speed train, and then I was busy tutoring those kids in their studies until 7 o'clock yesterday evening." "Honey, why are you working so hard?" Yiling Shuang had a heartbroken look on her face. "You're only 18. Jiang Chen didn't answer. His loving grandparents passed away 3 years ago, and his unreliable mom and dad are traveling all over the country. He earns his living expenses, his tuition, all from tutoring students. Since he got good grades, those kids he tutored showed a marked improvement in their learning as well. The grades that were falling off the bottom of the list directly rocketed to the top 10 in the class, and he got a high score of 698 on his college entrance exam. That's still one less big question because of being sick in the first place. Since his knowledge store was hard enough to get out of his own way on the tutoring network, and the parents over there cooperated with the publicity, he was contacted by parents on the Hangzhou side of the city, a whopping 300 an hour to hire him to tutor, 2 hours a day. Since he tutored well, The parents introduced him to 4 other friends. One day counseling 5 people. It took more than 10 hours. Where there is time to go to the West Lake to play has long been exhausted, okay? Therefore, Jiang Chen to the West Lake. That is only heard of its name, not see its face. The two of them walked out of the elevator. Yilingchuan holding Jiang Chen tightly by the hand. Honey, don't work so hard from now on. Your wife I have money. Yilingchuan was heartbroken. Jiang Chen's parents play all over the country. Do not come back a few times a year. Jiang Chen is brought up by his grandparents, afraid that Jiang Chen won't get ahead, and won't let her take the royalties from the songs to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, really a bitter child. Jiang Chen was touched by this heartfelt heartache and concern from Yilingchuan. This murderous sister was violent, but sometimes she really cared for him. The two walked out of the neighborhood, took a cab, and headed for West Lake. Even though it's fall, it's still very hot here in Hangzhou. The old people who live by the West Lake wear big undershirts and all sit on the chairs by the West Lake with bushel fans to blow the wind, chat and play chess. Yilingchuan took Jiang Chen on her arm and walked along the West Lake, her face plastered with smiles. Honey, let's go boating. Sister Lingfeng, it's not safe to row at night. Although Jiang Chen also wanted to leave Yilingchuan with good memories, it really wasn't safe at night. Honey, there's no wind today. Besides, there are boaters that don't need us to row. Yilingchuan's big watery eyes looked at Jiang Chen with a prayerful expression. Jiang Chen was completely defenseless against Yilingchuan's pair of supplicating gazes. Only her demands can be met. So the two went to the stopping point and waited. It wasn't long before a boatman came slowly by rowing a small boat. The boat could accommodate 4 people, but Yilingchuan chartered it straight away. So it was just the two of them, except for the boatman, paddling to the middle of the lake. Yilingchuan looked at the beautiful scenery on both sides of the lake with an excited face. His eyes couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen, against the lights on both sides of the river. She felt that Jiang Chen was really very handsome, watching her little heart flutter. At this moment, she really wanted to have a kiss with Jiang Chen. This silly husband, such a good time, but he's just like a log. Not even a hint? The heart is not happy. Touching her somewhat dry red lips, she involuntarily swallowed. Silly wood. Her heart secretly cursed a few times. Then she quietly walked to Jiang Chen's side, raised her small head, her big watery eyes looking at Jiang Chen, and said in a resigned manner, Hubby, I'm thirsty. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the side. That's a little far from shore. Wait a moment until we reach the shore, and I'll get you water. Jiang Chen said very considerately. Honey, I can't wait. The words fell out of her mouth, and she licked her lips in a frantic hint. Jiang Chen didn't understand at all. At this moment, he still felt that Yilingchuan was not being unreasonable. It was obvious that Jiang Chen couldn't comprehend his own meaning. Yilingchuan was furious. IQ is obviously so high. How come IQ is so crap? Big star Yilingchuan was furious. Licking her lips, she looked at Jiang Chen for a while with round eyes, and finally wrapped her hands directly around Jiang Chen's neck, her lips pasting over. Woohoo! Jiang Chen was confused and struggled laboriously. This fierce woman, how can she mess around here? There's a boatman up ahead. Granted, the ship has a curtain, but there is indeed a person out there. Sister Spirit Frost. Don't do this. How could Yilingchuan answer Jiang Chen? It's hard to come to the center of the West Lake. If you don't do something, this is sorry for today's boat fare. So, she has to get her money back. Jiang Chen's resistance was getting weaker and weaker, because Jiang Chen was afraid. I was afraid that the two of them would move too much and attract the rowing uncle, which would be bad. So, helplessly, he cooperated with Yilingchuan. Yilingchuan got her way and was satisfied, but she wasn't going to stop there. This is the kind of opportunity that you will regret for the rest of your life if you lose it. And, still, in the middle of the lake, a good time must last a lifetime. Embracing each other for a while, Yilingchuan slowly loosened up, cupped Jiang Chen's face with both hands, and tenderly said, Husband, I love you, but I'm sorry. As the words fell, he opened his 2 rows of teeth and bit Jiang Chen's upper lip. It hurt so much that Jiang Chen's eyes were tearing up and he still couldn't make a sound. After all, there are boaters out there. Luckily, Yilingchuan only bit that much before letting go. Jiang Chen was in pain and stroked his bitten lip. The man, who not only sucked greedily one moment, but confessed with deep emotion. The next moment, it's a hard hit. It's really too temperamental. Yilingchuan was secretly happy when she saw Jiang Chen's sultry eyes. You'll never forget what you just did. Well, love marks. However, it was a bit heartbreaking to watch Jiang Chen's difficult appearance. Once again, he explored his hand, wanting to go hold Jiang Chen's face and tenderly kiss it to give comfort. But, Jiang Chen reflexively dodged it. Yilingchuan was not happy. You, sit your ass down. Otherwise, Yilingchuan's fist was raised. and Jiang Chen instantly wimped out. It would be a shame to be beaten up, or here. Yi Lingshuang was satisfied. Sure enough, it's still the fists that work. Tenderly, he probed his hand and stroked Jiang Chen's face, then kissed him deeply and passionately for a long time. Only when the two of them couldn't catch their breath did Yi Lingshuang let go, wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen, and said tenderly, "Hubby, it's not that I'm intentionally hurting you, but in such a good time, I want to leave a mark of love on you. That way, when we're old and remember it, it'll feel good." Jiang Chen was aggrieved. That's a unique way to do it, isn't it? Even if you wanted to leave some kind of mark, why would you do it at the expense of hurting him? There are many kinds. However, at this time, Yi Lingshuang was the sky and said whatever he wanted. How could he have the right to resist? "Honey, does it hurt?" Seeing Jiang Chen without a word, he asked with a concerned face. "Okay." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, remembering that this chick was full of bad ideas, he added, "Cured by you just now." Yi Lingshuang's pretty face reddened. She, naturally, wouldn't believe Jiang Chen's bullshit. The man, by now, must have been thinking about how to stay away from himself. How could she let Jiang Chen have his way? Today, it's a separate world for the two of them. "Honey, tired?" Jiang Chen's head began to wonder what this fierce woman wanted again. In the end, he couldn't think of anything, so he just nodded. He, nowadays, only thought about leaving this broken ship. The space was too narrow. It was simply the best place for Yi Lingshuang to do whatever he wanted. Then rest against my lap. Jiang Chen was confused. So Yi Lingshuang was digging a pit waiting for him to jump. "What? I'm giving you my thigh as a pillow and you still don't want it?" Yi Lingshuang frowned. "Jiang Chen, a bit insensitive. Sister Spirit Frost, I'm afraid I'll make your legs sore." Jiang Chen remembered the morning. Last night, being pressed by Yi Lingshuang for the whole night could be sour. "Honey, it's okay, just lean back and lie down for a while. This West Lake is really nice at night." Yi Lingshuang heart happy. This silly husband turned out to be so considerate. Jiang Chen thought about it and rested against Yi Lingshuang's leg. It was a beautiful job, so he didn't hesitate. Looking at Jiang Chen, who had leaned his head on his lap, her heart was sweet and happy. This silly husband, he's so handsome. It's so awesome to be able to write and fight. On Yi Lingshuang's lap, seeing Yi Lingshuang giggling, Jiang Chen was curious. What's there to be happy about? LOL. "Honey, what are you sighing for?" Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Jiang Chen was confused. "Did you make a noise by accident?" Hastily thinking of remedies. Suddenly there is. Jiang Chen took his head away from Yi Lingshuang's thigh, but was pressed down by Yi Lingshuang again and obediently leaned on his leg. Jiang Chen had no choice but to just lean in. "Sister Lingfeng, you're so outstanding while I'm still a poor student. Why did you choose me? I don't think I deserve you." This was Jiang Chen's current true thought. He doesn't seem to be dominant except for the fact that he can write songs. And he's not dominant except for the fact that he's a little bit better looking. Nonsense. Husband, you're good. You just don't know it. Yi Lingshuang had a sweet face. "Being able to be with you is what I've wished for since I was a child." Jiang Chen muttered in his heart. "What's so good about me? My parents are loving but odd. If you stay with me, if you have a child, not only will they not be able to take care of it, they won't be able to help with the small family, and they'll have to bother your parents about everything." At this moment, Jiang Chen somehow felt a bit unworthy of Yi Lingshuang. Yes, it's not worth it for Yi Lingshuang. It's very clear what kind of person he is. It's not good enough, but it's not good enough. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't say anything and fell into contemplation, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but lower her head and stamp on Jiang Chen's lips, saying tenderly, "Hubby, don't get ahead of yourself. And you shouldn't have any scruples. I don't want you for any glory or prosperity, nor do I want you for your future. I feel a whole lot more relaxed with you. You're the first one besides my parents to feel this way, so it has to be with you. I'm going to have many more children for you later, and then I'm going to take them to school and pick them up from school, get them married and send them out to be married." Looking at Yi Lingshuang's face as she spoke with yearning, Jiang Chen's heart was touched greatly. It turned out that Yi Lingshuang had liked him since he was a child. Just because it's a favorite, it's a special attention to him. Just because it's a favorite, it's extra strict with him. Thinking of all the things Yi Lingshuang had done for him in the past, Jiang Chen's heart was complicated. Yi Lingshuang, it's really heartfelt. Kept liking him to myself, until he sneaks away and gets the message again. Jiang Chen could imagine at this point how happy Yi Lingshuang was when she found out about his news. At this moment, Jiang Chen's opinion of Yi Lingshuang all changed. What violence! What ferocity! All of this, it's all because of a young man who doesn't know how to express himself that he's in trouble. Yi Lingshuang's confession saw Jiang Chen freeze, his heart tense. She's afraid of rejection. If you refuse, there will be serious consequences. Honey, I know you shouldn't be out of my old shadow at this point. I'm willing to wait for you. Even if the sky falls and the sea runs dry, I'll always wait for you. I'm willing to change for you, too. Hearing Yi Lingxuan's true feelings, Jiang Chen's mind couldn't help but recall what Yi Lingxuan had just said to make amends. One moment they say they're making amends, the next they're recreating their old ways. However, at this time, she was no longer so repulsed by Yi Lingxuan. After all, he was also a sentimentalist, being confessed to by someone who was also her childhood friend, not to mention looking like a beautiful woman, but also a big star. To say that it does not move, that is false. Therefore, he wanted to almost accept Yi Lingxuan's confession just now, but then he thought about it, and still looked at it again. This woman is a star and her acting skills are absolutely nothing to write home about, and it's easy to say it, it's the ability to do it that counts. Jiang Chen grinned and said with a smile, Sister Lingfeng, what you said is very nice, I like listening to it. Can you say something better? Yi Lingxuan's head was a bit confused when she heard this. Jiang Chen, did he accept her confession or not? What's with the riddles? This silly husband? It's not like she can solve a puzzle. Stinky husband. In the bottom of his heart, he indignantly scolded Jiang Chen for being unorthodox. All listened to this confession of their own and actually did not give a clear answer. This stinky husband. So bad. Seeing Yi Lingxuan's exasperation, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that this ferocious sister was still very cute. Well, please keep it up. If it doesn't kick in within 3 months, good times are ahead for both. Yes. Jiang Chen decided to observe Yi Lingxuan for 3 months first. If Yi Lingxuan really didn't beat him up anymore, or didn't do something so excessive, then he would stay with Yi Lingxuan. When the time comes, activate this lay-flat system. You know, this lay-flat system is still awesome. He only needed to be Yi Lingxuan's strong backing, and the banknotes would come naturally. Moreover, when the system first arrived, it said that the system had hidden skills. Each of these hidden skills is so bullish that it takes seconds to reach the sky and the earth and the air. Being the richest is the lowest class if you use these skills. All in all, this system is pretty awesome, but how it's a bully? The system won't tell him, saying it'll wait until he activates it. It's a surprise. Surprises can't be known in advance. Jiang Chen was an adult soul, so naturally he didn't believe in this nonsense, so he didn't activate it. But now, Yi Lingxuan have changed and still likes him, the two of them together, activating the system, and a little anticipation can be expected. After all, who would mind having more skills? It's too much money for you. As the two men were each thinking of something else, a sudden gust of wind blew. The boat was a little unsteady. The boatman was a bit afraid and said to the two of you, sorry, I'm afraid there will be a gale later. Let's just dock in front. Is it okay for you guys to watch? Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse the words of the boatman. Safety first. So, after the boatman had lowered the two men and secured the boat himself, he waited on the edge. In this business, safety awareness is a must. Yi Lingxuan and Jiang Chen came to the road. Since Yi Lingxuan's legs had been letting Jiang Chen lean on them just now, they were a bit numb and still a bit sore at this point. Honey, my legs are a little numb. Let's find a place to rest, okay? Sister Spirit Frost. What's wrong? Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward to check Yi Lingxuan's leg. Seeing Jiang Chen's worried appearance, Yi Lingxuan's heart was sweet. A little numb. Yi Lingxuan rubbed her leg in some pain. Jiang Chen had a heartbroken look on his face. I've said that I'm sure you'll feel sore and numb when I lean on you, and you're not listening to me again. Yi Lingxuan's heart was warmed by Jiang Chen's chatter. This silly husband still cares about himself. Jiang Chen looked around. Here, the streetlights aren't very bright. Also, the address is a little out of the way. Not afraid of bad guys, but snakes and such. If you want to rest, you have to go to the crowded gazebo in front of you. But, from what I can tell, the gazebo is a bit far. Sister Spirit Frost, I'll carry you to the gazebo ahead to rest. It's not safe to rest here. So sweet. Yi Lingxuan's little heart thumped. At this moment, she felt so happy. This silly husband, not only does he care, but he's also very responsible. Love it, love it. In the future, we must give him a few more children, so that the old Jiang family will be full of grandchildren, breaking the one-child curse and opening a new era. While Yi Lingxuan was thinking about it, Jiang Chen's voice came from his ears. Sister Lingfeng, come up here. Fixing her eyes, she only saw that Jiang Chen had already squatted down, and squatted very low, as if she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get up. Seeing this small action, Yi Lingxuan's heart was in great turmoil. Hubby, really thoughtful. Sister Lingfeng, what's wrong? Can't you get up? When Jiang Chen saw Yi Lingxuan's delay in coming up, he couldn't help but stand up and ask gently, Honey, it hurts. Yi Lingxuan's crying face was so distressed to see Jiang Chen that she hurriedly squatted down to check. Show me if it's swollen. Honey, I'm wearing a hanbok, even though it's a skirt. Yi Lingshuang didn't go on with the latter words. After all, it's going to the top of the thigh. If Jiang Chen were to see it, it wouldn't be. Thinking of that scene, Yi Lingshuang's face blushed as if it were a budding red rose, and drops of water could come out even if she pinched it. Although she said that she was already Jiang Chen's wife, she was still shy. After all, she was yellow and hadn't experienced anything like this. Whatever. Jiang Chen was worried. Yi Lingshuang was a big star. If his leg really had an accident, then he would have to feel guilty for the rest of his life. So, no matter what, he directly lifted Yi Lingshuang's skirt. Then pick up your cell phone and turn on the lighting. Suddenly, seeing things you shouldn't. Jiang Chen was confused. He just wanted to see if Yi Lingshuang's leg was alright. How could he let him see such a private place? Yi Lingshuang closed her eyes. Sorry to look. At this moment, she felt as if she had overplayed her hand. Originally, he just wanted to be pampered and see what Jiang Chen's attitude was like. However, she didn't expect that Jiang Chen was so concerned about her that he was deeply afraid that her legs might have problems and directly picked up her skirt. This time, all exposed in the eyes of Jiang Chen, but also let Jiang Chen saw his own wear. What a shame. But now that the play has begun, there has to be a beginning and an end. Shyly, she asked, Honey, is everything okay? Jiang Chen reacted and hurriedly blocked that line of sight with his skirt and started to look at Yi Lingshuang's beautiful legs too. It was white as jade and smooth as a baby's skin. Jiang Chen stroked it and had an illusion. It was, not a thigh, but a work of art, just so smooth and flexible. He couldn't even put it down. What's he doing touching his hand back and forth? Still here in the wild. If you want to see it, go home and see it. Although Yi Lingshuang was bellyaching, her heart was sweet. This stupid husband, really stupid this time, right? Never seen a woman's leg so smooth. Humbug. Greedy. Although Jiang Chen was enamored with Yi Lingshuang's beautiful legs, he was relieved after carefully checking that there weren't any problems before pulling the hem of his skirt down to cover his beautiful legs. Sister Lingfeng, the leg here is fine. It should be because you've been leaning against me for too long and the blood isn't circulating. Jiang Chen explained very patiently. Legs and face. That's pretty much all there is to stardom. She was afraid that Yi Lingshuang would have some problems because of her fear. Honey, that's good. I was really afraid I wouldn't be able to get up later. If I really can't get up, I'll have to sit in a wheelchair from now on and wait for you to serve me. Sister Spirit Frost. It's not that serious. Jiang Chen said soothingly, then squatted down and stretched out his hand to directly put Yi Lingshuang in a princess hug. There's a gazebo up ahead. Let's rest there. In Jiang Chen's arms, Yi Lingshuang was touched. This stupid husband, does he really believe me? I just want to be pampered. Why don't you ask more questions? Carrying my 90 pounds down this narrow path. Aren't you worried about your safety? What a silly husband. Yi Lingshuang was spitting in her heart, but her face showed a smile of overflowing happiness. This silly husband, naive and silly, is adorable. That's when she saw a couple coming up ahead. Yi Lingshuang said somewhat shyly, Hubby, why don't you put me down? Sister Lingfeng, your leg is still not healed. So, then aren't you tired of being like this? Put me down for a while and I should be fine. The roads here are too narrow and the lights aren't bright enough to be safe. But, Yi Lingshuang still wanted to insist, but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Sister Lingshuang, I have to ensure your safety. You stop talking. Rest well and wait until you're over at the gazebo. Listening to Jiang Chen's unrefusable voice, Yi Lingshuang's heart was sweet. This silly husband turned out to be able to be so overbearing for her sake. Never seen one before in all my life. Now for me. The more she thought about it, the more fulfilled Yi Lingshuang's heart became, and the more she felt good about this husband of hers. I can't tell you all the good things about it in one night. Passing couples see Jiang Chen so a princess hug. The female some small emotions. Look at people. Their girlfriends are tired and they just get a princess hug. And you? I'm tired of walking. I won't even let you carry me. Why do you think there's such a big difference between people? If you were half as good as that handsome man, I wouldn't have to walk until my feet were sore and I was so tired that I was thirsty. You don't even look at what tons you have. You're asking me, a man of less than 110 pounds, to hold you for 180 pounds. Do you think it's possible? So you can carry me too? You're trying to crush me into a sauce pie, aren't you? Put. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang both laughed unanimously when they heard the couple's words, but after the laughter, Yi Lingshuang discovered another advantage of Jiang Chen. That is, Jiang Chen that doesn't fight back and doesn't curse back. There will never be such a thing as an argument with her. Moreover, Jiang Chen was also very responsible, knew how to do things, and never said anything to hurt her. Even if she had a ton of flaws, Jiang Chen never attacked her with those things. This really is the ultimate man. Honey, it's so good to have you. Yi Lingshuang said heartily, When we get home, I'll definitely reward you. Hearing about the rewards made Jiang Chen a little scared. Sister Spirit Frost, are you treating me like an outsider? Talking about payback for everything? If you keep this up, I'm not going to care about you. Honey, I know it's wrong. Don't you leave me. I'm scared. Yi Lingxuan was acting very weak and helpless at this point, seeing Jiang Chen roll his eyes. This ferocious sister, actually trying to coax him as if he were a child. However, Jiang Chen still felt quite comfortable because Yi Lingxuan didn't go against him. It shows that the girl will compromise and can still be salvaged. Yi Lingxuan smiled in her heart when she saw Jiang Chen snicker. This silly husband, it turns out, really does eat soft food, but not hard food. Even this very cheap lie could make him happy for a while. In this moment, she felt the internet was right. Women who can play dumb live happily ever after. No man accepts that the object is against him at every turn. Thinking of this, Yi Lingxuan was excited. This time, it's really a royalist. The two were walking on the trail, and chatting away as we walked. Soon, it was time to arrive at the gazebo. At this time, some tourists were taking pictures of the night scene with their DSLR cameras. Seeing Jiang Chen coming, with a beauty in his arms, he subconsciously focused and took a picture. Suddenly, a person recognized Yi Lingxuan's identity. A big star? The man was so excited that his speech was knotted and his hands were dancing, much to the curiosity of those around him. Jiang Chen had wanted to just slip away, but Yi Lingxuan raised her hand and greeted her with a smile. Hello, you guys, hello to you. The man was very excited. He didn't expect the big star to talk to him. It's not in vain. The man was so agitated that Jiang Chen felt it was inconvenient to rest here, so he could only carry Yi Lingxuan to escape this crowded place. He came to a small gazebo with no one in it, and then wiped the gazebo's bench with his clothes again before letting Yi Lingxuan sit down and rest. Sister Lingfeng, rest for a while. If you don't get better, I'll call an ambulance to take you to the hospital. Is it that bad? Yi Lingxuan was curious. Safety first. Jiang Chen's words had just fallen when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was the phone number of his college dormitory roommate. As soon as he answered, the inquiring voice of his roommate came from inside. Dude, the school gates are about to close. Are you still coming to bed? Hurry up if you're coming, or be at school by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Also, military training is going to start tomorrow for half a month, so make sure you're not late. Honey, what's wrong? Yi Lingxuan sat on the side and rubbed her feet, and was a bit puzzled when she saw that Jiang Chen was silent after answering a call. The dormitory roommate called and said the school was closing. Yi Lingxuan's heart suddenly stuttered. Jiang Chen, is this leaving? Don't. Now. The relationship is so much better. And it's just leaving. It was half a month before we met again. By then, maybe the feelings will have faded again. Moreover, during the military training period, Jiang Chen had to stay with a little beauty like Su Mengmeng every day. So what if he stayed out of the relationship? Thinking of this, she felt compelled to keep Jiang Chen behind. However, one couldn't leave Jiang Chen naked. One had to use an accident and leave Jiang Chen unknowingly. Honey, are you going back? Yi Lingxuan had a worried look on her face. Looking at Yi Lingxiang, who was rubbing her feet and was very nervous, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, not going back. Your feet aren't well yet. When Yi Lingxuan, who had originally wanted to create an accident, heard this, her entire heart warmed up. This silly husband is really sweet. Yi Lingxiang's big watery eyes looked at Jiang Chen. Honey, I love you. This mealy-mouthed confession, and this affectionate look in his eyes. Jiang Chen was still really a bit overwhelmed. Still, he felt comfortable. How about being confessed to by a beautiful woman is a mood booster? Sister Lingfeng, let me rub it for you. Well, Jiang Chen squatted down and tenderly rubbed Yi Lingxuan's feet. Looking at the serious Jiang Chen, Yi Lingxuan snickered. One is really not in love with the wrong person. This silly husband is really thoughtful. Honey, you're so handsome. Why are you still so considerate? I can't stay away from you. What can I do? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the red, blissfully sweet Yi Lingxiang, and couldn't help but smile. Then don't leave. Well, I'll never leave you. I'll be your little tail. Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. He had really fallen for this little witch. She, probably, was expecting an answer just now. However, Jiang Chen didn't regret it. He saw the change in Yi Lingxuan. A girl who changed for him like that deserved to be loved and cherished. After rubbing Yi Lingxuan for a while, he said gently, Sister Lingxuan, stand up and take a look. Yi Lingxuan's eyes gurgled for a moment, and she decided that it would be good to specialize in no good. She, also, wanted Jiang Chen's hug. It was comfortable in Jiang Chen's arms. Well, he's 5 feet 7 inches and so strong. He shouldn't have any problem carrying me around, right? No, can't let him hold it. It's too tiring to carry. Let him carry it. Broad shoulders, looks so cozy. With that thought, she purposely couldn't stand up. Honey, it still hurts a little. Like this? Jiang Chen was skeptical. I just checked and there's no bruising on the surface. Smooth as snow. How come you can't stand up? And it's been so long. Sizing up Yiling Shuang. Yiling Shuang looked away somewhat sheepishly. Jiang Chen instantly knew what this chick wanted. So it's a costume. You want a hug? Carrying a 90-odd-pound beauty wasn't a problem at all for Jiang Chen. So, it doesn't count. Who made this woman his childhood friend's sister and possible future wife? You should love your wife. So said. I'll carry you then. Honey, you haven't rested since we walked earlier. Let's take a break. Okay? Yiling Shuang looked at Jiang Chen with a watery face of anticipation. Yiling Shuang was so considerate. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. It's a scenic spot. It's a long way to the highway. Really need to take a break. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't hold it halfway and got Yiling Shuang down. Honey, sit down next to me so I can get a good look at you and why you're so handsome. Yiling Shuang said with a red face. This sudden shift made Jiang Chen somewhat unable to react. Sitting next to the side is next to the side. But also to see. LOL. This fierce sister's nymphomania is not a bad thing. However, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Being alone with a beautiful woman was something he was happy to do. Sitting next to Yiling Shuang, he was looked at by Yiling Shuang and was furious. Sister Lingfeng, don't look at me so naked. I'm a bit scared. Scared? Yiling Shuang's hand moved away and caressed Jiang Chen's face, then sent her lips over with her eyes closed. Bo. Stamping on Jiang Chen's lips, she shyly asked, like this, are you still afraid? Jiang Chen subconsciously wiped his lips, so fragrant. Seeing Jiang Chen's movement to interrupt, Yiling Shuang once again turned her face sideways and held Jiang Chen's head with both hands in a gentle conveyance. Jiang Chen was a bit overwhelmed when he saw Yiling Shuang kissing himself without moving, and it was even mandatory. Could it be that other hot women are the same? At that moment, Yiling Shuang let go and put Jiang Chen's hand on her soft waist, saying tenderly, hubby, hold me so I'm not afraid. Sure enough, Yiling Shuang's soft waist was the big killer. As soon as his hand touched this place, Jiang Chen's head went blank. Yiling Shuang also fell into Jiang Chen's arms obediently, her head resting on her thigh. So secure. Feel it with your eyes closed. The breeze was unusually pleasant. Honey, the view and air are so nice here. Looking at the lights by the lake, she raised her head to look at Jiang Chen, and said with a yearning heart, if only, in the future, I could come here with you every day. Jiang Chen was silent. This ferocious sister. This is a way to make him stay with her. I'll come with you later if you want. Really? Yiling Shuang had an excited face. Of course it's true. I haven't lied to you since I was a kid. Thinking of the past and then Jiang Chen's promise, Yiling Shuang couldn't help but reach out her hand, pulling Jiang Chen's head down and pressing her lips to it. Woohoo! Jiang Chen was confused. This woman, how come she can't move without forcing a kiss? Don't you know, she's a girl? Yiling Shuang didn't care about that much, already identified with Jiang Chen. Why should he suppress his inner thoughts? She felt that every inch of her body, every part of her body would be Jiang Chen's from now on. Now while you're young, then love with abandon. Don't let yourself be sorry. Yiling Shuang demanded a kiss in such an overbearing manner. So where could Jiang Chen withstand the temptation? The hands and mouth began to respond as well. Both were gentle. Nothing like the rough, demanding kisses of today. In this moment, both of them experienced each other's emotions with all their hearts. So cozy. Love with all your heart. It really feels different. Jiang Chen felt that this person was light and airy. In the back of his mind, there wasn't a single distraction either. At this moment, he only wanted to own Yiling Shuang and give Yiling Shuang all his love. Yiling Shuang's heart was happy to see Jiang Chen responding so well. She felt that Jiang Chen recognized her. After all, the first 2 times, Jiang Chen had resisted, but now he was still responding so gently. This relationship had taken another step forward. The glorious moment of cultivating offspring with Jiang Chen was coming. Well, we'll leave Jiang Chen to sleep at home later, so maybe we'll have accomplished our goal. The two were oblivious. It didn't let go until a visitor came in. At this moment, both of them felt that each other's state of mind had been elevated. Feelings, moreover, have been warmed up. Looking at the late day and the dark clouds covering all the stars, Yiling Shuang was deeply afraid of rain and thunder and said to Jiang Chen, hubby, let's go home, okay? Jiang Chen looked at the time. It was already 10:30. It is indeed time to go home. So he stood up, crouched down, and held Yiling Shuang in his arms. Yiling Shuang looked shy and squirmed. Hubby, people are watching. Your feet are sore and you should not walk. Jiang Chen's tone was tough. This silly husband, people are pretending. Yiling Shuang felt guilty, but it was not good to say it at this time. Moreover, in her heart, She really liked Jiang Chen to hug. The two of them walked out of the pavilion. Seeing people looking at them with strange gazes, Yi Lingshuang's face flushed red. Honey, how about a back instead? Your hands will get sore if you pick it up. Back? Jiang Chen thought about it and thought it would work. After all, as good as his physical strength was, it was still a bit of a strain to carry Yi Lingshuang for almost a kilometer. So, slowly Yi Lingshuang put it down and let it hold his neck to his back. The two walked the lakeside path, weaving in and out of people. Yi Lingshuang had a sweet face. Honey, there's a stand selling cold drinks up ahead. I want ice cream. Well, I'll buy it for you when we get there, Jiang Chen said gently. Arriving at the small cold drink store, the boss's wife saw Yi Lingshuang on Jiang Chen's back and asked with concern, "What's wrong with the little girl?" "It's just that my feet are sore, and my husband is feeling sorry for me, so he's carrying me on his back for a while." "Your husband is so nice. Just now I saw a girl is also walking sour, walking tired. Let his husband buy a bottle of water to drink, cannot spare." Hey, as Jiang Chen listened, why did he feel so strange? This boss's wife, she's promoting something from her store, right? "Boss lady, give us 2 ice creams." "Okay." The boss's wife smiled with her eyebrows and took 2 sticks and handed them to Yi Lingshuang. $30. Yes. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone to pay, and Yi Lingshuang joyfully opened the ice cream on her back and took a bite, barking and savoring it. After she was satisfied, she remembered that her silly husband hadn't eaten yet, so she asked, "Hubby, would it be okay to feed you?" "Okay." $15 for an ice cream. Jiang Chen could be heartbroken. This boss really knows how to do business. Yi Lingshuang began to remove the lid of the ice cream for Jiang Chen, and then sent it to the mouth of. "Honey, is it good?" "It's okay, a little sweet and a little astringent with chocolate." "Isn't chocolate supposed to be sweet?" Yi Lingshuang was curious. They both took different flavors of ice cream. Pure chocolate is a little bitter, not sweet. Is that right? Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. She hadn't really eaten chocolate with high purity, growing up without chocolate. To be exact, celebrities are very body conscious, and eating chocolate can be addictive and fattening. Her agent and life assistant won't let her have it. She also didn't want her body to get fat and was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't want her, so she obediently didn't eat. Yi Lingshuang fed Jiang Chen ice cream on her back as the two of them talked and laughed as they walked, spreading dog food along the way. The couples passing by all had mixed feelings, especially gay men. At that moment, their girlfriends looked at them with sultry eyes, because they envied Yi Lingshuang. The boyfriend carried it, not only without any complaints, but also with a look of joy. And their own boyfriends, not only don't want to carry them, they call them tired, more tired than they are. That's the gap. Why is it that all good boyfriends are someone else's? Yi Lingshuang saw those female compatriots casting envious gazes, and that small vanity was satisfied like never before. At this moment, she knew how important it was to have a good husband. If you make a bad choice and get ripped off by people every day, your life will be ruined. The two talked and laughed all the way to the curb. Jiang Chen didn't put down Yi Lingshuang, just now, being watched by those people. At first, he felt a little embarrassed, but when he saw the complicated eyes of those male compatriots, and the female comrades looking at Yi Lingshuang's eyes, full of envy, he knew that he had given Yi Lingshuang a long face. Well, when Yi Lingshuang was happy, he was also happy, so he simply carried it on his back and waited for a cab on the side of the road. Since it's nighttime, at this time of year, it's when the tourists are dispersing, so the cabs by the West Lake aren't very good. Waited about 10 minutes for a cab. It was 11:30 when I arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood. "Honey, I'll walk by myself." Yi Lingshuang was really afraid that Jiang Chen would hug her again, and that would be too embarrassing, because this neighborhood has the possibility of meeting Jiang Chen's acquaintances, and is deeply afraid of being scolded for being pretentious. After all, he will have to live here in the future. Yi Lingshuang had just gotten off the bus, remembering that she had let Jiang Chen carry her all night. If the walk was normal, would Jiang Chen be angry? After thinking for a moment, Yi Lingshuang decided to come clean. After all, this is your husband. Lovers must be sincere. Jiang Chen saw Yi Lingshuang stop and not move. Puzzled, he asked, "Sister Lingfeng, what's wrong?" That husband, just now I lied to you." Jiang Chen was curious. What was this chick doing? Fooled me about what? My leg is over at West Lake. It's pretty much healed, and I'm letting you carry me on purpose. Yi Lingshuang lowered her head and said shyly, "I know. You know?" Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen with her eyes wide open in shock. "Yeah, over at the little gazebo." "So, then why are you still carrying me so far?" Yi Lingshuang was nervous. "Go." Jiang Chen didn't answer. "Isn't it obvious? You don't want to walk, so I'll carry you." Looking at Jiang Chen's departing back, Yi Lingshuang's heart warmed. Is this the lover? It's really warm to see through and not talk through and match yourself. Little warmer. You're only 18. And you're so knowledgeable. Love it, love it. She trotted over and held Jiang Chen's hand. Hubby, you're so nice. I feel like I'm so happy. Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. This fierce woman. So easily moved. How does one get around this entertainment industry and not get abducted by other men when they are so easily moved? In fact, Jiang Chen had really overthought it. As a top 985 university student in Kyoto, the IQ is nothing to sneeze at. Therefore, she also only pampered Jiang Chen and only showed her smiling face to him. The suitors were never treated with a straight face, let alone smiled at them. The two took the elevator to the rented house. Changing into his house shoes, Jiang Chen turned his head to Yi Lingshuang and asked, Sister Lingshuang, do you want to take a bath? Well, it needs to be washed. Yi Ling answered, then walked over to Jiang Chen and asked quietly, what about you, husband? I'll do it after you wash it. Yi Lingshuang's face reddened. Hubby, then why don't we wash it together? Wash them together? Jiang Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang incredulously. Hubby, isn't it late now? Wash up together and rest early. Yi Lingshuang said with a red face. It's also really a little smart-ass ghost that makes sense and is actually flawless. Jiang Chen's heart moved. The thought of that image of the two made his heart beat dramatically faster. But soon he thought of a realistic and brutal problem. The bathroom is a bit small, so two people can't really fit. Jiang Chen was helpless and waved his tears in rejection. Sister Spirit Frost, the place is too small. Did Jiang Chen mean that he didn't reject it, but instead was looking forward to it? Yi Lingshuang was greatly pleased. That's a step up in the relationship. It seems that the wish for later is still possible. She doesn't sweat the small stuff anymore either. What about having a night of time tips? So, running to the room, he grabbed Jiang Chen's big shirt and headed over to the restroom. Looking at the restroom, it does seem a little small. It really seems like it's a good idea to find a bigger house, and the shower has to be big enough for two people. Yi Lingshuang secretly calculated in her heart. Then start taking off your clothes and start scrubbing yourself. This time, she was very serious. After all, something good might come out of the night. It can't be flawed in any way. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and picked up his cell phone to read the news. Today, Yi Lingshuang's affair with him had blown up big time. Nowadays, the internet is full of news about him and Yi Lingshuang. Even his home address and what he did when he was a kid have been picked up. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. These reporters, they were also too powerful. Watching the news that pointed out that Yi Lingshuang was very violent as a child and liked to beat him up. Moreover, someone was using this to bring rhythm to blacken Yi Lingfeng. Jiang Chen felt a bit speechless. Yi Lingshuang also just bullied him. Didn't hurt anyone, okay? Now that they're together. Is that a black mark? Hitting is loving, or growing up, and now they're still together. It's a real hobby, isn't it? These reporters, who want to be black can't even be black enough. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to comment. Keep reading the comments. Roll down and see that someone notices. Who the hell said it was a black spot? The two have been fighting since they were kids and they're still together. That's true love. What did I do wrong? I just want to see the black spots of the goddess. How is it that the old man is fed a ration? Chief, get your ass out here. I'm only 16, and I'm actually being fed a wave of dog food? What an abomination. People were caught off guard by the dog food and angry editors. After reading half of the comments, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile as well. These fans of Yi Lingshuang, other than some who said that the goddess had turned black when she had a man, the others were still very loving. Look through the rest of the news. The Blackleaf Spirit Frost manuscript is still quite large. Jiang Chen recognized that some of them were called by Yi Lingshuang's competitors. Once, he had seen someone hacking Yi Lingshuang's indiscretions in life, and he had checked the LP and even hacked into the other party's computer, learning that the person behind the scenes was the female number 2 who had once worked with Yi Lingshuang. That time, the female number 2 was not convinced that Yi Lingshuang, a newcomer, was the female number 1, so the people let those new media hack indiscriminately. Jiang Chen used computer technology to directly expose this matter. The second female was forced to apologize before it ended. That guy recently got a godfather with a pretty strong background, but because of Yi Lingshuang's dedication, the role that was set to be hers ended up being replaced by Yi Lingshuang, making her very upset, and she would blackmail Yi Lingshuang whenever she caught him. She used those self-publishing accounts, and Jiang Chen had already gotten a good feel for them. However, nowadays she's not so much a mindless hacker, but uses a neutral character to disgust people. And many unknown people's impression of Yi Lingshuang was precisely corrupted by these so-called neutral remarks. Yi Lingshuang came in after taking a shower in the bathroom and wiping her hair. Jiang Chen was so mesmerized watching the news that she tiptoed to the back. Well, inside is her news. Someone in the news said that Jiang Chen didn't deserve Yi Lingshuang. What does a freshman know? Hair is not even growing. Jiang Chen was furious, so the two of them started arguing. In the end the man conceded and ran away, and Jiang Chen was smug. After disliking people away, Jiang Chen was still there narcissistically praising himself. The youngest brother is handsome and unbeatable. Definitely a top-notch, perfect match. Seeing this, Yi Lingshuang had a black line on her face. It turns out that Jiang Chen in the network is actually so self-absorbed, cloaked in a vest of fancy compliments to himself. Yi Jiang Chen won. No one disliked him, and comfortably put his hand on the back of his neck, ready to stretch. Suddenly, the hand seemed to touch cold, thin silk. Curious, Jiang Chen picked up his hand and once again turned in a circle to grab it and give it a tug. Aha! Yi Lingshuang screamed in pain, frightening Jiang Chen into standing up in a hurry. Turning his head, he only saw Yi Lingshuang looking at himself with a grudging face. Honey, what are you doing? Yi Lingshuang stroked her hair that had been caught by Jiang Chen with an aggrieved face. Sorry too. Jiang Chen was a bit flustered. Yi Lingshuang, when did you come out? How come there is no sound at all? Yi Lingshuang deflated her mouth unhappily. Hubby, you pulled my hair. What do you say? Listening to this meaning, Yi Lingshuang is blackmailing? Jiang Chen's eyes gurgled and turned will, and said weakly, Sister Lingshuang, why don't we accompany you to tour West Lake next time? Going on a tour of West Lake again? Didn't you already promise? Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen with a crooked little head cooing. What do you want then? Jiang Chen knew that it was going to take a lot of blood, and he still couldn't take Yi Lingshuang. After all, he really pulled Yi Lingshuang's hair. Yi Lingshuang had a sinister smile on her face, looking at Jiang Chen's scalp. What bad idea has this murderous sister come up with? Sister Spirit Frost, don't smile so wickedly. I'm afraid. Be good. Yi Lingshuang tenderly stroked Jiang Chen's face. Go take a bath first. I'll tell you when you're done. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling that it might be miserable later, but there's nothing that can be done about it today. Better get in the shower first. Just now at the West Lake, carrying Yi Lingshuang on his back, coupled with the sweltering weather, his body was already uncomfortable. So, wash it and soldier on in water is the way to go. Went to the bedroom to get a change of clothes and got into the bathroom. Boys shower. Naturally, not so much. 5 minutes. Rinsed the body, and it was fine. When he changed into his pajamas and walked out the door, he only saw Yi Lingshuang looking at him with a smile on her face. Jiang Chen also noticed that Yi Lingshuang's hair was still wet. Looking at Yi Lingshuang's impish look, Jiang Chen knew what was going on. Shaking his head helplessly, he went to get the hair dryer and comb out. Sister Lingfeng, sit down. I'll blow dry your hair. Yi Lingshuang didn't sit down. Instead she stretched out her hands and took Jiang Chen's hairdryer, saying tenderly, Hubby, I'll blow you first. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Is the sun coming out of the west? However, it was so hard to enjoy Yi Lingshuang's service. He wasn't polite. When he was ready to enjoy himself, Yi Lingshuang's gentle voice came from his ears. Hubby, go to the dressing table in the bedroom. Why are you going there? Jiang Chen didn't understand. Honey, I want to blow dry your hair, Yi Lingshuang said shyly, justified and convincing. No, what's with the haircut in the middle of the night? This chick, she must be thinking of some bad idea. Jiang Chen's heart was furtive. Yi Lingshuang could see that Jiang Chen didn't believe in it, and thought in her head, it's a big night now. What kind of hairstyle do you need? This reason is really a bit of bullshit, and hastily said, Hubby, I just want you to see how my skills are. If I blow dry it later, you won't need to go out and get your hair done. That's a lousy reason. Jiang Chen inwardly spat. If you know that Yi Lingshuang has something to do and you still go, then you have a hole in your head. So she said, Sister Spirit Frost, can you blow me in the morning? Let's blow it here on the couch today. Yi Lingshuang beamed and muttered in her heart, this stupid brother, why is he disobedient again? Alas, Jiang Chen wasn't willing to go, so Yi Lingshuang didn't nag. Letting Jiang Chen sit down, he began to blow up. Yi Lingshuang was blow drying her hair, but Jiang Chen was having a hard time, because Yi Lingshuang's pair of long legs were always dangling in front of her. Today, having fallen prey to Yi Lingshuang many times, it was a bit on fire. So, a scene from watching a rom-com comes to mind. At this time, those male protagonists should just get up, pick up Yi Lingshuang and put him on the bed, and viciously say, Demon, watch the move. Then the heavenly thunder hooked the earth fire and beat the darkness, making the female demon beg for forgiveness. Thinking of that scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but measure Yi Lingshuang. I wish I could be the hero for once. Yi Lingshuang noticed that Jiang Chen's eyes weren't right and that his breathing was a bit heavy, and snickered. Silly husband, I thought you were sitting on your ass and thinking about getting you in the bedroom. Humbug. I didn't realize that you had your day. Yi Lingshuang was pleased, so she sped up the hot air gear of the hairdryer. Less than 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen's hair was blow-dried. "Honey, blow-dry my hair for me." Yiling Shuang's sweet voice came, so naturally Jiang Chen wouldn't refuse. Standing up, he ruffled Yiling Shuang's hair. "Sister Lingfeng, sit down. I'm going to the bedroom. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll just lie down when you're done blowing." When the words fell, she didn't care if Jiang Chen was willing or not, and went directly to sit at the dresser. Jiang Chen was helpless. Grab the hairdryer and step inside. He stood at Yiling Shuang's back and stood tall, taking in the scenery of Yiling Shuang's chest. He also noticed that Yellen Frost was missing a snap and looked clearer. "Is this a fucking hairdryer or a football game?" Jiang Chen was teased by Yiling Shuang. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Yiling Shuang was puzzled when she saw Jiang Chen delaying blowing his hair. "Sister Lingfeng, please button up your clothes." Jiang Chen was helpless. "You mean this?" Yiling Shuang also tugged at her clothes, and it was even more clearly visible. Jiang Chen hurriedly turned his face away. It's not that he doesn't want to see it, but he's afraid he can't help it. "Honey, it looks like the buttons on this shirt of yours have fallen off." Jiang Chen was confused. "Buttoned down? I haven't worn this dress a couple times. Is the quality that bad?" Yiling Shuang laughed in her heart. "Silly husband, I'm the one who ripped the buttons off." "Oh, well, it's all for the benefit of you. You have to understand my good intentions. Sister Lingfeng, take a hanky to block it." Jiang Chen can't help it. There is really no way for him to calm down and do something. "Are you thinking I'm ugly and polluting your eyes?" Yiling Shuang blackened her face to find fault. "This silly husband, not looking at such a good one. You're designated as a little bit sick, having been given a big hat. How could Jiang Chen still dare to nag? Sister Spirit Frost, if you like this, so be it." Yiling Shuang was satisfied, and wanted this. "Hurry up. I'm a little sleepy." Jiang Chen opened the hairdryer and started the blowing. Yiling Shuang's hair was long, so she needed Jiang Chen to grab it with his hands, but also because of the need to grip it with his hands. The droplets of water from his hair fell onto Yiling Shuang's balls, adding a different kind of allure that made Jiang Chen calm down. Blowing out the hair of such an actress is really killing me. After more than 10 minutes, finally Yiling Shuang's hair was blown out. But Jiang Chen also felt deflated. In the future, this kind of thing must not happen again. "Sister Spirit Frost, you sleep in the bedroom today. I'll deal with a bowl on the couch." Hearing Jiang Chen say that, Yiling Shuang wasn't surprised at all. Caressing her soft hair, she stood up and turned around to look at Jiang Chen with a burning gaze. "Honey, how is this good? The house is yours. How can I sleep alone?" Jiang Chen's face jumped straight up. "What does this chick want? Honey, do you think this is a good idea? We'll both sleep in the bed together." The words fell and saw Jiang Chen blush. Thinking that Jiang Chen couldn't accept it, he quickly said, "We'll sleep with our clothes on." Yiling Shuang thought to herself at this time, "You are sleeping with such a beauty in your arms. I don't believe that you can still calm down. Well, as long as you have a little desire." Humbug, and I got my wish. Today's Yiling Shuang knew that against Jiang Chen, she couldn't be tough. It's the next best thing, even though it's quicker to see results when you do it the hard way. She had to make Jiang Chen's heart willing. That's the best strategy. Yiling Shuang thought wickedly in her heart, but when she saw Jiang Chen staring blankly at herself, her hand couldn't help but reach out, pulling Jiang Chen's hand and saying, "Hubby, this is a big bed. The two of us can sleep in it. If you sleep on the couch, it will affect your sleep. And what if you get confused in military training tomorrow and get scolded by the instructor?" Yiling Shuang's voice just fell. The sky suddenly came rumbling thunder. Yiling Shuang's face changed drastically as she shook off Jiang Chen's hand and jumped onto the bed in shock, picking up the quilt to cover herself tightly. Looking at Yiling Shuang, who was shivering under the quilt, Jiang Chen's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly jumped up as well, hugging Yiling Shuang tightly. Yiling Shuang had been afraid of thunder since she was a child. "Once when I was a child, Yiling Shuang's mom and dad were out of town, and it was raining heavily at home, with a lot of thunder. Yiling Shuang cried loudly at home. His grandmother ran over and took Yiling Shuang to live in her house. At that time, his grandfather happened to be sick and needed to be taken care of, so his grandmother let him sleep with Yiling Shuang. At that time, Yiling Shuang was curled up in Jiang Chen's arms, shivering. Therefore, when Jiang Chen heard the sound of thunder, the first thing he did was run to hug Yiling Shuang. "Sister Lingfeng, don't be afraid. I'm here." Yiling Shuang poked her head out from the covers, then hugged Jiang Chen tightly and wowed, "Husband." Jiang Chen heartily patted Yiling Shuang's back. "Alright, it's alright, I'm here." Yiling Shuang hugged Jiang Chen tightly, her eyes full of tears, and said with a supplicating face, "Hubby, don't leave. Hold me and sleep, okay?" Aha! Jiang Chen was not going to leave. How hard Yiling Shuang cried when she was a child was still fresh in her mind at this time. He didn't want Yiling Shuang to wake up crying in his sleep. Jiang Chen said gently. Sister Lingfeng, I'll hold you to sleep. Thanks hubby. Yi Lingshuang was touched. This husband, he's still reliable. Thinking of that scene just now, Yi Lingshuang felt some regret in her heart. At that time, how do you get under the covers? Hubby's right next to you. You should be in his arms. However, the fact that Jiang Chen had gotten into bed to hug her in the first place warmed her heart. That's when the thunder rumbled again. Yi Lingshuang closed her eyes and hugged Jiang Chen tightly, as if she was afraid that Jiang Chen would leave. It wasn't until the thunder weakened and was completely gone that she poked her head out of Jiang Chen's arms. Seeing Yi Lingshuang's careful face, Jiang Chen was heartbroken. What did this girl go through when she was a child? Why is she so afraid of thunder? Kids in their part of the world, boys and girls alike, have a lot of guts. When it rained, each lay at the window listening to the thunder and watching the lightning. Children as young as 3 years old dared to go out into the neighborhood and catch cockroaches, ants, and caterpillars. Only Yi Lingshuang, somewhat unlike the children of the southwest, is not only afraid of thunder, but also of all these small insects. Yi Lingshuang tidied up her mood, and also removed the hair scattered on her cheeks, and asked shyly, hubby, how long has it been since we slept together? Yi Lingshuang said it so ambiguously. How could Jiang Chen instantly pick up the conversation? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen smiled and said, Sister Lingshuang, aren't we sleeping together now? Yi Lingshuang's face reddened once again. Her hands once again hugged Jiang Chen tightly and said shyly, hubby, in the future, I want to have you with me every day and night. Is that okay? The feeling of me holding you in my arms as you sleep. Jiang Chen could feel Yi Lingshuang's reliance on him and had a strong love for him. He started counting his school days. Classes start at 8 o'clock and it takes 10 minutes to get from here to the school by taxi without traffic. If there is a traffic jam, it will take a long time. After all, it's the center of town and there are a lot of cars. Jiang Chen was calculating the time and how not to be late, so he didn't answer. And Yi Lingshuang thought that Jiang Chen didn't like her, and her face, which was still somewhat expectant, gradually dimmed. However, she was not a pessimist. Life is still so long. Also, she is confident in her charisma and face value. Jiang Chen will absolutely fall in love with her. Thinking about it, she was suddenly a little thankful for the thunder just now. It was thunder that managed to keep Jiang Chen. It was a long night, and she still had plenty of chances. So both were silent, wrapping their arms around each other, listening to each other's breathing and heartbeats. After a long time, Yi Lingshuang still couldn't hold back a bit. It's the last night. Jiang Chen is going to school tomorrow and has to attend training. If you want to meet again, you'll have to wait until 15 days from now. Thinking that time was so long and tonight was so short, Yi Lingshuang gently pushed down Jiang Chen and said, hubby, I can't sleep. When the words fell out, seeing Jiang Chen's lack of response, she said again, hubby, I can't sleep. Still no response. Yi Lingshuang could only gently remove her hand from under Jiang Chen's head and looked at him carefully. Jiang Chen's eyes were closed and his breathing was very regular. Apparently, asleep. Yi Lingshuang was furious. Sleeping with such a beauty in your arms? This man, too, is too extreme. In fact, Yi Lingshuang had really wronged Jiang Chen. Last night, Jiang Chen hadn't slept well since Yi Lingshuang's arrival. Today, accompanied Yi Lingshuang for a few hours of shopping. After a good meal, we went back to West Lake for a stroll. It also carried Yi Lingshuang on its back for a few miles. Even an Iron Man can't stand it. Plus, I had just taken a hot bath, so I was sleeping soundly at the moment. Jiang Chen was already asleep, and Yi Lingshuang couldn't bear to wake him up. Looking at Jiang Chen's handsome face, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but go for a kiss. So handsome. It's so fragrant. Yi Lingshuang giggled, then hugged Jiang Chen tightly. Drowsiness set in and a deep sleep settled in as well. I don't know how long it was, but in a daze I heard someone talking. Sister Spirit Frost, I love you. Yi Lingshuang slowly opened her eyes. Only Jiang Chen's mouth could be seen still smiling, looking somewhat evil. Is this a dream? After calling out a few times, Jiang Chen didn't answer. Obviously, Jiang Chen was dreaming, which made Yi Lingshuang's heart stutter and giggle as she looked at Jiang Chen, smiling so slyly. What did you do with me in your dream? At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice sounded once again. Sister Lingshuang, I actually love you too. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang's heart burst with joy. This stupid husband loves me too? Sitting up, looking at Jiang Chen's giggling appearance, both hands covered her hot cheeks and muttered, if you love me, then boldly say it. Why do you only say it in your dreams? Jiang Chen was indeed dreaming. At this time, in the dream, Yi Lingshuang was as gentle as water and considerate. He loves it so much. Sister Spirit Frost, from now on, you have to be so gentle, okay? I'm scared of you. When Yi Lingshuang heard this, she felt a little guilty in her heart. Jiang Chen, indeed, was afraid of her. Looking at the happy smile at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, she knew that her dream must have been very tender. Jiang Chen, like himself in the dream, she gently stamped on Jiang Chen's lips and said, "Hubby, I love you. In the future, I will change and I will definitely not hit you again." At this moment, Yiling Shuang felt that she had found the key to happiness. Jiang Chen, like the gentle her. Moreover, from the smile on Jiang Chen's face, one could tell that the two must have done something indescribable in their dream. Thinking of this, Yiling Shuang immediately turned red with shame. This silly husband, I don't want it in reality. I have to find it in my dreams. What an idiot. Although Yiling Shuang said this, her heart was sweet. In the dream, since Jiang Chen was willing to do that kind of thing with her, it meant that the relationship between the two had heated up. With a little extra effort, the reality of the wish is achieved. Thinking of the wish in her heart, and then recalling what Jiang Chen had just said in her dream, Yiling Shuang secretly vowed in her heart, "Hubby, I'll try my best to learn to be a good wife who can get up to the hall and down to the kitchen, and who can still call that at night, and I'll make you the happiest man in the world." Yiling Shuang's oath had just come down, only to see Jiang Chen giggling. Obviously, having just gotten high in the dream, he was in a beautiful mood at this time, which made Yiling Shuang cry a little. This silly husband, he doesn't want it in real life. He has to have it in his dreams. At this moment, she really wanted to walk into Jiang Chen's dream. Look at how majestic Jiang Chen is in his dreams. Looking on, Jiang Chen stopped laughing before Yiling Shuang secretly kissed Jiang Chen and fondly reclined on the bed. "But I can't sleep. I'm tossing and turning." His mind was full of thoughts about what happened in Jiang Chen's dream. Did he, by any chance, do those things? Thinking that way, her mind went to the image of the hero and heroine fighting in a rom-com. That image lingers in the mind. He touched his rolling cheeks and scratched his head vigorously. "Silly husband, I hate you." Yiling Shuang huffed and puffed. "It was so hard that I had to run to the bathroom and take a cool shower with my eyes closed." He didn't come out of the restroom until he had suppressed the fire in his heart. Rechanging into a large shirt and lying down, he hugged Jiang Chen tightly. But somehow, thoughts of rom-com heroes and heroines fighting were all over my head. It's lingering. Come on, since I can't sleep anymore. Auntie, I won't sleep, okay? Yiling Shuang huffed and puffed as she got up from the big bed, walked to the living room, and turned on her cell phone, which had been turned off. Today, she was touring Westlake with Jiang Chen, and her cell phone had been turned off in order not to be disturbed. The agent can't be found and should be going crazy already. The phone opened and the chat app did ding 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 ding. When I opened it and looked at it, there were no less than 100 messages pouring out. Some from her agent, some from some close friends, and from her parents. The first thing Yiling Shuang chose to look at was Mom and Dad's messages. "Missy, how are you and little Morning doing there? Are you used to living there? Xiao Chen is going to school. Do you want Mommy to come and cook for you?" After reading her mom's message, Yiling Shuang's heart was warm. It's still Mom. No matter what happens, only Mom thinks about herself. Quickly message Mom back and tell her not to come. Nowadays, the two of them want to live as a couple. The message had just been sent and Mom came right on the video. Yiling Shuang was a bit confused. Why is your mom up in the middle of the night? Flustered, he straightened his clothes. Damn, she got the shirt buttons off, so she moved the doorstop a little closer before accepting the video. The video is of a woman who appears to be in her mid to late 40s wearing loungewear. Missy, you're still awake? Mom, why are you still up too? Your dad was drinking with a client and just got back. The woman's eyes looked left and right. Where's Morn? He's asleep. So, the women didn't ask many questions. Suddenly, her face darkened when she saw that Yiling Shuang's clothes were not her own, but Jiang Chen's, and there was a button missing. Missy, are you bullying little Morning again? Mom, where is it? Yiling Shuang felt aggrieved. She was the one who was bullied by Jiang Chen, making her unable to sleep in the middle of the night. Missy, girls should be gentle. Don't always think about bullying Xiao Chen. What a nice kid Xiao Chen is, to be beaten away by you. Let's see who can stand your violent temper. Yiling Shuang felt even more aggrieved. Why does your mom speak for Jiang Chen? I'm obviously the real one. I know, Mom. I won't hit him anymore. Well, be sure to be gentle. By the way, you need to learn to be pampered. That kid, little Morning, doesn't like strong women. Yiling Shuang was saying in her heart. Is this her own mother? Why are you turning your arm outward? After chatting with her mom for a while, Yiling Shuang read the agent's message. The message was nothing more than that the two of them were too high profile and are now blacked out all over the internet. The headlines are all over them in social media and the number of followers keeps dropping. Tell her to take it easy. After reading the message, Yiling Shuang didn't reply. I'm sure that agent of his will be up all night, and he'll have to babble on endlessly. In this case, she felt she was right. What's wrong with falling in love? So, Start reading those messages from your friends. These are the people who want to know what's going on. Yiling Shuang saw that her best friend had also sent a message, and after thinking about it, she still replied. The BFF came by the video soon after. Honey, where have you been? The phone is off. WeChat doesn't return. Did you guys elope to the moon to pick stars? If only there were stars. Yiling Shuang lazily and listlessly said. Rubbing her eyes, she asked curiously to her best friend. Honey, why aren't you asleep yet? I'm playing king and I can't get up all the time. It pisses me off. When the woman finished, she seemed to think of something and exclaimed in shock. Honey, I'm not talking to you. I'm still in the game. Crap, I'm going to get reported. Yiling Shuang had a black face. How neurotic is this guy? He's obviously in a game and he's actually videoing himself. 3 seconds of silence for her teammates. Soon after, this BFF messaged again. Honey, if I lose, you have to stay with me until I get to king, or else you won't be able to sleep with your little husband either. The corners of Yiling Shuang's mouth twitched. Is this going to be a bad idea? However, it just so happens that I can't sleep nowadays. So let's play with this sister. Playing king? She's a thief. In the past few years, without Jiang Chen's company, she played games when she was idle. And so the two stunning beauties set out to conquer the game. A head, 2 heads, 3 heads. My best friend is over there excitedly exclaiming that it's worthy of a big star with a high IQ and a prestigious university. It's really great to pick up heads after you. This wave of Operation 666, the king that she had been unable to get on. Yiling Shuang had accompanied her more than 10 times and finally became one. However, Yiling Shuang didn't back down, but kept playing and forced her to play. In the game, Yiling Shuang kills and decisively kills whoever he goes up against. Look at the BFF in a daze. She, feeling Yiling Shuang has a killing gas. In the past Yiling Shuang operation, although it is very bull, but there is no this killing gas. Yiling Shuang was not happy in his heart, so it's just these guys to take it out on. Playing around, it's dawn. The BFF was exhausted from dragging her around. Honey, your wife and I are very tired today, and we've lost enough that we really can't play anymore. Play again and I might have to drop a level. Don't you dare leave. Believe it or not, I'll make you drop right back to bronze. The girlfriend was instantly refreshed, rubbed her eyes, and continued the battle. Jiang Chen woke up and went to the living room to see Yiling Shuang playing King of Kings on her cell phone with her full attention. This sister, when did she know how to play this game? Sister Spirit Frost, why did you wake up so early? Yiling Shuang, who was playing the game, heard Jiang Chen's voice and was so happy that she directly threw away her cell phone, walked over to Jiang Chen's side, and pulled Jiang Chen's hand. Hubby, you're awake? Hungry? I'll go make you breakfast. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Why had Yiling Shuang become so attentive? You don't have to work so hard. There are breakfast sellers right in front of the neighborhood, clean and hygienic. Jiang Chen's voice had just fallen when a woman's heartbreakingly angry voice came from the sofa. Yiling Shuang, you've caused me to fall to silver. I'm going to cut you off. How tragic. Jiang Chen mourned for this woman in his cell phone, meeting such a pitiful teammate as Yiling Shuang. Honey, I'm going to get you breakfast. Yiling Shuang happily walked towards the door. Sister Spirit Frost, your clothes. Yiling Shuang looked down. Still wearing Jiang Chen's shirt from yesterday. Going out like this, it's bound to be another big headline tomorrow. Cheap people. That's not good. Embarrassed to return home. I'll get it. Jiang Chen went to buy breakfast, and Yiling Shuang picked up her cell phone. The BFF and the tweets turned on her in a fit of accusation. Heavy on the sex. Can't tell the difference when the husband comes around. Quiet. Isn't it just the king? I'll just put you on sometime. Although Yiling Shuang said in a domineering manner, she was a little panicked in her heart. It must be hard to swing this BFF who regards the king as her life. Humph. Do you think it's easy for me? After playing for so long and finally getting on king, you actually made me drop straight to silver. I hate you. Don't be so quick to hate. My husband is a thief at playing games. If he takes you, it won't take a while for you to get to king. Your husband, the brat? He's that powerful? Don't underestimate people. My husband is not only a schoolmaster, but also a master of the king, and today he has the highest segment king of glory. Honey, then get your husband to take me. Who just said they were going to cut me off? Yiling Shuang became arrogant. It was good to have a bullish husband. It's blown. Though, this husband of his own was a bronze 3 years ago. Combined with the tightness of high school, it's probably not even a bronze with a couple dozen diamonds at this point. But that doesn't stop her from bragging. After all, Jiang Chen was about to leave for school and wouldn't see him until half a month later. There's no place to verify the BFF. Well, this half month she put in effort. Maybe she could become the king of glory, and then she could blow another wave with her girlfriends. It's wonderful to think about. My best friend was anxious on the other end. Yi Lingshuang is too unstable. It's not a good idea to let her carry it. No, it dropped right back to silver. And I don't know when I'll get to king. It would be different if there was a master band. So he began to curry favor with Yi Lingshuang. A deer on the left. A deer on the right. Jiang Chen bought the breakfast and quickly went to wash up. After washing up, and taking a few changes of clothes, he tenderly walked to Yi Lingshuang's side and said, Sister Lingshuang, just now I read the weather forecast. There will be rain in the next few days. And I'm not here. Why don't you go back to Kyoto first? Yi Lingshuang shook her head. I'm not going back. I want to be here with you. But I'm not coming back for half a month. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with worry. What if it thunders at night during this period? I'll call my assistant to come over and sleep with her at night. Yi Lingshuang said with a smile, looking at Jiang Chen, very refreshing and handsome. Her eyes reddened as she walked over and hugged Jiang Chen tightly. Hubby, when you go to school, you must miss me. Absolutely no womanizing. Jiang Chen cried and laughed. Military training. 17 or 18 hours a day. How can you have time for love? Still, Jiang Chen assured her, putting her mind at ease. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Yi Lingshuang's heart was sweet and happy. Coming to his password box, he took out a pack of tampons and handed it to Jiang Chen. Honey, military boots for training are hard, so you'll be more comfortable if you use this underneath. Air. Jiang Chen confused. Tampons can still be used in this way? Hubby, don't be embarrassed. It's very comfortable to pat it in military training, whether it's deep squats or running. Yi Lingshuang gently instructed. And images of her training at that time also came to mind. It's almost like training for the devil. Hangzhou University, as a 985 key university, is certainly not far behind. Jiang Chen didn't refuse this time. After all, Yi Lingshuang was a person from the past. Moreover, it was Yi Lingshuang's heart, and full of love. Thanks. Then I'm off. As Jiang Chen turned around, Yi Lingshuang's voice came. Hubby, can I have a small request? What's wrong? Can you give me a kiss? Looking at Yi Lingshuang, whose face was red and full of anticipation and fear, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, walked back, wrapped his arms around Yi Lingshuang's soft waist, and slowly lowered his head. Yi Lingshuang was excited. Jiang Chen, is this recognition of her? She slowly closed her eyes, full of joy at the momentous occasion of a turning point in history. Boo! The four thin lips touched each other. Yi Lingshuang felt like her body was electrocuted, crispy and comfortable. This was something that Jiang Chen had initiated. Unlike the past when she had initiated it, it made her feel so happy she was about to pass out. Stretching out his hands, he also put them on Jiang Chen's neck. It wasn't until they couldn't breathe that the two of them slowly let go. Looking at the red-faced Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen once again wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her for a while before saying, I'm leaving. See you in half a month. Honey, I'll wait for you to come home. Yi Lingshuang's eyes were red as if she was sending her man off to war. Her heart was actually thinking of sending Jiang Chen to school, but then she felt that even if she did, what could she do? This time, she won't be able to get into the school. Maybe if he followed, he would even add to Jiang Chen's chaos, so it was most appropriate to hold back the desire in his heart and say goodbye to Jiang Chen at home. Jiang Chen nodded, after Yi Lingshuang left the house reluctantly. Looking at Jiang Chen, who had already disappeared from sight, Yi Lingshuang's tears involuntarily flowed out, then trotted to the kitchen window. From the window, he could just see the path Jiang Chen was going to take. Looking down below, at Jiang Chen, who was carrying the clothes on his shoulders, Yi Lingshuang instantly shouted, Hubby, I'll wait for you to come back. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen couldn't hear it at all. They live on a bit of a high floor. 29. Yi Lingshuang's voice that shouted out was carried away by the wind. However, even though Jiang Chen couldn't hear it, he subconsciously turned his head and looked at the house where Yi Lingshuang lived. The distance was a bit far. Jiang Chen only saw a head poking out of the window, and waving his little hand at him, his mouth saying something. This silly girl, so high up, I can't hear you. Could it be something? Then why don't you call? Jiang Chen lingered for a moment, scratched his head, and decided to go back up and ask. Re-arrive on the floor where you are. Yi Lingshuang, by now, was already at the door to greet him. Seeing Jiang Chen, he directly pounced over and hugged him tightly. Sister Spirit Frost, is something wrong? Yi Lingshuang didn't answer, her hands tightly wrapped around Jiang Chen's neck. Jiang Chen was confused. What was wrong with this sister? After being claimed by Yi Lingshuang for a while until she couldn't catch her breath, Yi Lingshuang let go and stammered. Hubby, when will I become your real wife? Aren't you my wife now? Jiang Chen held Yi Lingshuang tightly in his arms, then stamped on her forehead and said, when the military training is over, I'll come find you. Yi Lingshuang's heart was sweet and happy. This was considered a response. Suddenly, Yilingchuan seemed to think of something and trotted to the bedroom to take out a cell phone and hand it to Jiang Chen. Hubby, I was in the army during my military training. I can't play with my cell phone, and I don't know if Hangzhou University goes to the army too. Take this cell phone. If you're going to the army, hand yours over, leave mine, and let's video at night when you miss me. Jiang Chen laughed, thinking, what I miss you? You're the one who misses me, but look past that and be a good friend. There was a brief warmth for a while before the two let go. Until the time of leaving, Yilingchuan suddenly said that there are benefits for taking cell phone videos at night. But Lin Fan doesn't know any benefits. But there's no time for that, so I don't bother to ask and quickly run towards the school. Hangzhou University, on the playground. Today is the first day of military training, so you need to assemble at the playground. Listen to the instructor lecturing. When the instructor said that the military training was not at school, but in the army, all faces turned green. Going to the army represents cruelty. 15 days, and a very serious problem occurred to them. That is, the phone must be turned in and not played with. The instructor doesn't give everyone a chance to protest. They were told to pack up their things for washing and got on the shuttle bus to leave. No one dares to skip military training, because everyone is a college student now and knows what military training represents. Don't you dare not attend, and you won't go to this college. Those who have land at home go home to farm, and those who run companies at home go home to inherit the family fortune. Shuttle bus after shuttle bus carrying freshmen, the group headed for the mountains in a big way. 3 hours later, arrived at the foot of the mountain where the troops were stationed. This is a temporary training ground for one of the army regiments. Most of the soldiers have withdrawn, leaving only a small wave here for special training. The training grounds are spacious, so the school decided to pull the freshmen in for training. All the freshmen got off the bus and looked at the desolate place. When it was seen that it was in a tent and that the beds were improvised with steel pipes and wooden planks, the whole thing was in a bad mood. Let's not talk about this place that's not in front of us. It's just this hard bed. How can I sleep? Also, it's next to the ground. What if a snake comes out and bites someone? The instructor seemed to understand everyone's concerns. Inform everyone that all around this area is sprinkled with staghorn, so snakes can't get in. As for ferocious animals, there are some, they just don't come out much. Each of them looked panicked when they heard that there were still such ferocious animals. How did this stupid military training get us out here in the middle of nowhere? The instructor stopped nagging and started collecting everyone's cell phones. Jiang Chen handed over one, and there was another. At this moment, she felt that it was still Yilingchuan who had experience. If you don't give him a spare cell phone in advance, you'll have to be a primitive for 15 days. After the instructor has collected them, the students are told to change into camouflage uniforms and then assemble at the assembly playground. Today is the first day. I know you're the pride of heaven, so I'm not asking for much. Each person carries 7 cement blocks for 5 kilometers and then runs back, just to warm up. Everyone heard this and looked at the concrete blocks on the side in unison. A brick must weigh 4 or 5 pounds. 7 pieces. That's almost 30 pounds. Everyone is confused. Run 5 kilometers and come back. But it's only the first day of military training. People don't want to be looked down upon or leave a bad impression on the instructor, so they go up and carry them away. All of them were also sweating profusely and panting after a trip. Some of the less physically fit ones simply collapsed from exhaustion. The instructor shook his head and said indifferently, "Look at your physical fitness. You're tired after only 5 kilometers? Think of our forefathers in the past, carrying 100 pounds of ammunition, traversing snowy mountains and crossing the Yellow River. And look at you guys. If we do go to war, what do you think the chances are of surviving? Get your asses out on the playground and do push-ups. 100 push-ups for one person. Double if you can't do it in the allotted time. What a fucking devil." Some people are angry, but there's nothing to be done about it. Each one was like a zombie heading over to the training ground. At 11 o'clock at night, as soon as the military training was over, everyone threw themselves headfirst into their plank beds, covering their heads and wailing. Military training is too hard, and the instructors are too cruel. Jiang Chen was also tired though. Today was the first day, so he had to have a video with Yilingchuan, and in the meantime, see what benefits Yilingchuan would give him. So, out of the tent and towards where the cell phone was hidden. The signal is really bad in the mountains. Jiang Chen took his cell phone and ran all over the mountain. Finally got a signal on a small slope. Jiang Chen excitedly opened the video in a hurry. The screen is still very stuck, but having just run through a lot of places, this is considered the best. Jiang Chen was too lazy to run. "Honey, why are you so dark there?" Yilingchuan was at home, and only saw Jiang Chen's face, the back of the dark, puzzled. "I'm on a mountain." Jiang Chen's crying face told him about today's events. Yilingchuan was also a bit disappointed to learn that Jiang Chen was in the mountains. "In the mountains? It's not convenient for the two of you to video later. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something in her mind and asked with a mysterious face, "Hubby, guess what I bought today?" "What did you buy?" Jiang Chen was curious. "I'll wear it for you." Oh. Yi Lingshuang had just gone, and the video was stuck again, so it was good to hear the sound. Jiang Chen was a bit dizzy, couldn't even see the benefits anymore. Sister Spirit Frost, it's stuck. You'd better send me photos to see. Oh, I'll take a picture to show you. When the words fell, Yi Lingshuang immediately went to the closet and took out the ones she bought today. Bras, lingerie, and sexy halter dresses. Various colors are available. Placing it on the bed, Yi Lingshuang started taking pictures. First on the list is the bra. It's purple and it looks very seductive. She chose a really good angle to shoot and sent it to Jiang Chen. "Honey, what do you think of this one?" Jiang Chen was stunned. Is this what is called welfare? It's really special. Sister Spirit Frost, why are you filming this for me? He. Yi Lingshuang smiled. "Hubby, you're back. I'll wear it for you. I just tried it on and it's a little small." Jiang Chen was going to faint. Looking at the photo on my phone, it's a little small for that size? This caused Jiang Chen's mind to unconsciously recall the scene from last night's dream. Hands, it seems just right to hold. The feel is just right. Could it be that, in reality, Yi Lingshuang was even bigger than in the dream? "Honey, it's a little small, but it's still nice and cozy when it's snug." These seductive words from Yi Lingshuang came, and Jiang Chen's entire body went bad. Staying close, wouldn't that be a massage for Yi Lingshuang? Think about last night's dream. Oi. So true. Jiang Chen unconsciously raised his right hand up to look at it. This fucking dream. At this point, the picture flows just right. When Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen raise his hand to look at the puzzled look, she giggled happily. "Silly husband, prude. In the dream, didn't you think you were strong? Didn't you do everything? Today it is. Honey, do you like this?" Yi Lingshuang asked very seriously. "Love it." Jiang Chen giggled. "If you don't like it, aren't you a fool?" Or that of a woman as perfect to the core as Yi Lingshuang. Any man who says he doesn't like it against his will, pull out and beat him to death. He. "I'll put it on you when you get back." Put it on me? Jiang Chen was confused. "I'm a man. Why am I wearing this?" "Yeah, didn't you just say you liked it?" "So, I'll put it on you so you can experience." Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. Does this want me to turn into a ladies' man? Thinking of himself wearing this set, Jiang Chen's heart immediately covered his face. Unable to bear to see gobble gobble. Yi Lingshuang could read Jiang Chen's expression and giggled with joy. Hearing Yi Lingshuang laugh, Jiang Chen was embarrassed. Himself, it seems, is thinking too much. Yi Lingshuang thought that teasing Jiang Chen was still quite fun. After thinking about it, she asked, "Honey, do you want to see anything else? I bought a lot of O's today. The hands are all very nice." "Think," Jiang Chen said without hesitation. He wanted to see what benefits Yi Lingshuang gave. Yi Lingshuang looked at the things she bought today on the bed. Finally, pull out a blue bra and a blue silk halter dress and take a picture of the past with your cell phone. "Honey, this is a beautiful set to wear. It's slippery and feels great. And, it's cozy, too." Jiang Chen looked at the photo Yi Lingshuang had sent, and then heard such a seductive voice and a crying face. "Isn't this playing with people? If you want welfare, you can't be this welfare. I can't eat. There's no milk to make up for it here." Yi Lingshuang was pumped with joy at home. This was the moment she finally realized that distance creates beauty. In reality, the two would never get along that way. It's only on the internet that the two really have nothing to lose. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang also recalled seeing Jiang Chen's narcissistic appearance on the internet today. Well, on the internet, it seems more real. At home, Jiang Chen wouldn't be narcissistic. And do things carefully. "Honey, want to see me in it?" Jiang Chen nodded. Yi Lingshuang looked at the time. It's after 12. You can't pester Jiang Chen anymore. After all, you have to get up at 5 or 6 o'clock. Again with a smile. "Honey, it's late today. You find a place with better signal tomorrow and I'll wear it for you. I tell you what, it's very graceful to dance in it." Jiang Chen's two eyes lit up. Yi Lingshuang's body is very good. If you wear this set of silk halter open long skirt dancing, it's beautiful to think about. Jiang Chen couldn't wait for tomorrow. But, I'll have to find better internet again tomorrow so I can watch it with benefits. Jiang Chen returned to his tent, and several of his roommates were already huffing and puffing. He lay on the bed, his head fantasizing about Yi Lingshuang dancing in that dress. Well, it sure is pretty. It's beautiful. Yi Lingshuang has been learning to dance since she was a child, so the whole thing is very temperamental and has a very soft body, dancing like a graceful white swan. No, tomorrow in a blue halter split dress. That's the blue swan. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he thought of that moment coming. It's been years since I've seen Yi Lingshuang dance. so I really miss it. Since he was a bit tired today, and with Yilingxuang's soothing presence, Jiang Chen quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he saw Yilingxuang dancing for him in his bedroom. He couldn't help it, and directly carried Yilingxuang to bed and started whipping. It was only until his heart was satisfied that he wrapped his arms around Yilingxuang and fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a whistle woke him from his beauty sleep. Jiang Chen got up violently. Some of the roommates rolled right out of bed. At that moment, the instructor came and yelled, 10 minutes, get your blankets in order, get your dress code straightened, and gather at the training field. Yesterday, the instructor had taught everyone to fold tofu block quilts. As a college student, or a brand-name college student, it's natural that your enlightenment won't be bad. So, 10 minutes to do basically everything, and roommates square off to the training plaza. Today, it was training to cross the obstacle course, which wasn't too intense, but it was a lot of work. When the training was over, they were taken to a piece of barbed wire that's 35 centimeters high. You will climb out of there in one piece. If you can't do it, you're losers. If you think you're not a loser, do it to me. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you. They're just college students, not soldiers. Is the instructor training them like new recruits? That's too cruel. In other colleges, it's just practicing marching and standing at attention in college. At best, at most, you'll be practicing target shooting. Nowadays, they have to go from climbing barbed wire fences to crossing obstacles. Not only squats, but also push-ups. This is trying to exhaust the baby. You, out of the line. The instructor pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said, give them a demonstration. Jiang Chen was confused. He had never done it before. Yes, you, instructor, I haven't practiced. What's wanted is that you haven't practiced, and if you have, what do you need you all here for? Some of the boys gloated as they looked at Jiang Chen. They all recognized Jiang Chen as Yilingxuang's announced husband. They're jealous. At this moment, it would be nice to have a cell phone. Yeah, film it and upload it to the internet to see what kind of man Yilingxuang chose. In fact, Jiang Chen wasn't the only one hiding a cell phone inside this training camp. At this point, someone was secretly recording on their cell phone. This is big news. As soon as the training was over and this image was exposed, Yilingxuang must have been disappointed. Hubby is handsome, but he's a good-looking guy. What's the hesitation? Can it work? If not, I'll change. Jiang Chen detected the gloating expressions of some of the people around him and instantly knew what these people had in mind. If he conceded today, when the training was over, there would definitely be a flood of articles attacking Yilingxuang. So generously said, reporting to the instructor, I can do it. Out of column, Jiang Chen stepped forward, came to a set of standard military posture, jogged over, lay on the ground across the wire mesh. At every step, Jiang Chen performed perfectly, not even touching the head of the wire mesh, because the wire mesh header is coated with color powder. Whenever it touches, there is color on the body, and Jiang Chen climbed through 50 meters of wire mesh without a speck of powder on his body. The instructor was a little surprised, but still, without a smile, much less a boast, he simply barked, all of you, attention, look right, at ease, class 1, start. The people in Jiang Chen's first platoon began to run over, following Jiang Chen's example of climbing over the 50 meters of barbed wire. In a class of 40, 38 were covered with color powder. Only Jiang Chen and a little fatty didn't have any on them. This proves that being fat doesn't affect flexibility. The instructor was disappointed, but still there to supervise and order people to climb over the barbed wire. When it was over, they were again asked to carry the logs, step over the obstacles and put them in a designated spot. Everyone screamed in agony. This instructor, he's totally training them as if they were new recruits. By 10 o'clock, everyone was training to climb barbed wire fences and carry logs across obstacles. From 10 to 11:30, practice walking in step. From 11:30 to 12, stand at attention under the red flag. Fortunately, there is no sun today. Otherwise this time to stand in military posture for half an hour. Have to be heat stroke. After lunch, the instructor would have the men carry the bricks up the hill for another workout. Jiang Chen followed to the top of the mountain and saw a signal tower on the opposite side of the mountain with a happy face. Finally, I can have a good video with Yilingxuang. At the end of the day's training, everyone went back to their dormitories tired. Jiang Chen, too, was exhausted. However, thinking that he could see Yilingxuang today, and that there were benefits to look at, there was still a trace of comfort in the bottom of his heart. After everyone fell asleep, Jiang Chen jogged off to get his cell phone and climbed down the path to the top of the slope. Sit on a boulder and turn on your cell phone. Only one message was received. I'm a little too busy to video. Why don't you go ahead and rest? Jiang Chen tentatively sent a message over and didn't reply. Looks a little busy. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't go down. It was hard to come up, so he had to wait. So, waiting and waiting, he fell asleep without realizing it. I don't know how long it was, but in a daze he heard a message ringing and woke up with a jolt. When he opened his cell phone, it was really a message from Yi Lingshuan. Honey, are you still there? Jiang Chen hurriedly opened the video invitation. As soon as the video opened, Jiang Chen saw Yi Lingshuan's familiar face. Jiang Chen also noticed that Yi Lingshuan was wearing a diamond necklace on her snow-white neck. The earlobes also wore earrings. The face was painted with light makeup and red lipstick, and the whole thing looked very glamorous. As the cell phone camera shook, Jiang Chen could vaguely see the charming career line on Yi Lingshuan's chest. Sister Spirit Frost, you're so pretty today. Jiang Chen's heart was moved. Yi Lingshuan is really too beautiful and feminine when she dresses up. He. Yi Lingshuan was praised by Jiang Chen. Her heart was happy. Hubby, I'm sorry. I was dragged back to Kyoto from Hangzhou by Sister Ling. You're back in Kyoto? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Aha! Yi Lingshuan pouted unhappily and huffed. My agent, Sister Ling, took the liberty of picking up a play for me. At the end of the night, I was actually asked to go and have a drink with the producers. One of the producers' bosses was leering at me and I slammed a bottle of wine down straight away. So I'm late. So, Jiang Chen's heart was really pounding after listening to Yi Lingshuan tell him all about what had happened. The producer lusted for more and a bottle of wine went down. So fierce, worthy of the woman who beat me up as a child. Sister Spirit Frost, are you alright? Jiang Chen had a worried look on his face. Yi Lingshuan hit someone. What can they do to me? Finished with an unhappy, tell him to look at me colorfully. Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. In the future, if you see a beautiful woman on the road, you have to pay attention, lest you get thrashed. Honey, you're still on the mountain this late. Is this waiting for me? Yeah, I thought you were asleep and was afraid you wouldn't see it when you woke up. So, honey, I'm so touched. Munchkin 1. Yi Lingshuan's words fell, and with her beaming mouth, she kissed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt a bit speechless, separated by thousands of miles. Honey, did you feel that? How am I supposed to feel it when it's so far away? Jiang Chen's crying face. Just feel your face. There's definitely still a lingering scent of me. Jiang Chen subconsciously touched his face. Ha ha ha. Yi Lingshuan laughed out loud on the other end of the cell phone, making Jiang Chen depressed. How did we fall for this chick's tricks? Looking at Jiang Chen's depressed appearance, Yi Lingshuan somehow felt cute. Honey, is your place far from the training base? I've climbed a mountain yet. The base is at the bottom of the hill. Jiang Chen's words came through, and Yi Lingshuan was touched. Climb a mountain? Jiang Chen climbed to the top of the mountain to wait for her in order to see her. Honey, I love you. I'm going to give my life to you. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. This man, how can he move to give himself to him and have many little babies for him? Looking at the time, it was almost 1 o'clock. Sister Spirit Frost, I'll go down first. Honey, wait. Yi Lingshuan's face flushed red as she asked. Don't you want to see the benefits? Benefits? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Just at the moment of excitement, Yi Lingshuan suddenly said, Hubby, why don't you show off first? After Yi Lingshuan finished speaking, she even licked her mouth and looked at Jiang Chen with an expectant expression. Well, Jiang Chen has been exercising since he was a kid. When she went to junior high school, she saw that Jiang Chen's pecs could not be small, making her intoxicated. So, at this point, the thought of that previous scene made my heart beat fast. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded when he heard Yi Lingshuan's phone call, thinking who's the prey? Anyway? Seeing Jiang Chen dazed and looking at himself with a skeptical expression, Yi Lingshuan smiled and said, Hubby, could it be that you're not confident in your figure? Who says I'm not confident about my body? Jiang Chen was not happy. No 8-pack abs though, but there are also 6-pack abs. Okay, although they may be a little small. Why don't you show one then? When Yi Lingshuan was so aggressive, Jiang Chen couldn't stand it and took off the camouflage clothes on his body. Wow. Yi Lingshuan saw Jiang Chen's undershirt, but could clearly can bulge muscles. Excitedly screamed. Honey, you're great. I love you. No more. No more. I'm going back to Hangtown. I'm going to give you a baby. Jiang Chen had a smug look on his face. He was still confident in his figure. Looking at Yi Lingshuan with little stars in her eyes, Jiang Chen was a bit confused at this point. Didn't we agree that we're here to see Yi Lingshuan's welfare? Why are you stripping and showing off your muscles? Yi Lingfang, do nothing? Sister Spirit Frost, the deal was that you would be the one to give me benefits. How did it turn out that I'm handing out benefits to you? Yi Lingshuan's pair of big eyes gurgled for a while, and said with some embarrassment, Hubby, don't care about these details. Now, why don't you show it off first, so your wife can feast her eyes on it. Later, I'll give you a perk. What is this? Why did Jiang Chen always feel that the rhythm was taken away by Yi Lingshuang? Foley didn't see it, and instead stripped naked himself, but he'd also figured it out. Satisfy Yi Lingshuang first and sacrifice first. I'll let Yi Lingshuang serve later. After all, Yi Lingshuang's service that was really a great gift. Or is it the great giveaway you've been waiting for? Honey, come on. I can't wait. Yi Lingshuang was in the video, staring at Jiang Chen with a burning gaze. At this moment, she felt that looking at Jiang Chen's figure could be much more exciting than receiving a post-film award on stage. When she saw Jiang Chen slowly pull on his undershirt, she bit the fingers in her hand in excitement. Bite out of the teeth marks are not noticed, and also more and more force. Excited, husband, do not ink. Quickly. At that moment, Jiang Chen's undershirt was taken off. Yi Lingshuang looked straight at Jiang Chen's six-pack abs with both eyes. Oh, no, 8-pack abs. Only, there are 2 pieces that are a little small. Wow. Yi Lingshuang was so greedy that she almost drooled. This husband of his own, he's in good shape. Waist, must be pretty explosive. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang was beginning to think about the image of herself falling into Jiang Chen's arms, being held by this silly husband's strong, powerful hands. That must have been floating, as comfortable as being on a cloud. Yi Lingshuang was already traveling in space by now, entering a wonderful world of her own making, being looked at directly by Yi Lingshuang. It was a bit uncomfortable. Sister Lingfeng, I've already taken off. Is it your turn? Wait. Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but reach out her hand, wanting to caress Jiang Chen's diamond-shaped muscles. But, soon she realized something was wrong. This silly husband in front of me, not being around, not being able to touch. Nasty Sister Ling, why did you drag me to Kyoto? If I don't come to the capital, I'll sneak to their base. That's not. The more she thought about it, the more Yi Lingshuang felt that this method was feasible. When I return to Hangzhou, I'll go find Jiang Chen and experience the hand. Sister Spirit Frost, that, isn't it your turn? Yi Lingshuang, who was fantasizing, suddenly came to her senses when she heard Jiang Chen's words. Her face was red as she looked at Jiang Chen. Honey, do you want me to take off my clothes too? People are girls. Although she had already identified Jiang Chen, she still couldn't let go when she had to face it for real one. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and just looked at Yi Lingshuang with a smile on his face. Okay, you bad husband. I just do what I'm told. Yi Lingshuang pouted her little mouth and shyly began to undo her buttons. Looking at Yi Lingshuang's shy appearance, Jiang Chen felt that this ferocious sister was both beautiful and somewhat adorable. Well, this time of year, it looks so feminine. It's really so endearing. It's his type. Yi Lingshuang's dress sleeve was taken off, revealing her snow-white shoulders as she looked at Jiang Chen pitifully. Stinky husband, do you really want to take it off? Jiang Chen still didn't answer. Well, I'm yours and my body is yours anyway. It's just as easy to show you early as it is to show you late. Thus, Yi Lingshuang slowly took off the clothes on her body. Nowadays, Yi Lingshuang's body only had a bustier and suspenders. She looked at Jiang Chen shyly. Honey, do you think this will work? Looking at Yi Lingshuang, who lowered her head and had a shy face, the fire in Jiang Chen's body quickly soared. This girl, she really is too tempting. Thinking of last night's dream, Jiang Chen subconsciously bent his hand into a tiger's claw and looked at it again and again. Yi Lingshuang lowered her head in shame when she saw Jiang Chen's action. At this moment, her mind drifted back to sleeping in the same bed with Jiang Chen last night. In the dream, Jiang Chen's hand grasped the air as if this was the action. This stupid husband, he's really annoying. Shyly, I said, honey, what's going through your head? Yi Lingshuang's words pulled Jiang Chen back from his fantasies. Embarrassed, she put her hand to her back. Sister Spirit Frost, you have a really good figure. I know. Yi Lingshuang had a look of joy on her face, then asked with a smile, hubby, seeing my perfect body, don't you have anything to say? Jiang Chen certainly had a lot to say. And, those images have been in my head so many times. My head swells. But if you say it, will you be called a pervert? But doesn't it seem hypocritical not to say so? Jiang Chen was torn as to whether he should be a good and honest boy. At this time, Yi Lingshuang's voice sounded once again. Honey, I know what's on your mind. Speak out. Yi Lingshuang's guts were released at this time. There's just 2 people here, and they're married. What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, saying it out loud adds to each other's affection. So why not? Honey, were you thinking I'd take the sling too? Jiang Chen was stunned. Yi Lingshuang, so awesome. You know what he's thinking? Suddenly, he saw Yi Lingshuang slowly remove the shoulder strap. Jiang Chen was breathing heavily. This sister, she really is so thoughtful. Honey, I'm your wife, and I'll satisfy you with whatever I have in me that you like. Yi Lingshuang blushed, and then started taking off the sling on her body slowly. Yiling Xuan also adjusted the camera a little more clearly. That flawless carcass, if it is not still wrapped in the chest, Jiang Chen must be excited to die a violent death. It's really exciting. Honey, can you see clearly now? Yiling lightly bit her red lips, shyly inquiring at Jiang Chen. Well, Jiang Chen froze. So it turned out that Yiling Xuan had such deep feelings for himself. Yiling Fang is a big star, the character of a million favorites. Now, for his sake, willing to be honest, it's really terrific. Honey, does my skin look good? Jiang Chen nodded numbly. Nice looking, very white, like milk. Do you really like it? Really like it. Jiang Chen didn't want to tell lies. Yiling Xuan had given her body to herself to look at, so what's the shame in saying she likes it? Honey, my skin is actually very smooth and tender. It's just a shame that you can't feel it. Yiling Xuan threw out another bomb, causing Jiang Chen's mind to unconsciously recall the scene at the Westlake. At that time, the skin of Yiling Xuan's beautiful legs was smooth and tender, like the skin of a baby doll. Hubby, I'll go back to Hangzhou tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll sneak over to the base to find you, okay? I miss you. You missed me too, didn't you? This moving words of love. If Jiang Chen said against his will that he didn't want to, then he would be an animal. He decided to be a good boy. Gulping, he seriously returned. I miss you too. Yiling Xuan laughed. Jiang Chen recognized her. Next time, it'll be one step ahead. It made her happy. This wave of sacrifice today was not in vain. Honey, I'm happy to have you say that. As the words fell out of her mouth, her mind seemed to think of something, and looking at her figure, she shyly asked, Hubby, do you want to play a little more excitingly? Jiang Chen's heartbeat accelerated dramatically, pounding. This sister, what she says is really so endearing. Sister Spirit Frost, what else do you want? Jiang Chen had an expectant look on his face. Yiling Xuan looked at her figure. Nowadays, all that's left are hot pants with a bustier. Shyly saying, you got it, Baird. Jiang Chen sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It's so damn exciting. Honey, don't you like it? Yiling Xuan was in the video, tilting her head to look at Jiang Chen. Now, she had given all of herself to Jiang Chen, so, it won't feel like a problem. She was only afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't like it. Yiling Xuan's words were too explosive, too much of a test of one's determination. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said seriously, Sister Lingfeng, I want to do this kind of thing myself, but how are you going to do it when we're so far apart? Yiling Xuan hadn't reacted at this point and asked shyly. Suddenly, she saw Jiang Chen smile, a sneaky smile, and instantly lowered her head in shame. She understood what Jiang Chen meant. Jiang Chen meant that when the two met again, Jiang Chen would do it himself. Thinking of this, Yiling Xuan touched her rolling cheeks, forcing her excited heart to calm down. She said with a tender face, Hubby, I'll wait for you then. Aha! Jiang Chen nodded. At this time, his heart also yearned for that day. It's really something to look forward to so much. Honey, do you still want me to dance? Dancing? Jiang Chen's mind floated back to Yiling Xuan's previous dance moves. It's really nostalgic. However, too many hard drugs have been taken today. If he did it again, Jiang Chen was afraid that his blood vessels wouldn't be able to hold out. Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Yiling Xuan cocked her head and inquired. Well, tomorrow, honey, then I'll show you to my clothing room. I'll dance in whatever dress you like for me tomorrow. Yiling Xuan's words fell, and immediately took her cell phone and kept the video on, heading towards her clothing room. When you enter the clothing room, you are greeted by 5 rows of shoe racks and a cabinet for bags. The shoe racks are filled with all kinds of designer styles for the summer. The bag cabinet there is also filled with various limited edition bags. Jiang Chen also saw that there was a bag inside that he had once given to Yiling Xuan. He remembered that the bag was a gift he had bought for Yiling Xuan in a small store for less than $100 when Yiling Xuan had once won the Campus Singer Championship. I didn't realize that my own bag, which cost less than $100, was in the very center. That's the C-suite. Looking at the bag's appearance, it was still very new. It seemed that Yiling Xuan was very much in love with it. Sister Lingfeng, you still have the bag I gave you? Ha? Yiling Xuan heard Jiang Chen's question and walked over, picking up the bag and showing it to Jiang Chen. Honey, this is your first gift to me. I've never been able to wear it out. Yiling Xuan painfully touched the skin of the bag. At this time, Jiang Chen noticed that the hardware of the bag he bought had faded. The surface of the skin is also beginning to oxidize and appears to be breaking. Sister Spirit Frost, it looks like it's going to break. Throw it away and let it sit inappropriately on one of your shelves full of absolute bags. I'll get you a better looking one when I'm done training. Honey, this isn't broken. It's just that I haven't seen you in the last 3 years. Every time I think of you, I take it out and rub it on my face and get the skin off. Yiling Xuan said with a happy face. This is the mark of our love. Jiang Chen was a bit dizzy. Is there such a good use for a bag? Face? Alright, honey, this is your first gift to me. Don't ever tell me to get rid of him again. Yiling Shuang picked up the bag and put it on her face, rubbed it, and said with a happy face, I won't throw it away. I'm going to keep it. And when our children are born and grow up, tell them that it's a token of love you gave me. Jiang Chen was stunned. Yi Lingfang, thinking so far ahead? A love token? That's less than $100 for this thing. What a love token. If you really say that, what will the kids think of him in the future? Would say he's stingy. His own mother is so beautiful, but took a cottage bag to fool his mother. Jiang Chen had a headache just thinking about it. However, Yi Lingshuang wasn't willing to throw it, so Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't force it. After all, both sides need respect. Honey, let me show you my dress. Yi Lingshuang put the bag back in its place and opened the closets on both sides of the wall. It's full of summer clothes in all styles. Celine Bag's outlet. If Jiang Chen didn't know that this was Yi Ling's home, he would have thought that Yi Lingfang had brought her to a clothing store. Seeing that Jiang Chen was dazzled by the clothes, Yi Lingshuang said with a smile, Hubby, half of these clothes are the ones I bought today. And pieces are very sexy. Yi Lingshuang's words were full of temptation. Casually, she pulled out a halter chiffon blouse and put it on. Holy crap! Yi Lingshuang exclaimed in shock. It fit perfectly. And Yi Lingshuang's career line looked more prominent and attractive. Honey, what do you think? Very nice. Really? Aha! Satisfied, Yi Ling took it off and put it on the side, then casually took a black silk halter open skirt and put it over her body. Feminine with an extra layer of elegance and generosity, the black fabric set off Yi Lingshuang's skin whiter and more cold. Together with the blazing red lips, looking at Jiang Chen, he wanted to wrap his arms around Yi Lingshuang's thin waist and kiss her hard. At this moment, Jiang Chen realized that Yi Lingshuang was really very beautiful when she wore this kind of open long dress. He, likes the dress. Sister Spirit Frost, this is a beautiful set. It fits your temperament perfectly. Do you like it too? Yi Lingshuang was under the mirror, turning and looking again, and seemed to be satisfied as well. Honey, I love this set too. The fabric is so soft and smooth to the touch. Yi Lingshuang introduced with a smile. I'd love to feel that. Yi Lingshuang's heart yearned. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind and asked, Sister Lingfeng, is there a red one? Yes. With those words, he took the red color out of the closet, then took off the one he was wearing and replaced it with the red one. At this time, Yi Lingshuang looked like a queen with a very strong aura, making people not dare to approach. Jiang Chen was shocked. Yi Lingshuang, the goddess of variety. Honey, how's it going? Like a queen. I almost kneel to you. He. Yi Lingshuang was very happy. This silly husband's speech was really comforting. I can't believe they called her a queen. Though hot to say, known by many as the Queen of Aura, she could not feel it then. And now, happy at heart, Yi Lingshuang thought for a moment, then walked over to an unopened closet. It's full of clothes that she bought today. The purpose was simple, to wear it to Jiang Chen later. Hubby, a surprise for you. The words fell, opening the closet. Inside, it's all about clothes for various professions. There are stewardesses, nurses, and maids. Looking closely, Jiang Chen also saw that there were several sets of clothes inside that made people almost spurt blood. Sister Spirit Frost, why are your clothes a mess? Jiang Chen's dark face. This man, could he have these special fetishes? Honey, I'm not thinking of you. I can play any type you like. This time, Jiang Chen was truly defeated by Yi Lingshuang. This girl, she's so damn thoughtful. Knowing that men are good at this, it's ready to go. Honey, I bought these today. Do you like them? Jiang Chen was embarrassed. This woman, has she already forgotten that she's not only a big star, but also a beautiful woman? What kind of woman prepares for this kind of thing? If you're going to prepare, is it a man who prepares? So he said, in the future, if you really want to wear these, I'll buy them for you. Yi Lingshuang's face was as red as an apple. This silly husband, he obviously likes it so much that he has to pretend. Yi Lingshuang used the video to give Jiang Chen a tour of her clothing room, and the two of them chatted for a while longer before ending the video. It was already 1:30 in the morning when Jiang Chen arrived at the base's tented dormitory. Lying on the bed, his head thought about those clothes in Yi Lingshuang's clothing room. What kind of godly life will it be in the future if you really have such a wife? Jiang Chen's heart yearned. Why? Daydreaming. Jiang Chen's dream was very harmonious. It wasn't until the instructor's whistle that he was pulled back from his dream. Due to last night, Jiang Chen slept late. His eyes were covered with bloodshot circles, red like a rabbit's eyes. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. Get dressed, fold the covers, and head out. It had to be said that the pads Yi Lingshuang gave him were really good. Other people's feet are peeling and blistering already, and he's as good as new. During lunch, when Jiang Chen was about to go back to his tent to sleep for a while first, a woman's voice suddenly came to his ears. Mr. Jiang Chen, finally found you. Jiang Chen turned his head, only to see Su Mengmeng wearing a camouflage uniform, standing at the back, smiling at him. He hadn't seen Su Mengmeng from the military training until now, and thought that there was something wrong and he didn't come to the military training. Mr. Su Mengmeng, where are you assigned? I'm in logistics. Every day you eat the meals that I and some of my classmates make. Oh, Jiang Chen understood. At this time, he was a bit sleepy and really didn't want to talk to Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng student, I didn't sleep well last night, and I've been training intensely for the past few days, so I'm a bit sleepy, so I'll go rest first. When Su Mengmeng saw Jiang Chen hurrying to leave, her heart seemed to think of something and she hurriedly said, wait a moment. As the words fell, he jogged back to the tent he was staying in, took 2 tampons, sneaked out, and handed them over to Jiang Chen. Use this on your shoes so your feet don't get worn out. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to answer or not. Just then, Jiang Chen's mind floated back to Yiling Shuang's gentle smiling face and her instructions, and awkwardly took it, saying, thank you. Sister Spirit Frost also gave me a packet before I came here, and I was afraid of what to do when I ran out. Su Mengmeng, who was still happy, lost some of her mood when she heard Jiang Chen's words. Would Yi Lingfang, a big star, be so considerate? The heart is not good, but did not show it, said mischievously. Used up. Fine me oh. I brought 2 packs. Yes. Separating from Su Mengmeng, Jiang Chen walked towards the bedside by himself. Just as he entered the house, he heard an unkind voice coming from him. Jiang Chen, do you know Su Mengmeng well? It was a burly man. After these few days together, Jiang Chen already knew his name. His name is Zhao Yuan. It's a special sports student who got into Hangzhou University. The other party's tone was unkind, but Jiang Chen still asked politely, is there something wrong? You've got a big star, so don't go around hitting on other girls. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Who's he messing with? However, the other party was fierce, and Jiang Chen wasn't to be messed with. Smiling, she said, classmate Zhao Yuan, Su Mengmeng is my high school classmate, or my classmate. This is how you like her? Do you need me to take a message for you? High school classmates? Zhao Yuan's face changed drastically. Did the two go to school together, or were they at the same table? That's too close a relationship. At this moment, Zhao Yuan felt that he was really too nervous. In high school, you could be at the same table, or the opposite sex. If it's not a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship, it's definitely not an ordinary one. If Jiang Chen said a few words about him at the back, all his efforts would be in vain. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to how Zhao Yuan was feeling anymore. The mind of such a clown was not worth his pondering. He was tired today and needed to rest. Slumber. It was a good night's sleep. When I woke up, it was 5 in the afternoon. Get dressed and go out and inquire to find out. No training today due to heavy rain. Jiang Chen understood. They were students. They couldn't train in this heavy rain. They would get sick. So it's all resting. The troopers weren't so lucky. Some carrying logs and running around the training ground. Some practiced military style, murderous punches in the rain. Others are satcheling obstacles. All in all, very busy. Since it was late and everyone was rested, dinner was served early. Jiang Chen rubbed his empty stomach, immediately straightened his attire, and trotted over to the cafeteria. The food in the cafeteria, it was pitifully small. Class, that's all there is. It's fine, as long as you don't go hungry. Jiang Chen served the dish and gulped it down. Su Mengmeng just happened to come out of the back kitchen, and when she saw Jiang Chen, she had a happy face and jogged over. Is there enough food? Not enough, I'll have the chef add a stir-fry. Jiang Chen turned his head, looked at Su Mengmeng who seemed to be very happy, and smiled. Don't bother, these are enough for me. Su Mengmeng didn't say anything more. Pulling a chair, he sat on Jiang Chen's side. Old classmate, there's no training today. Why don't we take a walk later? Isn't it raining outside? Where are we going? Jiang Chen was curious. Just walking around. It's been a long time since we've talked together, hasn't it? Seeing this somewhat grudging look in Su Mengmeng's eyes, Jiang Chen's mind always floated back to Yiling Shuang's face. There is also what Yiling Shang said when he came to come to military training. No love there. Meng, when military training is over, I'll treat you to dinner. Su Mengmeng's heart sank at Jiang Chen's polite refusal. Does she, really, have no chance? However, the smart Su Mengmeng naturally wouldn't bother saying anything more. Instead, he even pretended to be happy and said, good, that's a deal. You can't not count on it. Aha! Jiang Chen nodded, then buried his head to eat. Seeing that Jiang Chen was eating so favorably and was intentionally avoiding himself, Su Mengmeng was very sensible and didn't bother Jiang Chen anymore. Jiang Chen ate a good meal in the cafeteria, looking outside and still raining, a little worried about the cell phone. Although the cell phone was wrapped in a plastic stool, I was afraid of accidents. If it gets into the water, you won't be able to contact Yi Lingshuang for half a month. So braving the rain, I jogged towards the place where I hid my cell phone. Come to the place where you hid the cell phone. Just see the top collapsing. The falling rock scratched the plastic bag. The water went into the phone. So, this phone no longer turns on. Jiang Chen was completely confused. After thinking about it for a while, he picked up his cell phone and went back to the tent, putting it inside the tampon Yi Lingshuang had given him to see if it could absorb the moisture. If it sucks away, it might be able to turn on and work properly. Jiang Chen's cell phone was damaged by the rain. Yi Lingshuang didn't know that in Kyoto, it was 11 o'clock at night, and she was carefully selecting her clothes in the clothing room. Today, she wanted to give Jiang Chen a surprise. However, after waiting left and right, they still didn't wait for Jiang Chen. Honey, are you oversleeping? Or have you got a new love and forgotten about me? Yi Lingshuang was lying on the 2-meter-2 large bed, thinking wildly. I still glance at the phone every now and then. It was empty. No message from Jiang Chen was received. Just like that, until dawn, she still hadn't waited for Jiang Chen's message. At that moment, the door dinged. A young girl with a delicate figure and wearing a dress walked over carrying breakfast. When he saw Yi Lingshuang's 2 dark circles under his eyes, he was immediately shocked. Sis, what's wrong with you? My husband is ignoring me. Yi Lingshuang's spirit was depressed, lying on the big sofa as if the whole person had lost the goal of life. Su Shan was puzzled. The night before, she had heard Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen video frolicking in the bedroom. It was very sweet. What's going on, sis? Hurriedly putting down the breakfast, he sat beside Yi Lingshuang with concern and hugged Yi Lingshuang. I waited and messaged him all night yesterday and he didn't even get back to me, Yi Lingshuang said with aggravation and red eyes. Suddenly, she looked nervous, grabbed Su Shan's hand and asked, Xiao Shan, do you think my husband has a new love there and doesn't want me anymore? Sister Spirit Frost, what are you thinking about? Su Shan's eyes widened. As Yi Lingshuang's life assistant, she was aware that Jiang Chen was currently participating in military training. How can you have time to fall in love with another woman in a closed place where signals have to run uphill? Taking Yi Lingshuang's hand, he gently comforted. Sister Lingshuang, he might have something temporary. No, my husband is a very punctual man. If he doesn't have a new love, why did he miss his appointment last night? Su Shan had a headache. This big star, has she lost her IQ in love? Sis, don't guess. I'll have someone ask around. Yi Lingshuang thought for a moment, then said, no need to inquire. You purchased the air ticket. Let's go back to Hangzhou. Yi Lingshuang's thunderous character was manifested in this moment. Sis, we can't leave yet. When Su Shan's words fell, she saw Yi Lingshuang looking at her with dissatisfaction and hurriedly explained. Did you forget about you hitting someone? We still can't leave Kyoto until this is over. Yi Lingshuang didn't finish the job of hitting someone with a bottle. Today, the person in question is still in the hospital. Heads all busted up. Several stitches. His mouth yelled that he wanted Yi Lingshuang to lose his reputation. Not a good one. Moreover, if this matter was known by the outside media, Yi Lingshuang would have to be on the hot seat again. If the relevant authorities had intervened, Yi Lingshuang might still have been detained. Yi Lingshuang fell silent. The guy she beat up was an old pervert. When Yi Lingshuang first started out, she was slapped by Yi Lingshuang when she tried to dive her because of her good looks and figure. Unexpectedly this time, her agent, Ling, actually wanted to accept his invitation to act in their play. So, she followed unknowingly, and when she saw that the man was still looking at him colorfully, where could she hold back? Naturally, a bottle of wine went down. But this old pervert he knew. It's the kind of thing he wouldn't even tell the outside world. After all, his own style is questionable. With his power, he has not been able to harm the new girls in the circle. Shan, don't worry, give her 100 guts. She won't tell. Sis, even if he doesn't say anything, there were quite a few people at the restaurant. People know that we're in a box. Then let him be. We can't care what other people think. As long as this old pervert doesn't say anything, who knows what's going on in there? Yi Lingshuang said indifferently. When Su Shan saw Yi Lingshuang's chest, she was very sure of herself, so she didn't say much at that moment. Besides, it's been 2 days and that guy hasn't made a move, so it looks like he has something to fear. At this time, Yi Lingshuang's voice came again. You book a flight. I'll wash my face. Let's go back to Hangzhou. Sister Spirit Frost. No way. Still refusing. Su Shan said weakly. Nowadays, you're hot. Sister Ling said that you're on a hot streak right now, so even if you don't take on a movie, you'll have to come up with a few hit songs. It might be a big seller. Making money, Yi Lingshuang is very fond of it. After all, she wanted Jiang Chen to be the happiest man in the world, not without money. But now Jiang Chen wasn't returning her messages, making her panic. All she wanted at this point was to go back and be with Jiang Chen. The song thing is postponed. Let's go back to Hangzhou first. I'm going to find out what's wrong with him. Why he won't return my messages and no one answers his phone. Su Shan sighed in her heart when she saw Yi Lingshuang messing up when she talked about Jiang Chen. Love, indeed, tends to make people lose their judgment. Pulling Yi Lingshuang back to sit on the sofa, he said, "Sister, don't be anxious. I'll contact my aunt who lives in Hangzhou. Her daughter and brother-in-law are in the same school, and also went to military training." The words fell out of his mouth and he picked up his cell phone to make a call. It was quickly connected. "Auntie, did she come back? Mengyao? Xiaoxian? Not here yet." A woman's voice on the phone was full of worry. "Hey, it rained heavily here yesterday, and I don't know how she is doing in the mountains." "It's raining in Hangzhou?" Su Shan asked again. "Well, it's raining a lot. It's really worrying." Hanging up the phone, Su Shan pulled Yi Lingshuang's hand and said, "Sister, there was a heavy rainstorm in Hangzhou. I think my brother-in-law's cell phone got drenched with water and couldn't contact you. Let's just not go and make a mess, okay? Is it storming?" Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang turned from the anxiety she felt just now to worry. "He's in the mountains. What if there's a landslide and he gets hurt? Sis, can you expect something good from my brother-in-law?" Su Shan had no choice but to patiently explain. Taking a step back, "If one is really injured, the school side will also look to notify the family. Now that you haven't been notified, that proves it's okay." Yi Lingshuang listened to Su Shan's reason analysis before she sighed in relief. "Yeah, if there's a real accident, she'll be contacted there." Because Jiang Chen's cell phone contacts were pitifully few, and she secretly took Jiang Chen's cell phone to note her number as her wife. Thinking this way, Yi Lingshuang was in a good mood again. She knew that Jiang Chen was very good at keeping his word, and if his cell phone wasn't broken, he would have gone to the mountains to find a signal to tell her even if he was braving the rain. Thinking of the day before yesterday, the image of Jiang Chen waiting for her on the mountain, she couldn't help but smile. This silly husband must be in more of a hurry than I am at this point. When he comes back, I will serve him well. Yi Lingshuang was giggling, and Su Shan, who was the life assistant, was dumbfounded. One moment, she was dying to go back to Hangzhou to see her husband. The next moment you learn that your husband is okay and you're secretly giggling? Why are you so happy? Women in love. You really can't mess with them. She weakly asked. "Sister, do we still have to go back to Hangzhou now?" Yi Lingshuang cocked her head and thought for a moment. Since it was raining in Hangzhou, Jiang Chen was fine. She didn't even know where Jiang Chen was in military training and couldn't find it if she went. So she smiled and said, "Not going." Seeing that Yi Lingshuang had recovered her wits, Su Shan snickered and quickly handed Yi Lingshuang the Xiaolong bao she had bought. "Sister, this is the Xiaolong bao I just bought. It's delicious. You eat and see." Yi Lingshuang touched her small stomach. A little hungry. But then she pinched her belly. "I feel like I've grown some meat." Growing meat. When Jiang Chen came back from military training, he wouldn't look good in those clothes, so he pushed away the bun that Su Shan handed over. "Sam, I'm growing meat. When my husband comes back, he'll be sad when he can't wear the clothes we bought for him." Su Shan felt hurt. How to invisibly eat a wave of dog food? It really caught me off guard. At this moment, she felt that she was redundant, and hurriedly put away the Xiaolong bao, and went to the side to gulp down her own food. Yi Lingshuang wasn't envious either. For the sake of your husband, these high-fat foods, you have to give them up. So, walked to the fridge, grabbed the carrots I bought yesterday and took them to juice, then drank them. The thought of being beautiful and happy at the entrance of Jiang Chen's school half a month later made her laugh out loud with joy. Su Shan covered her face for a while when she saw Yi Lingshuang giggling again on the side. A woman in love. As if she had a grudge against Xiaolong bao. She took one bite and chewed vigorously, bulging her mouth. Yi Lingshuang finished the carrot juice and went to wash her face again, drew a light makeup and dressed herself up beautifully. "Well, it's a goddess again. Sam, didn't you just say that you wanted me to come up with a new song?" Drinking milk. Su Shan's big eyes were round. This sister, has she come to her senses again? What are you looking at? No new songs? Yi Lingshuang was curious. Out. Su Shan hurriedly stood up and asked happily, "Sister, are we going to the company now?" "Not going to." As the words fell out, seeing Su Shan's disbelief, she took out the song that Jiang Chen had written for her from her bag and said, "Take it to Sister Ling, and ask her to contact the company to have the accompaniment made." Su Shan received the 3 pieces of paper with a shocked face. Sis, these songs, where did you get them? He, not buying it. Yilingshang had a sweet face. My husband wrote it. He's talented, isn't he? Having been fed another mouthful of dog food, Su Shan was hurt. Fine looking. The lyrics are so transporting. It's like I'm back in my reading days. Also, the boy she used to have a crush on was in her mind at the moment. The two have obviously gotten very close, but they just don't speak up. She returned home and the two just missed it. At this moment, she felt that Jiang Chen was really talented. No wonder Yilingxuan always had a smile on the corner of her mouth. With such a wonderful boyfriend, you'll wake up smiling in your dreams. She looks at a couple other songs. Each one of them goes right to the heart of one's soul. In the end, she realized how the tiny lyrics looked so much like Jiang Chen and Yilingshang. The two were childhood friends and had nothing to talk about. This one, Tiny, is the same, and the hero and heroine are childhood friends. Wow, what kind of divine little brother is this? It's also too good. Sis, brother-in-law is awesome, that's for sure. Yilingxuan raised her head with a proud face. If it wasn't excellent, how could I be interested in forcing him to get married? Su Shan's heart was stuffed. Come on, let's just get out of here and get the backing track done first. Despite being a single dog, you can't continue to eat dog food here. As the assistant left, Yilingxuan picked up her cell phone and opened the photos of her and Jiang Chen's trip to Westlake. Giggling. Silly husband, I missed you. When I see you again, I'm going to show you what I'm made of. I can't believe you disappeared for half a month, making me think about you day and night, and causing me to stay up all night for you and get dark circles under my eyes. Well, you must make it up to me when you come back. The photo is looking at me and my eyelids are about to open. After all, she hadn't slept all night. In the past 2 days, every day again, he accompanied Jiang Chen in the middle of the night to video chat. So, she couldn't suppress the sleeping god sealed in her body anymore. Lying on the sofa holding Jiang Chen's photo in her cell phone, she fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she dreamed of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was dressed in camouflage clothing, tall and thin, handsome, looking at the dreamy Yilingxuan's heart. Honey, you're back? Yilingxuan stammered and jogged over to jump headfirst into Jiang Chen's arms, hugging him tightly. Honey, actually, military training isn't over yet. I snuck out because I missed you so much. Husband. Yilingxuan's eyes were filled with emotion, and sweet nectar surged into her head, but the military training had to be attended, and her heart was a little worried. Honey, how could you be so stupid? If you miss me, you'll have to stay until military training is over. Now that you've escaped out, it's a serious consequence, and there's a chance you could be expelled from school. Honey, I just missed you so much. I couldn't help it, so I came. Hearing this, Yilingxuan's eyes turned red. Really stupid husband. I've missed you so much I can't eat. I'll still be giggling with your picture. Yilingxuan said here, slowly leaving from Jiang Chen's arms, pulling Jiang Chen's hand, saying, but husband, if you get dropped out of school, don't worry, I'll support you. Oh, your wife and I have a lot of savings to spend however you want. Wife, you're so sweet. Jiang Chen in his dream was gentle and considerate, picking up Yilingxuan's entire body and pressing his lips hard against it. The dreamy Yilingxuan had a shy face, but still responded tenderly. Don't stop until your heart is satisfied and you can't breathe. Honey, didn't you say you were going to give me a baby? Seeing that Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to call her his wife, the whole person was so fluttery that he couldn't tell north from south. She's been waiting for this wife. She's been waiting for flowers. Now that Jiang Chen had finally called, making the same request he had wanted, he was simply so happy that he was about to faint. Honey, do you want it now? Yiling asked shyly. Aha! Right now. As the words fell, Jiang Chen very decisively picked Yilingxuan up and walked towards the bedroom. Yilingxuan, on the other hand, was filled with joy, shyly leaning against Jiang Chen's chest in anticipation of the great moments to come. Sister Ling, what is she doing here? Yilingxuan's assistant, Su Shan, walked into the room and saw Yilingxuan's face red and her hands making hugging gestures, with a puzzled face to a beautiful woman around 35 years old at the side. She asked, is she sick? The beautiful woman's name was Xia Ling, and she was Yilingxuan's agent. Xia Ling was also embarrassed at this point. As someone who's been there, she's all too familiar with it. Yilingxuan, at this moment, was just having that indescribable dream. However, how could Yilingxuan, such a beauty, have that kind of dream? Looking at Su Shan, who was as pure as a piece of white paper on the side, he said, she has a fever. Go buy a box of medicine. How do you know you have a fever if you don't even touch your head? Su Shan was puzzled. Xia Ling wasn't a doctor. Xia Ling pointed at Yilingxuan's red face in a fussing manner and said, can't you see her face is red? That's a symptom of fever. Get the medicine. Oh, got it. Su Shan quickly ran out. Xia Ling, on the other hand, rested her chin and sat on the edge to watch Yi Lingshuang. Honey, stop it. I already gave it to you earlier. You want more? Hearing these words, Xia Ling blushed with shame even as a passerby. This silly girl, why do you still have such dreams? Haven't you been in Hangtown with your husband for the last few days? It's only been a few days. It's good to be young. Xia Ling was sincerely envious. Now, the one in her family, when he came home, locked himself directly in his study. It wasn't until she was asleep that she came out of the study, walking on the floor, and tiptoeing. This was for fear of waking her up and forcing her to pay her rations. Even once a month when it was time to pay his rations, he was reluctant. LOL. Xia Ling is so envious. At this time, Yi Lingshuang's voice sounded once again. Honey, let's go home and have an engagement party. I'm going to invite the whole neighborhood to our banquet and then give each person a $10,000 red envelope. Sharing was confused. Why did you let her hear that? Feeding her dog food in her dreams. Xia Ling really wanted to shout Yi Lingshuang up at this time. It was really too infuriating. You've got money. You've got to be considerate of the feelings of those of us who don't. Thousands of people in a neighborhood. $10,000 per person. That's tens of millions? Did you make your money on a photocopier? Xia Ling felt that she had received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage from Yi Lingshuang, and it was hard to bear. Yi Lingshuang was still talking in her sleep, her hands still flailing into the air, her mouth beeping. Apparently, the two were at it again in the dream, watching Yi Lingshuang's hands dancing, as well as her breathing at this moment. Looking at Xia Ling also blushed, unable to look straight. She wanted to go home, drag her husband, who liked to hide in his study all day, out and vent, but after thinking about it, he still had to go to the recording studio there with Yi Lingshuang to record a new song later, so he could only suppress his inner desires in a raw manner. In the morning, Su Shan gave her 3 songs to go back to the office for backing vocals. The owner of the company instantly smiled with excitement when he saw the 3 songs, and immediately arranged for various instrumental accompaniments on the tunes. Made it in less than 6 hours. So, as soon as it was made, it went to Yi Lingshuang's house, but I saw such an unpleasant scene. 5 minutes later, watching it continue, Charing covered her face. Come on, you feed me dog food even when you're sleeping. I'll go. Okay. So, trotting out of the hall and into the garden outside. At this moment, she vowed to go back at night, tie up her husband, and not let him get away with it again. Blow on the cool air, take a deep breath, and force yourself to calm down. More than 10 minutes later, Su Shan came panting and running with fever-reducing medicine. Sister Ling, what are you doing out there? How is Sister Spirit Frost doing? Su Shan looked anxious. Although she was hired by Yi Lingshuang was very good at getting along with her, and the two of them were as close as sisters. Just a minute. Looking at Su Shan, who was as pure as a piece of white paper, Xia Ling really couldn't bear to let her know the truth. Taking the fever-reducing medicine in Su Shan's hand, he went into the house. At this moment, although Yi Lingshuang was not making those scary movements anymore, she was still giggling. At this moment, Xia Ling wanted to spit madly. You're a big star. You're worth hundreds of millions. He's just a student. Can we stop being nymphomaniacs and keep the high and mighty way you used to treat those stinky men and let that man chase you? What are you rushing into? What are you doing? It's not like no one wants it. If Yi Lingshuang knew what Xia Ling was thinking in her heart, she would have kicked Xia Ling away. She, with great difficulty, was on better terms with Jiang Chen, so if she kept her high spirits, wouldn't that be sending Jiang Chen into the arms of those women? Let's not talk about others. Let's talk about Su Mengmeng. This is a schoolteacher who received full scholarships from 3 major foreign schools, and a beautiful girl with an unbelievable face. This one couldn't wait for her to let go at this point, and then fall back on doing Jiang Chen's laundry and cooking. Yi Lingshuang was still being a nymphomaniac, and Xia Ling could only walk out of the hall. Coming outside, to the nervous Su Shan, he said, just now I see, there's no more milk in the refrigerator. Go out and buy some. But, Spirit Frost's sister said that she doesn't eat drinks or foods with fat in them now. She's going to stay in shape and wear those beautiful clothes for her brother-in-law when he comes back. Xia Ling's cheeks jumped straight up. What kind of freak is this? You go buy skim or low-fat milk. How can a girl not drink milk? Even if you're trying to lose weight, milk is a necessity. Oh, poor Su Shan is once again dominated out again. Xia Ling waited for a while, blowing a cool breeze at the door, forcing herself to calm down before walking into the villa hall. Going over to this side of the couch, Yi Lingshuang was giggling but sleeping sweetly. Obviously, the dream isn't over. However, as long as Yi Lingshuang didn't have those weird dreams, She was relieved. Sitting on the sofa, he looked at the song Jiang Chen had written for Yiling Shuang, and then looked at Yiling Shuang, who had a sweet and happy face. At this moment, she seemed to understand Yiling Shuang a little. She had been Yiling Shuang's manager since her debut. She, naturally, knew that those songs were written by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had disappeared for 3 years, and the company had failed to set fire to any of the songs they had written even if they had found very powerful lyricists and composers. The sales were less than a tenth of what Jiang Chen wrote out. Jiang Chen, really very talented. These songs, she judged with a professional eye, would definitely be fire, because the song is infused with soul and very much resonates with many viewers. More than half an hour later, Su Shan came with a carton of pure milk. The two of them put it on the refrigerator, and when Su Shan saw that Yiling Shuang was still sleeping, she asked with a worried look on her face, "Are you sure you don't want to send it to the hospital to take a look?" "No, I've given him fever reducers," Xia Ling said with a serious face. The two put it away, not sure if the chatter was loud or what. Yiling Shuang woke up. Su Shan excitedly walked over and hugged Yiling Shuang. "Sister, you finally woke up." Yiling Shuang was confused and looked at Xia Ling in disbelief. "Spirit Frost, you had a fever just now, and it scared Shan." Xia Ling deliberately emphasized the word burn. Yiling Shuang wasn't stupid, and a scene from the dream came to mind. "Yes, Sister Spirit Frost, your face was red just now. It was Sister Ling who fed you fever-reducing medicine. Scared the hell out of me." Xia Ling looked at Yiling Shuang with a smile. She wanted to see how the man would explain. Kidding aside, Yiling Shuang had practiced her cheeks to be very thick nowadays, especially in the face of these two sisters who had been together for a long time. So she smiled and said, "Sister Ling, you're such a good person. I thank you." Oh. Xia Ling raised her eyebrows. This little girl has changed. I can't believe I'm still so calm. Couldn't see anything wrong with it and just had to say to Su Shan, "Well, even if your sister isn't sick, you're going to make her sick if you keep hugging her." Su Shan awkwardly left Yiling Shuang's arms. "Spirit Frost, go take a cool shower and dress up properly. We'll go record a song." "Why do you want to take a shower?" Yiling Shuang was puzzled. Xia Ling rolled her eyes, as if to say, "Don't you have a point in your heart?" Yiling Shuang smiled and gave Xia Ling a smile back before going to the shower room. This was a villa of over 300 square feet for her, much better than the house Jiang Chen was renting, a shower room that was as big as the one Jiang Chen had rented. Hurriedly, he rinsed his body off and came out wrapped in a large bath towel. As she entered the bedroom, Charing followed. "Sister Ling, what are you doing? I'm not interested in you." Charing rolled her eyes. "So who are you interested in?" "My husband." Yiling Shuang had a sweet face as her mind floated back to the dream. That's sweet. Hubby is so gentle. I love it." Xia Ling unhappily walked over and poked Yiling Shuang's head. "You, be honest in your dreams. It's a good thing it's just me and Shan today. If there was anyone else and they saw you like that, the image would all fall apart." He. Yiling Shuang grinned. "I can't get it in reality, but I'm still not allowed to dream about it?" "Can't get it in reality?" Charing wondered. "Yeah, hubby seems to be shadowing me." After saying that, his mind wandered back to the video from 2 days ago, and he said cheerfully, "But, it's okay now. He has accepted me. When he's done training over there, we'll be able to get mushy together every day, and the dream will come true." Charing's eyes went wide, listening to Yiling Shuang's words. It seemed like the two hadn't fused yet. "You've been in bed together for days and you haven't even completed that step? Is this wood?" However, it was all just a guess on her part, so she tentatively asked, "Spirit Frost, don't you have that?" "Nope," Yiling Shuang said naturally. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to her mind, and she beamed unhappily. "This husband of mine feels kind of stupid. I'm right around the corner, and he's actually getting me in a dream, and it pisses me off." Xia Ling looked dazedly at Yiling Shuang in front of her. "You too, it seems like you're really just as stupid. She dreams of owning you, and so do you. He, so we're made for each other." Xia Ling lost to Yiling Shuang. After picking out a set of clothes for Yiling Shuang at the closet, he said with a stern face, "Hurry up and put it on. Let's go record a song. Aim to sell on the shelves at night, riding the current heat." Yeah. At this moment, she also wanted to shelve the song Jiang Chen had written for her. That way when Jiang Chen came out, he could hear her singing. So, changing into a set of casual clothes, he walked out of the villa with Xia Ling and Su Shan. The company that Yi Lingfang works for has recording studios. When they arrived in the company's recording studio, the entire studio staff all smiled and welcomed Yiling Shuang. Yiling Shuang was very popular in the company. Every time he releases a new song or every drama is killed, he sends red packets to the staff involved out of his own pocket. Therefore, everyone loved to do things for Yiling Shuang. This time, naturally, was no exception. Yiling Xuan gave each person a red packet of 880 this time, making all the staff very happy. Sister Spirit Frost, the accompaniment is ready. You go in and listen to it first. It's based on the score of these songs. A middle-aged man with a duck-tongued hat smiled and stepped forward, introducing himself. Hard work. Yiling Xiang smiled as she went in and began to put on her headset and listen to the accompaniment. Well, as she thought, these crews are still so professional and make an accompaniment that satisfies her every time. Although the words and music, all of them are Jiang Chen's, but a good accompaniment, that can make the words and music plus points. Sister Spirit Frost, is it ready? At that moment, an inquiry from a staff member came over the headset. Okay, here goes. Accompaniment, slowly. The first one is Wang Xinling's Still Good Friends. The accompaniment to this song is perfect and describes all the heart of a crush word for word. Yiling Xuang, on the other hand, listened with her eyes closed. Soon, brought into the story of the song. When it was her turn to sing, the natural sound came out of her mouth. I've forgotten how long I've been waiting. You haven't said the words yet. Couples on the street holding hands. All we have is silence. How many steps from friends to lovers? You'll always just look at me. Looking forward to sprouting someday. A middle-aged man's eyes were moist at the end of the song. He also has a favorite friend of the opposite sex and would like to be a couple with a friend of the opposite sex. But because he's afraid of losing that friend, he never confesses and then misses out. A good friend of the opposite sex is married to a woman and is unhappy. He, for one, can only dry out. Because of the cowardice of the first time, it was just missed. Yiling Xuan finished singing in the studio and was still engrossed in it and couldn't come out. At first, it was just the lyrics that hurt, but listening to the backing track made it hurt even more. In this moment, she thought of herself. If she hadn't taken this step and hadn't taken the initiative to go after Jiang Chen, wouldn't the two of them have missed out as well? However, at this point it is good. Jiang Chen's relationship with her was getting better and better. Without these worries in song, taking off his headset, he looked out, only to see all the smiling and clapping for him. He opened the door and asked awkwardly, "Did you get through what you just sang?" "Perfect." The man with the duck-tongued hat and scruffy beard applauded the loudest. Yiling Xuan's voice just now was too into his heart. That's how afraid he is. So he misses out on the female friend he's had a crush on for years. Seeing that there was no problem with what she had just sung, Yiling Xuan entered the recording studio again. All three songs, she's the kind of person who only needs to sing them once and then they're all over the place. And she doesn't have to fix her voice yet. With 3 songs recorded, the next step was to turn it over to the label for release. Yiling Xiang invited everyone to a big dinner to thank them for helping to record the song. When it was over, he returned to his villa in a happy mood and lay down on the big sofa to play with his cell phone. Suddenly, a hot search popped up. The hot take is called, "Do you envy having a childhood friend who can write lyrics and music?" Yiling Xuan curiously clicked on it, only to see that inside were photos of both her and Jiang Chen when they were young. The account for this hot search, on the other hand, is the account of his agency, the company, taking her romance with Jiang Chen in hype. The news content said something about the two being childhood sweethearts and in love with each other. Jiang Chen wrote 3 songs to confess his love to Yiling Xuan. Wow, the goddess has a nice voice. Ha, silly, you only know the goddess voice is good. You didn't listen to the lyrics. Listen to the song? This is the lyrics and music composed by my little brother, and it's a confession to the goddess. The lyrics are heartfelt and go straight to the soul. Little brother is so talented. I've got my eye on little brother. Goddess, draw your sword. If you want to steal your little brother from the goddess, go and get some surgery first. If not, you don't stand a chance. What kind of surgery is an old man doing when he's a man? Put. Everyone started flirting with the idea of welcoming men. Yiling Xuan saw the news and then the comments. She noticed that there were company water boys leading the charge. Obviously, it's the company that's speculating. Looking at Jiang Chen and her photo in the news. This photo, Xia Ling asked her for it. Unexpectedly, Xia Ling approached her for photos to send to the company for speculation. Take the songs and her hype and keep the heat on. No problem. However, you can't take Jiang Chen and hype him up. Jiang Chen was an ordinary person, or a college student who had just started college. After today's incident, what if someone goes to disturb Jiang Chen's normal life in the future? When they were hot, Jiang Chen had told her that he didn't want to be noticed. Today it is. After thinking for a moment, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Sharing's number. The phone call from Xia Ling's side came through quickly. Spirit Frost, looking for me this late. What's the matter? Sister Ling, do you have time now? Come to my house for a while. Okay, just wait a minute. I'll be right there. Yiling Xuan's tone was not right, and Xia Ling, who was preparing to make out with her husband at home, had her heart thumping. This afternoon, the The company had a meeting to take Zheng Chen and Yi Lingshuang's romance to keep the heat on Yi Lingshuang. And Yi Lingshuang doesn't like to hype up his family. She also has a contractual clause with the company that she can't use her family for hype. However, the company found it profitable, and without asking Yi Lingshuang's opinion, they asked her for a photo of Zheng Chen and Yi Lingshuang when they were children for publicity. It was now after 10 o'clock at night, and being called over by Yi Lingshuang, she knew something bad was going to happen, because the photo was given to the company by her. Quickly dressing up, he drove the car towards the villa where Yi Lingshuang was. Come to the door of the villa, take a deep breath, then press the fingerprint lock. In these 5 years, Yi Lingshuang treated her as her sister. So the villa, she freely came and went. Walking down the hall, he saw Yi Lingshuang browsing the web with a tablet. She nervously walked over and forced herself to be calm as she asked, Spirit Frost, what's the matter with calling me here so late at night? Sister Ling, come on, sit down over here. Yi Lingshuang politely stood up and let him sit beside him. Xia Ling sat apprehensively on the side of Yi Lingshuang. Sister Spirit Frost, look at this news. Yi Lingshuang clicked on that hot search just now, then clicked on the photo taken with Zheng Chen when he was a child, frowned and asked, what's going on here? Xia Ling was in a panic. On the way here just now, she had thought of many kinds of excuses, but at this moment, facing Yi Lingshuang, she suddenly didn't dare to say anything. After thinking for a while, he said, Ling Frost, today the general manager approached me and said that you are so hot today that your paycheck has risen from $30 to $70 million, but the company felt that you were 1,000 times better than those half-assed, tax-evading artists, so they wanted to take this opportunity to raise your pay to over 100 million. So they used the heat that is your romance, plus your boyfriend also writes songs, and they feel that more internet attention will increase song sales. So, Yi Lingshuang heard that it was for her to raise her paycheck. This was obviously a good thing. Why didn't they tell her? Did they want to monopolize part of the paycheck? Also, it was clearly agreed that you couldn't hype up your friends and family around you. Now, not only is it hype, but it's not talking to her. The most over-the-top thing is the whole taking pictures thing. She treated Xia Ling as her sister, and Xia Ling turned her hand and betrayed her. Strongly suppressing the fire in her heart, she said, Sister Ling, please talk to the company and delete this news. Chering was a bit confused. To delete? And a tough attitude? In the past, Yi Lingshuang had never been like this. Spirit Frost, do you really want the company to delete it? Xia Ling said tentatively, actually, I think it's quite good. Delete it? My husband doesn't like to be on the hot seat and he doesn't like people interrupting his peaceful life. Then I'll try, Xia Ling said, picking up her cell phone, ready to dial the old boss when the phone suddenly rang. It's the company's oldest. Spirit Frost, Mr. Yang is on the phone. You answer it. On speakerphone. Yi Lingshuang said calmly, good. Although Xia Ling was unwilling in her heart, she was at fault first, and Yi Lingshuang's request was reasonable. Press answer and turn on the speakerphone. Ray, this hot search is really too powerful. Spirit Frost's 3 songs had just been put up for less than 2 hours, and sales have already reached 50 million. $50 million. Do you know what that is? Spirit Frost used to make a movie that couldn't reach the numbers. Now that this news has appeared, everyone is more and more curious about this boyfriend of Ling Frost's. Also, this news, it's already hogging the #1 spot on all the major hot search lists. When Xia Ling heard this, there was some joy in her heart. 2 hours of sales? That's too strong. Looking his gaze over to Yi Lingshuang here, he only saw that Yi Lingshuang's face was expressionless. At this moment, she understood what Yi Lingshuang meant. Yi Lingfang, not concerned about this. Moreover, she also felt that having Yi Lingshuang there made that side tighten up a bit, so she only said, Mr. Yang, I'm at Lingshuang's house right now. Can I discuss something with you? What is it? So formal. The caller was curious. Xia Ling took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, can you delete that speculative news from Weibo? Why? The caller was puzzled. This is a great opportunity for hype. It was also because of this news that more people knew that Zheng Chen was a genius. The two are the best of the best and that's why sales are so high. If we pull out, isn't that like throwing money away? It's a fool's errand to delete it. Mr. Yang, we signed a contract with Ling Frost. We can't use her family and friends to hype her up. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone and asked, Xia Ling, is Lingfang by your side? Xia Ling looked at Yi Lingshuang, and after seeing Yi Lingshuang shaking her head at her, she could only say, no, I'm in the garden at the entrance. Oh, the person on the other end of the line seemed relieved to be free of scruples and spat out, Xiaoling, what age is it? Why is Lingfang still so old-fashioned? Look at all the artists who have been terminated by the state. Which one of them is not racking their brains to be on the hot seat? Even a distant relative's cousin having a baby and going to see it comes in hot once. Accompany your uncle to the doctor's office and take a hot shot too. Even a relative's family killed a chicken to entertain them and found a chance to be in the hot seat. Look at Spirit Frost again. Not happy about such a great publicity opportunity. $50 million. $50 million in 2 hours. Even if you deduct the share with the platform, deduct our company's staff expenses, and publicity and other miscellaneous expenses, to her hands there are more than 10 million. All this money, doesn't she want it? Mr. Yang Lingfang is a very principled person, and it's true that his boyfriend is still a college student today, so it's not appropriate to bring out the son. Pedantic. What's wrong with college students? As long as you can make money, legally, even as a schoolboy. Ray, it's not me talking about you. How come you haven't gotten that petulant stink out of her after being around her for so long? Xia Ling's heart was in a panic at this point. Fear of being angered by Yiling Shuang. Mr. Yang, Spirit Frost really has a contract with the company, so we can't use her relatives as a publicity point. Pedantry, how shrewd you used to be. How good you were at looking out for the company. And now you actually want to harm the company's interests. I'm going to have to think long and hard about whether you're still up to the job. Xiao Ling's face immediately revealed a look of fear. The company, it's trying to lay her off and replace her with someone else. She sneaked her gaze towards Yiling Shuang, only to see Yiling Shuang show no sign. Ray, you have to turn this old thought of Lingfang's around no matter what. Also, this story has made me so much money, I'm not going to delete it. Watch how you convince her yourself. The words fell out of his mouth and he hung up directly. Xia Ling walked over to Yiling Shuang's side with an ugly face and said guiltily, Ling Shuang, I'm sorry. Yiling Shuang smiled, went to the refrigerator and took a bottle of water and handed it to Xia Ling, then sat down. Sister Ling, we've been working together for almost 5 years, right? Yes. How am I treating you? Yiling Shuang asked curiously. You've been good to me. The company gives me as much bonus as I want, and you personally pay me double again. Last year, you not only lent me $10 million, so that I bought a suite of rooms here in Kyoto in full payment before my child was able to go to school, but this year, in order to facilitate my picking up my child from school and dropping him off, you also sent me a $600,000 sedan. These, I will always keep in my heart. I forgot about the $10 million until you mentioned it. Yiling Shuang was bitter inside. She, truly, treated Xia Ling as her own sister. When Xia Ling has any difficulties, she contributes money and effort. And now, Chering Ming knew she was a person of principle, knowing, full well, that the company would make an issue out of the photos. They still gave them to the company. This photo even came over to her personally to ask for it, without reminding her. It disappointed her. How come you can't get a true heart for a true heart? Finding an excuse, he dismissed Chering. Xia Ling was driving home when her cell phone rang. Looking at it, it was a call from the company's owner, Yang Su. Mr. Yang, what can I do for you? Xia Ling asked suspiciously. Where are you now? I'm driving home. Oh, the person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and asked, how was Spirit Frost's state just now? Not very nice, not very talkative. Chering said truthfully, it's okay, it's been done before. Yang Su was unimpressed. This kind of thing happened too many times, and every time Yiling Shuang didn't get angry. The two chatted about today's hot search for a few moments before Yang Su suddenly said, by the way, Spirit Frost's contract expires next week. Tomorrow, come over and get the new contract for her to sign. What? When Xia Ling heard that Yiling Shuang's contract hadn't been renewed, her face changed drastically. Mr. Yang, your contract hasn't been renewed yet? What's wrong? Yang Su on the phone had a puzzled look on his face. Xia Ling said with a gloomy face, I see that she cares a lot about this news and was preoccupied just now. Do you think she will leave our company? Yang Su on the other end of the phone was full of concern. Where can a little girl with no background go? Mr. Yang, she's not just an ordinary little girl a few years ago now. She's a star whose paycheck has reached tens of millions. So what if the movie pays tens of millions of dollars? You think, if she leaves here, someone out there will want her? I've been in this business for so many years. I still have contacts. Yang Su on the phone was confident and murderous. As long as she dares to leave, I'll say hello and see who dares to use her. Hearing this, Xia Ling thought about Yang Su's energy. Yang Su does have a wide range of connections. Once upon a time, there was a person called what's his name Bo who offended Yang Su and was directly banned. Even if that person's acting skills are great and her roadie skills are good, still no one is going to ask her to do a movie or sing. So that one's cool. The man thought, if you don't make a movie, then take your savings and go into business. But I did not expect to invest in several projects in a row. The money earned in the past few years all lost. Because of those projects, it was all Yang Su's bureau. The man had no choice but to marry a wife and live a mediocre life. After Xia Ling left, Yi Lingshuang was lying on the bed, playing games with her girlfriends to relieve her boredom. Honey, you're having a rough day. Ha, you're dead again. Do you realize that you've screwed me over again? I've dropped to bronze and you're still screwing me over? Listening to her best friend in the game complaining, Yi Lingshuang had an embarrassed look on her face. Don't be afraid, dear, when my husband's military training is over, I'll let him help you get promoted to king. It was all she could do to lie. Anyway, Jiang Chen was in military training nowadays and couldn't find anyone. That's a great excuse. Really, honey, you talk to me that way about your husband again and I'll flip you off? Is it appropriate for you to feed me mouthfuls of dog food when I've already dropped to bronze? Hey, go find someone to fall in love with too if you can. Then you can go find a girl to fall in love with. Yi Lingshuang said with a smirk, exasperating her best friend across the table and gnashing her teeth. Is it okay if I look for you? I don't want you. I have my husband enough. Yi Lingshuang's face was sweet when she thought of her husband Jiang Chen. You ungrateful little bitch. When I come back from the movie base, let's see how I'll clean you up. The two fight as they play the game. The game ended as they wanted to lose. Both dropped points. Aha! The woman on the other end screamed in exasperation. Honey, I feel like bolting a pig under the tower would be a better game than you. In the future, don't look for me to play king. My little heart can't take it. Being disliked. Yi Lingshuang was embarrassed beyond measure. Today, she was indeed off her game. That photo was distracting her, not to mention the fact that there was Chering as an agent. She gave whatever was obviously missing. The one person she trusted so much had betrayed her, and she couldn't accept it, because growing up, Chering was the first person to betray her. Sister, get off. You don't hang around there. It hurts my brain to watch. I don't want to play with you anymore. The woman on the other end of the game sounded disgusted. Hey, so we don't play games. We chat, okay? Yi Lingshuang asked with a smile. No talking about your husband. The woman was verbally warned. She had been hurt by Yi Lingshuang, and at this time, she didn't want to hear about men. Okay, then we won't talk about my husband. Even though he's wonderful. Coming. Well. Yi Lingshuang hurriedly stopped, then said, let's video it. I currently have something bothering me. Ha, you actually have something bothering you, that I'd like to hear about. The woman looked excited and went straight to video. The woman in the video has a fleshy face and looks adorable. She was Yi Lingshuang's best friend, Yi Peiying, because they have been together in the theater, and the two are the same ethnicity, coupled with the fact that they get along. So over time they have become girlfriends who have nothing to talk about. Honey, say it. What's bothering you? Tell me and I'll have fun. How inhuman. Oh, who was the one who whispered in my ear every day about how awesome her husband was? Yi Lingshuang's pretty face reddened, unable to say a word. She was afraid that once she talked about her husband, it would be endless and upset Yi Peiying, and then there would be no one to talk to. Well, it looks like you're self-conscious. Satisfied, Yi Peiying asked with a smile. Tell me what's bothering you so much? Yi Lingshuang didn't hide it either. I told my best friend, Yi Peiying, everything that happened today. Sisters, agents eat their words, and that's very common in the industry as well. Yi Peiying wasn't surprised at all. Upon seeing that Yi Lingshuang still seemed to be having trouble accepting it, she once again said, Sister, take my agent for example. She did a lot of things behind my back, too. Have I gone too far with this? Yi Lingshuang looked at Yi Peiying with a nervous face. Yi Peiying licked her dry lips for a moment and said, It seems a little more excessive than yours. Yi Lingshuang was curious. There was still more excessive than Xia Ling? You do realize that our stars' autographs can fetch high prices out there, right? Yi Lingshuang shook her head. She didn't care about this. How did you become a star? Yi Peiying was speechless and had to introduce again. My agent took some photo posters and asked me to sign them in order to make extra money, saying that it was for a relative, but in fact it was taken and sold. Like this? Yi Lingshuang's mind floated back to a scene from the past. It was a trick that Chering had used on her. She didn't think about it that much, so she just signed it to Chering. Ray did it to me too. So now you know. Angry? Yi Lingshuang nodded. Definitely angry. The bonus I gave her wasn't low. She's just very sorry. Sister, you need to learn to keep your eyes open. The agents are assigned to us by the company. So their company. I advise you, don't pull your heart out to them. Just think of her as a coworker. A normal friend who chats. When Yi Peiying said this, her heart seemed to think of something, and she said again, by the way, do you know about Wang Baowei? Wang Baowei whose agent is hooking up with his wife and having a miserable time? Yeah, that's what happens when you get too close to your agent. And I'm warning you, your secret, you can't tell the agent. They're wallflowers, and they'll fall to whichever side is stronger. If there comes a day when we don't have the heat anymore, they won't hesitate to abandon us and possibly step on us. So if you want an agent who is loyal to you and has nothing to say, then return this current agent to the company and let someone you trust be your agent. When Yiling heard Yi Peiying's words, her mind couldn't help but recall some of the people she had once seen at the banquet. Their agents are family and trusted friends. At the time, she thought it was strange how it all goes into this circle. Nowadays, it seems to be a case of not being comfortable with the company's agents. After all, agents basically stay with the stars. If the agent leaks out the star's privacy for money, this is very troublesome. Yiling was an afterthought, but it seems a little late for that. Xia Ling, both followed her for 5 years. Although she was open and honest and had nothing to hide, Xia Ling really didn't miss out on getting favors from her. Thanks to me, I still think of her as a soul sister. Yiling huffed and puffed. In the end, she's treating me like an ingrate and an ATM. Feeling better now that you know the truth? Not bad. You've unlocked my heart. This person, I'll pretend I never knew her. I'm going to get my own personal agent again. The two of them chatted for a while, and Yiling went to bed when sleepiness set in. And Yi Peiying was pitted by Yi Lingfang in the game. Became a bronze little sister, so decided to kill back to the game, back to the top. Although, she never succeeded. Yi Lingfang slept until dawn. When he woke up, he only saw Xiaoling and Su Shan all in the villa. Xiaoling handed Yi Lingfang the contract she had brought from Yang Su and said with a smile, Lingfang, Mr. Yang said that your contract with the company is going to expire. This is the new contract. Take a look. If it's okay, sign it. Yi Lingfang took the contract and read it. The percentage of proceeds is split 30/70ths. Yi Lingfang 30%, the company's 70%. Let's say, Yi Lingfang's song or paycheck takes $100 million. The company takes $70 million, and the remaining $30 million is Yi Lingfang's. Seeing this ratio, Yi Lingfang's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. That's a very low percentage for her current curiosity. After all, this contract is what newcomers were treated to 5 years ago. 5 years ago, she was a rookie, getting rookie benefits, which she thought was normal. But over the years, it's also earned the company tens of billions of dollars in profits. She has become the company's pillar. However, the company is still holding a 5-year-old contract for her to sign, which makes her a little uncomfortable. You should know that Yi Peiying, who is in a similar curiosity as her, is also signing a 3/7 contract with the company nowadays. However, Yip Puiying's is taking 70% and the company 30%. But Yi Lingfang didn't say anything and continued to read on. Finally, it was found that the length of the contracted years reached 20 years at times. 20 years? That's treating him like a bagman. The fire inside Yi Lingfang gradually burned. But she held her tongue and continued to look at the terms. She found that all those claims she had made in the past were gone, and a lot of clauses were added to the contract that she found hard to accept. For example, she has to unconditionally cooperate with the company's publicity. That is to say, in the future, the company used her family, relatives and friends to hype. She unconditionally obeyed and cooperated. Mustn't do anything like before where they not only don't cooperate, but also remove news hits. Doing those things again would be considered a breach of contract and subject to a reduced percentage share. It was reduced from 30% to 20%. So, the contract requires her to obey the company unconditionally for the next 20 years. Don't listen. Keep reducing your share ratio. This contract, she becomes no rights, only obligations. Become a doll that lies flat and lets itself be fucked. Not only can you not be displeased, but you have to go along with it and say, you're awesome, I love it. If you don't do this, chances are you won't get a penny and you'll owe the company a ton of money. Seeing these contents, Yi Lingfang was a bit unable to suppress the flood of power in her body. There were so many more clauses that she just couldn't look at them anymore. It's not a fucking partnership contract. It's a slave contract. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, he turned to Xiao Ling and asked, Sister Ling, this contract, have you read it? Look, Xiao Ling's heart was shocked. She knew Yi Lingfang had a fiery temper, and she quickly said, Lingfang, Mr. Yang promised that as long as the contract was signed, the company would focus its resources on you. Moreover, he has already contacted the Hollywood side and is going to recommend you to be the female lead in a sci-fi blockbuster over there. Hearing Xiao Ling's words, Yi Lingfang's heart went cold. It's true what the BFF said. This agent is not on her side, but on the company's side. Such a slave-selling contract, actually wanting her to sign it. If there was a little bit of fantasy about Xiao Ling before, now that little bit of fantasy within her was all gone. This agent, he's a white wolf who can't be fed. At this moment, she was glad that it was good to have that news yesterday, so that she could see Xiao Ling's true colors. I'm also glad that mentioning it to my best friend kept it in her mind. If these things had not happened, The contract she certainly did not look. After all, in the past very trust Xia Ling. Once she doesn't read the contract, this will be her bill of sale, the kind that can never be redeemed. After a moment of silence, his heart seemed to have thought of something, and the fire didn't come out. Instead, he also smiled very politely and said, Sister Ling, this contract will be placed here with me first. I'll think about it. Spirit Frost, isn't it your dream to go into Hollywood? Now, if you sign this contract, your dream will come true. Seeing Yi Lingshuang's eyes on the side, and as if she was not satisfied with this contract, Su Shan immediately took it out and looked at it. Upon seeing the content of the contract, not only do they have to tie up Yi Lingshuang for 20 years, the split ratio is the same as the newcomers. And in a contract, there are only obligations, not rights. If you can't do any of these terms, not only will you drop your share percentage, but you may even be upside down on your money to the company. Such an overbearing contract. Not to mention Yi Lingshuang, even if she didn't know anything, she wouldn't sign it. Sister Ling, the contract is so overbearing. Why did you bring it to Sister Lingfang to sign as well? Su Shan's face turned blue. Yesterday, she saw the news too. She was not happy about the company taking Jiang Chen's hype, because Yi Lingshuang had clearly said that she could not take her family's hype. Today, to come up with such an overbearing contract is really bullying. Shan, you only saw the contract. Didn't you think about Mr. Yang's strength? As long as we sign this contract, Spirit Frost will be able to go to Hollywood and become an international superstar. Xia Ling was flustered, but patiently explained and drew that nebulous pie. Yang Su gave her a death order. She had to make Yi Lingshuang sign this contract. She will also be given a new contract if she signs it. She gets a bonus of 5 thousandths of Yi Lingshuang's annual income. 5 thousandths. If Yi Lingshuang earned $500 million a year, she would receive $2.5 million. With such a large income, she was heartened. Therefore, she had to convince Yi Lingshuang to sign this contract. Hollywood? Su Shan's face showed disdain. Sister Ling, even if my sister becomes a world master, so what? This contract exists, and no matter how accomplished she is a slave to the company. When Su Shan said this, her eyebrows twisted and she looked at Xia Ling coldly, angrily saying, Sister Ling, which end are you on? My sister never treated you badly. Why are you recommending this contract so strongly to harm her? Xia Ling had never thought that Su Shan, who had always seemed naive and pure as a piece of white paper, would actually get red-faced with her for Yi Lingshuang, hastily defending. Xiao Shan, I didn't harm Lingfrost. This contract, as long as I sign it, I guarantee that Lingfrost's value will skyrocket. Don't you disgust me. I think you're a white-eyed wolf who can't be raised. Su Shan was incomparably angry. Wasn't this talking nonsense with her eyes open? Seeing Su Shan being so intense, Yi Lingshuang quickly stopped it and said, Sister Ling, please go back and tell the company that I am very interested in entering the Hollywood side. But this contract, I think it's a bit of a problem. Why don't you go back and talk to General Manager Yang? Sis, this contract is so overbearing. The company is clearly bullying you. If they really wanted a win-win situation, they wouldn't have made such a deceitful contract. Yi Lingshuang smiled at Su Shan and once again said to Xia Ling, Sister Ling, please. Xia Ling was in a great panic, but Su Shan was so emotional. She couldn't continue and could only decide to go back and discuss with Yang Su. As Xia Ling left, Su Shan had a nervous look on her face. Sis, they bullied you so much. Why are you still putting up with it? Yi Lingshuang smiled. What's the point of arguing with her? It's not like she made the contract. But Sister Ling is clearly your agent. You treat her so well, and yet you come over with such a contract full of traps. How can you bear it? Sam, you're still young. There are many ways to solve problems, but fighting to solve them, or fighting with her, is really not recommended. Su Shan's big eyes gurgled for a moment, an excited look on her face. Sister Spirit Frost, do you have a solution that doesn't require a fight? Yi Lingshuang smiled. Su Shan was a bit anxious, and quickly asked, Sister, tell me, in the end what is the way? Yi Lingshuang picked up her laptop and tapped a paragraph. Then she logged onto Weibo and posted a notice that her contract would not be renewed because the company had given her too harsh a contract extension, tweeting the official account of her former company. She, Yi Lingshuang, had a temper, not a little lamb to the slaughter. Sis, beautiful. When Su Shan saw this statement Yi Lingshuang had sent, she screamed happily and gave Yi Lingshuang a thumbs up. She's only been with Yi Lingshuang for half a year, but Yi Lingshuang was very kind to her, so in her heart she really took Yi Lingshuang as her sister. Watching Yi Lingshuang being treated like this by the company, he had long been so angry that he wanted to hit someone. It's a good idea not to stay with such a company. By this moment, Su Shan was very impressed with Yi Lingshuang. Just now, no arguing. Now, a direct fatal blow. Sure enough, this is the way adults solve problems. Not like children. Still need to fight with each other to the face. Sis, since you're leaving, have you thought about where you're going? Or have you already found your next home? Well, Yiling Xuan cocked her little head and thought for a while, and said with some embarrassment, I don't have an underling. Right now I just want to be with my husband. Su Shan's face reddened. This silly sister. She really thinks about her husband whenever she has time. She didn't say anything, though. A star of Yiling Xuan's caliber would need a lot of people. Sister, you must take me with you. I'm definitely not as good at pitting you as chairing. Yiling Xuan laughed. Su Shan was introduced to her by one of her schoolmates and is definitely trustworthy. Moreover, Su Shan is very serious about her work. Su Shan stayed in school and also studied cooking. Sometimes he cooks himself a very authentic filet mignon, which is very good. And, with Su Shan, her villa is very clean. Sis, it takes a very specialized lawyer to send a notification letter to a company. Do you have a lawyer? Yiling Xuan shook her head. Over the years, she hadn't been tearing herself apart, so she hadn't been in contact with a lawyer. Su Shan volunteered to step forward and said, I have a sister who is a barrister who is a partner in the Kyoto Pinnacle law firm. If you trust me, I'll have her deliver the notification letter for us. Okay, then, please, sis, you're welcome. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Yiling Xuan laughed. This was the heart for the heart. The two of them have nothing to do and play king at home. And the company where Yiling Xuan was from had already blown up, especially those who played well with Yiling Xuan. This sudden non-renewal is so unexpected. Yang Su received the notification letter sent by Su Shan's sister and his face was gloomy. Earlier, Xia Ling came to say, Yiling Xuan not quarrel, thought it could have its way, but did not think of the turn of the eye to send no longer renew the contract notice, and explains the contract harsh. He also had Su Yu, a gold medal lawyer from Pinnacle Law Firm, which was ranked first among the top 10 law firms in Kyoto, send the notification letter. As a pivotal big shot in this circle, this was definitely a slap in his face. After a moment's thought, he called Xia Ling over directly and decided to lobby again. If you can't, you threaten to block it. She didn't believe that Yiling Xuan wasn't afraid of being blocked. So, Xia Ling, the errand boy, came to the villa again. Sister Ling, I'm sorry, made you come all the way here for nothing. Yiling Xuan smiled, but her face was not half apologetic. Ling Feng, if you're going to leave, Mr. Yang won't just let it go. He'll shut you down and make it impossible for you to stay in the business. Yiling Xuan frowned when she heard Xia Ling's words. Sister Ling, what do you mean? Xia Ling did not pretend at this time, directly sat on the sofa, crossed her legs and said, you should know the energy of General Manager Yang. She only needs to say a word. You will have no foothold in this industry. Sister Ling, does it have to be like this? I've made no less than $10 billion in profits for the company. And now it's contract expiration that's gone. Yiling Xuan's small pink fists unconsciously clenched. She didn't expect that Yang Su was still as domineering as ever. She knew that Yang Su had once asked a male artist to apologize after the drama because he had given a kiss to a woman he liked in the drama. The male artists didn't want it, so they blocked the person. It's not enough to shut someone down, but they also do a setup to make that male artist lose his money. This incident is a taboo subject in the circle. Spirit Frost, now you have two choices. Stay signed to our company or get banned. Xia Ling was very arrogant at this time and said condescendingly, Ling Frost, to be honest, you're very perceptive and perfect for this bowl of rice. It would be a shame to be banned. Looking at Xia Ling's ugly face, Yiling Xuan was so angry that she wanted to go over and slap her. It's true, as my best friend said, the company's agents are the most ruthless. However, she, Yiling Xuan, was not someone who bowed to power and signed a contract to sell her body as a slave. If you do get banned, big deal, you're out of the biz. What can't you do as a name-brand college student with $2 billion in savings? Even if she didn't do anything, the money would be enough for her and both of Jiang Chen's parents to live carefree for the rest of their lives. Sister Ling, I never imagined that working hard for the company for 5 years and creating tens of billions of dollars in profits for the company would lead to the fate of being blocked. If you guys really block it. I'm not going to sign for a company like yours. As the words fell, he saw Xia Ling's face gloomy and said coldly, get lost. You are not welcome here from now on. Xia Ling saw being Yiling Xuan's attitude was resolute. With his hand still holding the phone number given by the property manager, he was so angry that he just took the contract and left the villa. The phone number given by the property management goes directly to the head of security. As soon as contact is made, security comes and kicks her out. In the utility room, Su Shan took her cell phone and recorded it all. After Xia Ling left, she walked over to Yiling Xuan's side and said, Sister, the recording is very clear. Both your face and hers were recorded. Well, If they do dare to block it, put that out there. Let's see. Which artist will dare to sign with his family after this one? Yiling was supposed to be a big fire star nowadays. The non-renewal notice letter has been on the hot seat of almost every platform. By the end of the night, the heat increased instead of decreasing. So angry that Yang Su personally contacted the major platforms. Order the major platforms to have this hot search removed or suffer the consequences. The major platforms were afraid of messing with a big shot like Yang Su and pulled down their hot searches. Yiling naturally didn't know at this time that the hot search had been pulled down. At this point, she was lying on her bed playing king with her girlfriends. Sister, you are so bold. Aren't you really afraid of closure? I'm afraid, but I don't want to be a slave. Yiling said this and added with a smile, if I'm blocked, I'll open a small store with my husband and enjoy life. Anyway, nowadays I've made enough money for my retirement. But don't you love playing in this circle? Just drop it? Showbiz is fun. But what's as fun as my husband? Yi Peiing on the other end of the game had the good sense not to answer. Because as soon as she did, Yiling wouldn't stop. She really didn't want to eat dog food. 12:30 p.m. In the tents of the military training camp, it had been several days since he had videoed with Yiling and Jiang Chen somehow missed it. I miss it so much I can't sleep. Why don't we try again? Jiang Chen rolled over and took out a pack of tampons from the bag beside the bed. It was given to him by Yiling. Ever since his cell phone got into the water, he's thrown it into a tampon, hoping it will soak up the water. But for several days in a row, it won't turn on. Disappointed to the core. Let's hope. This time, it's on. I really miss her. Jiang Chen muttered in his heart, took his cell phone out and pressed the on button. The screen, which had been dark, suddenly lit up. Secretly scratched the screen. All functions are normal. Jiang Chen excited bad. So immediately he got up from the bed and got dressed. When he came outside, he ran to the kitchen and took an umbrella, despite the pouring rain, and headed for the hillside. Climbing to the top of the mountain, Jiang Chen excitedly opened the chat software, tapped Yiling avatar to send a video invitation. Yiling, who was sprawled out on the big bed in Kyoto, playing King of Kings, was thrilled to see the video invitation sent by Jiang Chen. The game didn't care, and quickly connected to the video with Jiang Chen. Hubby, ooh, I thought you didn't want me. Looking at Yiling, whose eyes were red, Jiang Chen's face revealed a touch of heartache. It's only been a few days. How did you lose weight? And, how can one doubt his character? Hurriedly, she said, Sister Lingfeng, even if I don't want the heavens or the earth, I won't not want you. Really? Yiling face was joyful and her heart was warm. This silly husband, actually can say such beautiful love words. Really unexpected. Aha. Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly and asked with a smile, what are you doing? Thinking of you. Yiling words had just fallen, when Yi Peiying's snarling voice came from her cell phone. Yiling, you scummy girl, running away in the middle of the game. I'm already bronze and you're still pitting me. You want to die? At this point, you're actually trying to trick little brother. Auntie, I can't watch anymore. I'm going to expose your true colors. Yiling best friend was ranting on her cell phone, and Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. Yiling has punked her best friend again. He remembered that some time ago Yiling had pitted her best friend to the point that she fell straight back to silver. This time, it actually got to bronze. Sure enough, it's very dangerous to play games with beautiful women. One mistake is years of hard work going down the drain and back to the drawing board. That's terrible. Honey, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I do miss you, but you're away, so I can only play games with her to relieve my inner loneliness. That's the real idea. Since the video with Jiang Chen, she had gotten used to his presence at night. Without video chatting with Jiang Chen, her heart felt empty, as if she had lost something very important. Plus today, this happened again. She really wanted to lean on Jiang Chen's shoulder and pour out her inner grievances. However, Jiang Chen was away again, so she could only play games with her girlfriends to make herself fulfilled. Now, misunderstood by girlfriends. LOL. Apologized to my best friend and turned off the king. Well, it was supposed to win this time. Her BFF could have moved up to silver, but because she quit, it's hopeless again. Honey, I've turned off the game. Oh. Hearing this, Jiang Chen looked at Yiling dumbfounded. Sister Spirit Frost, I can actually wait for you to finish this round with her. I can't wait to be by your side at all times. How could we let the game delay our meeting? Jiang Chen was so moved. Yiling really gave everything to herself. Honey, don't look at me like that. I'd be shy too. Yiling eyes blinked and blinked, her head lowered. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed. This silly girl, she looks so gentle at this time. Yiling slowly stood up when she saw Jiang Chen giggling. Putting her phone on the phone stand, she shyly asked, Honey, do you want to see me dance now? I don't want to see you dance right now, Yiling Shuang said from the bottom of his heart. Yiling Shuang's large eyes gurgled. Then what do you want me to do for you? I can do a lot of Looking at Yiling Shuang's dopey and adorable appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lick his lips and laughed. I want to give you a kiss. Yiling Shuang's eyes widened, full of incredulity. This is a stupid husband who offered to talk about kissing himself? Did you hear me right? Could it be that being shut down by the company has blessed you with the true love of your husband? Honey, say that again. Yiling Shuang was overwhelmed with excitement and looked at Jiang Chen blankly. You have sexy red lips and beautiful eyes. I want to kiss you. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he also turned his face away in some embarrassment. That's the kind of thing he's never said to anyone yet. I didn't expect to actually. At this point, still a screen away. Alas, the fall. How can you say such a thing? Listening to Jiang Chen's heartfelt confession, Yiling Shuang's entire body floated lightly. This silly husband has not failed himself. Finally taking the initiative. She knew that Jiang Chen truly had her in mind from this moment on. She had really become a legitimate wife in Jiang Chen's heart. She licked her red lips, her big eyes cooing as she looked at Jiang Chen and said shyly, Hubby, I want to kiss you too. Looking at Yiling Shuang's tantalizing movements, Jiang Chen felt some regret. You can't do anything when people aren't around. Jiang Chen's bitter face asked, how to kiss? Honey, just put your face here on the camera. Is that even okay? Of course, Yiling Shuang said with a flushed face, asking Jiang Chen to put his face over one by one. Jiang Chen had no choice but to bring his face over. Bo. Yiling Fang comes with its own sound effects. Jiang Chen sneaked a look, only to see Yiling Shuang's red lips to the camera. Jiang Chen was confused. This girl, why are there so many tricks? Kissing in the air? What a shame. Honey, you actually ran away. Yiling Shuang saw Jiang Chen looking at himself dumbfounded, unhappy and beamed. Hubby, your little lady didn't get a kiss. She still needs a kiss. Seeing Yiling Shuang's beaming mouth, red face, and sultry eyes, somehow, Jiang Chen's heart felt painful and heartbreaking. The two of them, even if they missed each other, couldn't do anything from such a distance. Nowadays it's doing something that seems very childish. At this moment, Jiang Chen could imagine how much Yiling Shuang wanted him in her heart, how much she loved him, how much she wanted to hold him and kiss him for eternity. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen decided to let go of all that shame in his heart and love Yiling Shuang properly. So he tenderly said, Sister Ling Shuang, close your eyes. I'll give you a kiss as compensation. Okay? Yiling Shuang's two eyes suddenly lit up. Honey, what did you say? I want to kiss you. Jiang Chen lowered his head. Although he had decided to let go of his shame, he still felt so ashamed to say it. I can't believe I'm talking about kissing another person across the screen. However, thinking that Yiling Shuang had done so much for him, he absolutely could not back down. He could not let Yiling Shuang chill his heart, and he also had to let Yiling Shuang know his heart. Receiving confirmation once again, Yiling Shuang's entire spirit lifted. Jiang Chen, active kiss? And, still, across the screen, in the past, the seemingly childish kissing was all she did. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen, at this moment, she knew that Jiang Chen was confessing to her. This silly husband, so nice. Yiling Shuang's heart was sweet. At this moment, she remembered what someone had once said to her. When a man does something for you that he normally finds childish, he is in love with you and it is definitely true love. Now that you found true love, marry. Thus, Yiling Shuang happily stretched her face over, and even pinched her face with her hand, saying excitedly, Hubby, here. The seemingly mischievous and cute Yiling Shuang. Jiang Chen wiped his lips. I still feel ashamed when I want to kiss you. However, he mentally hypnotized himself. She's my future wife. A kiss is nothing. So, beaming, he kissed his way over to the camera. Yiling Shuang was happy. Jiang Chen, really willing to do this seemingly childish thing for her. This husband, for himself, is true love. She beamed, pointed to her mouth, and said, Honey, look at that. It's all dry. Give me a kiss to wet it. Jiang Chen unconsciously bit his lower lip. It's so humiliating. Yiling Shuang actually gave an inch, but it looks so tantalizing. Honey, come on. Yiling Shuang shook her head there and began to pout. Without being pampered, Jiang Chen felt tantalized to the core. Licking your lips like that just kills you. So, with eyes closed, he kissed his way over. Suddenly, Yiling Shuang's gentle reminder came from her ears. Hubby, don't take it away so quickly. I want to feel it properly. Jiang Chen's heart thumped. When he opened his eyes, he only saw Yiling Shuang's eyes closed, as well as his hands also clenched. It was obvious that Yiling Shuang was very attentive and affectionate. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart warmed. This stupid girl, knowing that it is fake, but with all the heart, but also moved to love. Really silly girl. Really lovable silly girl. At this moment, Jiang Chen really wished that the two could stand face to face. If they did stand together, then the two could hold each other and part forever. However, these fantasies are unrealistic. There are still more than 10 days to go before the end of military training. There's a lot to get through. Thinking that there was still so much time left, Jiang Chen couldn't help but close his eyes as well. In this moment, he forgot what shame was. Forgetting that it's just a cell phone in front of you. Neither one spoke. It wasn't until much later that the two moved away at the same time. Honey, I missed you. Once she moved away, Yiling looked at Jiang Chen with red eyes. I really missed you. Me too. Jiang Chen's true feelings were revealed. In the past few days, there was no video with Yiling, and when he closed his eyes, his mind was full of Yiling. His mind was all about the scene in the West Lake where he was leaning against Yiling's long legs, thinking about the image of him carrying Yiling. When he came home, Yiling took his ice cream, secretly licked a few mouthfuls, and gave it back to him, thinking that he didn't know, secretly giggling. It was a really lovely, beautiful moment. And the way Yiling waved at him from the kitchen window as he left for school, watching her go. The more I think about it, the more I think about it. The past images of being happy together with Yiling kept replaying in his mind like a movie screening. When Yiling saw Jiang Chen's sincere face, she couldn't help but lick her dry red lips before saying, Hubby, what was said about wanting me is really too perfunctory. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. That's a bit of a cop-out, isn't it? But he felt that it was the deepest confession he had ever injected his feelings into. Sister Spirit Frost, how am I being perfunctory? One could tell that Jiang Chen was displeased. However, Yiling was not timid. Beaming, she said, Honey, I'm your wife. So, you should say, wife, I miss you too. That's right. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chen with an expectant face. She had waited a long time for the day when Jiang Chen would call her his wife. In her dream today, hearing Jiang Chen call her his wife made her so happy. So, at this moment, she very much wanted to hear Jiang Chen call her his wife. Instead of Sister Spirit Frost called out, that sounds too raw. Jiang Chen could tell that Yiling was looking forward to it. So he said, bring your ear closer. Why? Yiling was puzzled. Isn't it fine for us to talk like this? The words had just fallen out of her mouth, and as an afterthought, she showed an excited face. Honey, scream, scream. Looking at Yiling, whose face showed an overflowing happy smile, Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said, Wife, I miss you. Yiling wasn't even ready yet, and it was gone. A look of frustration. Honey, it was so fast, I didn't even hear it. Yiling pouted, adorably. Jiang Chen scratched his head. It was still really embarrassing. Look left and look right. Well, it's still raining hard. No outsiders yet. Not even a ghost. No one should know except Yiling. So he said again, Wife, I miss you. Honey, I can't hear you. Yiling was overjoyed. Jiang Chen finally called her wife. But she wasn't satisfied yet. She also had to be listening to Jiang Chen call her wife. Jiang Chen was also a person who didn't do anything at all. It had all been called out several times, and the guts were practiced. So he said loudly, Spirit Frost wife, I love you. I miss you. Good thinkin', good thinkin'. Can't sleep thinking about it. Yiling looked at Jiang Chen dumbfounded. At that moment 2 hot tears flowed from her eyes. She moved to tears. Jiang Chen really called her wife, and from the bottom of his heart. After all these years, it really wasn't a waste of time. Jiang Chen turned his head, only to see Yiling shedding 2 lines of hot tears, somewhat puzzled. Aren't they all called wives? What's with the tears? Honey, what's wrong with you? Yiling wiped the tears that flowed from her happiness and sobbed. Hubby, my eyes got dusty. Jiang Chen's face twitched. Has the bedroom dust become a spirit? Choosing to drop it at a time when he called Yiling his wife? That's a poor excuse, isn't it? However, Jiang Chen didn't really know, for the time being, why Yiling was crying. Did I call it a bad name and think I was being perfunctory? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's gaze once again fell on Yiling, and he said with a gentle and watery voice, Wife, I miss you, really. In the past few days since my cell phone went in the water, your sweet smiling face has always been in my mind whenever I've been idle. Your look lingers in my mind. I may have resisted you a bit before military training, but after military training, I realized that you're so deeply imprinted in my heart that I can't live without you anymore. I especially look forward to the evening every day, because once the evening comes, I can see you again, and I can hear you tenderly call me husband again. Yiling's eyes were moist after Jiang Chen's confession. This silly husband, why do you say it so beautifully? It touches me to the core. Pinching her sore nose, She beamed. Silly husband, you bully me. Whoa, I'm going to ask my mom. Jiang Chen was confused. Where had he bullied Yi Lingshuang? In order to not let Yi Lingshuang be disappointed, he even said what was really in his heart. How did it turn into bullying? Honey, don't scare me. Where did I bully you? Yi Lingshuang pouted and said, why did you say such melodious love words that made me cry? And you still said you wouldn't bully me? Woohoo! Silly husband, you're so annoying. Jiang Chen's entire body closed in on itself. Wasn't what you said not emotional enough? Not sincere enough? I said what's on my mind and you're saying I'm bullying you. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that it was too hard. Silly husband, you bullied me. I'm going to punish you. Jiang Chen had no choice but to punish him. Anyway, right now you just see it and can't touch it. What do you want to punish me for? Yi Lingshuang's face was red and shyly said, I want to punish you for loving me for the rest of my life and saying some moving love words every day to move me to tears. Jiang Chen fainted. This is fucking called punishment? Jiang Chen stared blankly at Yi Lingshuang. Suddenly, seeing the corner of Yi Lingshuang's mouth that was like a small fox's treacherous smile, an afterthought got into this chick's head again. He. Seeing Jiang Chen's crying face, Yi Lingshuang knew that he had reacted, and mentally spat. This stupid husband. Emotional intelligence. What's eating at your emotional intelligence? Honey, you talk good, so tell me more. I like to hear it. Yi Lingshuang held her chin and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. That it's late. I'm going back. Are you kidding? Haven't you made enough of a fool of yourself? Slipped and slipped. Gobble gobble. Looking at Jiang Chen's embarrassed face, Yi Lingshuang laughed, laughing a lot. The contract and the company are behind me today. Inside, he's still spitting mad. This stupid husband, why is he getting dumber and dumber? But, it looks so naive. I want to take a bite out of it. Honey, don't you want to wave one before you go? With Yi Lingshuang's smiling look and expectant gaze, Jiang Chen stumbled and almost fell to the ground. And your mouth is swollen from your waves today. Next time, are you kidding me? You have to boink the screen. Thinking about that scene just now, Jiang Chen felt that he had really been brought down by Yi Lingshuang, and his entire body involuntarily shivered. So childish. In the future, definitely not gently through the screen. It's so humiliating. Husband. Yi Lingshuang licked her red lips, looking tantalizing. I'll put lip balm on your lips and the swelling will go down in no time. The words fell out, and took out a fiery red lipstick. It's especially cozy. Put. At this time Jiang Chen's head floated up a big man painted red lips, wearing shorts, carrying a bag walking in the pedestrian street look. Shivering, Jiang Chen couldn't help but scratch his body. Ha. Yi Lingshuang laughed happily when she saw Jiang Chen's uncomfortable appearance. This silly husband is so naive. In his mind, what images came up that made him resist like that? I'm going down. Bye. Jiang Chen really couldn't take it and was ready to hang up the video and go down the mountain when Yi Lingshuang's voice came from his ear. Hubby, I love you yo. Very much. Remember to dream about me at night. I've been dreaming about you a lot at night. In your dreams, you can be gentle. Looking at Yi Lingshuang's blushing face. Why are you blushing when you're dreaming? Alas. Shaking his head and preparing to hang up, Yi Lingshuang's voice once again came from his ear. Hubby, aren't you going to say goodnight to me? Good night, Jiang Chen said stiffly. He was afraid that if he continued talking, Yi Lingshuang would come up with something to laugh at him again. So after saying that, he immediately hung up the video. Just after hanging up the video, Yi Lingshuang sent a voiceover. Jiang Chen curiously clicked on it. Honey, I was dreaming about you. If only dreams could be live or videotaped, I'd love to show you what I dream about. Put. With this soft, seductive voice, a mouthful of Jiang Chen's old blood almost spewed out. This guy, he's really too showy. Could it be that Tiffany's sister is a one-trick pony? Shaking his head, he put his cell phone into a plastic bag when Yi Lingshuang's voice came again. Honey, I'll wait for you tomorrow. You don't want to miss your appointment. I love you. In a super love kind of way. Listening to Yi Lingshuang's voice, he couldn't help but smile. This fierce sister is really loved and hated. After thinking for a moment, he immediately texted, I super love you too. I knew that my husband wouldn't be so cold-blooded as to leave his poor little petite wife alone. Hubby, your little Stepford wife, I feel so happy at this point. Today, I'm going to sleep with my cell phone in my arms because it has your scent in it. Jiang Chen was stunned. That's okay? Okay. Yi Lingshuang is a master of love. He can't play with it. Turn off your cell phone and hide it. Take the umbrella and go down the hill. I didn't find it hard to walk up the hill, but it was really slippery going down. Despite wearing military boots, Jiang Chen nearly fell several times. Arriving at the base, Jiang Chen washed his boots in order to erase the traces before going to bed. Everyone was already very tired from today's military training, and now it was the middle of the night, so naturally no one noticed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lay on the bed, thinking about the crazy act he did with Yi Lingshuang today, and unconsciously smiled. At this moment, he felt that having Yi Lingshuang as his wife was not bad. Well, quite mischievous, with a style that always makes people laugh and cry. So looking forward to the end of military training. Sweet sleep. I woke up the next day only to hear people talking. Last night a madman ran up the hill in the middle of the night and shouted, "Spirit Frostwife, I love you." Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. That's a pretty high mountain. How can the people at the base hear it too? Besides, it was already 1 o'clock when he shouted. Could it be that someone was in such good spirits that he stayed up in the middle of the night? Someone had noticed Jiang Chen as well. Nowadays, everyone knew that Jiang Chen was Yi Lingshuang's husband. Well, on the day the new students checked in, Yi Lingshuang had brought Jiang Chen to check in and told everyone face to face, "Student Jiang Chen, that voice last night, it can't be that you want your wife to go crazy." So, everyone squeezed their eyebrows with a you-know-what expression. Ahem. Everyone's eyes gathered over. Jiang Chen patted the shoulder of the one who asked him about his classmates, and said thoughtfully, "You got it again. You found out such a secretive thing. Quite impressive." If Jiang Chen sophomorized twice, everyone could be sure that it was Jiang Chen. But now that Jiang Chen had confessed so directly, they were confused. Is it or isn't it? The person asking Jiang Chen was embarrassed, having wanted to make a fool out of him. I didn't realize that the clown was actually himself. For a while, the story of a psychopath who went to the mountains to confess his love for a big star because he found the military training too bitter spread in the barracks. Some of the good people even wanted to form a team and go to the block at night to see which of the males it was. Jiang Chen's dark face. "What are you guys doing? Military training is already exhausting and you guys are going to plug." That's when the instructor came. "Very idle? Carry 50 pounds each and run 10 kilometers. All of them had a bitter look on their faces. Yesterday, carrying 50 pounds could make their backs too sore to lift. That's still 5 kilometers. Nowadays, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers round trip. It's a dog's pace of exhaustion. However, everyone already knew that this instructor was inhumane, and if he screamed bitterly again, he would surely have to be added 10 pounds. Yesterday, there was an unlucky man who screamed bitterly and contradicted the instructor, got 10 pounds added, then came back and was quiet. Each program was exceptionally positive. Jiang Chen carried 50 pounds of stone on his back and walked slowly. He's been training for the past few days, and he's gotten up to speed and has mastered the dribbling technique. So just don't fall to the end of the line. At this time, a chubby man ran to his side and said thievishly, "Brother Chen, the one who confessed to his sister-in-law in the big mountain last night. It was you, wasn't it?" Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Fatty. This is his dormitory roommate, Pang Si. When he and Yi Lingshuang were touring the Westlake, it was Pang Si who informed him to go early the next day. "How do you know? You seem to be taking it easier all this time in military training. The others, at the end of a day's training, are like zombies, dragging their tired bodies back to their tents and falling asleep. How can they have the spirit to go to the mountains?" Jiang Chen didn't answer. This guy, he's observant. It was a good thing that the two were not in the same tent, or the secret would not have been kept. At this time, Pang Si checked around. No one was paying attention, and everyone walked with all their strength, and asked curiously, "Brother Chen, have you contacted your sister-in-law?" Jiang Chen didn't answer and looked at Pang Si with a wary face. Although Pang Si gave him a good feeling, the two of them hadn't gotten acquainted to the point of friendship. "Brother Chen, I was looking at my cell phone last night, and something seems to have happened to my sister-in-law." Pang Si has a cell phone? But what is this accident? Jiang Chen got curious. The two also videoed at 1 a.m. Yi Lingshuang didn't say anything. "Brother Chen, I saw the news last night that my sister-in-law's contract with her agency is about to expire. The agency gave a harsh contract, so my sister-in-law decided not to renew it. It's directly on the hot search of every major online platform. The internet is going crazy. Sister-in-law's fans are so powerful that they don't know what they'd use to directly post the electronic version of the original contract. The content of the contract, it's really, really strong. Not only does the brokerage company want your sister-in-law to sign a contract bound for 20 years, but they also want you to listen to the brokerage company's arrangements unconditionally. If you don't listen to the arrangement, the percentage of income will be reduced. Even if these overbearing demands are not enough, the agency's share ratio for sister-in-law is actually a 37 split. 30% for my sister-in-law and 70% for the brokerage. This is pure bullying sister-in-law. Listening to Pang Si's introduction, Jiang Chen's face gradually became gloomy. This was a damn thing to use Yi Lingshuang as a slave. 37%, and 20 years of life's freedom tied up. You know, when you signed the contract 5 years ago, it was a 70-30th split when you were tied to a 20-year contract. 70% for the star and 30% for the agency. Back then, the people who were in the same group as Yi Lingshuang all chose to sign up for 20 years for that 70%. Yi Lingshuang also wanted to sign for 20 years at first. It was stopped by him. As a traveler, know how much Earth's entertainment industry sucks, and how dark those brokers were. So they wouldn't let Yi Lingshuang sign for 20 years. Instead, opt for 5 years. In order to do so, it was to prevent Yi Lingshuang from being bullied by these unscrupulous brokers. And now, the contract is expiring because Yao Lingshuang is making money and wants to tie it up for another 20 years. And, with a contract that is even harsher and more overbearing than the one from 5 years ago. Thinking of Yi Lingshuang being so bullied by the company, Jiang Chen was enraged. Morn, are you listening to me? Pang Si was puzzled when he saw that Jiang Chen wasn't even going to leave staying put. Jiang Chen tried to control his emotions and asked, what happened afterward? Sister-in-law's fans are strong, and the hot search has skyrocketed. This contract was all out of the ring, and then this hot streak inexplicably disappeared. A person claiming to be an insider of the agency informed that it was the agency's big boss, Yang Su, who called the major online platforms and threatened them to take down the hot search. You know Yang Su, not only is his family rich, he has both black and white forces, and he is also one of the few big shots in the industry. When he makes a remark in the entertainment industry, others are so deeply afraid of being offended that they have to think for a while before they dare to answer. Now that he's gone down in person, there's no reason not to pull the heat. When Pang Si said this, he weakly said to Jiang Chen, Brother Chen, I think that sister-in-law might be in trouble. This Yang Su is very vindictive. It was rumored that back then, a male artist and his favorite actress had to kiss during a scene in the filming of a drama. And afterwards, Yang Su went to ask the male artist to apologize. And when the male artist didn't want to apologize, he just used his power and initiated a blocking order. That artist directly cool. Even do business also by Yang Su do hand, to make the family lost their money. Seal. The kill? Jiang Chen said every word, his fists unconsciously clenched, his teeth clacking. This asshole. He can't come by force, so he wants to use his power to oppress people? He really thinks my wife is easy to bully? As Jiang Chen's words fell, his entire body suddenly exuded an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This terrifying aura caused Pang Si to feel his entire body go cold and his chest tighten. Seeing Jiang Chen's bloodshot eyes again, as if a wild beast had seen its prey, Pang Si involuntarily stepped back. But Jiang Chen at this moment was just too terrifying. However, at this moment he felt that Jiang Chen was so manly. The first thing that comes to mind when you hear that your woman is in trouble and could be blocked is to protect your woman. Not thinking about what to do when you mess with such an awesome character. It really is so manly. What are you two doing? Run for me. The instructor's voice of command came from the back, and Pang Si hurriedly pulled Jiang Chen and continued to run forward. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with images of Yi Lingshuang. Yesterday, why didn't Yi Lingshuang tell him? In fact, Jiang Chen didn't know that Yi Lingshuang also wanted to tell Jiang Chen her grievances. But now Jiang Chen was in military training. Told Jiang Chen cannot do anything, but also in vain for her to worry. So one person to carry all. A class of 40 people ran the whole course with the stone on their backs, and when they returned to the base, each of them was out of breath, and some of them were lying directly on the grass that had been soaked by last night's rain. Suddenly, they saw a girl coming out with a cute water glass. The girl was none other than Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng was once named the school flower of this class of freshmen because of her high face value. Many people are very much coveting her beauty and body. They have been playing up to her with the intention of gaining favor. However, Su Mengmeng didn't even look at it for a few moments. At this time, when all the boys saw Su Mengmeng come over, the tiredness in their bodies suddenly disappeared cleanly and they stared straight at Su Mengmeng. What's she doing here? And with a glass of water? Each of them has crossed their ears. While everyone was puzzled, Su Mengmeng took a cup of water and walked over to Jiang Chen's side. Mr. Jiang Chen, are you thirsty? Here's your water. Everyone's eyes went wide when they saw that Su Mengmeng was actually taking it to Jiang Chen. This school flower, could it be that she likes Jiang Chen? But Jiang Chen already has a wife, or a big star. It was really hard for all of them to believe that this image that their eyes were seeing was real. The goddess of their hearts actually likes a married man. Su Mengmeng naturally didn't care about other people's gazes. Her pretty face flushed when she saw Jiang Chen sitting on a rock and staring as if he hadn't noticed her. Walking over to Jiang Chen's opposite side, he waved his hand under Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen students. Ah! Jiang Chen awoke with a start. Seeing Su Mengmeng in front of her with a red face and a face of embarrassment, she asked with some suspicion. Su Mengmeng student, why are you here? I heard that you guys carried rocks for 10 kilometers. You must be thirsty. I heated this water this morning, and by now it's cold. I just saw that your clothes were soaked with sweat, so I added a little refined salt to them. Everyone envies. Even if Su Mengmeng took water for Jiang Chen to drink, she was so considerate to add salt. That's too considerate and well taken care of. Jiang Chen was a bit uncomfortable being watched by everyone. Seeing Su Mengmeng's shy appearance again, his heart felt guilty. In the past few days, Su Mengmeng came to him from time to time. He could tell that Su Mengmeng had a crush on him. I had intentionally avoided it yesterday, but I didn't expect it to come back today. If she refused in front of so many people, Su Mengmeng would definitely lose face. After a moment's thought, he took the water. Thanks. You're too kind. We were at the same table in high school for 3 years. Isn't it only right to pour you some water? Su Mengmeng said with a smile. This time, everyone knew that the two were not only high school classmates, but also at the same table. Jiang Chen was embarrassed and could only quickly finish the cup of water. To be honest, he was really thirsty. Only, as soon as he came back just now, his head was thinking about Yi Lingshuang, and he forgot to go drink water. Mr. Jiang Chen, do you still want to drink? No thanks. Well, I'm off. You want water? Come see me in logistics. Su Mengmeng's words fell, taking the water cup and happily walking towards the logistics department. Her job in the logistics department is still pretty easy, although they also needed to practice the front step, run, and train. The intensity wasn't as great as Jiang Chen and the others. After Su Mengmeng left and completely disappeared from the sight of many people, various gazes looked towards Jiang Chen's side. LOL. Being watched by so many people, along with his wife Yi Lingshuang's matter, made him upset. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take a vacation to see Yi Lingshuang. Come to the tent where the instructor is. Jiang Chen's reason for taking leave was illness, and he was instantly treated with contempt by the instructor. From the beginning of military training, Jiang Chen had never been seen to cry out of exhaustion. The physical combination is better than everyone else. If you want to get sick, it's not Jiang Chen's turn. So, after receiving a beating, Jiang Chen walked out of the tent in ashes. In this moment, he felt wrong. If I had known that there were such after effects of performing too well, I should have done what everyone else did in the first place. Come back to the lawn as soon as I could. Gasping for air and lying on my back, seeing Jiang Chen's face full of loss, Pang Si walked over to him and asked with a smile, Brother Chen, what kind of things do you go inside for? Take a vacation. Pang Si was dumbfounded, then said, You're stupid. Not to mention that this is a troop station, or even military training in school, without anything major. It's not authorized. Jiang Chen looked at Pang Si, the little fatty in front of him. He thought, this housemate seems a bit uncomplicated. Is there anything you can do about it? Come over to. Pang Si pulled Jiang Chen to the side and said, I have a bottle of medicine. Anyone who applies it to their body will get a large red rash. If you want to leave, you can look at it this way, but I can't guarantee that the instructor will let you out. After all, this is a resident unit, and while most of the men have withdrawn, there are still several military doctors. If the medic has a solution, not only might you not get out, you'll have to continue military training with the freshmen next year. Seeing Pang Si speak so seriously, Jiang Chen fell silent. Yeah, not a day goes by during military training. 1 day less, and the following year you will have to participate in military training with the new students. Anyway, in a word, it's better to pay back what you came out with. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to be considering it, Pang Si once again said, Brother Chen, I know you're in a hurry right now, but I don't think so. It won't be very useful for you to go out, because Yang Su's energy is too big for ordinary people to sway. So, why don't I get my cell phone when military training is over and you make a call to comfort my sister-in-law? Panzi was telling the truth. Ordinary people, it changes absolutely nothing. However, Jiang Chen was no ordinary person. He, a man with a system. He had already identified Yi Lingshuang at this point, so as long as he activated the system, whether it's money, or whatever, you get a 100-fold bonus to all of Yi Lingshuang's skills. Not to mention other things, let's talk about obtaining Yi Lingshuang's martial arts. Even if Yi Lingshuang's martial arts were worse, what was gained was 100 times more powerful. Let's say that Yi Lingshuang could punch out 40 pounds of force in one punch, but Jiang Chen he could hit 4,000 pounds. What a bully this is. If he was able to go out, he would be able to blow Yang Su's head off with one punch. Jiang Chen turned to Pang Si and said, Brother, sell me your medicine. Ha? Pang Si was confused. What does Jiang Chen mean? I said, sell me your drugs. I want out. Pang Si, as an afterthought, reminded, Brother, think about it. Even if you go out there, you can't do anything about him. Besides, You'll have to do military training with the freshmen next year. These are small things, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Nowadays, he only wanted to return to Yi Lingshuang's side. Okay. Seeing that Jiang Chen had already decided, Pang Si checked his surroundings. No one noticed their side before they pulled a small glass bottle out of their pocket. This is made of herbs, and if you apply it to any part of your body, you'll get red spots fast. But don't worry, it's not fatal, except that the first 10 hours will be itchy and painful, just like shingles. Jiang Chen understood and turned to Pang Si with a look of gratitude. Thanks bro, I'll buy you dinner when I get out and military training is over. And by the way, I'll pay for the medicine too. Brother Chen, we're all in the same dormitory. What money do we need? If you really want to thank me, just buy me a spicy hot meal. Hearing spicy hot, Jiang Chen's mind involuntarily floated out of a certain terrier of the earth in his previous life. However, he didn't want to linger much longer. It was better to get to Yi Lingshuang's side earlier. Jiang Chen was about to sprinkle the medicine on his body when his mind remembered that he hadn't activated the system yet, so rushed to the back of the tent and sat down. System, are you awake yet? Wow, my lord, it's been 10 years, and you've finally taken the initiative to wake me up. Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. This teaser department is a bit unorthodox. After spitting out a few words, he asked, let me ask you, if I bind a symbiotic relationship with Yi Lingshuang now, is it true that I can obtain 100 times all of her abilities? Host, you're underestimating me. I'm a juggernaut. Isn't that the right thing to do? Good. Then I need to activate it now. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the system's happy voice suddenly came from his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the symbiotic relationship with Yi Lingshuang. Congratulations. The host has successfully activated the laying winner system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining more than 100 times the force value of Yi Lingshuang. Host, your current force value reaches 4,500 pounds. Note, each point of force value you can interpret as a pound of punching power. Warm reminder, the host has become a humanoid weapon with an attack force of 4,500 pounds per punch, becoming the world's #1. Please make good use of it. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard that he could hit 4,500 pounds with one punch. 4,000 pounds. What a concept. To make an analogy, a hard rock on the ground. He could pulverize it with one punch. The biggest steel bars on the construction site are bent at will in his hands. This one is so anticlimactic. Jiang Chen stared blankly at his hands that hadn't changed, but felt the renowned explosive power. Thrilled beyond measure. Try 2 swings of the fist. The punches carry wind and are very sensational. At that moment, Jiang Chen realized that the system had spoken instead. System, doesn't my wife have a lot of skills? Why don't you say so? Host, I had felt that you were beyond help, so I have activated hibernation mode, and I will awaken when you are dead. I didn't expect you to activate me all of a sudden. I had to forcefully terminate the hibernation program. I'm so weak right now, and your wife's skills are so many. It's just exhausting. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Host, all of your wife's skills have been issued to you 100-fold. You don't have to worry. When you want to use it, a thought will do. Jiang Chen was relieved when he heard this. At that moment, the system's voice came again. By the way, I may have to take some time off, but just so you won't be disappointed, I'm giving you half of my privileges. Jiang Chen was filled with curiosity when he heard this. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared in front of Jiang Chen. 3 lists on the LCD panel. There is slavery, plunder, and modification. Jiang Chen was puzzled. System, what is this? This is the authority of the laying system. You can use all 3 of these skills as you wish. How does it work? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Slavery skill, you can those who look at you with displeasure turn into become your absolutely obedient slaves. Looting skills, you see that there are people with very impressive skills. You can use the looting skill to take the other person's skills for yourself. Modified skill, you can now see the future trajectory of anyone. Anyone's future destiny, you can change it at will. For example, a beggar is about to die. You help him to add his life expectancy to 100 years, and also make him rich overnight and become the richest man in the world. Another example, if you see a very large company, you can just modify the fate of the owner of that company so that he gives it to you for free. The system is still being introduced. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he listened. This system is so powerful. These are skills that are made for laying down. Sure enough, it's a lying system. You don't have to do anything yourself. Just move your mouth, and you have everything. Having such a system excited Jiang Chen. This time, it seems like you can just get out of here, and no need to pretend to be sick. So, leave the spot. When he came outside, Jiang Chen only found his name suspended above everyone's head. Pawn 4, 17 years and 6 months old with 58 years and 1 month of life remaining. Watching for 3 seconds, Jiang Chen's mind came up with Pang Si's future fate. After Fat 4 graduated from college, he went home to inherit a biotech company worth $5.8 billion and spent 10 years making the company a Fortune 500 company. After looking at Pang Si's future, the virtual screen in front of Jiang Chen also appeared with an option of whether or not to modify Pang Si's fate. As also described above, the modification time can be a few minutes in the future or a few hours in the future of the destiny. Jiang Chen felt that this lay-to-win system was just too powerful. However, he doesn't modify Pang Si's fate. That's pretty strong. Walking over a bit, he saw the instructor coming out of the tent. Jiang Chen saw all the information about the instructor again. Zhen Chen, 29 years and 5 months old with 1 year and 2 months of life remaining. Watching for 3 seconds, Chen Jian's future fate appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Discharged from the army next December, Chen Jian saved a small child from being run over and killed by a truck on the road. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt a little bad, disregarding his own safety to save others. He deserved to be a soldier of the people, so he directly increased Chen Jian's life expectancy by 60 years and erased that accident. The accident erased, Jiang Chen only saw a blank fate behind it. It seems that he still has to write the fate of the back for Chen Jian. But there is no time nowadays, so I can only change Chen Jian's fate in my mind, so that Chen Jian will continue to be loyal to the country and become a useful person. Of course, after this fateful modification, he also asked Chen Jian to take a leave of absence note to him. Adding 60 years to Chen Jian's lifespan and taking a leave of absence isn't too much. Chen Jian's fate was modified, and having just walked out of the tent, he returned to it and wrote down a leave slip to Jiang Chen. Just wait a minute, I'll get you out of here. There are no cars in this 20-kilometer radius. Chen Jian in this moment is like a big brother, can be considerate. Pang Si was in the distance and was dumbfounded when he saw Chen Jian give Jiang Chen his leave slip. Jiang Chen doesn't seem to have had an attack yet. Why did you give a leave slip? What shocked Pang Si even more was yet to come. He saw Chen Jian drive over in a jeep and personally escort Jiang Chen away. Chen Jian drove Jiang Chen to a bus stop in a small village in his jeep and left. After all, his mission remains. Destiny, too, was rewritten by Jiang Chen in such a small way. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and dialed Yi Lingshuang's number. Yi Lingshuang, who was in Kyoto organizing documents with her assistant Su Shan, saw that it was Jiang Chen's call and her heart thumped. She thought that something had happened to Jiang Chen. After all, you're not allowed to make phone calls during military training. She thought of last night, when it seemed to be raining heavily at Jiang Chen's place. Could it be? Yi Lingshuang messed up his blind thoughts. Self was pale with fear. Hands and knees. I picked up my cell phone and answered it. Hello, there. Jiang Chen, who was on this side of the small mountain village, was a bit puzzled when he heard this timid voice of Yi Lingshuang. Is it inconvenient? He quickly said, honey, I got a vacation from military training here. Are you still in Kyoto? I'm coming for you. Yi Lingshuang was in the villa, first puzzled, then excited. Hubby, you got a vacation? Yes so, Jiang Chen said with some reproach. You silly wife, after something so big happened, you actually didn't tell me. Yi Lingshuang wasn't stupid, and instantly guessed what Jiang Chen was talking about. Hubby, actually you don't need to take a vacation, even if you're blocked. It's nothing, we won't be able to spend my money for the rest of our lives. Nonsense, I can't just let him go when he's bullying you. Honey, wait at home, I'm coming to you on an airplane. Kyoto, in Yi Lingshuang's family villa. Sis, is it true that brother-in-law came from Hangzhou? Su Shan looked at Yi Lingshuang who had a silly smile on her face, the same as the one who had eaten honey, and said doubtfully, is his instructor so nice to talk to? I don't know. That's what he said on the phone. Yi Lingshuang didn't want that much at this time. Anyway, you can see Jiang Chen thinking about those images in her dream, her body gradually burned. Sis, what's wrong with you? Noticing Yi Lingshuang's face was red, Su Shan, who was as pure as a piece of white paper, became even more puzzled. Not much. Yi Lingshuang was incredibly embarrassed and found a reason to say, Xiao Shan, I'm a little hot. Turn down the air conditioning temperature. Yes, as Su Shan's words fell, she said to the air, AI-san, set the temperature to 18 degrees. The intelligent robot's very cute voice rang out. Okay, little master. Although the temperature in the living room had dropped, the heat on Yi Lingshuang's body had not decreased, because her mind was full of those lingering images from the dream. No, go wash your face first and calm down. Yi Lingshuang covered her burning cheeks and headed over to the restroom. Su Shan, on the other hand, was watching the news on the internet. Now, the hot search was pulled. The brokerage company not only disproved the rumor that the contracts was fake, but also backtracked and said that Yi Lingshuang had hardened her wings and wanted to fly. So she found an excuse. At this point, the news on the internet had been taken over by the agency's water army. There were more and more news about network water armies leading the rhythm and smearing Yiling Shuang. Watching these news, angry Su Shan's little face was so ironic that she could pinch out water. Sam, what's wrong? Yiling Shuang arrived and asked suspiciously when she saw Su Shan's dark face. Sis, the brokerage firm is too bullying. It's clear that their contracts are overbearing and now it's all our fault. Yiling Shuang looked at being bribed by the brokerage company to send out black news about her, and her beautiful eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. She had thought that the two sides had been working together for 5 years, and it had been quite pleasant. Don't want to tear it up. Today, the brokers have intensified their efforts. A man of clay has 3 breaths, let alone a big living person like her. After thinking for a while, he said, if they do it on the first day, don't blame us for doing it on the 15th. Send out the video you recorded in the first place. Yes, Susan has wanted to do that for a long time. It was Yiling Shuang who had always cared about old feelings and wanted to get together. I didn't expect to be rewarded with bottomless blackness. Now that the video is out, let's see how these waterboys wash. So she quickly turned on her computer, logged into her account on the major platforms, and began to publish, waiting for a long time to post them all because they keep getting reviewed. Seeing this, Su Shan was so angry that she stood up directly and received to Yiling Shuang, who was drinking ice water. Sister, all the online platforms can't send it out. What? Yiling Shuang once again slammed a few mouthfuls of ice water and came to the computer. Sure enough, all platforms are under review. In the audit, Yiling Shuang instantly knew what was going on. These people are seeing the content. This content stonewalls brokerage firm bullying. If it goes out, the agency will be discredited. Who is Yang Su? The big man in show business. The big man no one wants to offend. Sis, what to do? Su Shan was so anxious that tears were coming out of her eyes. She, for one, doesn't know much about love though, but she's not low on intelligence. Now, Yiling Shuang is really blocked. All the major online platforms. There would be no more half-hearted news that said good things about Yiling Shuang. Yiling Shuang thought for a moment, then said, I'll contact my best friend from college. She's interning at radio and television now. Sis, really? Is she the host? No, not even a full-time employee. It's still in the internship stage. We were on good terms at the time. So ask her if she can help out and get the story off CCTV. Su Shan had a happy face. Yeah, Yang Su's connections are very wide in this circle. But the Directorate General of Broadcasting, that's a State Department. Even if Yang Su's hand was longer, it couldn't reach there. Thus, Yiling Shuang began to contact this classmate, crying, Shinny, I might have something to trouble you with. Yiling Shuang didn't nag either. The two were already on good terms in college, so they didn't have to bend the rules that much. On the other end of the phone, a woman aged 21 or 22 heard all that Yiling Shuang had told, and comfortingly said, I've just told the leader about you. Leaders say the news is valuable and a warning. Today, they're working on it. What to expose it? Really? Yiling Shuang had a joyful look on her face. If it really alarms the top, Yang Su's energy is no matter how strong. He wouldn't dare to fight against the state apparatus. Frosty, I'm kind of curious. How come you haven't had a team of your own after being in this circle for so long? See how badly you're being attacked today? Hearing her classmates' words, Yiling Shuang didn't know what to say for a moment, because before all this, the company was running the show. She wasn't thinking of leaving this company either. So, didn't think about it that much. What's more, he didn't expect Yang Su to be so dark and directly throw out such an overbearing contract. Sure Noah, I feel I'm doing it wrong. In the beginning, I should have split off and opened a studio and recruited my own team, as other actresses have done. You're just too comfortable. Heads are missing. You can't be unaware of what the entertainment industry is, can you? In the first place, don't leave yourself some way out. The classmate on the other end of the phone counted for a while, but at this point you should be glad that your contract was signed for 5 years that year. If it was 10 or 20 years, you'd be waiting to cry you. Yes, it's really hard to imagine the consequences if my husband hadn't preferred to be beaten by me and had me signed for 5 years. You're a visionary. You cheap husband. Lin Xiaoxiao on the other end of the phone was interested in Zhang Chen. As Yiling Shuang's best friend during her time at the university, she hadn't heard much about Zhang Chen's exploits. So, in the back of my mind, I'd like to see what this person is like. Does it have 3 heads and 6 arms? This time, again, because of Zhang Chen's obstruction back then, he dodged a bullet for Yiling Shuang, which made her want to meet him even more. So she said, whenever he's free, bring him out to get to know him. He's coming from Hangtown later. If you have time tonight, let's have dinner together. Come at night? Lin Xiaoxiao looked puzzled, but she knew that Zhang Chen was still a freshman today. It's supposed to be military training at this time of year. Hangzhou University, among the universities in the country, the intensity of military training can be ranked in the top 3. Nowadays, being able to take a break from military training? After thinking for a moment that he might have escaped, he said, "Frosty, you're a marvelous little husband. I can't believe I escaped from the barracks for you. I don't think it's fleeing," Yi Lingshuang defended. He said he got a vacation. "What are you pulling? Hangzhou University, although not as good as Kyoto University where we are, is also a top 985, especially in the field of computers. Hangzhou University can be ranked in the top 3 in the country. This year, I've heard, it's being sent to the army for training again, and the army has a military doctor. How can those people get time off when they're so skilled in medicine, so accurate with their medication, that even if you're sick, they can have you cured in 5 hours? After analyzing it this way, Yi Lingshuang felt as if it was also true. The military doctors, with their medications and the prescriptions prescribed by civilian doctors, are completely different. They want hard drugs that work fast. However, there was no use worrying about it at this point. After all, Jiang Chen was already on the airplane. Sure, no matter how he avoided military training, in any case, he's already on the plane. If you're free tonight, come along for dinner. My silly husband, he's a great fryer. Speaking of Jiang Chen's cooking, Yi Lingshuang had stars in her eyes. Let you taste it. The authentic hometown dishes from our side. Yeah, I'd like to see what this little brother, who seems to have the ability to foretell things, looks like to make you so enamored. The two talked on the phone for a while before hanging up. As soon as she hung up the phone, Yi Lingshuang sent the video that she had recorded in the first place to Lin Xiaoxiao's email address, waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao's reply. "How's it going, sis? Would your classmates like to help?" Su Shan came forward and asked expectantly. "Well, she mentioned it to the leader after my incident festered, and that I was a cautionary tale for this incident. Today, leaders are debating whether to post it to warn people away from bullying contracts." "Sis, that's great." Su Shan was very happy. Now that Yi Lingfan has been blocked and can't make a sound on any platform, he can only rely on national television. If this station airs it, things might turn around, since Su Shan sent the video to major platforms before. In a show of loyalty, the big platform gave the time to Yang Su. At this moment, Yang Su was in his office, watching the video he just got. Xia Ling, on the other hand, stood silently on the sidelines in a cold sweat. How could she not have thought that the video of her negotiation with Yi Lingshuang at that time had been recorded? You know, when she first went in, she checked all around. There was no third person or camera in sight before talking to Yi Lingshuang. And now, you've been with me for, what, 5 years? How can you make such a cheap mistake? Yang Su angrily stood up and coldly stared at Xia Ling. The content of the contract. You actually said it openly and threatened her. And worst of all, you're being videotaped. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. Xia Ling lowered her head, not daring to have any rebuttal. Excuse me? You do things, and you're sloppy. Being videotaped for over an hour and not even realizing it. What the hell do you do for a living? Do you think how much reputational damage would have been done to the company if I hadn't greeted the various platforms and let these videos go out? Xia Ling was scolded by the splitting of her head, and in her heart, she also felt aggrieved beyond measure. Mr. Yang, when I went there at that time, and stayed for an hour, there was really no one there. I don't know how this was recorded. And you say it wasn't recorded by a human being? Did you see the video shake? If it wasn't recorded by a person, was it recorded by a ghost? Xia Ling didn't dare to speak. When he saw Xia Ling not speaking, Yang Su became furious, but he also knew that it was useless to scold at this point. It was better to find a solution. After thinking for a while, he said, the original video is still at Yi Lingshuang's place, which sooner or later flows out. And you, being the one who's been with her for 5 years, no one would believe me if I said it was a lie. You go back now and bring me the original of this video. Xia Ling's bitter face said, Mr. Yang, how could she possibly give it to us? You're about to make up stories, verbally promising them that the company will return their freedom if they bring out the originals and delete the original videos that have been sent to the major networks. If they won't give it to you, let them ask for it. You give them whatever they want. Anyway, whatever it takes to get the original video. Got it? Xia Ling could hear that Yang Su was just a stopgap measure. She lowered her head, thought for a moment, and asked weakly, Mr. Yang, why don't you just let her off the hook for once? If we let her go, with Yi Lingshuang's character, we don't have to worry about the video leaking at all. Ha! Yang Su had a cold smile on his face. If I can't handle one little person, how am I going to be in this circle in the future? Yang Su had a strong attitude to maintain his curiosity in face, and Xia Ling stopped asking. Driving the car, with a heavy heart, he headed towards Yi Lingshuang's villa. When she got to the villa, she was stopped directly by the security guard. Things have festered pretty badly. They did believe in Yiling Shuang, because Yiling Shuang didn't put on airs at all in the neighborhood and was very polite to everyone. Plus, there were Yiling Shuang's instructions that they couldn't let Xia Ling in the future. So they didn't let Xia Ling near the gate. Don't you guys recognize me? I'm Yiling Shuang's manager. Chering frowned, very upset. It's you who's stopping me. Whitey, go away and don't block our neighborhood owners from traveling. If you block the doorway again, we'll call the police. Xia Ling's heart was in the wrong place. If she left like that, Yang Su would not let her go. But you can't get in by force, so you have to leave. Drove around the neighborhood and found a place to climb. So climbed right in. Coming to the villa where Yiling Shuang was, the door was closed. She instinctively pressed her fingerprints, only to find that it was useless. Only ring the doorbell. Su Shan, who was playing the game, heard the doorbell and immediately jogged over and opened the door. When he saw Xia Ling, his beautiful eyebrows frowned. What are you still doing here? Where's Spirit Frost? Xia Ling ignored Su Shan and went straight into the house. At this time, Yiling Shuang had just taken a bath and came down from the second floor. When he saw Xia Ling, his beautiful eyebrows frowned. Shan, contact security. Seeing that Xia Ling was about to contact the security guards, she hurriedly said, Mr. Zhao said that you can leave, and that this matter will end like this, and that you will live your life in the future. Why the sudden realization? Yiling Shuang was puzzled. This is not Yang Su's style. Xia Ling didn't answer and said again, Mr. Yang said that before you leave, you need to give the original video to the company and delete the video that has been sent to the major media. Yiling Shuang briefly froze, but quickly reacted. She knew that those online platforms had already given the video to Yang Su. However, Yiling Shuang naturally wouldn't believe Xia Ling's words. If Yang Su was that easy to compromise, that artist wouldn't have been in such a bad situation back then. Want a video of me, do you? Yiling Shuang wiped her hair and said lazily, go and issue a statement first. This, Chering is in a difficult position. Making a statement, then it's true. Yang Su, definitely don't do it. Can't do it, can you? If you can't do it, get out of here. I'm busy and I have to freshen up to pick up my husband. Just now, Yiling Shuang calculated the time. Jiang Chen's plane was going to arrive in Kyoto. That's why I went to wash and get clean before picking up Jiang Chen. Wide-eyed wolves, let's go. Su Shan indifferently stepped forward to drive people away. At this moment, she had no good feelings towards Xia Ling. Ling Frost, think about it. Don't wait until you're really blocked by Mr. Yang. You won't even be able to cry by then. Xia Ling was certainly unhappy in her heart, but at this time, the initiative was with Yiling Shuang, so she could only endure. Su Shan, this violent temper, she couldn't stand it anymore and directly called security over. The security guards just happened to patrol in front of Yiling Shuang's door, so Xia Ling was sadly racked out. Yiling Shuang and Su Shan didn't care at all about Xia Ling's angry roar. Since Jiang Chen was coming, Su Shan was busy putting makeup on Yiling Shuang. Although Yiling Shuang was already as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, she still wanted to dress Yiling Shuang up beautifully before she went to meet Jiang Chen. The highway by the exit of Kyoto Airport. Honey, here. Yiling Shuang saw Jiang Chen looking around and stuck his hand out of the window. Seeing Yiling Shuang now, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. It's been a week since I've finally seen it in person. I've missed it, husband. At this time, Yiling Shuang's car arrived by Jiang Chen. She got off with a jump and directly hugged Jiang Chen. Head, leaning against Jiang Chen's chest, her face flushed red. She said, hubby, I miss you so much. I don't want you. When Jiang Chen spoke, he saw Yiling Shuang's big watery eyes looking on, and hurriedly said, you had an accident, and you didn't even tell me. I'm pissed. Yiling Shuang knew she was in the wrong and lowered her head. I was wrong. Humph. And you say you miss me. You want to carry it all alone when something so big happens? In your eyes, do you still have me as your husband? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was majestic and his entire person was filled with masculinity, Yiling Shuang's two eyes lit up with little stars. So, this silly husband is so charming when he gets angry. Also, angry looks super cool. It really is love, love, love. However, she knew she had made a mistake and leaned against Jiang Chen's chest, her two small hands fighting back and forth as she pouted. Hubby, I know I'm wrong. Forgive me, will you? I won't dare next time. Sister, brother-in-law, if you two are going to be all lovey-dovey, can we talk about it at home? You guys aren't afraid of the paparazzi, are you? Su Shan, who was on the driver's side, had a black face. At one time, when they weren't together, they kept spreading clouds of dog food to feed it. Now together, it's just too much. Yes, Jiang Chen was embarrassed. Just now, he was afraid that Yiling Shuang was being followed, so he deliberately came outside. It's really not a good time to stay. The two took a car and left the airport. Car. Brother-in-law. You look much more handsome than in the photos. Actually, I could be more handsome. Being complimented by a beautiful woman. Jiang Chen was still very happy and said with a smile. It's just that. I came in too much of a hurry today and didn't dress up properly. Next time I'll dress up a little better and show up in front of you. And make sure that you don't want to take a second look at any other man after you've looked at me. Put. Su Shan couldn't help but laugh. Brother-in-law. You look bitter in the photo, like the world owes you money. But I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Jiang Chen was curious and looked over to Yiling Shuang at the side. Wife, which photo of me is bitter and hateful? Why don't I remember that I have such a picture? Yiling Shuang thought about it and took out her cell phone, flipped through the album and find it from 3 years ago. At that time, Jiang Chen was wearing his junior high school uniform. Yiling Shuang, on the other hand, was dressed in a cute dress. The two stood together for a photo. Jiang Chen's mouth held back, 10,000 times more reluctant. On the contrary, Yiling Shuang was full of smiles, as if she had picked up a few $1 million. Jiang Chen had a black face when he saw himself in the photo. At that time, it was exactly when he hated Yiling Shuang the most. After all, he was that big and Yiling Shuang was still beating him. Who the hell was happy about that? At that time, he couldn't wait to never see Yiling Shuang for the rest of his life. So, at that time, only one person came to this place in East China to study. Brother-in-law, why were you so bitter and hateful then? Does my sister owe you a lot of money? You won't even take a picture with her. Don't you realize that she was already a big star by then? Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched unnaturally, thinking, if you knew at that time, how badly I was being fixed by her, you'd know why I had that look on my face. However, now that he had decided to stay with Yiling Shuang, he naturally couldn't say it. Ask your sister, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Su Shan's big eyes gurgled as she looked at Jiang Chen and then at Yiling Shuang. There was adultery. In the past, there must have been a bittersweet story. Sis, I've got wine. Do you have a story? Yiling Shuang's dark face chirped. Drive your car properly. The black history of violently beating Jiang Chen in the past could not be known to Su Shan. Oh, although Su Shan stopped asking, her heart itched. She liked to gossip. Now that the story has no ending, it's hard for her. After a moment of silence, she was really having a hard time holding it in, and said to Jiang Chen with a smile, Brother-in-law, why don't you tell us about it? I really want to hear it so badly. Go go go. How could Yiling Shuang give Jiang Chen a chance to reveal his black material? She hurriedly stopped it. Drive your car properly. Sis, why have you gotten so mean? Su Shan said with a scared face. So the two of them fought in the car for a while. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when I got home. Hubby, my best friend is coming here for dinner later. Will you go and cook hometown food for her? Yiling Shuang looked at Jiang Chen with big blinking eyes. Just got home. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. He still wanted to find a chance to kiss, but now it seems that it won't work, and we'll have to wait until the evening. So he said, well, I'll do it. Seeing Jiang Chen agreeing, Yiling Shuang looked joyful. Hubby, I've already bought the dishes in the refrigerator and have washed them all. Would it be okay to go now? Jiang Chen was actually hungry, so it was just the right time to do it. However, how did Yiling Shuang feel weird when she said it? He. Seeing Jiang Chen's dumbfounded look, Yiling Shuang was delighted. This naive husband is still as naive as ever. Pushing Jiang Chen into the kitchen, she once again instructed, Hubby, hurry up. Oh, I'm going to contact my girlfriends. Okay. What could Jiang Chen do? It was obvious that he had come prepared. So, dutifully go do the dishes. Yiling Fang then contacted her best friend from college. Back on the couch, Su Shan's voice came to his ears. Sis, brother-in-law is so nice. In the future, you'll be responsible for making money to support your family. And brother-in-law will be responsible for looking beautiful. What do you think? I think it works. Yiling Shuang looked at Su Shan thievishly. Why don't you talk to him later? Su Shan's red face. Will he beat me to death? Just try it. Yiling Shuang frantically egged on. Nowadays, Jiang Chen that was getting better and better. She wanted to keep Jiang Chen at home. That way Jiang Chen could only belong to her alone and wouldn't have to worry about cheating on her. The two women chatted for a while when a woman walked in carrying a bag. The woman was about 1.75 meters or so tall. It doesn't look too old, but it's the dress of a working woman. The whole thing looks fresh and competent. She was none other than Yiling Shuang's good best friend in college. Lin Xiaoxiao. Baby, I haven't seen you in a couple days. You've gotten beautiful again. Lin Xiaoxiao trotted forward and hugged Yiling Shuang, looking very natural. Don't hug me. Hug your boyfriend. Yiling Shuang pushed away in disgust. You smell of his perfume. It doesn't smell good. Air. Lin Xiaoxiao was embarrassed. but quickly responded with an exasperated, "When did I ever have a boyfriend?" "Beating." Yi Lingshuang heatedly giggled. "Then what's with the smell? I came as soon as I got off work. Maybe it was on one of my male co-workers," Lin Xiaoxiu said indifferently. Suddenly, his heart seemed to think of something, and he jogged over to the kitchen, only to see Jiang Chun earnestly frying vegetables. "The flavor is very fragrant." Yi Lingshuang followed. Looking at Jiang Chen's handsome face and the seriousness with which he was stir-frying here, she smiled and said, "How's it? My husband's a good cook, isn't he?" Lin Xiaoxiu didn't answer. She didn't expect that the man Yi Lingshuang liked, although small in age, looked like he gave off a very down-to-earth, mature feeling. Lin Xiaoxiu smiled. "Congratulations on finding such a good man." "Thanks." Yi Lingshuang was satisfied. This bosom friend of hers has a very high vision. Since she has recognized Jiang Chen, that is enough to show how excellent Jiang Chen is. The two peeked at the handsome man from the kitchen doorway. He didn't leave until all of Jiang Chen's dishes were fried. The dining room table. "Little brother Jiang Chen, you don't participate in military training. Did you run from there? Do you have some brilliant plan?" It was a question from Shinobu Hayashi. Just now, she came back from her workplace and the leader approached her, and she had already been told to stay out of Yi Lingshuang's business here. Therefore, she couldn't help Yi Lingshuang here. She hoped at this point that Jiang Chen hadn't gone out of his way to run from the base if he had any good ideas. "Shinoa-san, you'd better talk first about your side of the story." Just now, Jiang Chen had already learned that what Lin Xiaoxiao had done for Yi Lingshuang. So, at this time, she wanted to listen to Lin Xiaoxiao's results before saying anything. When Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't make it here, he'd go back on. It's respect, and it's still Yi Lingshuang looking for it. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't speak, Lin Xiaoxiao thought that Jiang Chen was just headstrong and had no choice. The anticipation in his heart disappeared without a trace. Still, with all eyes on her at the moment, it was important to say something. "Spirit Frost, I'm sorry. I don't think that it's safe over there either." Yi Lingshuang talked about what happened over there. Jiang Chen frowned. "Yang Su's power, is it really that strong? Even that kind of unit can be infiltrated?" Yi Lingshuang's face was a bit unsightly. She had thought that Lin Xiaoxiao could do well here. Once it was done right, her situation immediately improved. But now it's, "Sure Noah, sorry for the trouble." "You're welcome. I'm the one who couldn't help and made you look forward to it for nothing." Lin Xiaoxiao had a bitter look on her face. She had thought, too, that there was no problem. Who knows? When Jiang Chen saw that the dinner table had become a bit weird, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "What are you guys worried about? This is my wife's business. Leave everything to me. I'll fix it." If Jiang Chen spoke for the first time, Lin Xiaoxiao still had expectations. But today, she is not convinced. "Shinny-san, you don't believe me now?" "Definitely don't believe it. Yang Su's connections have expanded to this point. You're a student. What else can you do?" This look makes me lose face in front of my wife. How about we make a bet? How about you give me a reward if I solve it?" When Lin Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Chen's vow of faith, she thought for a moment, then said, "If you solve it, I'll marry you along with Frost." "You want to die? You're robbing my husband too?" Yi Lingshuang blackened her face and raised her small fists to strike. Ouch! Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly stood up and looked at Yi Lingshuang from a distance with a smile. "Someone is in a hurry. You, get back here." Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was provoking herself from afar, Yi Lingshuang was furious and viciously threatened. "My husband you also robbed. See if I can't beat you to death." Cluck cluck cluck. Lin Xiaoxiao's body shook with laughter on the other end, finally covering my stomach and laughing. "This silly BFF. I didn't realize there was a time when I was in a hurry, and laugh at." Seeing Yi Lingshuang so excited that she wanted to punch someone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He recalled the image of Yi Lingshuang chasing and beating him when he was a child. Couldn't catch up at the time, left arm crossed, pointing a stick at him. "You run. Can you run for the rest of your life? Immediately. Be a good boy and come here at once. Sooner or later you're going to get a beating from me. The pain is still the same. So what's the point of hiding?" Thinking about that image, Jiang Chen's memory was still fresh. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was hilariously laughing in front of him, Jiang Chen knew that Yi Lingshuang had been tricked, and Yi Lingshuang, who thought it was true because of her nervousness, hurriedly pulled her sleeve and said gently, "Wife, don't get on her bad side. I only like you." "Really?" Yi Lingshuang's pair of big eyes blinked at Jiang Chen. "Of course, I have enough with you." Jiang Chen's answer. Yi Lingshuang was too satisfied. "Honey, that says it all. You can only hurt me and love me. Understand?" Yi Lingshuang's big watery eyes looked at Jiang Chen, filled with anticipation and nervousness. "Well, I promise," Jiang Chen answered seriously. He had decided to give his heart to Yi Lingshuang from the moment he activated the system. So he said, The women in the outside world are all red-pink skeletons to me. Only you, my heart and soul. Jiang Chen confessed so deeply. Yiling Xuan was so moved that her eyes turned red. Honey, is that really what you think? Yiling Xuan's eyes glistened with tears of emotion as she looked straight at Jiang Chen. Aha! Seeing that Yiling Xuan had actually become so easily moved, Jiang Chen couldn't help but pull Yiling Xuan's hand, his head leaning over to place a kiss on Yiling Xuan's lips. So, can you trust me now? Ouch! Su Shan, who was eating, was fed such a big mouthful of dog food for no reason, and hurriedly picked up her chopsticks and stood up, saying unhappily, You too, are you finished? Do people still want to eat? Can't you see we're eating too? Jiang Chen's words fell, and he even stamped on Yiling Xuan's red lips. This. Jiang Chen was so brazen that Su Shan just couldn't stand it. They call this dinner? It's called cannibalism. Hey! Jiang Chen giggled before chucking a piece of beef and sending it to Yiling Xuan's mouth. The strong love in his eyes, that look of a groom with love and a concubine, gave Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Shan goosebumps when they looked at them. Come on, you kind of passed with me. Lin Xiaoxiao surrendered repeatedly, unable to stand the two's cloying energy. She was, in fact, testing to see if Jiang Chen was sincere about Yiling Xuan. After all, Yiling Xuan's figure and face value were just too attractive. Plus, she was one of Yiling Xuan's best girlfriends. He couldn't let Jiang Chen play with Yiling Xuan's feelings. And just now, Jiang Chen and Yiling Xuan, that mushy look, to him did not look more than a few eyes is enough to prove that Jiang Chen to Yiling Xuan, absolutely true love. Yiling Xuan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a puzzled expression. What passed? Are you stupid? You think I really have my eye on your stinky brother? Lin Xiaoxiao whitened Yiling Xuan with a flirtatious glance. This BFF. She's made a fool of herself by falling in love. Yiling Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at her chest with an air of relief as she said, Shinya, you scared me to death. I thought you really wanted to steal my husband. You're the only one who treats him like a big baby. Sister, my taste doesn't allow for boyfriends younger than me. I don't accept sibling relationships either. TSK, tisk. You can pull it off you. You think, sibling love is easy? How hard is it? Lin Xiaoshu was unconvinced. Let me tell you, my husband is the one I carefully nurtured for more than 10 years to become a success. Even if you want to find one, you won't be able to find one as good as my husband. How good is it? Lin Xiaoxiao bristled in disbelief. Isn't your husband just a little bit better looking, can cook, write songs, and is considerate and gentle? There are tons of men like that on the streets. You think that's all my husband does? Yiling Xuan was very unconvinced and began to break her fingers, saying, My husband not only sings, but also dances, blows my hair, gives me massages, sucks cock, and plays the arrow. In short, he's good at all 18 things. He is more than capable of understanding me, tolerating me, loving me, being considerate, caring for me, and not being mean to me since I was a kid. Where are you going to find such a wonderful husband who is customized for me? Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded by the remark. So this is how sibling love works, and it can be raised from an early age? That's a long way to go. She was envious. Sour. Really very sour. The sourness of lemons. Is it too late if I go and find one to train now? Lin Xiaoxiao thought darkly in her heart. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded and staring blankly, Yiling Xuan looked like a rooster that had won a fight. Her case head held out her chest. Put. Su Shan couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Lin Xiaoxiao's dumbfounded look. Dog food. I can't eat it alone. Gonna have to call in a few more people. A few people were eating and goofing around. After dinner, a few people sat on the couch and picked up their cell phones to play volleyball. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, Little brother Jiang Chen, just now you said you have a solution. What exactly is it? Nowadays, she was indeed concerned about Yiling Xuan. I won't tell you, and when the time comes for me to settle, I'm afraid you'll see that I'm too good and pester you to want to marry me again. I don't want my wife to cry. Jiang Chen joked. Count on it. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and vented all her dissatisfaction on the game. She's fierce. Nothing good happens to anyone she sets her sights on. The row ended, and a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth. If I can't beat up this asshole, can't I beat up you guys? Jiang Chen was shocked by the game's Li Xiaoxiao. This sister, how come she's as fierce as Yiling Xuan? If this is the reality, her men will suffer in the future. Satisfied with her win, Lin Xiaoxiao picked up her bag and stood up. Shinji, let's have a few more. Take me to the throne. Yiling Xuan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with wide eyes full of anticipation. Oh, you stay in your little white one. Look at how many times you've been complained about. You're obviously a pitbull, and I don't want to bring pitbulls being disliked. Yiling Xuan felt hurt. Wasn't she reported because she missed her husband so much that she dropped the game every time his video came on? It's exclusivity. It should be rewarded. It's so hard not to be understood. But even though her heart was uneven, she knew it was bad to pit her teammates. So she said, I won't say anything from now on. Let's play. Even if you don't take me to king, take me to gold. Yiling looked pitifully at Lin Xiaoxiao. She's actually a fan of the game and has been very reliable in the past. It was only after going to Jiang Chen and then because of Jiang Chen's military training that he was turned into this Otherwise, she's a king, too. Don't act pathetic. I love my segment. Lin Xiaoxiao was no longer willing in any way. It was so hard to get to the king, but I don't want to go back to my old ways after years of hard work. Seeing this, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, Honey, I'll take you. Honey, you're just a little bronze. How are you going to carry me? Jiang Chen was hurt. In fact, he hadn't played this number for 3 years. He used to play the game in order to avoid Yiling, so he didn't use this number. Because of this number, Yiling knew. After thinking about it, he said weakly, Honey, actually, I haven't used this number for a long time. My real segment is the strongest king 58 stars. What? To leave Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened when she heard Jiang Chen's words. Little brother Jiang Chen, don't tease me. The strongest king? You? Ahem. Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head and said, Yes. The 3 women in the room looked at each other with shock. Husband, are you insane? You a little bronze. Yiling didn't finish her words, only to see Jiang Chen quickly switch accounts. Upon seeing that Jiang Chen had changed his account, the entire group was stunned. It really is the strongest king. She snatched a burst of exploration in a hurry. Wow, that's a lot of skin. Looking at the hero skins that he used to want but couldn't get and could only be given by winning streaks, Yiling eyes were on fire, and unconsciously licked her red lips. Hubby, you really are the strongest king. How did you fight it? Seeing Yiling look like she had seen a ghost but was excited, Lin Xiaoxiao curiously went forward. Both of her eyes also lit up when she saw the page. Little brother Jiang Chen, you really are the strongest king. Yes. Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Little brother, let's add friends and have a few games. Lin Xiaoxiao excitedly handed Jiang Chen her QR code and asked him to add her friend. Okay. Jiang Chen got his cell phone from Yiling and added his friend. Hubby, wait, I'll contact my friend. We just happen to be 5 to play ranked. At this moment, Yiling remembered Yi Peiying, who had been pitched by her and dropped several levels, and was now hovering in silver. At first, she bragged about it. Jiang Chen is the king of glory, and when Jiang Chen comes back, he will take her to the king. Now that Jiang Chen had come, he had really given her a big surprise. The strongest king 58 stars, can be ranked in the top 100 of the district service, right? It's already the king of glory. This silly husband, he's really going to fight for me, making all my bragging come true. Yiling was overjoyed and dialed Yi Peiying's phone number. Honey, my husband is back. Get on the line. He'll take you to pretend and fly with you. Yi Peiying was only that unhappy. Really? He really is the king of glory? That's a must. You don't see whose husband it is. Okay, then I'll be online now. Hanging up the phone, Yiling mouth was filled with a smile. Upon seeing several people looking at him strangely, he only said, What are you looking at me for? Log on. Want to play again? Although Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Shan and the others didn't know what was happening, they always felt that something was wrong. There's got to be a story in there somewhere. However, a few people don't dwell on it. Thanks to Jiang Chen and Oxen leading the way, and Lin Xiaoxiao following, the qualifying rounds were invincible. An hour later, Lin Xiaoxiao shook off her hand. My hand. It's a little sore. Don't want to play. Yi Peiying on the other end of the game was not yet finished, and hurriedly said, Play a little longer. I just happen to be feeling up right now. When the words fell, he said to Yiling, My dear, you really didn't lie to me. Your little husband is really the king of glory. The operation is sneaky. I think it's expected to be on the king again. Honey, can you lend me your husband for a few days? Want him to take me properly. Sorry, hubby doesn't lend out. Yiling said seriously. These girlfriends of hers, one is more demonic than the other. Take Yi Peiying for example. She's got a great face. What man can resist? Therefore, Jiang Chen was definitely not given the chance to betray. Cheapskate. You don't even lend your husband to play for 2 days. What kind of good girlfriend are you? Want to play with my husband? Why don't you go play with yours? Isn't it true that I don't have it? If I did, I would still need to borrow it from you. Husbands don't lend. 2 women fighting in a game. The end of the set was, as expected, unstoppable. Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged it off and stood up. Yiling asked curiously, Shinny, are you going home? Well, it's getting late and I have to work tomorrow. Sleep here today. There's so much room. Is this appropriate? Lin Xiaoxiao sized up Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang meaningfully. Both are adults and naturally know what the two are going to do next. It's been a long time. As the saying goes, a little goodbye is better than a wedding. So it must have been heavenly and amazing. What's inappropriate? Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. Could it be, you still consider me an outsider? Seeing that Yi Lingshuang didn't react, Lin Xiaoxiao pointed her finger at Jiang Chen and him, and asked with a smile, is it really appropriate for me to sleep here? Yi Lingshuang reacted, and her pretty face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. That's too much of an understatement from the BFF. I'm outta here. Have a great night. When Lin Xiaoxiao left, she even threw a flying kiss at Yi Lingshuang before leaving. When Su Shan saw Lin Xiaoxiao leave, she also jogged to follow, and when she reached the door, she gave Yi Lingshuang a wry face. Sister, a moment of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Oh, get a grip. Yi Lingshuang's face was red, her head leaning against Jiang Chen's chest, shyly saying, hubby, now that everyone's gone, what should we do? Jiang Chen's hand wrapped around Yi Lingshuang's soft waist, and his lips slowly pressed over, then slowly walked towards the second floor. Yi Lingshuang also slowly put her hand on Jiang Chen's neck, responding tenderly to the room, ready for a kiss, tasting, sniffing the body. It was a long day of running and catching airplanes. It's a little hard to get here without a shower yet too. Such a memorable event. He didn't want to turn into a stinker. So, he placed a hard kiss on Yi Lingshuang's red lips before putting her down and said tenderly, wife, I'm going to take a shower first. Honey, I'll join you. Yi Lingshuang's eyes looked straight at Jiang Chen when she said this. Seeing Jiang Chen's shocked face, he shyly lowered his head. Hubby, don't you like me being with you? How can you not like it? Jiang Chen was delighted in his heart. With a beautiful woman. That's the most enjoyable thing ever. When they got to the shower, the two of them came under the shower and let their bodies get soaked by the rain. The chiffon shirt Yi Lingshuang was wearing was already thin, and now that it was wet from the rain, the clothes clung to her skin, and she could see Jiang Chen's breathing worsen. This wife, her body is just perfect. When he was on Earth, he thought about what his future wife would be like, but I didn't expect it to be a big star. That's really unexpected. Who the hell would have thought that his future wife would be a superstar? So at this moment, Jiang Chen was incomparably more excited than if he had won the jackpot. Yi Lingshuang was also incomparably excited. Her original wish was to marry Jiang Chen as her wife. It was also thought that it would take quite a bit of time to recover Jiang Chen. After all, it's really too childish to do what you did as a child. Jiang Chen as long as the disobedience of her on the fight. Our Jiang Chen beat fear, directly transferred to a school thousands of miles away to read. That's really too much. And now, Jiang Chen was able to help her regardless of previous suspicions, which showed that Jiang Chen was truly a reasonable person. Such a good man is really rare in the world. So this was the moment she decided. In the future, he would treat Jiang Chen well and make up for the mistakes he had made in the past. So, her hands lifted up and rested on Jiang Chen's neck as she slowly said, husband, I'll love you well in the future and make up for the mistakes I made in the past. Jiang Chen, as a traveler, had long since figured out Yi Lingshuang's small mind back then. It was the mind of a child at first. In a child's world, there is only black and white, right and wrong, doesn't know 1,000 faces at all. Planets don't revolve around themselves. Nowadays, being able to know that what you thought as a child was wrong, and actively admitting it, has won over a lot of people at this point. For a big star to dare to admit fault for what happened to her in the past, it was enough to show that Yi Lingshuang was not a person who could not distinguish between right and wrong. Jiang Chen had chosen to accept Yi Lingshuang just because of this. In other words, Yi Lingshuang used to be quite good except for using violence against things done in disobedience to her. So at this moment, seeing Yi Lingshuang taking such initiative, Jiang Chen was no longer polite. Hands were placed on Yi Lingshuang's waist, roughly removing Yi Lingshuang's upper body chiffon shirt. Husband, looking at Yi Lingshuang's skin that was as white as snow, and the parts of Yi Lingshuang's body that he desired the most, his hand couldn't help but lift up. Yi Lingshuang closed her eyes. Look forward to that moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but yearn for this place, and once paid very dearly for it. Now, at last, it can be enjoyed with honor. Husband, noticing that she saw Jiang Chen taking such initiative, Yi Lingshuang blushed. She knew what Jiang Chen was thinking inside. Once, just out of curiosity, she beat her up. It seemed that at this time, Jiang Chen still remembered. Yi Lingshuang tenderly raised her hand and slowly pressed Jiang Chen's head. Woohoo! Jiang Chen didn't expect Yi Lingshuang to actually do this, but it feels so cozy. This wife, she's too considerate. What more could a man ask for if he could have this wife? What more could a man ask for? Jiang Chen was enjoying it greedily. It was only when his heart was satisfied that he wrapped his arms around Yi Lingshuang's soft waist and said, wife, you're so nice. I'm your wife. I can give you everything you want, including my life. Yi Lingshuang said with a red face. Well, the two have taken their relationship a step further. Carrying Yi Lingshuang to her room, she was ready to enjoy herself when there was a bell ringing downstairs. Honey, your cell phone? Nope. Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. Just now, the two of them had long since turned off their phones in order not to be disturbed and affect their mood. Suddenly, Yi Lingshuang thought of something and said, Hubby, it might be that communication machine given by the property. The communicator is given to all property owners by the property in order to better serve them. Because, in the future, if the owners have to visit friends, property security need to verify the identity can be the first time to get confirmation, or the owners have any need for property, but also the first time to contact the property, being disturbed by the property. Although Yi Lingshuang was upset, she knew that the property wouldn't call for no reason and so late, so she said, Hubby, it's from the property side. I'll go down and check it out. Go on. Jiang Chen did not stop. This upscale neighborhood. The property will not contact the owners in the middle of the night if there is no emergency. Yi Lingshuang changed into her long pajamas and went downstairs, picking up a cell phone like instant messenger to answer it. The polite voice of a security guard came from inside. Ms. Yi, I'm very sorry for disturbing your rest at this late hour. Excuse me? It's like this. There's a lady by the name of Zhang at the door claiming to be your mother and is coming to see you. But your cell phone is turned off, so I wanted to check with you. Ms. Chang? Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. Her mother's name is Zhang, but mothers don't usually leave the city. Ah, why did you come to the capital? However, although puzzled, she asked the property owner to put the call through to the person on the other end. Missy, it's me. Hearing that it was really her mother's familiar voice, Yi Lingshuang was overjoyed. Mom, is it really you? It's me. Having gotten the confirmation, Yi Lingshuang also forgot that there was Jiang Chen upstairs, and without changing her clothes, she ran out the door in her house slippers. At the entrance of the neighborhood, an elegant beauty who looked to be around 40 years old, tall, wearing a set of light blue dress that looked 8 times like Yi Lingshuang had already been put into the neighborhood by the security guards. She is none other than Yi Lingshuang's mother, Zhang Yunpei. Zhang Yunpei was born in a family of books, so he had a very elegant temperament. At this time, just standing in the doorway, this upscale neighborhood in and out of the people, each cannot help but look a few more eyes. Because of her temperament, it's just too good. Zhang Yunpei didn't know which building Yi Lingshuang lived in, so he could only wait at the entrance. Yi Lingshuang quickly arrived at the door. Upon seeing Zhang Yunpei, he excitedly ran over and hugged tightly. Mom, why didn't you call before you came so I could pick you up? What a catch. The plane arrived here. It's already 11 o'clock. You're too dangerous for a girl. I'll just come by myself. It's not like I don't know where you live. Mom, I can ask my assistant to pick it up. Yi Lingshuang held Zhang Yunpei's hand, and the two of them chatted all the way over to the villa. It was only when she arrived at the entrance of the villa that Yi Lingshuang remembered. Jiang Chen is still at the villa. Just now, she was so focused on chatting with her mom that she had already forgotten about Jiang Chen's existence, and at this point, no cell phone yet. This is awkward, but still, I had to open it and take my mom inside. Pouring a glass of water for my mom, I nervously said, Mom, sit down for a while, I'll go change my clothes. When the words fell, he didn't care whether his mom wanted it or not, and went straight upstairs. Zhang Yunpei was about to sit down when he suddenly saw a pair of man's shoes. When she saw this, her face clouded over. Grabbing the broom on the side, he quietly followed. Jiang Chen, who was practicing deep squatting on the second floor, saw Yi Lingshuang come in and directly climbed up and hugged Yi Lingshuang and threw him on the big bed. Honey, what took you so long? Hush. Yi Lingshuang immediately made a silent gesture and shyly said, My mom is here. Just now I went to the entrance of the neighborhood just to pick her up. Ha? Jiang Chen was confused. Hurry up and get dressed. My mom's down there. Jiang Chen was confused. What kind of clothes? Where does he have any clothes left? Just now, didn't they all go to the showers and let the water get to them? Just as he was thinking, to slip away or not, a woman's angry voice came to his ear. Why are you in my daughter's room? Don't you know my daughter is married? I'll beat you to death. As the words fell, Jiang Chen felt pain coming from his head. Hold your head and hide in the corner. Fixing his eyes, Jiang Chen only saw that it was Yi Lingshuang's mom, Zhang Yunpei. At this moment, Zhang Yunpei was holding a mop in his hand and looking at him menacingly. Mom, what are you doing? Yi Lingshuang had the hindsight to stop Zhang Yunpei in a hurry. At this time, Zhang Yunpei also saw that the guy crouching in the corner holding his head was Jiang Chen. Mourn, why you? Zhang Yunpei was a bit confused. He looked at Jiang Chen and then at Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang wasn't wearing a bra. Being from the past, she instantly knew what was going on. Hello auntie. Jiang Chen's crying face, I didn't expect that seeing my future mother-in-law again would actually be this scene. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Did auntie hurt you? Zhang Yunpei wanted to go to check, but was stopped by Yi Lingshang. Mom, can you go out first? Oh, Zhang Yunpei looked apologetic. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry I thought this girl was messing around outside. So, auntie, I'm fine. Zhang Chen looked embarrassed. Zhang Yunpei went out, and Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but smile as she looked at Zhang Chen's aggrieved, helpless and embarrassed face. And you laugh. Zhang Chen's dark face. This is a big mistake. How can I go down to see my mother-in-law when my clothes are soaked? Honey, do you have any bigger clothes? Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened. Honey, you're going to wear my clothes? What can be done about it? You can't make me go to my auntie wrapped in a towel like this. You're still called auntie. Ha? Yi Lingshang pouted unhappily when she saw Zhang Chen calling her mom an aunt. Just now, the two had been honest with each other. Although there was no union, every part of her body had already been patronized by Zhang Chen. Besides, the two have been recognized by their families and are supposed to be called mom. Honey, you're going to have to change your name. Zhang Chen heard Yi Lingshuang's meaning, scratching his head awkwardly. He's really a little uncomfortable. Yi Lingshang could see the embarrassment within Zhang Chen and said gently, Hubby, my mom and the others have treated you like a son since you were little. Every time I hit you, I'd go home and they'd lecture me for hours. And sometimes my mom would hit me with a coat hanger. At that time I always felt that I was carried and that you were their real son. Hearing Yi Lingshuang say that, Zhang Chen's mind recalled a scene from the past. His own unreliable parents were gone for a long time, and his grandparents were old. So, when he was a kid, anything he couldn't do, it was Yi Lingshuang's mom and dad who helped him do it. Even going to the school to enroll, Yi Lingshuang's mother personally took him to enroll in order to not let the grandparents at home suffer. Now, he's with Yi Lingshuang. It's only a matter of time before we get married. There's absolutely nothing wrong with calling a mom. Zhang Chen decided to change his name to Hugh in the future. Honey, you're right. From now on auntie she's my mom. Yi Lingshuang was happy that the two had really become a family. After a few moments of small talk, he looked at Zhang Chen again, still wrapped in a big bath towel. Honey, why don't I get you my biggest size dress? It should fit. Getting Alon's face twitched. A dress? He's a big man wearing a dress? Thinking about that image immediately raised goosebumps on Zhang Chen's body. Honey, a shirt would be nice. Preferably the white kind. I don't have a shirt, but I do have a t-shirt. Are you going to wear it? Yi Lingshuang looked at Zhang Chen with a smile. She could imagine Zhang Chen wearing her t-shirt, and it was absolutely sensational. Zhang Chen didn't even dare to imagine the picture of wearing Yi Lingshang's t-shirt, waving his hands back and forth, his head shaking like a rattle drum. Then forget it. I'd better go to the shower room to pick up my clothes and pants and blow dry them before I go down. There's a hair dryer right on the counter, so blow yourself out. I'm going down to be with mom. Yi Lingshuang's words fell and left the house. Anyway, she had already been caught by her mom, so Zhang Chen was free to do whatever he wanted to do. It's better to go down and stay with mom. Coming to the first floor, Yi Lingshuang saw Zhang Yunpei organizing the sofa, tiptoed over and directly hugged from the back. Zhang Yunpei turned around in surprise, only to be relieved to see Yi Lingshuang looking at her with a smile on her face. Missy, what's wrong with you? Mom, I miss you. Zhang Yunpei lovingly stroked Yi Lingshuang's small face. My youngest child has really grown up and knows that she wants her mother. Zhang Yunpei lovingly touched Yi Lingshuang's small hand. At this time, she remembered the scene she had just seen and asked curiously, Isn't Xiao Chen still in military training? Why did he come over? She was worried about me, so she took time off work to come over. Zhang Yunpei had seen Yi Lingshuang's news on the internet, so he thought of coming over to accompany his daughter, but she didn't expect that Zhang Chen would actually come over directly on leave. It seems that the two have a good relationship. The thought of having just badgered my daughter made me feel a little guilty again. It's all over. A small farewell. Ah, that feeling she knew all too well. Pulling Yi Lingshuang's hand, the two of them sat on the sofa and asked, Missy, when are you and Xiao Chen going to let your father and I hold our grandchildren? Yi Lingshuang had a red face, although she knew that her old mom was very forward-thinking, but all of a sudden she wanted a child at the drop of a hat. Wasn't it too early? Mom, why are you bringing up grandchildren all of a sudden? With you two together, isn't it only a matter of time before you have grandchildren? Zhang Yunpei rightfully gazed at Yi Lingshuang. She was not pedantic in her thinking. What marriage before children? What feast wedding? These, all of them, are false. My daughter just needs to be happy. Besides, nowadays, Zhang Chen was only 18 years old. It's still early for legal age. They couldn't wait for Zhang Chen to reach the age to hold grandchildren. Missy, you have just the time and just the perfect age to have a baby. You need to catch up with little Morning. When the coming year comes, we'll have grandchildren. Hearing Zhang Yunpei's words, Yi Lingshuang was confused. Is this, really, the real mom? Although, she was also ready to give Jiang Chen a beautiful baby, but from the mouth of her mom, it felt completely different, right? Because, the person's mom is instructing her daughter that she is not married, can't have children, and can't live with the man. Zhang Yunpei, on the other hand, taught her completely the opposite. Missy, did you hear me? Mom, I hear you. Yi Lingshuang lowered her head and hugged Zhang Yunpei with both hands, leaning her head on her thigh. Mom, are you really that fond of little Morning? That's for sure. The boy has a good temper, knowing to obey you. Think about it, what have you done to him since he was a kid? Did he ever fight back? Did he yell at you? Such a good boy, and I'm afraid you're missing out. What do we women want? Don't we want a man who loves us? Who loves us? All of these, little Morning possesses. Yi Lingshuang thought about it and felt that his old mom really saw through it. This is no wonder. Why mom is obviously a superb beauty, but married to their own big and thick dad, but also love like first love general from time to feed her dog food. Looking at Yi Lingshuang who was leaning on his arms like a kitten, Zhang Yunpei seemed to have thought of something and looked up at the second floor. Jiang Chen was not there and said quietly, Missy, I saw from the internet that when couples are in love, there are several ways to make a woman conceive quickly and also carry a male baby. Do you want to hear it? Ah. Yi Lingshuang looked at Zhang Yunpei with a red face. Zhang Yunpei grew up giving her a ladylike image. Now, it is saying these things. Mom, your image in my mind is crumbling. You know? Zhang Yunpei was a bit uncomfortable, but still patiently said, Silly girl, I'm serious with you. A son for the first child, and the second child will be as it comes. Mom, Yi Lingshuang had a black face. Now that the first child is not even born, you're thinking about the second? You've really thought far ahead. Zhang Yunpei could see that Yi Lingshuang was speechless in her heart, but still gently explained. Missy, when you were a child, did you not feel very lonely alone? Yi Lingshuang was silent. Although she had Jiang Chen to play with her, she still really wanted a younger sibling inside. Missy, we were poor in those days and could not afford to give you younger siblings. Zhang Yunpei's eyes were filled with regret as he spoke. Once upon a time, she had wanted to give Yi Lingshuang a younger brother or sister, but because of the family's condition, they had to give up. When Yi Lingshuang grew up, the family was in a better position, but the two of them were too old to have a heart, so they put their focus on nurturing Yi Lingshuang. Today, Yi Lingshuang has no worries about food and drink, and has savings. She hoped that Yi Lingshuang had both children and that the child would have a companion. Yi Lingshuang heard her mom's words, stood up and hugged her mom tightly with both hands. Mom, you've worked so hard. I love you. I'll listen to you. I'll have more to keep you guys company so you're not alone. Zhang Yunpei laughed. This daughter, she really knows her stuff. Missy, so you want to hear about the methods described on the internet? I think the parents of Morn are definitely happy with their first son, too. When Yi Lingshuang heard this, the scene of seeing Jiang Chen's parents again after 3 years came to mind. At that time, Jiang Chen's mother complimented her on her beauty. He also said that the child that will be born will be very beautiful. She then went along with Jiang Chen's mom's words and was interested in marrying Jiang Chen. Frost, if you can marry little Chen, then we would definitely be very willing. After receiving the approval of Jiang Chen's parents, she immediately took out a bank card with $10 billion as dowry and handed it over to Jiang Chen's father. But they don't want it. Frost, it's that boy's good fortune to have married you. How could we possibly want your dowry back? I should be the one to give you the bride price. Uncle, Xiao Chen ran so far away to avoid me. He definitely doesn't want to marry me. I hope you guys help and make him accept me. Jiang Chen's dad was silent for a while, and said in an exasperated voice, This stupid son. He doesn't know what's good for him when he's in the midst of the blessings. Tell you what, I'll write you a letter. You take it to him. If he doesn't, you'll show him the letter. And he wouldn't dare challenge the authority of your father and me if he had hundreds of guts. So, Jiang Chen's father, in order to deter Jiang Chen, but also in order to highlight their own irresponsible, deliberately wrote the content of the letter to Mary. After all, he was a money grubber in Jiang Chen's eyes. The whole selling his son for $100,000 fits his persona perfectly. Yi Lingshuang was thunderstruck by this tawdry maneuver of Jiang Chen's dad. But then, thinking about her becoming a star just a few years ago, he thought that was Jiang Chen's parents' style. Back then, she earned a lot of money from the songs written by Jiang Chen. When the money was sent down, she also said she wanted to give Jiang Chen the share that belonged to him, but was stopped by Jiang Chen's dad. Frosty, raise your son poorly and your daughter richly. Since he has been my son, he has to suffer. Just know that money has to be earned in one lump sum to be spent in a fun way. You give him tens of millions of dollars straight away, he'll have to float, and he'll be a waste of space and an asshat from now on. The first time she heard this reason, Yi Lingshuan's entire body froze. Uncle, this money is earned by Xiao Chen. No, too many. That kid tends to drift. I don't want a loser son. If he becomes an invalid, how will he stand in society in the future? At that time, Yi Lingshuan thought that Jiang Chen's dad wanted to temporarily help Jiang Chen keep the money, just like keeping the New Year's Eve money for Jiang Chen. So she gave the money to Jiang Chen's dad. Frosty, uncle isn't short of money here, so if you're so inclined, you can give it to that untalented kid after he graduates from college. Yi Lingshuan listened to Jiang Chen's parents. The share of each song sent down every month, she kept in a separate bank card for Jiang Chen. A few years down the line, Jiang Chen's card already has as much as 300 million inside. While Yi Lingshuan's mother and daughter chatted below, Jiang Chen was in the shower, washing his clothes and blow-drying them. Got dressed and blew out my hair again. Apprehensively, he went downstairs. Morn, you're down. Zhang Yunpei stood up from the sofa and walked over to Jiang Chen's side, asking with a concerned expression, "It didn't hurt you just now. Mom, where is it?" Jiang Chen replied awkwardly. Zhang Yunpei was frozen by Jiang Chen calling him mom in such a way. After looking at Yi Lingshuan, and then at this naive Jiang Chen scratching his head in a somewhat embarrassed manner, he instantly understood. He went forward and took Jiang Chen's hand, nagging him with a loving face, asking him about his affairs over the years. After learning about Jiang Chen over the years, he said, "Little Chen, Frosty, she's sometimes capricious, but in the future, if she bullies you again, call me. I'll come by plane and see if I can't beat her to death." Yi Lingshuan had a black line on her face. In the end, who is your own daughter? Jiang Chen glanced at the side, at the black-faced Yi Lingshuan, and said with a smile, "Mom, now Frost won't beat me up. Well, it's good not to fight. She's got this bad temper. Sometimes she might have another attack, so you can remember to tell me." Yes, Jiang Chen was incredibly well-behaved, and Zhang Yunpei was nothing to write home about. Turning his head to Yi Lingshuan, he admonished with a dark face, "Missy, you can change your foul temper. Now that you are Xiao Chen's daughter-in-law and have become a woman, you can't do it anymore. And no more threatening him and calling him names while he's out there. You have to respect him and give him face, okay? Mom, I know." Yi Lingshuan lowered her head and was also well-behaved. Zhang Yunpei saw that he had already finished his words and the two had listened to them before he said, "It's not too early now. Go and rest first." When Yi Lingshuan heard that she was going to take a break, she smiled and went forward to hold Zhang Yunpei's hand. "Mom, I'm sleeping with you tonight. We haven't slept together in ages." Zhang Yunpei saw that Yi Lingshuan wanted to sleep with him. How can that be? She was still thinking of holding grandchildren, and said in an admonishing tone, "Missy, you are already a wife. A qualified wife would not let her husband stay alone. Do you want to leave little Morning alone?" "Mom." Yi Lingshuan had a red face. "This mom, she's too eager. Is it possible that if you have intercourse tonight, you'll have a baby tomorrow?" Ahem. Jiang Chen had never imagined that this mother-in-law was actually so avant-garde. "What's with the shyness? Both of our families have agreed to your marriage to Xiao Chen. If you're married, shouldn't you give me a grandchild to bring up?" When Zhang Yunpei said this, she looked over at Jiang Chen and asked with a smile, "Little Chen, do you think mom is right? Now that you are married, you should think of us old people so that we can have grandchildren to bring." Jiang Chen didn't sound right. Zhang Yunpei's words seemed to be addressed to Yi Lingshuan, but they were actually addressed to him, pushing him to have a child with Yi Lingshuan. This mother-in-law, she's really fierce, and it can't be refuted. "Mom, you're right. Look at that. And little Morning is okay with it. You guys, hurry up and give me a grandchild." Seeing her old mom fancy Chui to have a baby, Yi Lingshuan was very anxious. She, though, had decided to be with Jiang Chen and was willing to bear children for him, but it's been a long time since she slept with her mom. This time, there's no telling how long mom can stay here. So, tonight she really wanted to sleep with her mom, because mom's getting old, and that's one day too many. Jiang Chen could tell that Yi Lingshuan was a bit anxious and wanted to sleep with Zhang Yunpei. So he said, "Mom, Frost, she hasn't been with you for a long time. Let's talk about having a baby tomorrow, okay?" Yi Lingshuan had a look of joy on her face. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen actually knew what was on her mind, so she hurriedly pulled Zhang Yunpei's hand, shaking and pouting. "Mom, I miss you. I really miss you. I miss being pampered in your arms. I miss sleeping with your arms around me. You can't deny me the right to be with you just because I have a husband and am married. While I am someone's daughter-in-law, I am also your daughter. Your favorite daughter." Seeing the redness of those eyes, Zhang Yunpei's heart instantly softened. Yeah, Yi Lingshuan is her only daughter. Even if she marries, she's still her only daughter. It's only natural that a daughter would want to sleep with her mom. She was actually here this time because she wanted to hug her daughters more. Thinking of this, She instantly threw away those thoughts that were just in her mind. It doesn't hurt to be a day early or late in the childbearing, child-making thing. She, however, was different. She'll get older every day, and a day past will be a day less. When Yi Lingshuang really has a child and marries someone, when the two of them saw each other again, it was less and less. Zhang Yunpei turned his gaze to Jiang Chen and said awkwardly, "Xiao Chen, then I'll sleep with Frosty for one night today." "Mom, why are you being so polite to me?" As Frosty said, "Whether she's married or not, she's a little lump in your and Dad's heart." Jiang Chen's reply made Zhang Yunpei comfortable. "This son-in-law, really the more I see, the more satisfied I am. Looks like a really good home for your daughter." Yi Lingshuang and old mom went to sleep in the guest room to sleep. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was lying on the big bed, looking at the big room in a daze. It would have been possible to put your arms around your wife, talk about the world, and study each other about the structure of the human body and the wonders of the universe. Now, I can only stay alone in an empty bed and reminisce about memories. Shaking his head, he opened his cell phone, only to see a message from Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, bear with me, haha, tomorrow your kissing wife is giving you peaches, oh." Seeing this, Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Yi Lingshuang, really taking the unusual path. "It's with Mom, and you send him a message to tease him." "Yes, it's teasing. What do you mean? What peach?" It was nothing, and it was hard to be ruffled by such a comment. All you can do is pick up your cell phone and play a game to vent your anger. It wasn't until a few hours later that I couldn't keep my eyes open and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up in the morning and went to the aisle, he only saw Yi Lingshuang's mom wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. Also saw that Yi Lingshuang was on the side. Looking at its appearance, it was Zhang Yunpei who was teaching Yi Lingshuang how to cook. "Missy, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. As good-looking as you are, there are plenty of good-looking women in the whole world. If it won't escalate, it will be later. Because in this world, there is never a shortage of good-looking, capable women. You have to have some skills that make men die for you." Listening to Zhang Yunpei educating Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen's heart warmed. What kind of fairy mother-in-law did you find? That's so sweet, too. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang's voice rang out. "Mom, I actually want to be a good wife who teaches her children, but I don't seem to have a talent for it." "What talent? Do you still need talent to cook? Just put your heart into it, just like you enjoy singing so much. If you don't practice, is a good voice natural? Don't give me excuses. Have you forgotten that Xiao Chen ran over 1,000 kilometers to East China to study in order to avoid you? So use your heart." The mother-daughter duo chatted in the kitchen as they handled the dishes. Jiang Chen slowly descended the stairs, going to the side of the kitchen. They said to Zhang Yunpei, "Mom, why did you guys get up so early?" Seeing Jiang Chen arrive, Zhang Yunpei looked happy. "Xiao Chen, you're awake. Wash up first. Breakfast will be ready soon." "Aha!" Jiang Chen went downstairs, then went to the washroom to simply wash up. When he came out, a few small dishes and lean porridge had been placed on the table. It's their hometown breakfast. "Morn, come and sit down." Jiang Chen smiled and sat down with Yi Lingshuang. A few people eating a meal. Zhang Yunpei suddenly said, "Missy, where is your company? Later I will go with you. Meet that boss of yours. Don't be such a bully." When Jiang Chen heard that Zhang Yunpei wanted to go over, he hurriedly said, "Mom, don't worry about this matter. I'm taking leave to come over just to settle this matter." Zhang Yunpei was puzzled. "Xiao Chen, Mom knows that you know better than your peers, but these things still make me as a mom." Yi Lingshuang hurriedly interrupted what Zhang Yunpei was about to say and said in a pretense of relaxation, "Mom, the company and I are at the end of a normal contract. They're just pissed off, so they threatened me." Yi Lingshuang told the story. She, though, felt a little sorry for being blocked and not being able to sing in the future. But in hindsight, it doesn't seem like much. In the future, you can learn to cook better, teach your children and take care of getting along. Jiang Chen could see the days after Yi Lingshuang was blocked from the fate modification still given by the system. Although the two of them lived a good life, Yi Lingshuang still felt regret. Because Yi Lingshuang really loved singing and acting. Don't say that Yi Lingshuang felt sorry. It was just that he wasn't sorry. And he definitely wouldn't allow Yang Su to bully Yi Lingshuang like this. "Honey, no one can block you. No one can take away your interest in singing and acting." Jiang Chen's tone was so serious and earnest that Yi Lingshuang's heart warmed. "Honey, it's good that you have that heart. I really don't have much interest in acting or singing right now. All I want right now is to marry you, take care of you, and then give Mom and Dad some grandchildren. I'm content if we live happily as a family." Jiang Chen's heart ached. This stupid girl, what kind of stupid talk is that? It's clear that he loves acting and singing, and now they say these things against their will. "Honey, there's no conflict between marrying me and you continuing to sing and act. After saying this and seeing Yi Lingshuang still wanting to argue, he once again said, "Wife, trust me. I will definitely be able to let you continue acting and singing." Yi Lingshuang nodded her head despite not believing it in her heart and said, "I believe you. Sometimes lovers need some good lies. Honey, where is your company? I want to meet your boss Yang Su." Yi Lingshuang was confused. Jiang Chen, actually going to meet Yang Su. That's one of several big names in the industry. The problem today is that as long as she doesn't sign that slave contract, Yang Su won't budge. When he was ready to find a reason to refuse, Zhang Yunpei's voice came from his ears. "Missy, if Xiaochen says so, there must be a way." In Zhang Yunpei's eyes, Jiang Chen was a prodigy, not to mention being a superb learner, but also doing a lot of things that are unexpected. For example, the song Sales Miracle that was created remains unbroken to this day. In high school, it's actually been possible to tutor people and make them go from being a poor student to being in the top 10 of their class. These are things that could almost be described as miracles. So, at this moment, she felt that Jiang Chen was definitely not just saying it casually when he gave such a guarantee. Yi Lingshuang was silent when she saw her old mom say that. She didn't think that Jiang Chen could do it. After all, Yang Su had never compromised with anyone. Because compromise, that means his prestige as a bigot will be damaged. Yang Su wouldn't do such a thing. But now, Jiang Chen had to go. After thinking about it, she said, "Honey, then later, I'll go with you. If you go to him, he may not see you." General Manager's Office. 53rd floor, Huamei Brokerage Company. A middle-aged man in a white shirt stood under the window overlooking the entire Kyoto, a smile if any at the corner of his mouth. Just now, he received a notice from his secretary. Yi Lingshuang is coming over to talk about the contract. Yi Lingshuang, that's very arrogant. Even when she was still in his company, she asked for a kissing scene and wouldn't do it. Even if there's a kissing scene in the movie, you'll get a stunt double. This kind of condescending character made him feel very conquered. Several times he secretly reminded to take Yi Lingshuang as his lover, but he was fooled by Yi Lingshuang. Or even sometimes, just go to the bathroom and stop coming. It made him very uncomfortable. So, with this extension, he just purposely came up with that super low percentage bully contract. The purpose was simple. That is, he hoped that Yi Lingshuang would take the initiative to look for him, and then he would dive Yi Lingshuang before modifying the contract. However, he did not expect that Yi Lingshuang would rather terminate the contract than take the initiative to contact him even once. This time, he took the initiative to come over. He decided to make good use of it, and must get Yi Lingshuang to satisfy all his desires. At that moment, there was a knock at the front door. "Mr. Yang, Miss Yi has arrived." "Oh, let her in." "Yes." The secretary exited and he smiled as he sat back in his boss chair. The door open. Yi Lingshuang slowly walked into the office. Yang Su's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Lingshuang in this ladylike outfit. After not seeing him for a while, he realized that Yi Lingshuang had become beautiful again. As he prepared to welcome them, he only saw Jiang Chen follow him into the house. He recognized Jiang Chen as Yi Lingshuang's boyfriend on the news. With Jiang Chen around, he sat back down on his boss chair with a grim expression and said, "Miss Yi, what do you want from me?" "Mr. Yang, it's not my wife who's looking for you. It's me." Jiang Chen smiled and grabbed the answer, turning his head to Yi Lingshuang and said gently, "Wife, you go chat with your colleagues." "Aha!" Yi Lingshuang nodded and walked out of the office. From the beginning to the end, she didn't even look at Yang Su. Yang Su's heart became more and more excited when he saw Yi Lingshuang's condescending appearance. The more arrogant Yi Lingshuang was, the more it aroused the animalistic desire within him. At this moment, his desire to conquer Yi Lingshuang grew stronger. Jiang Chen looked at the personal information suspended on Yang Su's head. Yang Su, 48 years old with 29 years of life remaining. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately checked Yang Su's future fate. Suddenly, he saw that Yang Su would send someone to catch Yi Lingfang after waiting and taking fruit photos to threaten. Seeing this information, Jiang Chen frowned. This asshole has a death wish. Continuing to read on, Jiang Chen also saw that Yang Su had wreaked havoc on one actress after another in order to fulfill his desires. And, when those actresses don't want to, they use illegal means. Wow, grass. Scum. If you don't die, who will? So heartless that Jiang Chen was so angry that he directly revised Yang Su's fate, turning Yang Su into a terminal cancer patient. The kind that will die in a matter of days. Yang Su didn't even know that he had already had his fate modified by Jiang Chen, and was even a terminal cancer patient. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Chen staring blankly at himself, he asked indifferently, "Kid, if you're looking for me because of Yi Lingshuang's matter, I'm not going to talk to you, and if I want to talk, I'll talk to her." Oh, Jiang Chen felt pity. How dare you have that thought at the end of your life? Pouring himself a glass of water to drink, He said lightly, I'm not here about my wife. And why are you? I don't feel like talking to you. Yang Su had the intention of rushing Jiang Chen away. However, Jiang Chen was not amused. Checked out this office and thought about the company that had just come in. Those who saw Yi Lingxuan art took the initiative to greet Yi Lingxuan. It seems that Yi Lingxuan gets along well with the people in this company. Since they got along so well, let's make this company Yi Lingxuan's. So he smiled and said, this is a good company you have. Sell it to me. Yang Su's brows furrowed. What did you say? Sell me your company. This time, Yang Su sort of heard it clearly. He found it funny as hell. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even Yi Lingxuan couldn't afford his company. Jiang Chen is a poor man. What gives him the right? Kid, can you afford it? In his tone, he was full of mockery and superiority. You can't afford to buy a toilet in this company of mine even if you work for the rest of your life. I may be poor, but this company of yours is only $1 at most, so why can't I afford it? Jiang Chen said indifferently. $1? Yang Su, who was still trying to laugh, heard that it was $1 and looked at Jiang Chen with a cold expression. Kid, what did you say? Yang Su, if I can give you $1, it's to give you face. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Kid, you want to die, don't you? Yang Su was furious. For so many years, he was the only one who forced himself on others, the only one who bullied others. No one dares to talk to him like that. It's not that I want to die, but you're not far from it, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yang Su was furious and looked at Jiang Chen with a gloomy face. He decided that he must make Jiang Chen look good. Jiang Chen looked through Yang Su's future destiny, which revealed one more entry. Yang Su, I'll call someone to beat him to death later. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was puzzled. Could it be that the fate of the future is not fixed? However, Jiang Chen didn't care. He now has the system to modify other people's destinies at will. Since there is a change, another revision is in order. Thus began the revision of Yang Su's fate. Yang Su, do you feel right now? Your chest hurts and you can't breathe a bit? If Jiang Chen didn't ask this, Yang Su hadn't felt it yet. Once he asked, he felt a real vague pain in his chest. Breathing is coming up a little bit. And it was getting worse, with a feeling of suffocation. He put his hands over his throat and kept coughing. Jiang Chen was very satisfied when he saw this. It seems that he modified his fate without a change of heart. Quick, call 120 for me, Yang Su said to Jiang Chen with a hard face. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your idiocy. Yang Su was furious and swung his hand up to scatter at Jiang Chen's face. Ka-ching! Yang Su's hand dropped without warning. He tried to lift it and winced in pain. Jiang Chen was satisfied. This, too, is his masterpiece. He modified in Yang Su's fate that as soon as Yang Su lifted his hand to hit him, his hand would be dislocated and he could never lift it again. It seems that the system was right. This fate modifier. It's really awesome. There's no need to talk about logic at all. Do whatever you want. At this moment, Jiang Chen really liked this laying winner system. It's so damn dominant. So damn empowering. Yang Su, you've wasted your right hand. And your left. Do you still want to fight? Jiang Chen looked at Yang Su with a smirk, his eyes full of provocation. There was a wicked smile in the provocative gaze. Yang Su felt that this was a naked provocation. Being in a high position, where could he bear it? So angry that he directly raised his left hand. There was another click in the joint. His hand, dislocated again, couldn't move. Yang Su screamed in pain. After the scream, his face became a little blank. One hand dislocated. He could understand, but both hands are the same. It's fucking unscientific. Enduring the pain, he looked up at Jiang Chen, only to see that he was still wearing a smiling face. A big smile. He couldn't move either hand. So if Jiang Chen wanted to hit him, he wouldn't have the strength to fight back at all. The thought of being severely beaten up gave him no courage to remain in the office. I ran to the door, but I couldn't open it because I couldn't move my hands. When he wanted to open his mouth to save his life, he only felt an inexplicable pain coming from his mouth. Words that are no longer spoken. Also, the feet went straight to their knees without listening. So bizarre that Yang Su had a face of fear. At this moment, he felt that if he wasn't hitting evil, then the Jiang Chen in front of him wasn't an ordinary person. Maybe it's a fairy from a mythological novel. Or a ghost. The thought of all those images of people being screwed over by ghosts and goblins in ghost movies scared the piss out of him. A look of supplication looked toward Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen was unmoved, there was a burst of kowtowing and begging for mercy. He hoped Jiang Chen would spare his life. Jiang Chen was satisfied with the effect of using the system for the first time. Walking over to Yang Jun's side, he slowly squatted down and asked with a smile. Now, I'm going to take $1 to buy your company. Are you selling it? Yang Su nodded his head repeatedly. Just kidding. Now I can't move my body. I can't even speak. let alone $1, or even a dime, or even for nothing he'd be willing to give it away, as long as the little life remains. Seeing Yang Su's terrified face, Jiang Chen once again marveled at the power of this system. As soon as you see the person, the fate is modified, and you really do what you say. That's the kind of thing that really kills people invisibly, where no evidence can be found. This made Jiang Chen more and more satisfied with this fate modification skill given by the system. Slowly standing up, he looked at Yang Su condescendingly. In his mind, he lifted Yang Su's fate of not being able to move at this time. As soon as his fate was modified, Yang Su suddenly realized that his hands and feet didn't hurt anymore and he could move. He, thrilled, when he wanted to stand up, he only heard Jiang Chen's faint voice coming from him. I like you on your knees. Yang Su's face changed drastically. He didn't want to give in. Suddenly, he couldn't stand up at all, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on his body. Yang Su was so scared that his face turned pale, and he could no longer generate any disobedience. He can fight a lot of powerful people. However, he wouldn't dare to fight someone like Jiang Chen, who could take his life with a single thought, because he simply can't fight. At this moment, Yang Su was like a docile sheep, well behaved. When he saw that Jiang Chen didn't speak, he immediately kowtowed to him for a while. Great immortal, please spare my life. I know I'm wrong. Daisy? Jiang Chen found it funny to the extreme. Stupid people. I can't believe I thought he was a god. However, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this title. After all, a single thought can take a life. This means is indeed on a par with the legendary gods. Jiang Chen glanced at Yang Su, who had turned into a grandson, and with the image of seeing Yang Su's future scourge on those female stars just now floating in his mind, he said indifferently, Yang Su, you have no morals and no bottom line. It's time for you to die. What? Yang Su was horrified. Time to die? That's not good. Him, and tens of billions in the bank. How can people leave before the money is spent? De Xian, spare my life. I don't want to die. When the words fell, he saw that Jiang Chen was unmoved and kept kowtowing, his face full of panic and fear. De Xian, as long as you let me live, I can give you a lot of money. I really don't want to die. Money? Jiang Chen was immediately interested when he heard this. Just now, he learned from checking Yang Su's future destiny that Yang Su had more than $30 billion in Swiss banks today. There are still over $1 billion in deposits in major banks. There are even a number of investment programs. If you count it all up, there's something like $40 billion. This was money that Jiang Chen was very keen on. So, just take his money and send him on his way? Thinking about it that way, Jiang Chen felt good. So, in the back of his mind, he began to plot how he could maximize the benefits of that money. Suddenly, Jiang Chen remembered that he was bound to a symbiotic relationship with Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang gained property. He can get 100 times the reward. If Yi Lingshuang absorbed all these tens of billions, 40 billion doubled 100 times. That's astronomical. The richest man in the world is beckoning him. Though that said, he doesn't care about being the richest man in the world, but he loves money. Money isn't everything, but it's definitely nothing without it. There's a few $1 trillion in the card, and it's wonderful to think about. Lowering his head, he looked at Yang Su, who had a prayerful face. At this moment, Jiang Chen decided to be a godly man for once, so he said thoughtfully, You're going to block my wife and wreak havoc on the stars in the circle. You, who have sinned so much that you should be killed by right, but you came to your senses, and I think it's okay to let you live a little longer, depending on your sincerity. Yang Su could hear the meaning of Jiang Chen's words. That's asking for money. If you give money, you're being sincere. As it happens, the last thing he needs, these days, is money. De Xian, I'm willing to buy a year's life expectancy for $100 million. Do you think that's okay? After saying that, Yang Su was still happy inside. He has 40 billion. If all of it was used to buy longevity, it would be 400 years. Is this a blessing in disguise? In his heart, he was already happy. $100 million a year? Jiang Chen found it funny to the extreme. Yang Su, you're thinking too nicely. $100 million a year for you? De Xian. Then, $1 billion to buy half a year of life? Yang Su was a businessman, and he felt that although Jiang Chen had that mysterious power, he was ultimately a child. 100 million is a lot. Buying 6 months should be enough. Yang Su, you're dying and you're still trying to fool me? Jiang Chen looked at Yang Su indifferently. Yang Su's heart went cold. This young man, relentless, how come it's not a good scam? Looking at Jiang Chen's gloomy face, Yang Su didn't dare to play smart. That 100 million for a month, Yang Su said weakly. $100 million a month would buy him 30 or 40 years on his savings, as if he'd earned it. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed. That's not good enough? Yang Su panicked and said weakly. It won't be $100 million for 10 days, right? 10 days? Jiang Chen laughed. You're so sinful. $100 million for a minute is more than I can handle. What? Yang Su's mind was about to explode. $100 million for a minute? 10 billion 100 minutes. 40 billion? That's 400 minutes. Over 6 hours? That's a fucking exaggeration. Decien. This exchange rate is also too. Yang Su panicked. Tens of billions for just a few more hours of life. Anyone else would be devastated. When he wanted to go plead again, Jiang Chen's impatient voice came. If you can't spare the money, then just go to hell. Yang Su was scared and panicked. Death? That's impossible to die. He hasn't lived long enough. Looking at Jiang Chen's cold face, this moment felt so suffocating. It felt that Jiang Chen was too overbearing and didn't even have a chance to discuss. For the moment, he forgot. At one time, he was overbearing. Block whoever you want and give the other side no choice. The spineless ones will run to him as dogs, wagging their tails at him and begging him to let them go. The ones that have a backbone and don't come begging for him fade right out of sight. It was a moment he regretted. If they hadn't done those things in the past and hadn't blocked Yilingxuang, they wouldn't have messed with such a death god as Jiang Chen. A little life, and it won't be unprotected. Jiang Chen saw that Yang Su didn't say anything, so he didn't bother to say more at that moment, directly making Yang Su's terminal cancer condition worse. Yang Su suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body fell to the ground, covering his chest with a face full of pain. But Jiang Chen was indifferent. Decien, help me. Yang Su knew that it was Jiang Chen who did the trick. Jiang Chen, who wanted him dead, hastened to pray. But Jiang was indifferent. Yang Su was desperate. Is it really dying? I can't die. I really can't die. I haven't lived enough. Yang Su's heart was filled with unwillingness as he said to Jiang Chen, Great Immortal, how about I use $40 billion in exchange for 400 days? Watching the desperate Yang Su finally breaking down was heartily satisfying. But there was no way Jiang Chen would let such a scourge live that long, because from memory, this scourge has committed beastly acts against many of its stars in the coming year. To keep him alive, it would be disrespectful to those victims. So said, your attitude makes me very upset. The rate changed to 200 million a minute. What? Yang Su stared with wide eyes and a pained face. I was supposed to live 400 minutes, but now I only have 200 minutes left. Cut it straight in half. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention and said indifferently, if you don't make a decision after a minute, then it'll be changed to 300 million a minute. Yang Su was shocked. He, really, doesn't want to die. Great Immortal, spare my life. Yang Su had a scared look on his face. Jiang Chen, it was just too terrifying. The gaze that looked toward Jiang Chen was full of supplication. As long as you let me live, whatever you want me to do is fine. Is it okay to be my dog? Jiang Chen asked with a wry smile. Yang Su's face was ugly. But the thought, being a dog, then at least you don't have to die. What dignity? Throw it all away. It is better to die with dignity than for a dog to pant and live. So he nodded his head back and forth. I can become your most loyal dog. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Looking at Yang Su, who had become undignified and without the arrogance of a moment ago, Jiang Chen snorted. What industry bigwigs? Is that all you've got? It's fucking soft. Okay, master. From now on you are my master. Yang Su had a pleasing face. I'm your dog's leg. Please master, spare my life. I'll definitely repay you well and will definitely listen to you. At this moment, Yang Su felt that even if he was a Jiang Chen dog, he should be able to be just as powerful in the future. After all, Jiang Chen's energy was powerful. May be able to borrow Jiang Chen's energy, reborn in the fire. Yilingxuan didn't know about what happened in the office between Jiang Chen and Yang Su. At this point, she's chatting with the studio crew. Ling Feng, we don't want to do it after Mr. Yang did this to you. Have you ever thought about starting a company? Yilingxuan could hear that her colleague wanted to go with her, and was touched in her heart. She smiled and said, Yang Su has already blocked me. Even if I want to open a company, it's useless. Right, Spirit Frost, your voice is special. Although Mr. Yang can block you in film and television, but in music, he can't. Yilingxuan smiled. She knew very well how powerful Yang Su was. Once upon a time, the people who were blocked by Yang Su hadn't even ventured out until now. You know, those people are talented and not incompetent. Those people can't get rid of it. How is she going to get rid of it? Just as a few people were chatting, her cell phone rang. Yilingxuan picked it up to see that it was Jiang Chen's number. Honey, how are you? Jiang Chen's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Where are you? I'm talking to a friend here at the Regents. Then come to the office. I've talked to Yang Su. He's interested in transferring the company's equity to you. Ha? Yilingxuan was confused. Jiang Chen, What the hell is going to talk about? Yang Su's stake was sold to her? She can't afford it. The equity in Yang Su's hands alone accounted for 42% of the entire company, valued at $18 billion. He can't buy it with only $2 billion in his hand today. She lowered her voice and said, "Honey, I don't have that kind of money, do I? Honey, don't worry about the money. You quickly come here to the office and sign the equity transfer contract, and from now on you will be the major shareholder of this company." Yi Lingshuang felt her head buzzing at this moment. This stupid husband, his brain isn't burnt out, is it? After a few moments of silence, she thought it would be a good idea to check out the office there, so follow these regents and say goodbye. When I arrived at the office, I only saw that the 2 lawyers from the legal department were already there. When Yang Su saw Yi Lingshuang, it was like seeing his ancestor. He smiled and greeted him. "Lingshuang, you're an adult. Please don't take what happened before to heart. It's all my fault." When the words fell, he took the contract drawn up by the lawyer and handed it to Yi Lingshuang. "Mr. Yi, this contract is an equity transfer agreement. As long as you put a seal here and give me a symbolic dollar, you will be the major shareholder of this company in the future." Yi Lingshuang was really confused. What the hell is this? A dollar? An equity stake worth nearly $20 billion for a dollar? Or to her, this is too dreamy. Briefly disoriented, she took the contract anyway and read it. Contracts. Very concise. And there are no traps in the content. It was so hard for her to believe. Walking over to Jiang Chen's side, she asked with suspicion, "Hubby, what's going on?" "And don't ask what's going on, wife. You just have to look at this contract for any pitfalls. If you think it's okay, from now on in this company, you'll be the majority shareholder." Yi Lingshuang heard this and looked at the contract again. There's really no catch. And the content is very understandable. Looking at the contract for a while, and then seeing Yang Su's pleasing appearance, his heart seemed to think of something. This silly husband of mine. He couldn't have found something on Yang Su, could he? Thinking like this, the more Yi Lingshuang thought it was possible. If Yang Su didn't have a handle on Jiang Chen, he couldn't have sold her a stake worth nearly $20 billion for a dollar. Thinking of this, Yi Lingshuang's eyes were filled with love when she looked at Jiang Chen. This silly husband, how much did he risk for himself? Jiang Chen was a little uncomfortable being stared at so directly by Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, what's wrong with the contract? If there's a problem, I'll have them change it again." Yi Lingshuang shook her head. "There is no problem with the contract. Then sign. The company is yours from now on." Seeing Jiang Chen's eyes so determined and full of love, Yi Lingshuang didn't care so much. Jiang Chen all put his life on the line to get Yang Su's handle, to force Yang Su to get this contract to her. If Jiang Chen doesn't want to be afraid, what is she afraid of? If something did go wrong, she would follow Jiang Chen in. So she signed right on, and took $1 to Yang Su. "Congratulations, Mr. Yi. From now on you will be the major shareholder of the company." The 2 lawyers from the legal department and Yang Su all applauded happily. Yi Lingshuang glanced at a few eyes for a few moments and smiled faintly in response. "Mr. Yi, then we will leave first. In the future, if you have anything, feel free to contact us." The lawyer left and Yang Su followed. Looking at the several people was smiling and leaving without a bit of hostility at all, which made Yi Lingshuang a bit puzzled. "Why are you smiling so brightly if you're not threatened?" Shaking his head, he just couldn't figure it out. Full of doubts, he walked up to Jiang Chen and asked curiously, "Hubby, what kind of pigtail did you catch him in?" Not only did they make him so obedient, but they made the 2 lawmen do the same. Looking at Yi Lingshuang, who was full of questions, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Wife, you don't need to know too much. All you need to know is that not only can you sing and act again now, but you're also the big boss of this company, and no one can block you anymore. In the future, if you look at which one in the company is not good, or which one is disobedient to you, directly tell him to get lost." Yi Lingshuang didn't ask what was going on anymore, but when she heard Jiang Chen say that she was already the boss and could do whatever she wanted, she couldn't help but smile. This silly husband thinks she's a female tyrant? She's not that unreasonable. Well, although he was also unreasonable to Jiang Chen when he was a child, but that was when he was a child. When she enters society, she knows that it's not easy for people in all walks of life, so how can she still be so dictatorial? The 2 made love in the office for a while and then left the company. And the company has such a big change in equity change. Surely must be announced to the public. After all, this is an industry event. As soon as the company sent out the notice, all the netizens who were concerned about this Yi Lingshuang matter were confused. In the past 2 days, there wasn't a bit of news of Yi Lingshuang on the internet. We all know that it must have been blocked. However, he didn't expect that only just a few days after the closure, Yi Lingshuang had become the company's big boss. My goddess is awesome. If you dare to block me and make me sign an overbearing contract, I'll go and acquire your company and become the major shareholder of your company, and piss you off. Ha ha ha. Goddess mighty, this wave of operation is simply too sick. Those who are involved in the blockade, how will they face my goddess in the future? In an instant, the news of Yi Lingshuang becoming the big boss of Huamei brokerage was flying all over the place. Villa. Yi Lingshuang, Su Shan, Zhang Yunpei and Jiang Chen were having lunch. Xiao Chen. The matter of Spirit Frost has been taken care of, so I'll be taking a plane back later. Mom, why did you just leave? Yi Lingshuang looked anxious. You've just arrived in Kyoto. I haven't even properly accompanied you to go shopping yet. Your father hurt his hand practicing boxing. If I don't go back, who will cook for him? Hearing this reason, Yi Lingshuang thought it was so far-fetched. Her dad got hurt. That was 6 months ago. Nowadays, the force of a single punch can kill a cow's existence. How dare you say you can't cook? However, upon reflection, she knew why. Her dad and mom are also very much in love. Married until now, not even a few days apart. At this point, it must be this mom of his who misses her dad. Zhang Yunpei also looked a little embarrassed when he saw Yi Lingshuang's darkened face. That excuse, after all, is just lame. After a few people had a good lunch, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang sent Zhang Yunpei to the airport. Sending Zhang Yunpei to the airplane. Yi Lingshuang's eyes were red. Just now, Zhang Yunpei had urged her again to hurry up and have a child with Jiang Chen, and that it's just the right time to be pregnant. Next year when the baby is born, it's summer. Summer kids are good and smart. Arriving at the parking lot, Yi Lingshuang's face flushed red as she turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "Hubby, do you like children?" Jiang Chen thought about the little kid's fleshy little face and said with a smile, "Of course I like it." Speaking here, remembering Zhang Yunpei's instructions just now, he said tenderly, "Wife, you look so beautiful. Our child will surely be beautiful as well. Honey, so do you like boys or girls?" Seeing Jiang Chen state that he liked children, Yi Lingshuang was sweetly pleased. At this moment, she already had an image of a fleshy, white baby in her arms 10 months from now, but just don't know if it's a boy or a girl. "Honey, I love daughters. I want my daughter to be as beautiful as you." Yi Lingshuang pouted her lips unhappily. "Mommy said she wants a boy. I'm not being patriarchal." Jiang Chen was startled. The older generation, that was very much into boys. He, on the other hand, really likes his daughter. Daughters are sweet, boys are wild. Maybe it's too dangerous to manage a few more as a kid and then have to pull out the oxygen mask when you're old and hospitalized. Looking at Jiang Chen's nervous appearance, Yi Lingshuang laughed. "I didn't say you were patriarchal. I just think that boys are better. Boys like you. Very handsome. Of course, I'd prefer a dragon and phoenix child." Jiang Chen's face jumped straight up. Yi Lingshuang could think a lot. However, if it really is a dragon and phoenix child, that would be great. It's wonderful to think of siblings growing up together and taking them wherever they go in the future. The car sped down the road. Arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, the two only found that there were many reporters at the entrance, seemingly wanting to interview Yi Lingshuang. When the security cell saw Yi Lingshuang's car coming, they took the initiative to go forward to stop those reporters and let Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang in. When they arrived at the villa, they only saw Su Shan cleaning. "Sis, you're finally here." Just now, there were several sets of reporters who came in from somewhere and started secretly filming all around. Fortunately, I saw the reflection of the lens and asked my big brother in security to drive the people away. Otherwise the house would have been live-streamed by reporters 24 hours a day. Listening to Su Shan's words, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang looked at each other, both seeing each other's worries. The two had just been preparing to sell out and try to conceive twins after the night. If these people are not removed, it is embarrassing to think about. At this time, Su Shan added, "Sister, I've thought about it. In these few days, it's better for you guys not to stay in this house. These reporters, they're just so out of touch." Yi Lingshuang thought about it and felt that it was also true. Nowadays, it was the most special time for her and Jiang Chen. It would be embarrassing if the sound of the lovemaking was heard and recorded and posted on some platform. "Honey, why don't we go back to Hangzhou?" Yi Lingshuang turned her head and suggested to Jiang Chen. Because her becoming the owner of the company was so hot, many reporters wanted to know the inside story and wanted to interview her. It's definitely not safe to continue to stay in this house in Kyoto. Jiang Chen was initially embarrassed. But it's normal for a man to love a woman. What kind of person is so perverted to eavesdrop on a couple doing exercise? "Honey, don't be afraid of them. It's not like you've done anything wrong." But Yi Lingshuang was worried. After all, these days were special times. The two of them are newlyweds again. So there's definitely going to be a lot of action. "Don't be afraid. As long as we're not embarrassed, it's them who are," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yi Lingshuang's face reddened. Why hadn't she thought of it before? Jiang Chen was so thick-skinned. Su Shan, a little baby as pure as white paper, couldn't understand what the two were saying at all. A dumbfounded look at the two. Sis, what are you talking about? Nothing. Yi Lingshuan was embarrassed. At this time, Yi Lingshuan's cell phone rang. It's a call from her best friend, Yip Puiying. What's going on, sister? I just finished shooting my scene, and the whole crew is talking about you, saying that you acquired all of Yang Su's equity and became the company's major shareholder? Sister, is this true? Yi Lingshuan thought for a moment and returned. It's true. Wow. Yi Peiying on the other end of the phone was so surprised that she exclaimed, Sister, just how many lottery bets did you win to actually come up with a $20 billion cash buyout? Yi Lingshuan scratched his head awkwardly. She, not wanting to talk about it, smiled and asked, when are you going back to Kyoto? I'll take the high-speed train back to Kyoto later. By the way, sister, you haven't told me what's going on. How did you become the big boss of the company? You're hiding too much. Hearing Yi Peiying's incessant questions, Yi Lingshuan felt a headache. I'll tell you when you get to Kyoto, okay? You can't tell over the phone, okay? Yi Peiying couldn't be bothered to ask anymore. By the way, sister, is your husband on the side? I just saw on the internet that little husband of yours seems very handsome. Is she with you? Let's turn on the video and see. Yi Lingshuan had a black line on her face. What are you doing looking at my husband on the internet? What are you doing videoing him at this point? Yi Peiying was confused. Yi Lingshuan's reaction was too intense, right? Isn't it normal to see what your best friend's husband looks like in reality? Sister, I'm not stealing your husband. I just want to see if he's worthy of you. Yi Lingshuan was half convinced, but she still opened the video and let Jiang Chen and Yi Peiying video. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Peiying in the video, his eyes wide. This murder weapon, it's a little too fierce. And that face, it's so tantalizing. It's a real child's face. Look again, little brother. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Yi Peiying beamed on the other end of the video and said viciously, I say, sister, aren't you so good looking that you're just for show? Smooth talker, seeing as you're not reliable. You're such a bossy sister. What are you doing videoing me since you won't let me see you? Off. Seeing Jiang Chen about to hang up, Yi Peiying on the other end was confused. What kind of divine operation is this? It's also too straight. Silly brother. Forget it. Cheap. You're my best friend's husband anyway. Speaking of this, Yi Peiying asked with a smile. Say, aren't the clothes I'm wearing a bit much? Or should I take off my jacket? Yi Lingshuan couldn't watch from the side. Yi Peiying, she was very familiar with. This woman has a bold style and is really capable of doing anything. Hastily picking up the phone. You're itching, aren't you? Hee. Your husband seems horny. Have you never satisfied him? If you can't get enough, call on me. Don't carry it alone. It'll make your husband suffocate. You beg for a fight. Jiang Chen heard the conversation between the two on the side and had a black face. Yi Lingshuan's BFFs. They all feel so odd. The first one, Lin Xiaoxiao, directly said that she would marry him together with Yi Lingshuan. Nowadays, Yi Peiying, however, directly told Yi Lingshuan to serve him together. Damn. Are women this horny when they talk to each other? Two women fighting in a video. Jiang Chen, very sensible, stood to the side and picked up his cell phone to read the news. Nowadays, Yi Lingfang is getting hotter and hotter. Major media outlets have been reporting on it. The melon eaters were also curious as to what had happened during the 2 days Yi Lingshuang had disappeared. How is it that as soon as you show up, you acquire all of Yang Su's shares? This is so unexpected. After all, everyone knows that Yang Su is a very arrogant superstar in the industry. Energy that is so big it knows no bounds. Money, moreover, is not in short supply. At first, in a media interview, he swore that the company was his life. How did such a person who treats the company as his own life sell his stake to Yi Lingshuang? And it doesn't stay at all. This is just a little too weird. Seeing these contents of the news, Jiang Chen felt funny to the core. What condescension! What dignity! Yang Su was begging him on his knees at first. High pride and dignity Yang Su's body. All cannot see. Keep checking the news for a while. Jiang Chen found that there were many drafts of Black Leaf Spirit Frost. Jiang Chen also noticed that there was one account that bounced around the most. Clicking on it only revealed that the name of the account's owner was the same as the name of the account that the short video platform had banned him for 9 billion years. I'm not a salted fish tomorrow. This, then, was the name of the account that had banned him for 9 billion years in the first place. Looks like it's the same guy. Jiang Chen muttered in his heart and continued to wander the black text he had sent out. Read on. Favoring all black Yi Lingshuang, that's really not sparing any effort. And a lot of stories were made up to fool people. It was said that Yiling Shuang had made some kind of deal with Yang Su in exchange for this hot search. Looking at the account, I'm not a salted fish tomorrow, making up nonsense to smear Yiling Shuang, and many others blindly following the trend. Jiang Chen's heart was very uncomfortable. Keep watching the news on this account. It's getting heartbreaking. It's only been a few hours and this guy has posted almost 20 black articles in a row. And it was very well read and the comments were intense. Jiang Chen was furious at blackening Yiling Fang in such a bottomless manner. He figured that he'd have to use computer technology to log into the asshole's account and log him out. Less the daily black leaf spirit cream. So, alone, he went upstairs, picked up Yiling Shuang's laptop, and opened an encrypted web page. This page is a hacker exchange forum. In his last life on Earth, he had learned about computers. I've also had the honor of deconstructing the once popular virus, panda burning. So, know how this virus is developed. Reborn in this other world. Jiang Chen used the framework of the virus panda burner to redevelop and upgrade. He was just having fun and didn't think about hurting anyone. Now, the owner of this, tomorrow I'm not a salty fish, account was indiscriminately hacking Yiling Shuang. And he couldn't stand it anymore. Open your personal software collection in the hacker forum. Inside, there is the panda burning virus software he developed. Download the software over and enter a code to find the account owner's LP. Soon, the address of this account LP that specialized in hacking Yiling Fang was found. Although this LP address is encrypted, but Jiang Chen didn't put it in his eyes at all and put the software virus directly into his LP. In less than 3 seconds, all of the other parties' information was deciphered, and even personal information came out. Zhao Peng, 28 years old, graduated from Kyoto Computer College. It owns 2 self-publishing companies, with a total of 1,500 in headline numbers. Wow grass. Seeing this message, Jiang Chen was stunned. It's really a great guy. He had thought that this guy was Yiling Shuang's black fan. Dare I say it? This guy makes a living off of black stars. That would be disgusting. Jiang Chen looked at the information here on the computer, then looked at that there were more than 1,500 self-media accounts. A bit of a headache. It's no small feat to ask him to pin so many numbers and so many articles in his account, because, at the moment, he has not written a one-click pinning hack. Just when the headache, the mind remembers, once wandering around the forums, saw the forums there is a guy wrote a key to cancel the number and delete all the contents of the account program. So immediately started searching hacker forums for the dude. It was a quick find. Dude, do you still have that program you wrote to pin and delete posts with one click? The computer responded quickly. It's still there. Do you need it? Jiang Chen quickly messaged back. Aha! Paid use. $50,000. No problem. Jiang Chen quickly put $50,000 into the other party's account. Jiang Chen quickly got the cum program. Deconstructing the code of the software program revealed that the guy actually left a back door open. As long as he logged out of his accounts, the owners of those accounts will be able to recover the deleted and logged out account information again if they find the owner who developed this software. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt funny. He would not give the other party a chance to recover his account again. So, it's straightforward to add a piece of code you've written to weld the door to the software shut. Even if Jesus came, all the information on the account could not be recovered. Getting the program written and making sure there were no loopholes, Jiang Chen began the process of deleting articles with one click on the accounts under this guy. After the article was deleted, Jiang Chen only realized that this guy's account had a lot of fans. The highest has 1 million followers, and the lowest has over 200,000. Also all active fans. Looks like the guy didn't make a lot of money taking orders with these accounts. Bye-bye. Jiang Chen said indifferently, and then began to tap the next one click to cancel all the account's personal information. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly when he saw one of the tips for successful logout. You ban me. I cancel your 15,000 accounts. Fair enough. I was about to close the computer page and go downstairs when I only saw a message alert on the hacker forum page. And the messages are increasing at an exponential rate. Jiang Chen curiously clicked on it, only to see message after message from the dude who had just sold his account. Dude, what did you just use the logout software you bought from me for? You're not going to use it on the Tomorrow I'm Not Salty account, are you? Dude, I run this account, and some of the other associated accounts. Hold high, don't cancel my account. Dude, why did you weld the door shut? Have you left any more doors open? Dude, cut me some slack and help me get my account back up. How about that? I can pay you. Name your price. Looking at the messages still popping up, Jiang Chen was a bit confused. All those accounts. This guy is running them? The thought of buying software from this guy for $50,000 to delete to cancel the self-publishing accounts he was running was uncharacteristically funny. Does this count as handing the enemy a knife to kill himself? This is too damn comedic. Jiang Chen covered his face. However, He wasn't going to open the back door of the program to this man. Making money off of hacking people, or rumor mongering, is inherently unethical. This man, he's no good. After reading all the information, Jiang Chen said faintly, I say buddy, you're immoral. You belong to the rumor mill. We're learning computers. And although we can use our skills to make money, it's not good for you to hack people by making up a fictitious story. Dude, you're right. But there's a lot of money to be gotten by hacking these actresses. Aren't we learning computers to make more money? Jiang Chen was silent. It was obvious that this person had no bottom line. That's when the message came back. Dude, don't say anything. Open the back door of the program for me, and I'll give you a lump sum of $500,000. Well, Jiang Chen snorted, unmoved. The door, it's been welded shut. Dude, is it too little money? Zhao Peng on the other end looked very wealthy. Then name a number. Jiang Chen could tell that this guy was in a hurry. But how could he open the back door of the program? This guy has no bottom line. Put it out to hack his wife again. He wouldn't give the other party a chance. So he said, $10 billion. Bring it. 10 billion? Zhao Peng on the other end of the computer was shocked by the price Jiang Chen offered. Bro, you're supposed to be doing this for the money too. Why do you have to take things so far? We're all in the same circle. Don't you fucking compare me to you. I'm not in the same category as you. Jiang Chen quickly sent the text. Kindly remind you once. You are not allowed to mindlessly blacken Yiling Shuang in the future. Let me see it again. The consequences will be borne by yourself. As you should be able to tell, I'm better at computers than you are. And if I get pissed off, I can rake your ancestors over the coals. Zhao Peng saw this text on the other end and was so angry that he was going to be in seventh heaven. That's 1,000 accounts. In one day, the income reached more than $100,000. It's just gone. Now, it was also threatened by Jiang Chen. He jumped in anger. But, after getting angry and looking at the computer and cell phone that had gone down by his side, he couldn't help but admit it. Jiang Chen's computer skills were several levels above his. Nowadays, the LP firewall used by Jiang Chen was of a very high level. He couldn't even check the LP nowadays. How could he fight with Jiang Chen? Not to mention that virus that Jiang Chen put out. That virus that has stopped 5 of his laptops and paralyzed 3 of his cell phones outright. The more he thought about it, the more Zhao Peng lost his temper. There was even some concern. If Jiang Chen distributed all his information or gave it to Yiling Shuang, he said that he might have to go to jail. Because, the news that he published about Yi Lingfan was all made up. The situation is very serious. With that thought, he quickly tapped out a text apology. Dude, I'm sorry. In the future, I definitely won't send any more information about Yi Lingshuang. And don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. I hope my brother will let me go once. The computer message had just appeared, and Jiang Chen only saw a text message alert on his cell phone. When I opened it, I only saw that it was an entry notice, only to see an extra $500,000 in his account. At that moment, a message from Zhao Peng once again came on the webpage. Brother, I'm really very sorry. You keep this $500,000. I promise I won't send similar messages again. Seeing that Zhao Peng had gone soft, and had also unexpectedly gained $500,000, Jiang Chen didn't bother to say anything more. When he exited the webpage and was about to go down to play ranked with Yi Lingshuang, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Jiang Chen answered curiously. A woman's voice came from inside. Is it Mr. Jiang Chen? I'm Hangtown University. Hearing that it was class teacher Xia Evening Ching, Jiang Chen hurriedly asked what was going on. Finally, he learned that his high school, Su Meng Meng, had slipped her foot while participating in a long-distance running practice and fell into a 3-meter-high ditch. Now sprained hand and foot. You can't treat it over at the training ground, and the environment is not good, so you have to come to the hospital. But Su Mengmeng's mom and dad are abroad and can't be reached at this time. Hangzhou Su Mengmeng, another Jiang Chen an acquaintance. Xiao Wanqing wished to go back and take care of Su Mengmeng. Jiang Chen heard that Su Mengmeng had fallen ill and anxiously asked, Ms. Xia, how is student Mengmeng now? I just took my medicine and have fallen asleep. She wasn't going to let me contact you, but I just couldn't take care of it. And a couple of other students over at the training ground are sick too. Hearing Xia Evening Qing's difficulty, Jiang Chen didn't nag either. Since Su Mengmeng is sick and needs to be taken care of, he and Su Mengmeng were not only classmates for 3 years, they were also at the same table. The teacher had called, so it would be insufficient if he didn't go over and take care of it. So he said, Teacher, wait a moment, I'll come over now. Okay, then, please. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen quickly dressed up and went downstairs. Yi Lingshang saw that Jiang Chen's face looked a bit anxious and curiously went up to ask, Honey, what's wrong? Seeing Yi Lingshang, Jiang Chen seemed to have thought of something and said with an excited face, Wife, can you contact the airlines? I want to charter a plane to Hangzhou. Ah. Yilingshan was a bit confused. What are you doing in Hangzhou? My classmate fell into a ditch while running and hurt her hand and foot and now needs care. Honey, you've only just started school and you don't know him well. Why go and suffer? At this point, Jiang Chen realized that he had just been too hasty and hadn't made himself clear, and hurriedly said, Honey, it's my high school classmate, Su Mengmeng. His parents and some of his aunts and uncles, first cousins, are abroad and can't be reached today. I'm Su Mengmeng's only acquaintance nowadays, so the teacher asked me to go over and take care of her. So Momo? Hearing that it was Su Mengmeng, Yilingshuang's face changed drastically. Su Mengmeng, that's her archenemy. A privileged family, not to mention a great body and face, and superb academics. Most importantly, Su Mengmeng's love for Jiang Chen was not less than hers at all. However, at this point, she was nervous in her mind, but she was still able to distinguish between right and wrong in the face of the big picture. Hubby, then you go on. Jiang Chen could see Yilingshuang's worry and took her hand, saying, Wife, come with me to Hangzhou. You're fine here anyway. Yilingshuang had been a little worried that the two would rub off on love. Now that she heard that Jiang Chen was going to take her there, the color of worry she had just felt was all beautiful, and was replaced with a happy joy. Honey, you want me to come with you? Of course, we're a couple as one, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yilingshuang was happy when Jiang Chen took the initiative. Honey, then I'll pack up and we'll go now. Honey, if you need anything, go to Hangzhou and then buy it. Can you contact the airline first and charter a plane back to Hangzhou? I'm afraid that if I go too late, the teacher will be too busy. Aha! Chartering a plane was something that Yilingshuang, as a top star, naturally did quite often, so she turned her head to Su Shan and said, Xiao Shan, get in touch, the sooner the better. Sis. Yes. Su Shan didn't nag and started to make contact on the phone. Soon enough, contact was made and the earliest we could leave was in half an hour. Thinking of the many reporters blocking the doorway, Su Shan contacted the helicopter again to take the person to the airport. Within 5 minutes, the sound of an airplane's propellers rang out over the villa, landed in the middle of a vacant lot in the neighborhood. Several people took a plane to the airport and then chartered another 40-passenger jet for transit. 2 hours later, they arrived at Hangzhou Airport, and then used a helicopter to send several people directly to the top floor of the hospital where Su Mengmeng was. Helicopter transfers throughout. The chartered flights cost a total of over $300,000 in transportation costs. Since Yilingshuang was a star and there were too many people at the hospital, she didn't go to see Su Mengmeng. Directly with Su Shan, two people went to find a hotel to stay. District People's Hospital, 8th floor, Ward 805. Student Jiang Chen, you're here. A 27 or 28-year-old woman had a joyful look on her face when she saw Jiang Chen, though Jiang Chen took nearly 3 hours to get there, a little later than she thought, but she was still happy that Jiang Chen could come over. Teacher, I'll take care of Mo-san's sister when she comes down. Okay, then, please, I'll contact her family again when I get back. Jiang Chen smiled. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and the teacher left. I can tell she's really busy. Jiang Chen looked at Su Mengmeng carefully. Her face is a little bruised. Hands and feet were tied in plaster. It was a bit heartbreaking to see Jiang Chen, Su Mengmeng, pampered since childhood. Coughing can scare family members half to death, and they can all take time off work to take Su Mengmeng to the hospital. If Su Mengmeng's father and mother had seen her so badly injured at this time, they would have been heartbroken. Looking at it, Jiang Chen only realized that Su Mengmeng's face was a bit dirty, so he only had to go downstairs and buy a towel and a basin, and started to wipe it for her. Without rubbing a few times, Su Mengmeng woke up. Mr. Jiang Chen, why are you here? Su Mengmeng had a look of joy on her face. The teacher called me. Mr. Xia is making too much of a fuss. He said not to bother, but he contacted you anyway. Jiang Chen smiled, then looked at Su Mengmeng's plaster-wrapped hands and feet and asked with concern, how do you feel? It's okay. When the words fell, seeing Jiang Chen's disbelief, she even patted the cast with her left hand, causing her to grimace in pain, which Jiang Chen hastened to stop. You're pretty good. You want to tear this down? He. Su Mengmeng laughed mischievously. Actually, it doesn't hurt that much. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at her injured foot and asked curiously, aren't you in logistics? Why did you go running and fall into a ravine? Su Mengmeng looked worried. Logistics needs to run too. That road was a little slippery today because of the rain, so I fell off. You, watch where you're going. Jiang Chen is a little heartbroken. Su Mengmeng used to be very careful with her work. Why is she so furtive this time? When Su Mengmeng saw the look of heartache in Jiang Chen's eyes, her heart warmed and she said with a grateful face, Student Jiang Chen, thank you for coming to take care of me. What are you being so polite for? Isn't it my job as your friend to take care of you? The two chatted left and right. Suddenly, the The news playing on the TV on the wall caught the two men's minds. On the news was footage of Ye Lingshang in boarding a plane. Although Jiang Chen's was a back view, Su Mengmeng still recognized it. Student Jiang Chen, you're taking a leave of absence to go to Kyoto. Just now. It's because of me again. Chartering a plane from Kyoto back to Hangzhou? Jiang Chen scratched his head. Where am I for you to charter a plane to come? Is my wife said she wanted to go back to Hangzhou, the teacher, and just happened to contact me. So I brought along. Wife? Su Mengmeng caught the gist of it. She was a little confused. Who did Jiang Chen call his wife? Suddenly, as if she thought of something, her eyes stared dead center at Yi Lingshuang, who was following Jiang Chen's side, and nervously asked Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang Chen, who's your wife? Sister Spirit Frost. Jiang Chen blurted out. Big Star? Isn't she your sister? How did she become your wife again? Su Mengmeng was flustered and confused. She remembered at this point that on the day she reported for work, Jiang Chen had also told her that Yi Lingshuang was her older sister. It's only been a few days and you're a wife. Had Jiang Chen been raided so quickly? Fallen so soon? Looking at Su Mengmeng's wide-eyed appearance, Jiang Chen didn't really know how to explain. After all, he had told Su Mengmeng that he was afraid of Yi Lingshuang yet, and now it's together. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't say anything, Su Mengmeng knew that it was true. Jiang Chen was successfully raided by Yi Lingshuang. Her heart ached at the thought. She didn't expect that she would actually lose to Yi Lingshuang, losing to someone that Jiang Chen had once been so afraid to run away from. However, at this point, since it was a fact, what could she do? Forcing back the hard feelings in his heart, he smiled and said, Student Jiang Chen, Sister Lingfang is very pretty, and she's also a big star. You guys are perfect for each other. When he finished, the aggression in his heart was going to be too much to strain. For Jiang Chen, she turned down full scholarships to 3 foreign universities, giving up on going to the best school in the country. She followed Jiang Chen to this Hangzhou University, which she hadn't even thought about before. But now, Jiang Chen has a lover. At this moment, her heart really hurt, very much so, like there was a thorn in it. It was unbearable. She wanted to cry out loud, but she was afraid of being embarrassed, so she could only hold it in. Jiang Chen felt guilty when he saw Su Mengmeng's red eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. From the time he met Su Mengmeng at school enrollment to military training, what Su Mengmeng did to him. He knew that Su Mengmeng came to Hangzhou University for him. The two of them were silent for a moment. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Mengmeng, are you hungry? Let's order takeout for dinner. My treat. Speaking of which, we've been classmates for so many years, and I've never invited you to dinner. Su Mengmeng, whose heart was already hurting, hurt even more when she heard Jiang Chen's words. Dumbfounded, he looked at Jiang Chen, holding back his tears, and said somewhat angrily, In high school, I said I would treat you so many times, but you didn't even go to eat. Now, you just remembered that we've been at the same table for 3 years and we haven't eaten out together? Ahem. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't have any money before. How can I afford to go to dinner with you when I have no money? Jiang Chen was telling the truth. During high school, he earned all the tuition. And in those days, high schools gave tutoring sessions and paid less, only $50 an hour. It's just 2 days on the weekend, and it's only a couple $1,000s a month. Deduct the cost of living, deduct the cost of textbooks, and there really isn't much left. And, at that point, he had to worry about paying for college. How can you afford to buy Su Mengmeng dinner? As for Su Mengmeng inviting him to eat, he was too embarrassed to go because he didn't have the money to return the invitation and he was afraid of being labeled as a dabbler. If it wasn't for the fact that when he got to this side of Hangzhou, the few people who hired him as a tutor were generous enough to give him a few $100s an hour, he would still have to worry about going to college. When Su Mengmeng heard what Jiang Chen said, the Jiang Chen of her high school days also appeared in her mind. At that time, every weekend, Jiang Chen had to go and tutor someone, make a couple $100 a week. After the cost of living and the cost of study materials, there really isn't much money left. Jiang Chen really put up a good fight. At first, she just liked Jiang Chen's daring, courageous and positive spirit. She also believed that Jiang Chen would be able to change his fate by his own efforts, so she resolutely came over with Jiang Chen. Okay, count on it. So do you have money today? Su Mengmeng looked at Jiang Chen with her big eyes cooling. You know, you're still a freshman nowadays. Even if you earn some money during the summer vacation, aren't you afraid that you're going to eat up your living expenses? He did understand Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang became a couple, it was impossible to reach out and ask Yi Lingshuang for money, because she had taken money to Jiang Chen in her high school days, but was refused. Jiang Chen is a very independent person. I came to Hangtown early to tutor someone. There are a lot of rich and generous people here in Hangzhou, and this summer, I earned about $100,000. It won't go bankrupt. Jiang Chen smiled. Hearing that Jiang Chen had earned more than $100,000 during his summer vacation, his heart was very pleased. She really wasn't wrong about Jiang Chen. This is a man who will not give in to fate. She believed that Jiang Chen was by no means a creature of the pool, and that one day he would transform into a dragon and soar to the 9 heavens. Mr. Jiang Chen, since you've earned more than $100,000, don't be stingy. You do know what I like to eat, don't you? Order all my favorites. All of them. Jiang Chen laughed. Having been at the same table for 3 years, and because he often ate together in the cafeteria, he naturally knew what Su Mengmeng liked to eat. So, pick up your cell phone and start ordering on the internet. Seeing Jiang Chen being so generous, Su Mengmeng's heart was warmed, but she felt very sorry. If I had confessed my love to him back in high school, then at this point his girlfriend would be me. His wife, too, should be me. Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed when he noticed Su Mengmeng looking at him dumbfounded. Mo, don't look at me like that. I'll be shy. What are you shy about? Am I unattractive or do you have a ghost in your heart? Su Mengmeng beamed. Her heart resentment was very deep. Other people snatched your heart and people. I just look at you twice more. What's wrong? You won't even let me look at you just for a second? Seeing that Su Mengmeng had a grudge, Jiang Chen was helpless in his heart. Look, just don't be mesmerized by my good looks. Su Mengmeng, who was originally uncomfortable in her heart, was amused by Jiang Chen's narcissistic expression. Why didn't I realize before that you were so self-absorbed? It's not too late to find out. Jiang Chen laughed, his face thick. Su Mengmeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. What's the point of finding out now? You're someone else's man. I, for one, no longer have a chance. The two brawled for a while before a couple of takeout boys brought over the dishes. Jiang Chen lifted the table over and placed it next to the bed, asking the takeout to put away the dishes. Su Mengmeng saw that all of them were her favorites, and was so happy that her big eyes narrowed into a slit. Classmate Jiang Chen, I didn't think that you were still a warm man. Not bad for being my classmate for 3 years. Knowing what I like to eat and what I don't like to eat. Taste how it tastes. Jiang Chen chucked a piece of beef into Su Mengmeng's bowl and said with a smile. Su Mengmeng hurt his right hand. She looked at the bowl of her favorite beef and then at her left hand, which couldn't even hold the chopsticks properly, with a look of frustration. At this moment, she wanted Jiang Chen to feed him so badly. Being looked at by Su Mengmeng, Jiang Chen instantly knew her inner thoughts. But he can't. He couldn't let Su Mengmeng fall deeper and deeper. So he smiled and said, Mengmeng, the left hand may be a little uncomfortable at first, but use it for a while, and you'll get used to it. It's not as flexible as the right hand, but it's still fine for eating. Jiang Chen's hint was too obvious, and Su Mengmeng's blackened face. This man, he won't even feed me? So desperate. Glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen twice, he picked up a plastic soup spoon and took a big bite. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw Su Mengmeng's stubborn, resentful look. When Su Mengmeng, who should have been angry, saw Jiang Chen smile, her whole mood changed again. She realized that up close, Jiang Chen's smiling face was really charming. Neither one spoke. The meal was over and it was dark. Su Mengmeng was very nervous as she asked Jiang Chen, Classmate Jiang Chen, will you go back and sleep with Sister Lingfang later, or will you stay with me in the hospital? Seeing Su Mengmeng's expectant eyes, Jiang Chen knew what was on her mind. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll go back when it's later. Su Mengmeng's heart sank. Jiang Chen, is it true that he still wants to go back and join Yiling Shuang? Her heart was lost. Neither could walk, and Jiang Chen was unwilling to stay for company. At this moment she knew that Jiang Chen really didn't have any feelings for her. Dumbfounded, he looked at Jiang Chen for a moment, forced himself to calm down, and asked with a smile, Fellow Jiang Chen, how far have you gotten? Ha? Jiang Chen was a bit unresponsive, but only reacted when he saw Su Mengmeng's eyes blinking at him and her two little hands hinting frantically. Our parents have agreed and we're family now. A family? Su Mengmeng was curious. When Jiang Chen saw that he had already said this, and Su Mengmeng still had expectations in her heart, Jiang Chen thought it was better to tell her. So he said, my parents hope that we'll have a child for them to bring up sooner, so they won't be lonely. Su Mengmeng looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised, dumbfounded expression. Having a baby? She really couldn't believe it. Her tone was quite sharp. You're less than 18. You're not even of marriageable age. And you guys want kids? Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, Actually, my mom was less than 18 when she gave birth to me. Su Mengmeng's 3 views were about to collapse. If Jiang Chen's mom was less than 18 years old, she gave birth to Jiang Chen. Now, how old is Jiang Chen's mom? 35, 34 or 36? So young. If you take good care of yourself at this age, There is no difference between you and a woman of 25 or 26. When the two walk down the road later, those who don't know might think, it's sister and brother, not mother and son. That's terrible. Thinking of that image, Su Mengmeng shuddered and said anxiously, Student Jiang Chen, you can't be like your parents. It's not like before. Now, if you have a child and you don't have a marriage license, it won't be on the family register. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, you can go up to my father's side or my wife's side. Sister Spirit Frost's place? Su Mengmeng's entire body was bad. Yeah, Jiang Chen was underage, but Yi Lingshuang was old enough. Moreover, getting on the woman's account is not at all difficult at all, because there are too many single moms like Yi Lingshuang. Su Mengmeng looked at Jiang Chen dumbfounded for a moment, and then when she saw that Jiang Chen didn't resent it, but instead showed a yearning smile, she instantly knew. Jiang Chen really is just like his father. Get on the bus before you make up your ticket. Student Jiang Chen, I admire you. Su Mengmeng couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. At this moment, she knew that she was completely out of luck, so in her heart, she could only give her silent blessing. After finishing the meal, Su Mengmeng smiled and said, it's not early now. You go back first. There's still Sister Lingfang waiting for you at home. Jiang Chen smiled and said, wait until you fall asleep. Wait for what? You have no idea how torturous it is for a woman to wait at home for her man to come home. The feeling of lust in her eyes. Su Mengmeng had a serious face. She's a woman, and she's been through it, and she understands it very well. When she came to report to Hangzhou University, she waited for Jiang Chen at the entrance every day, looking forward to his arrival every moment. Then the two have a chance encounter to deepen their relationship. Now that Yi Lingshuang was willing to come over from Kyoto with Jiang Chen, in her heart, she must have also very much hoped that Jiang Chen would go back earlier. So, she didn't want to keep Jiang Chen. Seeing Su Mengmeng rushing to leave, Jiang Chen fell silent. Yeah, don't look at Yi Lingshuang as a big star, but Yi Lingshuang is very clingy. Plus at this time he was with Su Mengmeng again, his heart must be anxious. Thinking of this, and then looking at Su Mengmeng, it's really inconvenient to have your hands and feet in casts. His original intention was to wait for Su Mengmeng to fall asleep and then go out again. But now, seeing Jiang Chen hesitate, Su Mengmeng smiled again and said, let's go. I'm really fine here. You don't want to make Sister Lingfang wait in a hurry. Jiang Chen's heart faltered at Su Mengmeng's urging. To be honest, he also missed Yi Lingshuang at this time, but a bit relieved that Su Mengmeng couldn't. After a moment of silence, he decided to use the skills given by the system to check how Su Mengmeng's fate was for the day ahead, and if there were any accidents. If there are no questions, then go ahead. So he looked up, looked at Su Mengmeng, and instantly saw Su Mengmeng's personal message. Moso, 17 years, 11 months old, with 75 years of current life remaining. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was surprised. It's surprising that Su Mengmeng lived for so long. Open Su Mengmeng's future destiny to view it. He'll just be looking at Su Mengmeng for the next day. Suddenly, he saw that after he left, Su Mengmeng fell down because she went to the restroom. People are passing out. I didn't see it until 2 hours later when the doctors and nurses checked in. By this time, Su Mengmeng's leg was already badly injured. Jiang Chen quickly flipped over. The doctor said that Su Mengmeng might become a cripple in the future. Su Mengmeng's entire body was stunned, and it took a long time before she tore her heart out and cried in pain. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was startled. How could he let Su Mengmeng become a cripple? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment as he decided to use the fate modifier to change this part of Su Mengmeng's fate. In fact, Jiang Chen really disliked messing with other people's destinies, for he has learned that destiny in itself is natural. Once he modified it, Su Mengmeng's original fate was messed up. Last time, after modifying Yang Su's destiny, something that wasn't supposed to be in his destiny came. That was out of control. So, he simply modified Yang Su's fate directly to a few after checking out cancer and dying directly. Now, having modified Su Mengmeng's destiny, he had to follow up subsequently, lest something bad happen to Su Mengmeng's destiny. It was a pain in the ass, but he had to revise it anyway, because he really wanted Yi Lingshuang now. He could imagine that Yi Lingshuang must have set up the house by now, waiting for him to pass. After all, last night, Yi Lingshuang had promised to satisfy him tonight and give him peaches. If he didn't go back, Yi Lingshuang would definitely be sad. He couldn't let Yi Lingshuang be sad, couldn't let Yi Lingshuang down. So, he began to revise Su Mengmeng's fate to come. For Su Mengmeng's sake, he directly healed all of Su Mengmeng's injured legs and hands after a minute. The hands and feet are fine, so there shouldn't be any problems. Thinking about it, Jiang Chen felt that he really was a little witty. Su Mengmeng lowered her head a little shyly when she saw Jiang Chen looking at herself blankly. You stinker. You have a wife and you still look at me like that. Why didn't you look at me like that in high school? Su Mengmeng was complaining in her heart. Just then, she suddenly felt some urgency to urinate and wanted to go to the toilet. Mr. Jiang Chen, can you help me up? I'd like to go to the convenience. Yes. Jiang Chen was a little nervous when he saw that after modifying his destiny, Su Mengmeng facilitated it in advance. Deeply afraid to advance the image I just saw. But, he still picks people up. After all, he's still around at this point. Su Mengmeng's foot accidentally stepped on the ground and suddenly realized that it actually didn't hurt. She felt so strange. Jiang Chen did not come before the teacher also helped her to go there. That can be really painful to death. Just to be sure, her foot snuck back in. It doesn't feel like it at all. It's as if you've never been hurt. Strange. Try again. Well, it still doesn't hurt. Su Mengmeng screamed in excitement. Mr. Jiang Chen, my foot seems to have healed. Jiang Chen secretly laughed. Your feet are naturally better. If your feet aren't good, how can I go and be in love with my wife? Mr. Jiang Chen, did you see that? My foot is really healed. Su Mengmeng was incredibly excited. Today, a good fall. She was worried that it would be lame. Today, it's actually better. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw Su Mengmeng happy like a little kid. Mo, even if it's good, don't jump over and over again. And it's not certain that it's not already healed. Be gentle. Su Mengmeng nodded sheepishly. Yeah, it's just right. So, gently, she let Jiang Chen help her to the bathroom. After arriving at the restroom to facilitate, she didn't feel any foot pain at all. Just like your usual self. It piqued her curiosity. It can't be good already. If it's really good, I don't need this cast. Su Mengmeng thought darkly. It's really uncomfortable to look at that bulky look of such a large cast on your foot. At this moment, the thought of having her cast removed grew stronger. Of course, if you call a doctor, they will certainly not remove it because they are afraid of liability. If I tell Jiang Chen, I'm sure he won't give it to me, and I'll probably be scolded. So, Su Mengmeng decided to do it herself, because she thinks she's really okay. So, walk over to the sink and start taking off the gauze. Jiang Chen was outside and didn't realize that Su Mengmeng was removing the gauze and plaster. Worried that Su Mengmeng would fall and share the same fate he had just seen, he asked, Mengmeng, are you okay? Su Mengmeng is in the bathroom. Her face is red. This iron bean. He rushes to go to the bathroom. Jiang Chen, who was outside, was a bit afraid and asked again, if you don't answer, I'll come in. Su Mengmeng swooned and quickly said, it'll be done soon. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief outside. Then you have something inconvenient to tell me. You didn't say a word. I thought you fell. Su Mengmeng's blackened face. Do I have to talk to you to go to the bathroom? I'm a girl, yeah. Going to the bathroom and talking to you makes me feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. However, she also knew that Jiang Chen was worried about her and said gently, okay, you don't have to worry. I'm alright. Jiang Chen didn't answer. After all, this is not an appropriate occasion to chat. Su Mengmeng quickly undid the bandage and took off the plaster. Upon seeing her legs, the entire group was stunned. The one bloody mark from the fall and the scrape was gone, just as if he hadn't been hurt. She moved and felt no pain in her foot. It's exactly the same as if you hadn't been hurt. This was thrilling for her. Mr. Jiang Chen, my feet are healed. My feet are healed. Jiang Chen, who was at the door, had a black face. It's supposed to be good. At that moment, the bathroom door burst open. Su Mengmeng came out with bare feet and slippers, her excited eyes looking at him. Mr. Jiang Chen, look at my feet. They're so white. Jiang Chen covered his face. The words were too evocative. Su Mengmeng seemed to also notice that she was wrong to say this, and her face brushed red. You know I didn't mean that. But look at it. It's really whiter than before. Jiang Chen looked at it. Indeed. But how did Su Mengmeng dismantle herself? What a bold girl. He's right out there and I can't believe he wasn't told. However, Jiang Chen knew what Su Mengmeng had in mind. Su Mengmeng was afraid that he wouldn't agree, so she didn't say anything. What an opinionated girl. Jiang Chen was really right. She's very opinionated. It was because of her initiative that her parents couldn't argue with her and let her stay in Hangzhou University to study. If not, he would have been sent abroad by his parents. Su Mengmeng lowered her head a bit awkwardly when she saw Jiang Chen staring blankly at herself. Classmate Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, haha, I'm afraid you'll scold me. So, her voice was getting lower and lower, and she seemed to be afraid of being scolded. It's okay. How could Jiang Chen curse? Because it would have been fine. Looking at Su Mengmeng's hand still wrapped in a plaster, he said, since the leg is good, then the hand should also be good. Look at you. Now you want to tear it down, don't you? Su Mengmeng nodded heavily, looking adorable. Then tear it down. Jiang Chen didn't nag anymore. He wanted to go back early to stay with his wife. Su Mengmeng reached her hand to Jiang Chen's side and said with a smile, "Jiang Chen, please." Jiang Chen quickly removed the bandage and then the cast. When it was over, he smiled and said, "Take a look manually to see if there are any inconveniences." Su Mengmeng clenched her fists and gave a military punch, saying with great satisfaction, "No problem." Jiang Chen was also satisfied. Su Mengmeng should not be in trouble now that she is not tied up in a plaster cast. Now, it was possible to go back to the hotel and be with Yilingshang. Jiang Chen was a little excited when he thought about the good things coming his way tonight. "Mo, since you've gotten better, I'll be going." Su Mengmeng, who had been immersed in joy, was a bit reluctant in her heart when she heard that Jiang Chen was leaving. She still wanted to stay with Jiang Chen for a while longer. However, thinking that Jiang Chen had a girlfriend waiting at home, it would seem immoral to stay, so he smiled and said, "You go. Remember to say hello to Sister Lingfeng for me." Jiang Chen didn't nag either. Opening the door and going to leave, he only saw a doctor in a white coat walk in. The doctor inquired to Jiang Chen, "Are you the accompanying family member?" Jiang Chen nodded. "What we need to know about." The doctor didn't finish his sentence, only to see that the plaster on Su Mengmeng's hand was gone. The ones on the feet are gone too. "What happened? Who took it down?" "It's me," Jiang Chen said weakly. "My friend's foot is already healed." "Nonsense." The doctor stormed out, angrily rebuking Jiang Chen. "Her bones have shifted. She has to be fixed for more than 7 days, and she also has to hang up saline and anti-inflammatory water in order to do so. It's only been 6 hours now." The doctor was cursing Jiang Chen and Su Mengmeng loudly. Why are these two so clueless? After the doctor finished cursing, Su Mengmeng walked over to the doctor and explained, "Dr. Zhang, my foot is really healed." When the words fell, seeing that the doctor was still not convinced, Su Mengmeng directly raised her legs up to her head. The doctor was stunned. "Come on, put it down. Do you realize that you have a serious foot?" The doctor raged. "Doctor, I'm really better, believe it or not." Su Mengmeng's words fell, and she came directly to a one-horse. Not only was the doctor stunned, Jiang Chen was stunned as well. He hadn't thought that Su Mengmeng's body was actually so flexible that she could even do a one-horse. The doctor and nurse looked incredulous. Having practiced medicine for many years, they knew that Su Mengmeng might actually be better. But just to be on the safe side, he still had Su Mengmeng go for a checkup. After a round of inspection, Su Mengmeng's feet were as good as if they hadn't been injured. The doctor took the tablets and muttered under his breath, "It's really strange. I've only heard before that when the boyfriend comes to stay with the bed, the patient will be in a good mood, but I didn't think that the injury would heal so quickly too." Ahem. Jiang Chen and Su Mengmeng were embarrassed. "Doctor, we're not a couple. Do you think I'll believe that?" With a face of contempt, after seeing the two embarrassed, he once again said gently, "Don't be nervous. You two, you are already college students. Falling in love is not a crime." Jiang Chen and Su Mengmeng looked at each other, filled with embarrassment. No explanation was given, though, because there was no need. "It looks fine on this film, so if you want to be discharged, go ahead and do the discharge paperwork." Leaving the doctor's office, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to Su Mengmeng. "Mengmeng, I'll leave first then. Contact me if anything happens." "That, student Jiang Chen, there's really something I need your help with." Seeing that Jiang Chen was in a hurry to leave, Su Mengmeng called out in some embarrassment. Jiang Chen returned to Su Mengmeng's side and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Su Mengmeng checked down the side. There was no doctor. Before she said softly, "The smell of medicine here is too strong. I want to be discharged to a hotel." "Go on then. I don't have my ID with me and I can't stay." So, Su Mengmeng's red face was embarrassed. Jiang Chen understood. It seemed that Su Mengmeng came too quickly today, so she didn't take her ID card. It was just a small matter. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Tell you what, I'll use my ID card to open a room for you later." "Thanks." Su Mengmeng had a grateful face. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she said weakly, "Can you wait a little longer for me until I check out of the ward? I'll accompany you to the retreat." Jiang Chen was so righteous. Su Mengmeng was very touched. It really is a little warmer. The two of them had finished all the formalities, and Jiang Chen was ready to go to the hotel with Su Mengmeng to get a room when his cell phone rang. Answering, Yiling Shuang's soft and sticky voice came from inside. "Honey, when are you coming back?" "I'll be right there." "Really?" Yiling Shuang was at the other end with a joyful face. She just wanted to ask and chat with Jiang Chen in the meantime. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually be coming back. "Yes, honey, that's great. Sam and I are shopping. Do you want to come? The two of us are too tired to carry things." Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. "I thought Yiling Shan will be in the hotel to wash the fragrance and wait for him, but I did not expect it to be shopping with Su Shan." "Okay, you give me the address and I'll call." After hanging up, Jiang Chen's cell phone received a location message. Mr. Jiang Chen, are Sister Lingfang and the girls shopping? Well, then why don't you take me along too? I also want to formally meet Sister Spirit Frost, and get an autographed picture on the way, Su Mengmeng said, still a little excited. Yi Lingshang was her idol. I'm sorry I didn't make it last time because I was in too much of a hurry. This time, she didn't want to miss it. You want an autographed picture? I can bring it to you. Jiang Chen instinctively refused. Yi Lingshang was somewhat hostile to Su Mengmeng, and he was afraid that he would be misunderstood by Yi Lingshang later. You silly simpleton. I was trying to take a picture with Sister Spirit Frost to keep. Su Mengmeng felt a bit disgraced. I thought to myself that although I like you, you don't have to guard me like a thief. Jiang Chen was a bit embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Yi Lingshuang's number. Honey, Mo's healed up and she'd love to take a picture with you as a keepsake. Yi Lingshuang over there understood the meaning of Jiang Chen's words. Su Mengmeng, going over. Jiang Chen was asking for her permission. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang felt that this stupid husband didn't seem so stupid. She could hear that Jiang Chen was respecting her, so she asked for her opinion. So she said, then you guys should come together. Sort of officially meet your beautiful high school classmate. Seeing that Yi Lingshuang had agreed, Jiang Chen turned to Su Mengmeng and said, Mengmeng, let's go over there. My wife she wants to formally meet you too. Su Mengmeng nodded. Two people in a cab. At this moment, she felt that Jiang Chen had become better. After all, if it were anyone else who was asked to go over by such a little beauty like her, they would definitely take her there directly. Where would they even ask for other people's consent? However, Jiang Chen still sought Yi Lingshuang's opinion. She didn't feel that Jiang Chen was being wifely. Rather, he felt that Jiang Chen was doing the very right thing. It's about respecting your partner. First things first, no communication between husband and wife. That's a big no-no. Her mom said so. Now that you've decided to be together, you have to discuss everything, no matter how big or small. When these details are done well, conflicts are reduced by 99.9%. Happiness and fulfillment can also outperform more than 99% of families. And that's what her family is like. No matter how big or small, parents always ask each other's opinion before doing anything. So, from the time she understood, she never saw her parents blush. Even this time she's staying in Hangzhou. Her parents were very reluctant, but they stopped pushing her to leave the country after an amicable discussion. It looks easy, but it's not easy to do these things. These are truths that her parents have lived for decades to realize. But Jiang Chen was just an 18-year-old kid. How could he also do these drippy things? The car, moving slowly. After more than 10 minutes, it came to the location Yi Lingshuang had sent Jiang Chen. The two had just gotten out of the car when they saw two tall beauties standing by the side of the commercial building. One wore a mask and was stylishly dressed. The other one was plainly dressed, but she couldn't hide the nobility in her. Su Mengmeng recognized that one of the two was Yi Lingshuang, and the one on the side was obviously Yi Lingshuang's assistant. Su Mengmeng also noticed that Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan each had 4 shopping bags on their sides. The knowledgeable woman recognized the shopping bags, which were foreign men's brand clothes and shoes. Seeing this, Su Mengmeng's eyes changed all over when she looked at Jiang Chen. She didn't expect Yi Lingshuang to be so good to Jiang Chen. I didn't buy a single piece of clothing for myself. It's all for Jiang Chen. Yi Lingshuang also saw Jiang Chen and happily ran from the side of the commercial building, embracing Jiang Chen tightly for a while, tenderly holding Jiang Chen's hand. She beamed. Hubby, you're here. I thought I'd have to play another volleyball before you arrived. Jiang Chen smiled, let Su Mengmeng come forward, and said, Wife, this is my senior high school, Su Mengmeng. We met at school last time. Su Mengmeng extended her hand in a friendly manner and said sweetly, Hello Sister Lingfang, we meet again. After the two shook hands and got to know each other, Su Mengmeng said with some excitement, Sister Lingfang, I didn't have the time to ask you for an autographed photo last time when we hurriedly parted ways. This time, can we take a picture? I didn't expect that Su Mengmeng was really here to ask for a photo. Looking at Su Mengmeng's excited, no frills look, Yi Lingshuang was also infected. It's good to be young. Seeing that it was her misunderstanding, Yi Lingshuang smiled and said, You are my husband's classmate. No need to be so formal. If you don't mind, you can consider me a friend. In Yi Lingshuang's eyes, Su Mengmeng was still a threat. So, instead of keeping Jiang Chen and Su Mengmeng at a distance, it was better to keep Su Mengmeng by his side. Putting it around is controllable. Sister Spirit Frost, we're friends now. Su Mengmeng laughed. She's not stupid. She could tell that Yi Lingshuang was hostile to her, but she was definitely not the type of person to meddle in someone else's happiness. Jiang Chen, too, would never like a woman who interfered with other people's happiness. She was clear as day. Therefore, very frankly accepted Yi Lingxiang's suggestion. The two women all of a sudden referred to each other as sisters, watching Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. However, Jiang Chen knew Yi Lingxiang's worries. As a man, you've got to make a woman happy. You've got to feel safe. At that moment, he saw a jewelry store on the side and both eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that nowadays decent gifts had never been given to Yi Lingxiang. There hasn't even been a formal proposal yet, much less a ring. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said to Yi Lingxiang, "Wife, let's go to the jewelry store." "Honey, what's the point of going inside?" Jiang Chen grinned and said mysteriously. "You know." Yi Lingxiang was puzzled, but still followed over. "Boss, bring out the best diamond ring you have here for me to see." When the manager saw Yi Lingxiang's slender figure and Jiang Chen's talent, he knew that big business was coming and immediately took out 3 diamond rings over. Each one has 5 carats of diamonds and very good purity. "Sir, these 3 are designed by a famous master jeweler. Each one is unique." The manager sold it. Jiang Chen looked at it and thought it was okay, so he turned his head and tenderly asked Yi Lingxiang, "Wife, which one looks good?" Yi Lingxiang was moved by Jiang Chen at this moment. How could she not have expected that Jiang Chen would actually think of proposing to her this night? You know, she had thought that when she arrived at the hotel later, she would just plainly hand herself over to Jiang Chen. I didn't realize that Jiang Chen was actually thinking of buying a diamond ring for himself. She touched her burning cheeks, thrilled beyond belief. This little man is really so heartwarming, so warm that it makes you want to cry. Yi Lingxiang chose a diamond ring with about 5 carats and said expectantly, "Hubby, I think this one looks good." Jiang Chen nodded and brought the ring over before kneeling on one knee. Raising his head, he said to Yi Lingxiang with deep emotion, "Wife, will you marry me? I want to watch over you for the rest of my life." "Honey, I do." Yi Lingxiang was so moved that her eyes turned red. This silly husband is truly loved and loved. I can't believe there was no sign of such a thing as a marriage proposal. It's really annoying. Jiang Chen stood up when he saw Yi Lingxiang agree and excitedly put the diamond ring on Yi Lingxiang. The moment the diamond ring was put on Yi Lingxiang's hand, Jiang Chen had a sense of relief and excitement welling up in his heart. He himself will be a man with a wife from now on. The wife is also a flowery and beautiful woman who is a heavenly fairy. What I regretted in my last life, I overdid in this one. Yi Lingxiang looked at the diamond ring glittering on her middle finger and warmed her heart. A wish from childhood. This moment came true. With a face full of emotion, she said to Jiang Chen, "Husband, I love you. I love you too." Jiang Chen tenderly held Yi Lingxiang in his arms. Yi Lingxiang was in Jiang Chen's arms, listening to his disordered heartbeat, her hands holding Jiang Chen tightly. At this point, she didn't know what was going on, but her mind kept drifting back to those TV episodes where she was proposed to. She, too, was looking forward to that image, lightly biting her lips, tangled for a moment. That desire in her heart became stronger and stronger, and shyly said, "Husband, kiss me." Ah, Jiang Chen was a bit unresponsive. This silly simpleton. Yi Lingxiang was a little dissatisfied in her heart. She had proposed. Didn't she do a little homework? If Jiang Chen didn't do it, then she would have to take the initiative. So lifting his head out of Jiang Chen's arms, he took off his mask and kissed directly over. Jiang Chen was confused. Yi Lingfang, so fierce. I can't believe I took off my mask in front of so many people and was so frantically demanding. You know, she's a star. Jiang Chen was ruffled by Yi Lingxiang's crazy behavior. Finally the heart is in the right place. Yi Lingxiang didn't even care about those people's gazes, so what did he have to care about? So, his hands also wrapped around Yi Lingxiang's waist and began to cater to it. The employees and some customers of the jewelry store were stunned when they saw that the object of Jiang Chen's proposal was actually Yi Lingxiang, a big star. Yi Lingfang, so proactive. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. However, after the shock, they had mixed feelings. Yi Lingxiang, as a big star and in a place like this, taking such initiative, how much did she love Jiang Chen? At this moment, everyone's heart was very envious of Jiang Chen, actually being looked at by Yi Lingxiang, a big star, and with such deep love. Su Mengmeng was on the side when she saw the two of them, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingxiang, kissing as if they were no one else, and her entire body was confused. She felt that with Jiang Chen's intelligence, she should know that she liked Jiang Chen. Moreover, with Jiang Chen's character, he shouldn't have done such a thing in front of her. And now, after a moment of silence, Su Mengming's mind began to float over the bits and pieces of her time with Jiang Chen. Heads, soon enough, were sorted out for her. She felt that Jiang Chen was giving her a signal. Tell her that Jiang Chen already has a wife and tell her to stop obsessing. It's time to let go. Thinking of this, a miserable smile appeared at the corner of Su Mengming's mouth. Old school, why did you tell me in such a way? I can actually stay away from you. Also, you can just reject my There were people watching from the jewelry store, and the two of them, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, couldn't afford to play too much. Even if the desires of the heart are not filled, they are quickly loosened. When he opened his eyes, his face instantly reddened when he saw all the smiling people on the side looking at them. It would have been very restrained just now. It still seems a bit much these days, just at a loss for words. A round of applause rang out. A round of applause ensued. Everyone had a blessed smile on their faces at this point. This made Yi Lingshuang even more embarrassed. Honey, pay us to go. Jiang Chen was a bit confused when he heard this. Yeah, he took it to propose to Yi Lingshuang before he paid for it. This would definitely be a big black mark if my children knew about it later. Forcing herself to be calm, she said to the beautiful saleswoman, "Hello, is there a card machine? I'll swipe my card." Jiang Chen's words came out, and the onlookers immediately looked at me and me at you. Both saw the incredulity in each other's eyes. This guy, he actually took a diamond ring from the store and proposed to his girlfriend without paying for it? And it was a successful proposal. This is the first time I've seen this kind of operation. A buddy's eyes are full of envy. Cannot help but say, if I, now will not buy. Directly pull his wife to leave. The wife is already here anyway. His words fell and instantly caused many gay men to stare. This is a really awesome idea. The thing about a diamond is that it's a stone. It's not worth anything. It's the marketing done by those capitals that have molded it into a symbol of fidelity and love. A lot of girls are brainwashed and that's why they have to buy them today when they get married. The salesman looked nervous as he heard the man's words. She, for one, was really afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't buy it. After all, she had read the news. Jiang Chen was a student, still a freshman. The family was raked over the coals, just an ordinary family, and did not have much money, and hastily went to take the card machine to Jiang Chen. Hello, this diamond ring totals $990,000. Holy shit. All the gays and lesbians were pissed off when they heard that number. All 99 million can buy a two-bedroom house in Hangzhou. Nowadays, a broken rock is worth a sweet? At this moment, they felt that even if they had a star wife, they couldn't afford to support her. Things don't move for millions. Who the hell can eat that? Yi Lingshuang was a bit nervous. She was aware that Jiang Chen didn't have much money. $3 million at once. Jiang Chen can't afford it, right? Thinking of this, she rushed to hand her own card to the beautiful saleswoman before Jiang Chen handed out his bank card. Take mine. The tawdry maneuver stunned everyone. This soft food is too comfortable. Such a star wife, please give me a dozen. I don't want to struggle. The gays and lesbians in the store were each envious beyond belief. Even the proposal ring was paid for by his wife. This plot, it didn't even come up in the dream. Ahem. Jiang Chen was embarrassed. It seems that Yi Lingshuang felt that he had no money. So, honey, actually your husband, I have a lot of money now. Jiang Chen's tone was serious. But how could Yi Lingshuang believe it? Before military training, Jiang Chen couldn't even afford to buy a $600,000 bag. How can you have money for a $3 million diamond ring at this point? With a tender face, she said, hubby, the two of us are one. What's the point of dividing us from each other? Yi Lingshuang's words came from various envies and jealousies. Jiang Chen, this soft rice, eat really too comfortable. All of a sudden you're a $10 billion man. Alas. Jiang Chen sighed. How come Yi Lingshuang didn't believe him? When he had just bound the system. Since Yi Lingshuang had a deposit of $2 billion, he directly doubled it 100 times to $200 billion. When acquiring the equity of Yang Su Company, Yi Lingshuang got $18 billion. 100 times the reward came down, and he gained another $18.000 billion. That's $2 trillion in his account today. A mere $3 million is not an overstatement to describe it as a drop in the ocean. So he softly whispered in Yi Lingshuang's ear and said seriously, wife, you can make the decision on other things. I can lie flat and let you play. But the matter of buying a wedding ring, it really has to be me who pays for it. Jiang Chen's words came, and Yi Lingshuang didn't know how. But those images from the dream always surfaced in her mind. In the picture, she is very mad. Thinking of the drama in her dream, Yi Lingshuang's face reddened and she whispered back, hubby, you were supposed to lie flat and let me play. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. What he meant was that he would listen to Yi Lingshuang's arrangement in the future. How come this chick understood it as that kind of thing? How can you have such a dirty head? You're a big star. Don't be so impure in your thinking. Seeing Jiang Chen's dumbfounded look, Yi Lingshuang was pleased in her heart. She could imagine the picture when she went back later. Well, really looking forward to it. So, the salesman was told to just swipe the card and said there was no pin on the card. The salesman doesn't linger, either. Money in the bag. Thus, with a ding sound, Yi Lingshuang's $2.99 million was crossed over. Ms. Yi, please sign. The beautiful saleswoman smiled and gave Yi Lingshuang the signing sheet. Yi Lingshuang signed her big name with a dragon's flourish and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen was helpless. This was forced to eat soft food. Honey, let's go. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang only wanted to end her trip quickly and go do the great thing she had always wanted to do. Aha! Jiang Chen didn't nag. Yi Lingshuang had paid all the money, so he couldn't return it. Looking at the happy Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen asked curiously, "Wife, are there any other arrangements next?" Next, Yi Lingshuang's little head began to spin. She thought it would be better for Jiang Chen to make his own arrangements, so she took Jiang Chen's hand and said shyly, "Hubby, I'm already yours. I'm at your disposal." Yi Lingshuang this crispy to the bone voice. Jiang Chen spared a shock, heart and soul yearning ah. Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen staring blankly at himself and asked shyly, "Hubby, what do you want to do most at this moment? What do you want to do most?" Jiang Chen definitely wanted to enjoy Yi Lingshuang the most. That night is still fresh in my mind at this point. He, without fail, looked forward to that moment. Plus, with today's successful proposal, any man would have that thought, right? However, although the heart thinks that way, it can't say it nakedly. "Honey, is there anything else you want to buy?" "Nope," Yi Lingshuang said with a red face. Why wouldn't she look forward to that moment? Only, nowadays, she wished that Jiang Chen would take the initiative. "So, we go back to the hotel and rest?" Jiang Chen asked tentatively. Yi Lingshuang nodded her head with a reddened face. Now that the decision had been made, the two stopped at the jewelry store. Su Shan saw Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, two people just go, quickly went forward, said, "Sister, just now there are a lot of people to take pictures and record videos. Do you want to?" Su Shan's meaning was obvious. That is, she didn't want this matter to come to light. Yi Lingshuang understood, looked up at Jiang Chen, and asked, "Hubby, what do you think? I don't want to be in the limelight, but this is a bit special today, and it's good to make it public. We have to let the whole world know that you're already my wife." Yi Lingshuang was touched, but how could she let Jiang Chen be exposed to outsiders? Nowadays, Jiang Chen was still participating in military training. If someone found out that Jiang Chen was not participating in military training and ran out to be with her, there would be a lot of trouble. So she said, "Xiao Shan, if we just take the money to them to delete the matter, it might cause them to be disgusted. Tell you what, I'll take a group photo with them and you'll give them some proper financial compensation." Yi Lingshuang had seen a lot of this kind of thing, saw a lot of news too. Those artists are trying to keep the photos from getting out and can't put their foot down to have a good discussion with someone. Forcefully deleting the passerby's photo ended in curses. Although she wasn't afraid of being scolded, the most basic manners of a human being should still be there. So, take it upon yourself to go in front of everyone and explain what happened, and hopefully everyone understands. And offered to take a picture with everyone. People had thought that Yi Lingshuang would forcefully delete it as those stars in the news did. But unexpectedly, Yi Lingshuang took the initiative to take a photo with everyone, and also gently requested everyone not to stream the video. Yi Lingshuang had such a good attitude. What reason did they have to refuse? So, there was a flurry of voluntary deletion of photos and videos from cell phones. Su Mengmeng was on the side when she saw Yi Lingshuang with such a good temper, taking a picture with more than 10 people, not only keeping her smiling face, but also changing various poses. She couldn't help but walk to Jiang Chen's side and said, "Mr. Jiang Chen, Sister Lingfang doesn't seem to be as scary as you said. How could you be so afraid of her that you fled from your hometown to East China? Thousands of miles away?" Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. There's a fear that goes deep into the bone marrow. Ha! Su Mengmeng rolled her eyes and asked curiously, "If you're afraid of her, why did you choose her? Now she's being nice to me." Hearing Jiang Chen answer in such a sentence, Su Mengmeng stopped asking. The past, where it matters so much. Man, look at the future. The future, that's what matters. Otherwise, why do people say, "Move on, don't look back"? The past, that just doesn't matter. What matters is the future. The two chatted some more. At this point, Yi Lingshuang took a good picture with the onlookers. Walking over to Jiang Chen's side, he shot the two a glance and asked with a smile, "You too, what are you saying bad things behind my back? Sister Lingfang, I really bless you for finding this old classmate of mine who is super good-tempered and still looks good as a husband." Hearing these inexplicable words, Yi Lingshuang was a bit confused. "What do you mean? It's just congratulations, and I'll be drinking your wedding wine. Don't forget me when you get married." With this serious expression on Su Mengmeng's face, Yi Lingshuang was very happy in her heart. Looks like there's one less formidable foe. Meng, you're my husband's best friend in East China. You'll definitely be missing from the wedding wine. Then it's a deal. Oh, and don't you guys forget me when you do. When Su Mengmeng said here, her heart seemed to have thought of something, and with an expectant face, She looked at Jiang Chun Yilingshang and said, "By the way, if your child comes out, I want to be the child's godmother. You guys, can I be the baby's godmother?" Jiang Chen and Yilingxuan looked at each other in dismay. Su Mengmeng as the child's godmother? That's too small, isn't it? Let's wait until then. It's 8-1 right now, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Mengmeng didn't insist anymore. Several people left the jewelry store. Looking at how late it was already, Jiang Chen turned his head to Su Mengmeng and said, "Mengmeng, which hotel do you want to stay at? I'll get you a room, just the one in front." Su Mengmeng pointed to a hotel in front of her and said with a smile. Jiang Chen didn't nag, took his ID card and went to open one for Su Mengmeng. After the two of them parted, Su Shan was also very sensible and said to Yilingxuan, "Sister, I have a classmate whose home is right here, and just now asked me out. Now that my brother-in-law is here, I won't be accompanying you." Yilingxuan nodded. Just now, Su Shan was indeed on the phone with a classmate, and the two of them had arranged to have a late-night snack together. Because Jiang Chen was away, she could only shop with Yilingxuan. With Su Shan and Su Mengmeng both gone, Yilingxuan and Jiang Chen both looked at each other with a tacit understanding before walking hand in hand towards the location of the hotel Yilingxuan had booked. The Advent Hotel, at the moment, is just about the biggest and best hotel in the Advent area. Yilingxuan then booked the best room in this hotel, because she knew that something wonderful would happen with Jiang Chen tonight. The two arrived at the hotel room and wrapped their arms around each other heartily. After embracing and kissing for a while, Yilingxuan said with a flushed face, "Hubby, go take a bath. Today is a special day." Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Life events are not to be sloppy. So, he directly picked up Yilingxuan and headed for the shower. Yilingxuan booked the presidential suite. Although the shower wasn't as big as Yilingxuan's home, 20 square feet was still there. In the shower, there is also the bathtub. The bathtub was very large, so much larger than the one at Yilingxuan's home. It's clear that this hotel knows its stuff and knows that couples need something. Looking at the large bathtub and then at Yilingxuan in his arms, Jiang Chen's mind drifted back to the scene in the capital. Jiang Chen asked with a bad smile on his face, "Wife, do you still want me to rub your back?" Yilingxuan's face reddened. She also thought about the time in Kyoto. At that time, Jiang Chen could really be too bad. However, she liked how bad Jiang Chen was. She nodded sheepishly and said, "Honey, be gentle. Don't be like you were the other day." Jiang Chen smiled badly. "Naturally, you're my big kissing baby." As the words fell, he put Yilingxuan down, wrapped his arms around her soft waist, and slowly pressed his lips over. Yilingxuan was also very gentle. Hands rested on Jiang Chen's neck, the beginning of catering to Jiang Chen. Only when she couldn't catch her breath did Yilingxuan slowly let go and shyly said, "Hubby, your diamond ring is already in my hand. In your whole life, you can only love me, okay? You can't get me and then ditch me when you see another pretty young girl, okay? Honey, are you doubting my character? I've been running away from you since I was a kid. In this life, I can only beg for food from you. In this life, I don't want to run away." Poverty. Yilingxuan's heart warmed. This little fool, sometimes he can talk quite nicely. However, after thinking about it, it seems like that's really what's going on. The two grew up together. Even though sometimes Jiang Chen was afraid of being beaten by her and hid far away, she still found her. This time, it's the same. When I came home from filming, I had wanted to spend more time with my mom. I didn't expect to run into Jiang Chen's parents coming home and finding him again, and became Jiang Chen's wife. Of course, at this point, she didn't feel that she completely owned Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was only 18. He would surely meet many more outstanding people in the future. If Jiang Chen couldn't withstand the temptation in the future, he would still leave her for good. Thinking of this, Yilingxuan hugged Jiang Chen tightly and said, "Husband, then let's make a deal that no matter what happens in the future, we won't leave each other. All to be each other's angels. Can we?" Jiang Chen could tell that Yilingxuan was worried that he would change his mind. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said gently, "Wife, what do you want from me before you'll believe in my love for you?" Yilingxuan didn't expect that her little mind was still seen through by Jiang Chen. Awkward. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's emotional intelligence was garbage, but don't doubt his intelligence. Jiang Chen could see even a small expression on her face. Since she couldn't hide it from Jiang Chen, she could only pull Jiang Chen's hand and said softly, "Hubby, what I want is not just a peace and quiet. Now you're only 18. In college, you'll meet a lot of people who are better than me and prettier than me. They may each be gentler and more understanding than me." Yilingxuan said here, thinking of her own problems, and said again, "And as you know, I'm 3 years older than you, and my temper can't be contained at times. I'm really scared. I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to hold my temper and hit you again and you won't be able to stand leaving me. Just like 3 years ago. I really can't imagine what my day would be like if you left me again. Yiling Shuang spilled her heart out for the first time. And Jiang Chen felt a great deal of heartache. He tightly embraced Yiling Shuang in his arms and said, "Wife, the past is the past. The future is in our hands. You trust me. I wouldn't do anything like that. On the contrary, you will only get richer and richer in the future. So don't mind me." Jiang Chen's assurance. Yiling Shuang's heart was satisfied. These assurances. Enough. She happily leaned in Jiang Chen's arms, her small fists hammering Jiang Chen's chest, pouting. "Husband, then you're going to have to love me well. Let me be fiercely happy. I don't want to be the world's first happy woman, but you have to make me happy happy happy." The words fell, and after seeing that Jiang Chen still wanted to make a promise, Yiling Shuang directly blocked it with her mouth. "I don't want your promises now. I want you to prove with your actions that you love me and make me happy." Action? Jiang Chen's big eyes cooed as he looked at Yiling Shuang. "It's now." Yiling Shuang's blushing face, her big eyes gurgled, and she even licked her red lips and said, "Now, what do you say? What should I do to make me so happy that I want to cry?" Seeing Yiling Shuang's movements, Jiang Chen instantly understood in seconds. This way, he was thinking about it from the last life to this one. So, he directly picked up Yiling Shuang and said tenderly, "Wife, the happiness you want, I will prove it to you." "Well, I'm looking forward to it." Yiling Shuang lowered her head with a blushing face. Seeing Yiling Shuang's face red and at the mercy of the king, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to put Yiling Shuang in the bathtub. After putting Yiling Shuang inside, Jiang Chen quickly went in as well. "Honey, at this moment, you should belong to me, right?" Yiling Shuang nodded shyly. "Honey, I'm yours." Looking at such a charming Yiling Shuang, Jiang Chen wasn't restrained. When he was ready to fulfill all of Yiling Shuang's demands, he seemed to hear something and immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Since binding the system, Jiang Chen's hearing had increased 100-fold. Listening quietly, he heard Su Shan knocking anxiously at the door. Sis, open the door. Something's wrong. Are you guys asleep yet?" Hearing that it was Su Shan's anxious voice, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to enjoy Yiling Shuang. Hurriedly, he grabbed a bath towel and wrapped it around his body. "Honey, what's wrong?" Yiling Shuang was incredibly puzzled. "Honey, it looks like it's Sam knocking on the door, so wrap up in a towel." The voice was too urgent. It was obvious that something had happened, or else Su Shan, who was so knowledgeable, couldn't have come over in the middle of the night. Yiling Shuang was puzzled. She didn't hear Su Shan's voice. However, since Jiang Chen had said so, she still got out of the bathtub. Jiang Chen came to the door and opened it, only to see Su Shan with a pale face. "Brother-in-law, where's my sister?" "She's in the shower." Su Shan looked at Jiang Chen, also wrapped in a bath towel. It seems that just now Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang were. However, she didn't have time to think about that much. Looking at Jiang Chen with an anxious face, she said, "Brother-in-law, someone on the internet reported the fact that you didn't participate in the military training and only came to accompany my sister to the major media. Today, there's a lot of hype in the major media. The heat is already very high. Even a lot of professors from Hangzhou University, where you're from, have come out and said they're going to expel you." After hearing Su Shan's words, Jiang Chen hurriedly turned his cell phone on. Just now, he had turned his cell phone off in order to not be disturbed by the two of him and Yiling Shuang's lovemaking. When Su Shan saw that Jiang Chen's cell phone was still on, she immediately handed Jiang Chen her own cell phone. "Brother-in-law, here, look, the heat has reached tens of millions. The comments reached 300,000. Jiang Chen looked at the comments. "It's true that rich people do whatever they want. I think back then, when we were in military training, even if we had a stomach ache, we wouldn't be granted leave when we went to the instructors and teachers. Now that he's not sick or injured, he actually got time off and went on a date with his girlfriend. It's really an eye-opener. Treating military training like child's play. Does such a person deserve to attend Hangzhou University?" Below the comments was a group of people tweeting the official microblog of Hangzhou University. In an instant, professor after professor from Hangzhou University bubbled up and condemned Jiang Chen, and some overzealous professors even said that they wanted to expel Jiang Chen. Seeing these comments, Jiang Chen fell silent. He didn't realize that someone was actually sending these things out. Who on earth is so idle? "Brother-in-law, what should we do?" Su Shan was in a hurry. Jiang Chen hadn't even gone to school yet and was expelled. Although, this diploma was useless to Jiang Chen because Yiling Shuang was too rich, but it's humiliating to get kicked out of a school. Jiang Chen didn't answer. Looking at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. Jiang Chen said to Su Shan, "You go ahead and open a room to rest. I'll discuss it with your sister." Su Shan felt as if she did just deliver the message. After all, there was nothing she could do by staying here. So Su Shan withdrew. As Su Shan left, Yiling Shuang wrapped in a bath towel and wiped her wet hair as she came out of the shower. Honey, I just heard Sam say something big? What the hell? Where is she? Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's not really a big deal. Yiling Shuang didn't believe it. Su Shan was steady in her work, so if something wasn't really wrong, how could she have run over in the middle of the night? Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention of saying anything, Yiling Shuang could only turn her cell phone on. After booting up the phone and getting ready to call and ask about Su Shan, he only saw his cell phone dinging. It's texting. The bell is still ringing. Stuck the cell phone. It didn't stop until a minute later. Yiling Shuang was ready to see what exactly the message was when her cell phone rang again. A phone call. It's a call from her best friend, Yip Puiying. Yiling Shuang's heart thumped. It seems that something really big is going on, or else the BFF wouldn't be calling at this hour. And it hits as soon as you turn it on. Answer with trepidation. Yi Peiying's anxious voice came from inside. My little ancestor. Your call finally got through. Yiling Shuang was puzzled. What's wrong? You and your little husband are all over the internet now. About me and my husband? Yiling Shuang frowned. Could it be that the video of the marriage proposal was still sent out? Thinking about it, it didn't feel right again. If it's just a proposal video, your best friend doesn't have to be so nervous. Mentally puzzled, he hastened to open the web page. Sure enough, there was a hot search for her. The hot search was about her and Jiang Chen. Comments. Already hundreds of thousands. The heat reaches tens of millions. Clicking through the comments, her entire face went green. Jiang Chen exploded. And there were many professors from Hangzhou University who came out to accuse Jiang Chen, and some even wanted to fire him. There were also a lot of people saying that she, an artist, had ruined Jiang Chen's future. Jiang Chen could have had a bright future, but because of her, the future is ruined. Seeing this, Yiling Shuang's face paled. At that moment, the voice of her best friend, Yi Peiying, came to her ears. Well, did you see it? Not only is your husband in trouble this time, you'll be in trouble too. Running out to see you during military training. This is of a very bad nature. Your husband may be dropped out of school, and you are in danger of being officially banned. After all, your husband is the way he is because he fell in love with you. Hearing Yi Peiying's words, Yiling Shuang's entire body panicked. She panicked, not because she was afraid of being officially banned, but because she was worried about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is only 18. What if I just dropped out of school? Although, with her money, she would have no problem supporting Jiang Chen for several lifetimes. It's okay if Jiang Chen doesn't go to college, but Jiang Chen's heart is set on going to college. Moreover, before Jiang Chen's grandparents died, they instructed Jiang Chen to become a college student. That way they'll have a good explanation when they see their ancestors underground. Jiang Chen has been fighting for this. And now, thinking about these things, Yiling Shuang hung up the phone with her best friend. Honey, the school wants to expel you. So what should we do? Going to college is not only your dream, it's what your grandparents wanted before they died. Seeing Yiling Shuang's anxious appearance and thinking about what would happen if he was expelled, Jiang Chen fell silent. At this moment, his mind involuntarily floated back to the kind faces of his grandparents. At that time, his grandparents wanted nothing more than for him to go to college. Let there be a college student in the family. But now, he was even photographed and posted on the internet for taking time off work to come out. Hangzhou University professor attitude and so determined to want to fire him. Is it possible that I won't be a college student again for the rest of my life? Jiang Chen was extremely unwilling in his heart. It took countless days and nights to get a high score of nearly 700 on the college entrance exam. Nowadays, you get kicked out before you even know where your college classroom is. Husband. Yiling Shan couldn't help but call out when she saw Jiang Chen dazed. Oh. Jiang Chen reacted and said with a smile, Honey, wait a moment, I'll contact the teacher. Yesterday, the teacher in his class, Xia Yuqing, called him. He decided that he would first ask Xia Yuqing what was going on over there. The call, quickly, went through. Hello? Xia Yuqing's voice came from inside. MS. Xia, I'm Jiang Chen, the one you called today to ask me to come and take care of Su Mingming's classmates. Oh, it's you. Xia Yuqing trailed off, then asked, the news, did you watch it too? Look. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he seemed to think of something in the back of his mind and said again, Teacher Xia, I'm taking my leave slip. I know, but you shouldn't have left Hangzhou. You shouldn't have gone over to Kyoto and gotten your picture taken. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Mr. Xia, I know I'm wrong. My girlfriend at the time. Jiang Chen didn't finish his words before Xia Yuqing interrupted. Student Jiang Chen, are you here to study or to fall in love? And running off to see your girlfriend during military training? What do you think? You're taking military training for granted? A lot of the students in the class are sick and are hanging in there. You're good. You went straight to date your girlfriend. You're of a very bad nature. You know that? Jiang Chen didn't say a word. Teacher, I know I'm wrong. It doesn't help that you know it's wrong. Just now, the principal had a video conference because of you. A lot of professors and current faculty. They want to fire you. You better be prepared. Xia Yuqing said here, silent for a moment, said again, but I suggest you take the initiative to withdraw from school. Maybe you can still go to another school or repeat. If you were to be counseled by the school, the consequences would be different. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that the teacher would still be very nice and polite when he contacted him today. Now, when he just inquired about it, the other party's tone seemed a bit impatient and even said that he should drop out of school. The kind with no wiggle room at all. Hanging up the phone, Yiling Shuang stepped forward and asked nervously, Hubby, what did your teacher say? She said I might get kicked out of school. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. She suggested that I, of my own accord, drop out of school. Hearing this result, Yiling Shuang's face instantly turned pale. Honey, what to do? Yiling Shuang panicked, walked back and forth across the room. Suddenly, something seemed to come to her mind, and she said to Jiang Chen, Hubby, I'll go find the principal. I'll plead with him. Seeing this nervous appearance of Yiling Shuang, Jiang Chen couldn't help but put Yiling Shuang in his arms and said, Wife, just now the principal had a video conference with all the teachers. Obviously, they have an answer in mind. Even if we go and beg him, it may not work. Hearing this, Yiling Shuang was completely flustered. At this moment, she felt that she was the one who had harmed Jiang Chen. If he hadn't come to Jiang Chen, this wouldn't have happened. Jiang Chen, too, was able to become a college student as he wished, and at this point, she was very clear that the heat looked to be Jiang Chen. It's actually the competitors who want to stink her up, because, as soon as she stinks, then the resources that are vacated will fall to those competitors. When Jiang Chen saw Yiling Shuang's face of self-reproach, Jiang Chen smiled and comforted. Wife, don't be nervous. Honey, how can you make me not nervous? Going to college is not only what Grandpa and Grandma told you on their deathbeds, it's your dream too. Yiling Shuang almost cried. Everyone else thinks that Jiang Chen is a genius and that good grades are a matter of course. Only she knows clearly what Jiang Chen has sacrificed to go to college. How much suffering. Now, more than a decade of hard work has come to naught. No, we can't just leave. Honey, let's go back to school. I'll go to the principal and plead with him. Whatever it takes. I'll promise him anything as long as he doesn't expel you. Looking at this Yiling's nervous appearance, Jiang Chen's heart was complicated. It's no use looking for the principal. Now, the situation has festered. The school certainly wouldn't offend everyone and ruin the school's reputation for a freshman like him. Xia Yuqing's attitude just now had said it all. The school won't keep him. If Yiling Shuang went, it would be futile, and he might even be hacked and ridiculed by some of his opponents. He could not let Yiling Shuang be ridiculed. Honey, I know you care about me. Jiang Chen took Yiling Shuang's hand and said gently, but please promise me not to bow down to anyone for me. You're the queen. Bow your head and the crown will fall off. Yiling Shuang didn't think that Jiang Chen would still be thinking about her even at this point in time. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Honey, I'm fine here. Jiang Chen smiled and said gently once again, Wife, I know you'll do anything for me, but this is something that really isn't begging and they're just going to net out. And, with the water armies stirring the pot behind the scenes, the heat is already very high. Schools can't stand the pressure. What then? Yiling Shuang was incredibly nervous. Can you only watch them fire you? Hearing Yiling Shuang's words, Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, If you're expelled, so be it. Husband. Yiling Shuang had an anxious face. Honey, take your time and listen to me. Aha! Yiling Shuang calmed down. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, and said with firm eyes, If I'm really expelled from Hangzhou University, then I'll start my own university that doesn't lose out to a book, so that no one can fire me. Ha! Yiling Shuang's head was a bit unresponsive. Honey, you're going to start a university that's no less than a book? Are you sure you're not kidding? Aha! Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing Yiling Shuang's confused look, he couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead and said seriously, University. Not only is it my grandparents' wish, it's also my own dream. So college, I'm definitely going. But they fired me, and then I had to start a university of my own. Yiling Shuang felt that Jiang Chen's words were just too crazy. How much would it cost to start a university that's no less than a book? 10 billion. 20 billion or 30 billion. This isn't running a school. This is burning money. What the world's richest man wouldn't dare think. However, if Jiang Chen was really expelled from the university, Jiang Chen wanted to make what he had just said a reality again, and she would absolutely support it. 10 billion a year, right? She should be able to earn it by taking on more TV shows, movies, and singing more songs. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang secretly made plans in her heart. No matter what, all of Jiang Chen's wishes would definitely be fulfilled, even if the wish is crazy. Thinking of this, Yi Lingshuang pulled Jiang Chen's hand and said tenderly, "Hubby, if you really get fired, you want to create a university, I'll sell my stake in it to support you. If there's not enough money, I'll do more theater and sing more. I'll support you no matter what." Wife. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang with red eyes. This stupid wife, how can she be so stupid? Tens of billions, just slamming it over and not having a backstage. That's definitely a shot in the dark. Honey, aren't you afraid of losing money? Jiang Chen was touched, and Yi Lingshuang tenderly took Jiang Chen's hand and said, "Hubby, as long as I can help you fulfill your dream, what's this amount of money?" Jiang Chen was impressed by Yi Lingshuang's words. Where can I find such a wife? Jiang Chen hugged Yi Lingshuang tightly. Wife, it's good to have you. Honey, isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Yi Lingshuang's face was full of tenderness. After holding each other tightly for a while, Yi Lingshuang raised her head and asked curiously to Jiang Chen, "Hubby, where are you going to build the university?" Build? Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "If we build a university, it'll take a monkey's time to get there, and we won't necessarily get the qualification to run a school." Yi Lingshuang felt as if it was. Those qualifications, without background, are really, really hard to do. After a moment's thought, he asked curiously, "So what do you mean, honey? Just acquire a private university? What with the credentials and the students? There's no shortage of those. Acquire the school, then hire national and international teachers and some state-of-the-art equipment, great faculty and advanced learning lab equipment." When Yi Lingshuang heard that Jiang Chen still had to do all this, she asked curiously, "Hubby, do you really want to build a first-class academy? Honey, if you're going to do it right. I want to make the school the size of a top 985. I'm going to show those who want to see you and me make a fool of ourselves that even if I, Jiang Chen, am expelled from Hangzhou University, I can still break out into a world that belongs to me." Jiang Chen's ambitious and glittering appearance made Yi Lingshuang's heart pound. This, then, is his own man? It's just so ambitious. "Hubby, I'll sell all the equity in my hand and take the money to you. Go spend it as you please. I have $20 billion in savings plus the money from equity sales, and any private school in the country I can afford." Seeing that Yi Lingshuang proposed to sell her equity again, Jiang Chen was very touched in his heart and hugged Yi Lingshuang tightly, saying, "Wife, I don't want your money. Honey, what are you talking about, silly? We're married, my money is yours, and yours is still yours. Don't treat me like an outsider." Yi Lingshuang said here, and after seeing that Jiang Chen still wanted to refuse, she once again said, "Hubby, you can't refuse me." Jiang Chen sighed. This really was a silly wife. Tens of billions. You're just going to leave it to yourself? LOL. What more can a man ask for when he has such a good wife? What more can a man ask for? Honey, which college are you going to buy? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, "There is a long history private university, Green Ivy College in Hangzhou. This university has been open for over 30 years and has a very good reputation. The main thing is that there are nearly 20,000 students at this university. So if you buy it, there's no worry that no students will come to it. That's why it's most appropriate to acquire Green Ivy College." Yi Lingshuang sucked in a breath of cool air. Although Green Ivy College is private, this college can be very good. If you purchase it, it is definitely more expensive than other schools. But Jiang Chen had already chosen. She didn't care. As long as Jiang Chen was happy, she was going to support him unconditionally. Anyway, today's $20 billion, just casually Jiang Chen hobnobbed. "Hubby, I'll contact the people in charge over at the company and ask them to approach the Green Ivy Academy." Jiang Chen nodded when he heard that Yi Lingshuang was actually a man of action and in such a hurry. This wife, she really is too good to be true. The two of them chatted for a while, and when Jiang Chen saw Yi Lingshuang's drowsiness coming on, he wrapped his arms around Yi Lingshuang's waist and said tenderly, "Wife, sleep when you're sleepy. You sleep with me." Yi Lingshuang said with a blushing face. Jiang Chen had originally thought that he would go to the internet cafe and use the computer to find out which one was pushing the envelope and making such a big deal out of it. But Yi Lingshuang, such a gentle and lovely beauty, asked to sleep with her arms around him. He had no reason to refuse. When he was ready to love Yi Lingshuang properly, a shy voice came from his ears. "Honey, just hold me, okay?" Jiang Chen was puzzled at first, but quickly figured it out. It does suck to have something like this happen today. Deeply afraid that Jiang Chen would get angry, Yi Lingshuang weakly asked, "Hubby, you won't get angry, right?" Jiang Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang in his arms and said gently, "Don't think too much, husband." How could Yi Lingshuang believe it? Any normal man who has his arms around a woman and can't eat her is unbalanced, right? silence for a moment, and then see Jiang Chen this handsome face. The heart seems to have made some important decision in general. Tightly embraced Jiang Chen, lips slowly close to. Seeing Yi Lingshuang beaming over, Jiang Chen's heart was delighted. This wife is really so gentle and considerate. Wife, you're so sweet. Yi Lingshuang's face reddened. I'm your wife. Isn't it right to be nice to you? Well, Jiang Chen nodded. He vowed to love Yi Lingshuang fiercely, and make sure not to let her suffer any indignities. After the two of them frolicked around for a while, Yi Lingshuang got really sleepy and fell into a deep sleep in Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen looked at the sleeping Yi Lingshuang and couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead. It was a moment that felt really good to have a celebrity for a wife. Face, body, money, everything is top-notch. And most importantly, will serve. This life really hasn't been in vain. Cradle the beauty and drift off to sleep. When he woke up the next day, he only saw Yi Lingshuang sitting on the edge of the bed, dragging her chin and looking at him with a smile, as if she was admiring a work of art. Honey, what are you doing? Honey, you're so handsome. Yi Lingshuang said with a florid face. Ahem. Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head somewhat awkwardly and said, I know I'm handsome, but I'll be proud to be praised by you like this. My husband is just handsome. Yi Lingshuang was unimpressed, reaching out with her small hand on Jiang Chen's neck and said, Hubby, just now I've already contacted the head of the company and asked them to go and get in touch with the head of the Green Ivy Academy. Jiang Chen was shocked. Yi Lingshuang's movements were too fast. Wife, you're too fast too. Yi Lingshuang laughed. After a few moments of silence, he said, I watched the news this morning. It also had people going to PR, but the heat only disappeared for 10 minutes and came back up. And the heat continues unabated, with comments already exceeding 1 million. I see that there's going to be trouble this time. I can't wait until you're actually fired to do this. Jiang Chen also picked up his cell phone to check. Sure enough, the heat wasn't about to come down. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, then said, Honey, I'm going to buy a computer. Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. Honey, what do you need a computer for? Check LP. I want to know who is so heartless. Death grip on us. Yi Lingshuang was stunned. Hubby, do you still have this technique? Yes. Jiang Chen laughed awkwardly. Hackers, who walk on the edge of gray. Who the hell would say they're a hacker for nothing? Honey, you really are multi-talented. Yi Lingshuang excitedly hugged Jiang Chen, but thought about what she had just asked the company to do. The company's techs actually tried to check LP, but couldn't. Not only does the opposing LP have a firewall, but there are many virtual LPs, all over the world. Obviously, it was prepared. So, to no avail. Honey, I had the company look into it too, but nothing came up. The other guy's LP hangs all over the world. There's no way to know which one is his real LP. Also, the computer he's posting from is new. Not a trace of it. Jiang Chen frowned. It really seems to have been planned for a long time. Very professional. But that's okay. We'll see if it works or not when we drop a virus to crack it later. So get up and simply wash up. Getting ready to go to Computer City when the cell phone rang. It's Xia Yuqing's phone. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, but still chose to answer. Mr. Jiang Chen, are you still in Hangzhou now? Yes, Mr. Summer. Jiang Chen replied politely. Yes, so, if you're free, go to the school. The principal is looking for you. Now. Yes, you're free, right? Okay, I'm still in linen. I'll go later. Hurry up if you're going. The principal has business. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and asked, Teacher, may I ask if the results of the punishment are out? Am I, really, fired? I don't know yet. I'm still on this side of the training camp. Go ask. Not being able to get a bit of useful information, Jiang Chen didn't bother asking. If there was good news, Xia Yuqing definitely wouldn't have this attitude. Honey, what did the teacher say? He told me to go to the school. The principal asked for me. I think it was a withdrawal. So, are we going? Yi Lingshuang asked weakly. Go on. For sure. The school is still in college. I wouldn't be a college student if I didn't have a school record. Yi Lingshuang felt the same, so she called Su Shan and contacted the helicopter to come over. Anyway, all that should be exposed. In order to make good time, it is better to take an airplane. Soon, several people were on the roof of the hotel, getting into the helicopter. Sis, the heat is getting worse. What can we do? Su Shan was in a hurry. She's been in touch on the company's end, but it hasn't been effective in curbing the rising heat. Sam, someone paid more money than us, so the hot search just keeps hanging there. As a member of the circle, Yi Lingshuang was very familiar with the way to get on the hot search. For money, even a meal can get you to number 1 on the Hot 100. This circle, it's just so monstrous. Profit comes first. Just now, he had already taken out $1 million for that online platform. but the other party just disappeared for so many 10 minutes, and then the heat came back up. Taking money to press the heat like this stupid thing, she is not going to do it again. The helicopter was flying in mid-air. In an hour, it's time to arrive at Hangzhou University. Wife, Sean, you guys go home first. I'll see the principal myself. Yi Lingshuang didn't say much and nodded. Hubby, we're leaving then. Take care. Aha! Jiang Chen turned around and walked directly towards the principal's office. On the road, many students stopped to watch when they saw Jiang Chen. The men, on the other hand, looked envious. Nowadays, Jiang Chen was still their idol even though he might be dropped from the school. After all, Jiang Chen's wife, Yi Lingshuang, is a 10 billionaire. The wife has so much money. It doesn't matter if she goes to college or not. The money will never be spent anyway. And even if they graduated from college, even if they earned millions of dollars a year, they couldn't reach Jiang Chen's height. If they had a rich wife, they wouldn't even bother coming over to be grandchildren. I don't need money to fire you, Jiang Chen inquired all the way to the principal's office. However, when inquiries were made, it was realized that the principal was not available. A man with a big belly walked up to Jiang Chen's side and glanced at him a few times. You're the Jiang Chen on the hot search? Hello teacher, I'm Jiang Chen, the man said indifferently. Come inside. Jiang Chen followed in very politely. The man closed the door with his hand, and also pulled the curtains shut, so he went to his desk, took out 2 withdrawal application forms and transfer application forms, and faintly asked Jiang Chen, these 2, which one do you want? Looking at the 2 application forms, Jiang Chen was puzzled. Shouldn't it be an outright dismissal? Why do I still need to apply? Dumbfounded, he looked at the mail application form for a moment, and the system of this world unconsciously came to his mind. This world and Earth are actually pretty much the same, but on military training, there is no rule that says that taking time off to see your girlfriend will get you expelled. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen had that small hint of anticipation within him. Perhaps it is possible to remain at HCMU. Teacher, then what do you mean you gave me these 2 application forms? The man glanced at Jiang Chen and said, your matter is egregious. The principal last night because of this matter and the leaders of the Education Bureau held a very late meeting specifically for you. Originally, as it was intended, you were to be expelled outright and disenrolled from school, but it was the principal who argued your case. It's only because of your school record that you've been able to keep it. But because this incident has so many repercussions, there would be a lot of pressure on the school to keep you. So, the principal left the choice up to you. Do you want to drop out, or do you want to transfer? Fuck me. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. It's just not participating in military training, but it's actually alarming the Education Bureau? Don't you fucking scare me. Jiang Chen felt that this guy was just trying to scare him. What a nasty one. Any more egregious? And he held up his end by not attending military training. Is this a big offense? Not great. It's also the fact that it's not so big that since the country's inception, no student has ever been expelled for not attending military training, with the exception of his incident this time. His wife is a star and hot. Schools are afraid to keep or expel, because firing and staying are both sprayed by fearful internet users. After all, it's such a small sin. No matter how you choose to do it, you're being sprayed by the internet. So what should you do? Of course it was to give Jiang Chen the choice. Anyway, the 2 options can let the school did not suffer any reputation impact. After all, are Jiang Chen's own choice? Well, hooligans are not to be feared, but hooligans are to be feared for being cultured. Jiang Chen was upset in his heart. It's fucking pawn and stand again. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen held back the anger in his heart and asked, teacher, where is the principal? The principal is traveling. The man used the usual official excuses to fob Jiang Chen off. And when will the principal be back? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. And when will the principal be back? Mr. Jiang Chen, he's the principal. How would we know? When the man finished speaking, he saw Jiang Chen's eyes showing dissatisfaction, and his heart became uncomfortable. Those are 2 good choices right there. If you want to study, transfer to another school. If you don't want to study, drop out of school voluntarily. Neither has anything to do with the school anyway. Of course, at this point, he knew very well in his heart that no matter which Jiang Chen chose, the probability was that he wouldn't have any books to read. After all, the heat is too much. But what did it matter to him what happened to Jiang Chen? All he needed to do was to drive Jiang Chen away and get the school out in one piece. Finally, another notice was issued that the school had tried its best to retain it or something like that to fool the netizens who were eating the melon. Jiang Chen was very dissatisfied when he saw that the man, although he had grown up drinking ink and was still a school leader, was using this shameless and overbearing agreement to try and fool himself. Open the destiny modifier. Soon, the man's personal information was visible. Goldman Sachs, 44 years old with 78 hours of life remaining. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was a bit confused. This guy, with only 3 days left to live? Curious to click on the future fate of Goldman Sachs. All Jiang Chen saw was that 3 days later, Gao Shang drove his car into the river because he had been drinking and driving. Seeing that Gao Shan was about to die, Jiang Chen didn't bother counting. So he said, "Teacher, I'm not choosing either of these. I just won't participate in military training. This is too heavy a punishment." Gao Shang hadn't expected that Jiang Chen would actually dare to resist. "Mr. Jiang Chen, have you seen the hot search? Are you trying to hurt your girlfriend?" Nowadays, the country is cracking down on those bad artists. Goldman Sachs saw that it wasn't going to get its way and started making soft threats. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Teacher, how did my girlfriend become a bad artist? Can't I have a relationship with her?" Goldman Sachs was a bit confused. How could Jiang Chen be so bold? How dare you question him? After thinking for half a day, Gao Shang really couldn't find an excuse anymore and said coldly, "You're not 18. Don't you know that? Is there a state rule that you can't fall in love until you're 18? Jiang Chen looked at Gao Shang indifferently. "Let's not talk about the fact that she and I are just in love. It's the fact that I've held a banquet with her at home, and even the two of us have cohabited and given birth to a child. May I ask, have I violated the law? Which one? Name it." Goldman Sachs was disliked by Jiang Chen. It was naturally not illegal for Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang to be in a relationship. It's just that it's not illegal for two people to have a reception and live together. Using the law to bind Yiling Shuang wasn't valid at all. So, only morals can be used. But the thing about morality is that if that person doesn't care, there's nothing anyone can do about him. Jiang Chen saw that Gao Shang's face was terribly gloomy and said indifferently, "Teacher, I respect you as a professional, but you're too unorthodox. You guys are afraid of firing me and affecting your reputation, and keeping me and being scolded by the netizens. So you took out these 2 application forms for me." Speaking here, Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, "You want me to leave of my own accord? I can leave, but you can't be such scoundrels." After saying that and seeing that Gao Shang still didn't say a word, Jiang Chen said indifferently, "But if you want me to leave, call your principal here." Goldman Sachs stared blankly at Jiang Chen. In the end, he realized that if he wanted to play the scoundrel, it seemed like Jiang Chen was better. After all, Jiang Chen can tell, 2 people living together is not illegal. Love is not illegal and other things to refute. Where is he a match for that? Just then there was a knock at the door. Goldman could only go to the door. In walked a well-dressed man. This person, not the principal, but the position should be quite big. "Director." Goldman Sachs saw the man arrive and took the initiative to come forward to greet him. The man glanced at Goldman before saying, "Get out." "Yes." Goldman Sachs left. The man sat across from Jiang Chen and said, "Student Jiang Chen, you went out for military training, and this has caused a great impact on the school. I hope you have the greater good in mind and transfer to another school. You have such a high score. A lot of colleges are snapping it up." Listening to the official words, Jiang Chen smiled. "Director, if you want me to leave, then say it properly. Give me 2 applications straight away. That's called hooliganism, isn't it? You're just a bunch of educated teachers, not instructors who train hooligans." The man was silent for a moment when Jiang Chen said this before saying, "Student Jiang Chen, why are you so obsessed with these 2 applications? Do you still want to go to college? Trying to get on? Transfer application there. If you don't want to attend, then you can choose to withdraw from the program. Both of these will work for you. I really have never seen people as brazen as you guys." Jiang Chen stood up indifferently. "Pawn and stand again, huh? I won't choose either of these 2. You guys fire me. I'm going to let everyone judge which law I broke when I went out on a date with my girlfriend with a leave of absence and got talked out of it by you guys." The stakes were already sorted out by Jiang Chen. In a sense, Jiang Chen had gotten the leave slip, so it was at Jiang Chen's disposal during this time. The school, really, can't use this reason to expel Jiang Chen. The man was silent for a moment, then said, "Student Jiang Chen, although logically, you don't have a problem, but you deceived the instructor by pretending to be sick. The nature of this one, it's still very bad." As the man spoke, he saw Jiang Chen's expressionless face and smug face. What can an ordinary college student do? Rules that are set by the school. Even if you're not wrong, 1,000 holes can be found in you. Not convinced? There's the legal department. It's full of a bunch of professional lawyers, with hundreds of thousands of legal provisions. There was always one that could be snapped at Jiang Chen's head. Even if it really wasn't a good fit, they could find a way to move Jiang Chen's affairs up the ladder. This, then, is the special right of those of them who have power and influence. An ordinary person can't turn over the sky at all. Jiang Chen could sort of see it. This guy is so much better than Goldman Sachs from earlier. You can also find loopholes in the leave forms. But I'm very sorry, this so-called loophole doesn't exist. The certificate that Jiang Chen had asked the instructor to issue in the first place was naturally not an illness, but something at home. Because Yi Lingxuan was precisely blocked at that time, he let the instructor write it off as something at home, and then let the instructor send it out of the military training camp. Second, at this point this man actually came here to advise him to drop out of school without even looking at the reason for his leave of absence. You can imagine how bossy these people usually are. Because, in their eyes, it doesn't matter what the reason is. Anyone who gets in the way of the school has to be removed. See the man's true colors. Knowing the school bully, that desire Jiang Chen had to remain in this school was gone. But to walk away, you have to beat these guys over the head as well. Skimming the man a few times and trying to calm himself down, he said in a calm tone, "Since you think I'm breaking the rules, fire me. I don't blame you guys." As the words fell, Jiang Chen walked towards the door on his own. The man was in a hurry. Just scaring Jiang Chen. He really wouldn't dare to ask him to fire. Of course, if this kind of thing happened to Jiang Chen a year or two ago, they would certainly also not hesitate to fire. But you can't be so spontaneous now, because today's state-run universities face reform. It's going to be privatized. What is privatization? To put it simply, those businessmen out there can invest in the university. Once you invest, you become a director of the university, an owner. The state no longer subsidizes money because it can't afford to. College, it's just too much of a burnout. For key universities like 985 and 211, the state invests tens of billions of dollars in each school every year. There are hundreds of 985 and 211 universities in the country. Plus, there are thousands of ordinary state-run universities. These state-run universities have to be supported by the state. That's hundreds of trillions of dollars a year. And the country can't afford it. So, reforms are needed. Of course, it is not possible to privatize all universities at once. The state will come up with a few schools to pilot. HCM City University, one of the pilots. Today, the head of the university is still pulling in investments. However, a month has passed and still no investor has been found. Because, college is just too much of a money burner. You can't even top $5 billion a year. However, the tuition fee for students is only a few thousand per semester. And with tens of thousands of people, it is only $500 or $600 million a year. These don't count teacher salaries, the cost of wear and tear on equipment and other expenses on campus. For such a university with an annual revenue of only $500 million to $600 million, investors are asked to invest $5 billion to $6 billion or even tens of billions of dollars upfront. What kind of fool would go and give money to someone? Because when you do the math, even if you don't pay teachers' salaries for 10 years, investors can't get their capital back. Therefore, today's Hangzhou University takes its reputation exceptionally seriously. Plus, this incident with Jiang Chen was not even serious enough to warrant expulsion. It was only because the school authorities were deeply afraid of being overwhelmed by the talk that they took Jiang Chen to task. It's just forcing Jiang Chen to leave of his own accord. But now Jiang Chen does not eat them at all. Looking at Jiang Chen about to leave, the man directly stood up and said in a calm tone, "Fellow student Jiang Chen, we don't expel you. That's because we think you're still young and can't let you leave a stain on your life's path. That's why we suggest that you do a dropout or a transfer." Seeing the man's hypocritical appearance, Jiang Chen found it funny as hell. "In that case, do I still have to thank you?" Jiang Chen looked at the man with a smile and asked, "Do you want me to give you an award?" "Mr. Jiang Chen, don't dogpile. The school is really looking out for you. Your grades, they're really outstanding." After seeing that Jiang Chen was unmoved, the man was also a bit flustered and hurriedly said, "Mr. Jiang Chen, if you're willing to transfer to another school, I can help you contact a good university. You can enroll there." Jiang Chen frowned. This man, really, would be so kind. Seeing that Jiang Chen had stopped, the man once again stepped forward and said, "You're really talented. I don't want you to be ruined." Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and asked, "Which university do you want to help me contact?" "Any private university in the country. Take your pick. As soon as you're elected, I can put you in touch with." After listening, Jiang Chen's face gradually became gloomy. This guy, what's wrong with his head? A private university. With his scores, isn't he just going to get in? Jiang Chen wasn't happy about being played like a fool. Private universities, don't you just have to have money to go to them? I need you to make contact? The man's face completely darkened as Jiang Chen's words came through. "Jiang Chen, is this going to tear your face off? Mr. Jiang Chen, are you trying to deliberately disgrace our school? Thanks to you, you're still a schoolteacher. Haven't you ever learned about sacrificing the little one for the good of all? You, quietly drop out." The principal and I will remember you well for the rest of our lives. And remember me well? Jiang Chen was speechless to the core. You really think I'm rare? Jiang Chen, don't give your face away. The man was enraged. I was kind enough to plan for you, and you treat my kindness like a donkey's liver and lungs? Fire. Ha! Jiang Chen lazily looked at the man and said, wanting me to voluntarily withdraw is impossible, so there's only one way you guys want me to leave, and that's to fire me. Of course, my mistakes today aren't big enough to fire me, but you could have fabricated that I made a mistake a little bigger. For example, this leave slip I'm holding is fake. I forged it. That's a big enough charge that you guys can fire me in name only, and you don't have to worry about the talk outside. The man was shocked. Why didn't I think of that? As long as the public said that the leave slip in Jiang Chen's hand was fake, and then made up some stories that were heavenly and reasonable, then there would be absolutely no backlash for firing Jiang Chen. At this moment, the man felt that Jiang Chen was truly a genius. Why didn't he think of this method? Well, isn't that heartwarming? Jiang Chen looked at the man with a smile of anticipation. His heart actually wanted the man to enter the trap. As long as the man enters the trap, this school in Hangtown, though not finished, can be plunged into scandal. Because, back then, that instructor, he had modified the fate of the instructor into a very righteous man. So, as long as this man fabricates evidence indiscriminately and wants to be expelled, when the instructor comes out in favor of him, this school will surely become the #1 joke. Don't say that Jiang Chen is dark. That's the kind of character he has. It can be very indulgent with family and friends. However, when it comes to hypocrites like men, that comes down with absolutely no mercy. The man looked at Jiang Chen and thought about what Jiang Chen had just said, and thought it was feasible, so he smiled and said, Jiang Chen, thanks for reminding me. Jiang Chen was delighted in his heart, but was still pretending to be puzzled as he asked, what did I remind you of? Your leave slip is fake. The man said coldly, you're sneaking out from training camp to date your girlfriend. You have such a bad style and bring such a negative influence to the school. I'm going to expel you. Jiang Chen was confused. This guy, he's learning too fast. At that moment, the man's voice came again. Kid, now I'm not only going to expel you, but I'm also going to make sure that you don't have a chance to go back to college for the rest of your life, even if you go to high school and repeat. Looking at the man with a winning look, Jiang Chen was happy in his heart, but pretended to be angry and said, I didn't expect that you had so much guts that you dared to fabricate it. Kid, I just fabricated it. So what? You are just an ordinary student, even if you have a rich girlfriend, so what? Where is the status of a star as high as our social status in teaching? Now here, when I say you are black, then you are black, and when I say you are white, then you are white. How dare you contradict me? I will make you regret coming to this world. The man was letting himself go at this point. After all, he has a lot of power. Later, just contact the instructor and standardize your message. Kid, before you get the hell out of school, take everything in your dorm room too. Seeing how arrogant and excessive the man was, Jiang Chen held back his anger and said, alright, count yourself hard. You're powerful and I can't afford to mess with you. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he didn't want to face the man anymore and walked out of the office. When he came outside and picked up his cell phone to prepare to contact Yi Lingshuang, he only saw that the phone was actually in a call. The caller was still Yi Lingshang. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. What's going on here? Cell phones, auto dial or auto answer now? Jiang Chen asked into his cell phone. Honey, did you hear me? Honey, I can hear you. Yi Lingshuang on the other end of the phone was obviously very excited. Hubby, you're really amazing today. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Honey, I've recorded your conversation. Yi Lingshuang on the other end of the phone said happily. Holy shit. Jiang Chen's entire body was stunned. Recording? Honey, how did you manage to make it answer automatically when I don't answer the phone? Honey, I don't know. Just now, I was a little worried about you, so I thought I'd call and see if you were better. But I didn't realize that you just answered and didn't talk. And then I heard someone bullying you, so I recorded it. But I didn't realize that the content was so powerful. Jiang Chen was speechless. Is that okay? At this moment, however, he felt as if his silly wife had really gathered all the evidence by mistake. Once this recording was released, he could imagine the heat. Well, spend a little more money and buy a hot seat for the school. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang chatted for a few words before hanging up, took a cab to the cottage he rented. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan were both sitting on the sofa, picking up their cell phones to play games. Honey, you're back. Yi Lingshuang stood up happily when she saw Jiang Chen. She wanted to throw her cell phone again to have a hug with Jiang Chen, but was rejected by Jiang Chen. Wife, play the game as you play the game. Don't pit your teammates. Oh, Yi Lingshuang was embarrassed. but immediately picked up her cell phone to play again. After the end of a qualifying round, Yi Lingshuang directly stood up, hugged Jiang Chen tightly, and said, "Hubby, what do you say? Should we just send the recording to the online platform now? There's no rush." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "They haven't sent out a notification letter of my dismissal on the online platform yet. We'll send out the recording when they've sent out the notification and the heat is on, so that tens of millions of people have seen it." Yi Lingshuang's eyes lit up. "That's a good time. It's a bloodless killing. Awesome. Honey, you still have the foresight." Yi Lingshuang said with an adoring face, "How can you be good enough to be your husband if you don't have any skills?" Jiang Chen was very self-absorbed. Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but roll her eyes. This stupid husband was getting more and more narcissistic. But how can it be so handsome? It's so tempting to look at it and take a bite out of it. The two of them, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, were cuddling in their room, spreading dog food, and in an office at Hangzhou University. At this point, the leaders of the university were present. The one presiding over this meeting was none other than the man who had just morally told Jiang Chen that it was for Jiang Chen's good. The man's name is Yao Yuanxiang. It's the vice president of Hangzhou University. "Gentlemen, what did you think of my proposal just now?" Just now, Yao Yuanxiang had already told everyone about his plan. Everyone was great about the idea. It was felt that as long as everyone was unified, Jiang Chen would have no chance of turning over his money. Plus, because Jiang Chen didn't have that ability to overturn the case, and there was no evidence to prove that the leave slip in his hand was real, they, on the other hand, could have turned black and white upside down and fired Jiang Chen, just as they wanted to disperse down. A man said with some concern, "Principal Yao, the instructor who approved Jiang Chen's leave slip has already left for the army and can't be contacted for the time being. We haven't harmonized with him yet. What if he doesn't want to cooperate with us?" Yao Yuanxiang couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't it good for us that instructor is gone? We can't even get in touch. Jiang Chen can get in touch? Besides, it's a humane society these days. Jiang Chen has no power. Even if that man comes, what can he fight us with?" Everyone fell silent. Yao Yuanxiang also stopped questioning the crowd. At this point, he picked up his laptop and opened it, sending the statement directly. Well, still using the official account. Jiang Chen was in his rented house, picking up his cell phone to finish refreshing it, when he suddenly saw Yao Yuanxiang send out a notification of this lawlessness, and was so happy that the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Honey, the school has issued a statement that you're expelled." Yi Lingshuang looked at the news with a happy face and clicked on the news to show Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Wife, help him out and send the heat up." Yi Lingshuang instantly comprehended the meaning of the words. "Immediately contact the company's PR department to buy the school on the hot seat." The people in the company were dumbfounded. How can you pay to be in the hot seat when you've been fired? Shouldn't it be a drop in the hot seat? You're not in over your head, are you? However, nowadays Yi Lingshuang is the owner of the company. It's not good enough for them to inquire. Hot search. As promised, some people who wanted to capitalize on Jiang Chen's heat and pull Yi Lingshuang down also spent money to add to the school's announcement. As a result, the hot search soared like a rocket, occupying the first place of all major online platforms. In college, Yao Yuanxiang watched the heat whoosh up, then watched the comments. "This kind of scum should be fired. Think you're big because you're rich? Oh, Hangzhou University is mighty. Leadership mighty. In the future, I'll let my sister take the Hangzhou University. A really good group of leaders who don't bow to evil forces. There aren't many leaders that good." Seeing that everyone was in favor of the university, Yao Yuanxiang was satisfied. Seems like a real overthinker. Thought there would be some skepticism. Now a lopsided accusation. Firing Jiang Chen, the people's will. Seeing that the netizens were so supportive of his decision, he personally interacted with these netizens. "Our Hangzhou University is a first-class university, and we will never allow anyone to tarnish our university's reputation. We also will not tolerate any sneaky people in the university." Yao Yuanxiang's message had just been replied to, and immediately someone liked it, and it was lighting. "Principal Mighty, with you, HCM City University will sooner or later become the world's top first class." Being licked by the netizens, Yao Yuanxiang couldn't help but feel comfortable in his heart. This time, he didn't reply to anyone else, because, well, he's too late. At this point, there are too many people replying to him. There are dozens of replies every second, so there's no time for that. Looking at just 10 minutes, the messages replying to him reached tens of thousands. Looking at the account's followers increased by 100,000 people. His heart was happy. He thought that it was because he was charismatic, but he didn't know that all these people and fans who replied to him were the water armies hired by Yi Lingshuang's opponents. The goal is simple, to heat up the conversation and hope for an official downfall. As long as the official goes down, Yiling Xuan will find it difficult to appear on the screen again even if he has more money. Yiling Xuan couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yao Yuanxiang actually personally going down to defend Hangzhou University's reputation. Cultured people have a knack for keeping their eyes open. It's just top-notch. She was very much looking forward to seeing what Yao Yuanxiang's expression would be when the recording was released at this point. Looking at the heat getting higher and higher, the more frequently Yao Yuanxiang bounces around, Yiling Xuan can't help it. Honey, release the recording now. I really want to see what this guy will look like when he gets punched in the face. Zhang Chen looked at the time. Well, it's only been an hour now. Not yet. According to his plan, he wanted Yao Yuanxiang to bounce around a little longer. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. So you said, honey, wait a little longer. He's having so much fun. Let him play a little longer. After all, he won't have a chance once the recording is released later. Speaking here, Zhang Chen paused and said again, it would be good if some of the school's so-called professors could be dragged in as well. I want the whole country to see how disgusting their mouths are. When Yiling heard Zhang Chen's words, her head thought for a moment and said, hubby, it's actually quite simple to pull down the others. Just write a superlatives and ate those guys. This is something that Sean is good at. Nowadays, Sean is the leader of my 8 black fan groups. Set up a superlatives and let the black fans get the heat. And those people are quick to take the bait. Zhang Chen looked dazedly at Su Shan and Yiling Shang at the side. Xiao Shan is the group leader of the 8 black powder groups? Aha! Yiling Xuan nodded. Upon seeing Zhang Chen's face full of doubts, he explained, hubby, I need to improve too. I need to know what shortcomings I have. These black fans are a bit hateful, but they can certainly see where I fall short. They bring it up so I can correct it and try to be an entertainer who is so perfect that no one can find a black mark. Yiling Xuan's words came out. Zhang Chen hadn't expected it. I can't believe this is still in operation. That's a long way to go. At this moment, he felt that Yiling Xuan really wasn't simple. A few people chatted for a while, and then they let Su Shan send out superlatives. Su Shan, as a senior student of a prestigious foreign university, although she hadn't finished her studies, her talent was absolutely nothing to write home about. A super talked down, and then let the black powder group of people to get heat, and then ate one by one Hangzhou University professors, teachers. Originally, Su Shan just wanted to see the faces of these people, and did not want to be on the hot search, but to my surprise, the superlatives also made it to the hot seat. Looking at those water armies raging below, and the professor's harsh criticisms, Su Shan knew that she had been paid by her opponents to be on the hot search again. These teammates, they're just too much of a force to be reckoned with. Su Shan also took the names of these professors and recorded them one by one. All of this, it's face-punching fodder. What evidence to show the true colors of the leaders of HCMU? Looking at how bouncy these people were, Su Shan suddenly had a good idea in her head and turned her head to Yiling Xuan and Zhang Chen. Sister, brother-in-law, my first cousin works at a TV station. You guys see if you want to have her interviewed at the school, in a live streaming kind of way. Zhang Chen and Yiling Xuan's eyes lit up when they heard this. It's a great idea to flip the car on the spot and lose face in front of everyone. Sam, does your cousin want to? I suppose so. She was complaining to me recently that there wasn't any newsworthy news. When she goes to the interview, we'll release the recording and the story will be absolutely explosive. Yiling Xuan thought it was a great idea. Not only can Yao Yuanxiang die a direct social death, but he can also let those old people who like to read the news know that Yao Yuanxiang's true colors. After all, it's old people who get to watch TV these days. As she was about to ask Su Shan to do it, Zhang Chen's voice came from her ear. Wife, I think I'll have Sister Xiao Shan's cousin post a notice on the online platform to draw all the viewers over to watch the live broadcast. Yiling Xuan thought this was a great idea. So, explain Su Shan to do it. Su Shan is very close to her cousin who works at a TV station, and a phone call is all it takes. And he has 8 groups of his black people to rally around and publicize it. Hangzhou University. At this time, Yao Yuanxiang was sitting in the conference room. He had just been informed that someone from the TV station had come to interview the school teacher and him. So, we all ventilate our views on this matter. And when facing interviews, we must show the demeanor of a prestigious school. It's a better way to publicize the school. 12:30 noon. In the office of Hangzhou University. The TV guys are already here with their interview equipment. Yao Yuanxiang faced the camera and said with a pained face, Zhang Chen's classmates, we also learned about the high school he was in. And we learned that he studied well. And even in terms of his character, the whole school gave him a very high evaluation. But how could we not expect that after 15 days of military training, he couldn't stand it and wanted to run away, and forging a leave of absence. We talked to him and actually didn't recognize his mistake. If you know your mistakes, you're a good student, but he always felt he was right. After a long exchange and seeing that we couldn't persuade him, we were so distressed that we had no choice but to make the decision to expel him. The beautiful reporter frowned. Are there still such stubborn people? Yeah, escaping during military training is nasty, but it's no big deal as long as you're genuinely repentant. Besides, he's so good at his studies. Yao Yuanxiang shook his head and sighed with a look of regret. The beautiful reporter heard Yao Yuanxiang's complaint and also felt that Jiang Chen had gone too far off. It's just not military training. Why don't you admit you're wrong? Shaking his head, he could only go on to interview others. These guys, they're all masters of acting. Some were righteously indignant at Jiang Chen's behavior, while others felt some pity. It's just a minor mistake. Why are you so stubborn? Others deliberately led the conflict to Yi Lingshuang. The biggest problem, I think, is his girlfriend. Can a girlfriend do whatever she wants just because she's rich? They're hurting. A single star ruined Jiang Chen, who had a bright future ahead of him. Since this interview was in the form of a live broadcast, many people at this time felt bad for Hangzhou University when they heard that Jiang Chen was actually so ungrateful. And those black fans and water armies are frantically bringing up the tempo. It's all Yi Lingshuang's fault. It must have been Yi Lingshuang who called over. If not, how could a good college student make such a mistake? Just as the interview was about to end, a voice came from the guide side of the headset. The guide tells her that a recording of Yao Yuanxiang has appeared on the internet. The plot is reversed. Then the recording came through the female reporter's headset. When she heard the content of the recording, she blushed profusely and immediately turned on her cell phone. Today, the internet has been swept away by a recording. It was Yao Yuanxiang's voice. In the recording, Yao Yuanxiang is high and mighty, using his power to do whatever he wants. In order to force Jiang Chen to leave, they even fabricated evidence. It's simply lawless. When Yao Yuanxiang saw the beautiful reporter looking at her cell phone, he smiled and walked over, saying, Ms. Yang, with the help of your TV station, I have a few words I want to say to fellow student Jiang Chen. The beautiful reporter raised her head and looked at Yao Yuanxiang, who made her feel sick, and asked, Principal Yao, may I ask what you have to say to him? It's like this. Student Jiang Chen's grades are excellent. We don't want to give up such a good student either. If he genuinely corrects himself and apologizes to everyone, we can also revoke his punishment. The beautiful reporter had never seen such a brazen person. Looking at Yao Yuanxiang, who disguised himself as a good guy, the beautiful reporter got upset and directly opened the recording in his cell phone. Kid, nowadays here, if I say you're black, then you're black, and if I say you're white, then you're white. You're counting on having a leave of absence. And if I say he's a forgery, then he's a forgery. When this recording came out, the people watching the live stream were confused. What's the situation? Evidence of forgery? Jiang Chen's leave slip is real? This melon, it's so sweet. I'm going to start selling melon sodas and benches. Anyone? No, later I'll ask again. The internet is buzzing with comments. In reality, Yao Yuanxiang's face changed drastically when he heard the recording sent by the beautiful reporter. At that moment, the voice of the beautiful reporter came again. Principal Yao, may I ask if what's inside this recording is true? Please explain. Yao Yuanxiang panicked when he saw that the camera was pointed at him, and that there were many other students who were also looking at him strangely. Rubbing his face, he said, These are false. I didn't say these things. The beautiful reporter wanted to ask more, but Yao Yuanxiang fled directly. The back looked very distressed. The beautiful reporter couldn't catch up, so she could only land her eyes on those professors. Everyone's faces were very ugly at this point. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen actually had a recording. Now, the whole school's reputation is in tatters. Looking at the beautiful reporter coming, they were too embarrassed to stay longer and ran away. The live feed was confused as they watched everyone all but disappear. They all listened to all the recordings. The people in charge of this school are too shameless. The leave of absence is not even looked at. And just because the buzz is high, the idea is to force the student to drop out and quell the buzz. Whoa, grass. My cousin was once bullied by a powerful student in there. That man has a background and nothing is going on. My cousin was called to the office and the teacher gave him 2 application forms, one for withdrawal and one for transfer. If these 2 aren't filled out, then they're just fired. My cousin wimped out and chose to transfer to a private university. I thought, at the time, it was because he had persecution paranoia, but it turns out it's true. This university is actually so dirty. Someone showed up and even named his cousin. Those who cared to investigate, there really was that thing. The story of Hangzhou University Vice President Yao Yuanxiang fabricating evidence and expelling Jiang Chen is getting more and more intense. Those professors who wanted to fire Jiang Chen were also pulled out and flogged by Su Shan. All in all the leaders of the school have been cursed for their ancestors. It's really an abomination. I can't believe that they are so deeply afraid of discussion that they are going to settle the parties without even investigating a little bit. It's really overbearing. Thousands of miles away, seeking investment in the principal Long Jiqiang saw the news, angry face full of iron. He did not expect that nowadays, instead of finding the investor of Hangzhou University, such a big thing has appeared that could pretty much stink up an entire university. Today, without state support, universities have had a very hard time. At this time, this kind of thing appeared again. This is the rhythm of wanting to bankrupt Hangzhou University. So he, who had an appointment to meet a few investors, had to come back early for fear that Yao Yuansheng and those brainless professors would screw up the university. He's going to run the show. Jiang Chen had now sent the recording out, which meant that he was prepared to fish out of water. Jiang Chen's wife is not short of money, even richer than everyone. Jiang Chen could afford to play, but he couldn't afford to manage such a large university. At 3 in the afternoon, Long Jiqiang dialed Jiang Chen's number as soon as he got off the plane. He needed to have a good talk with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, something really bad will happen. Jiang Chen, who was playing games with Yi Lingshuang and the others at home, received a call from Long Jiqiang and looked curious. Principal Long, how come you have the time to call a lowly civilian like me? Student Jiang Chen, there's a misunderstanding. Do you have a minute? Can we meet and talk about it? Grand Chancellor Long, excuse me, I'm a little busy. Jiang Chen's words fell and he directly hung up the phone. In the morning, Xia Yuqing even said that the principal was waiting for him. When we got to the school, Long wasn't there again. Just told a tiny director to throw out 2 applications to him. Obviously, this was authorized by Long Jiqiang. Now, seeing the university caught in the storm of talk and unfavorable to the university comes out and wants to negotiate. What a nice thought for this egoist. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and continued to play the game. That's when the cell phone rang again. It's still Long's phone. Honey, why don't we meet? Yi Lingshuang reminded. He's the head of a school anyways. Wife, to be soft on your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. It's the first time they've both done it, so why should I have to accommodate him? He's obviously the one who bullied me. Yi Lingshuang was silent. What Jiang Chen said was not unreasonable. We're all first-timers, so why should we have to accommodate others? Moreover, in the morning, the principal didn't even see Jiang Chen's face, didn't even check the causes and consequences, and overbearingly let Jiang Chen choose to withdraw or transfer to another school. Now, the lowly begging for a meeting is also because the school is in the middle of a talk storm. If not, this principal wouldn't have met Jiang Chen at all. Having figured it out, Yi Lingshuang stopped advising. Jiang Chen, too, had blacked out the principal's number, lest he continue to call and interfere with his platooning. After all, nowadays, he was using a small number to fight Yi Lingshuang and the others. The big numbers level is too high to bring Yi Lingfang and the others. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang and the others were playing ranked while the internet had exploded. The scandal at Hangtown University is spreading at a very alarming rate. The internet is confused. It is reasonable to say that in such a situation, the relevant departments must definitely show their heads and press the matter. After all, Hangzhou University is a state-run university. A scandal of this magnitude is a slap in the face of the authorities. And now, it's been hanging on the hot seat. The relevant departments are suffering too. They've contacted the site in question to get them to take down the hit. But the other side was adamant. It was done by the internet, and they can't undo it. Isn't that a crock of shit? What can't be withdrawn? It's obvious that you don't want to withdraw. The relevant authorities are willing to take money to take it down, just like those celebrities. But all the online platforms are unanimous in saying that they can't take it down. Successive increases in money can't be withdrawn. This is going to piss off the people in the relevant departments. The heads of all online platforms are also suffering in their hearts. Just now, they all received a call from the mysterious boss at the same time. The boss told them in no uncertain terms that anyone who dared to take down the hot topic of school scandals for a fee would be out of the picture. Don't look at them as ostensibly the person in charge of the platform, but they are actually just part-timers. That mystery owner is the one who owns these online platforms. So, after getting the order, no matter how big an official came, they all refused. Just when they thought the platform would be suppressed, the mysterious boss called again. Let them run their business with confidence that no one will invite them to tea or find fault with them. With the words of the mysterious boss, everyone had taken a peace of mind, so the refusal was a justified one. It also made them raise their eyebrows after years of giving money just to be grandchildren. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang and the others had finished playing volleyball and were about to go eat dinner when they only saw that the school scandal had gotten very hot. The number of commenters has risen to more than 3 million from the previous 700,000. This heat, it's unprecedented. Honey, this heat is a record breaker. By all rights, the relevant authorities should have responded already. Even if we don't delete the hot search, we have to lower the heat. But at this point, there's no point in stopping it. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, "Wife, no matter what the reason is, the longer this hot search lasts, the greater the impact on the school's reputation. This too, but I always felt that something was wrong. After all, the university is state-run, and the relevant authorities can't possibly ignore it." But now, Yiling Shuang was in the entertainment industry, so she knew the hot search very well. With one call from the relevant authorities, all platforms will reduce the heat of the hot search even if they don't delete the content of the hot search. Even, the authorities will get all the contact information of the person who posted it from the platform. They will personally contact the person who posted it to remove the content. But right now, all of Su Shan's cell phones were very quiet, not to mention a phone call or even a text message. This one is just bizarre. Jiang Chen frowned at Yiling Shuang's reminder. Silence fell as he watched the comments on the hotspot go side to side and calling the school head shameless. Why is everyone so hardened? He could never have imagined that the bosses behind the major platforms were all the same person, all received the same orders, and even took care of the relevant departments. However, Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think about it, lest he add to his troubles. A few people left the house and were about to drive the rented car to dinner when they saw a middle-aged man standing by the side of their rented car, looking left and right with an anxious face. Jiang Chen recognized that this person was the president of Hangzhou University, Long Jiqiang. "Honey, it's supposed to come to you." Yiling Shuang took Jiang Chen's hand and reminded him. "Ignore him." The words fell out of his mouth, and he strutted toward the car. Long Jiqiang saw Jiang Chen and greeted him with an apologetic face. "Mr. Jiang Chen, I know it's very presumptuous of me to come here to block you, but can you give me half an hour?" Jiang Chen glanced at Long Jiqiang. The top of Long Jiqiang's head was already bald, and at this time, his eyes were wearing gold-rimmed glasses, which looked really distinctive. "Headmaster, I'm busy, I don't have that much time to talk to you." People like Long Jiqiang are egoists. Jiang Chen's tone was very cold. He didn't want to bother. "Student Jiang Chen, I know that this matter is very excessive for you. I'm here to apologize on behalf of the school. Please forgive our school. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer for nothing. I will pursue this matter to the end." Jiang Chen glanced at Long Jiqiang and laughed coldly. "Pursuing responsibility? You, aren't you the one who makes the rules? What's the big tale you're pretending to be, a thief crying out to catch a thief?" Jiang Chen's words were filled with disdain, causing Long Jiqiang's old face to blush. Yeah, the decision to punish Jiang Chen was his. After all, it wouldn't be the first time that a student had been discouraged from such a thing. After a moment of silence, Long Jiqiang said with a smile, "Fellow student Jiang Chen, as long as you help us delete the hot search and help put in a few good words, we can recruit you to work at my school right after you graduate from college, with $1 million a year." Hearing Long Jiqiang's promise, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. "Blank check, you're playing it very well. Do you really treat me like a 3-year-old? Mr. Jiang Chen, I really sincerely request you to delete the post. Today, the posts are still there, and it's having a big impact on the school." Lung panicked. Universities are already reforming. Nobody wants to invest in schools, because it's too much of a loss. Now, he has not even found his investor yet, and he has made such a big fuss, which is really very unfavorable to the school. Seeing that Long Jiqiang was only thinking about the school's reputation and didn't have a little bit of explanation for Yao Yuanxiang's matter, Jiang Chen was a man who was used to being overbearing. Wouldn't even think what Yao Yuanxiang did was that serious. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen said coldly, "My great principal, you know that reputation is important when your scandals are on the hot seat, so you know that you're in a hurry. Don't you ever wonder what it is that puts you guys on the hot seat?" Long Jiqiang fell silent when he heard Jiang Chen's words. He never, from the beginning, thought of reviewing his school. What he wanted was for Jiang Chen to delete the article. As soon as the article is deleted, then the hot search will disappear of its own accord. The hot search disappeared. Yao Yuanxiang's matter, that is an internal matter. When the time comes, each penalty a cup on the line. But at this point, Jiang Chen is chasing after Yao Yuanxiang's incident. "Student Jiang Chen, I know my colleague's remarks were inappropriate, but don't worry, we'll pursue this matter to the end. Now, I'm hoping you'll look at the big picture and help delete the article and help send out a statement that we've reached a settlement." Jiang Chen felt speechless. Just inappropriate remarks? When he finished speaking, he saw that Long Jiqiang didn't follow up. This guy, he seemed to be a very domineering master before. Looking at Long Jiqiang for a moment, Jiang Chen knew there was no way to talk about it. Can't help but laugh since this guy wants the article deleted so badly and says he wants to reconcile. How do we reconcile? Arch-Chancellor? You're selling power. And now you think I'm the one who's getting hurt? You're wrong. It's millions of students who are being hurt today. because there's no guarantee that this will happen to themselves in the future. After saying that, Jiang Chen shook his head once again when he saw Long Jiqiang staring blankly at himself, still not comprehending the meaning of the words, not bothering to say more. He turned his head to Yi Lingshuang and said, "Wife, let's go." Yi Lingshuang nodded and drilled into the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. She had thought that Long Jiqiang had come over with some solution. "I didn't expect that. Just this?" Jiang Chen also got into the car and was ready to leave when Long Jiqiang's voice came from his ear. "Mr. Jiang Chen, please take the big picture into consideration and delete the article. We can make amends for you?" Jiang Chen didn't expect that there was such a tawdry operation. Compensation? You know how to make amends when things go wrong, don't you? Instead of thinking of solving Yao Yuanxiang, he came to bribe him. "It's really interesting." Jiang Chen looked at Long Jiqiang with a smile and asked, "Principal Long, how much money can you come up with for me to delete the post?" Seeing the play with money, Long Jiqiang began to be arrogant. "Name your price, Principal Long. You're looking at the wrong person. I don't lack money, and I won't settle with you," Jiang Chen said indifferently, then closed the car door and told Su Shan to drive away. Long Jiqiang was in a hurry. Hurriedly, he also drove to catch up. In the car, Yi Lingshuang curiously asked Jiang Chen, "Hubby, what are you going to do?" "Honey, it's out of our hands if we record and send it out. What happens to HCMU all depends on its creation," Jiang Chen said with a serious face. "Yes, this recording came out, and it's not going to be kind, and it's not up to him, it's up to the internet. Now, it is Yao Yuanxiang who is bullying people. The people who eat melons hate the kind of people in power who bully others. If Yao Yuanxiang doesn't come forward, doesn't clear up the fabricated evidence, and isn't penalized, the stain on Hangzhou University will never be washed away. So, nowadays, Jiang Chen felt that he didn't need to do anything but just watch the show." Long Jiqiang's heart was very uncomfortable when he saw that Jiang Chen was indifferent despite all his lowly pleas. As a big cadre, when have you ever been so low to people? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became as he drove his car behind Jiang Chen and the others. Just then, the cell phone rang. "It's a leader's number." "Old Dragon, where are you?" the leader asked with concern, and Long Jiqiang spat out all the things that had hit the wall on this side. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone and said, "Old Dragon, you're starting from the wrong place, and you want to use money to ask him to delete the post. Don't you know that his girlfriend is now a $10 billion man? You think he'll go for your money?" Hearing this, Long Jiqiang hurriedly said, "Leader, then do you have any good suggestions? Today, the university is all messed up. There's a whole bunch of netizens gathered at the door. I'm afraid things are going to get worse." The leader on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and said, "Old Dragon, this matter is your school's fault. I think, let old Yao go apologize to him. Does apologizing really help? And you know that old Yao, that man, will never admit a mistake. Useful or not, shouldn't he be there as a party?" The man on the other end of the phone got a little angry. "I can tell you, this matter has alarmed the top. We can't even suppress the hot search, let alone order the website to delete the article. Even the department above us is not allowed to intervene in our department. I have a vague feeling that there are big names behind this. If you guys don't want Hangzhou University to decline like this, you have to think of a good way for me to solve this matter perfectly." Long Jiqiang's face changed drastically. What kind of existence is that up there in the Ministry of Education? If it's true that there's someone with more energy backing it up, that person has too much energy. Long Jiqiang looked fearful. "Leader, are you saying that there's a big shot behind this Jiang Chen?" "I don't know, but this is a matter that is taken very seriously by the higher-ups, and I hope that your school will be able to resolve it. None of us want, having only just reformed, your university to close down. When it comes to reform, Long has a mouthful. In the old days, with the state supporting the school and the school spending money, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. When that's not enough, you go to the state for funding. Now that there is no more state support, he has to be careful in counting every expense that goes out for fear that it will not be enough. Although, the state has given them billions at a time before the reform. But this money, where is it enough? If they don't find an investor in the next 2 months, they'll run out of money for the university." However, even though he spat, nowadays he knew that it was better to settle Jiang Chen here first. So, immediately called Yao Yuanxiang. At first, Yao Yuanxiang didn't want to come and apologize to Jiang Chen, but Long Jiqiang threatened him with his future, so he had to come over unwillingly. Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang, and the others chose a nice hotel box and sat down. The food had just been served when Long Jiqiang walked in with a reluctant Yao Yuanxiang. When Long Jiqiang saw Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang frowning, he first froze, then said smilingly, "Student Jiang Chen, I'm very sorry to bother you again. I Jiang Chen was offended. Principal Long, you're also a scholar. Why did you come if you knew it was rude? Long Jiqiang's face was unpleasant. However, as a higher power, his city was extremely deep. This, coupled with what the leader had just said to him, made him memorize it. The university has just been reformed, and if they don't handle this matter well, they could be the first 985 university to go bankrupt. He, for one, can't really afford to lose that face. Mr. Jiang Chen, I've brought old Yao here. I hope you can forgive him for his previous behavior. Forgiveness? Jiang Chen looked at the reluctant Yao Yuanxiang and stood up violently, saying coldly, Principal Long, do you know what he did? He fabricated evidence. He broke the law. You know? You're actually waltzing in here with him at this point, asking me to forgive him? He broke the law. Shouldn't the disciplinary department take him under control and set up an investigation team? Called here at this time to show your might, to threaten me, to make me know what to do? Yao Yuanxiang's face paled in fear when he heard Jiang Chen's words. He had thought that Jiang Chen didn't understand this. I didn't realize that Jiang Chen knew the process. Indeed, if it were an ordinary person, he would have been taken away for investigation. But he's not just anyone. He was the vice principal of a major academic institution with connections that knew no bounds, and that's why he wasn't taken. He stepped forward and coldly said to Jiang Chen, I've already come here ready to apologize to you. What more do you want? Could it be that you still want me to kneel to you? Hearing Yao Yuanxiang's unconvincing words, Jiang Chen was also offended. You've broken the law, and at this point you actually want to morally kidnap me? I should really record your mouth and send it to the internet. Jiang Chen's voice had just fallen, when Su Shan's voice came from his ear. Brother-in-law, I've long been on a live broadcast, and the images of them just now have already been recorded in. A lot of internet users are watching him today. Holy shit. Jiang Chen did not expect that Su Shan had actually gone live, and the whole person was dizzy. Still, the heart wants to say, well done. Yao Yuanxiang and Long Jiqiang's two faces changed in fear when they heard that Su Shan had actually gone live. Yao Yuanxiang wanted to come over and grab the phone, but Yiling took a step ahead of him, clasped Yao Yuanxiang's hand, and coldly asked, Principal Yao, what do you want to do? Yao Yuanxiang looked at his hand being tightly clasped by Yiling, unable to break free, and hurriedly said, she violated my portrait rights. What likeness rights? You're a public official. All the people have the right to monitor your every move and behavior. If you feel that your privacy has been invaded, please resign from public office first. When these words from Yiling came, both Long Jiqiang and Yao Yuanxiang were confused. At this moment, they remembered that Yiling was a senior student of Kyoto University. Although he has been making albums and acting from time to time, his studies have not been delayed. Such a genius with two minds. Why did they think, before, that the two were so easy to bully? How bad can one's IQ and reflexes be if they can get into a top university like Kyoto? At this moment, the two of them regretted that they were too impulsive. The melon eaters in the live broadcast room heard Yiling refutation, and stars appeared in their eyes. At this moment, they truly realized that Yiling wasn't an embroidered pillow, but was truly capable. Also, that backhanded clasp of Yao Yuanxiang's wrist just now was a 1-2 punch. Definitely a practitioner. A lot of black people originally did not have a good feeling towards Yiling to come, but because of this refutation, disliking the two principals speechless, and the means of controlling Yao Yuanxiang just now, they felt as if they had hacked the wrong person. Such a good actor with face, talent and acting skills should be respected and should not be black. Yiling fans were thrilled to see two big names being disliked and scandalized. Sister, you're right. I'm with you. These two educated old rascals should get out. It's an abomination that two old rascals broke the law and no one took them away. Su Shan's live room. More and more people came in. Yao Yuanxiang and Luo Jiqiang both had uncomfortable faces. All want to escape from here, but it's still live at this point. In the morning, Yao Yuanxiang did not dare to face the reporter's camera and fled directly. If we run away again this time, we're sure to be in the hot seat again. Long Jiqiang stepped forward and said with an apologetic face, Student Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, just now old Yao got agitated. I apologize to you on his behalf. Jiang Chen tilted his head, looking at Long Jiqiang curiously, and asked, Principal Long, you're going to suffer for Yao Yuanxiang even for the sins he committed? Or are you not going to pursue this? Jiang Chen's words came through, tickling the air out of the netizens' hearts. Yao Yuanxiang, being in a high position, abused his power to bully people and fabricated lies to expel students, which is inherently bad in nature. In the past, I'm sure it wasn't done too often, and at this point, it was protected by Long Jiqiang. All the netizens had fire in their hearts and spoke up to accuse the two of being shameless. Long Jiqiang saw that Jiang Chen was unforgiving, and even drew the fire to him, and was being broadcast live. So he was in a dilemma. Seeing the two men in a difficult position, Jiang Chen said coldly, "Principal Long, please understand. This is a matter that is no longer personal to me, but to the average school child in the country. Everyone is very afraid that what happened to me today will happen to them. What if it does happen and it's not on the hot seat? We studied hard for 13 years to get into the university of our choice. Can you imagine the joy in the hearts of ordinary people who raise their families to produce a college student? But, can you imagine how they must have felt to have their joy taken away from them, before their joy had passed, by the abuse of power by those of you in power? I want you to think hard about what to tell the nation and what to do to make future students trust Hangzhou University. A university that has no students will only be a thing of the past if it is a good university." Long Jiqian looked at Jiang Chen dumbfounded. At this moment, he really wanted to yell, "Who are you to command me to do something?" However, in the end, he didn't dare to say it because it was on the air at the moment. "Let's go. And please don't come back. I really can't help you guys." Long Jiqiang and Yao Yuanxiang gave Jiang Chen a vicious look before they left unwillingly. The two are gone. Yiling Shuang and Jiang Chen and the others resumed their normal meals. Suddenly, a cell phone ringing broke the silence of the box. Yiling Shuang picked up her cell phone. It was a call from the person she had sent to acquire Green Ivy Academy. Upon answering, a frustrated man's voice came from inside. "Mr. Yi, Qingting's side is not willing to be acquired, but it can take shares. However, it's a very small percentage and doesn't give us the right to run it, so I didn't talk about it." Yiling Shuang didn't expect that it would actually turn out this way, but, after thinking about it, it seems justifiable. After all, Cygnus University was supposed to be private, and now that it makes a profit every year, there's no need to sell out. Just as she wanted to hang up the phone, she only heard the man's voice come again. "But, Mr. Yi, I just got some good news." Yiling Shuang asked curiously, "What news?" The person on the other end of the phone didn't sell out and said directly, "Mr. Yi, nowadays public universities are being reformed. The state has taken 985 universities and separated them, and no longer allocates money to support them, so that they are self-run and profit and loss. As you know, these prestigious universities spend billions and billions of dollars every year, so the schools simply don't have the ability to run their own operations. Now, the heads of 985 universities are looking for investors to run the business together. I think that this is an opportunity. If we invest our money in 985 universities and become shareholders, that's certainly much better than investing in private universities." Yiling Shuang's eyes lit up. "Yeah, 985 universities, whether it is the quality of teaching, or laboratory equipment and instruments, are too much better than private universities. Tell me, what are some of these universities that have come out on their own? Which others are in need of human investment today?" The person on the phone smiled and said, "Hangzhou University, where Mr. Jiang is from, is in a great hurry for someone to invest." Yiling Shuang's eyes lit up as she instantly understood the meaning of this person on the phone in seconds. "Are you saying that you want me to buy equity in Hangzhou University and become a shareholder?" "Yes." Yiling Shuang was silent for a while and asked somewhat nervously, "To become a shareholder of Hangzhou University, you need quite a lot of money, right?" "That's for sure. With your $20 billion, you might only get a little." Yiling Shuang hung up the phone and looked over at Jiang Chen, saying with an apologetic face, "Hubby, the conditions given by Qingting's side, they're not very good. They're only giving out a little bit of their shares, and they're not letting us get involved in the business. Honey, since that's not going to work, let's go to another one." Speaking here, remembering what Yiling Shuang had just said about shareholders in Hangzhou University, he asked suspiciously, "Wife, just now you mentioned Hangzhou University and said something about shareholders. What's going on?" Yiling Shuang was a bit embarrassed. "Hangtown University, that's a 985 university, not to mention having several campuses. But even if she purchased the main campus, she would only be able to buy 10% of the equity with her $20 billion. With this amount of money, it's not realistic to control Hangzhou University." However, she still told Jiang Chen about the news she had gotten. Jiang Chen's two eyes lit up. Has HCMU become private? Still looking for investors? He thought, this investor is not him. Honey, since Hangzhou University is looking for someone to invest in it, let's acquire it. I'll be the principal myself. Fire all those people and reintroduce good teachers from home and abroad. Yiling Shuang was stunned. After being stunned, he said awkwardly, "Hubby, Hangzhou University has several campuses, each of which is worth tens or hundreds of billions of dollars. Altogether, how can it reach over 500 billion? We don't have that kind of money, do we? Honey, don't worry about the money. I have money." Yi Lingshuang naturally didn't believe it, but still said, hubby, this is over $500 billion. I know, you know? Yi Lingshuang thought that Jiang Chen's head was a bit spinning because of this, so she couldn't help but stand up. Walking over to Jiang Chen's side, she said gently, hubby, I know you want to punish those people severely, but let's wait, okay? Your wife I'll work hard to make money, and when the time comes, I'll buy Hangzhou University. You're the principal. You can do whatever you want with them. Honey, I have money. As Jiang Chen spoke, he saw Yi Lingshuang looking at him with a worried face. Jiang Chen knew that Yi Lingshuang didn't believe he had money. Sighing with an apologetic face, he said, honey, I actually lied to you. What are you lying to me about? Yi Lingshuang asked curiously. I'm actually a trillionaire. I never told you that before, Jiang Chen said weakly, squinting his eyes and still sneaking a look at Yi Lingshuang. Only Yi Lingshuang looked at him dumbfounded. Trillionaire? Yi Lingshuang's voice elevated several times. Dumbfounded. He looked at Jiang Chen for a moment with a worried expression. Gnashing her shell teeth lightly for a moment, she still reached her hand over and touched Jiang Chen's forehead. Honey, you're not sick. Why are you talking nonsense? Su Shan was also a little worried on the side. Jiang Chen, some of what he said just now was a little bit out of the ordinary. She walked over to Yi Lingshuang's side and asked with concern, brother-in-law, have you been stimulated by something? Trillionaire? Do you know how much this is? Jiang Chen laughed bitterly. This time, he knew that if he didn't reveal his family's background, then Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan would definitely not believe it. So, taking his cell phone out, he opened the mobile banking and handed it to Yi Lingshuang. See for yourselves. Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan both half-heartedly took the cell phone and looked at it. It's just a lot of numbers on the balance. The two couldn't help but count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Sis, it's 13 figures. Su Shan was shocked. That's too much. Is it really trillions? Jiang Chen, is he really a trillionaire? It's not, is it? Yi Lingshuang was also confused on the side. Jiang Chen took her shopping before military training. Didn't he say he couldn't afford to pay for a $590,000 bag? How did you get so much money all of a sudden? Honey, these numbers, did you pee? You're teasing us, aren't you? It was Yi Lingshuang's voice. Jiang Chen, who grew up bitter. A pair of Hongxing'er sneakers can be worn from elementary school to the end of middle school. Even if the shoes are a little out of place, they are still worn all the time and you can't afford to buy new ones. The shoes were not retired until she secretly scratched them with a knife and bought a new pair for Jiang Chen. Just a guy who grew up without a $10 bill on him. And at this point he's telling her he's a trillionaire? It killed her to believe it. Seeing that both women didn't believe it, Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and pressed the button for the box to call the waiter. Soon the waiter came along. Hello sir, how may I help you? Go get the credit card machine and check us out. Yes. The waiter turned and left. Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan were both in a fog. Not knowing what Jiang Chen wanted to do, the waiter brought the POS machine. Jiang Chen took out his bank card and directly swiped $70,000. The deduction was successful, and a text message came from the cell phone Yi Lingshuang was holding in her hand. ICBC, your bank card with tail number 0074 has been successfully paid 79,800 renminbi on September 15, 2021 at 19:33 hours. You have $2,020,985,766 left in your current balance. Yi Lingshuang's entire body was confused when she saw this text message. Is it true? Is Jiang Chen really a trillionaire? In order to verify the authenticity, Yi Lingshuang exited the bank app and opened it again. Sure enough, the balance changed as well. Exactly the same number as the text message. Yi Lingshuang's entire body was stunned. The man who usually can't even afford a pair of shoes is a trillionaire? Su Shan was stunned when she looked at the balance change and then at the content of the text message. Jiang Chen, actually so rich. Trillions. The richest man in the world may not even have as much as Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen's is still cash. Jiang Chen saw Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan's surprised expressions on the side, and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, now, you guys believe what I said, right? The two nodded their heads vigorously. Jiang Chen was satisfied and said with a smile, so, can we go and acquire Hangzhou University? Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan both looked at me and I looked at you. Jiang Chen, is he really going to acquire Hangzhou University and become the youngest president of Hangzhou University? Seeing Jiang Chen's excited face, hating to become the principal, Yi Lingshuang laughed and said, hubby, even though Hangzhou University is said to have been turned into a private institution, it's not that simple to acquire it. Why? Aren't they looking for investors? Jiang Chen asked with some confusion. Honey, it says it's looking for investors, but it's a 985 university and still under state control today. Even if we were to give it to an outside operator, it would be carefully selected. Not just anyone can take over. There's still some planning we have to do if we want to buy it, and we have to make sure the university continues to operate well. Speaking here, Yi Lingshuang was silent for a moment and said again, maybe we still have to make sure that we can't let people from abroad take shares. Yi Lingshang's words, Jiang Chen understood. Hangtown University, that's state property. Even if it is allowed to stand on its own, foreigners should not be allowed to get their hands on it, and the university must be kept well run. Honey, none of this is hard. Just put out a planner. Yi Lingshuang nodded. Then we'll go back and write a plan. You write out what you want to do in your heart. Su Shan heard Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's conversation on the side, and cocked her head to Yi Lingshuang and asked, Sister, this university is owned by the state, so the money for the purchase, is it going to be given to the state or to those leaders of the school? Yi Lingshuang's beautiful eyes were wide open. Ryoko burst out laughing. Shan, the university is owned by the state. The money must have been given to the state, the head of the school. They're just running it for them, just like the company. The owner doesn't have the time to hire someone competent to manage the same. So the money goes into the treasury. The money, it has nothing to do with the administrators of the school. Like this? Su Shan said thoughtfully. In that case, if you want to buy all of its equity, you can only go and talk to the people in the education bureau? Yes, it can only be talked about at the school board. Yi Lingshuang said here, silent for a moment, and said again, however, nowadays, the wind has not been released about the university reform, and if we go over there rashly, people may not receive us. If we deny it, we won't be able to acquire it. Su Shan and Jiang Chen fell silent. Indeed, today, the authorities are doing it on the sly. And that means they don't want the outside world to know yet. Honey, you can't go and ask, but it's okay to try. Let's just post some articles on the internet and put it on the hot seat, and see how the relevant departments are doing. If there's no denial or the response is ambiguous, let's go to the school board and talk to the people in charge about the takeover. I don't think they'll say no then. After all, college, that's a lot of money, and it's not that easy to find investors. Jiang Chen nodded. Wife, that would be a pleasure. When Su Shan saw that Jiang Chen hadn't ordered her to do anything, her big eyes cooed as she looked at Jiang Chen. What about me, brother-in-law? Assign me something to do, too. Yi Lingshuang laughed and said, you'll just write the planner with me. The two women divided up the labor, and Jiang Chen became the idler. At this moment, he thought, sibling love is also very good. The wife does everything and just enjoys the results herself. With a plan in place, dinner for a few was over quickly. Jiang Chen's house is too small to go back. A few people had to go to a hotel and get a presidential suite so they could do their business. Jiang Chen had wanted to be busy with Yi Lingshuang, but Yi Lingshuang had refused. Honey, you go rest. I'll just do it with Sam. Seeing Yi Lingshuang take everything on, his heart was touched. This wife, she's so sweet. Wife, you guys worked hard then. I'll get you a late night snack later. Yi Lingshuang smiled faintly. Yes. Jiang Chen didn't go to his room, but was on the side, picking up his phone to read the comments on the hot search. Yao Yuanshan's approach had already aroused the discontent of many people. Today, because of Su Shan's live broadcast again, he saw the faces of Long Jiqiang and Yao Yuanshan, and the discussion was almost one-sided. Jiang Chen looked at the heat, and it had already gone up to 100 million. And the comments are already in the millions. It's really strange. Even if it's independent, isn't there any pressure from above? Jiang Chen was incomparably curious. Whether it's on Earth, or in this parallel world, this kind of thing, the official must have stepped in. But today, there's no movement at all. After flipping through for a while, Jiang Chen only saw the articles posted by both Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan. Of course, that's for someone else to post. The content of the article says that there are several reforms in universities today that have been converted to individual or corporate operations, and HCMU is one of them. Today, outside investors are being approached, as long as someone is willing to take over. The article is loaded with questions. After all, today they don't know how long the people above them are going to keep this news from them. Also, they don't know if sending it out at this point will touch a sensitive line, so they're just testing the waters. It was already a hit with the school, coupled with the fact that nowadays it is said that Hangzhou University is going to become private. The article quickly hit the hot seat. Many of the melon people have AIT the relevant departments, asking if it is true. Jiang Chen had thought that the relevant departments would not respond to the time, only to see the official direct answer. And, no shade, today, the state does use 5 major universities to pilot the reform. University reform, after all, has been very successful abroad. Privatization is something that a developed country has to go through. And, officially, there are a lot of reasons why. Today, state-run universities, even ordinary second-level ones, need to spend a minimum of more than $3 to $5 billion a year. Key universities are even more exaggerated, bottom out at $10 billion a year. The amount of money spent each year inside all universities is astronomical. That's why the Ministry of Finance decided to let the 5 universities try it out first, and use the extra money each year to build the country and improve the livelihood security of its citizens. Jiang Chen was really surprised and happy when he saw this reply. Honey, did you see the hot search? It has responded. We can just go to the school board to talk about the acquisition. Yi Lingshuang was still writing the planner, and when she heard Jiang Chen's words, she immediately picked up her cell phone to look at it. Sure enough, I saw the authority answer positively, having already gotten the definitive information. Yi Lingshuang had an excited face. With the answer from the authority, it means that Hangzhou University, they can acquire it with honor. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang had a good breakfast. Honey, let's go now. Jiang Chen took Yi Lingshuang's hand and said with a smile, Hubby, is all your money coming from the right sources? Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen with a serious face. Today, everything is ready. As long as there was no problem with Jiang Chen's money coming in, then the acquisition of Hangzhou University, that was the nail in the coffin. However, Jiang Chen, an 18-year-old, actually had $2 trillion in cash. This really had to make people suspicious. Honey, don't worry, every dollar is clean. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. At that time, the system had already said that every single dollar he spent, which was recorded, was still legal. I don't know in what way it was called, but it was definitely not a problem. Aha! Yi Lingshuang didn't understand how Jiang Chen got his money though, but Jiang Chen could guarantee it so well, so she didn't ask. The two of them took the car driven by Su Shan and arrived in the education bureau. The person in charge, it's still really hard to wait, waited over 2 hours for the person in charge to come. Mr. Jiang Chen, are you sure you're right that you want to acquire the operating stake of Hangzhou University? A middle-aged man with a big belly, sitting opposite Jiang Chen, asked with a surprised look on his face. Nowadays, Jiang Chen was a celebrity. One man has turned Hangzhou University upside down. It's almost as good as the Monkey King making a scene in the Heavenly Palace back in the day. However, unlike the Monkey King, at that time, the Monkey King had no background and was suppressed. And behind Jiang Chen, there seems to be a background that makes the top not say a word. Now that the university has gotten a bad reputation, it has come back to buy out the university. Is this a sign from a higher power? Or is it just a coincidence? So at this point, the man served carefully. Since we're here, it's certainly no joke. Why don't you quote the price? I'm hoping to finalize the acquisition today. The man was shocked in his heart at Jiang Chen's display of wealth and generosity. Is this the big guy? So broad. No wonder it put Long Jiqiang in a state of disgrace and disrepute. Sure has personality. Mr. Jiang Chen, although it is said that, nowadays, in the reform, but there is no thought that someone can buy it with full capital. After all, HCMU is worth 500 billion. Jiang Chen heard the meaning in the man's words. Today's key universities, they lose money year after year. So they didn't even think that someone would wholly buy them out. So thinking of releasing a bit of equity and we'll all share in the business. Then please contact the leaders and tell them that I want to purchase it at full cost. I don't like the idea of having some minority shareholders yakking around in the background and affecting my ability to run my business. The man heard that Jiang Chen didn't want anyone gabbing in the background, including them, the functionaries. He smiled awkwardly and then went to contact the leaders above him. Hangzhou University, which draws tens of billions of dollars in subsidies from the treasury every year, has long strained its finances. Now, since Jiang Chen had come up with hundreds of billions of dollars to buy it, what reason did they have not to? With such a large investment, it was difficult for Jiang Chen not to run the business properly. After all, $500 billion costs. If you want to return the $500 billion to the capital, then you have to play a 12-minute business. Otherwise, even if it is 100 years, or even 1,000 years, you may not be able to return to the capital. So, the request was granted directly from above. In the future, Hangzhou University would be Jiang Chen's. Mr. Jiang Chen, this is the agreement. Read it. If there's no problem, make the payment and we'll get you started right away. The man took out an agreement and showed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at the agreement. Sure enough, it's a fucking dumping protocol. After all, college is just too much of a loss. With tens of billions of dollars a year, these people are deeply afraid that he won't be able to run the business and return the school again. Also, there are some patriotic agreements in there. As Yi Lingshuang said, Jiang Chen could pull in as many investments as he wanted. These investors, however, must be nationals of their own country and have paid more than $2 billion in taxes every year in their country. If not, one cannot invest as a shareholder in a school. In other words, Jiang Chen was not allowed to join a foreign country in the future, or else the state would take back this university. The conditions, unusually harsh. When the man saw Jiang Chen reading the documents carefully, his brows sometimes frowning and sometimes stretching, he said carefully, "Student Jiang Chen, these are the most basic bottom lines. If you don't agree to one of these, we can't trade." Jiang Chen handed the document to Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang looked at it, and it was just as she said. Foreign investment must not be allowed to get its hands on it. After continuing to look at it for a while, he nodded and said, "Honey, we won't do anything to sell out the country, so this agreement may seem harsh, but it's only for those who want to escape." Yi Lingshuang was very open-minded, but thinking of Jiang Chen being so bullied by Yao Yuanxiang, he said seriously to the man, "This agreement is fine, but before signing, we have a request here. Ms. Yi, please, Yao Yuanxiang must be dealt with. Also, you are not to interfere with all staff movements at the school." The man's face paled. Now, he knew what Yi Lingshuang meant by her words. Hangtown University, with its many problems, Jiang Chen, needs to be reorganized. After a moment of silence, and thinking about what Yao Yuanxiang had done, he said, "The school is already yours, and the personnel will be deployed as you wish. If anyone is not convinced, we'll help deal with it." As a functionary, he also knows where his duties lie. Plus, just now, the higher-ups had already said that they would fully cooperate with Jiang Chen. It's a small thing, so of course I have to say yes. After all, Jiang Chen is real money spent 500 billion. Yi Lingshuang saw that the man agreed and said again, "We hope that the functional departments will pursue the responsibility for Yao Yuanxiang's violation of the law, investigate it, and then sentence him according to the relevant laws. Ms. Yi, you should know that what the school should need at this time is to restore calm. If this thing is done, then..." The man didn't finish his words before Jiang Chen interrupted. "After I took over the school, the commotion I made was much bigger than the incident of shutting down a vice principal, so you don't have to worry. You just have to follow the law." The man doesn't say much more. Jiang Chen, it's not a fierce dragon but a river. From the information released by the leaders at the top, Jiang Chen really did have a background, so he agreed to Jiang Chen's request. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and directly sent $500 billion to the functionaries' accounts through a special channel. The man didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so forthcoming. "Student Jiang Chen, the relevant documents will be ready in an hour. Why don't we go get some lunch and just wait until we get back?" Jiang Chen was surprised to hear that it was done so quickly. After a few moments of silence, it occurred to him that he had already spent $500 billion out, so he had to replenish his blood. Turning to the man with a smile, he said, "You just make the owner of the school my wife." The man was flabbergasted. A university worth $500 billion is actually given to Yi Lingshuang? That's too good to be true. "Husband." Yi Lingshuang walked to Jiang Chen's side, took Jiang Chen's hand, and said in a moved voice, "I don't need such a university. Honey, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. This college, it's kind of my bride price for you. Honey, this is too much." Yi Lingshuang lowered her head. Her heart was warm. At first, she gave Jiang Chen's parents $10 billion as a dowry. Jiang Chen's parents don't want it. Now, Jiang Chen actually gave $500 billion as a bride price. This means that Jiang Chen is not only sincere to her, but also loves her very much. The man was off to the side when he heard that Jiang Chen had given a bride price of $500 billion. "I really want to know how much money Jiang Chen has. Why so ho? $500 billion. That's a year's income for a small country." Jiang Chen didn't care how shocked the man was and said with a smile, "Trouble." The man didn't nag anymore and instructed the men to get on with it. "Sir Jiang Chen, it will still take some time until the relevant documents are done. Let's go have a meal together and familiarize ourselves." Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse the man's words. In the future, when he is in the university, he will inevitably have to deal with these functionaries. So, a few people went to the best hotel for a meal together. "Prince Jiang Chen, what about in the future? If you have any difficulties, you can contact me at any time." Jiang Chen's bravado had completely bowled the man over. 500 billion as a bride price. Who else is there in this world? Who else can be so grandiose? Hearing the man's righteous words, Jiang Chen just smiled. A meal was over and the paperwork there was done. Jiang Chen's heart was satisfied as he watched the school's holder had changed to Yi Lingshuang's name. When he was ready to accept the 100-fold reward given by the system, he only found that there was actually no system voice in his head. "System, are you awake or not? Where's my 100-fold reward?" Jiang Chen's words had just fallen when the system's grumpy voice came. Host, you take me for a fool? You take money for your wife and then you want to get 100 times the reward? You're cheating. Cheating, you know? Believe me when I confiscate everything you own? The system suddenly became very cranky, making Jiang Chen a bit confused. System, are you on your period? Why are you getting so cranky? Host, you're not doing your job. I give you access to the system and you don't even use it. And you want me to smile and talk to you? Jiang Chen was stunned. I can't believe I'm disliked even if I don't use system skills? Host, I gave you the fate modifier in the hopes that you would be a little ambitious. Be of the spirit of those who obey me and those who oppose me. Yao Yuanxiang, so falsely accusing you. You actually don't revise his fate and turn him into a gutter rat. Everyone shouting at him? Long Jiqiang is harboring Yao Yuanxiang, and you're actually reasoning with him? You're not naive enough to think that justice, though it may be late, will not be absent. Are you? Host, I think you, really, should make good use of the skills I've given you. Will you stop thinking about making money? With all the money you have, you could buy a small country today and be king yourself. The system was spitting madly. Jiang Chen was so dizzy. It's a system where emotions are really big. Guess I can't ask this guy later. Host, do you know what I live by as a system? Jiang Chen was puzzled. System, what do you live on? Fuck your desires. The more times you use the skills I give you, the more I live. Nowadays, you have no desire at all. You can count the number of times you've used it on one finger since it was activated. So how do you expect me to live? Host, you're making me desperate. Do you realize that? I've been waiting for you for 10 years. And you finally activated me. And I haven't even been happy for a few days before you forgot about me. With you like this, I might as well fall into a deep sleep and I'll come out when you're dead. Jiang Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. The system, it seems, is aggrieved. After thinking about it, he relied on the system to be able to diffuse some things. The skills given by this system are really good. So he secretly said, alright, since you're relying on my desires and relying on me to use your skills to be able to live, I'll just use the skills you gave me more often. Host, then you must remember, you can't leave me hanging again. In his head, the system's grumbling continued. Jiang Chen, however, could only choose to ignore it for the time being. At this moment, the man smiled and said to Jiang Chen, Sir Jiang Chen, all of the school's documents are all here now. Later, we'll send out a notice on the official website. Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Jiang Chen said, since my wife has become the boss of the school, then please bring a few law enforcement officers with you and go with us to arrest Yao Yuanxiang, and immediately issue a notice to open a case for investigation. I think the whole country would like to see, today, that scene come. The man doesn't nag either. Just now, he had actually consulted the above regarding the arrest of Yu Yuanxiang. The above was in favor of Jiang Chen's approach. That is, so, he contacted the relevant law enforcement authorities, got in his car, and took Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang and the others to Hangzhou University. At this point, since it was noon, it was time for student lunch. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang appeared at the school in a big way. Behind them, there were bigwigs from the Ministry of Education, and everyone was talking. Jiang Chen, what are you trying to do again? How come all these goddamned big shots are here too? Long Jiqiang, who was the principal of the school, was thrilled to know that Jiang Chen and the people from the Ministry of Education had come over. He thought that Jiang Chen had been put in his place by the Ministry of Education, and was unusually pleased in his heart. He immediately contacted the school's leaders to meet them downstairs. Bureau Zhao, you're here. With Long Jiqiang at the head, a group of people went forward and greeted the man with respectful faces. Oh old dragon. The man looked disappointed. Yesterday, it was all made so clear to Lung, and things still didn't work out and expanded. Bureau Zhao, may I ask you to come? This time? Long Jiqiang hadn't noticed the color of disappointment on the man's face at this time, and still wanted to get close. With a wave of his hand, the man walked over to Jiang Chen's side and said, President Long, Hangzhou University has been taken over by MS. Yi, you will stand down until the organization finds a suitable position and then notify. What? After hearing the man's words, Long Jiqiang's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Bureau Zhao, do you mean to say that this school has already been acquired by Yi Lingshuang? From now on, this university is owned by the couple? Me? Fired? The man nodded. It looked like the guy had woken up. However, without saying much, he took out an arrest warrant, walked over to Yao Yuanxiang, and said, Yao Yuanxiang, you are suspected of using your power for personal gain and falsely accusing students. Now that the evidence is in, please come with us. Zhao Bureau, is this some kind of misunderstanding? Yao Yuanxiang looked fearful and looked at Long Jiqiang for help. Lung kept his head down. At this moment, how dare he speak for Yao Yuanxiang? Because he's all scared shitless. Yao Yuanxiang detected Long Jiqiang's evasive gaze and instantly knew that he couldn't be relied upon. Thinking of the downfall, Yao Yuanxiang's face went white as a sheet of white paper. Now, the only thing to do was to ask the man for forgiveness, and hurriedly cried and said, Bureau Zhao, it's me who's obsessed, please, for the sake of my 15 years of dedicated work for the university, spare me once, I promise. The man interrupted Yao Yuanxiang. You give 15 years to the university so you can play with your authority and fabricate evidence to falsely accuse students? Take away. The man was cold and uncaring, instructing law enforcement officers to handcuff Yao Yuanxiang's hands. Yao Yuanxiang left in handcuffs in front of thousands of students. Looking at the departing Yao Yuanxiang, the man's eyes couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. Only Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. At this moment, he knew that the purge of Hangzhou University had just begun. Walked to Jiang Chen's side, said, Mr. Jiang Chen, we will go to file a case to investigate. Within a week there will be a result. He was sentenced is inevitable. It depends on how many cases involved. Can be sentenced to a few years? Jiang Chen nodded. He knew what the man meant by his words. The man is telling him that Yao Yuanxiang is finished. Please. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The man's approach was still quite satisfying to him. This is what our functionary should do. Man is very humble. Long Jiqiang was flustered when he saw the man talking respectfully to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen pursued the matter and dug deeper into all these years, he might have to go and be neighbors with Yao Yuanxiang as well. The man chatted with Jiang Chen for a while. Seeing Long Jiqiang looking at himself with a pale face, his heart seemed to think of something, and he said to the two law enforcement officers, take Principal Long for questioning as well. Nowadays, Jiang Chen certainly didn't feel good about the management of Hangzhou University. Therefore, he needed to help Jiang Chen purge the problems he was currently seeing. Bureau Zhao, am I going to? Long Jiqiang heart panicked a batch, really afraid of what will come. You're his immediate superior. Can you escape responsibility? The man replied seriously, and Long Jiqiang's heart felt like falling into an ice cellar. Finished. One is really and completely finished. The man did not care how Long Jiqiang's expression. Ordered people to bring people over. All the students were talking as the first and second in command of the school were all taken to the police car. This Jiang Chen, could he really be the great sage of Qitian? Not even officially in school yet, letting two big names off the hook. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Principal Long Jiqiang I haven't contacted, but Vice Principal Yao Yuanxiang recording to see. Enough to be sentenced to many years. It's just a recording. Some people are not impressed and think that this is, well, not that serious. It's so easy for you to think that Yao Yuanxiang is famous in the school. There are a lot of students that have been discouraged by Yao Yuanxiang. In the 3 years I've been enrolled, I've known 6 powerless students who got into fights with people and were talked out of it by him. And those people are still well today. The students are still talking. The man fell silent as he listened to the students. It was at this moment that he realized how serious the problem was at this school. Since it's so serious, as the head of a functional department, he has to help Jiang Chen solve it. After a moment of silence, he asked all the leaders to meet in the school conference room. And in the meantime, Jiang Chen was able to understand the situation of the school. In the conference room, the leaders and teachers of the school all arrived. The man swept his cold eyes over everyone and said, I'm sure you've already seen it on the internet. Our Hangzhou University, nowadays, has been reformed. And just now, Ms. Yilingshang has purchased the permanent right to operate the school. From now on, Ms. Yilingshang is the boss of the school. The man told what had happened from the podium. Many of the school's teachers looked at Jiang Chen with complicated faces. When Jiang Chen was first outed, they were all righteously angry and cursed Jiang Chen, wanting to drive him out. How could they not expect that Jiang Chen's wife Yilingshang had actually become their boss? This one is dangerous. While everyone had their own thoughts, the man's voice came again. Due to the fact that the former principal, Comrade Long Jiqiang, is incompetent to hold the position of the school's principal, and that such a big incident has happened, he will be allowed to rest first and wait for the investigation team's investigation. During this period, the position of principal will be temporarily held by Mr. Jiang Chen. All the teachers and leaders were confused. Jiang Chen a college have not been to come to do the president, or a 985 university president. This is not bullshit? However, people dare to be angry. Mr. Jiang Chen, is there anything you need to say? Of course I have. Jiang Chen smiled, stepped forward, took the microphone, looked at everyone, and said, everyone is no stranger to me, but I'm a stranger to everyone. Everyone didn't say a word. I haven't gotten to know this university very well yet, but in just a few days, It's already opened my eyes to a lot of issues. How it was before, I don't care. But now, my wife paid good money for the school. These things that I've seen have to be addressed. I don't allow these problems to exist. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he swept everyone around. Originally, this group of people usually flaunted their weapons and looked at everyone with slanted eyes. At this moment, they were being stared at by Jiang Chen, an 18-year-old boy, but they didn't dare to meet Jiang Chen's eyes and lowered their heads. Jiang Chen was satisfied with everyone's performance and said again, I know that some of you, your abilities are just like that, and you don't know how to improve your knowledge. Everyone could hear that Jiang Chen's eyes were full of contempt and disdain for certain people. At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice sounded again. So, I decided to spend a lot of money to hire big names in various fields from home and abroad to serve in the school and to buy the most advanced equipment from abroad to make the school better. Everyone's face changed drastically. They are all adults and are aware of the current situation at Hangzhou University. Teachers in all areas are full. Jiang Chen is going to hire domestic and foreign teachers in heavily. Then he will definitely fire some of the teachers in the school. This is the moment when everyone is at risk. If they were fired by Jiang Chen, wouldn't they be labeled as incompetent? Jiang Chen took in everyone's eyes, but didn't care. He, for one, wants the school to get better, so it's useless to keep incompetent people. Mr. Jiang Chen, then which professionals are you planning to bring in to serve in the school? A man asked weakly. Jiang Chen swept a glance at everyone and said indifferently, all subjects need to be taken. And what are you going to do about our teachers in each subject? The man asked again. It's simple. Incompetent people, step aside. Jiang Chen's merciless words came out, and everyone murmured. If they did, wouldn't the school have to bleed out? Principal Jiang, you've only just come over. How do you know which one is incompetent? Know which one can't do the job? Ha! A man said, unsatisfied. He felt that Jiang Chen was also playing with power. Jiang Chen could hear the meaning in the other party's words and couldn't help but smile. With both hands, he said lazily, I don't know, but the students do. Jiang Chen's calmness and style caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Yeah, just leave it to the judgment of the student card on this one. Teachers are good and students find what they learn useful. Then naturally they will be embraced. Everyone was silent at the thought. They didn't realize that one day their fate would actually be in the hands of their students. Seeing that everyone's faces were unnatural, Jiang Chen smiled and said, everyone, I know some people are already panicking, but please be assured that those who are leaving, I will compensate you in accordance with state regulations. All the people at this time were that mind to take compensation. Now, to be fired is to be nailed to a pillar of shame. In the future, if you want to work in this industry, people will say that this person was expelled from Hangzhou University. It's really embarrassing. At this point, they forget. Those students who are expelled from school are treated with the same colored glasses. And that fate is completely different when students finish college and when they don't. They, too, feel free to trample on the fate of others. When the meeting ended, Yilingxuan walked to Jiang Chen's side, took Jiang Chen's hand, and tenderly asked, Hubby, do we need to go abroad to contact a famous teacher next? Honey, it's the age of the internet nowadays. There's no need for fly-by-night invitations. Just send an invitation, ya. Yilingxuan was puzzled, not understanding what Jiang Chen meant. Nowadays, those teachers abroad are very condescending. 3 visits may not even be enough to invite them. And now, Jiang Chen was only thinking of sending out invitations? Seeing that Yilingxuan didn't seem to understand, he only had to say, Wife, in this world, there's no one who doesn't like money. I'll write up the salary, send it to them, and if they're interested, they'll come naturally, without me having to go to 3 different places. Yilingxuan didn't expect Jiang Chen to use money to hit a. It's so simple and brutal. When the man saw the two of them, Jiang Chen and Yilingxuan, chatting about recruiting famous teachers, he was silent for a moment before stepping forward and saying, Mr. Jiang, Miss Yi, I do have the contact information of some famous Chinese teachers and professors from abroad here. They were, at one time, all the pride of our nation, but went abroad to bleed and were kept by the high salaries abroad. We couldn't afford the salary they wanted, so we couldn't negotiate. If you guys are really willing to overpay, I'll make some contacts. Hearing what the man said, Jiang Chen smiled. People who forget their roots when they go abroad, he doesn't even want to use. Foreign countries dig the top domestic talent. Then he goes to dig the top foreign talent. It's only fair. Jiang Chen's acquisition of Hangzhou University. The relevant functionaries have already issued a notice on the internet. The netizens saw that Yilingxuan was actually the big boss, and their entire heads buzzed. Goddess, where did you get so much money? First, he acquired the equity of the company she works for, and now he's here to acquire the giant that is Hangzhou University. Filming, Is it really that lucrative? Dude, you're focusing on the wrong thing. What you should be concerned about is what happened to his husband, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was bullied by people from the school, and in a fit of rage, the goddess bought Hangzhou University to avenge her husband's death, and then drove those bullies away from him. Grooming, does the goddess have that flavor of a dominatrix? Netizens have left comments. Savor what this man said. That fucking makes sense. Jiang Chen really was too lucky. Yi Lingshuan was also too protective. To actually buy such a multi-hundred-billion-dollar university to avenge her husband's death is really trenchant. Love it, love it. At this moment, netizens envied Jiang Chen for finding such a good wife. They also wanted to have a wife like Yi Lingshuan, who wouldn't let her husband suffer a bit. Miles away, in a small island, a man who appeared to be 36 or 17 years old was sunbathing on the beach. Suddenly, a push message came from his cell phone. Curious, he opened it to look. Upon seeing the contents, a look of shock came over his face. Taking off his sunglasses, he jolted to his feet. Where did this bastard get so much money to acquire Hangzhou University? The man was none other than Jiang Chen's dad. Jiang Zhentian. Honey, what's wrong? A beautiful woman by Jiang Zhentian side curiously took the phone over. The beautiful woman was Jiang Chen's mom, Lin Susu. Lin Susu also looked incredulous when she saw the contents. $500 billion to buy Hangzhou University. This brat, with so much money, actually doesn't take the initiative to surrender it? Lin Susu said with dissatisfaction. This brat, he's really unfilial. At his wife Lin Susu's complaint, Jiang Zhentian said breathlessly, Wife, you still want your son's money? Aren't you worried that the money is not coming from the right place? What's there to worry about? Since the money was in his account and spent, that means it came in okay. Lin Susu finished frankly, and then puffed. He obviously has so much money, but actually did not say a word, and do not know to take a little filial piety to us. So ungrateful. Lin Susu's brain circuits made Jiang Zhentian cover his face in embarrassment. Wife, it's not like we lack this amount of money from him. We are not lacking, but when he has money, isn't it right to honor us? Lin Susu took off the mask on her face and said with a puff of air, Let's go. Let's go back to our country and find him to ask for money. Honey, this is not good, is it? Jiang Zhentian is a bit embarrassed. Growing up, they didn't give Jiang Chen a penny. He even used the excuse of going on a trip with no money to take all the money Jiang Chen got from tutoring. Now, it's just a few $100 billion. Going to get it again? It's too much, hubby. It takes a lot of pain to make a difference. Lin Susu said righteously. Look, we haven't given him a penny since he was a kid and he's so successful. So I decided to take all his money and see what he would become after college. Honey, that's too hard. The corners of Jiang Zhentian's mouth twitched. At this moment, his head still floated back to the time when he had taken a few $1,000s of tutoring fees from Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen's unforgiving eyes. There is also the old mother often contacted them. The New Year's Eve, Jiang Chen cannot afford to buy new clothes to wear, wearing worn-out shoes to pay New Year's greetings to the embarrassing appearance. Jiang Chen should be at an age to enjoy pleasure nowadays. But it took so much suffering. He was heartbroken. Lin Susu could see that Jiang Zhentian was heartbroken, and tenderly held Jiang Zhentian's hand, saying, Husband, you must not be soft-hearted. Today, that brat only has a few $100 billion, and he actually went to buy a university that loses money every year just for a breath of air. It's just so defeating. I think, he still doesn't know how hard it is to make money. After saying that, seeing Jiang Zhentian's bitter and reluctant face, the gentle look from earlier disappeared cleanly. The hand holding Jiang Zhentian also shook it off and said coldly, What? In this house, my words don't matter now, do they? Honey, it works. It works. Jiang Zhentian immediately compensated with a smile. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he said, Honey, should we take mom and dad back with us? Honey, it's not a good idea to take mom and dad. How is that bad? Jiang Zhentian was a bit anxious. Back then, they in order to let Jiang Chen independence. Dad and mom is also old. So Lai Jiang Chen, grandparents died. In fact, was taken abroad for treatment. Jiang Chen was crying his eyes out. It's really unforgiving. Jiang Zhentian said again. Wife, mom and dad raised Xiao Chen. Now that mom and dad's cells have recovered well, it's time to show them their big grandchildren. Plus Xiao Chen and Ling Frost are both married. Lin Susu was silent at Jiang Zhentian's suggestion. Yes, Jiang Chen's grandparents didn't die, but they were brought abroad for treatment, and high-tech was used to repair the dead cells of the parents again. Today, the two seniors are glowing. It's logical to take it to see, but today is special. After thinking for a while, Lin Susu shook her head and said, Hubby, let's wait until Xiao Chen graduates. If that brat knew about our identity and that we can regenerate dead cells, Hell knows what kind of maniac he'd be. This time, go back and confiscate his money first. Lin Susu is so cruel. Zhang Jintian is helpless. At this moment, he mourned for Jiang Chen, actually meeting such a ferocious mom. It seems that this child has more calamities than the longevity monk fetching scriptures. Zhang Jintian didn't insist either. Mom and dad will live a long time anyway, so the two left the beach. After returning home, telling the two old men what had happened, and instructing the servants to take care of the two old men, he left the island in a helicopter. When you come to a big city, you contact a private pilot directly and fly your own family plane back home. 15 hours later, the plane landed in the Hangzhou airport. Honey, how about contacting Little Morning? Zhang Jintian weakly inquired. No more contact, we need to disguise ourselves, go buy some cheap clothes, and carry a big bag of weed to him. When Lin Susu finished, she seemed to think of something in her heart and said again, you have to sell yourself short in front of him to get the money. Zhang Jintian's face twitched. This stinking bitch is really ruthless. Even if you screw your own son, you're still going overboard. But he has no place in the family, so he can only cooperate. Went to the curb and casually bought a bunch of cheap clothes, packed them in a marijuana bag, and took a taxi towards Jiang Chen's neighborhood. In the Hangtown Hotel, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were about to go to lunch when their cell phones suddenly rang. Picked up and looked, only to see that it was actually the number of his dad, who had been missing for days, and answered it in a hurry. Before he could speak, his dad's anxious voice came from inside. Son, your mom and I have arrived at the door of the neighborhood where you live. Come out and pay the fare. Jiang Chen blackened his face. These are the parents who pit their son against the world, and they obviously have no money, but every time they come back it's a fight. Take money away from him every time. It's really hard to be their son. Still, mom and dad are here, so we have to go down there. Honey, mom and dad took a taxi to the entrance of the neighborhood where I live, and now they don't have money to pay the fare, so they're asking me to go and pay the fare for them. Yi Lingshuang had a black face. It's still a familiar tawdry operation. It's been the same for 100 years. Honey, let's go. Yi Lingshuang nodded, picked up the car keys to the underground garage, and drove the rented Mercedes back to Jiang Chen's rented neighborhood. When they arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, they only saw Jiang Chen's parents smoking cigarettes and chatting with the cab driver. The car pulled over to the side of the road. Just after getting out of the car, only Zhang Jintian's bold voice could be heard. Master, don't worry, my son is generous. My daughter-in-law is still a big star. Delay your time, they will definitely give you more money later. Hey, count me out. It would be nice to pay my fare. The cabbie sighed. That's almost 100 kilometers from the airport to the city. With the fare and the tolls, it's over $1,000. From the way Jiang Jintian and Lin Susu were dressed as civil servants, he thought it would be good to get the fare. Jiang Chen had a black face when he heard what his dad and the cab driver said. Your own parents sure know how to enjoy themselves. Running out of money and still not delaying the enjoyment. Coming by plane. Luckily, the plane required a ticket before boarding. Otherwise he might have had to pay for 2 more people to take the plane. Yi Lingshuang's heart didn't think that much. She saw Jiang Chen's mom and dad and happily walked over. Dad, Mom, why didn't you let us know you were coming so we could pick you up? When Lin Susu saw Yi Lingshuang, she also stood up excitedly and said, Lingshuang, you guys are finally here. As the words fell, Lin Susu proudly said to the driver's big brother, Master, this is my daughter-in-law. Really a big star. We didn't lie to you. When the cab driver master saw Yi Lingshuang and then Jiang Chen, his entire body was confused. He's been busy, but the buzz has been hanging there for the past few days. He collected his car and went home, occasionally brushing the video, always brushing to Yi Lingshuang. She's, really, the big star Yi Lingshuang? Is it really your daughter-in-law? That's for sure. The corners of Lin Susu's mouth rose slightly, and that small vanity got an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. That's more of an accomplishment than her making hundreds of billions. The driver's brother was thrilled to get the confirmation. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't wipe my face, I would have gone up and asked for an autograph for my daughter. Yi Lingshuang smiled and went forward, politely asking, Hello, how much please? $1,000 is good. The older driver brother stammered. Yi Lingshuang took out $1,000 in cash from her bag and gave it to the big brother driver. Thank you Ms. Yi, you're even prettier than on TV. The driver's elder brother's unstinting praise made Yi Lingshuang's face unconsciously redden. The driver's big brother left, and Jiang Chen's odd pair of parents gathered around Yi Lingshuang, chattering endlessly. Jiang Chen had instead become an outsider, doing hard labor for the two. Carry the sack with the bag of cheap clothes and put it in the car. The car sped along to the hotel restaurant. Jiang Chen chucked beef to his mom and asked with a smile, Dad, Mom, how long are you going to stay this time? In a couple days. Lin Suo said with a smile. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind in his heart, and he asked Jiang Chen, Xiao Chen, how much money do you currently have left? Jiang Chen's heart was shocked. It's the same familiar formula. Still, it was honest to say, Mom, I did make a little money this year. That would be great. Lin Susu looked excited. Your father and I looked at a small island abroad. It's very nice. Oh, whether it's for investment or living, it's suitable. Jiang Chen was stunned by his mom's words. These two have such a big appetite for a trip abroad? Moving to buy an island? Yiling was also confused. The in-laws themselves, in the past, have asked outrageous questions though, but nothing as outrageous as today. It's not moving to buy a small island. That's a big mouth to feed. If you didn't know, you'd think the two had a lot of money. When Lin Susu saw that Jiang Chen and Yiling Xuan's expressions weren't right, she immediately gave Jiang Zhentian a wink. Jiang Zhentian understood and said in a hurry, Xiao Chen, that island is really quite nice. Your mom and I don't want to come back. We want to retire there. Seeing the two take turns, Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and asked, how much is that island? Not much, just 80 billion. Wow, grass. Jiang Chen's entire body was shocked and stood up. $80 billion? Dad, is $80 billion a small number? Also just, son, 80 billion isn't much. Jiang Zhentian frowned, feeling that there was nothing wrong with what he said. He's already checked Jiang Chen's account. Today, Jiang Chen still had more than $1 trillion. A mere $80 billion is really very little. Seeing Jiang Zhentian's taken for granted appearance, Jiang Chen had an illusion. The parents in front of you are not poor. Not the poor guy who even robbed him of his tutoring money, but a billionaire. No, not a trillionaire, but a rich millionaire. Yiling Xuan was also frightened by Jiang Zhentian's words. Her income is already very high. But, after 5 years in the business, you've only earned a measly $2 billion. Nowadays, these two people are talking about tens of billions of dollars, which is really too scary. For those who don't know, the two have a lot of money. However, it was not appropriate for her, as a daughter-in-law, to intervene. Just let Jiang Chen handle everything. Jiang Chen quickly gathered his shocked mood. $80 billion isn't much for him nowadays, but money isn't spent so casually, is it? Moreover, the island is still abroad. If it was domestic, it would be something to consider. So he said, Dad, Mom, you guys are right. $80 billion is indeed not much. Right. Lin Susu had a happy face. She knew that this son was filial. Yeah. Jiang Chen feigned excitement as he looked at the odd pair of parents and said, Dad, Mom, you guys go get a good job and try to buy it within a year. I'm going to be the owner of the island. I'm going to be rich. Jiang Chen's parents' cheeks twitched. Dare I say it, after half a day, this bastard Jiang Chen doesn't want to contribute money, and want to put them to work? Working for $80 billion a year, where can you get such a good job? The two of them looked at each other, and Jiang Zhentian curiously asked Jiang Chen, Little Chen, just how much money did you make? Not much. Jiang Chen was deeply afraid that if he told the truth, the money would be oohed and awed over again by this pair of unreliable parents. The two were anxious when Jiang Chen didn't open his mouth. At this moment, they felt that their family's son had become wise and had learned to defend himself against them. Being stared at by his parents, Jiang Chen was a bit uncomfortable. But anyway, his attitude was already clear, so he smiled and said, Dad, Mom, eat, or the food will get cold. Seeing this, Lin Susu and Jiang Zhentian had no choice but to leave it for now. After a few people finished their meal, Yiling Xuan said gently, Dad, Mom, let's go for a stroll. It's very lively here in Hangzhou. Naturally, Lin Susu would not refuse. Now, having returned home, she also wanted to spend more time with her daughter-in-law. So, a few people went to visit the West Lake in a big way. Tired of swimming and returning past them all. Mom, let's go up and see if there are any clothes for you and Dad. Buy a couple to wear at home for a change. Lin Susu is a woman, so naturally she likes shopping. Jiang Chen's father and son could only follow. Arriving in the mall, Jiang Chen had thought that he would just buy some random ordinary branded clothes for his parents, but he realized that the clothes Lin Susu had chosen were all famous brands. That didn't sit right with him. This pair of unreliable moms and dads came back a lot changed this time. Bought 2 pieces, saw the mom did not leave, but also went to the famous brand store to see, immediately pulled Yiling Shang's hand, walked to the side, and asked, Wife, do you have the feeling that Mom and Dad this time back to change a lot? Yiling Shuang naturally noticed it as well. In the past, a few people also shopped together, but when they saw the brand store, Jiang Chen's parents did not go in. Today, only international brands are picked, but this is nothing. They're not short of money, hubby, they have worked hard all their lives. Now that we're married and in a better position, it makes sense to buy a few nice clothes to wear. Honey, where are they hard? They've been traveling around the country for as long as I can remember. Jiang Chen said this, and after a moment of silence, he said again, wife, have you noticed? They've come back with a bigger mouth this time. $80 billion is a small number in their eyes, and those who don't know think that they are worth several $100,000 billion. Yi Lingshuang was silent. Yeah, that's a mouthful. It's crazy as hell. $80 billion? Even the richest man in the world wouldn't dare to say it's a small number, right? Honey, maybe it's because we're married and he thinks we're rich. Nowadays, she felt that was the only explanation. After all, she was a billionaire before. But Jiang Chen's parents don't know how much she actually earns, thinking that they have made a lot. That is why they say that $80 billion is a small figure. Hearing the meaning in Yi Lingshuang's words, Jiang Chen felt that this matter was very serious. In the past, it was fine for this pair of unreliable parents to pit him, but if they still wanted to pit Yi Lingshuang, that wouldn't do. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen decided to use the fate modifier to see what this odd pair of parents wanted. So, walk into the boutique. Look up, look at his dad. Jiang Zhentian, 37 years old with 65 years of life remaining. Jiang Chen didn't think that dad would actually live this long. Continue to check out the future fate of Jiang Zhentian. Upon seeing Jiang Zhentian's future and information, the entire person was dumbfounded. Good guy. Today the real controller of the top 10 domestic network platforms, as well as dozens of major shareholders in the heavy manufacturing industry, are all his dad. Half of the industry in over 50 foreign countries, and his dad is a major shareholder. Even his dad is the de facto controller of several small countries. Today, dad also donates trillions of dollars a year to the country for research, making him the biggest patriotic entrepreneur in the country. Continuing to read on, Jiang Chen also learned this school thing, the reason why the officials don't go to press the hot search. All dad ordered. After reading all of his dad's information, Jiang Chen was so shocked that he wanted to go into autism. And, also, knowing that dad came back this time because he was afraid he'd mess up and wanted to charge him. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was not happy. With so much money, even if you don't give me money to spend, you actually want to rob me. Uncle can tolerate it, aunt can't tolerate it. Looking at his parents, who were busy in the store, Jiang Chen decided not to be at their mercy anymore. To a rebel, Yi Lingshuang noticed that Jiang Chen's face didn't look right and asked curiously, hubby, what's wrong? Honey, we can't fuel their fire. Jiang Chen said irritably, wait, you listen to me. Honey, what's going on? Yi Lingshuang looked worried. He had never seen Jiang Chen's face look so ugly before. Honey, I'll tell you later. Although Yi Lingshuang was puzzled, she stopped asking. When the two entered the house, they heard Lin Susu's voice coming from the room. Xiao Chen. Frost, do you think these clothes look good? Lin Susu, wearing and holding a few sets of dresses, walked over to Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang and kept asking, Mom, it's beautiful. Yi Lingshuang replied with a smile, it's not a compliment. It's really good looking. Lin Susu has a great body, and any outfit she wears is very matchy-matchy. When Jiang Chen saw that Yi Lingshuang actually complimented his mom, he hurriedly stepped forward and said softly, Mom, it's nice to look at, but it's just too expensive. We're running out of money. Ah. Lin Susu was a little confused. Jiang Chen, what does this mean? Can't afford it? Don't you still have over $1 trillion in your card? Dumbfounded, he looked at Jiang Chen for a moment. Has the son become so stingy? Seeing Lin Susu's surprised look, Jiang Chen's heart was secretly happy. You didn't give me money to spend, and now I won't give you any, unless you reveal your identity. If I don't reveal my identity, then I'll keep pretending to be poor and see who can endure until the end. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen once again said, Mom, let's go see the regular ones, okay? This. Lin Susu turned her gaze toward Jiang Zhentian. That seems to say, what's wrong with our son? Didn't you used to be filial? Now that you're rich, why don't you buy some clothes? Jiang Zhentian was also puzzled, but there was nothing he could do at this time. They just said they didn't have the money. Jiang Chen doesn't pay. How else can I buy it? As for letting Yi Lingshuang buy it, they couldn't afford to lose that person. Also afraid of being misunderstood by Yi Lingshuang said, Yi Lingshuang rich, they spend a lot of money. So, leave the store under the strange gaze of the salesman. Honey, isn't that a bit much? Yi Lingshuang was a bit intolerant. These are her in-laws. Jiang Chen saw his mom and dad walking in front of him and the intolerance in Yi Lingshuang's eyes, and decided to tell Yi Lingshuang about his parents. So he whispered to Yi Lingshuang, Wife, we've all been cheated by them. The two of us combined don't have a fraction of what they have. What? Yi Lingshuang's face was full of surprise, and her unbelievable gaze glanced at the plainly dressed Lin Susu and Jiang Zhentian. How can you be rich in such ordinary clothes? Shaking her head, she said, honey, what are you talking about? How can mom and dad and the others have more money than we do? Ugh, Jiang Chen sighed. He couldn't say. I have a system that allows me to see all of my mom and dad's information in future destiny. After a moment of silence, he returned, honey, if you don't believe me, wait and see. I will make sure they show their true colors. What do you want to do? Yilingshuang got curious. Whatever I do, just cooperate with me. Yilingshuang fell silent. She's a daughter-in-law and a big star. If you continue to follow, it's not appropriate to say you don't have the money. So, finding an excuse, he left the mall, leaving Jiang Chen to shop with his mom and dad, because she didn't want to get involved in something like that and spoil the relationship between her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Yilingshuang made an excuse to leave, and Jiang Chen continued to take his mom and dad to the mall. Son, that's a nice set, only $3,000. Lin Susu took a set of dresses and said to Jiang Chen with a smile, Mom, it's too expensive. Let's go look at something else. Lin Su was not happy. This son, the richer he gets, the more stingy he gets. Son, this set is already the cheapest at the mall. Mom, like this? Then let's go over to Wholesale City and see if it's okay. There's a dozen or 20 there. What? Lin Susu and Zhang Jintian were both stunned. To Wholesale City? This son, there's over $1 trillion in savings. You're actually going to take them to a wholesale town to buy clothes that cost more than $10? At this moment they wondered if their own son had been replaced. Ha! Seeing the unbelievable looks of the two, Jiang Chen laughed in his heart. You've had your day. Humbug. From today on, I'm going to pretend to be poor for the day you stay and see how long you put up with it. Dad. Mom, let's go. Call over there. It should still be open. Jiang Chen's words fell, and he walked outside on his own, leaving the two of them staring at each other in disbelief. Honey, is our son not going to recognize us? Lin Su looked frustrated. How understanding Jiang Chen used to be. The Jiang Chen at this moment made her feel so strange. Zhang Jintian's heart was also drumming. Jiang Chen had changed too much. However, it still comforted Lin Su and said, I don't think so. He is the meat that fell off your body. He is our own son. Then why doesn't he even buy us $3,000 clothes when he obviously has so much money left and has to buy us $10 clothes? Zhang Jintian was silent. Why? He couldn't figure it out. Watching Jiang Chen leave without looking back, Lin Susu seemed to think of something in her heart and asked somewhat nervously, Hubby, do you think he hates that we didn't stay with him when we were little and didn't treat him well? At the mention of the past, Zhang Jintian fell into memories. When they had Jiang Chen, they were really poor. Plus at that time, Lin Susu's parents were looking for them everywhere, so had to send Jiang Chen's grandparents and Jiang Chen to a strange city, in order not to be found. The two are still afraid to contact Jiang Chen's grandparents all the time. You can only start a business and develop it on the sly. Even if they had money, they wouldn't dare spend more time with Jiang Chen. It wasn't until they became the top beings in this world that the two men took it a little easier, but also because they had seen many incidents of losing family members losing their family estates, and had seen Jiang Chen being so strong and upwardly mobile. The two had to continue to opt for the free-range style. After all, they only had one son, Jiang Chen, so big a piece of the river and mountain. Sooner or later it would be Jiang Chen's. So it was decided that Jiang Chen would suffer a bit to develop his character. Thinking of this, and then looking at Jiang Chen's departing back, as well as his attitude towards them just now, a bitter smile. Wife, standing in our position, we are doing it for our son. That's right, but in our son's position, we are irresponsible parents. Lin Susu understood the meaning of Zhang Jintian's words. Honey, so, in that case, should we ease up with him now? Zhang Jintian had a bitter smile on his face. How to ease it? Should we tell him that he's actually a super rich kid and a prince of several countries? Well, Lin Susu was regretting this moment. If he had known that Jiang Chen had faded his feelings for them, he definitely wouldn't have pretended to be poor, but would have made a high-profile appearance. For example, buying a few villas and a few sports cars for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen must really like these things at his age. The more she thought about it, the more Lin Susu regretted it. After a moment of silence, she said, Hubby, if we tell Xiao Chen now, we definitely won't be able to achieve the effect of surprise anymore, and he might even be treated as a lunatic. Zhang Jintian naturally knew that if he said it at this time, he would definitely be treated as a deviant, although one could just light up the assets. However, Jiang Chen wasn't short of money at all nowadays, so there was no surprise to speak of. At that moment, Lin Susu's voice came again. Hubby, why don't I stay and take care of Xiao Chen to make up for what I've owed him all these years? Zhang Jintian's eyes lit up. This one's good. You can have more contact with your son and let Jiang Chen feel motherly love. With the decision made, the two men jogged to keep up. Jiang Chen was on the side of the road, and saw that the two Jiang Jintian and Lin Susu had somewhat unsightly faces. He knew that it was self-consciousness from the tawdry maneuver he had just performed, and was delighted. What Jiang Chen was angry about wasn't being put out to pasture and ignoring him. He was angry that the parents were so odd. Knowing that he had money, he actually tried to take it away. If they are short of money, forget it. But these two are clearly not short of money. It's just that he's afraid he won't be able to grasp such a large fortune, so he's going to take it away. This kind of treatment was something Jiang Chen disliked. Lin Susu came to Jiang Chen's side and said gently, "Xiao Chen, we're not going to the wholesale city. Let's go home. I've recently learned a few new dishes that taste great." Jiang Chen was curious. Why did this mom suddenly remember to cook? How perverse. Mourn, what's wrong? Seeing Jiang Chen staring blankly at himself, Lin Susu was curious. Nothing. Sure you don't need to go clothes shopping? Jiang Chen said seriously. There are also a lot of good clothes over there in the wholesale city that don't lose to the brands. Seeing Jiang Chen's serious expression, Lin Susu's mind unconsciously recalled what Jiang Chen's grandmother had said when she had called her before. Jiang Chen took $100 to the street to buy shoes for his grandfather to wear. Hard to cut the boss's price of 150 shoes to 30. It's really a tough guy. Later, if we do go to the wholesale city, we might do it again. Xiao Chen, let's go next time. Jiang Chen didn't nag, and said with a smile, "That's fine. Next time I'll take you to wholesale city, which is more lively than the mall." A few people chatted awkwardly for a while, and the cab came. This time, instead of going to the hotel, I'm going back to Jiang Chen's rented house. Looking at Jiang Chen's tiny house, the expressions of both Lin Susu and Jiang Jintian became strange. Jiang Chen has so much money. How come he lives in such a small house? Xiao Chen, now that you have Frosty, go get a bigger place to live. Don't aggravate people. Mom, I don't have any money. Jiang Chen's crying face. When I make big money, I'll definitely go for a bigger house. The corners of Jiang Jintian's and Lin Susu's mouths twitched unnaturally twice. This kid, why is he still crying poor with them? At this moment, Lin Susu really wanted to give the money directly to Jiang Chen to buy a large villa, but it feels too abrupt. It made her regret more and more the decision she had made before coming here. Xiao Chen, contact Frost and come over here to eat later. Your father and I will go to the supermarket at the entrance to buy food. Mom, no, I'll get it. It's not like you guys have any money. As soon as Jiang Chen mentioned money, the two men's chests were clogged. It's a sin. This one is guttural. The kind that your own son wouldn't recognize. Jiang Chen left the house and came outside, calling to contact Yiling Shuang. Honey, are you guys back yet? Yiling Shuang's gentle voice came from inside. Honey, we're already home. I'm buying groceries here at the supermarket out front. Are you coming back for dinner? Mom's cooking herself today. I'm definitely coming. Hold on. I'll be right over to join you for groceries. Jiang Chen smiled. Hang up the phone and head across the street to the grocery store and start shopping. That old mom of his didn't know if she used to be $1,000 lady or if she was just petulant. Can't really cook. What he remembers most is when he was 6 years old and his parents came home once and his mom fried food for him. The potatoes were shredded so coarsely that they could have been taken to French fries. And to top it off, it was actually fried. Therefore, Jiang Chen was still quite resistant to his mom's cooking. After choosing the groceries at the supermarket for a while, Yiling Shuang came over. Honey, I'll do it with mom later. I'm afraid you won't get enough to eat. Yiling Shuang also knew that Jiang Chen's mom didn't know how to cook and took precautions in advance. Well, just make him scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'm really afraid I won't be able to eat the rest. Yiling Shuang's pretty face reddened. Then the two of them talked and laughed, getting the groceries they were going to eat. The two of them lovingly carried them towards the house. When I arrived home, I only saw my mom busy cleaning the house, and Dad was watching the soccer game. Happy to see the national team lose. Jiang Chen asked curiously, Dad, what's wrong with you? Son, your father I'm rich. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Jintian in disbelief. Son, I'll take the nationals to lose. They lived up to their name and made me $100 million. Jiang Chen was stunned. What's the deal with this? Buy a ball and make $100 million? But he already knew that Jiang Jintian was rich as hell. What's the point of playing ball? Jiang Chen immediately checked Jiang Jintian's future fate. Suddenly, he realized that Jiang Jintian's fate had actually changed. The event that was supposed to take away his money had directly turned into the next few days where Jiang Jintian would give him his money in various ways of winning the lottery. Seeing this, Jiang Chen straightened up and called out, good guy. It turns out that this strange old man wanted to give him money, but was afraid of revealing his identity. So he used the winning of the lottery to take money to him. This oddball old man is really talented. That's the kind of thing to think of. But that's too big a hole in the logic. Also, this girl's acting is so bad. Jiang Jintian still didn't know that his little trick had already been known by Jiang Chen. At this time, still thought his acting and reasoning was seamless. Excitedly said, "Son, you wait for me for a few days. I'll go back to the foreign country a trip to claim the award. After that you are the second generation of the rich." Looking at Jiang Jintian's poor acting skills, Jiang Chen wanted to laugh. But then I feel like I'm disrespecting Pops by laughing, so I just have to hold it in. Words were afraid to be said, for fear that one could not help but laugh. Yi Lingshuang was dumbfounded. The national soccer team is very trash. The enemy goalkeeper closed his eyes. Give them a shot can shoot the existence of deflection, so the odds of 1-to-1 is already considered high. Today, Jiang Jintian is in the middle of $100 million. How much money did you put up for the bet? With 100 million to bet, or 200 million? Ha! Jiang Jintian was satisfied in his heart with the shocked faces of Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang. In the future, if you win the jackpot every day, you can take the money and give it to Jiang Chen. Well, it seems to have really found the right position to get rich. Xiao Chen, when I get the money, I'll go buy a villa for you in Frost. Yi Lingshuang looked shocked and turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen. That seemed to be asking, "Hubby, how did our dad fool himself with all the bull he bragged about?" At this point, she had already treated Jiang Jintian as a bullskin king. After all, the odds on the soccer game, or the National Football League, really aren't that great. If Jiang Jintian wanted to get $100 million, he had to come up with more than $100 million at the very least. So at this point, she didn't believe Jiang Jintian's words. Noticing Yi Lingshuang's gaze looking over, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, signaling Yi Lingshuang not to poke at it. He wanted to see what the oddball old man was going to do next. Jiang Chen pretended to look dejected and said, "Dad, outsiders can't buy a house in Hangzhou." Yeah. Yi Lingshuang also hurriedly stood out to solve the problem. "Dad, foreigners over here in Hangzhou can only buy a house unless they pay Social Security for more than 2 years. Today, Morn hasn't paid into Social Security, so she can't buy it. Jiang Jintian has blown his bullskin out of the water though, but she can't let her father-in-law down. After all, this is her father-in-law." Jiang Jintian thought about it and felt that it seemed to be true. In a decade or so, it seems that there was no purchase limit in Hangzhou. Nowadays it's a bit troublesome. After a moment of silence, he said thoughtfully, "Actually, avoiding this rule is quite simple." Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were curious. At that moment, Jiang Jintian's voice came again. "Today, just register a purse company in HCM City. Buy a house with the company's qualification, and you can perfectly avoid this purchase restriction policy." Ouch, I'm going to. Yi Lingshuang was shocked. He didn't think that his oddball eunuch would find a loophole so quickly. Indeed, foreigners in Hangzhou did not pay 2 years of Social Security. That is no purchase quota. However, incorporation is a different story. Purchase with your company's credentials. That's an unlimited purchase, as long as you have the money. There's just one drawback. That's a big tax bill for a house purchased with a company's credentials and then a big tax bill if you want to sell it someday. This tax, however, is not impossible to avoid. For example, selling villas to individuals. A house that would have been worth $80 million is labeled $1 million to sell, or $100,000 to sell. The tax withheld would then be very small, if not negligible. This, then, is a legal tax shelter. Dad, it's not cost-effective to buy a house with company credentials when the taxes are too high if you sell it later. Yi Lingshuang still had to find a way to defend the face of the unreliable eunuch. "Frosty, houses are for living in. Of course, if you guys want to make a move in the future and don't want to pay out that money, there are plenty of tax avoidance tactics." Saying that, Jiang Jintian began to introduce many kinds of tax avoidance methods to Yi Lingshuang, and it's still a legal tax shelter, so there won't be any problems. After listening to what Jiang Jintian had told him, Yi Lingshuang called out, "Good guy, this unreliable eunuch has a bit of ink in his stomach. In the past, I only knew that this eunuch loved money and was unreliable. Now, after this operation, one had to look at Jiang Jintian in a different light." However, marveling at Jiang Jintian's tax avoidance tactics, but now there was no way for her to stop Jiang Jintian from making a fool of himself. Turning her gaze to Jiang Chen, she only saw a slight smile that made her puzzled. At that moment, Jiang Jintian's voice came again. "Frosty, little morning, where do you want to buy a house?" "Dad, will you buy me one if I tell you?" Jiang Chen asked with a smirk. "Of course I bought it." Jiang Jintian looked at Jiang Chen with firm eyes. "Say, where do you want to buy a house?" "A rose garden. I've heard that the houses there are very nice and airy. Most importantly, the villa there is huge." When Jiang Chen's request was made, Yi Lingshuang's entire body was confused. She had decided to follow Jiang Chen in Hangzhou, so naturally she was concerned about a good house. And the rose garden is the best house in Hangzhou. But it's so expensive. Any set today would cost hundreds of millions. She, though, has money, but it's still a little heartbreaking to spend that much. Now, Jiang Chen directly asked Jiang Jintian to buy such an expensive house. Was he trying to cut off his old father's kidney to sell it? That said, even if you took it and sold it, you couldn't afford a house there. Ahem. Jiang Chen's request. Jiang Jintian felt that it was hasty. The rose garden he understood, and it was very expensive. Of course, that little bit of money was not on his mind, but didn't he not want to reveal his identity at the moment? Where's the money for that? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Jintian with an expectant face. Dad, you'll buy it for me, right? Jiang Jintian silent for a moment. Thought of just a moment ago. Found the code of outrageous fortune. Although the money is not enough for the time being, but you can continue to win the jackpot. So he said forcefully, buy. Must buy. Thanks, Dad. Looking at Jiang Chen's excited appearance, Jiang Jintian felt very satisfied. If his son is happy, he's happy too. At this time, Lin Susu, who was cleaning up, came and gave Jiang Jintian a blank look, saying, you guys don't eat if you want to buy a house? Get the groceries. I'm going to cook. Yes. Yiling Shuang and Jiang Chen hurriedly took the bought dishes to the kitchen. Yiling Shuang, who had wanted to help, was driven out of the kitchen by Lin Susu. Honey, come over here and wash the dishes. Jiang Jintian was confused. Didn't you say you'd be a good mom and cook today? Why are you calling him over again? Still, a wife should be listened to. So, rushed to the kitchen. When Lin Susu saw the people coming, she said to Jiang Chen, Xiao Chen, just now I saw that the refrigerator didn't have any wine, so you and Frost go buy a bottle of good wine. Let's have a drink as a family. It's not easy to get together. Jiang Chen's head flew around. This old mom of theirs, she definitely has something to keep them out of the loop. Yiling Shuang also heard the meaning of Lin Susu's words and pulled Jiang Chen's hand up, saying to Lin Susu, who was in the kitchen, Mom, then it's hard work for you and Dad. We'll go out first. Go on. Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang went out. Lin Susu was so angry that she raised her hand and poked Jiang Jintian's head. What are you, a pig's brain? The National Football League just never wins. And those odds, they've been dismal for a long time. And you damn well said you made $100 million by buying the national soccer team to lose? How much money do you have to play with to make $100 million? Are you trying to make Xiao Chun and Frosty look like fools? Also, just now, could you not hear that Frosty had been handing you steps down? I'm ashamed of you. Hearing Lin Susu's explanation, Jiang Jin recalled that it was indeed something like that, and immediately Tian cried out, Honey, I just heard that playing ball is lucrative, so I got my head in the game and went with that. You really are hopelessly stupid. Can't you just say you won the lottery? If you don't like Mark 6, say the lottery. You damn well said it was a ball game. Now you're playing big time, aren't you? Let's see. Frosty took you for a braggart. I'll see how you face them later. After hearing Lin Susu's words, Jiang Jintian felt awkward though, but at this moment, he thought of a very serious problem and asked in a weak voice, Wife, if Frosty thinks I'm bragging, then does Xiao Chen think I'm bragging too? Do you think our son is a fool? Lin Susu said without a trace of anger. Jiang Jintian looked dejected. If he's already seen it, why is he still saying he wants to buy a house in the rose garden? What's the point of this? Why else? Lin Susu rolled her eyes straight at Jiang Jintian. It's not just to see you bragging too outrageously, so I'll add something fierce to you. With a blow to the head, Jiang Jintian felt a headache. Sure enough, you can't get involved in areas you don't know about. For example, playing ball is something he's never touched. At this point it takes the cake. Shaking his head, he looked pitifully at Lin Susu. Wife, then what should we do now? Don't ask me. I'm still trying to get along with Frosty. Lin Susu had an unhappy face, and Jiang Jintian immediately pulled on Lin Susu's dress. Pitifully, he looked at Lin Susu. Wife, just come up with something for me. Jiang Jintian's pitiful appearance. Lin Susu was very popular, and began to teach. Jiang Chan and Yiling Shuang both came to the side of the road. Honey, why do you think Dad is bragging? They should know that I'm not short of money. What's the use of all this bragging? Yiling Shuang had a puzzled look on her face. 100 million? Can you just say that? Moreover, it also bought the national soccer team to lose. The loophole is too big. Seeing Yiling Shuang filled with disbelief, Jiang Chen smiled, pulling Yiling Shuang to the side bench and sitting down. He curiously asked Yiling Shuang, Wife, in your heart, what kind of people are my parents? Yiling Shuang was a little nervous when she saw that Jiang Chen actually wanted her to comment on her in-laws. Her biggest fear today is a poorly handled mother-in-law/daughter-in-law relationship, and most of the tensions between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law come out of the mouth. Therefore, she wouldn't make any comments about everything about Jiang Chen's parents. So she said, Hubby, don't ask me about my parents, okay? Jiang Chen didn't expect He Lingshuan to become so nervous, just asking her to genuinely evaluate it, and actually refusing to do so. Honey, did you think that I would betray you? Yi Lingshuang smiled faintly. Betrayal or not, she makes no comment. Because, Jiang Chen's mom and dad were her elders. It is a big no-no for a daughter-in-law to talk nonsense about her elders. Okay. Jiang Chen was aware that this wife had become less bold. Tightly pulling Yi Lingshuang's hand, he said, Wife, this pair of oddball parents of mine are not ordinary people, much less what we see on the surface. Yi Lingshuang was curious. Not ordinary people, not what we've seen so far. Honey, how are mom and dad not ordinary? Jiang Chen said thoughtfully, our parents, in fact, are the richest people in the world? Yi Lingshuan's entire body was confused. It was more shocking than discovering a new continent. Jiang Chen's unreliable mom and dad? The richest man in the world? Yi Lingshuang pouted her lips and said unhappily, Hubby, why are you even more unreliable than dad? Jiang Chen didn't really know how to explain it for a while. After all, he had seen it with the skills given by the system. Can't say. He has a system. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen said, Wife, you may not believe me, but think about it. My parents don't come home more than a couple times a year. They're out on the road. Where do they get the money if they don't work? Yi Lingshuang was caught up in her memories. Yeah, Jiang Chen's mom and dad are out every day and say they don't work. If you don't work, where do you get the money for food, clothing and transportation? This, indeed, is worth pondering. But then, it's possible to travel poorly. Food, clothing and shelter can still be done as long as there are no requirements for food, drink and shelter. Honey, I used to think that mom and dad were poor travelers. Jiang Chen shook his head and corrected, Wife, think about it. What poor traveler is as dashing as my parents? Also, those poor travelers have dry skin and some are tanned. The face will only look older than its age. But look at our dad, he's like a spiritual boy. Look at our mom, like a noble woman. Think about it, what poor traveling couple would live so well? Yi Lingshuang was asked. Before, she used to just think that Jiang Chen's parents looked so young. But it really didn't cross my mind that Jiang Chen's mom and dad were rich. Now, being reminded by Jiang Chen so dumbfounded, she looked at Jiang Chen for a moment and asked a bit incredulously, Hubby, could it be that they're really rich? Honey, they're more than rich. Jiang Chen shook his head. They're the richest people in the world. Of course, that identity is not public. Anyway, you have to believe that they have a lot of money and are rich as hell. Honey, how did you know? Yi Lingshuang cocked her little head at Jiang Chen, full of curiosity. How do you know they're rich as hell? Did they tell you? How could they tell me? The two were chatting on a bench. Half an hour later, Yi Lingshuang had begun to believe in the identity of Jiang Chen's rich parents. Because, in the old days, she had said that she would give Jiang Chen the money that belonged to him. Jiang Chen's parents won't let him. Said he wanted to keep the money by Jiang Chen's mom and dad. And he didn't want to. Even this time and Jiang Chen together, said to take $1 billion as a bride price? The two old men also do not want. Just now, Jiang Jintian names several legal means of tax avoidance at once, which is really brilliant. From these indications, the chances of these two unreliable moms and dads being rich are very high. Honey, you don't want to break them up later either. Didn't dad say he won the grand prize and was going to buy us a house? Let's just go with them. It costs them money anyway. Thinking about the exaggerated performance of Jiang Chen's dad just now, Yi Lingshuang felt embarrassed for him. Honey, you really are bad enough. But then again, didn't dad really play those? With such a flawed excuse. I don't think I've ever played it. Or else how could I come up with such a cheap excuse? The two of them wander the streets for a while, then go to the store, and buy a bottle of doppelganger. Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened. Hubby, Mom said to buy good wine. And this is what you're buying? Honey, what are you buying? It must be Mao Tai. This Erdwo. It's a bit of a mouthful. Jiang Chen thoughtfully returned. We are now poor. Where can the poor afford Mao Tai? Besides, they're playing poor at this point. It's too appropriate to drink too potpourri. Yi Lingshuang stopped Jiang Chen and said, Hubby, this kind of industrial alcohol hurts your stomach. Can't hurt Mom and Dad. Jiang Chen felt as if he had gone a bit overboard. So he put his mind at ease and began to look at the wine in the store. Jiang Chen smiled when he saw a wine that was good but inexpensive. Open Destiny modifier directly and check out the boss. See if the owner is an honest businessman. After some exploration, Jiang Chen's 3 views. Dude, this guy actually makes fake booze and sells it himself? Exploring a bit, I found a local farmer's brew that seems to be pretty good. It's only $50 or so. So, Jiang Chen immediately chose this one. Honey, that's too cheap. Honey, it's over 50. It's not cheap. This one is brewed by a local farmer and the quality is guaranteed. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen's tawdry maneuvering had made Yi Lingshuang so whole that she wouldn't be able to do it. In the bottom of his heart, he sighed. Jiang Chen was really born to that pair of oddball parents. That's really smart. Honey, we're not short of money. Why should we be? Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Let them experience the life of the poor. Jiang Chen said seriously. Let them know how ridiculous they were in the first place. Yi Lingshuang's mind unconsciously recalled Jiang Chen's dad's previous odd behavior. After a moment's silence, he felt that this approach would not work and said, "Where? We can buy cheaper. But the food, it has to be safe. So, it can't be done." Jiang Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang incredulously. Seeing that Jiang Chen still seemed to be puzzled, Yi Lingshuang could only gently explain. "Hubby, there's only one mom and dad." Yi Lingshuang's words came in such a way that Jiang Chen felt that it was also true. What was he thinking about just now? How can you joke with your family's lives? Honey, you're right. Let's not have that wine then. Yi Lingshuang's heart was joyful when she saw Jiang Chen agree. This husband, in fact, is quite talkative. The two continued to look at the store. There was nothing good to drink but to leave. Wandered around for a while and came to an upscale smoke store. White and red wines are available. Honey, buy a couple bottles of each. They come around once in a while. Honey, just make the call. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't want to get more involved. Because, really, he doesn't know anything about wine. Also, not much interest in drinking. Yi Lingshuang bought a few bottles of white and red wine and held Jiang Chen's hand. The two of them talked and laughed as they headed for home. When they entered the house, they only saw that Lin Susu and Zhang Jintian had already prepared the meal. Xiao Chen, Frost, you guys are back? Lin Susu enthusiastically went forward to greet her. The food is just right-o. Quickly wash your hands and eat. Looking at the colorful and fragrant dishes on the table, Yi Lingshuang was filled with surprise. Mom, did you make all of these? Lin Susu said with some embarrassment. Which is not true. Most of it was made by your father. I only know a few dishes. Jiang Chen walked up and looked at the dishes on the table. Smells pretty good. It doesn't have that burnt flavor it used to have. Jiang Chen asked curiously. Mom, did you make any of those dishes? Lin Susu proudly replied. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, nori soup, steamed shrimp. Nice one. Jiang Chen was thunderstruck. I thought my mom's cooking skills had gone up, but it turns out I was overthinking it. This mom, over a decade and still in place, is awesome. Yi Lingshuang's also looked a little embarrassed, putting the red and white wines on the table. He asked, Dad, Mom, do you prefer red or white? Happy today. Drink white. Zhang Jintian waved his big hand and started to open the white wine. He was genuinely happy. Jiang Chen, a family. Yi Lingshuang, this daughter-in-law, was not only excellent, but also very filial and understanding. Jiang Chen was with her, and the things he used to worry about could be put aside for the time being. Picked up the wine and poured a glass for each of them. Then he raised his wine glass up and said to Yi Lingshuang with a guilty face, Frost, Xiao Chen's childhood was without us. Thanks to you taking care of him all the time. Here's to you. Hearing Zhang Jintian mention his childhood, and at this time, when Zhang Jintian was still so grand, Yi Lingshuang's face reddened. As a child, that wasn't caretaking on her part, it was possessive. Jiang Chen doesn't listen, so he takes a sister punch. Thinking about all that, she regretted it at this point. If they had woken up earlier and been gentler when they were younger, the two might have had a little baby by now. It's all the fault of youth. Embarrassed, she said, Dad, aren't you just burying me? I didn't take care of him when I was a kid. I used to bully him instead. Frosty, you may have bullied him, but you never let anyone else bully him. Those who bullied Xiao Chen were all beaten away by you, and a few others were so afraid of you that they transferred to another school. Jiang Chen was shocked when he heard what his dad said. His mind couldn't help but wander back to his childhood, when he was in first grade, for fourth graders tried to rob him of his money. Yi Lingshuang saw it and directly beat those people to cry. Within days, 3 of those guys transferred. The remaining one, when he saw him, avoided him. At the time, he thought that those were parents going to work in the suburbs, so they transferred their children there. I didn't expect it to be fought off by Yi Lingshuang. The family drinks and chats. Because of the alcohol, it was a long meal and they talked a lot. Honey, did you hear me? Mom and Dad want grandchildren too. Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen with a red face and said with a beaked mouth, Let's just fulfill Mom and Dad's wish, okay? Jiang Chen was stunned. Yi Lingshuang's wine taste is a real headache. Honey, are you drunk? Jiang Chen stood up in a panic, helped Yi Lingshuang up and said, Go rest if you're drunk. Honey, I did get a little drunk. Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen with half-smiled eyes. But, I don't want to go rest. Jiang Chen was helpless. Then what do you want to do? I'm not telling you. Yi Lingshuang said shyly before raising her wineglass up. Dad. Mom. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Xiao Chen. When Jiang Chen's parents heard the word take care of, they were full of doubts and looked at Jiang Chen at the same time. Being stared at by the two, Jiang Chen was a bit uncomfortable. Jiang Chen asked in confusion, "What are you guys looking at me like that for? Son, it's about time to eat now, so your father and I will return to the hotel. You guys get some early rest too." As soon as the words were out of their mouths, the two men stood up and headed for the door. It's really falling apart. Seeing the two of them look like this, how could Jiang Chen not know what mom and dad meant? The mind is helpless. This odd pair of parents are really immodest. Honey, mom and dad are gone? Yilingshan looked at Jiang Chen with misty eyes and asked, "Why don't you leave them behind?" "Honey, we only have one bedroom in this house," Jiang Chen awkwardly explained. "It can't accommodate that many people." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yilingshan looked at the room again, slowly stood up, put her hand on Jiang Chen's neck, her sexy red lips directly pasted over, and asked in a soft voice, "Hubby, so do you want to sleep on the sofa this night? Or do you want to go sleep in the bedroom? Why are you sleeping on the couch?" Jiang Chen smiled and asked, "Doesn't it smell good to sleep with your wife in your arms?" Yilingshan pouted her lips and said unhappily, "Little pervert. I knew you were craving for my body. I'm your husband. Don't you allow me to have that thought anymore?" Jiang Chen was incredibly depressed. It was clearly Yilingshan who wanted him to choose. A normal man would definitely choose to sleep with his wife in his arms. Who wants to be alone on the couch? Yilingshan burst out laughing at Jiang Chen's depressed appearance. "Honey, I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. Why are you depressed?" Jiang Chen realized that he had been tricked. Well, he was no match for Yilingshan. Dumbfounded, he looked at Yilingshan for a moment. He realized it really did get more beautiful the more he looked at it. Especially at this point with that red face. It's really too tempting. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wrap his arms around Yilingshan's soft waist and take a hard bite. Barking. Loose. Jiang Chen intention is not yet finished. Yilingshan shyly rose away from Jiang Chen's arms and said, "Hubby, clean up. I've had a lot to drink today and I'm weak and want to get a good night's sleep." Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. "Honey, I'll wait in the bedroom." Looking into the bedroom and still winking at him and hooking his finger, Jiang Chen's blood pressure rose, mentally sighing, "This wife is getting more and more fancy. Quickly gather the dishes and put them in the kitchen. Wash your hands and quickly go to the bedroom." At this moment, Yilingshan was lying on her side on the big bed. "Honey, I'm coming." Jiang Chen made a jump and lay down on Yilingshan's side, wrapping his arms around Yilingshan's soft waist. "Honey, it's such a beautiful day. Do you think we should do something meaningful?" Yilingshan slowly turned around and shyly asked, "Hubby, what is something meaningful?" This. Jiang Chen was hurt that Yilingshan was so unorthodox. He couldn't say, to play landlord, could he? After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen said, "In your heart, what is the most meaningful thing? To have you to cuddle and sleep with at night, to wake up in the morning to see you, and then to have dinner and go shopping with you. When you have kids, take them on playground trips and witness the joy of growing up. Leave the playground for a nice big meal and listen to the children's laughter." Yilingshan said a lot, her eyes full of yearning. Jiang Chen really couldn't bear to interrupt. The future Yilingshan imagined was really beautiful. "Honey, in the future, I'll make it what you want it to be. Yilingshan's entire body was lying in Jiang Chen's arms. "Honey, I'm sleepy. I want to get a good night's sleep, okay?" Jiang Chen nodded tenderly. "I'll sleep with my arms around you." Yilingshan rewarded Jiang Chen with a kiss, then closed her eyes. Yilingshan might have actually fallen asleep not long after lying in Jiang Chen's arms because of the drinking. His chest rose and fell with his breathing, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but plant a kiss on her red lips. "Silly wife, you were trying to reassure mom and dad when you said you wanted a baby in front of them today. You, who will bear children for our old Jiang family. What are you so afraid of? Is it because you're afraid my family will suddenly get rich and not want you?" Jiang Chen was very distressed by Yilingshan at this time. This girl, don't look like she's chasing him backwards, but that's assuming he's a normal family boy. Now, suddenly knowing that the money she has earned over the years as an actress is but a drop in the bucket for the Jiang family, her heart must be in turmoil. After all, the Jiang family was considered a real powerhouse nowadays. Once you're in the big house, it's like the sea. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Not his cell phone, but Yilingshan's. Jiang Chen looked at the screen, only to see that it was docketed as mother beating. It is obviously Yilingfang's mom, Zhang Yunpei. Jiang Chen directly unlocked the video. Yilingshan's cell phone password. He had always known it because Yilingshan was using his birthday as the password. Go to the chat program. "Missy, how have you thought about what I told you?" Seeing such a message, Jiang Chen immediately checked the historical information. "Missy, The whole country knows about you in Little Morning. Originally, I was just thinking that after having drinks with Xiao Chen's parents, you guys would be considered engaged. But now, a lot of relatives and friends want to come over for wine. Look, why don't you discuss it with Xiao Chen and come home for an engagement party? Mom, Xiao Chen is still young. There's no rush. Missy, though, we've already had wine with Little Morning's parents and approved of you. But a lot of relatives say anything to have your wedding wine. They say it in the group every day. I'm too embarrassed to bubble. Jiang Chen looked at the message and fell silent. In the message, Yi Lingshuang didn't care what those people outside thought. And Yi Lingshuang's mom and dad are very open-minded. But there are just some relatives who don't have a very good mouth. That's why Zhang Yunpei wanted them to go home and hold an engagement party to plug the mouths of those nosy relatives and friends. Zhang Yunpei had already said a lot, but Yi Lingshuang had always felt that the engagement wasn't that important. In the end, I could hear that mom and dad were having a hard time and just agreed to think about it. This information, it's from yesterday. Why didn't this silly wife tell me this? Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Yi Lingshuang, filled with heartache. After thinking for a moment, he returned, Mom, pick a good day. Xiao Chen and I will come back and have an engagement party. Really? Zhang Yunpei in his hometown was thrilled. Missy, are you really willing to come home for an engagement party? Xiao Chen, he promised? Yeah, he promised. Then it's a deal. I'll have your dad look at the days. Which is best? Aha, let me know when you've chosen. Zhang Yunpei went offline, and Zhang Chen's mind started of thinking. Engagement party? What to do is good. How to let Yi Lingshuang know his heart. How to make Yi Lingshuang's parents feel face. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's heart seemed to think of something. If you want Yi Lingshuang's side to feel honored, not only do you have to make it a grand event, but you also have to call all the relatives and friends from this side. After all, no one is short of food and drink these days. It's a real face saver when you can get a relative to go to the show. But he hadn't seen his father's side of the family since he was a kid. Except for grandparents. Of course, and the same on my mother's side. Not a single relative has been seen. What have these two unreliable parents done that is so outrageous that relatives on both sides of the family don't treat them well? All these years have gone by without a walk? It's really weird. While Jiang Chen was in doubt, Yi Lingshuang's voice came from his ears. Hubby, why aren't you sleeping yet? I didn't expect Yi Lingshuang to actually wake up. Jiang Chen hurriedly said, Wife, I can't sleep with a beauty like you in my arms. Honey, weren't we cuddling yesterday? Didn't you sleep well? Jiang Chen placed a kiss on Yi Lingshuang's red lips and said thoughtfully, It's mainly because I was too tired yesterday, so I slept well. Yi Lingshuang's pretty face blushed. This silly husband. Yi Lingshuang shyly said, Hubby, if that's the case, then you go out for a night run of 10 kilometers and come back to sleep well for sure. Jiang Chen was stunned. There are so many ways to tire yourself out and go to sleep as soon as you lay down. For example, do push-ups, take a couple hundred strokes and you're sure to be sweating profusely. Your head is blank and you're asleep. This stupid wife, does she really not understand? Or is she trying to screw him? Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but smile when she saw Jiang Chen's crying face. Honey, get some sleep and don't get any ideas. I'll have to give it to you sooner or later, so get your strength up. You're healthy so we can have healthy babies. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This silly wife, she really knows what's going on in her heart. How could Yi Lingshuang not understand? Watching a lot of TV, cuddling a beautiful woman all day. Who in their right mind can't use it if they can only look at it? So, at this moment, she was very understanding and kissed Jiang Chen, saying, Husband, sleep well. You get enough sleep and get your body right so you can do what you want to do. Yi Lingshuang's words fell as she held Jiang Chen tightly in her arms, smelling the unique fragrance of Yi Lingshuang's body, as well as listening to Yi Lingshuang's pounding heartbeat. Jiang Chen didn't know if he was hypnotized or what. A sudden wave of sleepiness came over me. Without realizing it, he fell asleep in Yi Lingshuang's arms. It was morning when I woke up. He also saw that Jiang Chen's old mom and Yi Lingshuang were busy making breakfast in the kitchen. Mom, what are you guys doing here too? Jiang Chen walked to the kitchen door and greeted him cordially. Is it decent for a son to be here and for a mom not to come? Lin Susu smiled and answered, then handed the cut meat to Yi Lingshuang. She, who doesn't even know how to cook rare rice, so she let Yi Lingshuang teach it. Jiang Chen found it very strange. This mom, she's changing so fast. However, Jiang Chen didn't inquire much more. When he was ready to go wash up, he only saw Jiang Jintian coming out of the bathroom with a newspaper. When he saw Jiang Chen, he was first shocked and finally joyful. At this moment, he felt that Jiang Chen must have been exhausted last night. It's almost 9 o'clock before I get up, which is really awesome. Good morning, son. Morning? Jiang Chen looked at the time. It was already very late. Seeing Jiang Jintian's sinister smile, Jiang Chen felt that this dad definitely had another deep meaning. He didn't want to pay too much attention to it, though. At that moment, Zhang Jintian's words once again came to his ears. Son, I'm going to take a trip abroad now to pick up the money I've earned from buying the ball, and I'm going to buy you a house. Ha? Jiang Chen was confused. Dad, leaving again? And still using the excuse of going to get the money. Thinking of what he had already promised Zhang Yunpei last night, he quickly said, Dad, don't leave the country yet. I want to go home with Sister Lingfang and hold an engagement banquet. Invite relatives and friends from both sides to have a meal. You guys can't be absent. Jiang Jintian was puzzled. Hasn't the engagement banquet already been held? Dad, when's the engagement party? The day before Frosty came to you. At that time, our two families had dinner together and drank a lot of wine. Jiang Chen had a black face. Dad, it didn't count back then. This time, I want to invite our relatives and friends from this side of the world to my engagement party. I want everyone to know that Sister Lingfang is my wife and I can give her happiness. Jiang Jintian was silent. He, naturally, had many relatives. There's just no contact anymore for some reason. However, Jiang Chen wanted to hold an engagement party. He felt that, as a father, that had to definitely go and support it. As for the invitation from the foreign politician who could be the next king, he was also promised good things about being the big man behind the curtain if he helped win. He was heartened though, but it's important about the son, too. Jiang Chen grew up and they let him loose. Now that it's all turned strange, one can only regret shedding being the big man behind the curtain. Son, since you're hosting an engagement party with Frost, I won't be leaving the country. I'll just have them credit my account. Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. This dad was really toxic. It's amazing that the logic is so flawed that it has to go on. However, Jiang Chen didn't reveal it, since he had already decided to hold an engagement party. Jiang Jintian also started to pick up his cell phone to check which day was suitable for holding an engagement party. On the web, it was quick to figure out the right time. Ready to settle down. A cell phone rings from the bedroom. Jiang Chen walked over to take a look, only to see that it was Yi Lingshuang's cell phone ringing, or Zhang Yunpei calling. Jiang Chen jogged to take the cell phone to Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang answered the call with a strange look on her face. Mom, I didn't talk to you last night. My father-in-law and mother-in-law came to Hangzhou and we had some drinks. I fell asleep early and didn't even look at my phone. It's not you talking to me, is it a ghost? Zhang Yunpei looked unhappy. This daughter, she's not trying to cheat again, is she? Yi Lingshuang hung up the phone with a confused face and opened the chat software. Good lord, there was indeed a chat message with my mom at 10 p.m. last night. The one who was still awake at this hour and could open her cell phone would be Jiang Chen. Although Yi Lingshuang had rejected her mom's suggestion, she still really wanted to hold an engagement party in her heart to tell the world that she already had her heart in the right place. But Jiang Chen's age went, so he could only refuse. And now, she secretly looked at Jiang Chen, her heart sweet. This husband really didn't make a mistake. Finish what you're doing and come into the living room. Zhang Jintian stood up and asked curiously, Frost, have old Yi and the others chosen a date for the engagement? Yi Lingshuang hadn't expected that Jiang Chen had actually told Zhang Jintian about the engagement. Jiang Chen saw Yi Lingshuang looking at himself dumbfounded, went forward and pulled Yi Lingshuang's hand, and said awkwardly, Wife, last night I looked at your cell phone, and even chatted with Mom for a long time. Today, my parents and they happened to be there. So, Yi Lingshuang was so moved that her eyes turned red, and she was still deeply afraid of being misunderstood. Now, Jiang Chen took the initiative to say that he wanted to hold an engagement party, which was a signal sent to her. Honey, I love you. Yi Lingshuang looked straight at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't feel anything, but Zhang Jintian on the side's entire body was bad. I'm old enough to be fed a mouthful of dog food by my son and daughter-in-law. I've slipped away. Can't you hide if you can't afford to mess with me? Put. Lin Susu, who was in the kitchen, couldn't help but smile when she saw Zhang Jintian fall away. This silly husband. People's young couples are in their honeymoon period. They have to go and join in the fun. Now that's embarrassing. Zhang Jintian came to the kitchen and saw Lin Susu's gloating appearance and darkened his face. Wife, this is the good son you gave birth to. I can't believe you're spreading dog food without any distinction. Lin Susu gave Zhang Jintian a blank look, saying it as if you didn't contribute. Zhang Jintian couldn't speak for a moment, looking at Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, who were talking and laughing in the living room. Zhang Jintian was a little envious. He, for a long time, hadn't been this intimate with Lin Susu. Honey, we've been a long time. You shut up. You think you're still a little boy? Lin Susu said fiercely. Zhang Jintian was aggrieved. At this time, Lin Susu's voice came again. By the way, aren't you going abroad? Why aren't you leaving yet? Wife, can't get away. Zhang Jintian had to say what Jiang Chen had told him. Lin Susu said thoughtfully, Frost is a big star, Every move is watched. We can't treat people badly. Zhang Jintian naturally wants to make a big deal out of it. But, today they are in a position where they have no money. The poor guy who doesn't even have money for a fight. Honey, have you forgotten who we are? We don't have any money today, and we want to have a big party. Where is the money going to come from? You've already said you're winning anyway, so just use that excuse. Lin Susu said and began to analyze. Because, Zhang Jintian had already blown his cowhide. If you take out the money, it seems reasonable. So he said, if you cannot take out the money, then it will sit in the evidence of your bragging. So you might as well get your money out. Zhang Jintian's crying face. Honey, I've already accounted for that share. I got 100 million. But what can you do with $100 million? Our daughter-in-law is a big star. A diamond ring. Probably almost that price. And then there's the miscellany, which is $100 million that seems like a lot, but it really doesn't stand up to being spent. Lin Susu knew that Zhang Jintian was telling the truth. An ordinary person who owns $100 million will eat and drink for the rest of his life. But at their level, or for the purpose of welcoming their daughters-in-law, $100 million really isn't enough. After a moment of silence, Lin Susu said, Hubby, this step of pretending to be poor, we've taken the wrong one. It was too restrictive, so I decided to get rich. Zhang Jintian was curious. How do you get rich? Buy a lottery ticket. Zhang Jintian plummeted. What an IQ tax. Preparing to reject this approach, Lin Susu's voice came to his ears. Honey, lotteries are algorithms too. We just need to get someone to figure out the grand prize numbers and suck the jackpot dry. We'll be legitimate billionaires by then. With this identity, it will be much easier to act in the future. Zhang Jintian understood in seconds. If you just empty the lottery's jackpot, you'd have to come up with a couple $100 million at least. Well, using that money to organize an engagement ceremony for your daughter-in-law should barely be enough. With a plan, Zhang Jintian immediately edited a text message and sent it over. Honey, you'll have to show your face to receive the award then, to let everyone else know that you hit the jackpot. Honey, do you want everyone to know that our son is rich? Zhang Jintian was stunned. Yeah, I think that kid wants to keep meeting out. As she said this, Lin Susu's heart remembered yesterday's scene. Jiang Chen actually cried for poverty and had to go to the wholesale city to buy a $10 dress for them to wear. Look at this. Is this what a rich man does? So said. Honey, think about what he did to us yesterday. Buying us clothes and actually wanting to buy teeny clothes. Obviously he paid hundreds of billions of dollars to buy Hangzhou University. But he put his name on Frost. But on the outside, yet they still pretend to be poor with us every day. All signs point to this kid wanting to develop obscenely. Not that he's faded his feelings for us, but like us, he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Being analyzed by Lin Susu so much, Zhang Jintian slammed his thigh, straight to the insider. Isn't pretending to be poor every day their specialty? Wife, since he's pretending to be poor and wants to live with it, by all rights, we should respect him. But, Zhang Jintian glanced at Yi Lingshuang at the side as he said, Wife, this daughter-in-law of ours is outstanding. If the son is ordinary, he will definitely be the subject of discussion. While he may not care, it will cause Frost a certain amount of distress. Lin Susu nodded. Showbiz. It's a place of right and wrong. Curious, Lin Susu asked, Hubby, what do you want to do? Honey, we won the lottery, and we'll just get a few $100 million. Take it to a wedding and it's gone. When Zhang Jintian said this, he thought of the agreement he had once made with Yi Lingshuang and said again, Frost used to say that she had all deposited the royalties belonging to Xiao Chen into Xiao Chen's card number. It should be several $100 million over the years. The intention was to give it after he went to college, but now I have to take it early. Linusu nodded her head. This money was more than just money. It still represented Jiang Chen's extraordinary nature. After all, in this world, those who reach several $100 million in royalties by writing a few songs are not described as geniuses, but demons. Just a strange man with an actress that people don't associate with a gigolo, even if they are talked about. It's just their envy. The two chatted for a while, only to be hit by a burning odor. Looking up at the pot of porridge that had just been cooking. Nice guy. The flavor is coming from the pot. The two looked at each other and both saw the embarrassment in each other. Zhang Jintian took the initiative to go forward, lifting the pot of porridge cooking and placing it on the dining table. Jiang Chen sniffed the pot that smelled burnt and was dumbfounded. This mom still can't even cook porridge after more than a decade. So defeated. Seeing the disappointment in Jiang Chen's eyes, Lin Susu looked embarrassed. Son, I know, it tastes a little weird, but you have to trust mommy. She's going to become a very good cook, better than a 3-star Michelin chef. Jiang Chen belabored in his heart. Your cooking hasn't improved a bit in over 10 years, don't you have any idea? And to surpass the chef of a 3-star Michelin hotel, You're making it hard for me to believe you. However, despite thinking that in his heart, he said against his will, Mom, I believe you. The words were quickly opened. Nice guy. A black smoke came straight out. It's really scary, as if she didn't see it. Lin Susu took a stainless steel spoon and scooped up the lean meat porridge for Jiang Chen, saying gently, Little Chen, taste it. It's a little mushy, but there's a lot of meat in it. Lin Susu at this time showed the virtuous wife and mother to the fullest. Jiang Chen would like to escape. This mom is too ferocious, actually forced him to eat such a difficult porridge. Looking at the rice in the pot, some of which is brown from the smoke, I really can't swallow it. Jiang Chen weakly asked, Mom, can I not eat? Lin Susu Jiang Chen, with a disgusted and reluctant look on his face, said without blushing, Son, all grains are bitter. This is what your mom and I worked so hard to simmer all morning. You can't be picky. Jiang Chen was very resistant inside. He, though he grew up with a lot of suffering, ate meals that were clean. There's no time like this. After a moment of silence, he said in a hurry, Mom, I suddenly remembered that I have things to do, so I won't eat breakfast. With those words, he directly fled the house, leaving the three of them staring at each other in disbelief. Yilingxuan looked at the porridge in the pot and also had trouble accepting it, and also said, Dad, Mom, I'll go see if Xiaochen needs any help. Jiang Zhentian also wanted to slip away, only to hear Lin Susu's smiling voice come through. Hubby, try it. It sure tastes good. Honey, I also suddenly remembered. You sit down, Lin Susu ordered with a dark face. Jiang Zhentian didn't dare to move a muscle, trying to sneak away. No way. Don't you think about it? Who caused the porridge I cooked early in the morning to turn out like this? Honey, it's not my fault. Jiang Zhentian had an aggrieved look on his face. If you don't come to the kitchen to talk to me, this pot of porridge is just fine. Little Morning and Frost won't leave either, and our family can beautifully enjoy the delicious breakfast I made. Now that they're gone, you finish it for me. Jiang Zhentian looked at a large pot of porridge. That's a lot for 4 people. How can I eat? Trying to escape, he saw Lin Susu looking at him with a black face. I really don't have the guts. I can only eat it with tears in my eyes. Yilingxuan and Jiang Chen came outside and went to a breakfast place to have a nice meal. Walk out of the store holding hands. Honey, I think that someone could teach Mom to cook. She cooks horribly. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, Wife, if she really wanted to learn, she would have become a top chef a long time ago, mainly because she doesn't want to cook. The worst meal he'd ever had was his mom's cooking. Every time Mom says she wants to learn, but she never sees any progress. It's been over a decade and it's still the same. If you really want to learn, it doesn't take 10 years to make great progress in a month. So he had no illusions about his mom's cooking skills. Yilingxuan was silent for a moment and felt the same. Cooking isn't really that hard. However, it was also heard from Jiang Chen's words that Jiang Chen's mom and dad loved each other. After all, even with all the money in the world, a woman still needs to be able to cook some home-cooked meals. Can't rely on a babysitter for everything. But then Lin Susu didn't have to do anything, and the two remained as in love as passionate lovers. This is proof of favor. After walking on the road for a while, Yilingxuan asked, Hubby, are we going home? Jiang Chen's mind conjured up that big pot of porridge, and his heart resisted. That pot, it must have been Dad's alone. Now that I'm back, I can't help but help Dad share the joy. As a filial son, this kind of obnoxious thing Jiang Chen would never do. Honey, let's not disturb their world of two. Yilingxuan's eyes gurgled. Good guy, obviously afraid to go back to continue to be forced by Mom to eat porridge, but said so clearly off. However, Jiang Chen could go without. As a daughter-in-law, and the in-laws have just come over, it's a bit hard to avoid them. Honey, go out and play then. I'm going to stay with Mom and Dad. Jiang Chen stared blankly at Yilingxuan. Soon, he knew what Yilingxuan had in mind. Yilingxuan was different from him. Yilingxuan is a daughter-in-law and has not yet been initiated. Old Mom and the others had just gotten over here again. So naturally, her daughter-in-law had to follow her around and couldn't run away as recklessly as he did. Having figured it out, Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Yilingxuan's soft waist and said, Wife, then I'll go with you. Honey, you're not. Yilingxuan didn't say the latter words because she knew Jiang Chen would understand. Let's walk slowly. We should be home by the time Dad finishes eating. Yilingxuan had a black face. Sure enough, this old cock thief of his own is beyond compare. However, she was still quite happy that Jiang Chen was willing to go back with her. After all, she really couldn't cope with Jiang Chen's odd pair of parents. The two held hands and walked slowly. When he came to the house, he only saw Lin Susu sitting on the sofa, watching the news, and Jiang Zhentian was still at the dining table with an aggravated look on his face. Yilingxuan and Jiang Chen both looked at each other. This one's just embarrassing. I thought I was coming late. but I didn't realize I was actually early after all. Jiang Chen walked up stiffly. I only see half a pod left. Jiang Chen weakly asked, Dad, haven't you eaten well yet? Jiang Zhentian looked up at Jiang Chen, and although he didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with heartache, bullied by his wife. This son is useless. Seeing that his dad was aggrieved, Jiang Chen walked over to Lin Susu's side and said, Mom, my dad is already full. Jiang Zhentian's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Susu with a hopeful gaze. Hopefully the wife will be able to get a net and not let him keep eating it. It's really too bracing. Lin Susu glanced at Jiang Chen and then saw her husband's supplicating gaze, so she had no choice but to say, Since you're full, why are you still holding the bowl? Kept hugging the bowl and eating. I thought he didn't get enough. Jiang Zhentian wanted to cry. I thought to myself, aren't you staring at me all the time? How dare I put it down? But with Lin Susu's permission, he hurriedly put down his chopsticks and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. The look was like a thank you. This son, still quite reliable. No heartache, Dad. Numbly, he cleared the table and went to the kitchen to wash his own dishes. Yi Lingshuang wanted to go help, but was stopped by Lin Susu. Frosty, sit down. It's just a couple of bowls. Your dad can do it alone. Mom, I haven't washed yesterday's yet. It's okay. Washing dishes is your dad's job. He won't mind. This. Yi Lingshuang was a bit embarrassed. After all, she was the daughter-in-law. Frost, go rest. It won't take long with just these bowls. Seeing that Jiang Zhentian had already spoken out, Yi Lingshuang didn't insist. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Susu asked with a smile, Frost, aren't you and Xiao Chun going to have an engagement banquet? Do you prefer Chinese or Western style? Mom, I like Chinese, Yi Lingshuang said shyly. Well, Chinese is good and atmospheric. Lin Susu nodded, then asked, So, have you picked out your tiaras and costumes? And wedding planners? Mom, it's not time yet. Lin Susu heard that it's not too late, and hurriedly took the tablet out and said, Mom just happens to have a friend who opened a wedding planning company over in Kyoto, and nowadays, a lot of celebrity weddings look for them. Just now, I also got in touch, and he made me 2 plans, Western and Chinese, and got the models done. See if you like. Yi Lingshuang curiously took the tablet and opened the video. Nice guy. The room was red, full of all sorts of exotic animals, dancing, looking very festive and high-end. Yi Lingshuang was truly shocked. On this scale, he felt that even in the heyday of the Tang dynasty, palace wedding banquets were not this extravagant. Stammering, he asked, Mom, this scale takes a lot of money, doesn't it? Frosty, it won't take more than a few dollars. Lin Susua smiled faintly. Yi Lingshuang didn't believe it. Not to mention these lavish arrangements that were even more extravagant than the palace. The high technology used for these Ruibei projections was a considerable expense. Jiang Chen saw that Yi Lingshuang's expression had changed, so he also took the tablet and looked at it. Very luxurious indeed. But on this scale in the video, they don't have venues that big in that little city of theirs. Mom, the engagement party is at the old house. We don't have a venue this big back home. Lin Susu smiled faintly and said, Silly boy, isn't the gym huge? Just rent it over and build it when the time comes. Nice guy. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were both stunned. It's really a 6,666 operation to just bag the stadium. Mom, would it be too much of a splurge? Silly daughter, that's not how you use the spread. The 3 most important events for a woman are the engagement and marriage one. Then naturally, the more lively the better. Yi Lingshuang was touched in her heart. Mom, thank you. What a silly child. Family doesn't talk. Tomorrow, your dad and I will go home and talk to your mom and dad about making this engagement party a little more festive. Aha. Yi Lingshuang nodded. A few people chatted for a while, only to see the news of Hangzhou University playing on the news. The latest news I got is that all the current students of Hangzhou University have voted. Specifically, there will be several teachers who are not qualified for the current job. Please continue to pay attention to Hangzhou TV. We will be the first to report the results when they are available. Seeing this news, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang glanced at each other. A few days ago, the boss of the Ministry of Education took the lead and put opinion and complaint boxes in every classroom and schools. The students complained in real names about which teacher was not virtuous. You can also thank, by name, which teacher is of high moral character and helpful. The person against whom the complaint is made will be expelled as soon as a class reaches the relevant percentage. Teachers will be rewarded for being thanked by name. It seems that all the students have voted in the last few days. Since the school students had already voted, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang both looked at each other. Heartily, they stood up at the same time. Mom, I'm going to go to school, and I'll take you guys on a trip to the wetlands later. Lin Susu smiled faintly and didn't hold back much. She already knew about what happened at Hangzhou University, and she also felt that Jiang Chen had done the right thing. Now that you have invested, it's all about making a profit and getting better at it. Firing incompetent teachers is par for the course. Moreover, as Hangzhou University was previously state-run, many people trusted their connections to get in and muddle through. She also didn't want to have such a group of parasites in there sucking Jiang Chen's blood. When Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang both arrived at the school, they attracted the attention of many students. They all knew that Jiang Chen had come over to purge the school of some teachers. Seeing a lot of stares and thinking about so many classrooms, how long would the two of them have to stay busy if they didn't have help? So, Yi Lingshuang walked to the security room and said to the security guard, "Uncle, please contact your colleagues who are on patrol to come with us." "Okay, Mr. Yi." The security guard looked respectful and picked up his walkie-talkie to contact the security guards who were on patrol to gather at the door. Soon, more than 40 security guards entered the school in force, picked up the ballot boxes for each class, and headed for the conference room. Below the conference room, the entire school was already filled with teachers. At this point each one of them was tense. Today, it's time to decide fate. A few days ago, Jiang Chen had already said that those who stayed would have their wages raised by 1/3, and fired, though with state-mandated compensation. But the reputation certainly stinks. So, they're all worried. For all the expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Chen saw it in his eyes. But he doesn't care. Can a teacher who can be loathed by a group of students be a good teacher? So there are absolutely no wrongdoers under the knife. The list of those who were complained about was quickly made. There were 20 in all. The highest number of complaints was from a 48-year-old professor. Jiang Chen recognized this guy. This guy used to jump all over the internet. The voices saying that Jiang Chen should be fired were also the loudest. Jiang Chen looked at the guy's information, only to find that he was actually the great-uncle of Vice Principal Yao Yuanxiang. Nice guy. No wonder it sold so well on the internet in the first place. One by one, Jiang Chen went through the teachers with the largest lists of complaints and called each other to stand up. Then look at their future memories and profiles again. It was found that the people who were complained about were really no good. When his gaze landed on a man in his 40s, wearing glasses and looking very civilized, his brows suddenly tightened. The man's name was Luo Chang and he was in his 40s. Jiang Chen used the destiny modifier to look at Luo Chang's profile and only found that he was a murderer. 20 years ago, Luo Chang graduated from college, killed his girlfriend because she broke up with him, even created an alibi. The M.O. is so clean. It's perfect. Luo Chang was very uncomfortable being looked at by Jiang Chen. And what made him even more uncomfortable was the fact that over 300 students actually complained. Principal Jiang, I've been teaching at Hangzhou University for 8 years, and I've been dedicated to my work, received various awards, and won unanimous praise from teachers and students. How can I be amoral? It must be individual students who have been punished by me and so hold a grudge against me. Looking at the gloomy Luo Chang, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Mr. Luo, don't worry. Everything I do today is to improve the quality of teaching and I have no grudge against everyone. No one will be fired arbitrarily. Jiang Chen lightly overshadowed Luo Chang's words, then began to look at the teachers whose complaints were more than proportional again. Folks, I'm sure some of you have questions in your minds, and definitely not convinced. If you want to know the reason, I can tell you on the spot. But if you don't want everyone to know what you're being complained about, you can just give me your resignation. Stand up people. You look at me. I look at you. Everyone still has something in mind. If Jiang Chen were to let Jiang Chen say it at this point, the one who would lose face would be himself. Luo Chang, who has gone through a lot of hardships to get to where he is today. Naturally unconvinced, he said angrily, Principal, I'm not going to hand in my resignation. Over the years, I have worked diligently and everything I have done has been for the students. I think that these students are definitely out to get back at me. Jiang Chen was speechless. 1 student or 10 may be retaliation. But today, it's more than 300 people. 2/3 of the students in the classes Luo Chang had taught felt that what Luo Chang taught was highly personal and subjective. Even to show off himself. Students like the kind of teachers who already have experiments that prove them right and have interesting teaching methods. Instead, they were like Luo Chang, who had no experimental basis, but boasted about their teachers, making wild assumptions and showing off their teachers. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, thinking that Luo Chang was a murderer and shouldn't be overly aggressive. So he smiled and said, Mr. Luo, wait a moment, I'll make a call. You will be given a satisfactory explanation. Thank you, Principal. Luo Chang had a look of joy on his face. He thought that Jiang Chen wouldn't fire him. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, calling Yi Lingshuang outside. He said, Wife, go call the police. There's a murderer at the school. Ha? Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. Hubby, what does it mean? Jiang Chen once again said seriously, this Luo Chang is a murderer. Yi Lingshuang was stunned. A murderer and a college teacher for 8 long years? This is big news. How come no one knows? And how did Jiang Chen know that? She weakly asked. Honey, you didn't see it wrong, did you? Definitely. Honey, just trust me. Although Yi Lingshuang still had many doubts in her heart, she still chose to believe Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen never wronged anyone. Yi Lingshuang went outside to call the police. Jiang Chen returned to the conference room. Coming to Luo Cheng's side, he asked with a smile. Mr. Luo, I heard that when you were in college, you talked about a girlfriend named Du Meiwan, right? Luo Cheng's face changed drastically. How did Jiang Chen know what happened 20 years ago? At that time, Jiang Chen wasn't even born alright. However, being the smart guy he was, he knew he couldn't deny it at this point. Jiang Chen was able to ask, so he definitely knew. He gathered up the panic in his mind. After a moment of silence, he smiled and asked rhetorically, Principal Jiang, I wonder if your sudden question to Meiwan has anything to do with these complaints? Luo Chang was indeed a person with a delicate mind. At this moment, Jiang Chen knew, even if we let law enforcement arrest Luo Chang, it would be very difficult to get a substantial conviction. Even though he already knew how Luo Chang erased the information, he was not a law enforcement officer. Can't keep an eye on it all the time. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, knowing that he could only use the skill of modifying fate. It seems that it is still necessary to revise his fate. Otherwise he's going to get away with it again. Luo Chang saw that Jiang Chen didn't answer and just looked at him like that. His heart fumed. Jiang Chen was clearly nothing more than an 18-year-old kid. He actually didn't dare to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. Hastily averting his gaze, he kept his head down. Seeing Luo Cheng's heart weakly lowering his head, Jiang Chen said in a low tone, Teacher Luo, I suspect that you killed your ex-girlfriend. Back then, Luo Cheng's face changed drastically as he said coldly, Jiang Chen, don't think that just because you're the principal, you can falsely accuse people. Jiang Chen said indifferently, whether it's a false accusation or not, you know best in your heart. Luo Chang still wanted to threaten Jiang Chen when he suddenly heard a police car ringing and his face changed drastically, but he still had his heart in the right place. Maybe, these people are just passing through. Suddenly, the door to the conference room opened. 4 uniformed enforcers walked in. Who is Luo Chang? Named, Roboto instinctively tried to run. However, Jiang Chen had taken precautions and grabbed Luo Chang's clothes with one hand. Get the fuck out of my way. Luo Chang was furious and grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, trying to shake him off. But Jiang Chen, as someone who had been transformed by the system and also possessed 100 times the force value of Yi Lingshuang, could not be shaken by Luo Chang, an ordinary person. Therefore, Jiang Chen controlled Luo Chang in 3 tries. The law enforcers soon came over and gave Luo Chang a pair of pure steel handcuffs to take to the police station. Jiang Chen naturally had to go over and make a statement, but since Jiang Chen had already written a new fate for Luo Chang in advance, Luo Chang quickly confessed to the events of 20 years ago. Jiang Chen returned to the school, thinking about the millions of students at Hangzhou University today, and the teachers over at the branch. If there were still some of these people who had committed the same offense as Luo Chang hiding among them, it would be really troublesome. Thus, Jiang Chen decided to utilize this special skill given by the system and began to check the profiles of everyone at Hangzhou University. Not to mention, some checking. There are really quite a few students and teachers who find crime. There was even a student who dragged a passing woman into the bushes on a dark and windy night because he couldn't control his lower body. Others take their roommate's new computer and sell it because they have no money, then act generous and buy their roommate a king's skin to comfort them. For some trivial matters, Jiang Chen didn't care, but the big cases, enough to be sentenced, Jiang Chen directly modified the fate and transferred to the judiciary. He's no saint, but he doesn't want the university to be polluted by these people. After 7 consecutive days of inspections, Jiang Chen found a total of over 40 students and teachers who had committed crimes enough to be sentenced. 7 days, and college military training is over. Many freshmen who don't have cell phones go back to school and are confused when they see the drastic change. Jiang Chen, originally, was a freshman just like them. Now, shaking hands and becoming the principal of the school is amazingly fast. Also, it was supposed to be a state-run university. Nowadays the more it becomes private, the owner is still a big star like Yi Lingshuang. This is outrageous. Also, many teachers were fired by Jiang Chen. However, there was no resistance, because, during these 7 days, Jiang Chen had already hired teachers from many famous schools abroad at high prices to come and replace those who were replaced. Moreover, Jiang Chen had purchased very advanced instruments from abroad at high prices. It is important to know that these instruments cannot be bought into existence even by the top 985 universities in China. And Jiang Chen bought it. With these instruments and the addition of teachers from prestigious schools abroad, nowadays, The faculty of Hangzhou University has been so horrible that it is directly comparable to Kyoto University, which is in the first place. This had the students cheering. The school has been given a new lease of life. However, Jiang Chen's heart to use the fate modifier to find the criminals was not broken. Whenever you have time, you come to the school and wander around to see if there are any new discoveries. On the afternoon of this day, Yilingxuang took Jiang Chen's hand and sat on the school's gazebo, asking with a smile, "Hubby, in the future, will you be in this school as a student, or as the principal?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "This depends on what I need. I'm a student when I want to be in class. If you don't want to take classes, then I'm the principal." Jiang Chen's reply froze Yilingxuang. So dashing. Be a student if you want to be a student. Be a teacher if you want to be a teacher. The two of them chatted for a while, and Yilingxuang suddenly said, "Hubby, the engagement date is coming up soon, and the planning company has set up the venue. Mom asked when we were going back. Also, we haven't tried on any of our custom-made phoenix crowns or dresses. They are afraid that if we go back late, the clothes and the phoenix crowns made of gold won't fit, and they won't have time to modify them." Jiang Chen was a bit embarrassed. "It's been 7 days, and I've been so busy organizing school that I forgot about engagement time. Now that the school is pretty much cleaned up, it's time to go back. After all, the engagement is very important. It's also about a lifetime of happiness for both." Dragon City, a small city with a population of only 600,000 people. It's underdeveloped here though, but an airfield has been built. There is a daily flight to every provincial city in the country. 8 p.m. Airport exit. Yilingxuang looked at the only few cabs, and they were all loaded with people. Yilingxuang asked doubtfully, "Hubby, do we really not need to ask Dad to pick us up?" "Honey, they both must have been drinking again, and it was a waste of time to call." Jiang Chen was very familiar with his dad and Yilingxuang's dad. The two would drink and brag together every day whenever they got together. "It was dinner time again, so I'm sure I dipped into the wine again. This airport is a bit remote, plus the traffic police are very strict. It's better to wait for a cab." Su Shan, who was following behind her, saw the empty airport. There were no more cabs, and asked suspiciously, "Sister, do you have online cars here?" "I don't think so," Yilingxuang said uncertainly. Whenever she came back, she told Mom and Dad ahead of time, so she didn't learn about it. Jiang Chen left Dragon City after his grandparents died. He didn't come back for 3 years. Just as Su Shan wanted to go inside the airport to inquire, she only saw a cab coming from the distance. "Handsome boys and girls, where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride?" The cab driver, though speaking Mandarin, questioned several people in a local accent. Yilingxuang used the local language and said, "Master, let's go to Jinjiang Garden. Go or not? Gotta have it. $100 a head." Jiang Chen and Yilingxuang's eyes widened when they heard that it was actually $100 a person. It's only about 20 kilometers from here to the entrance of the neighborhood. This driver, too, is too pitiful. Yilingxuang inquired doubtfully, "Master, don't you play the meter anymore?" "None of the meters low." Su Shan, who was on the side, understood and said in Mandarin, "Master, this is too expensive. I checked and it's only 20 kilometers from here to where we went." The driver's eyes lit up when he heard that he actually had a foreign accent. "Sis, it's all one price. We're okay with cabs. They're still regular. They're black cars and more expensive." Although the cab driver tried his best to speak in Mandarin, the hometown accent, how could he not erase it? Su Shan skimmed her lips. This driver was really dark. The cab driver seemed to also see that Su Shan was unhappy and said again, "Do you want to sit? If not, I'll leave. I'm telling you guys, there are no more flights going out there today, and the flight from Kyoto doesn't arrive until 10 p.m. So if you can wait, wait." Yilingxuang and Jiang Chen both heard the driver's meaning. Those of them who drive cabs come here when the flights come. If not, they would not have come. Well, it seems to have actually gotten by this driver. Money, they were not lacking, but the driver ripped them off. "Master, I'm bothering you. We're not sitting down," Jiang Chen said politely. The driver was a bit confused. Looking at the dress of Jiang Chen, Yilingxuang and the others, they were all masters who didn't lack money. How come he won't give him $100? After a moment of silence, she smiled and said, "The next flight is not until 10 p.m. Oh, do you want to wait until 10 p.m. to go? We happen to be hungry, so we can grab a quick lunch at the airport and play a few games before it's time. I'll take 100. It's really not that high. You guys eat inside the airport. Any meal costs 300 to 500. The driver's not feeling well. Why can't these guys get their heads around this? Any meal at the airport could be a nice meal back in the city." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "We're not bad." The driver was so pissed off he had a myocardial infarction. "Not bad for $100 fare. You guys are all too expensive." Is it true that the richer you are, the more stingy you are? Once again, he surveyed Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen. It's really nice to wear. But when he saw that Jiang Chen was full of concern, he knew that he had met an expert today, and the ripoff had failed. He thought that if he just went back with an empty car, he would have lost money. After all, a round trip, that's 40 kilometers, a big loss, only to say, several, since you do not accept the price of a bite. Then the meter. Actually, I'll tell you what, it's not even close to a couple bucks. Hearing that they had to play the meter, Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Should be about right. If they really waited for 10 o'clock, they couldn't wait, so they got in their cars. In the car, Jiang Chen only noticed that the driver's hand had been pressing the gear knob, and as the driver's hand pressed, the meter jumped so fast, faster than a human heartbeat. Jiang Chen was shocked. In the past, the installation of meter-regulating devices in cab drivers' cars was only seen in the news. I never thought that I would have the honor of seeing it today. The driver was so black-hearted. Jiang Chen decided to give him a little lesson. If not, he doesn't know the dangers of this society. So, open the fate modifier and check the fate of the cab driver. Zhao Daqiang, 38 years old. 30 years of life remaining. Jiang Chen continued to check on Zhao Daqiang's fate. When he saw the contents, Jiang Chen was shocked. The 2 lottery tickets bought by Zhao Daqiang will win the grand prize of $10 million later. With money, you have to divorce your wife the next day and you don't want 2 sick kids. When his wife cried and refused to divorce, Zhao Daqiang took the money and ran away. 3 years later, he sued for divorce on the grounds that the couple had been separated for 3 years. Finally got what he wanted and married a model the next day. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. The wife followed him through thick and thin without a single day of blessing, and kicked him when she got rich. It's amazing how 2 children who are sick don't think about treatment and abandonment. Heartless people are so disgusting and sickening. Pigs and dogs. Such a man. Jiang Chen decided that he couldn't let him have a good time. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen had a good idea and said to the driver with a smile, "Master, I heard that someone won several $100 million a few days ago. Do you have the habit of buying lottery tickets?" "Yes." The driver was very welcoming. "Today, the meter has come to $100 because of his remote control. Well, by the time we get to our destination, we'll definitely be able to go over 200. This order, still making a profit, said, I've taken $4 for 2 bets on the same number every day for the last 10 years. Over the years, the big prizes are not won, but the small prizes get a lot." Jiang Chen acted adoringly. "Wow, master, you're great. At this rate, the next time you win the lottery, won't that be getting $10 million? Zhao Daqiang laughed and said, $10 million, don't dare to think." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Master, that's also true. It's said that the lottery is artificially controlled. It's hard for ordinary people to win." Zhao Daqiang nodded. Apparently it also agreed with Jiang Chen's words. So the two chatted very speculatively. When he arrived in the city, Jiang Chen saw that the fire was almost ready and said with a smile, "Older brother, from what you said, you're lucky. Why don't you sell me your lottery ticket? I'm willing to pay a high price." Zhao Daqiang was a bit confused. Paying a high price for a lottery ticket? Jiang Chen sensed Zhao Daqiang's shocked look and said with a smile, "Older brother, you bought 2 bets, didn't you? I'll give you 1,000. Is that okay with you? 1,000? Zhao Daqiang looked incredulous. He's been buying lottery tickets for so long, and he's never won $500. And now Jiang Chen is going straight for 1,000? That's going to make him so happy. Little brother, are you telling the truth? Of course. Jiang Chen's face was serious. Upon seeing that Zhao Daqiang was still a bit skeptical, he turned his head to Yi Lingshuang and said, "Wife, take 1,000 cash and give it to me." Yi Lingshuang was puzzled as to how Jiang Chen had suddenly bought a lottery ticket on a whim. "Honey, you never play the lottery. Why did you suddenly remember to play the lottery? Didn't Dad hit the jackpot? I want to try my luck." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Yes, Jiang Zhentian bought a lottery ticket a few days ago and won $300 million, which pretty much took the jackpot. He also gave an interview on TV, acting realistically, saying that the money would be just right for his son's engagement party and bride price." At that time, when they saw this news, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were thunderstruck. This dad, in the end, used what relationship, actually won $300 million, is too incredible. So at this moment, Jiang Chen felt that it was very appropriate to use this reason to say Yi Lingshuang rolled her eyes straight away. This man, why has he become immodest? Think the jackpot is something you can just win? However, since Jiang Chen's wanted to play, she naturally wouldn't stop it. Knowing that it was not very convenient to pay by cell phone when they came to the small place in Longcheng, the two of them purposely withdrew quite a lot of cash, handing Jiang Chen $1,000. "Old man, do you have your lottery ticket in your hand? Zhao Daqiang opened a storage box in a car and took out a lottery ticket and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen inquired again just in case. Older brother, is this the one you always buy? Yes. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, older brother, as you know, this thing is artificially manipulated. I'd like you to stop buying this number today. Is that okay? The more bets you have, the less chance you have of winning. Zhao Daqiang heard the meaning in Jiang Chen's words. Dude, if you don't want me to buy it, it's gotta be extra. This, Zhao Daqiang is really greedy enough. $1,000 isn't enough. He was upset when he asked, how much do I add? Zhao Daqiang laughed nervously and said, these numbers, I haven't changed them in 10 years, and they haven't been broken in every issue. You're suddenly asking me to break a period. So if I win the lottery, won't I lose a lot of money? So, you give me $500 as compensation. Jiang Chen frowned and asked, if I give you $500, won't you buy it? Brother, as long as you give me $500, I dare to swear by the dragon god of our dragon city. If I go to buy it again, I won TC tomorrow as son. Nice guy. Zhao Daqiang's poisonous oath was tough enough. The city was called Dragon City because the city had a legend. A dragon offended the god of heaven and was suppressed under the ground of Dragon City. It is said that during the Song dynasty when there was no rain for 3 consecutive months, the crops would die. The subdued dragon underground risked his life by crawling out of the ground to rain for Dragon City for 7 consecutive days, but also angered the heavens with his selfish behavior. Heaven sent down heavenly soldiers and the dragon was killed by the river. The dragon's body was turned into stone and has survived until now. So, this small city, which was not called Dragon City, was changed to Dragon City because of that story. And every family took tribute to the river to offer sacrifices on the 6th day of the 6th month, the day the dragon was killed. So, in Dragon City, the dragon god was a supreme being that would not allow anyone to blaspheme. Jiang Chen saw that Zhao Daqiang had taken a poisonous oath with the dragon god, so he also said to Yiling Shuang at that moment, wife, give me another $500. Although Yiling Shan was puzzled by Jiang Chen's maneuver, she still tenderly handed over the $500. Zhao Daqiang looked at the $1,500 in his hand, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Well, today, it wasn't a wasted trip. For $1,500, you can go to a bathhouse, wash your feet, and ask a good-looking technician to give you a good service. Seeing the happy Zhao Daqiang, Jiang Chen shook his head. Sure enough, one really can't be greedy. Look, I could have won $10 million and changed my fate. Now, because of cheapness, the opportunity to get rich is missed for nothing. The car traveled all the way and soon arrived at the neighborhood where Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang's parents were. Zhao Daqiang smiled and said, brother, the fare is $235, but I see that you and I are quite compatible, brother, so I'll pass on the $5. Yiling Shuang and Su Shan heard actually so much. $10 a mile? Where can you get a cab that expensive? Su Shan wanted to speak, but was stopped by Jiang Chen, also took out $250 to Zhao Daqiang, older brother. This is $250. The extra is considered a little brother to treat you to milk tea. Thanks bro. Zhao Daqiang was a bit sorry. What a nice fat goat. Hard to find in the future. As Zhao Daqiang left, Su Shan, full of confusion, turned to Jiang Chen and asked, brother-in-law, he's obviously hacking us. Why are you still so nice to him? Jiang Chen smiled and asked, am I good to him? Su Shan deflated her mouth and said, not only did you tip him, but you also bought a useless lottery ticket from him for $1,500. That's a bad deal. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Isn't it still open? Maybe this ticket will win me the jackpot? Yiling Shuang shook her head. He bought it for 10 years and didn't win. How could it come to you and win? Luck matters. A few people chatted at the gate before entering the neighborhood. When he came to the floor of the unit he was in, before he even went in, he heard the sound of paddling coming from Yiling Shuang's home. Well, the owners of the two voices were none other than Jiang Chen's dad and Yiling Shan's dad. The two of them looked at each other with a face full of bitterness. Sure enough, whenever these two meet, wine is unavoidable. Honey, let's go inside first. To your house, or mine? Jiang Chen asked with a dark face. Yiling Shuang said shyly, hubby, we're a family. Well, there's nothing wrong with that statement. Thus, Jiang Chen directly opened the door. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Jiang Chen's dad and a burly man wearing an undershirt with his arm muscles completely exposed touching each other with a large bowl. Old Jiang, your drinking capacity is really too bad. These wines are only about 40 degrees, and you can't do it after only 5 bowls? How did you get so weak after all those years of going on tour? Come on, drink some more. It's a nourishing wine. It's good for your body. The one who spoke was Yi Lingfang's dad, Yi Wenshan. Old Yi, who said I was vain? Only I haven't eaten. By the time I've eaten, These 2 pounds of white wine won't even be enough to gargle. Seeing the two bragging, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang covered their faces. Sure enough, when they get together, nothing good can come of it. Smiling, he walked over and said, "Dad, you guys need to drink less." The two who were drinking heard Yi Lingshuang's voice and looked up at the same time. Yi Wenshan immediately got up when he saw Jiang Chen arrive. Staggering to Jiang Chen's side, he pulled Jiang Chen and said with dissatisfaction, "Son-in-law, your father is weak. Come on, let's drink. Let's not get drunk today, my lord." Jiang Chen was confused. Yi Wan has been sparring with his dad. Why is he still so fierce? Dad, I don't know how to drink. What kind of a man is he if he can't drink? Which one of our good men in Dragon City doesn't know how to drink? When Yi Wulian's words fell, he saw that Jiang Chen still wanted to refuse and said unhappily, "If you don't drink, I won't marry my daughter to you." So mean. Everyone in Dragon City can really drink. And, as is customary for marriages here, there's the barrage of wine. Stop the door wine. Most of the white wine. And all full. So, when the man goes to the woman's house to pick up the bride, he invites a few very good drinkers to do so. Because, if you don't finish the wine, you can't pick up the bride. It is also because of this custom that the boys here have practiced good drinking from an early age. Jiang Chen naturally knew a little bit about it, but he knew that alcohol was bad for the body, so he drank it in moderation. Sitting down, he looked at his dad, whose eyes were going wide open, and shook his head. It's really aggravating. One of the richest men in the world was being dunked by Yi Wuanwu with a local $15 a pound of rice wine, so much so that he couldn't even lift his head up. Pathetic. Honey, see where mom and the guys are. Help dad to bed and I'll drink with our dad. Yi Lingshuang had a worried look on her face. She knew her dad very well. A bellyful of 2 or 3 pounds of random homebrewed rice wine is perfectly fine. Jiang Chen, can you really do it? Honey, don't worry. I'm actually pretty good at drinking. Yi Lingshuang directly rolled her eyes. You're a good drinker? I grew up with you. How could I not know? But dad's all put out. If Jiang Chen didn't accompany her, she wouldn't be allowed to marry him, which wasn't a good idea. So, looked at all the rooms in the house. All without her mom Zhang Yunpei and Jiang Chen's mom Lin Susu, can only leave to go live in the opposite door of Jiang Chen's home. As soon as I opened the door, I saw 2 women working on needlework with needles. It looks like it's for sewing the dress she'll wear on her engagement day. There is a custom in Longcheng that the clothes a woman wears on the day she gets married, if she is handled by her mother and mother-in-law personally with needle and thread once, this is tantamount to getting the blessings of the elders on both sides that their daughters will be happy for the rest of their lives if they marry. When Lin Susu and Zhang Yunpei saw Yi Lingshuang standing in the doorway, they were first surprised, then joyful. "Missy, what are you doing here? When did you get here? Why didn't you contact us to pick you up?" Zhang Yunpei walked up and looked left and right with a look of joy. "Mom, we just got here," Yi Lingshuang said with a smile. "Where's Morn? Didn't he come with you?" Yi Lingshuang looked at the opposite door and said, "He's drinking with my dad." Lin Susu and Zhang Yunpei looked at each other. Could it be that Zhang Zhentian had been drunk so quickly? It shouldn't. There's no reason for the two to be equal in alcohol consumption. Nevertheless, the two of them hurried over. Opening the door, they only saw Jiang Chen and Yi Wulian with their hands on each other's backs, drinking heavily. The 3 women's faces changed drastically when they saw Jiang Chen gulping down his wine, which was spilling out and soaking his clothes. Zhang Yunpei ran over and directly grabbed Yi Wanli's ear. "Yi Wuan, you want to kill Xiao Chen? They and Missy are getting married in a few days, and you're going to fill little morning with wine." Being grabbed by the ear, Yi Wutian screamed in pain. "Wife, lighter, lighter ah!" Yi Wenshan wanted to beg for mercy, but when he saw his daughter Yi Lingshuang also looking at him with a black face, he hurriedly explained, "Wife, Frost, it's not that I want to dunk my son-in-law. He's the one who volunteered to drink it. You didn't make me do it, did you?" Zhang Yunpei huffed. "Xiao Chen is so small. You still want him to drink. I'll beat you to death." As Zhang Yunpei's words fell, he picked up a broom and chased after Yi Wanli. She was really pissed off. She knew Jiang Chen's drinking capacity very well. How could Jiang Chen stand such a big bowl just now? Yi Wentian was chased by his wife and came to the corner, and there was no way to hide. So he hurriedly picked up Zhang Yunpei, and even kissed him fiercely. "Honey, why have you gotten so mean? Come, love you well for me." The words fell and the mouth passed again. Zhang Yunpei was mortified to the core. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would definitely make an even bigger fool of herself. So she panicked and pushed Yi Wangxian away, jogging to Jiang Chen's side and asking with concern, "Little Chen, how do you feel?" "Mom, I'm fine," Jiang Chen said with a smile, though he forced himself to be sober. The alcohol was paralyzing his nerves and his eyes were a little open. "You silly boy. How can you drink with a cow like that? Zhang Yunpei was in pain and angry. Jiang Chen, usually a smart kid, why did he get into the habit of drinking with his husband? Lin Susu saw that Jiang Chen was getting a little drunk and immediately squatted down. Yi Lingshuang also crouched down and helped Jiang Chen up, bringing him back to his room. Returning to the room, Jiang Chen was stunned when he saw the setup room, which he found had been renovated. And, not only did the room get bigger, it had its own bathroom. Mind you, his house is 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. He looked closely for a moment and finally saw the name. Originally, the place was 2 bedrooms, now it's all opened up into 1 room, also added inside bathroom and large closet. Good lord, that was fast. Lin Susu didn't notice Jiang Chen's gaze. She ran back to the bedroom, took out a potion needle and came over, hitting Jiang Chen directly on his arm. Mom, what is this? Potion. It will vaporize the alcohol in your body onto your skin. In a few minutes, you'll be covered in sweat, so remember to take a shower. Jiang Chen nodded. I know. Lin Susu looked at Yi Lingshuang, who was standing at the side with a nervous face, and said, Frost, you stay here and watch over Xiao Chen. If he's not sweating in 5 minutes, come tell me. I'm going over there to see if your dad needs a shot. Mom, go get busy. I'll stay here and take care of Xiao Chen. Linusu didn't nag anymore. This potion was developed by her research institute abroad. Although the success rate is 98%, there are surprises, and there's still 2 people out there to take care of. He can't be concerned about the front and not the back. As Lin Susu left, Yi Lingshuang sat on the edge of the bed, pulling Jiang Chen's hand and asking worriedly, Hubby, how are you feeling? Jiang Chen smiled and said, Honey, give me a kiss and I'll tell you how I am now. Yi Lingshuang's big beautiful eyes gurgled. Soon, she knew what was going on and put her hand on Jiang Chen's neck, her red lips pressing over. When finished, Shai asked, Are we done now? Jiang Chen licked his lips, looked blearily at Yi Lingshuang, and said, Wife, try kissing again. Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Jiang Chen, you've got too much guts. Today, it's still in the house. Seeing Yi Lingshuang somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Chen pulled Yi Lingshuang's sleeve and said with a beak, Wife, just kiss Lixia. Seeing this expectant look on Jiang Chen's face, Yi Lingshuang really couldn't bear it, peeking at the door. No one. So, eyes closed, head quickly lowered, the 4 thin lips met, only to see Jiang Chen's hand directly embrace her, crazily demanding. Yi Lingshuang was confused. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to give it to Jiang Chen, it was mainly because it wasn't the right place for it. Trying to escape, only to see Jiang Chen was so into it, he couldn't bear it, sighing mentally, I'd better satisfy this little glutton. Jiang Chen was satisfied in his heart when he saw that Yi Lingshuang had responded as well, only when he saw that the door was still open, and if someone came, he could see it in a flash. Did Jiang Chen let go of it with a fondness? Yi Lingshuang wiped her red lips and looked at Jiang Chen with a grudging face. Honey, how did you learn to cheat? Jiang Chen smiled and said, Don't you just love it? If you don't like it, then I won't kiss you next time. Don't you dare. Yi Lingshuang pouted her lips and glared angrily at Jiang Chen. Today, the 2 are at the age of fire. She, for one, doesn't want to be a widow. Seeing Yi Lingshuang's anxious appearance, Jiang Chen laughed. After spending these days together, he already knew what kind of person Yi Lingshuang was. Yi Lingshuang had a strong desire inside, and not as squirmy and pretentious as other women. Despite not merging these days, Jiang Chen had already enjoyed something even more mesmerizing than merging. Yi Lingshuang also said that there was still some stock left. Show him when you get engaged. So, at this time, Jiang Chen was very much looking forward to the day of the engagement. He wanted to see how much more Yi Lingshuang had to offer. The 2 bantered around the room for a while before Lin Susu walked in. Frosty, is Morn sweating? Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen's neck. It was out quite a bit and nodded. Mom, it's out. Lin Susu was still close enough to look at the neck for a while, and then the back. Good lord, it sure came out a lot. She felt strange. Although this drug developed by their company was fierce, it wasn't as fierce as this. Plus, the room was air-conditioned. How can these bean-sized drops of sweat appear? Although he was puzzled, he still instructed Jiang Chen to take a hot bath and then went out. Jiang Chen's bedroom has a bathroom right there and a shower. Jiang Chen pulled Yi Lingshuang's hand with an expectant face. Wife, do you want to come along? At this moment, Yi Lingshuang felt that Jiang Chen was toxic. The family was out there and actually had to drag her. If the house was just the 2 of them, she wouldn't hesitate to say yes. Yi Lingshuang's face was red as she said, There are mom and dad outside. Looking at the shy Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen smiled. It was great fun to make Yi Lingshuang shy, and laughed. Wife, I'm asking you to help with the back rub. Where are you thinking? At this moment, Yi Lingshuang knew that she had been tricked and was so angry that she swung her small fist to hit Jiang Chen's chest. Honey, you're bad. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen didn't care, and directly picked up Yi Lingshuang and headed to the bathroom restroom. The toilet and shower are separated by blast glass. The shower is so large that two people can wash with no problem at all. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang in his arms and asked with a smile, Wife, do you want to rub me with your clothes on? Or, Yi Lingshuang blackened her face. Wasn't it obvious in Jiang Chen's words? With your clothes on, so when the water comes down later, won't that get you wet? Today, the family is present, and her clothes were soaked. How could she explain this to her family? Honey, you're really bad. No, I'm giving you a choice. How democratic. I didn't force you. Jiang Chen's words came, and Yi Lingshuang's entire body was bad. Carrying someone in, and putting them in the shower, and making him make such a choice, is called democracy? It's called no coercion. Good man. What a long view. Since both choices are unfavorable to you, it is natural to choose the lesser of two evils. So, she chose Jiang Chen's favorite option. Anyway, sooner or later, they would be Jiang Chen's people. These days, had helped Jiang Chen do what a couple should do, only the last step was missing. Now, what's it worth to serve Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen had an excited look on his face. This wife, she's really good for nothing. If it were anyone else, they would have fled, right? Holding Yi Lingshuang tightly in his arms, he said, Wife, you're so beautiful. Yi Lingshuang shyly asked, Where is it beautiful? Beautiful everywhere. You're the one with the sweet mouth. Yi Lingshuang was happy in her heart. Then began the service of Jiang Chen. 15 minutes later, the two stepped out of the shower. Jiang Chen changed into a new set of clothes. Yi Lingshuang, on the other hand, quickly straightened up her attire, and even asked Jiang Chen to blow dry his hair, lest it be seen. Only then did she take Jiang Chen's hand and walk out of the room. Coming into the living room, there was no one there. Obviously, several people were at Yi Lingshuang's home. When he opened Yi Lingshuang's home door, he only saw the two of them, Jiang Jintian and Yi Wenshan, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Su Shan, Zhang Yunpei and Lin Susu were focused on making something in their room. The arrival of Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang attracted the attention of several people. Jiang Jintian smiled and said, Xiao Chen, Frost, come sit down. Lao Yi bought a lottery ticket and it's about to be drawn. Let's see if he won the lottery. Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen both looked at each other, their eyes filled with strangeness. Why is Yi Wutian also thinking of buying lottery tickets? In the past, Yi Wutian had clearly said that the lottery was an IQ taxa. Yi Lingshuang walked to Yi Wuwan's side, holding Yi Wuwan's hand, and asked curiously, Dad, why did you remember to buy a lottery ticket? Didn't old Jiang win $300 million? He took all this money for the wedding, and I thought I'd take my chances. I don't ask for much, just win $100 or $200 million, and then I'll bring it all to you as a dowry. Jiang Chen had a black line on his face. This old man, he's kind of interesting. His dad has money and can communicate with certain departments. Making a few $100 million would be really trivial. After all, just a few trillion are donated to the state every year. What's wrong with letting him make a few $100 million? And this old man actually thought that it was true? Yi Lingshuang also felt a bit confused. Why is it that when Jiang Chen and his dad saw Jiang Jintian win the lottery, they both had the illusion that I could win too? However, since she had already bought it, she couldn't say anything more. Turning her gaze toward Jiang Chen, she said, Honey, didn't you also get a lottery ticket from the driver? Take it out and look at it. It's about to open. Jiang Chen nodded and sat on the sofa as well. Yi Lingshuang left Yi Wulan's side and went to Jiang Chen's side, holding Jiang Chen's hand. Yi Wenshan's heart is sore. The cabbage that was cultivated by hard work was arched by the pig Jiang Chen. Shaking his head, he held out the lottery ticket. Suddenly, remembering something, he asked Jiang Chen, Xiao Chen, why did you also remember to buy a lottery ticket? Ugh, didn't I just see my dad win the lottery? And taking all the money for the wedding and not leaving any for me. It showed me that it's better to rely on people than to rely on yourself. So I don't want to be rich. I want to win the lottery. I want to be rich. Jiang Chen's words were so inspirational that they moved Yi Wulian. Yeah, this in-laws of his own, they really are a bit inadequate. It's just a wedding. Why make such a big show? Not leaving any money for Jiang Chen. It's really unreliable. Yi Lingshuang rolled her eyes straight away. Obviously they are both trillionaires, but they pretend to be poor every day. Two fathers and sons are funny. Lottery draws are very punctual. Yi Wutian nervously watched the TV. Whether or not he can make big money for his daughter's dowry depends on today's lottery results. 10, 14, 15, 22, 27, 32, 09. Yi Wutian looked at the winning numbers and double-checked that they were exactly the same as his own. and stood up excitedly. Bingo! 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 Yiling Shuang and Jiang Chen were confused. Did you really hit it? Is it that lucky? Jiang Chen asked tentatively. Dad, did you really win? Yeah, check it out. Yi Wutian excitedly showed the lottery ticket to Jiang Chen. Good lord, Yi Wutian actually won $100 million. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that it was unrealistic. If Big Data had known that someone was buying so many bets, they certainly would not have opened this number. And now, Yi Wutian was hit. Feeling that there was something fishy going on, Jiang Chen curiously turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhentian, only seeing that Jiang Zhentian was very calm, as if he already knew the answer. Jiang Chen instantly understood. This, again, was Jiang Zhentian's doing. At this time, Yi Wutian walked over to Jiang Zhentian with the lottery ticket and said excitedly, Old Jiang, have you been blessed by the dragon god? I can't believe I won all these numbers I picked for me. $100 million. It could hold a card. Jiang Zhentian smiled faintly and said without blushing, Maybe, but I go to make offerings to the dragon god all year round. Last night, I dreamed about this set of numbers. I guess this is a revelation from the dragon god. Jiang Zhentian's words came, and Jiang Chen looked contemptuous. Is this dad addicted to acting? And got a revelation from the dragon god. Why don't you say you're possessed by the dragon god? Yiling Shuang looked at the several people with a strange face, her heart in turmoil. Jiang Zhentian winning the lottery once is already very lucky. And this time, how did it hit again? There's definitely something fishy going on here. But again, at the moment she couldn't guess which part of the process had gone wrong. At this time, Yi Wuan's voice came again. By the way, Xiao Chen, didn't you buy a lottery ticket too? Did you win? Yiling Shuang also curiously turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Dad, I won too. Hit? Yi Wulian thought that Jiang Chen had won a small prize and asked with a smile, How many pieces did you win? Did you get your money back? Yiling Shuang smiled and said, Dad, it's back to the capital. That's good. Lottery tickets are an IQ tax. Don't buy them in the future, okay? If you really want to be charitable, you can buy some clothes and send them to the mountains and give them directly to those kids. Yiling Shuang had a black face. You, who obviously won $100 million, how can you still have the nerve to say that the lottery is an IQ tax? She didn't say anything, though, in a sense, the lottery is really an IQ tax. She walked over to Jiang Chen's side and said, Hubby, you're lying to Dad, aren't you? How can you have gotten your money back on this lottery ticket you bought for over $1,000? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and handed the lottery ticket to Yiling Shuang to look at. Yiling Shuang took it curiously. Suddenly, seeing the numbers on it felt familiar. He hurriedly walked over and picked up his dad's lottery ticket to compare it with Jiang Chen's. Nice guy. Jiang Chen won the lottery. $10 million. Honey, you really won the lottery. You won $10 million. Yiling Shuang was so excited that she jumped around the room. Yi Wutian was frustrated in his heart. When he won $100 million, Yiling Shuang had never been so excited. And now Jiang Chen was so happy when he only won $10 million. Sure enough, this little cotton-padded jacket has been leaking since she married. Jiang Zhentian stood up in shock when he saw that Jiang Chen had actually won the lottery as well. Who can know the winning numbers? How come Jiang Chen won the lottery too? Could it be that Jiang Chen also knows the winning numbers? With a strange expression, he looked at Jiang Chen. This son, he doesn't seem simple. A few women who were busy in their rooms heard the commotion in the living room and curiously stepped out as well. Several people were also stunned to learn that Jiang Chen and Yi Wanwo had both won the lottery. Lin Su Su was aware that his husband's energy. There's nothing wrong with winning the lottery. But how did Jiang Chen win the lottery too? The people on Jiang Chen's side were overjoyed, while Zhao Daqiang, the driver who sold the lottery tickets to Jiang Chen, changed his face drastically when he heard the winning numbers from the radio. These numbers, he was all too familiar with them. After all, it's the number he's been buying for 10 years. $10 million, just slipped through his hands. Mindset imbalance. The hands holding the steering wheel were unsteady, and he almost got into an accident, upsetting the passengers in the back. Master, be careful. Zhao Daxiang at this time were still listened to it, directly parked the car on the side of the road and said, You guys get off, I still have things to do. Several passengers had just been frightened, and at this time, they were actually asked to get off the bus. Master, we're not there yet. I told you to get out of the car. What's all the yakking about? Zhao Daqiang was furious and looked at the two female passengers with red eyes, scaring them to open the door and get out of the car in a hurry. Zhao Daqiang re-stomped on the gas and headed towards Jiang Chen's neighborhood. Dragon City, in fact, wasn't that big, and with the fact that Jiang Chen had given him too much of an impression, He soon arrived at Jinjiang Garden, where Jiang Chen lived. Parking the car, he forgot to close the door and jogged to the door, asking the security guard in a flustered tone about the floor that Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang and the others were staying on. Due to the people described by Zhao Daxiang, the security guard knew it was Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen. Yi Lingshuang, as a star, naturally had many fans over. At this point, he just thought of Zhao Daxiang as an avid fan and didn't tell Zhao Daxiang. Zhao Daxiang stuffed the guard with the money he got from Jiang Chen and the money he earned from driving today. Dude, get me the place where they live, okay? The guard shook his head, and he had a professional demeanor. Plus, his superiors had ordered that the location of Yi Lingshuang's home could not be revealed, especially to such avid fans. Must not be allowed into the neighborhood. Zhao Daxiang was furious. As he was about to pull the security guard out and beat him up, he saw a man and two women coming out of the neighborhood. It was Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan. Su Shan was thinking of coming out to find a hotel to stay in since she didn't want to cause any trouble. Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen could only follow them out. Su Shan is an outsider. They are not at ease. Brothers, Zhao Daxiang shouted in excitement when he saw Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang come out. Jiang Chen frowned. He knew that Zhao Daxiang would definitely not stop if he knew the results of the lottery. Husband. Yi Lingshuang took Jiang Chen's hand and said, "Why is he here? Must be for the lottery." Yi Lingshuang was silent for a moment, thinking of those things in the news, and said, "Then I'll go communicate with him." She felt that at this point, Zhao Daxiang must have lost his mind. It's dangerous for Jiang Chen to go. She, as a martial arts practitioner, can deal with any contingency. And in his impression, although Jiang Chen was tall and strong, his strength really wasn't that great. After all, Jiang Chen hadn't even been her opponent before. If he made a move, Jiang Chen was at a disadvantage. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, understanding what Yi Lingshuang had in mind, and said, "Wife, he's here because he wants a lottery ticket. It's better if I go talk to him." Yi Lingshuang had a worried look on her face. He must have lost his mind at this point. "I'm afraid he'll hit you? And you have so little strength." Jiang Chen was a bit confused. He has little power? Today, he can smash cobblestones into powder with a single punch, and bend and break even steel bars. Is that power still small? Honey, look at me, all muscular, so tall and strong. If he uses force, he won't be able to get any favors in any way. Honey, you're taller than him. But Yi Lingshuang still wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Su Shan. "Sister, if we use force, brother-in-law is so big, how can we not lose? Even though you've practiced kung fu, you're a girl, so let's not go just to be on the safe side. If we go, we might even become a liability." Su Shan still had confidence in Jiang Chen. After all, so high, using brute force, how Zhao Daxiang is no match. Wife, you guys stay in the neighborhood. I'll go meet him. When Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen's firm eyes, she couldn't say much more. He could only hold Jiang Chen tightly. "Hubby, don't fight with him." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and let go of Yi Lingshuang, then walked out of the neighborhood. Seeing Jiang Chen come out, Zhao Daxiang was thrilled beyond words and said, "Brother, I was looking for you. Let's get in the car and talk about it, okay?" "Yes." Zhao Daxiang was excited. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually take the initiative to get on the bus and be so nice. "Looks like you can still get this lottery ticket today. Dude, you brought the lottery with you, right? Bring it on." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Zhao Daxiang suggested, "Then let's go for a late-night snack. We'll talk while we eat." "Yeah." Jiang Chen was very cooperative. After the car traveled, Zhao Daxiang said, "Brother, this lottery ticket, I won't sell it to you. The money, I'll pay you back. Can I have the lottery ticket, please?" Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Daxiang with a speechless expression. This one, sure, is realistic, but, being so realistic and not thinking about it, would he say yes? "Old man, you already sold me the lottery ticket. As a matter of fact, I didn't have to come out with you, but I came out with you because I thought that it wasn't easy for you to live. Let's split the winnings of this lottery ticket 50-50. What do you think?" Hearing Jiang Chen's suggestion, Jiang Chen's voice was so soft again. He felt that Jiang Chen was easy to bully, turned his head, and said, "Brother, you're so funny. Why should I share my money with you? Older brother, you're being unreasonable." Jiang Chen was also unhappy in his heart. Money, he is not lacking, but it doesn't mean that others can bully him at will. This lottery ticket, since he bought it, is his. No one can take it away from him as long as he doesn't want it. Now, half of it is given to Zhao Daxiang, all for the sake of his two sick children and the wife who has never left him. Now, Zhao Daxiang is actually so greedy. After Zhao Daxiang saw Jiang Chen in the back seat, his face gloomy and not answering, he knew that talking nicely wouldn't work, so he said, "Brother, this lottery ticket, If you give it to me, I can give you $10,000. You've made a killing. Don't get too greedy wanting half of it. It's deep water. You can't grasp it. Hearing that Zhao Daxiang was threatening, Jiang Chen asked in a cold voice, what if I don't give it to you? Zhao Daxiang smiled coldly. Dude, you're a local. You should know how widespread the cabs are. I hope you don't know any better. Seeing that Zhao Daxiang actually wanted to grab it, Jiang Chen immediately opened the destiny modifier to check what the man was going to do next. Seeing the end, Jiang Chen frowned. When Zhao Daxiang can't get the lottery, he'll do it. However, Zhao Daxiang knew that if he made a move, he would not be able to get a bargain. So, prepare to take him up a gang's den. If he did not want to hand over his lottery ticket, he would ask a few men to beat him up and rob him of his lottery ticket. Jiang Chen also noticed that two of those people he was going to meet later were his junior high school classmates. Seeing this, Jiang Chen finally realized why the man was emboldened. So there really is a backstage. Older brother, if you want to use the people outside to threaten me and want to grab the lottery, then your idea is dangerous. This will put you in jail. You might as well listen to my offer of $5 million for each of us. You've got $5 million. Enough to change your destiny. No need to break the law. Zhao Daxiang's face changed. How did Jiang Chen know he was going to rob? After a moment of silence, Zhao Daxiang said, the lottery ticket. It was originally mine. Why should I give you $5 million? I'll give you up to $100,000. That's $100,000 you've doubled many times over. You're not losing anything. Zhao Daxiang's words came, and Jiang Chen knew that this person was unwilling to share half. Since you had to go that far, I'm not to blame. What? You want to call the police? Zhao Daxiang parked his car to the side and looked at Jiang Chen with a fierce face. I know where you live. Do you believe I'm going to get your family and make you regret coming into this world and what you've done today? Zhao Chang's threat made Jiang Chen's fists clench. Yeah, if he didn't give the lottery ticket to Zhao Chang, Yi Lingshuan's parents would definitely not have a good life in the future. After all, there was someone behind Zhao Chang. Those people will do anything for money. At this moment, Jiang Chen knew there were only two paths. The first rule is, accept Zhao Daxiang's request to return the lottery ticket to him in exchange for the peace of his family. The second one is, revise Zhao Chang's fate to erase this incident perfectly. If he chose the second one, Jiang Chen would have a hard time getting even. This asshole. No martial arts. It's all sold out and returned to be unspoken. Giving half is not only unwilling, but also using that little background to threaten his family. After a moment of silence, thinking about what Zhao Daxiang remembered, Jiang Chen decided not to condone it. Gotta make this asshole pay for it. Jiang Chen coldly said to Zhao Daxiang, you're greedy for money. I can put up with you or I can give you half the money, but you threatened me with my family. You are guilty of nothing. What can you do to me? Boy, Zhao Daxiang looked at Jiang Chen with a playful expression. Want to call the police to arrest me? I'm telling you, as long as I don't die, your family will be buried with me. Zhao Daxiang was arrogant. Jiang Chen looked like he was just 18 or 19 years old, never seen the world. And he, already, is old. In this part of the east side, he also knew a lot of people from all three religions. So, he was set on Jiang Chen. Zhao Daxiang was so arrogant and cocky. Jiang Chen sneered, calling the police. That's what incompetent people do. Zhao Daxiang frowned. Somehow, Jiang Chen's words made his heart a bit stuffy. A bad feeling surged through his heart. Kid, don't talk big. I have lived in Dragon City for decades, and I know both black and white. Zhao Daxiang hadn't finished his words when he suddenly realized that he couldn't make a sound. Woo woo! Zhao Daxiang screamed several times in a row, like the cries of the monkeys on Mount Huagua. Turning his head to look at Jiang Chen, he saw him with an evil smile on his face. Say it harder. Zhao Daxiang opened his mouth continuously, but not a single word could be said. Tried several times in a row and couldn't speak. A face of fear looked at Jiang Chen. He is not stupid. He felt that he must have been tampered with by Jiang Chen in some way so that he couldn't speak. After all, this is the Southwest, where witchcraft is prevalent. Jiang Chen is definitely a witchcraft practitioner. Just now secretly put a compulsion on him. Thinking of being bewitched, tears of remorse flowed from Zhao Daxiang's two eyes. Looking at Zhao Daxiang's fearful gaze, Jiang Chen laughed coldly. Sure enough, in this world, those who look fierce are all bullies. Drive the car to the chemical plant for me, and to my satisfaction, I can spare your life. Upset me and that's where you'll be buried. Zhao Daxiang didn't dare to nag or not carry out the order. A person who has been poisoned and does not carry out the order will be gnawed by the insect parasites. Once, he had the honor of seeing it once. 10 years ago, he went to the countryside to visit relatives. A local girl in the village is pregnant with the child of her out-of-town boyfriend. The boyfriend doesn't want to marry the girl and has to break up with her, not even willing to pay for an abortion. The girl's grandmother was a Wiccan. In the beginning, when the two were together, the man was put under a loyalty compulsion. If the man betrays the girl, he will be bitten by 10,000 insects and die. He had seen it with his own eyes back then. An ant burrowing out of the man's belly and gnawing on a piece of flesh. It didn't take long for a hole to appear in the man's body. It was horrible, dripping with blood. The man let out a miserable, desperate plea for mercy, but no one dared to help. The parasites are very hostile. Whoever touches it, except its master, is its enemy. It will be attacked. Don't look at the ants as small, but there can't be many of them. And no one wants to make an enemy of the Wiccans. When the man was there, all of his epidermis and flesh were chewed clean by the ants within 30 minutes, until they die of gas. Thinking of the man's agonizing wailing and inhumane images, Zhao Daqiang was so scared that his face was as pale as paper and his hands and feet trembled. The car soon arrived at an abandoned chemical plant. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Zhao Daqiang knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Chen. Sorry. His mouth had just opened when he suddenly realized that he could speak, and he hurriedly hugged Jiang Chen's leg, begging for forgiveness. Master, I know I'm wrong, please spare my dog's life, and I promise I won't come back to you. I won't leak what happened today. Jiang Chen kicked Zhao Daqiang away. Walking over to the car, he sat his ass on the hood of the car and sneered. Weren't you quite the bull just now? Not still trying to touch my family? Grandmaster, it's my fault for being financially blind. Please forgive me. Grandmaster. Zhao Daqiang kowtowed again for a while. He cracked his head and blood came out, but he kept knocking as if he didn't know the pain. I have an old man and a young man at the bottom. Please, master, for the sake of my children not growing up and my old mother taking care of them, spare my dog's life. Jiang Chen would not let Zhao Daqiang go. This person, just now, has moved to kill. Although, he could have just utilized the fate modifier and modified Zhao Chang's fate, but he is not the reincarnation of the living Buddha. A single word of laying down the butcher's knife would have cleared it up. As for that, the oldest and the youngest? That's the joke. It was then that he watched Zhao Daqiang's fate learn as he rode home in his car. Zhao Daqiang won the lottery and left his wife and son behind. Previously, when he had no money, he had always resented his mother's weak legs, which added to his burden. So he sent her to the countryside. It was after winning the lottery that he didn't go back to the countryside to see his mother. Originally, his mother also had trouble getting around because she had once broken a bone and couldn't afford treatment. It's a minor surgery. Just do it for a few tens of thousands of dollars. But Zhao Daqiang is rich. And, instead of thinking about his mother at all, he takes a large amount of money to go dashing around with models. Damn, such a heartless person. Now, it's turned on his family. Damn it. Getting down from the hood, Jiang Chen said coldly, you should never, ever threaten me with your family. I'm sorry. I know it's wrong. I'll change. Zhao Daqiang knelt and walked to Jiang Chen, his face full of supplication, his eyes filled with tears. Jiang Chen kicked the man away with an expressionless face. Still crawling over quickly, Zhao Daqiang whimpered and yelled, it's not just a matter of saying I'm sorry and it's okay. Master, I have a wife, children and mother. Please spare my life for their sake. Oh, Jiang Chen laughed coldly. However, recalling Zhao Daqiang's that future fate, and those of his relatives, Jiang Chen fell silent. All this, it's true. Gotta figure it out. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind. The cab companies that Zhao Daqiang works for are insured. Since he had to die, he had to do something for his family, at least so that his two children could be treated and his mother could get her legs back on their feet. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen instantly had an idea and indifferently said to Zhao Daqiang, go drive. Zhao Daqiang had a happy face. He thought that Jiang Chen had spared him, jogged to the car in a hurry. When he got to the driver's side, he suddenly realized that the blood that had been dripping from his head was suddenly not dripping, lifted his hand up and stroked it. It was flat as if it hadn't been hurt. And look at the legs. Just now, due to the fact that he was kneeling down and begging for forgiveness from Jiang Chen, his knees had already rubbed through the skin. But by now, the wounds had also healed, and there was no trace of injury at all. It shocked him to no end. Sure enough, the Wiccans are omnipotent. Thank you, master. Jiang Chen laughed in his heart. He, by erasing this, is actually trying to erase the evidence of being with Zhao Daqiang. The car, slowly leaving from the abandoned chemical plant, coming to the city center, Jiang Chen found a place and got off, and very thoughtfully paid for it. Zhao Daqiang was overjoyed. I didn't realize that there was money to be made. It's really good. So, after some thanksgiving, he started the car and eased forward. I feel really lucky to have survived any encounter with a Wiccan. He decided that he would treat himself to a nice meal. The car hadn't gone 10 meters when a family of 3 stopped the car. Zhao Daqiang parked his car according to Jiang Chen's revised plot and was very friendly and chatted with the family. However, Within 1,000 meters of traveling, Zhao Daqiang suddenly felt tightness in his chest. Consciousness is also getting fuzzy. It's all a bit breathless. Master, what's wrong? The passenger in the back asked with concern. My chest. No energy, Zhao Chang said painfully, and then pulled the car over according to the revised plot Jiang Chen had given him. The car, just parked. Zhao Daqiang's head was on the steering wheel. Master, master. The passengers in the back screamed in shock. The male passenger reached out and slapped Zhao Daqiang, only to see Zhao Daqiang's head directly leave the steering wheel. He didn't fall thanks to the seatbelt strapping him in. The family in the back was startled and screamed in shock. Panicked, he got out of the car. The male passenger looked bold enough to put his hand out to touch the aorta in Zhao Daqiang's neck. Well, it wasn't jumping anymore, and it scared him so much that he screamed in panic. Wife, quick, call 120 and 110. 120 will be here soon. The doctor with the car checked it out and it was sudden death, and was hopeless, shaking his head. 110 arrived at that point. It was determined to be sudden death. No external forces caused it, and only a family of 3 could be brought in for a statement. Jiang Chen had set up such a set of plots because he actually wanted Zhao Daqiang's wife to get a little more compensation. Also, he purposely wrote a little more of the plot to prevent the insurance company from denying the claim. As long as Zhao Daqiang's car has someone writing in it, then it will trigger his modified plot. It won't take long for Zhao Daqiang to die. It's a pain in the ass to do that, isn't it? However, Zhao Daqiang's behavior will definitely be on the news. Zhao Daqiang was obviously having a hard time, but he had to insist on parking the car so that the family of 3 would be safe and sound. If Zhao Daqiang does not care, the car accident is rare. The family's life is not guaranteed. The news will certainly be a big report. And to get this family of 3 in the car, that's for evidence. So, this news just needs to be aired. Even if the insurance companies are shady and the cab companies are shady, the power of the internet has ravaged it, and it doesn't dare to play hard to get. Zhao Daqiang's wife and children will all receive a significant amount of compensation that will make their lives worry-free. Jiang Chen took a taxi home. When I turned on the TV, the local evening news did have an impromptu news insert. It was Zhao Daqiang's heroic deed that was on the news. Yiling Shuang saw such a piece of news and said unexpectedly, "Hubby, I didn't expect such a pit driver to be so responsible at the last minute." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't reply. Zhao Daqiang's heart. That's black. How could this guy still be thinking about his passengers if he didn't set up a perfect set of circumstances for something like this to happen? When Jiang Chen didn't answer, Yiling Shuang seemed to have thought of something in her heart, and with a bit of worry, she walked over to Jiang Chen's side and asked, "Hubby, did you guys fight just now?" Jiang Chen asked in confusion. "Wife, why are we fighting? He's no slouch." Yiling Shuang cocked her head, her big black eyes gurgling as she said, "He'll give up the lottery so easily? The world, you must know, is all about reason." Yiling Shuang sounded. Why did it sound so strange? Reasonable? When has the world ever been reasonable? However, hearing that Jiang Chen hadn't fought with Zhao Daqiang, Yiling Shuang was relieved. He was afraid that when it came down to it, the coroner would find out that he had been in a fight with someone before. Don't doubt today's law enforcement. If they really found out that they had fought with Zhao Daqiang, they would soon lock onto Jiang Chen. It's going to be a pain in the ass when that happens. The two chatted for a while. It was getting late, so each went back to bed. Yiling Shuang wanted to be with Jiang Chen instead, but Zhang Yunpei wants to spend a night alone with his daughter to talk about his heart. After all, before long, Yiling Shuang would be a member of the Zhang family. She's not embarrassed to break up a newlywed couple. Jiang Chen came into the big room and picked up his phone in boredom, preparing to go on King when he suddenly received an invitation. Send the invitation to Yiling Shuang's best friend, Yi Peiying. That's the one with the big face. Yiling Shuang. But he had specifically instructed that he couldn't play the game alone with this goblin, because Yi Peiying is too good at teasing. So, Jiang Chen directly refused. "Little brother, you're breaking my heart too, aren't you? This is the 999th time you've turned down my invitation." Yi Peiying's soft and glutinous voice of complaint came from the cell phone. "Your wife and I are good girlfriends. Do you hate me that much? Don't even give me points anymore?" Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, "I like to play with a big number. I don't have the energy to use a small one." "Little brother, do you like large sizes? How big do you like it?" Listening to Yi Peiying's voice, Jiang Chen had a black face. As expected, Yi Peiying is an old dirty turtle who never picks the target to flirt with. Jiang Chen chose to ignore it. When he was ready to go and play a couple of random matches, Yi Peiying's voice came again. "Little brother, don't hide from me. I know you're online and that your wife isn't on the sidelines. What are you afraid of? We're separated by a screen. Are you afraid I'll eat you?" Jiang Chen covered his face. "I'm sure you're a good talker." Just then, the voice rang out again. "Little brother, can you turn on the video to see you in my bestie's wedding room? Just now. She was bragging about it, saying it was better than a 5-star hotel. I don't believe it. That shitty place of yours, the price of a house is only 6,000, and you live in an old neighborhood. How luxurious can it be? Listening to these words, Jiang Chen had long since seen through Yi Peiying's nature. This woman. First she used Yi Lingshuang to hold up a bit, then she degraded it, trying to provoke people, and opened the video to prove it. The ruse. It's so damn deep. It's true that women who are in the entertainment industry are very uncomplicated. Jiang Chen was still lazy, preparing to play the game with random matches. The phone suddenly alerted that there was a video invitation. When I opened it, it was really Yi Peiying's. Seeing this woman endlessly flicking videos, Jiang Chen couldn't bear it. Sister Peiying, you're very idle, aren't you? What a mean little brother. Sister, I just want to see your wedding room. Why are you being so mean? Jiang Chen didn't want to explain at all, and directly sent a message. Stop popping the video. Pop the video again, and I'll let you go to the blacklist and lie quietly. Oh, I know. Little brother, you're breaking my sister's heart too much. In the future, we're going to have to see each other a lot more often. Is it really okay for you to do this to me? Jiang Chen ignored it and continued to play his game. At the critical moment, a voice invitation popped up. Jiang Chen was furious, hurriedly opening it, ready to blackmail the person, only to see that it was Yi Lingshuang's. Jiang Chen looked to be on the verge of victory. Definitely can't pit a teammate, only to quickly send a voiceover. Honey, wait a minute. I'll win in a minute. The words fell, and he continued into the game. Wait for the win before you send a message to Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang quickly returned. Honey, Peiying is coming over tomorrow. I don't have time to pick it up, so you can pick her up instead. Looking at the text in the message, Jiang Chen curiously sent a voiceover. Wife, where are you going tomorrow? And you still don't bring me? I'm going back to the countryside. Jiang Chen was puzzled. If you don't take me, are you afraid I won't be able to climb the mountain? No. That village is full of women and men are not welcome. You can't follow. Jiang Chen was a bit dizzy. At this juncture, what was Yi Lingshuang doing in the countryside? And a village full of women? That said, how does a village manage to be all female? How are they going to have children without men? Could it be that, as in the land of daughters, you get pregnant with a drink of water, and they're all girls? Jiang Chen asked the question in his mind. However, Yi Lingshuang couldn't explain it either, just saying, that's what her mom said, not to see the men outside. Jiang Chen had no choice. Wife, then you go in peace. Aha! You can remember to pick up Peiying. She came by high-speed rail and arrived around 11 in the morning. Hearing that, Jiang Chen straightened up. If you do the math, it takes 7 hours to come from Kyoto on the high-speed train. That's not getting on the bus at 3 o'clock or 4 a.m. What's with this girl? Hubby, Peiying is like a vixen. Don't be seduced by her. Oh. Jiang Chen laughed. Wife, my soul has been hooked by you. Did she hook air? Yi Lingshuang was satisfied with Jiang Chen's answer. Honey, I love you. I love you too. My mom is done with her shower and is coming out. I'm going to bed. Good night. Jiang Chen hurriedly sent a text over. Wife, have some photo benefits. I want to fall asleep holding it. The lying Yi Lingshuang saw the request and blushed. Hubby, you're so bad. Don't you just love how bad I am? Yi Lingshuang pouted her mouth unhappily and texted. Nasty. When the words fell out, she saw that her mom was about to come out of the shower, and hurriedly pulled down the suspenders of her halter dress to take welfare photos for Jiang Chen. Several in a row. What a different style for different angles of photos. However, the benefits that were due, she didn't miss out on at all. Before mom came in, she sent the photo to Jiang Chen and quickly deleted it so as not to leave traces. Hubby, don't make a mess when you're done watching. Bear with me for a few days. Not talking to you? My mom's here. Jiang Chen looked at the photo on his cell phone with a dark face. Yi Lingshuang, really too good at taking pictures. The angle is just right, but it's hidden. It can be scratchy. However, Jiang Chen didn't reply to the messages either. Dumbfounded, he stared at the photo. The more Jiang Chen looked at it, the more he got on it. Alas, such artistic photos. Take a few more for her in the future. Only after admiring it for a while did Jiang Chen look at the dozen or so unread messages in the chat software. These messages were all from Yi Peiying. Little brother, please pick me up tomorrow, but don't stand me up. In your part of the world, I don't know my way around, and it wouldn't be good for me to get kidnapped. Jiang Chen read the message and shook his head helplessly. Sister Peiying, I'll wait for you at the exit tomorrow. When the time comes, tell me what you're wearing and your height so I can find you first. Little brother, you're so heartless. Last time we had a video. Have you forgotten what my sister looks like? Jiang Chen asked in disbelief. Why do I need to remember what you look like? Yi Peiying had nothing to say. Yeah, why would Jiang Chen remember her looks? This time, Yi Peiying was embarrassed. Jiang Chen's classmates managed to chat the sky to death. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen got up. He was going to send Yi Lingshuang and Zhang Yunpei and Su Shan away. Hubby, Peiying is here. So you'll send her to the hotel where Shan is staying. From yesterday's chat, Jiang Chen already knew where Su Shan lived. They are in an old neighborhood and there are hotels on the side, but the facilities are not very good. So, yesterday, they sent Su Shan to stay at the best hotel in Dragon City. Jiang Chen asked curiously, "Wife, how long are you going for?" Yi Lingshuang thought for a moment and said, "It'll be able to come back before the wedding." Jiang Chen was puzzled. The wedding is only less than a week away. Are you guys going that long? Yi Lingshuang turned her gaze to Zhang Yunpei. She was inquiring. This is a long time. It seems. Zhang Yunpei understood and said gently, "Xiao Chen, I'm here. Don't worry, if all goes well, I'll be back tonight." Aha, then you guys be careful. Call if you need anything. After a few more chats, Yi Lingshuang and Zhang Yunpei rode in the Mercedes-Benz commercial car driven by Su Shan. Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan left, and Jiang Chen returned to his home. It's amazing how early in the morning those two unreliable moms and dads are out of the house. Don't you make him breakfast? I'm sure it's not reliable. So, he went up to the kitchen himself and cooked a packet of spaghetti to cope. Time, minute by minute. At 11 in the morning, Jiang Chen was at the exit of Dragon City, waiting for Yi Peiying. About 5 minutes later, a woman wearing a long straight skirt, a perm with big wavy curls, sunglasses under her eyes, and a height of 1.6 meters came pulling a suitcase. In terms of body and face, it does look like a child's face or something. Although the way she walked was ordinary, her whole body was permeated with a sense of charm, causing many of the men in her company to ogle. Jiang Chen looked at the photo on his cell phone, then at the beautiful woman coming over. Well, it was exactly the person he was going to pick up. Yi Peiying. Yi Peiying also saw Jiang Chen. Taking off his sunglasses, he walked over to Jiang Chen's side and looked him up and down, his eyes showing surprise and envy. Wow, little brother, that's a great body and a great body. This sister of mine, she's really picked up a treasure. Jiang Chen had a black line on his face and said seriously, "Sister Peiying, please don't molest me." Molesting you? Yi Peiying shook her head and said, "I was praising you." When the words fell out, after seeing Jiang Chen not answering and just looking at her, she pouted her lips unhappily. A man who doesn't know how to be affectionate. So boring. She looked left and right. There's no car in sight. Puzzled, he asked, "Where's your car, little brother?" "I'm not 18 yet. I can't drive." When Yi Peiying heard Jiang Chen's reply, she looked Jiang Chen up and down again and said, "Little brother, you can drive, Frosty, this car. Are you a good driver?" Jiang Chen looked at Yi Peiying with a black face. How could this woman be so dirty? If Yi Peiying wasn't Yi Lingshuang's good best friend, he really wanted to turn around and leave off. The two waited a bit and the cab came. Jiang Chen sent Yi Peiying to the hotel, and put the suitcase away, turned his head and said, "Sister Peiying, you rest first and take a bath. Later, I'll take you to a good meal. Is it good?" Yi Peiying looked at Jiang Chen if she had deep meaning, and even licked her red lips, saying, "What's more delicious than you? This leprechaun is toxic." Jiang Chen hurriedly turned his face away. "I'm your best friend's husband. You're acting like this. Is it really okay?" Yi Peiying smiled and said, "I'm Frost's wife. So you're my husband too." Jiang Chen covered his face. This woman. So scary. At the same time, it made Jiang Chen's heart curious. What do these women talk about when they get together? What's with all the talk? Shaking his head, he simply exited the room. Staying with such a goblin was too much of a test of one's stamina. Cluck cluck cluck. Yi Peiying couldn't help but laugh when she saw Jiang Chen's awkward departure. After laughing, he quickly took off his clothes and went to the bathroom for a nice shower. Changing into a set of hip-hugging, tight-fitting long dresses showed off her figure more and more perfectly. Looking at herself in the mirror, her heart was satisfied, and her mouth muttered, "Frost, you're the one who said that your husband is very determined. Don't blame me." "Oh, yes," as Yi Lingshuang's bosom friend and best friend. Hearing Yi Lingshuang's mouth say husband on the left and husband on the right made her sour. So, she spoke to Yi Lingshuang. "Men are big pigs. All it takes is a little seduction by a woman of good looks and she'll soon surrender." Yi Lingshuang had absolute confidence in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would not betray her. So, she was going to see if Jiang Chen was really as good as Yi Lingshuang had said today. Looking at myself in the mirror again, I realized that my lips were a little less than sexy, so I applied some lipstick. Well, just a little moisturizing. The whole person looks more and more charming and attractive. Absolutely beautiful to the point that cars see cars with flat tires. Satisfied, she stroked her hair, grabbed her bag and stomped out of the hotel on her heels. When he came to the hotel lobby, he saw Jiang Chen sitting on the leather sofa, playing with his cell phone. Tiptoeing behind Jiang Chen, he only saw that Jiang Chen was playing king, and it was still a big number. It was hot to watch her. Some time ago, because she had time to play with Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, she became a king as she wished, but it didn't take long for it to fall off again. After watching Jiang Chen go invincible in the game, taking down head after head, he couldn't help but scream, "Little brother, that's awesome." Jiang Chen turned his head curiously, seeing Yi Peiying's face red with excitement, her eyes staring at the cell phone with a deadpan expression. It's amazing that this star is so obsessed with gaming. It's a bit of a non-starter. However, Jiang Chen didn't linger much as his gaze continued to fall on the game. "Sister Peiying, wait a moment, you'll win soon." Yi Peiying couldn't be bothered by Jiang Chen's tawdry maneuvers. Doesn't she smell better than the game? You know, she's all dressed up. If it were an ordinary man, with such a superb beauty like her on his side, he would definitely throw down the game. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was unwilling to look at him more than a few times. This time, Yi Peiying had a sense of frustration welling up in her heart. When Jiang Chen's game was over, she collected her dissatisfaction and asked daintily, "Little brother, I'm a bit hungry." Jiang Chen's mind floated back to what Yi Lingshuang had told him about entertaining Yi Peiying. He thought that Yi Peiying, as a big star, must have eaten a lot of mountainous delicacies. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let me take you to our local cuisine." "Yeah." Yi Peiying happily took Jiang Chen's hand, but Jiang Chen took it away. "Sister Peiying, I'm a man with a wife. How bad is it to be seen like this?" Yi Peiying made a face at Jiang Chen. "I'm a big star, I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't say much. The two of them walked out of the hotel and made 7 turns to the door of a small restaurant. Yi Peiying's eyes widened. "Little brother, why are you so stingy? Bringing me to eat in such a small store? You must be tired of eating mountains and seas in the big city. So I brought you here for authentic local specialties," Jiang Chen said with a smile before going in by himself. Yi Peiying followed at the side full of disgust. "I thought it was a shabby little store, but I didn't realize it was a 4-roomed house. But because business is so hot, every place is packed, and these people speak basically the local language." As a person who had seen the world, Yi Peiying naturally knew that this store was definitely not ordinary. Why else would all these locals come to eat? Now, there were no seats yet, so the two had to wait outside for a few moments. About 5 minutes later, a box room was vacated. The two of them went in and Jiang Chen ordered some nice snacks in the local language. The main course was fish and sour soup. This small city is very famous for sour soup fish. The flavor is arguably the best in Dragon City, as the family has been making this dish for hundreds of years. The constant seasoning and updating of flavors is why it's very famous in this part of the world. "Little brother, just one fish, is it enough to eat?" Yi Peiying inquired curiously. 4 pounds of sturgeon, surely that's enough." Hearing the weight, Yi Peiying was very sensible and shut her mouth. Soon the food was served. Yi Peiying took a sip and it tasted really good, sour and spicy. It's not at all the same thing as the flavor of Sichuan hot pot. Moreover, these fish were very strong and obviously marinated with special ingredients. Yi Lingshuang, who was still a bit resistant, had a big appetite and ate more than a caddy in one bite, which made her little stomach rise. "Sister Peiying, try these snacks. They're for relieving bloating. You definitely won't feel as bad after eating them." Looking at these specialty snacks, and thinking that she had eaten so much because she was greedy, Yi Peiying half-heartedly chucked and ate them. The food enters the stomach and suddenly the whole body feels cool and very comfortable, and that feeling of fullness from earlier suddenly disappeared. She looked at Jiang Chen in stunned disbelief. "Little brother, what you have here is too amazing, isn't it?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't say much, continuing to eat his food. Seeing Jiang Chen, he just smiled and sat down somewhat awkwardly. At this moment, she felt that Jiang Chen must have thought that she hadn't seen any knowledge. It's like a rural person going to the city and not knowing the traffic lights or how to cross the street. Seeing Yi Peiying's embarrassment, Jiang Chen only had to tell him what these snacks were for. These snacks are made with herbs, but in a special way that gets rid of the medicinal flavor and still maintains its potency. After listening to Jiang Chen's introduction, Yi Peiying felt, for the first time, that Jiang Chen was really something. No wonder he was hung up on by Yi Lingshuang every day, praising him endlessly. As the meal ended, Yi Peiying secretly looked at Jiang Chen. "Well, handsome indeed, or the kind that gets better looking the more you look at it. Little brother, I used to think that Frosty was exaggerating a bit when she complimented you, but at first glance today, you're even better than what she said in her video. And, at your age today, you're doing things that are more mature than adults who have been through the ups and downs." You're such an understanding and nice guy that any girl who comes in contact with you can't help but fall in love with you, right? Jiang Chen didn't sound right. After a moment of silence, he said, Sister Peiying, don't tell me that you're in love with me. He. Yi Peiying blushed and said shyly, what if I say that I'm in love with you? There are a lot of people who are in love with me. Jiang Chen said with a serious face, but there's only one person I love. Jiang Chen's words came, and Yi Peiying's heart thumped. Rejected? It was rejected by Jiang Chen without hesitation. She's so upset. Never confided in a man. I've never thought that the first time I confessed my love to a man, I was actually rejected. Though, she said that she was trying to test Jiang Chen, but it hurt her heart to be rejected so dryly. It had always seemed to her that no man could resist her. And, it's been proven. Any man who talks to her more than a few times will do everything he can to find a way to ask her out the next day. He thought that even if Jiang Chen was a bit special, he must have ideas about her body and face value. Unexpectedly, gathering up the complex emotions in her heart, she said in a sly voice, little brother, you're so cruel. Jiang Chen didn't answer and said with a smile, Sister Peiying, we've had dinner. Do you want to go rafting? I'll take you rafting. Yi Peiying's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed again. Oh, going rafting with such a straight guy? She's crazy. So her previous plans, all of them, went bust. I'm a little tired, so I'd better go back to the hotel and rest. Jiang Chen didn't want to shop with Yi Peiying either, because the two of them neither knew each other well, but also had to put up with those around them casting envious and jealous gazes. It's upsetting. When he was about to send Yi Peiying back to the hotel, his cell phone suddenly rang. Pick it up. It's Yi Lingshuang's number. Jiang Chen quickly answered. Honey, I thought you said there was no signal where you were going? Honey, I'm back already. Yi Lingshuang on the other end of the phone looked very excited and asked, Hubby, did you receive Peiying? Well, we just had a good meal. Oh, where are you guys? I'm on the highway. I'll be in about 30 minutes. Jiang Chen was about to say that he would go to the exit and wait for Yi Lingshuang when his cell phone was snatched back by Yi Peiying. Honey, come to my rescue. You're a really extreme husband. I'm going crazy. Yi Lingshuang on the other end of the phone was first silent, but soon became happy, giggle and laughed. What did you do to my husband? You leprechaun? Yi Peiying looked aggrieved. Honey, I confessed to him and he actually rejected me. You damn demon. You're going to steal my husband, aren't you? Do you believe I'll come back and rip your mouth off? The phone's Yi Lingshuang's dark face was very unhappy, although he knew that Yi Peiying was joking. But this kind of joke could not be done. Darling, you really are seeing things, Yi Peiying said aggrievedly. Who said in the past that the other party's husband is free to try? Now I haven't even tried it yet. And you're in such a hurry? Are you trying to cut me off next? Jiang Chen heard Yi Peiying's words on the side. His head was suddenly messed up. These two women, how high did they used to get to say those things? Just standing there on the sidelines, listening to the two women fight. Yi Peiying said more and more revealing words, which made Jiang Chen more and more curious. Women talk to each other, are they all so dirty? Also, his own wife, who was as beautiful as the sky, is so filthy? Nice guy. Jiang Chen's head had begun to wonder at this point. What's life going to be like with such a filthy wife? Yi Peiying hung up and handed her cell phone to Jiang Chen. Little brother, didn't you say you were going rafting? Frosty will be here soon. Let's go rafting. Jiang Chen was confused. Didn't you say you were tired? Yi Peiying bristled. Straight man. Hopeless. At this point, Jiang Chen already knew what Yi Peiying meant by her words. However, he just smiled slightly and didn't answer. The two found a cafe and ordered a cup of coffee before starting to play games to pass the time. It wasn't until Yi Lingshuang walked in that Yi Peiying excitedly ran over and hugged tightly. Honey, it's a good thing you're back, or I wouldn't know what to do with myself these days. To be honest, Jiang Chen is excellent in every aspect, but it's really too straight talking. She was uncomfortable with not being able to carry out all those plans she had. And, she is a sociable person. Anyone who communicated with Jiang Chen felt a bit powerless. Yi Lingshuang smiled faintly, let go of Yi Peiying, walked to Jiang Chen's side, and said, Hubby, what did you do to Peiying? Honey, he's trying to plot against me, so I don't want to pay any attention to her. Put. Yi Peiying almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Nice guy. Jiang Chen turned out to be intentional. Yi Peiying looked at Jiang Chen with a dark face. Little brother, how can you bear to hurt me? Poor me for doing so much for you. Oh, you confessed to me and sneaked a peek at me, originally coveting my good looks and wanting to possess me. Jiang Chen rattled off a bunch of words, making Yi Lingshuang so happy that she covered her stomach and laughed. You goblin, the winks aren't working this time, are they? Ha ha ha. Yi Peiying was embarrassed beyond words. After a few moments of silence, he asked, you guys, Are you still going to go rafting or not? I'll go back to the hotel and rest if I don't. Yi Lingshuang reacted and quickly said, right husband, the car driven by Xiao Shan is still on the highway. If she stays for a long time she might be fined by the traffic police. Jiang Chen nodded and didn't nag. Coming to the car, Su Shan sweetly greeted Yi Peiying. Then the car sped along, heading for the rafting grounds. Dragon City, being a mountain town, has a number of attractions around it that can be developed, and rafting is still pretty well known in this part of the southwest. A few people arrived at the rafting spot. The staff saw that Yi Peiying was wearing a long wraparound dress and kindly reminded her, for rafting, it's best not to wear a dress, because it's easy to get naked. Yi Peiying has never been rafting. At this point, hearing the staff member's suggestion, his face became embarrassed. When I wanted to go clothes shopping, I learned that it would be closed in an hour. Just got a notice from the weather bureau that there's heavy rain in an hour. Rafting is not advisable with rain. Although Yi Peiying didn't want to spoil the fun, it's not like there were any clothes to buy on this side. It would take more than 30 minutes to go back and forth to buy clothes to change into. As for going rafting in a wraparound skirt, she wouldn't dare. As a star, she can be very bold with people she knows. It's okay to get naked, but there will be plenty of tourists later. It would be bad if some pervert caught it on camera, posted it on the internet, and made it to the hot seat. That kind of heat, she didn't want. Seeing Yi Peiying's worry, Yi Lingshang said, Peiying, let's come back next time. Yi Peiying looked apologetic. I haven't drifted before. I didn't know about this. Why don't you guys go play and I'll wait here? Forget it, we're supposed to be there for you. There's no point in us playing if you're not even playing. Have decided to go back. As several people were about to get on the bus to return to Dragon City, a man's excited voice suddenly came from his ears. Ling Frost, it's really you? Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang turned their heads to look, only to see a 25 or 26-year-old man with a burning gaze, looking at them with excitement. Seeing the excitement in the man's eyes mixed with something unknown, Jiang Chen asked curiously, wife, who is this? Yi Lingshuang glanced at the man and introduced him with some disgust, founder of the Zhu Hong Group, the first genius on Wall Street, Song Jie. Jiang Chen had heard of Song Jie's reputation. When he was in high school, he had a male classmate who seemed to be Song Jie's younger cousin. The guy's catchphrase is, my cousin is Jae Sung, Wall Street's first genius. Even if I don't get into college, the yearly dividends my cousin gives my family will be enough for me to live in style for the rest of my life. So the name of Song Jie, the great Wall Street genius, was really known to everyone in high school at that time. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, wife, your suitor? Yi Lingshuang said in disgust, I haven't even spoken to him 3 times. Looks like my wife is charming. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and Yi Lingshuang's face turned red with shame. Seeing Song Jie getting closer and closer, Yi Lingshuang took the initiative to hold Jiang Chen's hand. Spirit Frost, I didn't expect us to actually meet in this small place of Dragon City. It seems like fate is not shallow. Yi Lingshuang scoffed. All the wedding invitations for her and Jiang Chen's engagement party to their circle of friends had been sent out. This Song Jie must have known the news that she was getting engaged to Jiang Chen. So he came. Thinking of this, Yi Lingshuang smiled and asked, Mr. Song, are you here in Dragon City on business? Yes, I'm going to come over here and invest in real estate. Oh, well, good luck with your fortune, Yi Lingshuang said with a smile before entering the car. Didn't want to interact with Song Jie much at all. Song Jie could see that Yi Lingshuang didn't want to pay attention to him, and there were still quite a few people staring around, so he couldn't afford to keep pestering him at that moment, and only said, Lingshuang, thank you. Yi Lingshuang didn't answer anymore and turned her head to Jiang Chen. Hubby, come up quickly. Jiang Chen sized up Song Jie for a few moments. Check out the fate that puts Sungyi in the future. Jae Song is really a very powerful person. Strong business skills, and do things by any means necessary. Due to the short time, Jiang Chen only saw what would happen in the next hour. Song Jie is here with a client this time. The ambulance will come later after deliberately causing an accident on the way to the raft, then carrying the man on his back and his bare feet down the river until the end of the line, just for walking about a kilometer on his back. His $800 million contract is a done deal. Nice guy. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was truly stunned. Song Jie really played the setup well. While Jiang Chen was still thinking of continuing to read Song Jie's message, Yi Lingshuang's urging voice came from his ears. Hubby, let's go. Although Jiang Chen was eager to see what happened to Song Jie, he couldn't stay any longer after being called. Hastily, he responded and got into the car as well. When he was about to close the door, Song Jie suddenly handed him a business card. Mr. Jiang, this is my business card. May I ask if you're free this evening? If you're free, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. If you're not available, how about we make an appointment? As Song Jie's words came out, Yi Lingshuang smiled faintly. Song Jia really is a shrewd businessman. It's a direct roadblock, and it's not offensive. Instead, they feel that the other person is sincere. Seeing that Song Jia had done a good job, Jiang Chen also smiled slightly and said, "Yeah, I'll call you if I'm free tonight." Song Jia's face changed drastically, but he quickly composed himself and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, why don't we exchange contact information? You've been a little busy, and I was afraid you'd forget." Jiang Chen saw that Song Jia was bent on seeing him and knew that he couldn't do it without giving the other party his contact information. So he said, "Sure." So the two exchanged contact information. Returning to the car, Yi Lingshuang looked puzzled. "Hubby, why did you agree to his request? Honey, do you want him to keep pestering?" Yi Lingshuang was puzzled at first, but quickly understood. Fearing that Jiang Chen would misunderstand, she said, "Hubby, I've really never taken the initiative to speak to him. These don't matter." Jiang Chen took Yi Lingshuang in his arms and said, "Later, I'll go meet him. Let's see what he's trying to pull. Then pay attention. Song Jia, not a good person." Jiang Chen naturally agreed to Yi Lingshuang's instructions. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in a cafe, Jiang Chen sat across from Song Jia. Neither spoke, sipping their own coffee. Jiang Chen even picked up his cell phone to play a game, and Song Jia couldn't help himself a bit. He, originally, wanted to press Jiang Chen and let him take the initiative to speak first, but at this moment, Jiang Chen actually didn't ask him what he was doing by calling Jiang Chen. Well, that totally messed up his plans. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'm a person who doesn't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be straightforward." Jiang Chen didn't even raise his head, just gave a and continued to play his game. Song Jia is not comfortable. "Mr. Jiang, can you put your phone down first?" Jiang Chen raised his head, looked at the unhappy-looking Song Jia, and faintly asked, "If you have something to say, I'll listen." The anger in the Song family's heart was burning. From just now, Jiang Chen came over and looked at him for a few moments before diving headfirst into the game. He felt Jiang Chen was disrespectful one. After all, he's a Wall Street genius. Not only do you have a big conglomerate with a market capitalization of $100 billion, but you also have a good father. Everywhere he went, others would flatter him, but Jiang Chen ignored him. "Mr. Jiang, don't you think your behavior is rude?" Hearing that Song Jia was going to be unable to hold back, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He could feel the anger in Song Jia's heart, but he doesn't care. Song Jia didn't have a good heart this time when he came over. He had seen what Song Jia was going to do next when he used the fate modifier. Song Jia gritted his teeth in anger when he saw that Jiang Chen was unmoved. However, thinking of the next big thing, he held back raw. Taking out 5 checks from his arms, he handed them to Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, as long as you and Lingfang suddenly run away during the engagement banquet, this 5 billion will be yours." Jiang Chen slowly raised his head, looked at Song Jia, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Song, may I ask, have you graduated from kindergarten class?" Song Jia frowned. "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Isn't it very understandable? But if you had an elementary school diploma, you wouldn't have done such a childish thing." Song Jia was silent for a moment, finally understanding the meaning of Jiang Chen's words, but he suppressed his anger, because he still had plans to carry out. Pretending to be relaxed, "Mr. Jiang, $5 billion. What kind of woman do you want that you can't get?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "Their children who haven't graduated from the big class are really scary." Jiang Chen's face twitched when he said 3 times that Song Jia hadn't graduated from the big class. "Mr. Jiang, I went to college at Kyoto University and then went abroad for graduate school. While attending graduate school abroad, he used his free time to make money and successfully acquired 8 domestic conglomerates with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. Today, these 8 groups have been merged by me and doubled in market value." Song Jia finished with a look of superiority. This achievement is very dazzling. Many entrepreneurs, who have struggled hard for decades, can't chase his tail. So, he became a famous genius abroad. This status allowed him to return to his home country and run his business like a fish out of water. A lot of people come to him for advice, so he has another career today. Gold investor. The money for the investment is paid by the investor, and he, sitting on a half share of the profits. He who was in the limelight was at this point being repeatedly told by Jiang Chen that he had not graduated from the big class. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Jiang Chen looked at Song Jia with a smile. "Mr. Song, I didn't expect that those foreigners actually didn't even graduate from middle school. I can't believe that you, who didn't graduate from the big class, are making big money. Oh my god, it's really horrible." Jiang Chen's words came out. and Song Jia was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Holy shit, what an extreme human being. How can you say that Taipan hasn't graduated when you've made such an awesome statement yourself? Coldly looking at Jiang Chen for a moment, he knew that at this point, he couldn't let Jiang Chen continue to taunt him about not graduating from the big class, and said in a cold voice, Mr. Jiang, if you think that this 5 billion isn't enough, then name your price. I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen had already finished playing a game by this time. Putting down his cell phone and grinning, he said, you're kind of cute for a big class of kids. I don't know. How's your arithmetic skills? Song Jia suppressed his anger. What do you want to test me on? Jiang Chen smiled and said, you should be familiar with my wife. Song Jia had a proud face. That's natural. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, then how much money do you think my wife can earn every year nowadays by acting and making albums? Song Jia was silent for a moment and said, around 500 million. So how much is my wife worth at the moment? Song Jia's face changed drastically. At this moment, he reacted to what Jiang Chen was going to say. Yilingshan wholly owned purchase Hangzhou University. So, now Hangzhou University was already Yilingshuan's. Though officially, there is no word on how much Hangtown University is. But she did the math as a businesswoman. The land on Hangzhou University's main campus today could be sold for $15 billion at any random sale. What about a couple other campuses? Although those campuses are not as well located as the main campus, they could be sold for more than $80 billion. How can the country's equipment purchases from abroad over the years amount to tens of billions of dollars or more? So, the land and equipment alone amount to more than $200 billion. As long as Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuan got married, then everything in Yi Lingshuan's possession, that would be Jiang Chen's. He, however, used $5 billion to try to get rid of Jiang Chen. That's why he was taunted by Jiang Chen as someone who hadn't graduated from the big class and hadn't even done his math well. Thinking of this, he stopped pretending at that moment and scoffed. Jiang Chen, you really are a soft eater. Do you think that if Ling Xiang marries you, everything she has is yours? Jiang Chen looked at Song Jia with a smirk. What? The target isn't you. So you're annoyed? Song Jia snorted. I'm not as spineless as you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Chen had a look of contempt. Song Jia, in front of me, you have no secrets to speak of. After saying that, after seeing Song coldly looking at himself, he faintly said, you, look at the land of Hangzhou University's West Lake campus. Song Jia's face changed drastically. Jiang Chen, how do you know what's in his heart? Yes, he was very fond of Yi Lingshuan. However, he preferred Yi Lingshuan to control the land of Hangzhou University. He is optimistic about the future of Hangzhou. As long as he takes that land, he will top the richest man in the country today, and possibly even the richest man in Asia. Of course, this so-called richest man in Asia, he knew was a false name. People who are really rich are never on the rich list, because they are all behind the scenes. These are pushed onto the stage as nothing more than stand-ins, existences that can be changed at any time. Although the vanity of the richest man's name carries little gold, but he needs these false names to deceive the outside world at the moment. Where he would end up and whether or not he could go to the Song family to recognize his ancestors depended on these false names. As the illegitimate son of the Song family, going to the Song family to recognize his ancestors was the thing he was currently looking forward to the most. But, he never told anyone. Jiang Chen was now, however, like a roundworm in his stomach, knowing his plans. Coldly looking at Jiang Chen for a moment, he denied, I'm a genius investor, worth hundreds of billions of dollars. I'm not as dirty as you think. Oh. Jiang Chen laughed, piercingly. Song Jia, how many kilograms do you have? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? People say you're a genius, and you've really drifted off. Have you already forgotten how you made your fortune by selling your dignity? Song Jia's heart thumped as he stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Did he know about the things I did? Jae Song was panicking. At this moment, his mind unconsciously floated back to the scene where he was once disapproved by the Song family and directly thrown abroad. Going abroad. His father doesn't give him alimony anymore. He had no more means of support, so he went to work part-time at a finance company. But, he often gets complaints, until he found a client, and that client asked him to. Thinking of the unbearable past, and then seeing Jiang Chen smiling at him, he shook his head vigorously. No way. That was 3 years ago. At that time, he was still studying at home and had never been abroad, so how could he have known? Seeing Song Jia's grim, unbelievable look, Jiang Chen smiled and said, it seems that you need me to help you recall it. Song Jia didn't answer. He wanted to see if Jiang Chen was a fox and a tiger, hoodwinking himself. Jiang Chen looked at Song Jia for a moment and asked with a smile, that man with a big belly, is he good to serve? His foot washing, how does it taste? And that wire ball his wife gave you, how's that working out for you? Song Jie's face changed drastically. Jiang Chen, how did he know about his past? It's like seeing it with your own eyes. At this moment, his mind is in disarray. The past must never be spread. If not, Song's original family would never have accepted him. After all, those things are just too dirty and undignified. Coldly looking at Jiang Chen for a moment, he said, Jiang Chen, what are you talking nonsense about? Don't you slander me. If you say anything else, I'll kill you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Chen looked at Song Jie with a gaze full of contempt. You are nowadays nothing more than a pet raised by someone else. You really think you're an onion? Jiang Chen's stark defiance made Song Jie's heart very angry. Fists clenched. Wanted to do it, but didn't dare. Jiang Chen was taller and stronger than him. He, on the other hand, has been sissified by the fact that he was raised by someone else, so he has to keep his skin white. Strength, naturally, is not much greater. Plus, Jiang Chen could know about his past. If you can't win the fight, the past is still exposed. His previous efforts and sacrifices were all for naught. Jiang Chen saw Song Jie endure, exactly as he had seen fate, and knew that it was almost time. Slowly, he stood up and looked down condescendingly at Song Jie. What you're doing in the outside world doesn't interest me at all. But the fact that someone as disgusting as you actually tried to chase after my wife to get the land at Hangzhou University pissed me off. Jiang Chen's tone was serious and cold. Song Jie's face was shocked. He knew that he couldn't stay any longer. Stay any longer and your identity will be revealed. So, quickly standing up and wanting to leave. Jiang Chen's voice came from his ear. Want to leave? Do you think you can walk? Song Jie's brows furrowed as he turned his head to look at Jiang Chen coldly. What do you want to do? Ha! Jiang Chen sat down again and savored his coffee, saying faintly, your past disgusts me. Compensate me for the moral damages. Today, you put in an appointment and delay my date with my wife, and you're going to have to pay for my damages as well. Song Jie turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen coldly. At this moment, he just wanted to escape from here. After all, it wasn't like you could beat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen still knew about all his incidents. This was very passive. After a moment of silence, he asked, how much do you want? Jiang Chen raised a finger and said, not much, just 10 billion. Kid, don't bully me too much. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Your attitude makes me very upset. Now the price has gone up. $30 billion. Seeing Jiang Chen look like he was eating him up, Song Jie was so angry that he was trembling. Kid, if I give it to you, do you have the life to spend it? I don't know if I have a life to spend, but you certainly won't see the sun tomorrow. Jiang Chen didn't want to bullshit. Just now, he had used the fate modifier to check on Song Jie. Song Jie has $30 billion in Swiss banks, and it's still anonymous. The $30 billion can still be taken out in the form of a check. So, he's looking at Song Jie's money. Song Jie was already thinking of finding someone to extinguish Jiang Chen's mouth at this point. He was afraid that the past would be exploded by Jiang Chen. He was also afraid that Jiang Chen would continue to ask him for money. So, he thought it would be most economical to just do it, and there was no need to see Jiang Chen's smelly face anymore. Seeing the next scene in Destiny, Song Jie couldn't help but laugh. Song Jie, are you trying to find someone to do away with me? Is your IQ only stuck in the big class? You think, if I die, you'll live? What kind of man do you think can't be found with my wife's money? She's going to use money to hire someone to exterminate your 9 clans. And Buddha can't even keep you. Song Jie's face changed drastically at Jiang Chen's words. Yeah, at their level. What haven't they been exposed to? He could use money to hire someone to do away with Jiang Chen. And Yi Lingshuang could hire someone to do away with him. He was very life-thirsty, and was not ready to cut his own life short for the sake of this matter, and said hastily, Kid, I don't have that much money. Your bag, which happens to have a check for $30 billion. Bring it to me. Don't rub it in. Any more dilly-dallying and I can't guarantee what I'll say when I talk in my sleep. Song Jie's face changed drastically. Ghosts talk in their sleep. At this moment, he finally knew the correct way for a cultured person to speak. His heart ached, but he still handed Jiang Chen the check for $30 billion. That's a lot of money. He would have liked to have made a small fortune. But now that his little life is on the line, it's clear what's more important. Jiang Chen looked at the check in his hand and faintly said to Song Jie, in the future, no matter if you see my wife or me, you have to actively avoid it. If you are seen in my sight, there will be consequences. Jiang Chen's request was overbearing, but there was nothing Song Jie could do, because the pros and cons Jiang Chen had already analyzed them for him. If you want to kill Jiang Chen, go over there, but if he killed Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang would do him in as well. After all, Yi Lingshuang didn't care if she was truly in love with Jiang Chen or not. Jiang Chen had been killed. Yiling Shuang would have taken care of him without mercy even for the sake of his persona and for the sake of traffic. Since none of it ended well, and he didn't want to die or have the news leaked out, he could only do as he was told. Bet on Jiang Chen's character. Jiang Chen looked at Song Jie's departing back, then looked at the check worth $30 billion in his hand and fretted a little. He didn't really know how to spend such a large sum of money. How nice it would be if the one in my family was a loser bitch. That way you don't have to worry about spending money. Finishing off the coffee on the table and getting ready to go home, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's none other than Yiling Shuang's. Honey, are you done over there? I'm a little hungry for dinner. Hearing Yiling Shuang say that, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Find a nice Western restaurant and sit down and look at the checks in disbelief. How the hell are we supposed to spend it? Around 10 minutes or so, Yiling Shuang and Yi Peiying both walked hand in hand. Seeing Yi Peiying, Jiang Chen's heart was a bit unbeautiful. This woman, what kind of light bulb is she? However, since they were here, he couldn't afford to rush them away. When he was about to pick up the menu and hand it to Yiling Shuang, he only heard Yi Peiying's surprised voice come out. Whoa, a check? Swiss banks, the rumored billion-dollar amount? Yi Peiying's voice attracted Yiling Shuang. He picked up one of them and looked at it. Swiss banks, the amount is $1 billion. It's in here, a whole lot of it. She was surprised when she counted 30. That's $30 billion. Puzzled, she asked, honey, these checks? Jiang Chen hadn't thought about how to spend it just now. However, when he saw Yiling Shuang, he suddenly had a bright idea and said, wife, these are my bride price for you. Ha! Yiling Shuang was shocked and dumbfounded, thinking that Hangzhou University, hadn't it already been given to her? At first, Jiang Chen said that college was a bride price. How to at this point? Yi Peiying, who was standing at the side, was also dumbfounded. Picking up one to look at it, full of skepticism, he asked, little brother, you won't be finding a printing store and printing it out, right? Sister Peiying, am I so bad in your eyes? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. He was still a bit resistant to Yi Peiying, because Yi Peiying's style is not very good. Also, the joke is a little too big. Obviously knowing that he and Yiling Shuang had a very good relationship, he was still thinking of proving his charm, proving that he was just like any other man, who had seen different things and fell under her stone skirt. Yi Peiying didn't know at this point that Jiang Chen didn't have a good feeling about her, and said with a smile, little brother, if you come up with 300,000 for the dowry, I'll believe it, but $30 billion? There's a question mark. Ha! Jiang Chen smiled miserably and asked, Sister Peiying, are you thinking that I'm eating soft food? This, Yi Peiying didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually ask himself this, although she also felt in her heart that Jiang Chen was eating soft food. However, now that Yiling Shuang was there, she didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly returned. Little brother, how can you say that? You're a couple, husband and wife are one. Jiang Chen still heard the meaning in Yi Peiying's words. Yiling Shuang naturally also heard the meaning and said, Peiying, you really thought wrong. My husband currently has more money than I could ever make even if I acted and sang all my life and worked 24 hours a day. Yi Peiying's eyes gurgled. She felt that it must be Yiling Shuang who wanted to save Jiang Chen's face. This one made her feel a little awkward. Why should she get involved in a couple's business? Knowing that she had gotten into trouble, she hurriedly apologized. Spirit Frost, little brother, I was wrong. Seeing that although Yi Peiying apologized, her inner thoughts did not change. Yiling Shuang spoke out and said, Peiying, these check codes, they are all unique. If you don't believe me, you can call and check to see if it's true. Yiling Shuang said it with such certainty and firm eyes. Yi Peiying muttered in the bottom of her heart, don't play with me, Mr. and Mrs. 1. I don't want to lose a good BFF just yet. Yiling Shuang saw that Yi Peiying didn't dare to, so she immediately picked up her cell phone and dialed the bank's exclusive customer service number in front of Yi Peiying. She absolutely trusted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would never lie to her, much less joke about their feelings. The call, quickly, went through. A woman's voice came from inside. The woman is speaking a foreign language. Yiling Shuang, as a schoolteacher, could naturally communicate normally. She went straight to customer service to check the authenticity of the check. The customer service entered the number and quickly checked it out and told Yiling Shuang that the numbers were unique and were all anti-counterfeiting. To verify the authenticity, you just need to drop water on the number, and a different pattern immediately emerges. These patterns, which are specially created for each check by the engineers at UBS, each pattern is unique, and the pattern reveals time, a total of in 3 seconds. The woman patiently explained over the phone. After finishing, Yiling Shuang took out a drop of water and dripped it onto these numbers. Sure enough, a very personal-looking pattern came into view. Yiling Shuang pinched the time, and sure enough, it disappeared in exactly 3 seconds. Yi Peiying naturally saw what had just happened. She, unbelievingly, took the water and dripped it again on top of the other checks, and sure enough it showed up again. But the pattern is different from the one just now. Sure enough, it's one of a kind. At this moment, Yi Peiying was shocked. Jiang Chen, is he really an invisible tycoon? $30 billion. She earns around $300 million a year today. How many years do you have to earn $30 billion? Seeing Yi Peiying's wide-eyed look, Yi Lingshang said, Peiying, I told you long ago, my husband doesn't lack money at all. Why don't you believe that? Yi Peiying soured. Honey, your husband dresses so plain and is so young. Who would have thought? He's really rich. After Yi Peiying finished speaking, she seemed to think of something in the back of her mind and asked Jiang Chen, little brother, since you're a big tycoon, why do you dress so low-key all the time? Jiang Chen asked breathlessly, so what do you think? How should rich people dress? Yi Peiying said thoughtfully, how can you say that? You have to buy designer clothes. That's what you think rich people are. Being disliked so much by Jiang Chen, Yi Peiying felt bad in her heart. Jiang Chen didn't bother with Yi Peiying. Although, it's true that you can judge a person by what they're wearing, but trying to find out if he has any money, if these checks are real or fake, you can ask Yi Lingfang behind the scenes. After all, the two of them, she and Yi Lingshuang, were bosom friends. Now it had to be said to his face. That makes it a little uncomfortable. The steak, it came up quickly. After a few people hurriedly ate well, Yi Peiying left. Today, she felt humiliated. Yi Peiying left, and Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang walked along the highway, both holding hands. After the two of them chatted for a while, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that Yi Lingshuang had gone out early in the morning today. Honey, you guys went to the mountains early in the morning and said you wanted to stay there for a few days. Why are you back so early? When Jiang Chen mentioned the mountainous region, Yi Lingshuang's mood was a bit low. After a moment of silence, she said, Honey, my mom took me to the mountains because she wanted to invite my aunt's grandmother over to drink our wedding wine. Jiang Chen asked curiously, so did you invite the people here? Yi Lingshuang shook her head. No, she died a couple days ago. Speaking of this, Yi Lingshuang remembered the grave she visited today. It's really very Spartan. The coffins aren't even there. It was just a box stapled to a board and the man was put in it and buried. It was only upon inquiry that it was learned that some relatives had left the old man alone after dividing his family property. It was finally buried by a few good neighbors who dug a hole and made an improvised coffin out of wooden planks. The old man was treated so badly by his relatives, not because he was not well liked, but because the old man had no children and was extinct. Those people ate the Jedi and left it alone. Jiang Chen's expression was grim as he learned the cause and effect. Even if you eat a Jedi, you don't even want to bury the person. These people, they are really lacking. Being so inhuman, Jiang Chen decided that when he had time, he would revise the fate of all these people and make them pay for robbing other people's property. Of course, those are behind us. Now, it's better to comfort Yi Lingshuang first, saying, Wife, when we're done here, let's take a trip over there and give Aunt Grandmother a proper burial. As Jiang Chen's words came out, Yi Lingshuang was touched in her heart. But the customs over there are different from here. Over there it's that as long as the old man is in the ground, he won't even move. So he said, Husband, the custom over there is that as soon as an old man is buried, he can't be moved again. Jiang Chen really didn't know that there was actually this strange custom. In the countryside, when many people become rich, they will rebuild their ancestors' tomb, or find a feng shui treasure land and bury their ancestors in the feng shui treasure land. But now, it doesn't allow movement. Wife, this custom is too odd. Yi Lingshuang nodded, then said again, Hubby, that village is very strange. Speaking of this, remembering that before leaving today, Jiang Chen was not allowed to follow. Jiang Chen's dumbfounded look. He only had to explain. Hubby, I won't let you today. That's because there are rules in that village that don't allow men to go in. Yi Lingshuang brought up this matter again, and the curiosity in Jiang Chen's heart came up once more. Honey, I'm very curious. Since there are no men, how do they make babies there? Yi Lingshuang knew that Jiang Chen must be very curious about this matter and could only say, Hubby, there's no such thing as marriage in that village. Jiang Chen became more and more curious. At this time, Yi Lingshuang's voice sounded once again. When a woman in the village comes of age, she can go to other provinces to get a boyfriend. If they give birth to a child who is a girl, they bring it home. If a boy is born, the man will be allowed to carry it. So a whole village, full of women. Jiang Chen was confused by Yi Lingshuang's explanation. Isn't this just borrowing a man to have a baby? And, if it's true that you're leaving after having the baby, won't the man come looking for it? So, out came the inner doubt. Yi Lingshuang shook her head and explained, Hubby, all the women who go out in the village use fake names and identities. The outside world can't find it at all. When Yiling Shuang said this, she seemed to have thought of something and said again, my grandmother was also with my grandfather under a false name in the beginning. Originally, after having my mom, wanted to leave, but my grandfather was so good to my grandmother that she couldn't leave him, so she didn't go back. Jiang Chen finished listening on the side and rationalized what happened before. Honey, do you think Auntie Grandma is unpopular with her relatives because your grandmother left? Yiling Shuang thought for a while and said, maybe a little, but there are people in the village who don't go back every year. So I think the real trigger was my aunt's grandmother's reluctance to go out and find a man to have a baby with, because she doesn't want her child to be left without a father. And she doesn't want her child to be stuck in a village for the rest of their hard lives. But she doesn't want to be like my grandmother who never returned. Hearing Yiling Shuang's explanation, he felt that there was some truth to it. However, Jiang Chen felt from the bottom of his heart that the women of this village were pitiful. Yiling Shuang could tell what was going on inside Jiang Chen's mind. So she said, hubby, there are 2 girls from the village who followed me and my mom out today. Is there any way you can keep them from going back to that devil's den? Jiang Chen was curious. Why are they out with you? Yiling Shuang explained. These people, they are all the daughters of my aunt's grandmother's neighbors. At the time, they were the ones who helped bury my aunt's grandmother. Now that they're adults, plus we're coming out, so they're coming out too. Jiang Chen shook his head. How many generations is this going to hurt for one evil custom? After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen asked curiously, wife, where did you arrange them? Their identities were false, so they were arranged in my home. When Yiling Shuang said this, she looked up at Jiang Chen and asked curiously, hubby, do you have a way to keep them from going back? I think it's so dehumanizing for the village to have this vile custom. Jiang Chen must have a solution. Just modify it as soon as fate does. Only, he needed to go back and ask what was going on. So he said, wife, let's go home first and ask them what they think. Yiling Shuang nodded. The 2 held hands and walked home. When I arrived at the house, I saw 2 women sitting on the couch, watching TV. The TV was playing cartoons. The 2 watched with great interest, occasionally bursting into laughter. Moving closer, Jiang Chen saw that the 2 women were very good looking, but had dark skin. Obviously, work a lot in the countryside. The 2 women also saw Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang arrive and stood up in a panic. Sis, you're back. The 2 women were a little timid and kept their heads down. Yiling Shuang nodded and said with a smile, Yuting, Xiaoli, you guys don't be formal. Thanks sis. The 2 women landed their gazes on Jiang Chen, and Yiling Shuang had to introduce the 2 of them. Jiang Chen smiled and greeted the 2. A woman with a petite figure glanced at Jiang Chen and shyly lowered her head, while the other, who was about the same height as Yiling Shuang, was mostly bold. She took the initiative to extend her hand to shake Jiang Chen's hand and introduced herself with a smile. Brother-in-law, my name is Xiaoli. I might have to trouble you and sister Lingfeng for a while. You're welcome. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and began to utilize the destiny modifier to view Charlie's future. After reading the personal data, Jiang Chen quickly checked Charlie's future fate. Charlie is a person who is not willing to stay in the village. Also, Charlie has a good kung fu. This time out, she had no intention of going back. Jiang Chen continued to look at Xiaoli's future development and realized that Xiaoli would also become a rich woman, because Charlie came out this time and took a pair of onyx jade bracelets. This pair of jade bracelets was a burial object of an ancient princess. Charlie took it to auction and it's worth $10 million. Seeing that the jade bracelet is so valuable, Charlie sneaks back to the village and pulls out one treasure after another from the ancient tomb. In just 1 year, Sherry became a 10 billionaire. Jiang Chen was shocked. Continuing to check out all of Charlie's information, he finally realizes that that village is not simple. There is an empress buried in that village. Yes, empress. This empress once ruled a dynasty. Then when the imperial city was overrun by rebels, she brought her children to this village. Finally died in this village. Today, the people who live in the village are descendants of the empress or descendants of the empress's once loyal attendants. They don't allow their children to marry out or boys to come in for fear of the village's secrets being known. Seeing this, Jiang Chen straightened up and called out, good guy. Charlie got $10 billion worth of stuff just from the grave of one of the princesses. If all the tombs were dug up, how much it would be worth is simply unimaginable. Jiang Chen continued to read on, only to see a very unimpressive message. Poisonous insect. Jiang Chen saw from Charlie's fate that Charlie had been parasitized. And there's also the image of Charlie dying from a compulsion that gnawed at her when she didn't go back to the city for 3 years. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's body shivered. What kind of country was this village before? And how come there are still parasites? It also controls the women of the village with parasites. It's really too hard. Yiling Shuang saw Jiang Chen looking at Xiaoli dumbfounded, causing Xiaoli to shyly lower her head, and hurriedly pushed Jiang Chen, saying, hubby, don't look at people like that. Ahem. Jiang Chen looked embarrassed. Just now, the images seen were really too tragic. However, now that Yi Lingshuang had reminded him, it was not good for him to continue checking on Charlie's fate. Look into the house. Not seeing Yi Lingshuang's parents, he asked suspiciously, "Wife, where are mom and dad?" Yi Lingshuang reacted as if she hadn't seen mom and dad from just now until now. At that moment, Charlie's voice came, "Someone just came to see uncle and auntie, and they went out." So, Yi Lingshuang looked at the two and asked with concern, "Have you eaten?" "Eat ah, uncle and auntie made it for us before they left." Hearing that she had already eaten, Yi Lingshuang suddenly seemed to think of something in her heart and said, "Then let me take you guys out to play." Excitement appeared in the eyes of Xia Li and Zhang Yuding. "Can we go out?" They followed Yi Lingshuang here today, and when they saw the high-rise buildings, their hearts were eager to go for a stroll, but their IDs are fake. Plus, I'm new to the city and unfamiliar. In the village, the elders told them to find a place to hide first. Familiarize yourself first, then go out. 20 years ago, the elders of the village went out and were arrested and imprisoned for a long time because they had no documents. Seeing the excited looks of both Xiaoli and Zhang Yuding, Yi Lingshuang smiled and said, "Of course." After saying that, and after seeing Jiang Chen a little confused, she said softly, "Hubby, the customs in that village will harm them, and will also harm the next generation. I thought about showing them the good things about the big city so they wouldn't want to go back to the village." Jiang Chen thought to himself that even if they wanted to stay, the parasites that the village had placed on them would kick in. However, Yi Lingshuang's suggestion was good. The matter of the parasites would be resolved later, so it was agreed. A few people walked out of the neighborhood and took a taxi towards the busy commercial street. The clothes that Zhang Yuding and Xiaoli wore were very old, so Yi Lingshuang directly took a few people to the mall and purchased several pieces of clothing. Several people's faces were tanned by the sun, so Yi Lingshuang took several people to the beauty parlor to wash their faces. After a time when White couldn't, he took a few people to have their makeup done by a beautician. When their hair is too rustic, they take both of them to get a stylish haircut. So, some maneuvering went on. The two, who were originally little earthy chicks, turned straight into white-skinned little beauties. Walking on the road, the man's turnaround rate, that's 100%. This pleased the two young girls who had no contact with the outside world. Tired of wandering around, a few people came to a drinking bar, ordered milk tea and sat on the edge. Zhang Yuding and Xiaoli finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in their hearts. Just now, they all saw that Yi Lingshuang swept the pattern provided in the store with the item called a cell phone and took it away. That's different from what the elders told them. The elders say that big cities buy things with money. Besides, their town is using money. How come you don't need money when you get to the big city? Charlie asked curiously. "Sis, don't you have to pay for anything now? Just scan the pattern with that cell phone of yours and take the stuff?" Hearing the two women's words, Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen looked at each other and asked curiously, "Haven't you guys ever been on the street or played with your cell phones? We've only been to town when we were kids, not since we grew up, so we don't know about cell phones." Jiang Chen was stunned. Is this village so good at keeping secrets? Not even allowed to go to town. Yi Lingshuang didn't know that a female emperor and several princesses were buried in the village. At this moment, she felt that this village was really strange. Thus, Yi Lingshuang began to give a few people the science of the cell phone. He also took the two to a cell phone store, bought them 2 cell phones and taught them how to use them. Luckily, the two had read books and had a decent IQ, and knew at once what each function in the phone did. A few people were strolling down the street and the time came to 9:30 p.m. Since it's a small town, the stores are basically closed at this hour. The people who were shopping also went home. Several people also returned home. Zhang Yuding looked at herself in the mirror and turned her head to Yi Lingshuang. "Sister, it's so nice in the city. I never realized that city girls have such fair skin, and all these skincare products that make you white." Yi Lingshuang smiled and said, "If you like the city, you have to stay a little longer. The city has a lot to offer that the countryside doesn't." She didn't directly say that she would let Zhang Yuding stay. She wanted Zhang Yuding to know the city friendly herself and let her make her own choices. Charlie had been mesmerized by the metropolis at this point, and vowed to live well in the big city. And even if she went back, she would live these 3 years without regrets. At that thought, she stole a glance at the 2 jade bracelets she had gotten from the grave. She had seen newspapers in the mountains that said something about the value of jade bracelets. She felt that this pair of jade bracelets could definitely be sold for quite a lot of money, which was why she brought them. She decided that tomorrow she would go and sell the jade bracelet for money. With the money exchanged for this jade bracelet, you can surely have a good time in the city. The night is late. Jiang Chen was lying on his bed, his head thinking about the information he had gotten from Xiaoli and Zhang Yuding's minds today. Both of them, they're under a compulsion. Due to being stared at by Yi Lingshuang just now, He hadn't even had the time to revise the two men's destinies or even finish reading them. Without reading it, you don't know where that village is coming from. Just as he was thinking about what he could do to get information about the source of the owner of the village's ancient tomb, a text message rang from his cell phone. It was sent by Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, are you asleep?" Jiang Chen quickly messaged back. "Thinking about you. Still awake." Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but roll her eyes on the other end of the room. "Just coax me. If you miss me, why don't you send me a message? Isn't this about being afraid of mommy being around you?" My mom's still talking to Yuding and the others. She didn't go back to the bedroom. Hearing that Yi Lingshuang's old mom wasn't there, Jiang Chen put the village behind him and said with an excited face, "Wife, since mom isn't here, shouldn't you send me some benefits?" Yi Lingshuang's face turned red with shame on the other end. "Didn't I just give it to you yesterday?" "That was yesterday. We haven't paid for today's yet." Jiang Chen had a cheap smile on his face. Yi Lingshuang was silent over there for a moment before she suddenly said, "Hubby, why don't we go out for a late night snack? I won't be able to sleep tonight anyway." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Was Yi Lingshuang hinting at something? Going out for a late night snack in the middle of the night? "Honey, are you serious?" "Of course. I didn't eat enough earlier and now I'm a little hungry." "Are you going out?" "If you are, I'll change." "Honey, I think it would be nice if you didn't have to change your clothes and went out in your pajamas." Jiang Chen smiled with a thief's face. Jerking off in your pajamas is the right way to jerk off. Seeing the text sent by Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang smiled and texted back, "Hubby, I'm fine with it. I just don't know if you mind if I go out in my pajamas for the others." Jiang Chen's face instantly darkened, and he quickly said, "Get changed. Let's go out." Yi Lingshuang snickered and quickly changed into a casual outfit. Both opened the door at the same time and both saw each other's smiles. Yi Lingshuang stepped forward, holding Jiang Chen's hand, and asked with a smile, "Hubby, are we going to the barbecue restaurant in front of the neighborhood, or the Mustache Barbecue restaurant over on Huahai Road?" "Go over to the Mustache. It's delicious there," Yi Lingshuang suggested. "The flavor over there is a little better and the meat is extra tender. This one in front of the neighborhood, it just looks old." "Well, then let's go to the door and get a cab." Yi Lingshuang's voice was gentle, like a husband and wife's wise wife and mother. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, took Yi Lingshuang's hand, and said tenderly, "Wife, I'll carry you on my back. Just don't hit it. I want to walk with you." Yi Lingshuang said with some concern, "Hubby, will it be tiring? It's a kilometer. How can you get tired of carrying your wife?" The two were talking and laughing as they descended the stairs. When he came to the entrance of the building, Jiang Chen squatted down. "Wife, come up here." Yi Lingshuang made a jump to Jiang Chen's back. As soon as Yi Lingshuang's men went up, Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong. Last time, when carrying Yi Lingshuang wasn't this light. "Honey, have you lost weight?" Yi Lingshuang's pretty face blushed. She is, indeed, on a diet. Because, she was about to put on a gown and get engaged to Jiang Chen. "What if I gain weight and my clothes don't fit? These clothes, they are one of a kind." "Honey, aren't we getting engaged?" So, Jiang Chen understood. This silly girl. At one time, Yi Lingshuang would have been light, 5'7" and about 100 pounds. That's pretty thin already. "I can't believe you're on a diet." "Honey, then you'll have to eat more later. Can't lose any more weight." Yi Lingshuang nodded warmly. Of course, on the surface, she answered Jiang Chen, but on the inside, she still wanted to lose weight, because she wanted to manifest her most perfect state and then hand it over to Jiang Chen. There can't be a single flaw and regret. As for the offer to have a late night snack with Jiang Chen, it was just a matter of wanting to be alone with Jiang Chen, because, after coming back from Hangzhou, the two hadn't been alone together much, and now there are two more village girls added to the mix, as well as her best friend, Yi Peiying. If you want to be alone with Jiang Chen, you can only come out at night. Jiang Chen carried Yi Lingshuang on his back as he walked along the roadside, and the two of them chatted about their engagement. "Honey, my relatives on my side, my mom, they've sent out invitations. What about your side? Those relatives of yours, any contact?" Hearing Yi Lingshuang talk about his relatives, Jiang Chen fell silent. Growing up, he really hadn't seen those relatives of his. "I've heard my parents have some kind of relatives. However, I've instructed them to make this engagement party a bit more lively, and to call all the relatives they can." The more Jiang Chen spoke, the more he lost his breath. His relatives haven't seen it. Those two unreliable moms and dads never mentioned it to him either. What other relatives are? And today, the unreliable mom and dad went straight missing for the whole day. Yi Lingshuang could hear the loss in Jiang Chen's words. She, since she was a little girl, had never seen anyone from Jiang Chen's family strung out. "Oh, it's someone who's strung out. But those people are from this neighborhood. Jiang Chen's relatives have never met one. Thinking of this, she felt as if she had just asked the wrong question so she hastily changed the subject. Honey, both Xiaoli and Yuting are at our engagement party and they are leaving. Did you just figure out how to get them not to perform that damn custom? That village. It's really too miserable. I don't want them to keep going back to suffer. Seeing Yi Lingshuan take the initiative to bring up the matter of Xiaoli and Zhang Yuting, Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said tentatively, Wife, why don't I take them out for a day tomorrow and see how things are going first? That's good. Yi Lingshuan did not refuse. To be honest, on some issues, Jiang Chen might not have analyzed them correctly as she had. However, in the aspect of persuading people, Jiang Chen was definitely better than him. Because, at one point, when she first signed with an agency, she wanted to opt for a 20-year deal. She felt that the split on the 20-year deal was high. It was Jiang Chen who made her give up those insignificant benefits. Tell her to take a longer view so she can go far. At that time, Jiang Chen also cited many incidents. Those incidents were previously unbelievable. But in the end, they all became the truth. She, too, was persuaded by Jiang Chen to opt for a 5-year contract. Once again, the facts proved that Jiang Chen's choice was correct. Jiang Chen, in the aspect of persuading people, was still very capable. The two walked and talked. Soon it was time to arrive at the barbecue. Despite the fact that it was almost 12 o'clock, the store and the makeshift booths in front of it were still crowded. The two found an empty seat and sat down, then began to order their food. Yi Lingshuan handed Jiang Chen his order. Hubby, this is what I ordered. See if there's anything else you need? Jiang Chen looked away. Nice guy. Leeks, pork loin, and some kidney tonic ingredients. Jiang Chen was shocked. Honey, what do you want? Yi Lingshuan's face couldn't help but redden and said softly, Hubby, we'll be living together in a few days. I'm not afraid you're weak, so I'm giving you a tonic in advance. Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. You call this a patch? Now, how do you know it will be false when you haven't even done anything yet? Jiang Chen wailed and said, Wife, this is too early. You're not afraid I'll explode and die, are you? With Jiang Chen's breathless gaze, and the look of being broken inside, Yi Lingshuan knew that it was a bit much, but she had seen it on the internet. Men, you must tonify your kidneys. If the kidneys are good, there are chances of having twins. Nowadays, his favorites are the twins. Of course, it would be best if it was a dragon and phoenix child. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to properly nourish his kidneys. So, kindly comforting Jiang Chen, he then ordered a few more kidney tonic ingredients. Watching Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat, Yi Lingshuan, really ruthless. Could it be that the desire is really that strong? Yi Lingshuan was looked at by Jiang Chen in a dumbfounded manner and shyly lowered her head. Then said, Hubby, don't look at me like that. I'm also doing this for the harmony of our family and for our little one to come into the world sooner. Jiang Chen's face jumped straight up. That's a reason. So far-fetched. What for the kids? It's obviously for your own sake. Kebabs, coming up quickly. The waiter looked at Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuan with a strange expression. No, rather, it was looking at Jiang Chen. Her insides had sputtered madly. This man, in the end, what kind of deficiency is it that women order so many kinds of tricks for men to replenish their kidneys? Jiang Chen's table of dishes attracted the people who were dining, especially the men. They were also speculating just how vain Jiang Chen was. How hard was it to be squeezed by Yi Lingshuan to order so many things to eat? There were 3 men who licked their lips when they saw how good-looking Yi Lingshuan was, and how she had ordered so many kidney-supplementing ingredients for Jiang Chen. Looking at each other, they smiled and walked to Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuan's side. How old are you, little sister? Yi Lingshuan looked at the man with a disgusted expression. Fuck off. A couple of the men laughed out loud. Ouch. Still a little chilly. Brothers, how do you like this kind of chili? Love it, the 3 men said in unison. Little sister, your boyfriend can't satisfy you. Before the man could finish his words, a stinging pain came from his crotch, followed by a piercing scream from his mouth. Aha! The other 2 big men's faces changed drastically when they saw their companions covering their lower bodies and screaming miserably, hurriedly holding the man in place. When they looked, they only saw Yi Lingshuan with a frosty face, coldly staring at them. Roll. Yi Lingshuan is a small woman. Even if the fury was overwhelming, it couldn't scare the 2 tall and big men. Little girl, how dare you hurt my boss? Tonight, stay with us. The 2 big men looked at each other at the same time and simultaneously swung their fists towards Yi Lingshuan's head. Yi Lingshuan's body was incredibly flexible and dodged. The 2 men were alarmed, ready to strike again, only to feel a stabbing pain in his lower body. 2. Looking at the shoe prints on his pants, it was obvious that he had been beaten by Yi Lingshuan. Slowly looking up, Yi Lingshuan threw a left hook to the big man's jaw. The 180-pound man staggered back. It didn't last 3 seconds and fell straight backward. A thud. The ground. Dusty. There were also a few bloody teeth that had naughtily popped out of the big man's mouth. The big man lay lifelessly on the ground, looking up at the stars dotting the sky. It's almost skeptical. I can't believe I was KO'd by a little girl for 3 seconds. If you tell the world, shame on you. For the despair and anger within the big man, Yi Lingxuan didn't pay any attention to that. After learning martial arts for more than 10 years, is it for nothing? It wasn't a strong force, but she had the stance and the skill, knowing which point of attack incapacitates the enemy for a short period of time. So, just now, she decided to waste a few big men's dicks first. A few of the big men would surely grimace in pain. It's time to make a second move with full power. No, it puts down a big man straight away. The surrounding people were shocked to see Yi Lingxuan moving like a cloud, solving 2 big men who were over 1 meter 8. They have stood up to see what the fuss is all about. It's not often that a man is viciously abused by a woman, or a little girl. The 3 of them came in just now, and now only 1 big man is left. He looked at his 2 companions lying on the ground, and then thought about Yi Lingxuan's flowing movements just now. His heart was a little frightened. Not daring to step forward to take revenge, he crouched down and pulled the man to his feet. The 2 men were in pain, but having seen Yi Lingxuan's power, and that marvelous stance, it was obvious that he was a practiced fighter. Even if we go together, we won't be able to get any favors. Go! The first man who was kicked in the crotch by Yi Lingxuan turned around and left without hesitation. The 2 men saw that the boss had left, so how could they still have the nerve to stay? Naturally, he followed the boss and left in disgrace. A couple of men left, and the kebab eaters were dumbfounded. That's it? These guys? They're a little too wimpy. A few hits and you're scared? There was no hilarity to be had. So everyone resumed their seats to drink and chat. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart as he saw Yi Lingxuan take care of a few punks in 3 tries on the side. This wife's power has gone up again. Before, it was a bit of a struggle to clean up the punks. Nowadays, it's a no-brainer to pack up a 6'8" strong man. When Yi Lingxiang saw that Jiang Chen didn't even praise her for a moment, but just looked at himself blankly, she thought for a moment and said, "Hubby, I didn't expect that the loafers in our city are still as weak as they used to be." Jiang Chen cried and laughed. Weak? You're kidding. Those guys were big and thick. A slap in the face could knock someone out. So, it's not that they're weak, but you're too strong and said, "Wife, you've been practicing martial arts for more than 10 years. I think you just hit hard." Yi Lingxuan was happy in her heart when Jiang Chen said that, because Jiang Chen was saying that she was excellent in disguise. Being complimented is moody anyway. The 2 had finished their kebabs and were about to head home when they only heard a man's voice coming. "Old classmate, I didn't realize you've become a big star and you're still such a fighter." Yi Lingxuan turned her head and sniffed. Only a 22-year-old man in a t-shirt was seen approaching. Yi Lingxuan saw a tattoo on the man's arm. It's a snake. This snake's head. She had seen it before. In high school, that guy was expelled by his teacher for having a bit of a background and strutting his stuff in class. Seeing that it was actually an old classmate, Yi Lingxuan smiled and stood up, saying, "Old classmate, long time no see." "It's been a long time," the man said with a strange expression. He walked up to Jiang Chen, looked up and down for a moment, and asked thoughtfully, "Old classmate, is this kid your husband?" Yi Lingxuan frowned. That's a bad tone for an old classmate. The man didn't care how Yi Lingxuan's expression looked. Walking over to Jiang Chen's side, he said mockingly, "Old classmate, just now I heard that your boyfriend's kidneys are very weak and he needs dietary supplements? What do you want with a man so vain?" Yi Lingxuan's heart became uncomfortable. She wouldn't allow anyone to say anything bad about Jiang Chen. Indifferently looking at the man, he said, "Old classmate, I thought you came to catch up with me. I didn't realize that you were here to taunt my husband. Let's not meet people like you." After saying that, seeing that the man still wanted to speak, Yi Lingxuan didn't give him a chance to speak. Get lost. The man didn't expect that he would actually be kicked out by Yi Lingxuan. But he didn't matter. Today, coming over was nothing more than avenging his little brother. So he said, "Old classmate, forgive me for not being able to do as you wish." Yi Lingxuan frowned, shielding Jiang Chen behind her as she indifferently asked, "What else do you want to do?" The man lazily looked at Yi Lingxuan and said, "Old classmate, you beat up 2 of my brothers today. If you don't leave something behind, how can I explain to my brothers and how can I still hang out in this neighborhood?" Yi Lingxuan's eyebrows were knitted. Quickly, she responded, "Those should be the man's ponies just now." Jiang Chen walked up and said with a smirk, "Speaking as if you're now working for someone as a horseman. You're doing well and have a lot of face." The man didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually come forward. He looked at Jiang Chen with fierce eyes. "Kid, do you know who I am? Don't want to live? A small nightclub stud. What's your bull?" Jiang Chen was filled with disdain. Just now, he had read the man's profile. The man's name is Fu Ke, and he's a fighter. Still a practiced man. One person fighting 5 or 6 ordinary people is certainly not a problem. However, this little minion of Fu Kuei was as good as crushing a small ant to him. No pressure at all. Fu Kuei was furious. Although he is only a nightclub horseman, but the small place of Dragon City, that energy is big. A lot of things he can fix. Now, Jiang Chen actually dared to mock him, coldly staring at Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen responded without showing any weakness, he was so furious that he threw up his fist and smashed it towards Jiang Chen's head. Honey, look out! Yi Lingshuang tried to resist, only to see Jiang Chen gently raise his hand and clasp Fu Kuei's wrist. Fu Kuei was stunned. He, however, is a practitioner. Putting down 5 or 6 ordinary people in one person is not a problem at all. Also, he asked himself if he was fast. But now, it was easily captured by Jiang Chen. Defiantly, he swung his left hand up and tried to attack again. All I heard was a pop. Then came a fiery pain in his cheek. He lifted his hand and touched his burning cheek. The pain made him grimace. The expression was dumbfounded as he looked at Jiang Chen. He just couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen actually hit him, and hit him so hard. After a long time, he reacted and said angrily, "Kid, you're simply looking for death." The words had just fallen, and once again there was a loud slap. Then he felt another fiery pain in his right cheek. Fu Ke was confused. Jiang Chen's speed, why was it so fast? So fast that he couldn't even see it. Looking at the dumbfounded Fu Kuei, Jiang Chen smirked and said, "Kid, threaten me twice more. Fuck you." Fu Kuei was unconvinced and wanted to curse when a stabbing pain came from the hand that Jiang Chen had grabbed. He grimaced in pain and his body involuntarily crouched down. By this moment, he knew that Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person, but someone who was highly skilled in martial arts. It's like a kick in the teeth. Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen easily stop Fu Kuei from the side, and her entire body was confused. Others didn't know Fu Kuei's strength, but she did. When he was in high school, Fu Kuei was the one who bullied people in school and wanted to be the boss because he knew some martial arts. He also got expelled for hooking up with a couple of socialites after school to prove that he was capable, and even joining those guys to beat up students from this school. Now, just such an overlord-level person was actually easily subdued by Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Yi Lingshuang muttered, "This silly husband of mine, when did he become so powerful?" Regarding Yi Lingshuang's expression, Jiang Chen didn't pay attention at this time. His gaze fell on Fu Kuei. "Kid, be more crazy. A couple more curses and you'll have a chance to go to the Paralympics next year." Noticing the pain in his wrist and hearing Jiang Chen's words, Fu Kuei's face became ugly. Paralympics? Who the hell wants to go to that? Is it bad to keep your hands and feet? Recalling the bits and pieces of what had just happened, and thinking about Jiang Chen's way of handling things, Fu Kuei's little bit of anger converted into fear. At this moment, he could be sure that Jiang Chen was not only not a good fighter, but also an existence that could waste people at the drop of a hat, which made him lose his fighting spirit. His head slowly lowered, and he said in a sincere tone, "I'm sorry, it's because I have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai, please be magnanimous and spare me for once. Next time, I'll never do it." Seeing Fu Kuei so humble, Jiang Chen was satisfied. However, when he thought of the image of Fu Kuei bullying Yi Lingshuang just now, his heart once again went cold. "Why are you apologizing? You don't want an explanation from my wife?" Fu Kuei had a look of fear on his face. Having been on the road, he knew what Jiang Chen meant by those words. He was so scared he was going to cry. Now, the only thing to do is to beg for forgiveness from Yi Lingshuang. Hastily said, "Old classmate, I'm sorry, just now it's my arrogance. Please be an adult." Jiang Chen saw that Fu Kuei had sincerely apologized to Yi Lingshuang, and there wasn't a hint of artifice. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, grabbing Fu Kuei's hand and squeezing it. There was a click sound, causing Fu Kuei to let out a miserable scream in pain. He looked at Jiang Chen with a face of fear. He had expected that Jiang Chen wasn't a softie, but he didn't think that Jiang Chen would still waste him. He really doesn't want to go to the Paralympics. Being stared at by Fu Kuei, Jiang Chen said indifferently, "This is a bit of discipline for you. If I still see that you're out there being a bully, it's going to take more than just losing a hand. Next time, I'll take your life." Fu Kuei didn't dare to say a word and could only nod his head in agreement. After hanging out in the city for so long, he knew who he could mess with and who he couldn't. Jiang Chen, who is ruthless and doesn't talk much, can't be messed with and can only nod his head and answer yes. One more thing, the bones in his hands are broken today. So the nightclub job, surely you can't keep it? After all, the profession of a fighter relies on kung fu. Now that he's become an invalid, there won't be any ponies to follow him in the future. Jiang Chen's strength was so strong again. so what could be used to seek revenge on Jiang Chen? Therefore, at this time, he didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge at all. Jiang Chen's scrapping of Fu Kuei, besides deterring Fu Kuei, was also considered giving him a new life. As long as Fu Kuei doesn't work at the nightclub, then his fate will naturally be rewritten and he won't die on the streets. So, he's kind of saving Fu Kuei's life. Fu Kuei left, and Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuan also left the barbecue restaurant under everyone's shocked gaze. Walking along the road, Jiang Chen noticed that Yi Lingshuan looked at him from time to time, as if it was rare. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He knew that Yi Lingshuan was full of doubts. After all, in the past, he was an existence that was chased by Yi Lingshuan. Now, but easily solved Fu Kuei, a rogue with kung fu. The two of them walked for a while longer, and when they saw that Yi Lingshuan still didn't ask, they could only stop and said, "Wife, you can ask whatever you want to ask." Keeps looking at me, looks at me like I'm on the edge of my seat. He. Yi Lingshuan grinned up and tightly wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's hand, saying, "Hubby, you were so handsome just now." Jiang Chen had thought that Yi Lingshuan would inquire as to how he had suddenly become so powerful. I can't believe I'm asking this after all this time. Since Yi Lingshuan didn't ask, Jiang Chen didn't want to explain, and feigned anger as he asked, "Wife, could it be that your husband I wasn't handsome before?" "Cool," Yi Lingshuan said with a florid face, "it's just more handsome today." Jiang Chen laughed. At this moment, he thought it was just easier to talk to smart people. There weren't so many wise waiting for him to answer. Stopping his footsteps, he wrapped his arms around Yi Lingshuan's slender waist, looked straight at Yi Lingshuan's stunningly beautiful face, and said expectantly, "Wife, since I'm so handsome, you'll accompany me tonight." "Husband." Yi Lingshuan's face reddened. "My parents are at home, so what's to be afraid of?" When he said this, Jiang Chen remembered the scene in Kyoto where his mother-in-law was all anxious for them to have a child. So he said, "We're all living together in Hangzhou." Yi Lingshuan's face was as red as the flaming clouds in the sky at this moment. Yeah, both of them were living together now, and it should be fine to accompany Jiang Chen today. Thinking so, Yi Lingshuan took Jiang Chen's hand and said shyly, "Hubby, then I'll accompany you later. What a good wife I have." Jiang Chen couldn't help but give a hard kiss. Yi Lingshuan, it's really too endearing. A pact was made and the two went home hand in hand. When he opened the door of Jiang Chen's house, he only saw Jiang Chen's dad and mom watching TV. Seeing that Jiang Chen's parents were there as well, Yi Lingshuan's face instantly reddened. Thought the two weren't there. Didn't realize. Lin Susu also became a bit embarrassed and hurriedly glared at Zhang Zhentian. Zhang Zhentian stepped forward and said with a smile, "Frost, Xiao Chen, you guys are back. Dad, and my little Morn just went out for a late-night snack." "Oh, that." Zhang Zhentian scratched the back of his head and said, "It's not too early now. Go rest." Yi Lingshuan became more and more embarrassed. It's not even over the door yet. Moreover, Jiang Chen's parents are also there, so I'm sorry to be with Jiang Chen. So she turned her head to Jiang Chen and said, "Good night, husband." The words fell from his lips, and he turned and retreated. Looking at the departing Yi Lingshuan, Jiang Chen was instantly confused. What happened to the promise to stay with him tonight? Why did you run away again? Jiang Chen sighed. Entering the room, he turned his gaze to Zhang Zhentian. This guy, is he off to save the world? He was gone all day, came back most of the night, and spoiled himself. As he prepared to go back to his room to sleep, Zhang Zhentian's voice came to his ears. "Son, I picked up your uncles and aunts. They're at the hotel. Tomorrow, you and Frosty come with me for a meeting." Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Zhentian curiously and asked, "Dad, I have uncles and uncles?" Zhang Zhentian was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, it's just that because in the past, there were some things that we disconnected from them." Zhang Zhentian explained to Jiang Chen why he hadn't seen his relatives over the years. Because at first, Jiang Chen's mom Lin Susu's parents looked down on Zhang Zhentian. Lin Susu's family is powerful and has been making trouble. Therefore, Zhang Zhentian could only take Lin Susu far away. Deeply afraid that his parents would be implicated, he took them with him as well. Unintentionally came to this small city, so used 2/3 of the money to buy a house here with a loan, so that his parents can take care of Jiang Chen. The two of them fled again. All these years of not coming back, not contacting them, and actually being afraid of being found by Lin Susu's family. Although Zhang Zhentian didn't finish his speech, Jiang Chen was able to guess that his mom seemed to be very uncomplicated. However, what made Jiang Chen more and more curious was, today, Zhang Zhentian owns 1/10 of the world's industries. It's almost as if it's rich. It is reasonable to say that the son-in-law is so successful that it is not good for the old husband and mother-in-law to continue to pursue the matter. How come when it came to Zhang Zhentian, there was absolutely no intention of reconciliation? Jiang Chen immediately checked Zhang Zhentian's future fate. Nice guy, Jiang Zhentian hadn't known Lin Susu's true identity since he was born. Jiang Chen was confused. This old man has a big heart, too, running away for so long with a woman whose identity is unknown. Sure enough, this odd pair of parents can't be measured by a normal human mind. However, the two are in true love. That's for sure. Turn your gaze to the room. Linusu has gone inside. Jiang Chen had some regrets. This old mom of his, what in the world is the origin of awe? At this moment, he was even more curious about his old mom's identity. Since it was already past 1 in the morning, Jiang Chen didn't inquire about Jiang Zhentian. Back in his room, he picked up his cell phone and checked it, only to see a number of text messages. It's from Yi Lingshuang. Honey, I thought you said that mom and dad hadn't been home all day? Why have you come back and embarrassed me? Jiang Chen was embarrassed and could only apologize. He didn't know the odd parents had gone to call their relatives, either. The two of them chatted on their cell phones for a while, and when sleepiness set in, they went to bed. Jiang Chen woke up early the next morning. Since the breakfast was served by Yi Lingshuang's mom, Zhang Yunpei, Jiang Chen's family could only have the cheek to dally. There were already more people on Yi Lingshuang's side. Together with Jiang Chen's family of 3, the restaurant became a bit small. Jiang Chen saw the tiny living room packed with people and said, Mom, I'll go buy a big villa later. This way we won't feel cramped when we live together as a family. Zhang Yunpei smiled and said, Good boy. Your father went to claim his prize yesterday and has already bought a big villa over in the suburbs for Frosty's dowry. In the future, when you guys go back to Dragon City, you'll go live there. By the way, after you take Frosty to meet those uncles and uncles of yours, how about we take you to see that villa? If you don't like it, go buy another one. Anyway, your dad has money now. Jiang Chen's eyes went wide. Yi Wutian had actually cashed in his prize and bought a large villa. This is really fast. This is really fast. Also, what is Zhang Yunpei saying at this time? Don't like it? Buy another villa. It's really rich and powerful. With such a good old husband and mother-in-law. What else could Jiang Chen say but thank you? Time. Rushing by. 12 noon. In a large box in the Dragon City Hotel. At this moment, the 3 well-dressed men sitting opposite Jiang Chen. These 3 people were none other than Jiang Chen's 2 uncles and an uncle. After Jiang Zhentian's introduction earlier, Jiang Chen already knew the names of these people. The one with a little less hair and glasses is his eldest uncle, Jiang Haotian. Jiang Haotian is the head teacher of a private high school. The other 2 men in suits, dressed like businessmen, were Uncle 3 and Uncle 4. Uncle Jiang Lin. 4th uncle's name is Jiang Shui. The 2 of them are businessmen who now run a clothing company that is located in Hangzhou. Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui were both very excited when they saw Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang. Jiang Chen had thought that the 2 were happy to see their nephew, so he also chatted with the 2 enthusiastically. But the chatting went off the rails. These 2 want money because their company wants to expand, but they don't have it at the moment. They knew from the TV that Yi Lingshuang had a lot of money. He also knows that Jiang Chen's dad won several $100 million. Little morning. We're not borrowing much this time. Just lend us $30 million. Your 4th uncle and I promise to pay you back $35 million in 3 years. Of course, if you're willing to take this $30 million to invest in our company, you can get 30% of the shares. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed as he listened to the words of his 3rd and 4th uncles. Money. He is not lacking. It's not even a problem to take a few $100 million to them, but these 2 are talking too casually. It was so taken for granted that it made him a little uncomfortable. Jiang Zhentian could also hear that his 2 younger brothers were taking things a bit too much for granted. Nowadays, they and Jiang Chen had only just met. Talking about money without even establishing feelings is really too abrupt. So he hastily raised his cup and said, 3rd brother, 4th brother, we'll talk about the company later. Today is a family gathering. Let's not talk about work. Come on, come on. Drink, drink, drink. Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui were a bit unhappy in their hearts. In their hearts, everyone is family. Now that their company had financial problems, Jiang Chen should help out if he was able to. But now, Jiang Zhentian, who was the 2nd brother, was not helping. 2nd brother, we know that our request is abrupt, but we can't help it. Banks can't lend money there, and the interest rate of private lending is high. Our company recently took an order for 300,000 pieces of clothing, and we need to rent a factory, buy equipment, and recruit employees. Jiang Lin's bitter face explained for a while, then said, I heard that Frosty's annual income is several $100 million, and tens of millions of dollars is just a month's income for her. As long as you help us fulfill this order, the company will be strong in the future, and our family will have face in our hometown. Seeing that the 2 uncles still wanted to hit Yi Lingshuang's body, and that they wouldn't stop until they got the money, Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, 3rd uncle, may I ask, how is your company's current business situation? When Jiang Lin saw Jiang Chen finally speak, He hurriedly said, "We mainly do foreign trade." Oh, Jiang Chen gave the two a thoughtful glance and asked, "So how many pieces of clothing can you produce with your annual output? And when does this order require you to deliver?" Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui both looked shocked. The questions Jiang Chen asked were so professional, not at all like a question an 18-year-old could ask. Still, the two answered honestly, "We can produce about 250,000 pieces a year. And with this order, we have a 3-month production period." Jiang Chen frowned. "The annual output of your production workshop is less than 300,000 pieces. Now, you guys are taking orders for $300,000 and have to fulfill them in 3 months. Are you guys confident you can do it?" Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant by these words. Third uncle, fourth uncle, money. I'm not lacking here, but I have to remind you that this order of 300,000 pieces of clothing, your company can't even produce it in a year. One more thing. This order is from a new customer for you. That is, it has not yet determined that it will continue to work with you in the future. It's not even confirmed. You're going to have to go back to renting a factory, buying equipment, hiring employees. Have you considered what will happen to your newly recruited workers? What will happen to your newly purchased equipment if this customer doesn't work with you? Jiang Chen still had one more thing left to say. Doing foreign trade, are the first to send out the goods. The other party inspects the goods without any problem before making the final payment. Many customers will look for stones in the eggs, find this fault and that fault to deduct money. Of course, these can cost anywhere from tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars at most. But worst of all, the kind that doesn't pay the final payment, that's a real rush. Many foreign trade companies is so played dead. Also, this order came in a strange way. Such a large order, with normal logic, would have already been targeted by those powerful companies specializing in foreign trade. Moreover, there should have been a regular co-producer a long time ago, so how could it be left to outsiders? Nowadays, it's flowing out, and the deadline is still so urgent. $300,000 for 3 months. With this amount of production, the clothing company would need at least 1,000 workers working day and night to complete the production. Seeing that Jiang Chen had hit the nail on the head with the drawbacks of this matter, Jiang Zhentian also said, "Lao San, Lao Si, Little Morning has a few points. You don't have stable customers today, so it's better not to expand." Seeing that Jiang Zhentian also disagreed, Jiang Lin said somewhat unhappily, "Second brother, this is an opportunity. You can't make us give this order away, can you? How not easy. With an order volume of 300,000, we'd have to make several $1 million more in profit a year if we ate it. Moreover, after we showed our strength to those foreigners, we will definitely get a lot of orders in the future, and the money we earn will definitely have to be doubled." Jiang Zhentian shook his head. This younger brother was too eager for quick success, and hurriedly said, "Lao San, I didn't ask you to give up the order. Today, there are so many processing plants out there. Wouldn't you just take the order and send it out? You send it out. There's no need for you to advance capital, or find workers, or buy equipment or rent a factory. The most you can do is put out a couple of general inspectors to check the quality of the clothes. Think about it. What's wrong with making a big difference without having to do anything? If this cooperation goes well, it won't be too late for you to expand next time he comes up with a big order for you." Jiang Zhentian analyzed with reason and also gave a solution. And although Jiang Lin was dissatisfied in his heart, he couldn't refute it. Because, this method is really good. Risk avoidance, not to mention very easy money. Jiang Lin was speechless, but Jiang Shui was uncomfortable in his heart and said grimly, "Second brother, are you afraid of lending us money and not being able to pay it back?" Jiang Haotian, who had been silent, looked at Jiang Chen's family and then at the Jiang Shui brothers and said, "Oldest 3, oldest 4. It took 8 years of growth for your company to have the capacity to produce 250,000 pieces a year. Now all of a sudden you're going to have to produce 300,000 pieces in 3 months, and you're not going to be able to eat them. I know you guys think that this is an opportunity, but it's also risky. Listen to the old man. Take the list and send it out. It's not too late for you to expand when this client stabilizes. Money, when the time comes, Xiao Chen and Frosty will definitely lend it to you." Jiang Shui didn't expect that his big brother would not help him either. It's only a few tens of millions. A few tens of millions of dollars was a month's income for Yiling Shuang. But, for them, it's a great opportunity to change their destiny. Nowadays, it's actually reluctant and talks about risks. What's the risk? Even if you lose tens of millions of dollars, it's just a month's income for you guys. It doesn't hurt at all, okay? Jiang Shui was so angry that he stood up and said coldly, "Second brother, I can sort of see you guys clearly. If you don't think of us as brothers and relatives, what are you calling us here for?" As the words fell, Jiang Shui left the box alone. The people sitting inside looked at each other. Jiang Chen frowned. He really couldn't figure out why Jiang Shui was angry. He, again, doesn't owe Jiang Shui any money. It all breaks down the stakes. It even guarantees that as soon as this client stabilizes, it will definitely pay for expansion. But now, the other side is so angry that they slammed the door. That's a lot of temper. Jiang Lin saw his brother Jiang Shui go out and looked at Jiang Zhentian. Seeing Jiang Zhentian's gloomy face, he also said, "Second brother, even though old Four's temper is a bit impulsive, your analysis is reasonable. But tens of millions is not too much to describe to you nowadays as a drop in the bucket. You guys, are you really that afraid we won't be able to pay it back? Our brotherly bond isn't worth these tiny tens of millions?" As the words fell, Jiang Lin also left in anger. When Jiang Haoyan saw Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhentian's two gloomy faces, he hurriedly said, "Xiao Chen, Lao Air, don't take it to heart. Their temperament is just that." Jiang Haoyan didn't finish his words before Jiang Chen interrupted. "Eldest uncle, if we say, we don't have the money to let you come to the wedding, will you come?" Jiang Haoyan was confused by Jiang Chen's words. "Xiao Chen, what do you mean by that?" "Uncle, from the beginning, Uncle 3 and Uncle 4 have been mentioning money. Just now, because we analyzed the company for them, they got impatient and said such hurtful things. So, I'm very curious, if we didn't have the money and asked you to come, would you come?" Jiang Haoyan suddenly froze, staring blankly at Jiang Chen. Quickly, he responded by saying with a firm voice, "We're definitely coming. You're a good nephew to me. Our nephew is engaged, and as uncles and uncles, we can't afford not to come." Despite Jiang Haoyan's righteous words, Jiang Chen already knew the answer in his heart. Jiang Chen was disappointed to the core. What's coming? It's just a lie to a child. If they were really serious about love, they wouldn't have borrowed the money on the first meeting. When Jiang Zhentian saw the disappointment in Jiang Chen's eyes, he could only step forward to round off the conversation, saying, "Big brother, let's eat. After we eat, let's go see the new house that Xiao Chen's old husband bought for him." Jiang Haoyan smiled awkwardly, then lifted his cup to have a chat. The entire time, Jiang Chen's mom, Lin Susu, didn't speak, because she knows, as a woman, to leave it to the men on such occasions. After all, it's the Jiang brothers' business. The meal ended and several people walked out of the box. Due to some unpleasantness earlier, Jiang Haoyan was too embarrassed to follow Jiang Chen to see the new house. Therefore, the only ones who got on the bus were both parents of Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang. In the car, Su Shan is driving. Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Zhentian and asked, "Dad, do you have a good relationship with your uncles and uncles?" Jiang Zhentian was silent for a moment. Knowing what was on Jiang Chen's mind, he sighed and said, "When there are more brothers, it's inevitable that there will be bumps and bruises. It'll be fine after a while." In one sentence, Jiang Chen understood what his dad was saying. A couple of brothers are not supposed to be very close. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Why would Dad go and invite a few people over if they're not on good terms? "Dad, Uncle 3 and Uncle 4 I think are just after us for being rich. And to say that tens of millions of dollars is a month's income, is it possible that we have money that prints itself out? Also, think about what they just said. Do they look like business people? They are just like white people." Jiang Chen frantically spat. The annual production of 250,000 pieces of clothing can't even be done. And at this point, when they receive an order for 300,000 pieces, they're in a hurry to expand. Haven't you thought about the consequences of getting screwed on this order? With that kind of IQ, it's really a miracle that the company hasn't gone out of business in all these years. Jiang Zhentian was embarrassed. He, naturally, knew what the two Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui could do. Moreover, Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui's company didn't collapse. It was all operated by him. If he hadn't been behind it, the company would have gone out of business. Because these two were too quick to take advantage of the situation and the quality was not kept in check. Lin Susu heard Jiang Chen's father and son's conversation and said, "Actually, in their eyes, you guys are very rich. If you don't give it to him, it's an original sin. So, in the future, learn to be a little silly and also to keep a low profile. Don't make it so that the whole world knows that you have a lot of money. This thing today is surely just the first wave. After that, someone will definitely come back when they know you have money." The guys chatted in the car for about 5 minutes or so before arriving in a neighborhood full of villas in the city. Looking at a 3-story villa with about 300 square feet across the street, Zhang Yunpei said, "Xiao Chen, this is the house your father bought for you." Jiang Chen looked at it again, and the outer wall looked very grand. Also, this neighborhood has been in development for, 5 years now, and there are actually houses for sale. Jiang Chen was surprised. "Mom, this is a nice house. How did you guys find this place?" Zhang Yunpei smiled and said, Doesn't your father run a martial arts school? A cadet told him there were houses here. We made some inquiries and realized that the owner of this villa had just renovated the house half a year ago, and hadn't even lived in it yet, because the child was sick and had to be taken abroad for treatment. They want to sell too, but the price is too high. As you know, the standard of living in our Dragon City, so it's empty. Your dad just happened to win the lottery, and after some haggling, it was a $5 million deal. Jiang Chen was shocked. $4 million here in Dragon City would buy you a very nice villa. Now it cost $5 million. That's a lot above market price. Turning his gaze to Yi Wuan, he said with a grateful face, Dad. Thank you, Xiao Chen. We're all family. What are you thanking me for? Yi Wenshan smiled and opened the villa's door, bringing Jiang Chen and the others inside. The villa is luxuriously decorated. It's the crystal lamp in the hall that costs at least $100,000 or more. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was shocked. This owner, decorating is very spendy. Looking at the furniture and fixtures, it would cost at least $500,000 or more. There is also a piano off the lobby. It's a foreign brand. How can it be more than $100,000? That works out to be $600,000. Counting the renovations, it's more than $1 million anyhow. Nice guy. No wonder they don't want to sell low. With this configuration, if it were in Hangzhou, it would have to be at least $50 million or more. A few people wandered around the villa for a while. The decoration style of each room was very much to Jiang Chen's liking. It seems that the previous owners of this home were definitely not older than 30. After the tour, Zhang Yunpei walked over to Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's side and asked, Xiao Chen, Frost, take a look. Is there anything you need to add? Yi Lingshuang was silent for a while and said, Mom, although it's complete, I want to change all the furniture and beds. Knowing what Yi Lingshuang meant, Zhang Yunpei looked over to her husband Yi Wenshan and said, Hubby, contact some people to come over and get rid of all the furniture and beds. Yi Wutian naturally wouldn't nag. Contact the martial arts school to come over and move everything. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshan went to the furniture market again and bought some high-grade furniture to transport to the villa. All set. Zhang Yunpei recalled last night's scene. Last night, she knew that the two of them, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshan, had secretly gone out on a date. It made her feel a little guilty inside. She felt that it was because she was pestering Yi Lingshuan that the two were separated. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and decided to let his daughter live with Jiang Chen. So he said, Little Chen, Frost, this place is already packed. This is where you'll be living from now on. Get used to your new home and don't go back to your old neighborhood. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang both looked at each other. They all knew that Zhang Yunpei was very understanding. But I didn't realize that it would be so much for them. It really is the ultimate mother-in-law. Zhang Jintian's face darkened when he saw that Zhang Yunpei had actually let the two young men live alone in order to fulfill them. According to the custom over here, you can't live together until you're engaged. Of course, out there, it doesn't matter if people don't know. But in the old country, the woman is not allowed to spend the night at the man's house. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to Jiang Chen, warning him that he couldn't do something so rude. After all, there aren't many days left. Jiang Chen looked at the warning message from his dad in his cell phone with a bitter look on his face. This dad isn't even as considerate as his mother-in-law. You don't know how to feel for your son. We're all men. Why don't we show some empathy? Yi Lingshuang noticed that Jiang Chen's face didn't look right and asked curiously, Hubby, what's wrong? Jiang Chen helplessly handed his cell phone to Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang's face couldn't help but blush when she saw the contents. It's true. Small places have a lot of rules. There are a lot of rules, especially in the area of marriage. And the girls, they've spoiled quite a bit. Thinking of this, she hurriedly walked over, took Zhang Yunpei's hand, and pouted. Mom, I haven't even had a good chat with you yet. You're about to kick me out. Ha! Zhang Yunpei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who didn't want to come back last night? If Jiang Chen's parents hadn't come back, you'd have gone to the world of two. Where would you have remembered that I'm an old mom? He. Yi Lingshuang could read her mom's inner thoughts and hurriedly leaned her head on her mom's arm. Mom, I love you the most. I don't want to leave you yet. Zhang Yunpei was frantically spitting inside, but after Yi Lingshuang said so, she couldn't insist any longer. After a few people had tidied up the villa once again, Yi Wutian smiled and said to Jiang Chen's dad, Old Jiang, now that the new house is ready, the wedding banquet site is almost dealt with as well. How about we go for a drink? That's a must. Tonight, let's not get drunk. The two drunks hooked up and headed outside. Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang, and the others had black lines on their faces. As he prepared to follow suit as well, Zhang Yunpei's voice came from his ears. Xiao Chen, Frost, go eat by yourselves. We have things to talk about. Jiang Chen was moved to tears. Sure enough, It was the mother-in-law who was the pro, making opportunities for the two of them to be alone together in everything. The four adults are gone. In the villa, only Jiang Chen, Yiling Shuang and Su Shan were left behind. Su Shan was also very sensible, pulling Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang to a restaurant and driving away, saying that she was going to eat with Yi Peiying. Well, this time there was finally time for the two of them. Walking into the restaurant, he passed a box only to hear two familiar voices coming from inside. Third brother, fourth brother, you guys are too eager. Lao Er has such a daughter-in-law who earns hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and by virtue of Lao Er's character, can't you all still not get a mere tens of millions of dollars? Jiang Chen went in through the doorway, only to see his eldest, third and fourth uncles inside, drinking wine and chatting. Big brother, second brother, I think it's changed. Before, he was very family-oriented. They even picked up mom and dad straight away so as not to involve us, for fear that something might happen to them, that we wouldn't be able to take care of them or that we would be ungrateful. That's it. Send me money every year too. Nowadays, his daughter-in-law has so much money that she won't even borrow $30 million. I think that he doesn't treat us as brothers anymore. A mere $30 million, and yet he is guarding us at every turn. It will be hard to get benefits from him in the future. I suggest that we ask for more while he still has some affection for us, lest we not get a penny later. Listening to the words of a few uncles, Jiang Chen's heart was very unhappy. These guys, this is treating their family like a cash cow. The eyes looked towards Yiling Shuang. Only Yiling Shuang could be seen with a bitter look on her face. She, in no way, expected these uncles of Jiang Chen to be so strange. They don't owe these uncles a penny. How can they be so righteous? It's really quite breathless to have such a relative. Shaking her head, she took Jiang Chen's hand and said, "Hubby, ignore them." Jiang Chen sighed. It's better to have relatives like that than not to have them at all. On the contrary, these people were elders, so he couldn't do anything yet. At that moment, a beautiful woman's voice came. "Sir, miss, are you two? If you two will just go to the lobby, there are still seats available there. It's the waiter coming. I'll have someone else later." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Trouble arranging a box with a better environment." The waiter had no doubt. Hurriedly, he brought the two to a private room with a very nice environment. Jiang Chen and Yiling Shine both ordered more than 10 dishes and said with a smile, "Please hurry up and serve." Okay. The waiter naturally doesn't nag. The price of the dish Jiang Chen had just ordered was over $1,000. Don't look at the $1,000 as very little, but in this small fourth-tier city, it's a lot. After all, the paycheck here is only $2,000. How can they be neglected when one meal costs them almost a month's salary? The waiter left. Yiling Shuang also stood up and walked towards the restroom. Yiling Shuang had left for about 5 minutes or so before the dishes were served. The waiter looked at the box and saw that Jiang Chen was the only one in the box with no guests arriving, and asked thoughtfully, "Hello sir, may I ask if the remaining dishes need to be made now?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "No need. You guys bring up the finished dishes, but your guest, it seems, has not yet arrived." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "I don't really have any guests, just me and my daughter-in-law." The waiter was stunned. This setup, it's really deep. To open a box and order so many dishes. By the way, can you eat all this food? The waiter asked a little nervously. "Sir, if there are only two of you, do you still want the remaining dishes?" Jiang Chen knew what the waiter was worried about and said with a smile, "Come on up. It's been a long time since I've eaten hometown food." The waiter left, and Jiang Chen was bored as he picked up his cell phone to swipe short videos, because Yiling Shuang is coming back to get engaged. It's already broken the internet. Nowadays, many people said that Yiling Shuang was really fierce. The boyfriend is only 18 and he's getting engaged. This is really the first time in ages. If you're so rich, why do you have to choose a white boy from an ordinary family? Yes, since Jiang Chen was in the outside world, those people seem to be little white boys, even if it has already exploded. Jiang Chen has created many big selling songs, but to them, Jiang Chen was a gigolo, because the family situation that Jiang Chen saw on the surface nowadays was too far from Yiling Shuang. Yiling Shuang owned Hangzhou University, which was worth more than $100 billion, and a brokerage company with a market capitalization of more than $10 billion. Yiling Fang herself is even an artist who generates hundreds of millions of dollars in profits every year. Oh, it should be in the tens of billions by now, because Yiling Shuang herself was the boss, and didn't need to continue splitting with the company. Therefore, Yiling Shuang was now a real rich white woman. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, is a white boy who can only write some songs. Two people, completely on a different level. It's Jiang Chen who has climbed high on Yiling Shuang. Looking at the text, Jiang Chen swooned. He didn't even know at this point if the speakers were black or pink. Let's not talk about the songs he used to write. Just think, His dad and mom showed the financial strength, is to win those lottery tickets. That is also a billionaire. Well, billionaires don't even enter these keyboard warriors anymore. It's really horrible. Sure enough, a keystroke of the keyboard is not required to go through your head. Keep watching the news. There are really quite a few who say he's a gigolo. Even some of the entertainment media went down, saying that Yiling Shuang, a movie queen with a fortune of $100 billion, following Jiang Chen is really too much of an aggravation. There were quite a few hundred billionaires pursuing Yiling Shuang both inside and outside the circle, even trillionaires, no less. Now, it was really unthinkable to choose such a powerless little boy like Jiang Chen. Seeing that the serious entertainment media had spoken out, Jiang Chen shook his head. These media outlets, obviously, have little background. If not, he should have found out long ago that he was the real boss. He was the man behind Yiling Fong. Boringly, he continued to flip through the short videos, since all he had paid attention to before was Yiling Shuang's news. So at this point, the big data is all about pushing news about Yiling Shan. Moreover, it was all about Yiling Shuang getting married, infuriating Jiang Chen to directly turn off his cell phone. The eye is not seen as pure. Just then, Yiling Shuang entered the box. Following Yiling Shuang into the box, there was also his eldest uncle, Jiang Haotian, who had just heard talking at the door. When Jiang Haotian saw Jiang Chen staring at them dumbfounded, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Little Chen, what a coincidence. We meet again." Seeing Jiang Haotian's enthusiastic appearance, Jiang Chen felt a little nauseous. Just now, treating their family like a cash cow. Nowadays, it shows so much enthusiasm. The city is, really, too deep. Yiling Shuang was filled with helplessness on the side. She, just to wash her hands. He came back just in time to meet Jiang Haotian. Jiang Haotian followed hard, and as a junior, she couldn't refuse. "Sit down, uncle." Since Jiang Haotian had already come and wanted to drive away, they couldn't let go of that face, so they could only ask Jiang Haotian to sit down. "Frost, your third and fourth uncles are in the next box. Why don't we get them over here and liven things up together?" Just now, Jiang Haotian told Yiling Shuang that he hadn't eaten yet. She, however, saw the three Jiang Haotian brothers drinking and eating meat together, not to mention the cheeky lie, but at this point, he wants to call a few of his brothers together. Gotta disguise it. Though, Yiling Shuang tilted her little head, looking dully at Jiang Haotian, and asked curiously, "Third and fourth uncles haven't eaten yet either?" "Aha, the food was just served. I don't think they moved their chopsticks. Let's get them together and eat." Jiang Haotian's chutzpah was too much for Jiang Chen to bear. "Uncle, since your food has been served, go back and eat. Later, we have very important guests to invite here for dinner. It's inconvenient for you to follow along." Jiang Haotian was dumbfounded. Guests? What important guests? They were Jiang Chen's own great-uncles. What important guest is more important than them? At this moment, Jiang Haotian was upset. Jiang Chen had absolutely no respect for the elderly, and even less respect for them and these elders. Seeing Jiang Haotian's gloomy face, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. The men had joined forces to count them out, using them as a cash cow. What's the point of having relatives like that? "Uncle, I'm sorry, please leave. Our important guest is about to arrive." Even if Jiang Haotian's face is thicker, it is not good to stay at this time. And so, grayed out. Yiling Shuang was a little worried at the bottom of her heart when she saw Jiang Chen rushing Jiang Haotian away on the side. "Honey, didn't you go a little too far just now? They are, after all, elders." Jiang Chen smiled coldly. "Do they have the appearance of elders? The way I see it, they're just a bunch of bloodsuckers." Jiang Chen closed the door and pulled Yiling Shuang's hand forward to sit down. Yiling Shuang sighed. These relatives of Jiang Chen were odd enough, and they were also very good at disguising themselves. It can't really be solved without using some special means. At that moment, the backroom brought up the dishes Jiang Chen had ordered. The two chatted about weddings these days as they ate the restaurant's dishes. Yes, word of the engagement party spread almost halfway across the country. Because, Yiling Shuang has really been too hot lately. First he was blocked, then he bought out the brokerage firm. Then later, the school changed ownership. Yiling Shuang became the boss of the school. Now, engaged to Jiang Chen, which is a big hot topic. Honey, now that it's all over the internet, is there anything you haven't invited? If there's more, don't leave it behind. Because, your every move is being watched right now. Yiling Shuang naturally knew that if any of this engagement thing was done poorly, she would definitely be attacked. She, though, doesn't care about these things, but she currently has another identity, that of the owner of a 985 university. This identity is destined to be extraordinary. The two of them ate their meals and talked about the engagement party. Yiling Shuang also began to recall some people, Soon the face of a woman came to her mind. This woman, who used to ride with her, even if the person is a green tea. She decided, however, to invite the other side anyway, for no other reason than to discuss the other side. This woman, 3 times over, spends money to step on her. She was about to tell this woman that she hadn't been stomped to death and had gotten stronger over and over again. The thought of this woman seeing him happy and fulfilled and gnashing her teeth in anger brought a wave of relief to her heart. The meal ended and the two walked out of the box holding hands. When he came outside, he only saw a few of Jiang Chen's uncles, smiling and watching from the doorway. Yi Lingshuang's heart stuttered. And a few others? How the ghosts are still there. Husband. Yi Lingshuang leaned against Jiang Chen's arms with a wary expression. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, telling Yi Lingshuang to relax. Walking over to his eldest uncle Jiang Haotian's side, he smiled and asked, Uncle, the 2 uncles, have you eaten yet? Do you still want your nephew to order a table for you? Jiang Haotian's 3 brothers' eyes lit up when they heard Jiang Chen's words. The 3 Jiang Haotian brothers wanted to get along with Jiang Chen the most nowadays, because they still want to get $30 million from Jiang Chen. So, full or not, you have to stay. Of course, one has to pretend. Jiang Haotian pretended to be embarrassed and touched his stomach, saying, Xiao Chen, I really didn't have enough to eat just now. Jiang Chen was speechless. He, just trying to be polite and get rid of a few people. Unexpectedly, these few people really dared to climb up the pole shamelessly. However, since a few people crawled up the pole, he ordered just that. It's only $1,000. It can't hurt. Called the waiter and ordered 8 dishes and 2 pounds of good locally brewed wine. It cost $600 in all. Jiang Haotian saw that Jiang Chen was so quick to pay all the money and said with a smile, Xiao Chen, sit down and eat together. Jiang Chen was apologetic. Uncle, I still have some things to do, so I won't eat with you. Next time we have time, let's have dinner together. Jiang Haotian was confused. Jiang Chen's words that there would be something else to do later blocked what he was going to say next. This was the moment he realized. Although Jiang Chen was young, he completely crushed them in terms of intelligence. Wanting to lasso Jiang Chen, there was no door. Uncle, we'll just go ahead. You guys take your time eating. Jiang Chen didn't care how a few people's expressions looked. Trying to use him as an ATM? Not even the door. Yi Lingshuang also politely said goodbye to a few people and followed Jiang Chen out of the hotel. Yi Lingshuang held Jiang Chen's hand and said with some concern, Hubby, if you treat them like this, it'll be embarrassing later. Wife, there are some people who will pester you endlessly if you hesitate a little. Because, they never knew what a face was. Jiang Chen could sort of see through it. These 2 uncles and great-uncles are simply profit-oriented. What face? They don't have it. Seeing Jiang Chen with such a resolute attitude, Yi Lingshuang fell silent. Yeah, she used to be kind, too. The green tea girl she had been in a play with was the one who took advantage of her kindness and did a lot of things to hurt her before she came to her senses. Nowadays, these relatives of Jiang Chen, just like that green tea lady, like to use other people's kindness to do self-serving things. The 2 held hands and wandered around the mall inside the city. It was only when they were tired of shopping that the 2 of them went home with their purchases. When he reached the door, he only heard Jiang Chen's dad's voice. Money, both Morn and I have. If you guys say, there's a family emergency, any emergency, don't say we'll give you $30 million, or even $100 million, we won't hesitate to take it out. But you said you were going to take it for investment, and this money can never be given to you. Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen were both speechless when they heard that Jiang Haotian had come to the house again and was still asking for money. Why do you have such a relative? Yi Lingshuang had been thinking of going to say hello to Jiang Chen's parents. Nowadays, with so many people around, there's really no mood for it. Honey, I'm not going in there. Jiang Chen nodded. As Yi Lingshuang entered her home, Jiang Chen also opened the door to his own home. What came to mind were several boxes of gifts. Obviously, it was sent by the 3 Jiang Haotian brothers. When the 3 Jiang Haotian brothers who were in the house saw Jiang Chen, they hurriedly got up. Xiao Chen, you're back? Where's Frosty? Isn't she with you? The one who spoke was Jiang Haotian. At this time, that enthusiasm do not know the people thought. The 2 people are very familiar with each other. The relationship is very good. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, Eldest uncle, have you had your midnight snack? If you haven't eaten, I'll go make you a late-night snack. The 3 Jiang Haotian brothers were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen, what kind of trap is he waiting for them to jump into? Today at the restaurant, Jiang Chen was saying that he'd treat them to dinner and then ditch them. So, at this point, when they hear about dinner, they are nervous. Jiang Haotian instinctively said, Xiao Chen, we won't eat the midnight snack. Oh, Jiang Chen looked at the several people with all his thoughts before looking out the window. It was pitch black, and the tenants who lived on the opposite floor had all turned out their lights and gone to bed. So Jiang Chen asked curiously, "So, are you guys trying to stay here?" Jiang Haotian realized it afterward. He heard the meaning in Jiang Chen's words. "Now, it's getting late, so if you don't want to stay here, then leave." "Jiang Chen, it's time to rest." Jiang Chen turned the corner to drive people away and was very polite, making the three Jiang Haotian brothers embarrassed and angry, and still unable to do anything about Jiang Chen. After all, they were begging Jiang Chen now. Jiang Haotian said with an apologetic face, "Xiao Chen, I'm really sorry to be bothering you guys so late." Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Haotian with a smile. That seems to say, "If you know it's late, why don't you leave?" As if Jiang Haotian didn't read it, he said again, "Xiao Chen, isn't your third and fourth uncle's company going to expand?" Just now, the client over there called again, pushing for the goods. "So, they want you to borrow some money, buy the equipment, and get it into production sooner." Jiang Chen was speechless to the core. Cheeky as hell. Never seen that before. "Uncle, didn't my dad tell you to send it out? Why don't you outsource it? Why do you have to produce it yourself? Doesn't it smell good to lie down and make money?" Jiang Haotian was secretly pleased in his heart. He, in fact, had long guessed that Jiang Chen or Jiang Zhentian would use this set of reasons to refuse. Therefore, he had long had a countermeasure. So with a bitter face, he said helplessly, "Xiao Chen, if we send it out, that's cultivating competitors. If this customer bypasses us in the future and goes directly to those processing factories for cooperation, won't we be doing someone else a favor for nothing?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle, you guys are actually afraid of being robbed of business by a small processing plant? My God, you guys actually consider small processors as competitors? With such a narrow pattern, how can you have the nerve to come here and ask for $30 million to expand production?" Jiang Haotian's face changed drastically when he heard Jiang Chen's words. "Yeah, the reason, it seems, is perfect, but if they come from the perspective of a businessman, they have misplaced their goals. They should be competing today against foreign trade companies that have thousands of employees, tens of thousands of employees. Today, they are treating a small processing plant as competition. It's just plain wrong." When he wanted to explain, Jiang Chen's voice came from his ears. "Uncle, although we have a lot of money, since you are using it for investment, we will have to look at you with the eyes of an investor. With what you guys just said, I think that you're not worth investing in at all, because you don't have the vision or the ability to make a lot of money." Jiang Chen's tone was so resolute that Jiang Haotian's three brothers were confused. Thought, this time the win is in the bag. Unexpectedly, they were still brought into the ditch by Jiang Chen, and invariably made them not even capable of turning over. Jiang Haotian was silent for a moment, and with a crying face, he said helplessly, "Xiao Chen, can't you help us on the basis that we all have the same kind of blood flowing in us? $30 million. This money, for you, is a month's income, but for your third and fourth uncles, it's a chance to turn around and change their fortunes. Could it be that our kinship isn't really worth this $30 million? Uncle, do you mean to say that if I don't give you this $30 million, you guys won't cut ties with me? Is it possible that our relationship has to be maintained by this $30 million? Jiang Chen threw the question right back at him, and Jiang Haotian paled. The question, really, is so poignant, especially with affection. As a director of instruction, his reflexes are, to say the least, very quick. But at this moment, facing Jiang Chen, he didn't know what to do, because Jiang Chen was also very powerful, and could catch the loopholes in it and attack him at any time. When Jiang Zhentian saw Jiang Chen throw out a direct delivery question, he hurriedly said, "Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, we're family. Just now, I said that too. If your company is facing bankruptcy, we, as your closest relatives, will not hesitate to step in. But today you just want to expand production. The pros and cons have been analyzed for you many times. You really don't need to go to expansion because your customers aren't stable yet. It's too risky to go for expansion now. That's why outsourcing to a processor is the smartest thing to do." Zhang Lin said angrily, "Second brother, after all is said and done, you just can't afford to give up $30 million. I didn't realize that when you guys get rich and become billionaires, you don't care about your family. You really are being selfish. Everywhere else, there's one brother who's rich and pulls the others with him. You, on the other hand, just care about getting rich yourselves and don't care about our brothers." Jiang Zhentian was also enraged. These brothers, they really have no conscience. He was the one who put up the money to start the clothing company in the first place. The first customer he received was also delivered by him. If he hadn't taken care of the brothers, they'd still be scrounging around for a living at this point. Oldest three and fourth, where is your conscience when you say such things? Who gave you the $1 million startup capital for your clothing company? Who got you the client for your first order? That I won't make you rich? Do you guys have that ability to get rich? The three brothers bowed their heads at the words. But, quickly looking up again, how is it incapable? Second brother? You'll just refer us to one client. Today, there are 300 people in the factory, and all of this is by the business we pull in on our own. You guys pulling business? Zhang Zhentian was really exasperated and laughed. Lao San, you initially produced MNG, then later DW, then My a year ago, and nowadays you mainly produce DH. Do you think that the regional heads of these brands are really looking at your factories? Don't be funny. All these signs, I sent them to you. The word has been out in the industry for a long time that you took money and didn't do a good job of quality control. If it wasn't for me, you'd all be bankrupt in compensation. But despite my coordinating efforts, they're dead set against giving you the goods to make. If I hadn't packed my bags at the time and asked my old friend to give you a small portion of the domestic orders to do, you'd have been out of business long ago. I can't believe you have the nerve to say at this point that I didn't take care of you guys. Your consciences are eaten by dogs, aren't they? The three brothers Zhang Haoyan didn't expect to receive an order of $100,000 from Zhang Zhentian when they were in the most difficult time. Zhang Shuwei was silent for a while and said, Second brother, since you can contact those bigwigs, I'm sure you're very prestigious and don't lack money. Why don't you just pay us to work hard to start such a tiring company? Zhang Chen and Zhang Zhentian were both stunned. Listening to Zhang Shuwei means that it's a good idea to let them raise it. Nice guy, giving a few people money to start a company and introducing them to clients. And dare heck give it back to the wrong people. They were both raised by the same mom. Why are they so weird? Speechless to the core. Zhang Haoyan also blushed at Zhang Shuwei's words. Give $1 million to start a business and another to a client. These are clients, but all of them can make them billionaires. They're the ones who didn't have good quality control, screwed up, and almost went bankrupt. Zhang Zhentian could be said to have been benevolent in doing all of this. Gang Shuwei actually complained why he didn't give cash. Why don't you feed them and make them do all that hard work? Zhang Chen was already disappointed in these uncles at this point. Turning his head to Zhang Zhentian, he said, Dad, I'm going to sleep. Zhang Zhentian looked at his several brothers helplessly. It's really humiliating. Had he known his brother had turned out like this, he wouldn't have brought it. Haunting. Zhang Shuwei's words left him speechless already, so he directly gave his expulsion order. Big brother, I'm sleepy too, so I'll go rest first. If you guys want to sleep here, just settle for the couch for the night. Brothers, what can he say? Is it possible to beat Zhang Shuwei violently? Unrealistic. So it's better to avoid it. Zhang Zhentian went into the room, leaving Zhang Haoyan and a few others staring at each other. Zhang Shuwei still wanted to speak, but was given a glare by Zhang Haoyan and swallowed back. Since Zhang Chen's father and son had gone into the room, it was not good for a few people to stay any longer. There was a flurry of people leaving the room. After a few people had left, Zhang Zhentian opened the door to his room and muttered, It seems that we have to find a way to invite a few people away. This was Zhang Zhentian's true thought. From the way Zhang Shuwei had just said those words, he knew that this matter was not over. Yi Lingfang is from the entertainment industry. By then there will be many people coming. And if these few people mess up, what will this engagement party become? Yi Lingshuang's parents had grown up treating Zhang Chen like their own son. Even without knowing the identity of their family, they let Yi Lingshuang marry Zhang Chen, with no dowry, no caravan, and even the bridal chamber prepared. They only have Yi Lingshang a daughter. If the engagement banquet has an accident, or his brothers make trouble, they must be angry and sick. Zhang Chen was in his room, chatting with Yi Lingshuang using a chat program. Honey, these guys aren't going to ruin our engagement party, are they? If they don't get the money and make a scene at the engagement party, that would be a shame. Why don't we just take the money and give it to them? It's only $30 million. It's nothing. Looking at the message sent by Yi Lingshuang, Zhang Chen replied, Wife, they can ask for $30 million today. Next time they'll be able to ask for 300 million. And then the next time it'll be 3 billion. This is the kind of person who will cling to the bond of kinship and keep asking for money. It's a bottomless pit to be in. What then? These guys, they don't look like they're going to stop. Zhang Chen fell silent. Yeah, these guys, their cheeks have gotten as thick as ancient city walls. No, they've been shameless. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen muttered in his heart, dealing with such a shameless person. It seems that he has to use thunderous means. With the decision made, Zhang Chen immediately texted Yi Lingshuang, Honey, leave this to me. I'm not going to let them mess with the engagement ceremony. Yi Lingshuang, who was in the room, was incredibly puzzled when she saw Zhang Chen's message. Zhang Chen, what means can be used to make these oddballs shut up without getting paid? The two of them chatted for a while before Yi Lingshuang's old mom came over and ended the chat. Early the next morning, Zhang Chen then got up. He didn't even eat breakfast and went straight downstairs to contact the three Zhang Haoyan brothers. You have to meet a few more people to modify their destiny. The three brothers Jiang Haotian who were in the hotel received Jiang Chen's call with a joyful look on their faces. They thought that Jiang Chen had compromised. After all, yesterday said everything that needed to be said and nothing that needed to be said. Plus, Yi Lingshuang fame is such a big star. They felt that Jiang Chen must be afraid of accidents at the engagement ceremony. So he came to talk to them and would agree to their demands. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Shui's and Jiang Lin's mouths unconsciously revealed smiles. Big brother, I think, there is no way to do this relative. Ergo is annoyed to see us nowadays, so we might as well ask for a large sum. If he doesn't agree, threaten him and tell him you're going to go to the engagement ceremony and make a scene. I'm sure they're so rich they'd be willing to take more money. We'll get more money and we won't open a clothing company. One person takes tens of millions of dollars and spends it all in a lifetime. It was the river that spoke. From yesterday, when he knew that Jiang Zhentian knew those clients from his past and that those clients were willing to sell Jiang Zhentian face, he felt that Jiang Zhentian was not an ordinary person. So, want to take more. This is the last chance anyway. Jiang Haotian was silent for a moment and didn't object. As the river said, now, Jiang Zhentian had a daughter-in-law like Yi Lingshuang who was a daily breadwinner. Plus he had won several $100 million. Money, of which they have long ceased to be in short supply, is not given to them for $30 million. It's enough to show that we're not all on the same page from now on. It's the last one, and there's nothing wrong with taking an extra one. After all, the opportunity is fleeting. And is the existence of a village after this? Not that store. With a few people in agreement, they began to gather themselves and walk out of the hotel. Come to the breakfast place that Jiang Chen had specified. A few people saw Jiang Chen sitting inside, holding one Xiaolong bao to his mouth to eat. A few people trotted over and sat across from Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, you called us out early in the morning. Is there something you want? The one who spoke was Jiang Haotian. Today, he is, after all, the biggest. Sit down, uncle, and eat your breakfast first. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said to the boss, Boss, 3 more drawers of Xiaolong bao. Jiang Haotian's few people looked at me and I looked at you, but sit down obediently. In the end, Jiang Shui couldn't help himself first and asked, Xiao Chen, are you thinking of giving us money? Pay you guys? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Shui in disbelief. Why should I give you money? Jiang Shui frowned. You didn't think to pay us? Uncle, I just want to simply treat you to breakfast. Jiang Chen didn't understand the brain circuits of a few people. Seeing several people looking at each other with fire in their eyes, Jiang Chen directly opened the destiny modifier. View information about the river. River water, 35 years old with 33 years of life remaining. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly pulled down the message to check. When he saw what Jiang Shui was going to do next, Jiang Chen frowned. These people, because he didn't pay, tried to make trouble at the engagement ceremony, threatening him with these things to get him to pay. Seeing this piece of information, Jiang Chen quickly checked the plot behind it. Being messed up by these 3 people during the engagement ceremony directly caused Yi Lingshuang's reputation to suffer a great loss. The family also became heartless and uncaring. Nice guy. These guys, are they really his dad's brothers? Dad's never done anything this obnoxious. Even though he's punked his son. Jiang Chen continued to check Jiang Lin's fate. What Jiang Lin was going to do next was as Jiang Shui was destined to do. Threatened him that if he didn't get the money, he'd go to the engagement ceremony and make the news a big hit. These brothers, they're really ruthless. The 3 Jiang Haotian brothers didn't know that their fate had already been viewed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Haotian was upset when he saw that Jiang Chen didn't say that he would give them the money. But as an educated person, he, naturally, wouldn't ask Jiang Chen for money directly. He picked up a Xiaolong bao and put it to his mouth and said with a smile, Xiao Chen, your engagement ceremony with Xiao Frost isn't for a few days, is it? Well, not for a few days, Jiang Chen said absent-mindedly. Jiang Haotian was satisfied and said with a smile, Xiao Chen, you probably don't know that we have a bit too many relatives over there. Your dad went back in the first place and told them all again and got them tickets and they'll be here in a couple of days. When they come and know you have money, they will surely come to you to borrow money to buy a new house or to borrow money to buy a new car. Jiang Haotian said this and looked up at Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen's expressionless face, he thought that Jiang Chen was angry and said again, Xiao Chen, if they don't pay the money, they might make trouble at the engagement ceremony. Just think, Frosty is a big star. If there's such a group of relatives making a scene in there, it's going to turn the world upside down. Jiang Chen laughed when he saw that Jiang Haotian actually used this excuse to ask for money. So what's the big uncle's high opinion? Xiao Chen, if you give less money to these relatives, they will make a fuss. So just give more. Jiang Haotian sneaked a glance at Jiang Chen as he said this. Seeing Jiang Chen looking at himself dumbfounded, he was satisfied and said again, but little Chen, I think, You can give me the money first. I'll pick them up at the airport and give them the money along with it when I get there so they don't make a scene at the engagement ceremony. Once it's made, the ceremony will be unlucky and tarnish the reputation. So give me the money and I'll give them instructions to keep them from making trouble. Jiang Chen straightened up and called out, good guy. Jiang Haotian, who turned out to be the most treacherous one. Ask him for money and actually say it so artfully. Not like the rudeness of two uncles. Being cultured is different. When Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin both saw Jiang Chen go silent and stare blankly at Jiang Haotian, they thought they had gotten their way and hurriedly said as well, Xiao Chen, your elder brother is right. If our relatives over there in our hometown knew that you guys had money, they would definitely borrow money to buy a house and a car, the kind that you don't pay back. So what do you say you come up with some money and we'll go set the relatives straight and keep them from making a scene at the engagement ceremony? Relatives are in trouble. It's only right to help, Jiang Chen said graciously. When the words fell, seeing the expectant gazes of several people, he asked with a smile, I wonder how much money I should take out to make it appropriate. Jiang Haotian and the three of them were joyful in their hearts, but along with the joy, there was also a vague sense of discomfort. They and Jiang Chen, they had the same kind of blood flowing in them, but they want $30 million and won't give it. Those relatives who are a little farther away. Jiang Chen was afraid of making trouble, but generously took money out to settle the matter. At this moment, several people had resentment in their hearts. Looking at each other, they instantly read each other's minds. That's asking for money. Ask for more. Jiang Chen doesn't want to give them money but gives it to someone else. That's not treating them like family. In that case, it's going to take more than that. Jiang Haotian was silent for about 5 minutes before he said, Xiao Chen, there should be about 100 people coming this time. I think $100 million taken to them should barely be enough. Jiang Chen was shocked by the number. Jiang Haotian really dares to think, 100 million? That's a figure that an ordinary family couldn't earn even if they worked hard for 10 lifetimes. Now, Jiang Haotian actually lightly said that 100 million is barely enough? Quite an appetite. And not afraid of being swallowed to death. At this moment, Jiang Chen knew that Jiang Haotian's trio, at this point, no longer treated him as a nephew, but as a money tree. Pathetic. Eyes, how can you be so short-sighted? When he is rich, will he treat his own family poorly? At this time, these people actually came to count for such a little profit in front of them. Jiang Haotian and the others saw that Jiang Chen was silent and staring blankly at them, knowing that it seemed like they had gone a bit too far, but they won't stop there. $1 billion, $30 million for one person. Even if you take this money and take it to the bank, there are hundreds of thousands of dollars of interest a year. They couldn't spend it all in a year just eating the interest. And that factory. Today, the factory equipment, over $1 million. Since you can't cheat Jiang Chen to invest, sell them all and take the money back to lie down. Thinking of this, Jiang Haotian came forward and said with emotion, Xiao Chen, those relatives of ours, they didn't help our Jiang family much in the past. Now that you've come out on top, you've got to return the favor. Be generous. Don't let people gossip. Don't you think? Uncle, you're right. Jiang Chen nodded with approval and said, people, they must know how to repay kindness. Jiang Haotian was satisfied and asked expectantly, so, this money, when are you going to give it to me, so I can get set up? Jiang Chen was really completely disappointed in the three Jiang Haotian brothers at this point. Man, how can you be so shameless? However, he didn't show it and said with a smile, Uncle, since they've been kind to our Jiang family, I'll give them the money personally. The three Jiang Haotian brothers were in a hurry. Personally to those relatives? How can you give it in person? They still want to get their hands on 100 million and run. The heart was anxious. After a moment of silence, Jiang Haotian's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea, and he asked Jiang Chen, Xiao Chen, nowadays in our Jiang family, I'm the biggest elder, the patriarch, right? Jiang Chen frowned, not understanding what Jiang Haotian meant by this sentence. Eldest uncle, you are naturally the biggest in our Jiang family. Jiang Haotian narrowed his eyes at Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice, so you don't trust me? Is it because you're afraid I'll take the money and run? Jiang Haotian snapped a big hat, and Jiang Chen felt dizzy. Jiang Haotian, he's really gone off the deep end. To get this money, they actually pose as the elders of the family. Elderly? Does Jiang Haotian look like an elder? In this world, what elder would have nothing to do with asking the younger generation for money? Hundreds of millions as soon as you ask for it. If you don't give it, you change the reason. Dumbfounded, he looked at Jiang Haotian's three brothers for a second and held back the nausea in his heart, saying, Uncle, I'm engaged to be married in a few days, and the big red packet will be sent out by me, so that everyone can dip into the joyous spirit. Wouldn't that be better? The three Jiang Haotian brothers were completely confused. Jiang Chen, this is determined not to pay. At this moment, the resentment in their hearts exploded. Looking at each other, they both read the meaning in each other's eyes now. They stood up at the same time and said to Jiang Chen, "Little Chen, since you said so, then you'll be the one to receive them. We'll go first." Jiang Chen was curious. 3 people, how come you're so nice? He hurriedly checked Jiang Lin's destiny, only to see that the destiny that had just appeared had directly changed. They, instead of inciting those relatives to ask for money, bought a cell phone card and posed as someone else to extort money from his dad. Yes, blackmail. The reason for the extortion was because Jiang Zhentian left with Lin Susu back then. A lot of mean-looking people came to see Lin Susu, and left contact information. At first, those people said that if they could provide clues about Lin Susu so that they could find her, they would get a lot of money. Nay, in these 18 years, they didn't know where Lin Susu and Jiang Zhentian were. Now, since Jiang Chen wasn't willing to give them money, they decided to use the last option. First, we'll extort a few tens of millions from Jiang Chen's dad, then we'll sell Jiang Chen's family's address to those people and make a killing. Seeing these memories, Jiang Chen's face gradually became gloomy. How can a human being be so heartless? Just don't borrow money to actually put his own brother's family in danger. It really is heartless. Watching the few people about to leave, Jiang Chen immediately revised the fate of the few people. Cancer. Yes, several people all got cancer at the same time. The reason why Jiang Chen did this was simple. He just had to teach a few people a lesson. Jiang Chen modified Jiang Haotian's condition to be more serious. As soon as I walked out of the breakfast place, I passed out. Big brother, big brother. Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin both hurriedly shouted and crouched down to check. Breathing was gone, and the 2 men ran away in fear, hiding far away. He looked at Jiang Haotian with fear on his face. They'd been so stunned they've forgotten to call emergency services. Someone fainted and soon there was a crowd, but none of them dared to come forward to check it out. They were just talking about it. Jiang Chen saw that the people were almost surrounded, slowly walked over, pinched Jiang Haotian's middle in front of everyone's eyes, and then did CPR. After 30 or so strokes, Jiang Haotian woke up. A perplexed face looked around the room. The ambulance arrived just in time. Jiang Chen directly asked the ambulance to send the person to the hospital for examination. The doctor looked at the results of the examination and said to the 2 brothers Jiang Chen and Jiang Lin with a grave expression, "Since you're all his relatives, I won't hide anything from you. The patient has advanced lung cancer and is running out of time, and there is no need for continued treatment. You guys, it's better to spend more time with the patient through his few remaining days and keep him happy." Jiang Haotian, who was eavesdropping at the door, is scared pale when he learns that he has terminal cancer and not much time left. Shivering hands pushed open the door, walked into the office, looked at the doctor in disbelief, and stammered, "Doctor, this can't be. How could I possibly have lung cancer? I neither smoke nor drink. How can I have lung cancer? You must be mistaken. No drinking, no smoking?" The doctor looked at Jiang Haotian with a shocked expression. If it's true, then this could be truly magical. After all, lung cancer is basically caused by smoking and drinking. It can't really be the wrong movie, can it? The doctor quickly turned on his computer. Because, these days, inspections are entered directly into the computer. Checked it out. No mistake. This movie, it's Jiang Haotian's. "Sir, the test results are not wrong." "No way." Jiang Haotian didn't believe it and repeated again. "I don't drink or smoke. How can I get lung cancer?" The doctor was also a little skeptical in his mind. Is it wrong or not? After all, the incident of not smoking, not drinking, and getting lung cancer has not occurred so far. After a moment of silence, he said, "Sir, if you don't believe me, you can check again." Jiang Haotian huffed and puffed as he walked out of the office and went to pay for another check. But check it out. The result is still the same. Advanced lung cancer. Not many days to live. Jiang Haotian had trouble accepting this fact and sat paralyzed on the ground. He tried to get up, but as if his body's strength had been drained, he couldn't get up at all. His expression dull as he looked at Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui both saw that Jiang Haotian couldn't get up and didn't dare to come forward to help. They're afraid the disease will spread to them. Jiang Chen sighed mentally as he took in the 2 brothers' expressions from the side. These guys, they're selfish. There really is no intimacy to be had. Cancer. It's not contagious, and I can't believe I'm not going to help. At this moment, the ugliness of human nature was on full display in front of him. Walking over, he helped Jiang Haotian up and sat on a chair. Stuttering to the doctor, he asked, "Doctor, is it true that I don't have a few days to live?" The doctor looked down at the film for a while and comforted. "You don't have to worry. There are a lot of patients who say they are in the late stages, but already now 2 years have passed and there is no abnormality. This disease, in fact, the most important thing is the mind. You'll naturally beat the disease when you're in a good frame of mind. Doctors run into this sort of thing far too often. So the comfort template, too, is very much in evidence. Moreover, that acting skill can definitely kill many stars in the movie and television industry. How could Zhang Haotian believe the doctor's words? At his school, there was a teacher who died of lung cancer. It took less than a month from the time of the examination to the time of his death. He looked at the doctor with hopeful eyes. Doctor, if I do chemo now, will I be okay? The doctor looked at Zhang Chen and then at the two Zhang Lin brothers. Chemotherapy? It's all late in the game. Is chemo necessary when you may not wake up at any time? They are a public hospital here and do not fool people into spending more money in order to generate revenue. So, truthfully, sir, don't be nervous, as long as you keep your mind in a good state of mind. It's more useful than chemotherapy. I've got terminal lung cancer. What's the point of having a good heart? Doctor, give me chemo. I have money, and I can give you a lot of it if it keeps me alive. The doctor was speechless. It's a classic case of fooling around. He's met a lot of these things. Some patients dump their families to be treated in order to live. The children have no money, so they borrow. If you are not willing to borrow, then your children are ungrateful and curse every day. The children had no choice but to borrow money from door to door. Finally gone, leaving a debt for the children to pay. Thinking about it, the doctor said, I'm coming down from Kyoto First Hospital. If you're in the early or middle stages, I would recommend chemotherapy. But you're late. Please trust my expertise. Cancer is terminal and there is no drug in the world that cures people from it. The best medicine. That's the mindset of the patient. With a good mind, it's 100 times better than pharmaceutical chemotherapy. The doctor's words were very sincere. He is a very good doctor and does not want his patients to spend more money than they have to. These words from the doctor came, and Zhang Haotian slumped helplessly in his chair. Is this looking at the sky and counting the days? Waiting for death to come? He really doesn't want to die. He's got a lot of catching up to do. Doctor, please help me. I really don't want to die. The doctor shook his head. It's terminal. You have to die even if you don't want to. When Zhang Haotian saw that the doctor really had no way out, his heart seemed to think of something and said again, Doctor, there is no medication that can cure my illness. So is there a medication that will not allow the condition to flare up for the time being? Is there a drug to keep me alive longer? I'd buy it if it was available, even if it was expensive. The doctor looked at Zhang Haotian speechlessly. Was the desire for survival so strong? There was a moment of silence. Then said, there's a drug that just recently came out that can temporarily suppress the spread of cancer cells, but it's very expensive. Zhang Haotian asked excitedly, how much? 3 million a shot. 2 shots a month. Hearing this price, Zhang Haotian and his two brothers sucked in a breath of cool air. 6 million a month. That's 72 million a year. At that price, who the hell can afford to fight? Zhang Haotian's heart, completely cold. He doesn't even have $2 million in his entire fortune today. Just when he didn't know what to do, Zhang Chen came to mind. Nowadays, Zhang Chen's wife, Yi Lingshuang, that was earning several $100 million a year. He uses over 70 million a year. Like it's not a big deal. Thinking of this, he turned to Zhang Chen with a prayerful face and said, Little Chen, I'm your eldest uncle, and I'm a blood brother to your father. You'll save me, won't you? You'll pay all my medical bills, won't you? Zhang Chen felt speechless. Think of him when you use it. Just now, wasn't he thinking of leaving and selling information to the bad guys looking for his mom? Zhang Haotian was flustered when he saw that Zhang Chen had gone silent. Now, only Zhang Chen could save him. Because, Zhang Chen has a celebrity wife who is a billionaire. He immediately put on a pleasing smile. Xiao Chen, I'm your elder uncle. Ah, a kissing elder uncle. Frost is a big star and your wife, earning over $500 million a year. I, on the other hand, only need 72 million a year. Just 1/5 of Frosty's annual income. When he said this, seeing that Zhang Chen still didn't answer, his heart completely panicked and he stammered. Little Chen, if you don't save me, you won't have a great uncle in the future. People will call you unfilial. They'll say you saw death, and you'll carry a reputation for the rest of your life. So please, you must save me. Oh, moral abduction. Zhang Chen found it funny. It's at this point, Zhang Haotian is still playing moral abduction. It's really pathetic and sad and ridiculous. Looking at Zhang Haotian for a moment, he said, Eldest uncle, calm down first. The doctor said it's important for your mind to not be so grumpy. It's not good for the condition. Calm down. How am I supposed to calm down? Zhang Haoweather screamed and roared. This is terminal cancer. A carelessness. 2 eyes closed and not open. This life will pass. I have so much left to do. After Zhang Haotian finished speaking, he noticed that the doctor was also looking at him with a strange expression, and knew that he had lost his temper and realized his current situation. He, only could beg Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't save him, then he basically had no choice but to die. As for selling Jiang Chen's family's address to those bad guys for money, that's not realistic. How much can those people pay? 10 million? Or 20 million? That's not even enough money to pay for his medicine for 2 months. Therefore, at this moment, the only way to survive was to rely on Jiang Chen. And he hurriedly changed his face to a gentle one and said, Xiao Chen. I'm sorry, I was too excited. I'm really sorry. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You know you've gone soft? Oh, it's really fickle. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't just let Jiang Haotian off the hook. Uncle, I can understand how you feel. Please make sure you keep a good heart and stop being so grumpy. Jiang Chen just never mentioned anything about helping, and just told him to keep a good mindset, making Jiang Haotian about to break down. Several times I wanted to growl at Jiang Chen, you paralyzed with terminal cancer, to see if you can still keep your cool. However, these words, he didn't dare to say at this time, because, nowadays, he could only rely on Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Haotian's look that dared to be angry, but also had to be coy and pleasing, Jiang Chen was satisfied in the bottom of his heart. That's the effect to have. What he wanted was for Jiang Haotian to live in fear of not knowing if he would wake up the next day. Still, as a dutiful nephew, I had to ask the doctor how this condition was. Doctor, there's something I'm wondering. My great-uncle doesn't smoke or drink, so why did he suddenly get lung cancer? Still at an advanced stage? That's an event I can't give an answer to at the moment, because this is the first case I've been exposed to. The doctor answered truthfully, because, really, he doesn't understand how it got that way either. When Jiang Haotian heard Jiang Chen's inquiry, tears flowed out indisputably. He, for one, felt wronged. Smoking and drinking, getting lung cancer even if it's still advanced, can't even get chemo. It's so fucking wrong. It's even more wrong than Sinus brother. Because of this strange case of Jiang Haotian, the two brothers, Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin, who were standing at the side, had their hearts drumming. Both of them also smoke and drink. Jiang Haotian do not smoke and do not drink, have lung cancer. Then they, at this point, they're scared. Jiang Chen noticed that Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui both had uncomfortable expressions, and knowing what they were worried about in their hearts, he smiled and asked, Third uncle, fourth uncle, you guys and the eldest, do you spend a lot of time together? Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui's heart stuttered. What did Jiang Chen mean? Was he cursing them to get cancer too? However, nowadays, they didn't dare to yell or question Jiang Chen, and said very nicely, Big brother teaches at the school, and we run a company, so we only meet on holidays or special days. Like this? Jiang Chen cocked his head, his eyes gurgling as he looked at Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui. So do you guys smoke and drink? What do you mean? Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui couldn't help themselves and said angrily, Is it a curse for us to get cancer too? Third uncle, fourth uncle, take it easy. Jiang Chen laughed and said, I was thinking that it's too dangerous to drink and smoke, and you're all in the same place, so I thought, why don't you guys check it out too? Jiang Chen's words came, and Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui looked at each other. Check? This one seems like it could have been. They, haven't checked in a long time. Uncle, you guys go check it out. I'll wait for you here. Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin didn't nag anymore and directly left the office to check their bodies. They're, really scared of cancer. It would be a tragedy if he was also like Jiang Haotian. Their ages, however, were much younger than Jiang Haotian. There's a lot left to do. The two left. It didn't take long for the two men to come rushing in with the tablets and hand them to the doctor. The doctor thought it was funny. Cancer, how can it be that easy to get? Lazily, he took Jiang Shui's slice and scanned it casually. Thinking he was blinded, he quickly took his glasses off and rubbed his eyes before looking again. When he saw that there was really a black spot, and it was not much different from Jiang Haotian's just now, he was so shocked that he stood up directly from the seat. Pick up the sheet and hold it up to the light. Sure enough, it's true. It's really cancer. Again, lung cancer. He looked at Jiang Shui and Jiang Haotian with an incredulous expression. How can it be such a coincidence? Both brothers got lung cancer? Is it possible that cancer is contagious? Carefully checking it to make sure it was correct, the whole thing was confused. Jiang Shui noticed that the doctor's expression was not right and asked weakly, Doctor, may I ask about this film? Is there a problem? The doctor looked at Jiang Shui and didn't answer, quickly picking up Jiang Lin's film to check it, which made Jiang Shui's heart drum. Is it okay or not? Why don't you say something and make it weirdly scary? The doctor didn't care what was in Jiang Shui's heart at this time. Dumbfounded, he looked at Jiang Lin's piece, kind of skeptical after confirming it's correct. Jiang Lin's, again, has advanced lung cancer. The three brothers are all sick, and they're all pretty much the same. He returned to the table and picked up the tablets of the three men to look at them against each other to be sure. After making sure, he slowly got up from his chair and walked over to a few people, looking them up and down, and said in a heavy tone, "I'm sorry, but you two have cancer too. Like your brother, terminal lung cancer." The doctor's expression was not right just now, and Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin, who had already been startled, were already frightened. At this point, I heard that I actually had cancer, and it was all terminal lung cancer. Eyes dumbfounded, he looked at the doctor and stammered, "Doctor, you didn't see wrong. We have cancer too?" The doctor sighed. "I've been in the business for 30 years. Trust my expertise." The two who were already frightened got confirmation and couldn't accept the fact. Their eyes went black and they fell to the ground. Jiang Chen didn't expect that these two would be stunned just by confirming the diagnosis. That's a weak heart. 2. The doctor quickly stepped forward. Seeing that it wasn't life-threatening, he had the nurse get the person up and pull him to the ward to rest before he said to Jiang Haotian, "The condition of the three of you, they're all pretty much the same. Chemotherapy. It's a waste of money to do it. And to suppress the spread of cancer cells, the newly developed kind of drug is something to try. But I wouldn't recommend doing it either. The price is too high for ordinary people to afford." Jiang Haotian looked at Jiang Chen with a prayerful face. Now, only Jiang Chen could save him. "Xiao Chen, you can't just see death. We three brothers, if we all hit the potion, we'd only use $200 million a year. My nephew-in-law makes $500 or $600 million a year, so she can totally afford it." Jiang Chen didn't expect that Jiang Haotian was actually thinking about him covering all the expenses for the three people. "How can I open my mouth? We've all met just a couple of times, and they've all been very unpleasant." "Well, even if you want his money, shouldn't the tone be better?" Nowadays, the tone of voice was not a request, it was simply a command, with an air of entitlement. "It's really a long way to go." Jiang Haotian was getting impatient when he saw Jiang Chen not speaking and looking at himself in a confused manner. He felt that Jiang Chen was too insensitive. "Shouldn't you promise to save them, even if you lose everything?" After a moment of silence, he decided to use the killer. "Xiao Chen, come out with me for a moment." Jiang Haotian's tone was not right. Jiang Chen was puzzled as to how he had offended him. The tone is so raw. "Still, follow it out." Jiang Chen followed behind Jiang Haotian. Noticing a coolness, Jiang Chen felt something was wrong and immediately checked Jiang Haotian's fate. Immediately, he saw what Jiang Haotian did next. Jiang Haotian threatens with the matter of his mother, Lin Susu. If he wasn't willing to take money out to save Jiang Haotian, he would expose their family's address, making it difficult for the family to be reunited. Jiang Chen knew that Lin Susu must have come from a very big place. Once the news is exposed, the consequences are unimaginable. After all, right now, both Jiang Zhentian and Lin Susu were still avoiding Lin Susu's family, thinking that Jiang Haotian had already been modified by him to become terminally ill, and he still didn't know how to speak properly, and was still thinking of threatening with this matter. Jiang Chen's body's murderous aura overflowed. "Jiang Hao, in vain, come to the top floor of the hospital." Jiang Haotian condescendingly said to Jiang Chen, "Kid, do you know why your mom and dad left their hometown and didn't contact everyone for more than a decade?" Jiang Chen didn't say a word. He wanted to see Jiang Haotian's performance. Jiang Haotian didn't care if Jiang Chen replied back or not, and once again said coldly, "I'm telling you, your father is a thief, stealing moms from people's homes, so hide and seek." To this day, they're still hiding from your mom's family. "Do you think your family would have been reunited if I had told those people your address?" After Jiang Haotian finished speaking, his eyes stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face. Success or failure? This is the moment. Giving the address of Jiang Chen's family to those mysterious people definitely won't change much money. However, he could use this to threaten Jiang Chen's family, as long as Jiang Chen didn't want a good family to fall apart. "If you don't want to be without your mom, you will definitely give money." Jiang Chen took a deep breath and coldly looked at Jiang Haotian. "Uncle, is it true that you and I have one blood in our veins? How can you be so mean?" Jiang Haotian smiled coldly. "Kid, every man for himself. What kinship? It's all bullshit. Family, where is money and life important?" When Jiang Haotian said this, he saw Jiang Chen's eyes red and said coldly, "Kid, right now you only have one path. Cover my entire yearly medical bills and your family can live in peace. If you won't bear the burden, then I'll make sure you never see your mother again for the rest of your life." When Jiang Haotian finished speaking and was about to leave, Jiang Chen's voice came from his ears. "Uncle, do I just have to cover your medical expenses? You don't have to cover the medical expenses for Uncle 3 and Uncle 4? Jiang Haotian's heart thumped at Jiang Chen's inquiry. "Yeah, today, 2 of his brothers have terminal lung cancer." After a moment of silence, his 2 eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "The 2 of them? You don't have to care. You just have to give me the money that belongs to the two of them. The meaning of Jiang Haotian's words made Jiang Chen's hair stand up in shock. Jiang Haotian, who doesn't care about the death of his two brothers, still wants the medical expenses of his two brothers. It's really selfish. These guys, what have they been through? Why did you become so selfish? A blood brother is a victim. Uncle, they're your own brothers. What kind of blood brother? Your father took $1 million out for us three brothers to start a business. These two assholes spent hundreds of thousands of dollars first, not to mention the annual dividend. They swallowed half of the profit. The rest is what we share. Don't want such a brother. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Haotian's hate-filled gaze, and his body involuntarily stepped back. That's a tough guy. Three brothers, all tough guys. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that his dad, Jiang Zhentian, was simply a lotus flower out of the mud. Jiang Haotian smiled coldly when he saw Jiang Chen's body retreating. Taking out a bank card, he quickly used his cell phone to input the card number, sent it to Jiang Chen, and said, "Kid, if you don't want to lose your mom or have your family broken up, before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, put 200 million into the account. If, in the afternoon, the 200 million doesn't reach my account, I'm going to contact those people and come over and take your mom away and break up your family." Jiang Chen looked at the text message from Jiang Haotian in his cell phone, and in his heart, he knew that this person really had gone off the deep end. Jiang Chen quickly modified Jiang Haotian's fate. Jiang Haotian had wanted to leave and wait in peace for Jiang Chen to call the money over. Suddenly he realized that his feet, he couldn't lift them. Trying to crouch, his body unconsciously fell to the ground. Jiang Chen walked to Jiang Haotian's side, squatted down, and said coldly, "Eldest uncle, since you want my family to be broken up and do something so desperate, then don't blame me." Jiang Haotian's face changed drastically. He is not stupid. Instantly, he guessed that it was Jiang Chen's doing. "Boy, did you do something to me?" "Uncle, naturally I did. If I don't keep you and my family dies, what will happen then? So it's only safe for my family if you can't move." Jiang Chen's reply, and this grim tone, Jiang Haotian scared the piss out of him. Suddenly, something seemed to come to his mind, and he said coldly, "I still have my mouth, and I've memorized their phone numbers. You think it's safe to tie me up?" Jiang Chen frowned, but quickly stretched. "If you don't tell me, I'll forget that you have a mouth." Jiang Haotian's face was unpleasant. Was there a pit in his own head? Actually reminding Jiang Chen, trying to beg for mercy, only to find that you can't speak? Jiang Chen obviously didn't even touch himself, so how come he couldn't speak? At this moment, he became more and more afraid of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't care how Jiang Haotian's expression looked, and asked with a smile, "Eldest uncle, now you can't move your body, you can't speak, and your mouth can't open wide. Excuse me, do you still have a way to reach those people?" Jiang Haotian wanted to beg for mercy, but couldn't make a sound and couldn't even open his mouth wide enough. He was terrified. Jiang Chen, what kind of monster is he? Didn't even touch him and left him a vegetable. Looking at Jiang Haotian's terrified face, Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Eldest uncle, I know you have a lot of questions right now. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything so you can walk away in the clear." Jiang Haotian listened quietly. He wanted to hear how Jiang Chen did it. Jiang Chen didn't nag, and said indifferently, "I, for one, can tell what's in your hearts. You guys tried to use those relatives today to take money from me and run. Seeing that they couldn't get the money, they thought of threatening my dad, taking the money from him and then selling the information to those mysterious people. You're trying to break up my family. Do you think I can let you go when you are so evil-minded?" Jiang Haotian was filled with fear. Jiang Chen, how did he know about their plan? Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by Jiang Haotian's fear, because the man wasn't stupid, just a bit selfish. So he said again, "As you may have guessed, I'm the one who got the cancer of your three brothers. I would have just wanted to teach you guys a lesson, but I didn't expect that not only did you not come to your senses, but you even intensified it. And now, trying to harm my whole family. Do you think I'll let you live well?" Jiang Haotian couldn't help but shed tears after hearing Jiang Chen's words. These are tears of remorse. If they knew that Jiang Chen could control their destiny like an immortal, where would they dare to move those years? Go and please Jiang Chen's family and be done with it. If we please Jiang Chen's family, we might even have soup. Now, a vegetable who can't move, can't speak, and is terminally ill. This is worse than death. His eyes gurgled, hoping that Jiang Chen would be lenient and let him off the hook. However, there was no way Jiang Chen would let him go. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't kill him, because truly punishing someone is not making that person disappear. Instead, they make the other person beg for life and death. Nowadays, Jiang Haotian was at his best in this state. "So, go downstairs and get the doctor and nurse up here." The nurse carried Jiang Haotian down. and Jiang Chen walked back to the ward where Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin were. By the way, the fate of the two men was modified. All turned into vegetative people who can't move, can't talk, but are conscious. While Jiang Chen was revising the fate of the three brothers, the doctor came over in a panic. Asked Jiang Chen what happened just now. How come he suddenly couldn't speak or move? I don't know what's going on. As we were going down, he suddenly fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Jiang Chen was talking nonsense. Anyway, on the top floor of the hospital, there's no surveillance installed. Together with Jiang Haotian's physical condition, he couldn't speak, couldn't move his body, and even with the most advanced instruments, he couldn't check what was wrong. Not to mention, this place, Dragon City, doesn't even have that kind of instrument. The doctor couldn't get any useful answers and stopped asking questions at that moment, just as he wanted to leave. Jiang Chen's voice came. Doctor, my third and fourth uncles, why haven't they woken up yet? There won't be an accident, right? The doctor looked at the two men. It does seem a bit long in the tooth. Immediately contact the nurse to come over and give the shot. As soon as the potion hit them, the two men's eyes slowly opened. When I wanted to speak, I found that I couldn't either. The body, too, could not move. That scared the hell out of them. The doctor sensed something was wrong and quickly inquired, "Are you in any discomfort?" Both men's eyes just gurgled, but their mouths weren't able to say anything. The doctor's face paled. This was exactly the same as Jiang Haotian just now. Since when does having cancer look like this? Could it be? Is this cancer mutated? The doctor unbelievably checked for a while, and only after seeing that there was no way out did he say to Jiang Chen, "Follow me over here for a moment." Jiang Chen was naturally cooperative. The doctor was just asking some questions about the meals and occupations of several people at home. Jiang Chen didn't know much about the trio's occupations, but, knowing that none of the three were married, he said, "Doctor, I'm not afraid to laugh at you if I tell you. I've also known them, counting today, for only the second day. Aren't you their own nephew?" "Yes, it's a real nephew, but I haven't seen them since I was a kid. If I hadn't been getting engaged, I wouldn't have known that I had two uncles and a great uncle." The doctor contacted the passage from Jiang Chen here, and then asked Jiang Chen to contact Jiang Chen's father. He thought that it might run in the family. If not, it would be impossible for all three to have cancer and still be moving on the same day. Jiang Chen immediately called to contact Jiang Zhentian. In less than 30 minutes, Jiang Zhentian and Lin Susu both arrived at the hospital. Looking at the appearance of Jiang Haotian, Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin, he frowned. All three got cancer at the same time and became vegetative at the same time. That's too much of a coincidence. Chen, what's going on here? Yesterday it was fine. Why is it like this today? Jiang Chen told the story once and for all. After finishing this side of things, Jiang Chen left a few people alone. Jiang Zhentian and Jiang Haotian and the others were blood brothers. Jiang Zhentian still has a lot of money and connections. Jiang Zhentian can handle it however he wants. Anyway, he'd already taken care of the obnoxious three, and even using the latest technology wouldn't change the fate of a few people. When he returned home, he happened to run into Yi Lingshuang's family having dinner. Jiang Chen naturally didn't hesitate to rub it in. "Mom, your cooking is really getting good." Jiang Chen didn't mince words in praising Zhang Yunpei, making Zhang Yunpei like Jiang Chen more and more. "Xiao Chen eat more if you like it. When your engagement is over and you're back in Hangzhou, there's no telling when you'll be able to come back and eat my cooking." Jiang Chen smiled. "Mom, you and Dad can follow us to Hangzhou. The air there is very good, not inferior to our Dragon City at all. We'll pass. Your father has work to do here in Dragon City, and I'm not used to going outside." Jiang Chen ate his meal while chatting with a few people. At the end of the meal, Yi Lingshuang took Jiang Chen's hand and walked to the side, pouting her lips and asking, "Hubby, where did you go early in the morning? Called you for breakfast and couldn't find anyone." "Ahem." Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, "Went out to do some errands." Seeing Yi Lingshuang's posture of wanting to break the casserole and ask to the end, he hurriedly changed the topic and asked thievishly, "By the way, wife, no one is bothering us today. Where are we going to spend our time together?" Yi Lingshuang's face immediately darkened. She knew that this was Jiang Chen's great method of diversion. She was fooled several times when she was a kid. However, at this moment, since Jiang Chen had shifted, as a smart woman, she naturally wouldn't ask more questions. Looking at Xia Li and Zhang Yuding, who were watching cartoons in the living room and giggling happily, she said, "Hubby, didn't we say it was okay? You find a way to keep Yuding and Xiaoli and the others. We can't just let them keep going back and suffering." Jiang Chen only remembered this matter after Yi Lingshuang's reminder. Yeah, these two women really need to revise their fates. It only takes a few minutes to modify the fate of two people. Though, however, how could it be necessary to do something to show Yi Lingshuang? So, having to ask the two women out first, he said. Later then, let's go out together, and I'll give them a little bit of thought by the way. Yi Lingfang said with embarrassment. Hubby, I have something to do later. Jiang Chen asked curiously. What is it? Shinoa is coming over. I'm going to pick her up at the airport with Pei Ying. Well, Jiang Chen's blackened face. This, too, is so not the time. After returning to his old home, he didn't even have time to be alone with Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshang could see that Jiang Chen was not in a beautiful mood and could only say, Hubby, just these few days are going to be a bit busier, so when the engagement ceremony is over, we'll be fine when we return to Hangzhou. Okay. Jiang Chen could only accept it. After the two of them chatted for a while, Jiang Chen left the house with both Zhang Yuding and Xiaoli. Yi Lingshuan looked at the time. Lin Xiaoxiao had almost arrived, and immediately asked Su Shan to drive over with Yi Pei Daot, and together they went to the airport to pick up Lin Xiaoxiao. Car. Yi Peiying didn't see Jiang Chen and asked curiously, Honey, where's little brother? I haven't seen him in a few days, and I've missed him. Yi Lingshuang had a black face. Why is this girlfriend always thinking about her husband? Sister, if you think about my husband again, I'm going to cut you off. He. Yi Peiying smiled faintly. Who made little brother so special? He's the only man who's rejected me in all my life. Yi Lingshuan's entire body was bad. This best friend, isn't she dead to Jiang Chen? Seeing Yi Lingshuan's nervous appearance, Yi Peiying couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Lingshuang said unhappily, Don't you mess around. You seduce my husband again and I'll cut you off. TSK. Yi Peiying stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Yi Lingshuang's waist and said with a beep, Sister, you're not being fair. Did you forget what you said before? You said we're going to share whatever it is from now on. Your husband, I'll share. So now he's my husband too. When she thought of their previous chats, Yi Lingshuang's face suddenly reddened. That's the joke. You're still serious. Ha, said here. Yi Peiying did not let go of signs. Once again said seriously, I can tell you our country, only monogamous. Don't you dare mess with me. Yi Peiying said with confidence. It's very simple to avoid this policy. Yi Lingshuang frowned. Yip Puiying, are you serious? There's actually a way to avoid this policy? Murphy, these days, has been thinking about it? Yi Peiying saw Yi Lingfang's dumbfounded self and said with a smile, Just let our husband take a foreign nationality. Some foreign countries. You can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yi Lingshuang was confused. Yi Pei suspected that what he said was true. Just join some country where you can marry a lot of wives. 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's not a problem at all. I thought. Yi Peiying was just joking. But now it's. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang's face was ugly. Seeing Yi Peiying's face change, she once again smiled and said, My dear, don't feel embarrassed or that I'm aggrieved. I don't mind being a concubine. Yi Lingshuang couldn't help it. Her hands directly pinched Yi Peiying's throat and roared. You slut. I take you as my best friend, but you want to be my husband's concubine. Go to hell. The 2 women in the Mercedes-Benz car back and forth fight, so that in the drive of the Sushan Jiaojiu laughed. These 2 women, every time they meet, they have a new trick up their sleeve, and every time, Yi Lingshuan was so infuriated that she jumped to her feet. There was no way. Yi Peiying was just too demonic. Adding to the fact that Yi Lingshuan was nervous about Jiang Chen at this time, the battle was naturally on the verge of breaking out. After about 10 minutes or so, the 2 men got tired of fighting and plopped down in the back seat. Damn goblin. I'm serious with you. You dare to seduce my husband. I'll knock all your front teeth out and throw you to Africa to get high. Cluck cluck cluck. Yi Peiying laughed out loud. You're such a tigress of a woman that if you were thrown to Africa, those lions wouldn't dare to approach you. You're perfect for Africa. The 2 women are fighting again. Su Shan was speechless. The car, moving slowly. When she was about to arrive at the airport, Yi Peiying said, I say dear, nowadays you shouldn't worry about me stealing your husband. You should be worried about Shinobu. I got the sense from talking to her that she was interested in your husband. And you know, I'm all mouth. She's a man of action. You need to tell your little brother to stay away from Shinoa, lest one day, Shinya give little brother a pill to take and dominate. Yi Lingshuan's face twitched involuntarily. Yes, Lin Xiaoxua is a man of action. Though, that said, none of the few had ever been in a relationship in college. But Lin Xiao used to say that, if you meet one you like, by all means, get it. And the best way to do that, that's naturally going to be raw. Yi Lingshuan had a headache when she thought of having such 2 uncaring girlfriends around her. Is it, really? In response to that, fireproof against girlfriends? This, too, is too tiring. Su Shan heard the 2 men's conversation on the side and thought hard about it as well. In the end, it was felt that Lin Xiaoxiao might be in a bit more danger, because Lin Xiaoxiao is a man of action. There are many things that Lin Xiaoxiao did without saying a word, and Yi Peiying, just mouth high, really want her to do. She really dare not. Sis, I also think that Shinoa-san has a bit of a crush on her brother-in-law. If you think about it, at that time in the Kyoto villa, the way Shinoa-san looked at her brother-in-law was very different. Seeing the always well-behaved Sushan say the same thing, Yi Lingshuang decided that she must keep Lin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Chen. Well, when I go back, I'll take Jiang Chen's cell phone and delete Lin Xiaoshan and Yi Pei Doubt's friends to prevent future problems. Also, Jiang Chen would not be allowed to play games with Lin Xiaoxiao and the others in the future. Well, that should be safe. The car arrived at the airport and waited about 10 minutes or so. Lin Chernoa came out with her suitcase. Su Shan was considerate enough to go up and pick up the suitcase and put it in the car. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Lingshuang and Yi Peiying and the others with her big eyes cooing, and asked with some disappointment, "Honey, where's your husband? Why didn't he come to pick me up?" Yi Lingshuang was already nervous, and seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's disappointed look, she said with a dark face, "Isn't it enough that I came to pick you up? Are you here to see my husband or to bless me?" Lin Xiaoxiao was confused. What's the situation? This sister. Why is the flavor of gunpowder so strong in her words? Yi Peiying couldn't help herself and let out a loud pft and laughed. Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with doubt. "Sister, did I mess with you?" Yi Lingshuang asked with a dark face. "You asked about my husband as soon as you came here. Do you have any intentions towards my husband?" Lin Xiaoxiao became even more dizzy. Yi Lingshuang, how did she become so weird? She sized up a few people. Seeing Yi Peiying snickering, she quickly guessed something. These days, she also chatted with Yi Peiying on the internet. She also knew that Yi Peiying had deliberately seduced Jiang Chen and failed, and was lectured by Yi Lingshuang. When she thought of the jokes they had made when she was in the capital with Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang's nervous look instantly made everything clear. Nowadays, Jiang Chen, that was all Yi Lingshuang had. Yi Lingshuang must have been made a scared bird by Yi Peiying. Thinking of this, she asked with a dark face, "Sister, is it this goblin who told you that I'm going to steal your husband?" Yi Lingshuang was embarrassed. "Lin Xiaoxiao, how did you guess?" She, didn't say anything? Seeing Yi Lingshuang's embarrassed look, Lin Xiaoxiao knew that it must have been this goblin Yi Peiying who had said something nonsense. Walking directly over, he put his hand on Yi Peiying's neck and angrily rebuked. "You vixen! You still don't know how to restrain yourself, do you? Goddess Shinny," Yi Peiying said with a smile. "Don't pretend. What kind of person are you? Am I not clear? I told you to be clear. I told you to be clear." So the two women wrestled again. Yi Lingshuang realized that there were a lot of people coming and going watching, so she only had to go forward with a black face and say, "Alright, stop it. Get on the car first." The two could only stop. "Get in the Mercedes." The two fought for a while longer. Yi Lingshuang was helpless. These two are half-assed. Every time we meet, we make a scene for a while. It took over 10 minutes for the two to stop messing around. By the way, Frosty, where's the little brother? Why didn't he, pick me up? You can't really be listening to this leprechaun. Afraid that I'll seduce him, so you won't let him come. Lin Xiaoxiao burst out as if she were a machine gun inquiring. Thinking about the chatting of several people just now, Yi Lingshuang decided to show her cards and said seriously, "You too, it's better if you don't see my husband in the future." The two of them, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, looked at each other and froze for a moment before laughing unanimously. "Frosty, my little girl, you really are so cute. You would actually think that we would steal your husband?" Yi Lingshuang looked at the two seriously for a while and said thoughtfully, "Before, I didn't believe it. Now, say no more. Sister, stop it." Lin Xiaoxiao pulled Yi Lingshuang's hand and pouted for a while. "Even if all the men in the whole world died out, I won't steal my husband from you." Lin Xiaoxiao took a stand. Yi Peiying also stepped forward to take a stand. "My dear, Goddess Xiaoxiao is right. Even if all the men in the whole world are dead, the most I can do is to borrow my husband from you for a few days. And I definitely won't snatch it from you." Yi Peiying's words came out, and another noise came from the car. "Damn goblin, you really want to die. Come, my sister will loosen your muscles." Yi Peiying was so scared that she hurriedly fled and sat in the second row, saying in an aggravated manner, "Sister, don't be so selfish. I haven't tasted love in over 20 years. If all the men in the world died and only your husband was left, could you bear to let me die with a grudge? I really want to taste what it's like." Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes straight on the side. A leprechaun is a leprechaun. However, when you think about it, it seems to be true. Neither of them had ever been in love, hadn't been nourished by love. If there were really no more men in the world and only Jiang Chen was left, she couldn't guarantee that she would be just like Yi Peiying, the goblin, who borrowed a husband from Yi Lingshuang to play with for a few days, experienced the nourishment of love. If Yi Lingshuang didn't want to, He might have to tie Yi Lingshuang up and give Jiang Chen a bully. That's who she is. Anyway, she really didn't have any ill feelings towards Jiang Chen, and even had a bit of a good feeling about him, because Yi Lingshuang had already told her about Jiang Chen's goodness, the man who could be looked upon by Yi Lingshuang. That was by no means an ordinary person. A few people argued in the car for a while before Sushan drove the car into the hotel, since Yi Peiying had already gotten a room, and it was one of those big suites. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped getting a room and stayed with Yi Peiying. Ugh, it's really sad to have such a big bed and less of a man to cuddle and sleep in it. Yi Peiying lay on the bed with a forlorn face, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to roll her eyes. You dead demon. The men chasing you can line up from the east to the west of the city, and now you want a man? If you really want to, go to a chat app and ask one up. I'll re-find a room, and I'll never keep you from your business. Yi Peiying had a look of contempt. Goddess sure Noah, you're already 21 years old too, okay? All women, all at the age of blossoming flowers. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Lin Xiaoxiao was unimpressed. I'm not as you are. I work late and fall asleep as soon as I get home. Yi Peiying stood up and stretched out her devilish claws, probing Lin Xiaoxiao's pair of peaches. Aha! Frightened, Lin Xiaoxiao shrieked. Damn goblin, what do you want? Yi Peiying grinned up and scornfully said, still saying you don't want to? In just 1 month, it's a size bigger than last month. Lin Xiaoxiao was so shy that her face turned red. Damn goblin, it grew on its own. All adults. Who doesn't know how it's possible to grow up around by our age without external factors? When he said this, Yi Peiying seemed to have thought of something in his heart and immediately went up to take off Lin Xiaoxiao's clothes. Lin Xiaoxiao was so scared that she hurriedly ran out, nervously looking at Yi Peiying who was walking towards her, stuttering, you female pervert, don't come over. If you come over again I'm going to call someone. Scream. You scream and see who comes to your aid. When Yi Peiying's words fell, he quickly stepped forward and directly hugged Li Xiaoxiao, pulling her towards the room. Lin Xiaoxiao's strength was not enough to defeat her, so she hurriedly turned to Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan, who were sitting on the sofa and watching TV, and said, Shuanger, Xiaoshan, save me, don't let this pervert have his way. My innocence, we can't let this goblin take. Yi Lingshuang straight away rolled her eyes. Make a scene. You two oddballs go ahead and make a scene. I don't give a shit about you guys. Lin Xiaoxiao had a look of despair. Doggy, you really have changed since you had a husband. I can't believe I'm seeing death. Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao was dragged back to her room by Yi Peiying. In the room, there was the sound of Lin Xiaoxiao's screams, and Yi Peiying's voice. Look for yourself. So much change between a month ago and a month later, and you're still pretending to be pure. If you don't have a boyfriend to give you a massage or don't have a deep workout yourself, I'll take your last name. Yi Lingshuang and Su Shan were both in the living room and heard the conversation between Yi Peidao and Lin Xiaoxiao in the bedroom, with black lines on their faces. This conversation, it's too juvenile. Sis, why don't we go to my room and wait until they're tired of playing before we tell them to go to lunch? Yi Lingshuang thought it was feasible. These two women, there's no end to their antics. And now, it was Lin Xiaoxiao who was the underdog, and would have to counterattack later. Hell, he didn't know when it would be over. As she was preparing to leave, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly ran out of the room. Ye Puiying followed suit. At this time, the two people's clothes were messy, and they completely lost their previous appearance of elegant goddesses of 10,000 people. Lin Xiaoxiao ran to Yi Lingfang's side and said angrily to Yi Peiying, you dead demon. Take a look at Frost's yourself. Has she gotten bigger too? Also, we're only 21. We're still developing. It's normal to get bigger in a month. Okay. Yi Peiying looked at Yi Lingshuang. Sure is magnificent. It made her mouth water to see it. She couldn't help but reach out, trying to feel it, when a sudden stinging pain came. What do you want, you fucking demon? Frost is a woman, and you actually want to be the same as before? She, now, belongs only to her husband. Get your filthy hands off of her. It was Lin Xiaoshan's voice. Yi Peiying's hand ate pain and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao unhappily. What's wrong with having a husband? She has a husband, and that's my BFF too. I can do whatever I want. I'm going to feel it. So, Yi Peiying's hand reached over again, but was caught by Yi Lingshuang and said with a dark face, honey, I haven't made out with my husband for a few days, and I'm on fire. Don't move your bones if you don't want them to shift. Her hand was grabbed, and Yi Peiying's crying face said in an aggrieved voice, doggy, you've changed. When you have a husband, you don't want us girlfriends. You forget, we used to compare sizes. Now that the new man is the old man, you'll. As Yi Peiying said that, her tears were dripping down. Looking aggravated, Lin Xiaoxiao sighed darkly on the side. Not bad for an actor. Tears, said to fall, are really admirable. Yi Lingshuang naturally wouldn't eat Yi Peiying's words. Instead, she said with a smile. Honey, I'm already a married woman. I have to keep my body for my husband. Now that my husband and I haven't made out in days. Are you good? When Yi Peiying saw that Yi Lingshuang had no intention of playing with them, she huffed and puffed. You forget your friends when you see color and are not righteous, and used to say that when you found a husband, you'd share it with us. Just forget it if you don't share it with us. Now, I can't believe you won't let us see it. I'm going to cut you off for an hour. You're not allowed to talk to me for the rest of the hour. TSK, 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 that's fine. Yi Lingshuang dropped her gaze on Lin Xiaoxiao and said, Xiao Xiao, change your clothes and let's go eat. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and quickly went to the shower to briefly rinse off before changing into a set of casual shirts that looked refreshing. She wasn't as sultry as Yi Peiying, but she made people look approachable, plus her sweet smile at the moment. It's beautiful. Yi Peiying's eyes lit up when she saw the lotus flower, dressed in an easygoing manner, walked over and took Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, leaned her head in Lin Xiaoxiao's embrace, and said in an aggrieved manner, Goddess, a certain person betrayed the organization and left love for her husband, so we'll be left to depend on each other in the future. Don't you ever abandon me. Lin Xiaoxiao removed Yi Peidao's head from her chest and said breathlessly, Don't say it in such an ambiguous way. People who don't know would think that the three of us had done something unseemly in the past. The fact that Yi Peidao liked to mooch so much made Lin Xiaoxiao involuntarily recall the days when they used to be together. Previously, when the three of them were together, Yi Peidao didn't know which tendon was wrong and actually wanted to compare sizes with them. It shamed them. They turned dirty, all brought on by Yip Puiying. This woman, she's so filthy that even if she goes to the Yangtze River to wash, she might be able to stain it. Nowadays, it can't be that dirty. So, pushing Yi Peiying away, he walked over to Yi Lingshuang's side and said, Let's go. Yi Peiying's crying face, You guys, don't you all want me anymore? I haven't even packed up yet. Lin Xiaoxiao said breathlessly, Aren't you going to cut ties with Frost for an hour? Let's go eat first. Back in an hour. Should be about right. Yi Peiying scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, I'll let her off the hook once today. Next time you refuse my request, cut her off again. With those words, she quickly went back to the bedroom, tidied up her hair, and simply applied light makeup before smiling and going out the door. She also took Yi Lingshuang's hand and said with a smile, Honey, let's go. Today, you're going to have to do the honors of being a host and let us have all the fun we can handle, so we don't starve to death. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. It really is a douchebag joy. A few people were talking and laughing as they left the hotel. This time, they weren't driving, because, this time, the restaurant to be visited is not far from the hotel. It was Lin Xiaoxiao's first time here, so naturally, she had to take it to eat local specialties. And in Dragon City, the best restaurant for specialties was the one that Zhang Chen had taken Yi Peiying to in the first place, because, that food is the most authentic. Yi Peiying's mouth watered when she heard she was going to that one. Last time, Zhang Chen took her to eat there, and the flavor was really fantastic. Several times she wanted to go to eat there, but because the restaurant was in a hudong, she, a foreigner, was afraid of danger, so she never dared to go there. Now it is good. There is a local Yi Lingshuang to lead the way, and Yi Lingshuang also has kung fu, so he is not afraid of the bad guys at all. So, on the way, Yi Peiying chattered endlessly, all in praise of that family's delicious food. A few people turned around and came to the entrance of the restaurant, only to realize that it was actually full and there was no room. When Yi Peiying walked inside to see if there was any good food so that she could take up a seat in time, she only saw Zhang Chen and two women dressed in full designer labels talking and laughing in the hall, chatting happily. Her face, at once, darkened. This asshole, he's getting engaged and he's still hitting on other women? It's a shame that my sisters still have so much affection for you. Yi Peidao was so angry that he wanted to go and violently beat Zhang Chen, but when they thought that Yi Lingshuang was so deeply in love with Zhang Chen, the two of them were getting engaged again. What about the BFF when this is a big deal? But if she didn't teach Zhang Chen a lesson, she couldn't swallow the breath in her heart. After a moment of silence, an idea came to her mind. She decided to branch out from Yi Lingshuang and Lin Xiaoxiao and the others first, and face off against Zhang Chen alone. So returning to the curb, he said to Yi Lingshuang, Honey, I'll just stand in line alone here. You take Chernoa and Shan and go outside and get a couple bottles of good wine and drinks for. Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. The store has everything. The store makes all its own wine, and I want red wine. Yi Lingshuang had no doubt about it. It's true that there's no red wine here, and Yip Puiying likes to drink red wine. When she was ready to leave, Yi Peiying once again said, Honey, this place is often infested with hooligans, so let both Xiao Shan and Goddess Shinya accompany you. Yi Lingshuang felt strange. Yip Puiying, why are you so sweet all of a sudden? However, as Yip Puiying said, bringing an extra person is not a bad thing. Yi Lingshuang left with Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Shan. Yi Puiying, on the other hand, walked into the restaurant lobby alone. Seeing that Jiang Chen was still talking and laughing with the two girls, his fists unconsciously clenched and he said viciously, "Scum! Dare to betray my sisters. You're dead." Jiang Chen, who was dining, suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, like he was being locked up by a poisonous snake. It's a feeling that came up as a child. That was when he went home with the female classmate and was violently beaten up by Yi Lingshuang when she ran into him. With his memory awakened, Jiang Chen quickly checked his surroundings to see if Yi Lingshuang was also at the side. But look around. Yi Lingshuang didn't see it, but instead saw Yi Peiying looking at him with a grim face. Jiang Chen was filled with confusion. This chick, what's up? Being bullied? Just then, Yi Peiying came to Jiang Chen's side, sizing up Xia Li and Zhang Yuding for a moment. Both of them reached 90 points in terms of poise, and angrily said to Jiang Chen, come out to me. Jiang Chen became more and more confused. What's this chick so mad about? Jiang Chen was dizzy. Sister Pei doubt. What? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't get up immediately and still showed that puzzled little look, Yi Peiying became more and more upset in her heart, directly pulling up Jiang Chen's clothes and tugging him out of the restaurant. Heading outside, she actually wanted to just brutally beat Jiang Chen up. However, there were too many people here, and they were also afraid that Yi Lingshuang would suddenly come back. Now, Yi Lingshuang likes Jiang Chen very much. If she knows that Jiang Chen cheated, I do not know what kind of sadness, so it was safest to drag Jiang Chen out. Jiang Chen looked at the exasperated Yi Peiying and immediately checked Yi Peiying's fate. When the reason is known, speechless to the core. This guy actually thought he was cheating and pulled out to teach him a lesson. What's with the big brain? Yi Lingshuang. Face value. Figure. Which one does not crush 99% of the women outside? With such a superbly perfect woman not wanting to go out and cheat on her? You can't even do it if your head isn't in the right place. Followed Yi Peiying outside. In a hudong, Yi Peiying exasperatedly said, Jiang Chen, are you damn funny? Lingfang is so good to you that she's engaged to you, yet you're cheating on her outside and dating two at a time. Is your conscience eaten by a dog? Jiang Chen was helpless. Sister Peiying, things are not what you think, Yi Peiying said with a near growl. You guys were talking and laughing, and you even personally wrapped the meat in mint for those two women. Do you think I'm blind? As the words fell, her heart recalled the time she had seduced Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen disdained her and resented her. She, no matter in face value or body, kill Xiaoli and Zhang Yuding alright. Yi Pei Doubt was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. The bag was swung up and smashed at Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen quickly dodged. He looked at Yi Peiying in confusion. This woman, she's too fierce. Sister Peiying, why don't you believe me? Jiang Chen tried to explain, but Yi Peiqiu wouldn't listen. You prude. You didn't give a damn when I said I'd stay with you with Spirit Frost. And now, it's out there stealing people. Even if you steal people, the two you found aren't as good looking as me. I'll beat you to death. Jiang Chen was confused. Yip Puiying, what does this mean? Whether it was because he was angry that he didn't agree to Yi Peiying's request, or whether it was because he was angry for his sisters. Check the fate of Yip Puiying. Inside, there wasn't the answer he was looking for. Ducking to one side, Jiang Chen's heart seemed to think of something and said weakly, Sister Peiying, if you're thinking that, I didn't promise you, and now I found two others who are inferior to you, and hurt your self-esteem. I promise you just that. Tonight, you will serve me with my wife. What? Yi Peiying was angry and furious. This lecher, has he really revealed his true nature? Actually thinking of having Yi Lingshuang serve with her? It's really beautiful to think about. Coldly staring at Jiang Chen for a moment, he swung his bag up and hit Jiang Chen's head. I'll beat you to death, you slut. Jiang Chen dodged in a hurry. However, Yi Pei Doubt quickly followed up again, cursing, still wanting me and Frosty to serve you. You dead pervert. I'll beat you to death. Looking at Yi Peiying's ferocious behavior, and the curses, Jiang Chen sighed in relief. He was still really afraid that Yi Peiying had thoughts about him as well. If he really had thoughts about him, then he would have to keep Yi Lingshuang away from Yi Peiying. After all, people who think about their best friend's husbands are visible in their character. Unable to hit Jiang Chen, Yi Peiying's heart grew more and more uncomfortable. Since she couldn't hit it, she didn't chase after it. Stopping in her tracks, she coldly said to Jiang Chen, why are you still engaged to Frost since you're still attached to the flowery world outside and can't control your lower body? Wouldn't it be nice for you to take the money and go out and play? Why do you want to go and wreak havoc on Frosty? Seeing Yi Peiying's eyes filled with hatred, Jiang Chen fell silent. Yi Peiying was able to say these words, so it seems that she is not a plastic sisterhood with Yi Lingshuang. When she wanted to explain, Yi Peiying's cold voice came. Jiang Chen, now I'll give you two choices. Either, Break up with Frost and you continue to go out and live your dashing life. Either that or settle down and live a good life with Ling Frost. If you don't break up and you can't control your lower body, then I'll have someone come and fix that for you, so that Spirit Frost doesn't have to wash her face in tears later. Jiang Chen's back went cold as Yi Peiying's words came out. This woman, for the sake of her best friend, actually tried to drown him. It's really horrible. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and stared blankly at himself. Yi Peiying was very dissatisfied and drank. Jiang Chen, are you doubting my ability? I'm telling you, I used to have a best friend who got cheated on by a scumbag and I just castrated him, and nickel and dime him. Do you want to experience the thrill of a 5-horse race? When the words fell, he saw that Jiang Chen didn't say a word and thought that Jiang Chen didn't believe in it, so he immediately took out his cell phone. Opening the browser, he entered a hidden web page and tinkered with it for a while before handing it to Jiang Chen to look at. Jiang Chen curiously took the phone and looked at the web news. Jiang Chen instantly recognized that this was a darknet news. Inside, the photos are clearly visible. The hands and feet were separated and drenched in blood. The picture was so bloody that it made Jiang Chen spit out the food he had just eaten. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Peiying dumbfounded. Is this woman so fierce? Yi Peiying, being watched by Jiang Chen, quickly took her phone back, turned off the web page, and said coldly, the opportunity has already been given to you, and you've been informed. Think about how you choose. Jiang Chen was silent for a minute before picking up his cell phone and dialing Yi Lingshuang's number. The phone, quickly dialed. Jiang Chen cried and said, Wife, help! Your best friend tried to nickel and dime me. Ha! Yi Peiying was confused. Jiang Chen, what kind of tawdry operation is this? He actually called Yi Lingshuang and cried. Yi Lingshuang on the other end of the phone was confused and inquired, what's going on? She said I was cheating on her and that she was going to cut me in half and feed me to the fish. Honey, come and save me. Come late and you won't see your big baby. Yi Peiying was confused by Jiang Chen's tawdry maneuver. Jiang Chen, how dare he call Yi Lingshuang, and admit to cheating? Are people so honest nowadays? Or did Yi Lingshuang acquiesce to Jiang Chen's cheating? Just as she was filled with confusion, she only heard Jiang Chen's voice coming from her. Honey, you're so nice. How could I possibly cheat on you? Sister Peiying saw me having dinner with Shaoli and the others, so she had a brainwave, and didn't believe me even after explaining. She had to say that I had betrayed you, and that she wanted to cut me into 5 pieces. Come on you, any later and you really won't see your big baby me. With the helplessness in Jiang Chen's words, Yi Peiying fell into self-doubt. Could it be that this is a misunderstanding? Thinking of this, and then remembering how Jiang Chen looked just now when he saw Jiang Chen holding the mint leaf wrapped meat for Zhang Yuding and Xiaoli to eat, it's just too intimate. When she tried to snatch Jiang Chen's cell phone over, she only saw that Jiang Chen had already hung up. Sister Peiying, you're going to nickel and dime me. You'll have to wait my wife will be here soon. Yip Puiying didn't say a word. Jiang Chen looked calm. She thought, hasty tough words are put out, or misunderstandings. In the future, how can we all get along? After thinking for a moment, she decided to use the skill she was good at, and took the initiative to go forward, holding Jiang Chen's hand and saying with a smile, little brother, I was just joking with you, don't you mind I don't have much of a background, so how dare I nickel and dime you? Watching Yi Peiying change her enchanting and charming face all of a sudden, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be sloppy. Just now, he had already taken a look at Yi Peiying's background. Yip Puiying is not originally from this country. She is the daughter of a hidden family in a foreign country. He came to China to develop his career because he likes acting. Later, naturalized. Also, just now, Yi Peiying showed him the news. And it was true. 2 years ago, one of Yi Peiying's girlfriends was cheated by a scummy guy, pregnant with a child. The scumbag disappeared. My best friend killed herself because she couldn't stand the thought. Yi Peiying is furious and uses her connections to find the scumbag. Due to restrictions in the country, Yip Puiying personally went down on the scumbag and engaged in an online romance with the scumbag and tricked him into going abroad. The scumbag thinks he's found a polygamist and is happy to go abroad. As soon as she entered the mirror, she was grabbed by Yi Peiying's clan, dragged to the deserted mountains, cut off the contraption that impregnated her best friend, and fed it to the wolves. The man's pain tore through him. However, Yi Peiying is not soft-hearted, and after torturing for a while, she gives the scum a 5-horse split. Such a ruthless girl transformed into a beauty queen. Jiang Chen wouldn't really dare to mess with her. When Yi Peiying saw that Jiang Chen didn't say a word and looked at himself blankly, she said shyly, little brother, don't look at me like that. People get shy. Ahem. Jiang Chen couldn't stand the flirtatious Yi Peiying, so he hurriedly removed her hand and said, Sister Peiying, let's go back to the restaurant. They should be coming. Yi Peiying once again took Jiang Chen's hand and pouted unhappily, saying, little brother, what's the hurry? People have so much more to say to you. Ahem. Jiang Chen covered his face. This woman. She's really too much trouble. What are you trying to say? Little brother. Didn't you just say that you wanted Spirit Frost and I to accompany you together at night? I've been thinking about it, and it's a great idea. Oh. Anyway, Spirit Frost once told me that everything we have from now on, we have to share. So you're my husband too. Put. Jiang Chen was scared shitless. His body was unsteady and he almost fell to the ground. Sister Peiying, this joke, it's not funny at all. As the words fell, he shook off Yi Peiying's hand and trotted towards the side of the restaurant. This woman. She's horrible. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was leaving as if he had fled, Yi Peiying's mouth revealed a wicked smile. After laughing, there was some heartbreak in my heart. Jiang Chen, this oddball, actually had no interest in her. She's a princess now. There are a bunch of admirers, both abroad and here. Everyone can't wait to marry her and have the time of their lives. Only Jiang Chen, the oddball, ran when he saw her. LOL. This BFF. She's really picking up the slack. She took one step and 3 shakes of her head as she headed over to the diner. At this time, Yiling Shuang and Lin Xiaoxiao and the others had not yet returned. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was eating with Xia Li and Zhang Yuding. She, though, knew it could be a misunderstanding. However, having Jiang Chen eat with 2 beautiful women always made her a little uncomfortable. After a moment's thought, she decided to feel her way around. So, he walked to Jiang Chen's side, pulled down a chair and sat on Jiang Chen's side. Smilingly said, "Little brother, there's no place for us now, so we'll eat with you guys later, okay?" Jiang Chen smiled when he saw Yi Peiying's shadowy soul and said, "We'll be ready to eat soon, so you guys can eat here later." Yi Peiying pouted unhappily. She stopped paying attention to Jiang Chen. The eyes fell on Xia Li and Zhang Yuding. The 2 sisters are so pretty. What do you call them? Zhang Yuding and Xia Li looked at each other and thought to themselves, this woman. What a powerful tactic. However, it was still polite to return Yi Peiying's words. My name is Yuding Zhang. My name is Sherry. Yi Peiying also smiled and introduced herself. My name is Yi Peiying. Speaking here, he pointed his finger at Xia Li and Zhang Yuding, and then pointed at Jiang Chen, asking with a smile, 2 sisters, seeing as you're chatting hotly with your little brother, may I ask if you are? The latter words were not spoken. Although Zhang Yuding and Xia Li came from the countryside, they were not stupid. Yi Peiying plowed through the root of the problem, thought it was like Jiang Chen, but Yi Lingshuang's husband. Yi Lingshuang, on the other hand, was their older sister. My sister's husband should not be missed by outsiders. Zhang Yuding turned her head to Jiang Chen and asked with a smile, brother-in-law, does sister Yi like you? She's not thinking of us as imaginary enemies, is she? Yi Peiying was embarrassed. She didn't expect that Xia Li and Zhang Yuding wouldn't give her any face at all. Moreover, while answering her words, he not only defended Yi Lingshuang, but also told her sideways that Jiang Chen already had a wife. So don't think blindly about it. At this moment, she realized that it was really underestimating people. Charlie smiled and asked, sister, we're eating, would you like some? Although there isn't much food left, Yi Peiying felt like she had received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage. These 2 little girls whose appearance is not so good, and a little bit dark, do not seem to be so good to deal with. Moreover, with these words, where was Sherry inviting her to dinner? She was clearly driving her away and out of the way. Yip Puiying is sad. Today, no matter if it was here in Jiang Chen, or in Xia Li and Zhang Yuding, they all hit a wall. Now, having been given an expulsion order, no matter how thick her skin was, she was embarrassed to continue to stay. When he was ready to find an excuse to leave, he only saw Yi Lingshuang and Lin Xiaoxiao walking towards him. Seeing Yi Lingshuang, Yi Peiying seemed to have seen his savior, and hurriedly ran over and hugged Yi Lingshuang tightly. My dear, you're finally here. Yi Lingshuang was confused. This demonic spirit, what's going on again? Honey, your husband is bullying me. Your 2 sisters bullied me too. Whoa, Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened. 2 sister bullies? After a moment of silence, seeing Yi Peiying's aggrieved look, Yi Lingshuang seemed to think of something in her heart and couldn't help but smile. These 2 sisters don't look like they come from the countryside, but their IQ is not low. Obviously, Yi Peiying has done something to attract people's attention. Thinking of this, Yi Lingshuang laughed even more cheerfully and patted Yi Peiying's back, saying, you demon, finally someone can bully you. It's rare. Yi Peiying's dark face said unhappily, hey, your best friend, I'm being bullied. Why are you still gloating? Lin Xiaoxiao rarely saw Yi Peiying's anxious look and smiled. Hearing you being bullied. If there was a Suona, I would have wanted to blow a song to celebrate. You guys. Yi Peiying wanted to curse, but this was a restaurant. She couldn't curse. and jumped to her feet in anger. You guys are really inhuman. I'm going to cut you off. He. The two of them, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yiling Shuang, looked at each other. Both saw each other's satisfied smiles. It really is so rare. Yi Peiying's anxious and jumpy appearance was really too hard to see. So the two coincidentally picked up their cell phones and turned on the video function to record this historic moment. Yi Peiying was furious. These two detractors, count yourselves tough. Want the record, huh? I'll let you have it. The words fell and quickly went for the cell phone. Nay, the two of them, Yiling Shuang and Lin Xiaoxiao, ran in different directions, panting Yip Puiying, who caught no one. Cluck cluck cluck. The two of them, Yiling Shuang and Lin Xiaoxiao, laughed even more. Honey, the video has been uploaded to the netbook. This precious footage is something we will protect as an heirloom. Seeing that it has been transmitted into the network disk, Yi Peiying knew that it was useless to catch it, and said with a black face, you guys are really inhuman. He. The two of them made a face at Yi Peiying and headed towards where Jiang Chen was. Yiling Shuang sat naturally on the side of Jiang Chen and asked gently, hubby, have you eaten yet? Nope. Only just ate it before your BFF dragged me out for an interrogation and only just got back. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yiling Shuang looked at Yi Peiying who was following behind her. At this moment, she knew why Yi Peiying had to make them go out to buy something. It turns out that he saw Jiang Chen having dinner with Zhang Yuding and others, and thought that Jiang Chen had cheated on her, so he faced it alone and solved it for her. This BFF does things a little hairy though, but it's really good. Yiling Shuang smiled and said, honey, come over here, come to my sister. My sister loves you. Yi Peiying arrogantly turned her face away. Impersonal bitch. Auntie, I don't want to talk to you bitch for an hour. Almost there. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled a chair over and held Yi Peiying down on it. In this seat, there are up to 6 people. And there were a total of 7 of them here plus Su Shan. So it was obviously too crowded. Just then, a booth guest was finishing his meal. Jiang Chen discusses with the couple who was waiting for dinner. The couple sat in the lobby, with the booth reserved for them. Since they were all locals, they were nice to talk to, so a few of them moved to the box. When they arrived at the box, Yiling Shuang formally introduced Xiaoli and Zhang Yuding to Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiying. Zhang Yuding said awkwardly, sister, so you're bosom friends. I thought sister Peiying was your love rival. Yiling Shuang smiled and said, Yuting, this Peiying sister of yours has to flirt with everyone she meets. You mustn't follow her example. It's not a good problem to have. Got it. Zhang Yuding nodded her head obediently. Yi Peiying said with a smile, sisters, I'm not teasing I'm the true feelings, can't help but want to grow old with our husbands. Yi Peiying performed this, allowing Zhang Yuding and the others to see Yi Peiying's power once again. So, a couple of women were at the table, and a brawling contest began. Jiang Chen was reduced to a spectator, eating melon and sipping a little wine alone. The meal ended on a fairly pleasant note. Walking out of the restaurant, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile, Xiao Chen, just now, Frost said that there is a drift city here. Let's go rafting. Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward Yiling Shuang. Honey, Shinny and Peiying's hometown is the plains, and there are no rafting programs. Now it's hard to come here once. Let's go have fun. Yiling Shuang had spoken, so Jiang Chen couldn't refuse. Zhang Yuding and Xiaoli were completely uninterested when they heard they were going rafting, because that's where they grew up in the mountains. The so-called rafting is a joke on your life, so you don't go. Su Shan doesn't want to go either, because she has to deal with a lot of work stuff these days. Yiling Shuang had a lot of things waiting to be done since she became the owner of the brokerage firm. She acted as an assistant, and now that Yiling Shuang was busy playing with a few people, she could only do the work. Of course, she would only be able to handle the simpler jobs. Some important documents still had to be handled by Yiling Shuang. Thus, Su Shan left with Zhang Yuding and Xiaoli. Yiling Shuang and Jiang Chen and the others returned to the hotel, drove in the Mercedes and headed over to Drift City. Car. Yi Peiying was extremely resentful. I say, little brother, is it decent for you, a big man, to let a lady drive? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Sister Peiying, I'm not old enough to get a driver's license. Plus I don't know how to drive at all. Do you think it's appropriate to let me drive? Hearing this, Yi Peiying rolled her eyes and said, you said, you can't drive, you can't chat, and you don't know how to please people. So which point does Frosty look at you? Jiang Chen smirked and asked, isn't one word handsome enough? Yi Peiying was speechless. She was made to feel self-conscious. Frosty, you're so tacky. Yiling Shuang smiled faintly. Honey, then you also be vulgar and go find a vulgar man who is like my husband, who can write songs, sing, play all kinds of musical instruments, and is also good-looking as a boyfriend. Yi Peiying had the good sense to keep her mouth shut. That's a lot of advantages. How can I answer that? The car soon arrived at Drift City. This time, Several people came prepared, all changed into civilian clothes and followed the staff inside. Groups of 2. Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen were in a group, and Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao were in a group. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang both came to the side of the kayak and were about to go up when they only heard a woman's delighted voice coming from them. Student Jiang Chen, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Jiang Chen turned his head, only to see a young girl around 18 years old, wearing a scenic uniform, looking at him with an excited face. Jiang Chen recognized it. This young girl was his classmate from elementary school to middle school, Gu Xiaoman. Gu Xiaoman and Jiang Chen were at the same table in middle school. The two were very close from elementary school through middle school. Jiang Chen was curious. Gu Xiaoman should be attending college at this time. How do you work in a scenic area? Also, looking at Gu Xiaoman's face was a bit dark, obviously sunburned because of the heat these days. Jiang Chen was curious. Gu Xiaoman used to be white and clean, a school beauty. Besides, Gu Xiaoman's family is in the furniture business, so there's no shortage of money. I haven't seen you in a few years. How come you look like a village girl? Man, what are you doing here? With Jiang Chen's surprised gaze, Gu Xiaoman also realized the change in herself, touched her face. It's peeling. Bitterness of heart. 2 years ago, her dad's business was booming. Wanting to expand his market, he befriended 3 out-of-town owners, worked together and end up getting made. Her old man got into debt and those guys ran away. Dad got divorced because he owed too much money, and mom got divorced. Originally, her mother was willing to take her, but there was her grandmother and her 8-year-old brother at home. She couldn't leave her brother, let alone her grandmother. So she stayed. Father suddenly disappeared, without a breadwinner in the family. As the older sister, she had to come out to work, and the scenic commute is short and pays well. So, she worked at a scenic spot during the day and worked as a waitress at a restaurant at night to support her family. Her face was dry at the moment because of the drudgery and the wind and sun, and because she didn't have the money to buy skin care products. Jiang Chen saw that his once excellent classmate had become like this, and was a little bit unfavorable. Honey, wait a moment, this is my classmate Gu Xiaoman. You've seen her before. Yi Lingshuang naturally remembered. At first, because Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman went home together, she was deeply afraid that Jiang Chen would be snatched away, and she even found a reason to beat him up. Seeing Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman meet again at this time, Jiang Chen's face full of heartache. The vinegar jar in her body is going to be overturned. Although she was jealous, Yi Lingshuang had grown up and her mind had matured, so naturally she wouldn't go back to dragging Jiang Chen to the grove to beat him violently. Hubby, you go ahead and get busy. I'll join Xinya and the others. Jiang Chen was eager to get a good understanding of what had happened to Gu Xiaoman over the years, but it's not about leaving Yi Lingfang behind. Honey, it's not convenient for the 3 of you, is it? Just wait a minute. I'll be right with you. Yi Lingshuang smiled faintly. Hubby, 3 people are fine. Besides, neither of them has ever played before, so it wouldn't be good if they capsized halfway through. Yi Lingshuang naturally lied. Rafting doesn't require a skilled hand at all, as there are safety officers all along the river. The reason why he said that was because he felt that Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman hadn't seen each other for a long time. When old friends meet, they can't just talk about it in a few words. Therefore, she gave Jiang Chen enough time for the 2 old friends to catch up. Yi Lingshan was so considerate, and looking at Gu Xiaoman's haggard appearance, Jiang Chen didn't nag. At the drinking bar in the scenic area, Jiang Chen ordered 2 cups of milk tea and sat down to chat. Before, the two were on good terms. Therefore, Gu Xiaoman knew that Jiang Chen had gone out of town to attend high school just to avoid Yi Lingshuang. Now that she had learned that Jiang Chen was actually with Yi Lingshuang, it had shocked her to no end. Fighting and getting emotionally involved. I've really never heard of that before. Old morning, it really was an accident. I thought that you would never see her again. I didn't realize that you all got together. Jiang Chen was a bit embarrassed. While embarrassed, I also felt puzzled. He was with Yi Lingshuang, and that hot search was all over the place. Gu Xiaoman, as a young person, actually didn't know. This is so unexpected. Man, it's been a long time since you've played with your cell phone, hasn't it? Gu Xiaoman was silent. Her brother has to go to school and her grandmother has to go to the hospital for treatment. She didn't have enough hours in the day. Where did she find time to play with her cell phone? So he smiled and said, "It's been a while." Looking at Gu Xiaoman's bitter smile, written all over her bitter face, Jiang Chen's heart was hard. This girl, she's really working too hard. In the past, his irresponsible mom and dad didn't give him any money though, but his grandparents were good to him, and Yi Lingshan's mom and dad helped out. Plus he had time to tutor people and make some money, so there wasn't much pressure. And now, Gu Xiaoman seems to be living a worse life than he did then. The two of them chatted for a while, and Gu Xiaoman, knowing that Jiang Chen was now about to get engaged to Yi Lingshuang, smiled and said, "Old Chen, congratulations." Jiang Chen accepted Gu Xiaoman's blessing and said with a smile, "On the day of the engagement, you can come over too." Crowds of people. Gu Xiaoman's heart was happy, but she can't leave her job. Today, she works at the Viewpoint from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. $70 a day. Work in a restaurant at night for $10 an hour. 4 hours down, there's 101 a day. Early the next morning, she still had to sneak around and make buns to take to the entrance of the construction site to sell. If the bullies hadn't kicked them out or caught them, after the cost of materials, you can make $100 a morning. Breakfast money, plus paychecks plus part-time jobs at restaurants. It can be over $6,000 a month. That's a lot of money, it seems. But the cost of his grandmother's condition, for one day, amounted to 100. So that's just over 100 a day. That's over 3,000 a month. After rent of 600, the cost of living is over 1,000. And that's not even counting buying my brother new shoes, new clothes, and some supplemental classes. Once the school needs to make a purchase, then you really can't save any money. Also, she's on temporary hiatus these days. The reason for working so hard to make money is that I hope to get my grandmother cured and then go back to school, finish high school, and get into a good college. After all those years of scrounging for a living at the bottom, she understood knowledge in order to change destiny. So, as much as she wanted to go to Jiang Chen's engagement ceremony, but her finances don't allow it. As long as she doesn't work a day, there is a chance that Scenic will fire her. The owner of the restaurant also stopped using her. Without a job, the family will not be able to live. So he said, "Old morning, I'm really sorry. I may not have time on the day you and Sister Lingfang get engaged." Hearing Gu Xiaoman's words and then looking at Gu Xiaoman's fate, Jiang Chen was heartbroken. Gu Xiaoman, she's only 18. It's the most beautiful age to have the responsibility of raising a family, sacrificing their future. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen asked, "Xiaoman, what is your dream today?" "Dreams?" Gu Xiaoman thought for a moment and said with a smile, "I hope my grandmother gets better and can walk normally. That way, I can keep going to school." When he finished, his complexion dimmed. Getting better? Grandma's illness is old. It's a little hard. Still, she was hopeful. Now that she has lost her mom and dad, she can't lose her grandmother again. So, she has to work hard to earn money so that the doctors can treat her grandmother with the best medicine. Jiang Chen fell silent when he saw Gu Xiaoman say that. Read on to see the fate of Gu Xiaoman. When he finished reading Gu Xiaoman's fate, Jiang Chen's entire mood got worse and worse. He sees in destiny, Gu Xiaoman's grandmother's condition, which has never improved, has never been able to walk. Gu Xiaoman, so delayed, her desire to go to college, too, fell by the wayside. Even with a sick grandmother and an untalented brother, Gu Xiaoman's life was miserable. Such a kind girl can't be ruined like that. Jiang Chen decided to change all the destinies given to Gu Xiaoman and her grandmother. We can't let such a nice girl be ruined. So he digressed and said, "Xiaoman, speaking of which, I haven't seen Grandma Wang for a long time. When do you get off work? Take me to see her." Gu Xiaoman looked at Jiang Chen with a touched expression. All of his acquaintances stayed away from him when they found out about the change in her family. Even very good girlfriends are still bad-mouthing her behind her back. And Jiang Chen, actually, being stared at by Gu Xiaoman like this made his heart a little uncomfortable. Gu Xiaoman also noticed that she had lost her temper and took a sip of her drink to hide her embarrassment. "Old morning, I need 4 o'clock in the afternoon to get off work, and I have to work part-time at a restaurant after work. Probably." Jiang Chen sighed. This girl, she really puts it all together. Smiling, he said, "It won't take long." Seeing that Jiang Chen really wanted to go, Gu Xiaoman couldn't help but start counting the time. She always rode her bike to work. Later, if you ride faster, you can reach the hospital in 30 minutes. 20 minutes at the hospital and another 10 minutes riding to the hotel to change seemed like plenty of time. So nodded his head in agreement. At this time, the person in charge of the scenic area approached Gu Xiaoman, not allowing Gu Xiaoman to chat and going to entertain the tourists. The two could only go out. Jiang Chen came outside and didn't see Yi Lingshuang, thinking that Yi Lingshuang should have left with Lin Xiaoxiao, so he didn't bother to go and play. So he just sat on the side and played the game. The king had just played a game when a well-dressed man, walking to his side, said, "Little brother, are you a friend of Xiaoman?" Jiang Chen looked at the man curiously. Jiang Chen put away his cell phone and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The man acted jaded and said, "It's like this. I've always liked Man. If you're willing to intercede for me and let Man be my girlfriend, I'll give you $10,000 as payment. Do you think it's okay?" Jiang Chen looked the man up and down. The dress is nice and handsome. It's the smile that looks so deliberate. Jiang Chen disliked dealing with this kind of smiling man. So he said, Sir, if you want to chase Xiao Man, go ahead and do it. Man is ignoring me. When the man said this, he saw that Jiang Chen didn't want to pay attention to him at all and directly took out $10,000 and put it on the table. Little brother, see, you're a student. This $10,000, if you want to earn it, how can it be more than half a year? Now I'll give you another $10,000 if you let man be my girlfriend. The man had to chatter on and on. Smug as he was, Jiang Chen was speechless. Straight away, he stood up and headed outside. He didn't want to pay any attention to the brainiac. But the men are not at all sensible. Stay close, come to the entrance. The man said again. Little brother, I really like Xiao Man. You're friends. I just saw you talking and laughing. Your relationship is obviously extraordinary. Then you must already know about her family. As long as you let her be my girlfriend, I'll help her with all her family's problems. Jiang Chen stopped and looked at the somewhat handsome but annoying-looking man in front of him. It's really shady. Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving, Jiang Chen had no choice but to open the fate modifier and check the man's fate. Wan Junpeng, 34 years old with 38 years remaining. Jiang Chen continued to look at Wan Junpeng's future fate. Upon seeing that Wan Junpeng was married and had 2 daughters, his face darkened. It turns out that Wan Junpeng wants to take Gu Xiaoman as a lover and have a son for him. Jiang Chen also saw the reason why Gu Xiaoman was so tanned. The fact that Gu Xiaoman was so tanned was intentional on Wan Junpeng's part. Here's the thing. Wan Junpeng, due to being a flunky, the wife is disabled. However, 2 daughters were born. Today, it is no longer possible to give birth. He wanted to leave, but his wife's family was too powerful. The position of manager of the scenic spot was also arranged for him by his wife's family. Not having a son made him feel inferior, so he developed the idea of keeping a lover and letting the lover have a son. At first, he saw Gu Xiaoman's innocent looks, delicate skin, and provocative figure. When he learns that Gu Xiaoman is very short of money, he makes Gu Xiaoman his target. He pursued Gu Xiaoman frantically, but it was not to be. Gu Xiaoman would not accept his request even if she was short of money. He was not happy and used the little power he had in his hands to put Gu Xiaoman in the sun to greet the tourists. Gu Xiaoman dared not speak out due to the lack of money in her family. Suffer in silence. Wan Junpeng didn't know at this point that Jiang Chen had already read all of his information. Already knew what he did to Gu Xiaoman. When he saw Jiang Chen looking at himself with a gloomy face, although he was angry in his heart, he thought of Gu Xiaoman's provocative figure, and the shame of being rejected for his past 100 times of confessions. But he still smiled and said, Little brother, if you think I'm giving you less money, we can discuss it again. Jiang Chen coldly asked, You're a married man with 2 daughters waiting for you at home. Have you no shame at all? Wan Junpeng was confused. Jiang Chen, how do you know he has a daughter? Or 2 daughters? Looking at Jiang Chen with hellish eyes for a moment, his heart seemed to think of something. Showdown. He decided. From the briefcase, he took out another pile of red leather and showed it to Jiang Chen. At this point, his smirk disappeared. In its place is a sense of superiority. Kid, I do have 2 daughters, but what does any of this have to do with me pursuing her? When he said this, he looked at Jiang Chen with a playful face. You, get my money. Her grandmother just has the money to heal. What does that have to do with whether I'm married or not? Or whether I have a daughter or not? Jiang Chen was truly disgusted. Both are fathers of 2 daughters and are actually thinking of borrowing a young girl's belly to have a son. Disgusting. Kid, Gu Xiaoman has been working here for almost 2 years. I've never seen it. She's been with another man. You, the first man she's seen in 2 years, and the one who made her smile for the first time in 2 years. Wan Junpeng said here and shoved 2 piles of red skins into Jiang Chen's hand, saying, This 20,000. You take it. If you put in a good word for me and make her my girlfriend and give me a son, I'll give you a big red packet in the back so you can afford a house downtown. Jiang Chen was enraged by Wan Junpeng's brazen words. Seeing people coming and going around, Jiang Chen said, Follow me. Wan Junpeng has no doubts. Thought it was because Jiang Chen was going to promise him. Jiang Chen led Wan Junpeng to a corner. After seeing that no one was around, he swung up and slapped him across the face. There was a loud pop. Wan Junpeng's face was deflated. Teeth crunched out of his mouth. He was confused. Jiang Chen actually hit him. Kid, how dare you hit me? Wan Junpeng tried to counterattack, but Jiang Chen was faster and slapped him again. There was a snap. The left side of Wan Junpeng's face was once again deflated. All the teeth on the left side popped out as well. This time, Jiang Chen's force was a little too strong. Wan Junpeng spins around in place before collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chen thought about Wan Junpeng's disgusting tripe just now, and he still hadn't gotten over it. Crouching down, he threw punch after punch at Wan Junpeng's head, his face. It wasn't until he had beaten Wan Junpeng until he was speechless and covered in blood that Jiang Chen said coldly, Xiao Man has had a hard enough time, and to be missed by your asshole. If you don't get your way, use your power to screw people. Xiao Man has been screwed over so badly by you. I won't be relieved even if I beat you to death. As the words fell, Jiang Chen seemed to think of something in the back of his mind and slowly stood up. Raising his foot, he stomped towards Wang Junpeng's third foot. Aha! Wang Junpeng screamed in pain. Jiang Chen quickly picked up a handful of leaves and stuffed them into Wang Junpeng's mouth. Coldly, he said, "In this life, don't even think about touching another woman in your fucking life." As Jiang Chen's words fell, he lifted his foot and stomped towards Wang Junpeng's chest once again, and quickly modified Wang Junpeng's fate. Jiang Chen, instead of bestowing death upon Wang Junpeng, made him remember what happened today forever. However, Wang Junpeng didn't dare to tell anyone. It's just that every time I think about today, I regret it and I get scared. Never forgot the day until the day he died. Jiang Chen finished revising his fate and looked at Wang Junpeng, who looked at him with a face of fear, smiled coldly and left the corner. When he came to the parking lot by the main gate of Drift City and was ready to go in and sit and wait for Gu Xiaoman to get off work, he only heard two women's voices coming from him. "Sister Ling Xuan, I haven't seen you for years. You've become so beautiful. I didn't even recognize you just now. Man, do you mean to say that I wasn't pretty before? Sister Spirit Frost, how could you misinterpret my meaning?" Gu Xiaoman was anxious. She, in her middle school days, was into Jiang Chen, thinking of being Jiang Chen's wife too. Even kind of hated Yi Lingshuang as well, because Yi Lingshuang hit Jiang Chen from time to time. But this time, after learning that Jiang Chen was going to get engaged to Yi Lingshuang, he didn't have those thoughts in his heart. The reason is simple. She, who has no parents to love her anymore. At home, there is a grandmother and brother to take care of. She, already, didn't deserve Jiang Chen. Yi Lingshuang saw Gu Xiaoman become so anxious and said with some embarrassment, "Xiaoman, just kidding. Gu Xiaoman wasn't stupid." Now, Yi Lingshuang was just jealous and immediately stated, "Sister, you put 100 hearts. I will absolutely keep my distance from him." Yi Lingshuang was embarrassed. Isn't it too unprofitable to be jealous of an 18-year-old girl? Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless as he listened to the two on the side. Yi Lingshuang really is a jealous person. Smiling, he walked over and said, "Honey, didn't you just go rafting?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yi Lingshuang became angry. Just now, she would have gone, but the two goblins went off alone. She returned and saw Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman chatting away at the drinking bar again. "I'm sorry to bother, so I come to the car to play games to vent. Lost several in a row." When he opened the window to get some air, he happened to see Jiang Chen. After calling out a few times, Jiang Chen actually didn't respond. Hurriedly putting on his shoes and getting out of the car, he lost sight of Jiang Chen. Looking for a while, just happened to run into Gu Xiaoman. Learning the cause and effect, Jiang Chen was embarrassed. So that's how it is. Comfort for a while. He looked at the time. There were still 2 hours left before Gu Xiaoman got off work. So he said, "Wife, then let's play now." Yi Lingshuang's two eyes lit up. "Now, he. Yi Lingshuang was delighted. "I thought, I can't have fun today, but I didn't expect any surprises." She took the initiative to hold Jiang Chen's hand and turned her head to Gu Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, we'll go play then. You get busy first. Sister Spirit Frost, you guys have fun." Gu Xiaoman's lack of pretense. Yi Lingshuang's heart became more and more embarrassed. It seems that one is too nervous. Jiang Chen saw Gu Xiaoman waving goodbye to them and said, "Xiaoman, if I can't make it by 4 o'clock, you can wait for me by the car." Yi Lingshuang's heart at the side was suddenly tightened. With a dark face, he looked at Jiang Chen. "What kind of deal did you guys make behind my back?" Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't make Yi Lingshuang unhappy. In addition to concealing the matter of the system modifying his destiny, he told Gu Xiaoman's family all about it. Yi Lingshuang's entire body was confused. She didn't expect that Gu Xiaoman's home would actually change so much. She remembered that Gu Xiaoman's family had a lot of money. The parents are in love too. Nowadays, when you're broke, you get divorced. This is, husband and wife are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble? With such a big change in Gu Xiaoman's family, Yi Lingshuang said, "Hubby, help her. I remember. She used to buy fruits for you and your grandparents. Even drawing in workbooks. She bought quite a few for you. Now that her family is in trouble, you can't just stand by and do nothing." Yi Lingshuang talked about the past, and Jiang Chen was also caught up in his memories. Yeah, when she was in elementary school, Gu Xiaoman because she played well with her. Again, I know his parents don't come home more than a couple times a year. Back then, he wouldn't have made money. He needs to buy drawing books, watercolors and all that. He doesn't have any money. And Gu Xiaoman would always take his own for him to use. Finally, just buy 2 of everything. "Honey, I know these things by heart. Jiang Chen pulled Yi Lingshuang's hand tightly. This wife, she doesn't seem so petty. Come to the deck at the source of the drift. After listening to the staff's explanations and cautions, you enter a kayak. Honey, if I had known it was going to turn out like this, I wouldn't have come down. What's the difference between that and playing on a slide? Ha! Looking at the slowly descending leather boat, Yi Lingshuang was extremely resentful. Playing rafting is all about excitement. And here, it's been artificially modified. There is not a single stone. And there is no excitement of those sharp turns. Just like the slide in the amusement park. No, none of it is as exciting as that slide at the fairgrounds. Because, the water slides at the playground also run fast, and it's exhausting to say more here. Just as both men were so disappointed that they both wanted to leave, suddenly someone above them shrieked. And still a lot of people are making shrieking noises. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang glanced at me, full of confusion. Suddenly, the kayak was flowing fast. Also, the water was seen to come suddenly very fast behind them. The two were confused. Dare I say, was the slow going just now because there wasn't enough water flow? Nice guy. By this time, the water had come down. The kayak was running so fast that the two men had to stabilize it with paddles to keep it from tipping over. The river's been transformed by man. There were a lot of sharp turns that scared a lot of women who let out shrieks. Yi Lingshuang wasn't surprised either. She, by now, had forgotten to hold the oars to keep her balance. Hugging Jiang Chen tightly. Honey, you have to protect me, oh, don't let me fall. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Jiang Chen smiled. It's true, no matter how strong a woman is, she still has a soft side. Honey, the water here is fast, but it's been designed so that absolutely nothing will happen. Yi Lingshuang slowly moved her head away from Jiang Chen's arms and opened one eye to peek. It was so steep, so sharp, and quickly shrunk back into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen had no choice but to master the balance himself. It was a tense and exciting ride to the waterhole at the end of the course. At this point, many of the women's lips were blue and their hands and feet were shaking. They cling to the arms of their boyfriends or husbands. Obviously, those corners just now had scared the hell out of them. Just then, a man with a loudspeaker shouted from the shore. Anyone who needs a double shower can come here and buy a ticket for $30 a person. Oh, there are not many double shower stalls available. So by now, the shower, in fact, is for people to rinse their bodies. Rafting just now, so intense and exciting. Even if you didn't get splashed with water, you must have been sweating. So, rinsing that's essential. Scenic. Set up a shower and make another hard dollar. Really know how to do business. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang both looked at each other in unison. Yi Lingshuang instantly knew what Jiang Chen thought in his heart. His face involuntarily red, with the budding red roses in general, delicate, so that Jiang Chen looked at his heart fluttering. Being stared at by Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang was embarrassed and lowered her head, asking, Hubby, do you want to go rinse off? Honey, what do you think? Jiang Chen had a bad smile on his face. What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm not sure I can just let it go. Yi Lingshuang was a bit overwhelmed. There are so many people here, too. It would be embarrassing if someone recognized her. Yi Lingshuang timidly said, Husband, there are too many people. Don't you think it's exciting? Looking at the bitchy Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang's small hand couldn't help but swing out and hit Jiang Chen's chest. Honey, you're so bad. Looking at Yi Lingshuang's refusal, Jiang Chen laughed. Isn't this something he learned from you? After all these days together, he already knew that Yi Lingshuang's ability to accept new things was very strong. Yi Lingshuang also likes exciting projects. So, this little thing, it's not a problem at all. The two rowed the boat to shore and went to buy 2 tickets. Those who come to rafting are basically couples. So, this double shower, that was a huge hit. When they came to the double shower that belonged to them, before they could take off their clothes, they heard haunting sounds coming from next door. Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen looked at each other with some embarrassment. They knew, though, that there were quite a few couples who thought that way, but they didn't realize that the soundproofing here was so bad. Also, is this just arriving and we're at war? It's too fierce. The two quickly undressed and turned on the showerhead. With a smooth hand, Jiang Chen kept Yi Lingshuang in his arms, his lips slowly approaching. Yi Lingshuang closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen as well, responding tenderly. I don't know if it was because the special environment here had aroused the desire of the two of them or what. Yi Lingshuang was extraordinarily cooperative. Let Jiang Chen once again experience the benefits of Yi Lingshuang as an extremely good wife. Time, rushing by. It took half an hour for the two to get organized and get out of the shower. When they were about to take the scenic car back to where they parked, they only saw Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao both in the distance, looking at them with dark faces. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were both confused. These two, Why haven't they left yet? And what's with that look? Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiying saw Zhang Chen and Yi Lingshuang come out. The two looked at each other. Then at the time. Nice guy. 40 minutes. It thundered them to death. The two stayed in the shower for a surprising 40 minutes. People, it's only 15 minutes and 20 minutes to come out. These two doubled. Yes, just now. They had been waiting here for Zhang Chen and Yi Lingshuang. It was hard to see Yi Lingshuang and Zhang Chen coming. Trying to say hello, the two of them went into a separate shower, which depressed them to no end. And what made them even more depressed was that these two stayed so long. After being in there for so long, it didn't take much to figure out what the two were doing in there. At that moment, they were aggrieved. People come to rafting and are cheerful, and they're here for the dog food. That sucks. At that moment, Yi Lingshuang and Zhang Chen came to Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiying's side. Lin Xiaoxiao looked Yi Lingshuang up and down for a moment, and then sniffed at Yi Lingshuang's body. Well, there's no scent. That struck her as odd. The shower had body lotion and it smelled great. But at this moment, Yi Lingshuang didn't have any flavor. Then it was obvious that Yi Lingshuang was useless. She guessed that it must be because both Zhang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were so crazy that neither of them noticed the presence of the shower gel. Yi Lingshuang was confused by Lin Xiaoxiao's action. Hastily avoiding it, he growled. Sure Noah, what are you doing? A dog? Yes, bachelor. Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a sultry face. The words fell, and Yi Peiying looked at each other. The two of them slowly went forward and put their hands both on Yi Lingshuang's neck, and asked thievishly, Little leprechaun, how many times did you guys just play the game inside the shower? Yi Lingshuang was an afterthought, so it was these two who already knew they were going into the separate shower. So shy. She hastily broke away from the two and said with a red face, What are you thinking about? TSK, 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 and embarrassed? It's 40 minutes. That's got to be enough for a couple visits. You're good. Yi Lingshuang was embarrassed to the extreme. You too. You are simply degrading and humiliating. Thoughts. How can they be so nasty? The words fell, and seeing that the two men had no intention of letting themselves go, they said again, We just flushed our bodies in there. We didn't do anything. It takes 40 minutes to do nothing? Nothing. You would have failed to notice that there was a shower gel and shampoo in the shower from Scenic? Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Lingshuang with a you don't take us for fools look. That's getting worse the more you look at it. After listening to Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Yi Lingshuang finally realized why Lin Xiaoxiao had been sniffing her just now. Dare I say, it's smelling. She, indeed, hadn't noticed any body wash or shampoo. All that was left to do was to force a sly comment. I'm not used to using anything outside. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiying both rolled their eyes. How could we not know that? And you're still so preoccupied? Yeah, these two BFFs. We've all been together for a long time and have long since gotten each other's habits down. Seeing that Yi Lingshuang was so embarrassed that she had nothing to say, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiying were satisfied. Smiling, he stepped forward and said, Little leprechaun, come and tell us, which high-level maneuvers did you perform in there? How's this little husband of yours fighting? Seeing that the two were endless, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help it. With open teeth and claws, he went to grab the two men's clothes, scaring them into running away. Yi Lingshuang, but she knows martial arts. Really cleaning up after the two of them was totally as easy as eating vegetables. Don't run, don't you want to know? Come on, I'll tell you. How dare the two run far away? That's when the scenic drive came. It took a few people to stop messing around and get on the scenic bus back to the entrance. Today, the time is almost 4 o'clock. Being in the mountains, the attraction is no longer ticketed at this point in time. As several people were preparing to get into the Mercedes to blow off some air conditioning, Zhang Chen saw Gu Man pushing the folding bicycle she rode to school from the entrance of the scenic spot. Gu Xiaoman also saw Zhang Chen pushing the car and greeting him with a smile. The two of them, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, had never seen each other before, so Zhang Chen only had to introduce them. After the introduction, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao were a bit worried. Just now, they had learned that the reason Yi Lingshuang and Zhang Chen had gone so late was all because of Gu Xiaoman. The two kept sizing up Gu Xiaoman. Gu Xiaoman's body was very good, except for her face being a bit tanned by the sun. If you take some time off and take care of it, you'll definitely be a little beauty. At this moment, they felt as if Yi Lingshuang was in a bit of danger. The two were at the same table in elementary school through middle school. That must be quite a relationship. Maybe Gu Xiaoman was Zhang Chen's first love. Zhang Chen was speechless when he saw the nervousness of both Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao. That's a lot of thinking. Walking up, he said, Man, let's go together in the car. Gu Xiaoman looked at her bike and then at the business dash in front of her. She, for one, wouldn't dare go up there. Forcing a smile, he said, No, I'll ride. You can put your bike in the trunk. Gu Xiaoman still wanted to refuse, but Zhang Chen had a strong attitude. opened the trunk and directly folded Gu Xiaoman's folding bike and put it into the car. Gu Xiaoman was nervous. Lao Chun scratched the car. What should we do then? It's better for me to ride. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I don't want you to pay for it. Sit up. Gu Xiaoman was still a little embarrassed, but he couldn't argue with Jiang Chen, and the car had already been put into the Mercedes, so he could only ride back with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman were acting so affectionately, looking at Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao. They were worried. They were deeply afraid that Jiang Chen would be snatched away by Gu Xiaoman and Yi Lingshuang wouldn't have a husband. However, they are too embarrassed to ask in person, so they can only ask in a special way. Man, in this little place, the pay is low. Do you want to go to Kyoto and work for me as an assistant? I'll offer you $50,000 a month. It will be added later. Gu Xiaoman was originally a rich girl, and the IQ is not low. Even though the two of them, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, didn't ask about her in Jiang Chen and even invited her to work in Kyoto, but as a smart person, he could see what the two had in mind at a glance and said, Sister Peiying, Sister Xiaoxiao, thank you for thinking so highly of me. It's just that my grandmother is in the hospital, and my brother is little, and they can't get away from me. Gu Xiaoman dispelled the concerns of Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao with a single sentence. That was a simple statement on her part. She, who will not leave Dragon City, will not become Yi Lingshuang's love rival. You can rest assured. Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao were a bit ashamed by Gu Xiaoman's reply. They're really overthinking it. On the way, a few people were still having a conversation. 10 minutes or so to a hospital in the suburbs. Yi Lingshuang had wanted to follow her, but after thinking about it, she didn't know Gu Xiaoman's grandmother. Moreover, if she followed, Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman wouldn't be able to talk, so she found a reason to leave. Gu Xiaoman didn't expect that Yi Lingshuang had become so considerate nowadays. You know, in the past, when Yi Lingshuang saw her and Jiang Chen together, that absolutely beat Jiang Chen up. And now, after a moment of silence, Gu Xiaoman said, Old Chen, Sister Lingfang has really changed a lot. Jiang Chen smiled. Then he went to the fruit store by the hospital, bought some fruits, and followed Gu Xiaoman into the hospital. When the doctor saw Gu Xiaoman arrive, he hurriedly gave Gu Xiaoman a rundown of today's examination. Her grandmother was getting sicker and sicker. The medical equipment in the suburbs is limited, so Gu Xiaoman is advised to transfer the person to the city hospital. Gu Xiaoman's face was a little hard to see when she heard that she had to be transferred to the city hospital. Going to the city hospital would prevent her from continuing to work at Drift City. Moreover, if you go to a city hospital, not only will the cost of treatment double, but renting an apartment will cost you several $100s more a month. It's become a bigger expense for her. Jiang Chen had long since seen Gu Xiaoman's fate just now. This time, the transfer to the city hospital cost 150 a day. But despite this, Gu Xiaoman turned, transferring my brother to study in the city as well. Going to the city life is more stressful. Gu Xiaoman is working several jobs and only rests 5 or 6 hours a day. It's also desperate and sometimes you can't pay for treatment because you can't pay for it. Those doctors and nurses, they didn't give her a good look. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said, Xiaoman, take me to see grandma first. Gu Xiaoman nodded. The two men came to the door of the ward. It was a large ward that could accommodate 10 people. Before I even opened the door, I heard a few old people chatting from their inside. Alas, I'm an old bone and I have to drag my granddaughter into this. Wanted to die several times and she saved her life. My granddaughter. It's really too bitter. If I had a granddaughter as understanding as you, I'd surely live 100 years. My ungrateful sons haven't visited me in a month. The medical bills aren't being paid either. If I don't contact them, they must have forgotten that I exist as an old woman. It really pisses me off. Jiang Chen, who was at the door, shook his head as he heard these old men chatting. It is true that there is no filial son in a long time. Gu Xiaoman was somewhat speechless when she heard these old people discussing unfilial children again. In fact, it's not that the children are ungrateful, but some of the people here are a little too odd. Whenever a child talks back, he or she yells at the child for being unfilial. He said that his children could not spare any money, looked forward to his death, did not know how to be grateful, and scolded people to death. There's another old man who's very biased. The pension went to the oldest daughter, the oldest son and the second son. Lao San didn't get a dime, but he had to be taken care of by Lao San. The oldest is still very dutiful, even though he didn't get a dime. But, still do your best to take care of it. However, since all the medical bills were advanced by Lao San, and there are still several children to raise, it's a bit overwhelming. 1 sister, 2 brothers, and not a dime to spare. He wants his 2 brothers and sister to come up with some money. These 3 were indifferent and said a lot of things that were very difficult for them, even scolding Lao San for being calculating. Sister and brother both scolded. The oldest three heart feel aggrieved. It's hard work to take care of it, and in the end it's not a good one. So in a fit of desperation, I went straight out to work and never came back. The old man contacted two more big ones, but they each had jobs and couldn't get there in time. Daughter and son-in-law, who don't come once every 2 or 3 months, but every time he came and brought something, the old man was overjoyed and praised his daughter and son-in-law. The two brothers didn't get a kind word when they saw that they came to take care of their mother whenever they could. Nowadays, the sister who does nothing but take some fruits and look at them is praised to the skies. For a moment, the oldest and the second were unbalanced and finally didn't bother to come. The two of them, Gu Xiaoman and Jiang Chen, were outside, hearing the people in the hospital room still chattering away. Knowing that they couldn't wait any longer, Gu Xiaoman smiled and entered the room, politely greeting everyone. Jiang Chen followed behind with fruits, making the old men in the ward envious. It's better to be Gu Xiaoman, came to the hospital every day to take care of it carefully, without a word of complaint, and now also brought a tall and handsome boyfriend. Someone couldn't help it and asked Gu Xiaoman, Xiaoman, is this young man your boyfriend? Grandma Zhang, he's my classmate, just came back from out of town and happened to run into him, so they came together. Gu Xiaoman smiled and introduced herself, then took a stool for Jiang Chen to sit down. Looking at the old man lying on the hospital bed with a head full of white hair, Jiang Chen had mixed feelings. 3 years ago, this old man was in high spirits, running every morning, like a young man. Today, the hair is all gray, the eyes are dull and sickly. Jiang Chen reached his hand over and grabbed the old man's dried-out hand, asking gently, Grandma, do you still recognize me? The old man looked at Jiang Chen for a while, and as if he thought of something in his mind, he said, are you the male student who went home with Xiaoman for his birthday? I think it's called River something or other. Although the old man couldn't remember Jiang Chen's name, he recognized that Jiang Chen had once returned home with Gu Xiaoman. Grandma, it's exactly me. My name is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The old woman was happy. She was a little confused, but she still remembered some things. Moreover, she had a good impression of Jiang Chen at first. After chatting with Jiang Chen, he suddenly said, Xiao Chen, help me persuade Xiaoman not to send me to the hospital again. I'm nearly 70 years old and can't afford all this medication. Don't spend that wasted money. Seeing that her grandmother was actually saying these words again, Gu Xiaoman stepped forward in feigned anger. Grandma, don't say such things again. If you really want what's best for me, cooperate with the doctors. When you're better, my brother and I will try to make money and buy the old house back. Listening to the conversation between the two, Jiang Chen felt sad in his heart. The old ones are afraid that the young ones will suffer, and the young ones are afraid that the old ones will suffer. LOL. As at this time Gu Xiaoman and the old man were chatting. This is the perfect time to revise your destiny. Check out Gu Xiaoman's fate. The whole thing is a bit confusing. Grandma Gu Xiaoman is also too long-lived, and still has 18 years to live. It's just that it's not a very good life. It also dragged Gu Xiaoman down. Thus, Jiang Chen quickly modified the old man's fate. Since Gu Xiaoman's grandmother's illness existed for a long time, if it suddenly gets better, it might be pulled for research. So Jiang Chen devised a seamless event. That was to personally grab a pair of Chinese herbs for Gu Xiaoman to boil for her grandmother. Just take your medicine and you'll be fine. Operate it that way and no one will suspect a thing. Fate modified well. Plus Gu Xiaoman had to go to work. The two had to leave the hospital. Arriving downstairs at the hospital, Jiang Chen turned to Gu Xiaoman and said, Xiaoman, I got a TCM doctor's prescription outside. Later, I'll go to the Chinese medicine store to buy medicine. You cook it for grandma to see if it works. Gu Xiaoman had no doubt about Jiang Chen's words. After leaving the hospital, Gu Xiaoman didn't ride her bike, and the two walked side by side. The two talked about a lot of funny things from their childhood. When passing by a lottery store, Jiang Chen stopped and asked Gu Xiaoman with a smile, Xiaoman, do you want to get rich overnight? Gu Xiaoman looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. What overnight riches? The lottery. $2 for a chance to win $5 million. Gu Xiaoman looked at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. In the past, Jiang Chen had never been interested in this kind of IQ tax collection. Nowadays, with such a billionaire big star like Yi Lingshuang, how come she remembered to play this old morning? With these $2, wouldn't it be nice to buy 2 sausages to eat? Gu Xiaoman's words left Jiang Chen speechless, because in the past, when the two were together, he had told Gu Xiaoman the same thing, thought for a moment, then said, it's still early for you to go to work, give it a try. Maybe the bike becomes an aircraft carrier. Gu Xiaoman thought it was just too strange. However, since Jiang Chen wanted to play, let's play with $2. Well, that's $2 less for my brother to buy snacks at night. So the two went to the lottery store. The lottery is an IQ tax though. but there's a real lot of people in there. And, by a lot more. By 100 or 2. Jiang Chen shook his head. This thing, if he didn't have a system and could modify it, he wouldn't buy a lottery ticket if he was killed. It's really scary how many times the news has reported the lottery incident and these people still have illusions. Gu Xiaoman looked at the numbers on the wall and was filled with doubt. Old Chen, how do I choose this? Jiang Chen shook his head. Let's play scratchers first. These can be redeemed quickly. Today, Gu Xiaoman is the most short of money. Gu Xiaoman nodded. She was fine with that. After all, as far as she was concerned, it was $2 down the drain. It doesn't matter how you spend it. The important thing was just to make Jiang Chen happy. Boss, is there a $2 scratch-off here? The owner was flabbergasted. $2 for a scratch-off? This thing, the commission is too low for her to sell. Now, it's at least $5, $10, $20, $50, because the higher the amount, the more commission he gets. Little brother, there are no two pieces. The owner's mouth is smiling, but in his heart, he's a fucking asshole. For a $2 scratch-off, his commission was only a few cents. What the hell? Boss? No. 2 hours ago, all the major stations were uniformly restocked. Each station took 100 or so $2 scratch-offs. You guys shouldn't have sold out that fast. Jiang Chen had already looked at the boss's profile with the fate modifier and knew everything from her heart. Nowadays, certain organizations want to harvest leaks. So, each price point is scratched and the sites are allowed to take it. The goal is to harvest the poor who have no money and still want to get rich. $2 is no profit for a businessman, but it's pure profit for those organizations. The boss saw Jiang Chen's bright smile and cursed the bad luck in his heart. However, Jiang Chen was right. The $2 ones are forced to take a little at each station, but most of them won't be available for sale. The commission is too low. Just now, she was forced to take a batch. So, she thought about putting it in the store first. When you pick up the next one, just return it and say no one bought it so you don't have to pick this up again in the future. And now Jiang Chen actually said it. Quite unluckily, someone here has been buying those kinds of hourlies for over 2 hours. If you say it's sold out, hell no. His heart was not happy, but in order not to leave a bad impression on his regular customers, he squatted down, took out a dozen scratchers, and said, "That's all there is." Jiang Chen laughed. This boss, he's really too treacherous. There are obviously 100 of them, but I can't believe I only took out a dozen. Doesn't matter though, now that Gu Xiaoman's fate has been modified, she will win the lottery with any purchase. Jiang Chen said to Gu Xiaoman, who was standing at the edge, full of doubts. Xiaoman, give auntie the $2 and pick anyone. Gu Xiaoman timidly stepped forward. Pick one at random. Seeing that he had made his selection, Jiang Chen smiled and asked the boss, "Boss, can you redeem the scratch cards here on the spot? What's the most you can exchange here?" The owner thought it was funny. Jiang Chen, who was so confident that he made it look as if he could win the lottery, said in an arrogant tone, "There's $200,000 in my safe. That means that 200,000 can be exchanged here at any time?" Yes. Jiang Chen was relieved. Let Gu Xiaoman scratch the prize. Gu Xiaoman was a bit confused. Old Chen, aren't you buying? Ahem. Jiang Chen was embarrassed. She, who could modify the fate of others, but he couldn't change his own so he would really be paying IQ tax if he bought it. I've had a bad hand lately, so I'm not buying. Oh, Gu Xiaoman didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words and scratched the lottery ticket carefully. There are 2 stars. See the instructions on the page. It seems to have won $120,000. Gu Xiaoman wasn't sure and handed the lottery ticket to Jiang Chen. Old Chen, take a look. Did you win? Jiang Chen took it and looked at it. Sure enough, as he had done in the revision, he had won $120,000, which was the highest prize for $2. Boss, can you see if it's a winner? The owner lazily took it and looked at it. Upon seeing that it was really $120,000, his eyes went wide. $120,000. She's had this store for years and sold nearly tens of millions of dollars in tickets. Never won 100,000 on a scratch-off. Now, Gu Xiaoman has won. Boss lady, this can be exchanged at your place, right? The boss's wife's face was as black as if she had eaten a fly at this time. Unusually ugly. She knew, however, that there was no denying it. After all, there's business to be done later. So he put away the displeasure in his heart and said with a smile, "Little girl, good luck. I just bought one and won such a high prize." Hearing the displeasure in the boss's wife's heart, Jiang Chen asked with a smile, "Boss's wife, then you think that you need to buy a few to win this prize to be appropriate?" The boss's smiling face immediately froze there. The loopholes in the words were found by Jiang Chen. She hid her inner displeasure and didn't dwell on the topic, saying, "Little girl, I can redeem this bonus for you right now. However, there is a 20% tax deduction. There's a $24,000 deduction required for taxes on $120,000. Before Gu Xiaoman could be happy, she heard that more than $20,000 would be deducted. That's, like, almost a year's worth of his income. Heartbroken. But there's nothing that can be done about it. It's a state mandate. Jiang Chen could see the reluctance in Gu Xiaoman's heart and said with a smile, Xiaoman, you're in good hands. Why don't you buy some more and maybe make more money? In time, it will earn back the taxes that were withheld. When the boss's wife heard Jiang Chen's words, both her eyes lit up and she also persuaded. Yes, young lady, you have such a good hand. Buy a few more high-limit ones, you might win even more. Jiang Chen looked pumped. This treacherous businessman, actually thinking of fooling Gu Xiaoman. It's really a boss who knows how to do business. Jiang Chen's gaze also fell on Gu Xiaoman and said, Xiaoman, did you hear what the boss said? Buy a few more. You might win more. Gu Xiaoman was not a greedy person. And, also, know that the lottery real thing is an IQ tax. The odds of trying to win the lottery again are just too low. However, seeing Jiang Chen so interested, she decided to spend $2 again to buy a scratch-off to see. The boss's wife looked depressed. I would have thought that I would have gotten a little more commission. I didn't expect Gu Xiaoman to gouge and take out $2 for it. It's really going to be a gas. Still, it was a smile. Gu Xiaoman took a scratch-off and handed it to Jiang Chen. Old morning, you scratch this one. Jiang Chen shook his head. I don't have a good hand. It's better if you do it yourself. Gu Xiaoman felt strangely overwhelmed. It was clearly Jiang Chen who had called over to make the purchase. Thought it was Jiang Chen playing a thrill too. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was watching her play. Well, since Jiang Chen wasn't willing to shave, Gu Xiaoman didn't nag and shaved herself. Upon seeing the exact same thing as earlier, the entire group was confused. Old morning, look, did you win the lottery again? Jiang Chen looked at it and nodded. Another 120,000 won. The words fell out of his mouth, handing the scratcher to the boss's wife. Boss lady, you've got a really good hand. I can't believe you've won the jackpot again. The boss's wife picked it up curiously and looked at it. The whole thing was confusing when I saw the contents. It's exactly the same as the one we just saw. It's $120,000. This luck. It's too good to be true. At this moment, the boss's wife was a bit skeptical as to whether Jiang Chen and the others were faking. She picked up the scratch-off number and scanned it with the machine scanner. Well, it's true. It's not fake at all. It was a moment that made the boss's wife jealous and red-eyed. Her yearly income wasn't even as much as Gu Xiaoman's 2 scratch-offs. Little girl, your luck is too good. Gu Xiaoman was also incredulous in her heart. Myself, I can't believe I won the lottery. Or twice. That's $192,000 for 2 tickets. Even after taxes. It was a sum of money that, had it been 3 years ago, she would not have given a damn about. And today, that $1,922,000 could totally change his fate. For example, Grandma could have been treated with better medicine. She can go back to school and continue her studies. The house, too, can live a little better. It was an exciting moment for her. She hadn't been this happy since the incident at home. The people who bought lottery tickets at the store were red-eyed when they saw Gu Xiaoman win 2 jackpots in a row. Some thought there were more prizes in this batch and rushed over to grab the few remaining $2 scratchers. The boss's wife saw all these people grabbing for it and regretted it. If I had known these people were that keen, I would have taken out all the lottery tickets. The $2 tickets are less of a commission, but it's still not bad to sell all 100 of them. Nowadays, it has to be kept in the box below. After all, it was just said that there were only a dozen of them. How embarrassing to bring it back out nowadays. A dozen $2 tickets, and those guys scratched them all. Not a dime was won and wasted, and everyone was disappointed. At this moment, they also realized that this thing was, well, total luck. Now that Gu Xiaoman had directly won so much as $200,000, how could they be allowed to win again? Wouldn't it be a loss for certain organizations to win again? With this in mind, all of them had the good sense not to purchase any more scratch-offs, because, in their hearts, they also know that this stuff is an IQ tax. Yet, they come to buy it with a glimmer of hope that that tantalizing pie will one day fall in their lap. Now that it's all taken by Gu Xiaoman, what's the point of buying it? When the boss's wife saw that everyone was not buying, she smiled and said, guys, there are no $2 ones, but there are $5 and $10 ones. The batch I picked up today seems to have a good winning percentage. If you can win $200,000 for $2, wouldn't it be millions if it was 10 or 20? Everyone's interest is lacking. Boss lady, all the bait has been taken. A man chuckled. The boss's wife was embarrassed. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart as he saw everyone on the side with a mirror in their hearts. Sure enough, everyone knows it's an IQ tax. but they're all thinking about being the one who wins the jackpot. Watching a few people chatting for a while, Jiang Chen smiled and said to the boss, "Boss lady, can we cash in our prizes now?" The boss's wife's face was a little hard to see. In the past, she was the only one who took money from others. Now, it's $200,000 to be taken. It's heartbreaking one. Even though she could go to the lottery center tomorrow to get the money back, there was still a pang in her heart. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, "Boss lady, you wouldn't want to honor our prize, would you?" The boss's wife was uncomfortable, but she would have to rely on the lottery in the future. If you don't cash in your prizes, then you won't have any business in the future. Open the safe and take out $1,920,000 and put it on the table. Little girl, I've already deducted the tax for you, which comes to $1,902,000. You count it. Jiang Chen looked at the boss's wife's fate and didn't bother to count it after realizing that the money wasn't fake. Give us a bag. The boss's wife was very quick at this time, giving Jiang Chen a large black bag and putting the wallet up. Jiang Chen handed the money to Gu Xiaoman and said, "Xiaoman, the bank isn't off duty yet today, so deposit the money first." Gu Xiaoman nodded and carefully left the lottery center. After going to the bank and depositing the money, Gu Xiaoman said to Jiang Chen with a grateful face, "Old Chen, thanks to you this time. Without you, these bonuses would have never been available to me in my life." Jiang Chen said with a smile, "If you want to thank me, just give me a big red packet on the day of my engagement. That's a must." As the two talked and walked, they came across another lottery. This time, Jiang Chen wanted Gu Xiaoman to win $10 million. With $10 million, Gu Xiaoman's life is considered to have truly changed. So he said, "Man, your luck index is so high today. Go buy bigger. Maybe become a millionaire? Become a multi-millionaire and you're a little rich." Gu Xiaoman thought about it and thought she could give it a try. A bicycle turned aircraft carrier. So, followed Jiang Chen to buy 2 lottery tickets. Gu Xiaoman didn't play the lottery though, but in his heart, he also knew that if he bought more than one, it would really be charity. So, only 2 bets. Old morning, if these 2 bets are won, we'll split them in half, Gu Xiaoman said seriously. Jiang Chen stared blankly at Gu Xiaoman in front of him. Still the same as before. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "As you know, I'm not short of money at the moment. If you win, you'll make good use of the money and live a good life. Also, your brother needs more control. Don't let him go astray." Jiang Chen saw in Gu Xiaoman's fate that Gu Xiaoman's younger brother, that was a pitiful sister. Although, Gu Xiaoman's fate was modified and her days changed for the better, her brother's fate was certainly not the same as before. But who could have known what would become of her brother? He didn't have time to visit Gu Xiaoman's brother nowadays, so that was all he could command. With a worried look on her face, Gu Xiaoman said, "My brother has become silent since the accident at home, but now that I don't have to work so hard with this bonus, I'll enlighten him more." The two walked and talked. Passing by the Chinese medicine store, Jiang Chen went back to buy medicine and handed it to Gu Xiaoman. Since Gu Xiaoman was going to be late, Jiang Chen didn't continue to follow. When he was ready to call back to the city, a woman's sultry voice came to his ears. "Little brother, the little lover is gone. Can't bear to part with it?" Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Yi Peiying looking at him with a dark face, and asked suspiciously, "Sister Peiying, why are you here? What do you say?" Yi Peiying's tone was unkind, as if Jiang Chen owed her money, making Jiang Chen a bit confused. Yi Peiying didn't care how Jiang Chen's expression looked. She looked Jiang Chen up and down for a moment and said with some anger, "You're quite the fraternizer, accompanying an old classmate to the hospital, and out to buy drugs, and buying lottery tickets for kicks. Why don't you find a place to have a nice chat when you're all chatted up and flustered?" Jiang Chen was stunned. "Yip Puiying, what's wrong with you? Where did you get so angry from?" Dumbfounded for a moment, Jiang Chen really couldn't figure it out. He didn't bother to open the fate modifier to check it out. This unwarranted anger was too much to ignore, so he looked his gaze around. Seeing that Yi Lingshuang and Ling Xiaoxiao were not here, she asked suspiciously, "Sister Peiying, aren't my wife and the others here? Now, you just remembered that you have a wife." "Ha?" Yi Peiying huffed like she had eaten gunpowder, and Jiang Chen was extremely upset. There were no questions asked in the moment. Picked up his cell phone and dialed Yi Lingshuang's number. The call was quickly answered. "Honey, I got things done here. Where are you?" "Shinya is eating kebabs on this side of the square." Yi Lingshuang's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hubby, do you want to eat? I'll ask the boss to grill a few more skewers." "Aha, I'll be right there." Yi Peiying was so depressed on the side. "Jiang Chen, why do you always ignore her? Little brother, you're so warm and gentle and considerate to your old classmates. Why are you so cold to me?" Jiang Chen, who hung up the phone, was silent for a moment when he heard such a sentence and said, Sister Peiying, I don't think the two of us have anything in common. Yi Peiying's heart became more and more depressed. Is Jiang Chen so straight? Don't you know that's offensive? After a moment's thought, it didn't feel right. The image of the two of them with Gu Xiaoman just now, talking and laughing together, and going to buy lottery tickets. The words spoken by both were so gentle and thoughtful. Moreover, many times, it was Jiang Chen who took the initiative to find topics to talk to Gu Xiaoman. How come when it comes to her, there's no common ground? Topics that aren't talked about? She stared blankly at Jiang Chen for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't even look at her or take the initiative to speak, she instantly knew that it wasn't a straight man, but that he really didn't want to talk to her. It's like she used to face those suitors, directly block the other party's pursuit of the road, so that the other party is dead, so that they can be clean. At this moment, Yi Peiying really couldn't figure it out. What part of her had messed with Jiang Chen, so unpopular with him? Just as she was filled with confusion, Jiang Chen's voice came from her ears. Sister Peiying, let's go. Sister Noah, my wife is over at the square. The plaza isn't really that far away. Moreover, Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman had passed through the plaza when they came just now, so he knows where it is. Yi Peiying looked at Jiang Chen who was walking forward on his own, completely forgetting about her existence. Her heart was quite resentful, muttering, this man, he's really too infuriating. She jogged to keep up and asked with a dark look on her face, I'd like to know, little brother, what did I do to make you uncomfortable? Why did you say you had nothing to talk about with me? Didn't you and your old classmate have a nice chat even though you hadn't seen each other in 3 years? Seeing that Yi Peiying was unforgiving, Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said seriously, Sister Peiying, I have topics to talk about with my old classmate, and that's because, well, we were already very familiar with each other. Besides, she's soft-spoken and considerate, and she doesn't have any designs on me. And you always sound like I owe you a lot of money, even if you don't sound right. I also got the sense from your tone and attitude that you have designs on me. Yi Peiying had thought what a big mistake she had made. Unexpectedly, it was actually because of a bad attitude in Jiang Chen's hallucinations. She had a bad attitude because she felt that Jiang Chen was too good, attracting too many girls, and her BFF was in danger, so her tone naturally had to be heavier. And as for what Jiang Chen said about having some intentions, it made her laugh out loud. Little brother, having intentions on your body? Am I crazy me? You're my best friend's husband, and I'm going to make a pass at you? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, if there isn't, then it's fine. As the words fell, Jiang Chen once again walked towards the front alone. Jiang Chen left with a flutter, and Yi Peiying followed with a puff of air. Little brother, the pursuit of his sister can line up from the east to the west of the planet, so you don't have to be so self-absorbed to think I'm going to fall in love with you. A kind reminder, narcissism is a disease, gotta heal. With those words, she stepped on her heels and huffed and puffed her way to the front. Jiang Chen shook his head and ignored it. This woman, minding him more than Yi Lingshuang, his wife, had to stay away a bit in the future. When they came to this side of the square, they only saw Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiying both sitting by a small stall, drinking drinks and chatting. Yi Lingshuang also saw Jiang Chen and excitedly stood up to wave to him. Hubby, are you thirsty? I'll go buy you a bottle of iced milk tea too. Yi Lingshuang's words fell, not caring if Jiang Chen was willing or not. Trotting over to the milk tea store on the side, he took a bottle of milk tea and brought it over to Jiang Chen. Looking at the gentle and considerate Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hold her in his arms. Wife, you're so sweet. He. Yi Lingshuang grinned happily. Suddenly, as if something came to his mind, he pointed at the squid and some skewers of unknown meat that had already been grilled on the table and said, let's eat the skewers first. Let's go back downtown when we're done eating. Just now my mom called, saying that a few of your uncles were hospitalized. And we, as juniors, have to go and see them. Jiang Chen fell silent. Now, the fate of Jiang Haotian's 3 brothers is in his hands. It was useless to go. So he said, I've already been there in the morning, so you shouldn't go. Honey, even though they are a bit odd, they are our elders anyways. Better go check it out. My mom said the rite of passage. Jiang Chen had a headache. Zhang Yunpei was born into a family of scholars, and he was polite in many things. Takes etiquette very seriously. Looks like a trip back to the hospital is in order. However, with all the kebabs around these days, you have to finish them first. Honey, sit down and eat too. Afterward, Yi Lingshuang said sheepishly, no, I still have to try on the finished dress tomorrow. If you get a big belly, it won't look good on you. Jiang Chen asked breathlessly, then why did you order so much? Didn't I order this for you? The two flirted, making both Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiying very uncomfortable. Yi Peiying exasperatedly said, hey, you two stop right there. There's someone else here. Want to show your love? Go home. Yi Lingshuang's big innocent eyes blinked at Yi Peiying. We didn't do anything. With those big innocent eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiying became even more angry. So angry that they wanted to hammer someone, but they held back. Yi Peiying rolled her eyes straight at Yi Lingshuang and asked, "It's not a big deal for you guys to cuddle and make love to each other. So what else do you want?" He. Yi Lingshuang grinned. "Not good. Just to show you the benefits of having a husband." Yi Lingshuang's words fell, directly sat down on Jiang Chen's side, put Jiang Chen's hand on her waist, and said with a smile, "Hubby, kiss me. It's been a long time since I've had a kiss. I miss the smell." "Okay." Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Yi Lingshuang's waist, leaned her head on his arm, and squatted down to kiss her deeply. Looking at the oblivious behavior of both Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, the two of them, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, couldn't stand it. These two, they were completely taking them for granted. "Don't be so sadistic." Seeing Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang so exasperated, the two of them really didn't want to be abused anymore and left in a huff. Single dogs, they really have no human rights. Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao left, and Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang slowly loosened up. Looking at the faraway Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, Yi Lingshuang smiled and muttered in her heart, "You two leprechauns, you should know by now how much my husband and I love each other. Let's see if you guys are okay with being embarrassed to joke about sharing a husband again in the future." Yes, just now, after Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman went to the hospital, these two women are joking again about what they said before. Previously, a few people swore because they were drunk. In the future, as soon as one of them gets married, that man must marry all three of them, and the three of them must stay together for the rest of their lives. Now, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao had come to find Yi Lingshuang to honor her vow. This joke, Yi Lingshuang that liked it at all. That's why she thought of spreading dog food to the two. Let the two men know that they can't joke around with what happened before. Jiang Chen was puzzled when he saw Yi Lingshuang smile on the side. However, no inquiries were made. It was much easier for him without the two light bulbs. Looking at the plate of kebabs on the table, he asked, "Honey, have some." "No, it's not for days, so don't tempt me. I want to show you my best self, and I want to look my best on record for my children to see later." Jiang Chen stared blankly at Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang, thinking really far ahead. If he were, he wouldn't be able to think that far ahead. However, since Yi Lingshuang wasn't willing to eat it, Jiang Chen didn't nag. "Pick up the squid and eat it. I have to say, these kebabs with the local sauce taste really good." Seeing Jiang Chen eating a small squid in one bite, Yi Lingshuang's throat involuntarily squirmed twice. Truth be told, she enjoyed it too. Except, again, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control her mouth. After all, these things, it's easy to get fat. Jiang Chen sensed Yi Lingshuang's expression and took a bunch and handed it over. "Honey, you have such a good figure. Even if you eat for a month straight, you won't change. Eat, let's have a good time." Yi Lingshuang looked at the tantalizing kebabs, and Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, licked her red lips, took the kebabs Jiang Chen handed over, and said timidly, Then I'll just have a kebab." "Aha!" Jiang Chen laughed. "This silly woman, how can you gain weight by eating one meal? LOL. It's really hard to be a big star. It's really hard to be a woman who loves beauty." Yi Lingshuang took small bites of the small squid. "Well, the aroma of the various seasonings immediately hit my nose and tasted great." She couldn't get enough of the little skewers of squid when they were finished. Seeing this, Jiang Chen took another string and gave it to Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, I eat it. It tastes really, really good. After today, we don't know when we'll have time to come and eat." Yi Lingshuang really couldn't resist the temptation of the little squid and opened to eat. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw Yi Lingshuang's smiling face overflowing with happiness on the side. Perhaps, this is happiness. Watching your beloved be happy makes you happy. The two of them chatted as they ate kebabs in the stall. The conversation turned to the wedding. "Honey, the time is getting closer. You contact your middle school and high school classmates. Let's see if they have time. If we have time, we'll pay for the plane tickets and let them come over for a good time." Jiang Chen thought about it when he heard Yi Lingshuang's suggestion. In high school, it was a good relationship with quite a few people. However, they both studied abroad. The students who stayed in the country, very few are. As for middle school classmates, it's been years since I've been in touch and there's no contact information. "Honey, there's no contact information for my junior high school classmates. And most of my high school friends, most of them are out of the country. And when they contact them, they're afraid they won't be able to come." When Jiang Chen said this, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart and said again, "Also, we're only engaged this time. We're not married yet. When it's time to get married, invite." Jiang Chen's words were interrupted by Yi Lingshuang before he could finish. "Honey, Mom and Dad, they're not talking about engagement. They say get married straight away and get your license when you're of legal age. Jiang Chen was confused. Married? He remembered that back then, Jiang Zhentian and Lin Susu had said that this time they came back to be engaged. Honey, I think my parents are talking about an engagement. They've come back to set up an engagement party. Looking at Jiang Chen's dumbfounded appearance, Yiling Shuang couldn't help but laugh. Honey, have you heard of any families whose engagement parties need to be held inside a gym? Have you heard that engagement parties cost tens and hundreds of millions of dollars? Yiling Shuang's words made Jiang Chen wake up like a dream. Yeah, an engagement party is usually just a meeting and dinner for both parents. And now, the cost of Jiang Zhentian's setup over at the stadium was up to tens of millions of dollars. Also, the cost of the gowns made amounted to tens of millions of dollars. How can it be just an engagement with such a luxurious scene? At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that he had really suffered from inexperience. Honey, so my parents lied to me. Yiling Shuang couldn't help but laugh. You iron bean. It's so big. How can it be an engagement? Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. It's not that I'm inexperienced and uneducated. I thought they were trying to give you face. Yiling Shuang laughed again. At this moment, she felt that Jiang Chen's naive husband was really cute. Suddenly, something seemed to come to her mind, and she nervously asked Jiang Chen, Hubby, do you only want to get engaged to me and not marry me? Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Honey, what are you babbling about? Then why do you have such a strange look on your face when you hear it's a marriage, not an engagement? As if you're scared. Don't you get any ideas? Jiang Chen hurriedly explained. I was thinking that Mom and Dad, they haven't even gotten a marriage license until now. Now, to arrange for us to get married without a license. I can't figure out what they mean. Jiang Chen's words caused Yiling Shuang's face to involuntarily redden, and she said softly, what else can it mean? It's just that she wants to hold her grandchildren earlier. Yiling Shuang's words fell as she reached her hand over and pulled Jiang Chen's hand, saying tenderly, Hubby, when we get married, I'll give you as many kids as you want. I will be a competent mother, educate them, take care of them, and keep them healthy and happy. The two of them, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, had returned. Seeing the two of them, Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang, getting all mushy again, darkened their faces. These two, how can they be like this? Is it really true that you don't give a damn about single dogs? Yi Peiying asked unhappily. Don't you two get tired of being together all the time? How can you get sick of it? Yiling Shuang smiled and said, you haven't had a boyfriend. You don't understand the joy of it. Yi Peiying had no way to refute it. She is, indeed, a single dog, never been in love. Seeing that Yi Peiying was so disliked that she couldn't speak anymore, Lin Xiaoxiao could only say, well, it's getting late. Let's go back to the city first. We have to get on the highway later. It's dangerous to get on the highway in the dark. As Lin Xiaoxiao reminded him of this, the few people stopped fighting and walked towards the parking place. It may say it's a suburb, but it's over 30 kilometers away. Getting on the highway would have to take quite a bit of time as well. Yi Peiying isn't a very good driver, so it's really not safe at night. Come to the parking place, start the car and head downtown. Car. Honey, since you guys are getting married, did the wedding invitations go out? Yi Peiying asked Yiling Shuang curiously as she drove. I've asked Shan to take care of it. She should have it all pretty much taken care of. Su Shan may be young, but she's been to school. Whenever she got serious, nothing was too difficult for her, let alone just sending out wedding invitations. Although this little girl, Xiao Shan, seems to be reliable, you still need to keep an eye on some important people, so that you don't get blocked for no reason like last time. Showbiz, it's very preachy. And, again, those bigwigs take saving face very seriously. If you slack off, you'll be in real trouble. Jiang Chen snickered on the side. What a bigot. Those so-called big brothers were just a manager in the hands of his dad. Jiang Zhentian, if dad knew that those people were leaning on their old age and letting their daughter-in-law suffer, a cough could scare them half to death. So, blocking that doesn't exist. Instead, it's possible to clean up the entertainment industry a bit. A few women were chatting and Jiang Chen couldn't interject, picking up his own cell phone to read the news. In the news, it was said that he and Yiling Shuang were going to have a wedding in their hometown, and bagged the gym. Today, the stage is being set, decorated and very luxurious. Even, some people also picked up that the planning of this wedding was hired the top planning company in the country is doing, and it is still the boss personally set up to supervise. You know, this boss used to plan only for those royals abroad. Nowadays, not only do you plan it yourself, but you have to come down and direct it yourself. That's a treatment that none of those royals have ever had. So the internet blew up. They said that Yiling Shuang and Jiang Chen had given too much money for him to refuse. Money smells too good. Looking at the gossip news, Jiang Chen felt a bit speechless. Just a planning company owner. How can he be that big a pie? These self-published media. They really dare to say anything for the sake of eyeballs. Shaking his head, he flipped to the next news item. Jiang Chen only found that the account that had once blackened Yiling Xuan so much that she didn't want her brain, now actually said that Yiling Xuan made donations to mountain schools every year. Big love. Kudos. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was curious. Tap on. In the content, it is a volunteer who goes to the countryside to teach. From the principal's mouth, he learned that the construction cost of this elementary school was all supported by Yiling Xuan. And because teachers' salaries in the mountainous areas are very low, Yiling Shang pays teachers extra high bonuses every month. Life in the mountains was bad, and Yiling Shang would call the school every month so that the school could improve the food for the children and teachers. These things, Yiling Xuan was doing silently. If the paraprofessional hadn't leaked it, no one would have even known about it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was surprised. Yiling Shang noticed Jiang Chen peeking at her from time to time and asked curiously, "Hubby, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen handed his cell phone to Yiling Xuan. Yiling Xuan took it curiously. Upon seeing the news on top of the self-publishing, a look of confusion. She'd told those people 1,000 times not to tell anyone. How is it that at this point, it's still being blown out of proportion? She did these things quietly for 4 years, and helping not one school, but more than a dozen. This one school that is being outed today was guaranteed by the principal in the first place on the honor of the state. And now, seeing Yiling Xuan's bitter face, Jiang Chen cocked his head and asked curiously, "Wife, is this true?" Yiling Xuan was a bit embarrassed. However, since it had been blown out and Jiang Chen had seen it, he only nodded. Jiang Chen said with some puzzlement, "Wife, when people's big stars make money, they think about how to evade taxes. Even if you do charity, you're still making it all over the city, and the hot search starts at least 3 days, and you take it straight to the countryside and help those kids and you still don't let anyone know. Hey, am I calling you stupid or kind?" Yiling Xuan said seriously, "Hubby, I only spend about $1 million a year on these students. $1 million is just 2 bags to me. But for the children in the countryside, this is something big that can change their destiny." Jiang Chen was shocked by Yiling Xuan's reply. Yeah, $1 million was a matter of 2 bags for someone like Yiling Xuan who earned $500 or $600 million a year. But for rural kids, it can really make a difference. Teachers will be more dedicated to teaching their students when they get a good paycheck. The students are fed and free of worries and will listen more attentively to the lessons. Because, as everyone in the countryside knows, the only way out is to study. Lin Xiaoxiao heard the two of them, Jiang Chen and Yiling Xuan, muttering in the co-pilot and asked curiously, "Frost, what are you guys talking about? Can you speak louder?" "Nothing." Yiling Xuan smiled. This kind of thing, publicizing it would be tainted. Proclaiming it out is putting on a show, not being charitable. She doesn't like that kind of pretentious charity. She decided that when she got off the bus later, she would contact the principal of the school to keep her mouth shut and to take down the story. Yiling Xuan was perfunctory, and Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. These two, just now, were clearly chatting up a storm. Now, when she asks, she doesn't say, "Frost, you've changed. Back in the day, we had nothing to talk about. Now that you have a husband, you're starting to avoid me." Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's pouting, unhappy look, Yiling Xuan smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao, I was discussing with my husband what to do to quickly conceive a little baby. Do you want to hear this one too?" As the words fell, he also raised an eyebrow, causing Lin Xiaoxiao's face to instantly redden. "You've really grown. Isn't the whole point of marrying a man to have cute babies for the man you love and then raise them together? What's not to talk about?" Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless. Yiling Xuan's words had a few points of truth to them. What's the point of getting married if you don't have kids? When Yi Peiying heard Yiling Shang's words, she smiled and asked, "Honey, so have you discussed it yet? How can I get pregnant fast? Tell me about it. I want to know too." Seeing Yi Peiying watching the fun, Yiling Shang smiled and said, "Honey, if you want to conceive a baby quickly, first go find a man to fall in love with and then get married." Put. Jiang Chen was amused by Yiling Xuan's reply. It's a drop in the bucket and it makes sense. Yi Peiying's face instantly darkened. Now, she couldn't fight Yiling Xuan after she found out that Yiling Xuan was with Jiang Chen. This mouth, it's getting better and better. The words spoken are getting more and more evil. "Honey, don't you just take your pants off and put that on? Who doesn't know that you have to fall in love first to conceive a baby? What I want to know now is what you guys are talking about in terms of a quick way to conceive a baby. Or, in what position? Then I'm sorry, we haven't discussed it yet." Yi Peiying deflated. Yiling Xuan, really too treacherous. A few more fights ensued. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Dragon City. Due to the fact that before, Yiling Xuan's mom had said that she had to go to the hospital to see Jiang Chen's eldest uncle, Jiang Haotian, And the others? She couldn't be rude. Therefore, Yiling Shuang asked Yi Pei Ying to drive the car to take them to the hospital. Evening, 6:30. First hospital. Zhang Jintian had already placed a few of his brothers in the VLP ward. Yiling Shan looked at Zhang Haotian and the others lying on the hospital bed, full of doubts. Dad, how are the uncles and uncles? How did you suddenly get cancer? Can't speak, can't move, like a vegetable? Alas, Zhang Jintian sighed. At this point he was also puzzled. The cancer, as if it had suddenly fallen from the sky. And, well, it's weird as hell. He used newly developed special drugs, all of which were completely useless. You know, this drug developed by his company can kill cancer cells with a single shot. And just now, he ordered 10 of them to be brought in, and they were completely useless. It's just too weird. After a few more chats, Zhang Jintian said to Yiling Shuang, Shuanger, it's not too early now. The person hasn't woken up, so it's useless for you guys to stay. So quickly go and have dinner with Xiao Chen, and have a good rest. It could get tiring in a couple days. Just let me and your mom keep an eye on things here. Yiling Shuang didn't insist when she heard Zhang Jintian's words. As Zhang Jintian said, she couldn't do much if she stayed. When he was about to pull Zhang Chen's hand and leave, Zhang Chen's voice came from his ear. Wife, you go ahead and have dinner with Sister Shernoa and the others. I want to stay at the hospital for a while. Although Yiling Shuang wondered what Zhang Chen was staying behind for, she didn't ask much. Yiling Shuang left. Zhang Chen walked over to Zhang Jintian's side, and seeing Zhang Jintian's worried face, he said, Dad, this won't get better for a while, so go back first. Zhang Jintian smiled bitterly. If I leave, who will take care of them if they wake up? Just hire a caregiver here. Zhang Jintian shook his head. Xiao Chen, we're blood brothers. How disappointing it would be for them to wake up and not see their loved ones. Zhang Jintian said this, remembering that Zhang Chen's wedding was coming up in a few days. Since the wedding was coming up, Zhang Chen had so many things to be busy with. After thinking for a moment, he turned his head to Zhang Chen and said, by the way, Xiao Chen, you and Frosty's wedding date is approaching. Have you notified your friends and classmates? By the way, you're going to have to call a couple of your closer friends and have them be the best man. Zhang Chen was a bit confused. Best man? Where's he going to find a best man when he's in such a hurry? At this moment, Zhang Chen's resentment was extremely deep. Dad, you guys said earlier that you were engaged, so I didn't contact anyone. Now, all of a sudden, you guys are talking about marriage. Where am I going to find a best man for a while? Zhang Jintian said awkwardly. Where are your classmates? All of my high school classmates studied abroad, and my middle school classmates have been out of touch. College, I haven't even had an official day of classes, so where do I know any friends? Who wants to be my best man? Zhang Chen spat and complained as if he were a machine gun, and Zhang Jintian scratched his head in embarrassment. Son, I thought, when you saw me build that big wedding venue, you must have already known it was a marriage. After all, there's no such thing as a big engagement. Zhang Jintian's dumping behavior made Zhang Chen more and more upset. I've never been married before, so how can I tell the difference between what to do for an engagement and what to do for a marriage? Zhang Jintian was speechless with dislike. Yeah, Zhang Chen is still just a lad. How do you know what it's like to be engaged and what it's like to be married? There was a moment's silence, and again he said, so now you know. Why don't you get in touch with your playful friends? If you can't contact a good friend to be your best man, then I'll despise you. I can't believe I've lived this long without a few good buddies. This dumping behavior of Zhang Jintian had confused Zhang Chen. Not bad for a business tycoon. That's an awesome way to shake things up. Zhang Jintian was also embarrassed in his heart at this time, because he realized he was wrong. Although he knew it was wrong, he couldn't possibly admit it. So he dumped the pot on Zhang Chen and turned the tables on him. Why? Don't you really have a few good buddies? Then you failed at living. Back in the day, your dad, me, could have called hundreds of groomsmen with one phone call. And you, it really is a failure. Zhang Jintian shook his head and sighed with a disappointed expression. So angry that Zhang Chen wanted to punch someone. It's so fucking shameless. However, at this time, Zhang Jintian also reminded him how embarrassing it would have to be at a wedding without a best man. Gotta not be despicable. Since there was still such a daunting task as finding a best man, Zhang Chen was too lazy to persuade Zhang Jintian to go back to rest. He also left the hospital, came to a noodle shop and asked for a bowl of noodles. Opened the chat software friends list. The last time I talked to these playful classmates was about a month ago. Because these students are going abroad. Everyone says goodbye on the chat app. Looking at these friends whose avatars were gray, Zhang Chen knew that they were not online. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chen decided that it was better to send a message over to inform him. After all, we all played well together in high school. When they returned home, It would really be the end of their friendship if they knew he was married and didn't even inform them. So, one message was sent. Jiang Chen is sending invitations to his classmates, while Yiling Shuang and Lin Xiaoxiao and the others were wrapped in bath towels, in a steam sweatshop, chatting in private. Frosty, doesn't he get mad that you haven't been able to merge with your husband? Yiling Shuang said with a flushed face. He will have a little bit of emotions too. Yi Pei Dao and Lin Xiaoxiao both stretched their necks and asked curiously. He's in a mood, so how did you defuse it? Yiling Shuang shyly lowered her head and said, it's just giving him benefits. Just serve him and make him feel good in his heart. The two of them, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, could imagine what Yiling Shuang had done for Jiang Chen. The two were stunned at the thought of those images. Yiling Shuang, that's a big, high-spirited star. Nowadays it's actually. Yi Pei Dao looked at Yiling Shuang for a while. Her heart seemed to think of something, and she asked expectantly, Dear, what have you learned these days? Come on, teach us. Yiling Shuang looked at the two with a confused expression. What do you want? Study, study, study. Yi Pei Dao smiled and said, Nowadays, of the three of us, you're the only one who's married and has done so much with your husband. You teach us, so we can serve our husbands in the future. Yiling Shuang's face immediately darkened. These two women, what are they thinking? And teach them. Moving away from the two, he said breathlessly, Don't ask me. I don't know anything, dear. Yi Peiying quickly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Yiling Shuang's waist, saying, How can you be so cruel? Teach us so our husbands won't cheat on us in the future. Yiling Shuang closed her eyes and chose to ignore it, letting the two of them, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, come up and pout. When she saw that these two people had no intention of spreading their hands, Yiling Shuang really couldn't stand it a bit. Standing up, she said, Wait until you guys find boyfriends. These things, untaught. The words fell out of his mouth and he headed for the showers, leaving behind Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao who looked at each other in dismay. That's it? They still wanted Yiling Shuang to pass on her experience. Yiling Shuang left, and the two didn't want to stay, quickly leaving the sweatshop. Come to the outside shower. Yi Pei Dao secretly hugged Yiling Shuang from behind, noticing that her body was being violated. Yiling Shuang made a backhand and directly clasped Yi Peiying's hand. Yi Peiying ate the pain and said in an aggrieved voice, Honey, you want to kill me? Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Yiling Shuang loosened up. Turning around, she only saw Yi Peiying looking at her with an aggrieved face. Yiling Shuang was helpless. Your hands, when did they get so cheap? Yi Peiying looked unhappy. I just want to see how much you've changed since you have a husband. Yiling Shuang was instantly speechless. Well, go rinse it off, it stinks. Yi Peiying sniffed herself. Although she didn't smell bad, she was covered in sweat and it was hard to bear. So without further ado, I began to rinse it off. When it's over, a few people get dressed. Yi Peiying stepped forward, holding Yiling Shuang's hand, and said with a smile, My dear, I realize that you've gotten bigger again. Seems like it's just nice to have a husband's help. Yiling Shuang rolled her eyes straight away. Yep, Puiying, when did you become so passionate about men and women? You think it's good to have a husband too, don't you? If you think it's good, you go find a boyfriend. Yi Pei Dao beamed and said, Darling, the man I love, he doesn't love me. The man who loves me, I don't love him. Yiling Shang asked curiously, You still have a favorite? Yeah. Yi Peiying had a sneaky smile on her face. I like our husband, but our husband doesn't like me. When the words fell, he sensed Yiling Shuang's face darkened with the appearance of wanting to punch someone, and scurried away. Lin Xiaoxiao was helpless when she saw the two living treasures fighting again. Frosty, now do you want to go back, or do you want to hang out? Yiling Shuang looked around, still familiar with the streets. There was absolutely nothing interesting. So he said, Dragon City is too small, and there are few places to have fun. For the life of me, can't think of any other place that's fun. Should we just go back to the hotel and sleep now? Lin Chernoa can't accept it. She had a busy schedule, and now that she had a lot of time on her hands, she didn't want to waste it. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's lost look, Yi Pei Dao fell silent. Suddenly, something seemed to come to her mind. When she graduated from high school, Dragon City was building a playground. Now more than 3 years later, it should be built. Smiling at the thought, he said, By the way, Shinobu, the city was already building a playground 3 years ago. I wonder if it's built yet. If it's built, it should be lively at night. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Playground? She, for one, hadn't been there in years. The last time I went, it was the end of midterms. Mom and Dad took her to the Magic City's amusement park for a few days as a reward. Then, because I had to go to school, I never had time to play. Let's go check it out then. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, and there's still a long time to play if you go. Yiling Shuang nodded. But it's kind of not fun to go to a playground with just a few people. Got to get both Su Shan and Zhang Chen on board. She and Zhang Chen had been together for so long, but she really hadn't had a good time yet. Zhang Chen has gone home, receiving a phone call from Yiling Shuang and saying that he was going to play at the amusement park. He could only get up from the sofa and head downstairs. As I walked, I also used my voice to chat with my brother in the discussion group. 2, 3, it's a deal then. On the day of the wedding, you guys have to come over and support me. If not, I wouldn't know where to find a best man. 2nd, 4th, we have to come to your wedding. If the teacher doesn't approve it, I'll beat the shit out of him. Senior. 3, yes, these geezers are very underprivileged. I'm telling you, there was a beautiful teacher who used to pick on the boss back in the day. In a fit of rage, the boss beat up the beautiful teacher for crying out loud. Since then, the beautiful teacher has been well behaved. Jiang Chen, with a black line on his face, weakly asked. The boss beat up the beautiful teacher to the point where she cried out, "Is this beat up decent?" Ha ha ha. Several people laughed with pleasure. Oldest 2, oldest 4. People with daughters-in-law are different. They know so much. By the way, the school I'm at isn't far from the boss, so I'll go find him later during lunch break. If he knew you were married, he would have brought his beautiful teacher to your wedding. Zhang Chen was a bit dizzy. Bringing a beautiful foreign teacher to a wedding? Although, that guy was tall, like a gorilla, and couldn't tell how old he was on the outside at all. But that guy's only 19. 2. A woman who can be a teacher at a university must be at least 25 or 26 years old. 4 and 25 6-year-old woman. Even if the maintenance is good, the face must have freckles. It really works? Jiang Chen, Lao Air, Lao San. Is the boss serious? How old is that beautiful teacher? Will the boss suffer if he keeps following her? 2nd, 4th, you'll know when he arrives. I'm telling you, you'll be absolutely impressed when you see it. Oldest 3, yes, yes, yes. When the boss introduced her to us, it simply made me admire her to the core. The boss is really too fierce. The 2nd and 3rd started the show in the discussion group. Seeing that the 2 were blowing up the boss so much, Zhang Chen became more and more curious. What kind of girlfriend did the meanest looking dude get? Today, it's after 8 p.m. in the country. It's 9 o'clock in the morning abroad. Therefore, those few brothers of Zhang Chen's were taking classes, so it was not good for Zhang Chen to continue disturbing them. Came downstairs and took a cab towards the playground. Zhang Chen learned from the driver's mouth that the amusement park closed at 11 o'clock at night. So, go at this time of day, with 2.5 hours to spare. Master, how many programs are there in this amusement park in our city? What's the most fun program? Zhang Chen was talking to the driver in the local language, so the driver was very enthusiastic. Our city has quite a few playground programs. Roller coasters, bungee jumping adventures, haunted houses, bumper cars, pirate ships, Ferris wheels. The driver said a lot in one breath. And, the driver had an idea. If you're taking girls, it has to be a haunted house. Just play the haunted house and maybe gain a girlfriend. Zhang Chen looked at the driver dumbfounded. I'm sure it's an old driver. The 2 made small talk along the way and soon arrived at the playground. Since this amusement park is the only one within 100 kilometers of the neighborhood, plus the gate admission doesn't cost anything, so the playground is very busy. Even, to make the playground more lively, people from outside were allowed to set up stalls inside. The booth fee is $50 a night, so the merchants who set up roadside stalls for ballooning and lassoing went in, which attracted more and more people to go inside. Sure, the gate admission doesn't cost anything, but for each program inside, you have to buy a separate ticket. Zhang Chen arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, only to see Yiling Shuang, Lin Xiaoxiao, Yi Peiyin and Su Shan already playing in the nesting booth at the entrance. Honey, throw it right. Look at that little doll. How cute. It was Yi Peiying's voice. You're good. You're on. Gibberish. My mind is blown. Would I be here if I could latch on? The 2 women are fighting again. Zhang Chen was helpless. Walking over, he looked at the toys that Yiling Xian was going to set. The set is a palm-sized undefeated porcelain doll that is really, really cute. Zhang Chen smiled and said, Honey, why don't I give it a try? Yiling Shuang heard Zhang Chen coming, and with a joyful face, she hurriedly turned her head and directly handed Zhang Chen the lasso in her hand. Hubby, that porcelain doll is so cute, and will still scream. I want it so bad. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile as he watched Yiling Shan look at this moment like a small child seeing a beloved toy, her eyes blinking in anticipation. Honey, since you want it, I'll lasso it to you. As Zhang Chen's words fell, he picked up the collar and threw it directly at the undefeated porcelain doll. It's just a shame he can't latch on either. At this moment, Zhang Chen was depressed. All of them had already gained 100 times the power-up of the skills on Yiling Shuang's body, so why couldn't they set it on Could it be that this technique of Yi Lingshuang was so bad? It's all been boosted 100-fold. Yi Lingshuang wasn't in a hurry when she saw that Jiang Chen's set wasn't going in, so she said again, "Hubby, keep up the good work." Jiang Chen nodded, and also made some comparisons before throwing down the lasso in his hand. Well, Jiang Chen's classmates still didn't latch on. That's embarrassing. At that moment a woman's skeptical voice came. "Boss, isn't the circle of yours a little too small? My husband was all set to put it on just now, but it slipped off again." With one person questioning it, a whole bunch followed. Yes, the circle is so small that no one sets toys at all. When the boss saw someone questioning it, he just had to say, "Guys, the set of rings is really not small anymore. Everyone isn't buying it." Someone even picked up a toy and put the lasso in it. Just enough to put in. After the boss saw so many people saying the rings were small, he was silent for a moment and said, "Everyone, these rings can definitely be put in. If you don't believe me then I'll demonstrate it to you. This lasso can be used to lasso absolutely everything here at will." At the end of the sentence, he picked up the collar that the customer had just thrown down, walked to Jiang Chen's side, and casually threw the collar out. It's really very accurate. 10 lasso rings went down. None of them fell through, and all of them lassoed gifts. It's small, but it really fits in. This time, all the customers have nothing to say. Jiang Chen was on the side, keeping an eye on the boss. The owner is really very professional. Feel free to lasso what you want. At this moment, Jiang Chen was a little envious. Just then, the system's voice suddenly came from his head. "Host, didn't I give you the skill of looting? Loot the boss's lassoing skills, so that you can become as good as him." At the system's words, Jiang Chen suddenly realized, yeah, he still has the looting skill today. At first, the system gave him several skills: plunder, modify, and enslave, respectively. Looting, you can loot other people's skills at will. Modification, on the other hand, can modify the fate of others. Slavery, which is well explained, can turn anyone into their servant. Nowadays, the looting skill, it seems like it can be used. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's face showed joy, watching the boss talk eloquently there. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked at the boss a few more times. Suddenly, the lassoing technique came to his mind. "System, am I considered a successful plunder?" "Yes, host, since the looting skill can be automatically optimized. You are now more powerful than the boss," the system replied, and Jiang Chen was greatly pleased. Looking at the lasso in his hand, he casually threw it out. Clank, and the lasso really did get the undefeatable porcelain doll in. Yi Lingshuang and the others didn't notice that Jiang Chen had already set it on. They were still digesting what the boss had just explained at this point. When he was ready to take a set of rings to Jiang Chen to set the porcelain doll, he only saw the boss standing up with the porcelain doll, walking to Jiang Chen's side and saying, "Little brother, good understanding. I only demonstrated it once and you hit it." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "A fluke. A pure fluke. Luck is also a kind of strength." The owner's words fell and he looked out into the crowd and started a big promotion. With Jiang Chen's success, everyone instantly had confidence in themselves again, and bought sets of rings to play with. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, gave Yi Lingshuang the undefeated porcelain doll and said, "Wife, what else do you want next? I'll set it all up for you." Yi Lingshuang was a bit skeptical. Just now, Jiang Chen is also very vegetable. Set to this, must be luck. How can still set to get? However, as a smart woman, you must give your man face, so at this time, you can't spoil the fun. So you point to the drinks in the second row across the street and say, "Honey, I'm a little thirsty, so you set that bottle of iced tea for me to drink." Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Just a bottle of water? This doesn't fit Yi Lingshuang's style. Suddenly, Jiang Chen saw Yi Lingshuang's eyes dodge. Heads gurgled, long enough to respond. "So you were afraid I wouldn't be able to set it up, so you picked a closer iced tea?" Thinking about it, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. It really was not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Jiang Chen felt that there was a need to correct it. So he said, "Honey, iced tea isn't worth much. $3 will do. I'll buy you a drink later." The words fell. Looking at the items on the stall, confidently said, "In fact, lassoing, I'm quite good. Just now it was a long time since I played and I couldn't find the feeling for a while. Now, pick one you like and I'll absolutely put it on you." Being seen through by Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang was also embarrassed. Since Jiang Chen was confident, Yi Lingshuang wasn't polite either. Glanced at a fortune cat deposit box in the distance. Just now, she had her eye on that piggy bank. She's saving her change. It's also a significant amount of money when your children are 5 or 6 years old. When the time comes, use the money to buy your sons and daughters what they like. So, pointing to the fortune cat deposit box in the distance, she said, "Honey, I want that fortune cat." seeing Yi Lingshuang actually choose such a faraway place. Lin Xiaoxiao said softly from the side. Frost, your husband just wants to blow off steam. Do you want him to get off his ass? Shinny, my husband never brags. If he said that, then he must already have that power. Although Yi Lingshuang said so, her heart was also beating a drum. She, for one, had never seen Jiang Chen play with these things, and the reason why she said that was because she felt that as a wife, no matter when or where, she had to think in Jiang Chen's position. Gotta not let people think less of their husbands. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. She felt that Yi Lingshuang was possessed. That beckoning cat, it's at least 6 meters away. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was a white boy. Even an expert might not be able to do it, right? Yi Peiying looked at Jiang Chen with interest. She felt that there were secrets in Jiang Chen's body. For example, today Jiang Chen took Gu Xiaoman to buy lottery tickets and bought 2 scratch-offs, both of which won, or several $100,000. Winning a prize once could be luck, but what if you win twice in a row? Winning the lottery twice in a row isn't pre-prepared. Then it's not luck, it's strength. Turning his gaze to Lin Xiaoxiao at the side, he said, Goddess Xiaoxiao, let's make a bet, shall we? Lin Xiaoxiao was curious. What's the bet? Do you think little brother can latch on to that fortune teller? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at it again for a few moments and shook her head. How can he get it in when an expert can't even get it in at 6 meters? Right on the mark. Yi Peiying was delighted in her heart and asked with a smile. Let's make a bet then. If he sets it in, you'll have to unconditionally agree to the demands I make. He can't set it up, and I'll agree to one of your conditions unconditionally. How was it? Lin Xiaoxiao curiously looked at Yi Peiying in front of her. After all these years together, she did know that Yi Peiying was very shrewd. This bet, is it interesting? Yi Peiying didn't answer and asked with a smile. Do you want to play or not? Lin Xiaoxiao felt that there was something fishy though. But think of the 2 circles that Jiang Chen just threw out. Trashy as hell. How could they be set to well? So he also said, I'm afraid of you. The 2 women were gambling with Jiang Chen's lasso, but Jiang Chen didn't care at all. He, though, plundered the boss's lassoing skills and upgraded them. But, the distance is a bit far. He, too, has to be careful. Calculating the speed in mouth, Jiang Chen quickly threw the lasso in his hand over. There was a clunk. The collar hangs from the ear of the beckoning cat. It's not that Jiang Chen's set was inaccurate, but the fortune cat's head was too big for the circle to enter. So, only over the ears. Lin Xiaoxiao was confused. Just now, wasn't Jiang Chen a rookie? Why are you so brave all of a sudden? When Yi Peiying saw that Jiang Chen had done as she thought, she smiled and wrapped her arms around Lin Xiaoxiao's waist, saying, Goddess Xiaoxiao, you've lost. Don't forget our bet. Yi Peiying's hands were messing around. Lin Xiaoxiao's dark face quickly pushed Yi Peiying away. Don't be a hooligan. Hey. Yi Peiying awkwardly withdrew her hand, laying his eyes on Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang was very happy because she had gotten the fortune cat. Yi Peiying walked over to Yi Lingshuang's side and said with a smile, Honey, little brother is quite powerful. Yi Lingshuang raised her head, a bright smile at the corner of her mouth. Of course, he's my husband, unique in this world. Yi Peiying covered her face. Honey, anyone's husband is unique in the world. It's different. My husband is better. At this moment, Yi Peiying was helpless. She thought that this BFF, indeed, had become stupid after having a husband. The 2 brawl for a while. Seeing that Jiang Chen still had 2 more lasso rings in his hand, Yi Peiying smiled and asked, Little brother, can you help me lasso one? Jiang Chen dropped his gaze on Yi Lingshuang. Honey, is there anything you like in here? Yi Lingshuang shook her head. This tumbleweed doll and fortune teller cat, she thought, were enough. Seeing that Yi Lingshuang didn't want a set, Jiang Chen only Yi Peiying's words. Sister Peiying, which one do you want me to set? Yi Peiying was in a depressed mood. Jiang Chen, no matter what, his wife is always the priority. The wife didn't want it anymore before it was her turn. Yi Peiying said with a dark face, Little brother, with this character, you won't have no one to like in the future. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, unimpressed. Do you want more or not? If you don't want it, I'll leave. Yi Peiying huffed and puffed. Don't. Oh. Looking at the 2 condoms still in his hand, Jiang Chen looked over at Lin Xiaoxiao and asked, Sister Xiaoxiao, do you have a favorite? Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised. Jiang Chen actually took the initiative to set her up. Since Jiang Chen was willing, she naturally wouldn't be polite. Just now, she saw the speed and force with which Jiang Chen threw the lasso and could tell that Jiang Chen was an expert. She, looking away, Little brother, then I'll be polite. Sister. The words fell, dropping his gaze to a good luck doll in front of him. This pair of lucky dolls looks festive. Seeing this, Jiang Chen threw down the lasso without saying a word. No surprises, it went right on. Since the lucky dolls were a pair, Jiang Chen had to throw down the last lasso in his hand again. Yi Peiying was depressed on the side. This bastard Jiang Chen was so nice to Lin Xiaoxiao, but he wasn't friendly to her at all. She felt that Jiang Chen definitely had preconceived notions about her and was deliberately targeting her. Since the lasso was no longer fun, a few people continued to walk inside the playground. As she passed a balloon fighting stall, Yi Peiying's eyes lit up. Stopping in her tracks, she smiled and said to Jiang Chen, "Little brother, I've heard that boys love to play with guns. I don't know, how good are you at shooting guns?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Not bad." Seeing that Jiang Chen had taken the bait, Yi Peiying said with a smile, "Little brother, let's the two of us compete then. Whoever loses will unconditionally promise the other one thing, how about it?" Jiang Chen looked at Yi Peiying in disbelief. What's she up to now? Sister Peiying, this competition, it's meaningless. Yi Peiying was puzzled. Boys, don't they all love to gamble? Looking Jiang Chen up and down for a moment, he asked, "Little brother, you're not afraid of losing to me, are you?" Jiang Chen was speechless when Yi Peiying was so confident. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then consider me afraid of losing to you." To be honest, Yi Peiying is a bit of an evil person. Jiang Chen didn't want to have too many encounters with the other party. Plus, there's no need to bet with Yi Peiying on this at all, because it won't do him any good. When Yi Peiying saw that Jiang Chen was so rational and oil and salt free, she became more and more depressed in her heart. Falling her gaze on Yi Lingshuang's body, she said with a smile, "My dear, your husband is so weak." Yi Lingshuang smiled and said, "Peiying, don't play aggressive. My husband never eats this." Yi Peiying was completely defeated. Not bad for a couple, knowing each other so well. There's nowhere to vent your anger. She took $10 and gave it to the vendor owner. Then the gun swished through the balloons set up on the stand in order. One by one. Bang bang bang. The sound of the balloons cracking came one after the other. 30 rounds of plastic, all of which hit in no time. None of which fell short. It was a move that drew the people around them. Because Yi Peiying's speed was just too fast. It's almost like it's better than those special forces in the movies. Jiang Chen was also shocked on the side. He did read Yi Peiying's profile before. Yi Peiying, the daughter of an ancient family. Usually, not as soft as it usually comes across. But she didn't expect that Yi Peiying's marksmanship was actually so good. Yi Lingshuang and Lin Xiaoxiao were both stunned as well. As fellow girlfriends, they really didn't know that Yi Peiying was such a good shot. Looking at Jiang Chen and the others who were dumbfounded, Yi Peiying's heart was happy. Jiang Chen, this asshole, wouldn't obey her in anything, putting her in a very depressed mood. Now, finally, he was able to get back in the game and said with a smile, "Little brother, in fact, you don't need to admit defeat because you weren't my opponent in the first place." As Yi Peiying's words came through, Jiang Chen's heart was inexplicably upset. He's a pretty good shot, too. After a few moments of silence, he picked up the gun from the booth, raised it, and took a swipe at the balloon that the owner had just put up. Chug chug chug. Speed, comparable to a machine gun. In less than 10 seconds, all of the balloons, which had just been placed, broke. Jiang Chen's good shot had confused Yi Peiying. Jiang Chen's speed was actually faster than his. This speed, with their family's mercenary retired guards, is even stronger. Of course, that's just in the visual. Plus, at this point a toy gun was used. Real guns are a lot harder to shoot than these toy guns. Looking at Yi Peiying, whose head was in a daze, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Sister Peiying, I'm not going to compare myself with you, not because I'm inferior to you, but because I don't find it interesting." Yi Peiying's face was hot and painful at this time. Her proud marksmanship was abused by Jiang Chen. It was a feeling that was just too much to bear. No wonder Jiang Chen is so proud. It turns out that he really has a proud capital. Seeing Yi Peiying's lost expression, Yi Lingshuang walked over and said, "Honey, there's no shame in you losing to my husband. My husband was able to win me dozens of furry to play with when he was 10. So, playing airsoft, he's like eating, no difficulty at all." Yi Peiying heart broke defense tears a little taut. Jiang Chen could win a lot of rag dolls at the age of 10. She, at 10, was still playing with Barbie dolls. It was only at this moment that Yi Peiying realized how excellent Jiang Chen really was. After all, writing songs, singing and dancing, all kinds of talent. Jiang Chen is good at everything. Having such an excellent boyfriend, Yi Lingshuang hangs around from time to time. Completely understand because, if she also had a husband as good as Jiang Chen, she wouldn't be able to resist tanning either. At that moment, the boss took two one-person tall polar bear dolls to Jiang Chen and Yi Peiying. "Both of you are really good shots. Here's your reward. Please keep it." Yi Lingfang was excited to see such a big furry bear and took it. The furry bear is just too tall. It's 6 feet tall. although Yilingxuan was 1 meter 75. But in his hand there was still the undefeated porcelain doll and fortune cat that he had gotten from the set of circles just now. Ah, honey, let's put them in the car and play with them later. Jiang Chen nodded. There were simply too many things to continue shopping, so he picked up Yi Lingxuan's fluffy bear, fortune cat, and invincible doll and headed over to the car. Yi Peiying also reported that she was hugging the furry bear that was about the same height as her to follow. After the two of them put it away, Yi Peiying jogged to follow Jiang Chen and complimented, "Little brother, you're really good. Excuse me, is there anything else you can't do? Won't it?" Jiang Chen stopped and was silent for a while, smiling. "Sister Peiying, I actually don't know. There's something I don't know." Yi Peiying was confused by Jiang Chen's reply. This guy, he really deserves a beating. Isn't that a disguised way of saying you're awesome? However, instead of breaking it down, she just smiled and asked, "Little brother, have you ever experienced an incident where you were beaten up while talking to someone?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't answer. Yi Peiying mentally sighed. It seemed like Jiang Chen really did have preconceived notions about her. If not, how could you not say a word? Jogging followed Jiang Chen to Yi Lingxuan's side. At this moment, Yi Lingxuan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Su Shan were all standing at the edge of the carousel watching, looking at the envious gazes of several people. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, "Wife, want to go play?" Hearing that it was Jiang Chen's voice, Yi Lingxuan immediately turned her head and said gently, "No, there are too many people." Jiang Chen looked over and saw that there were many parents with their children in line. So, not much more was said. Staying with them for a while, a few of them continued to walk ahead, passed by a pirate ship, a Ferris wheel, and a couple of smaller items. The place was too crowded and a few people didn't want to wait in line. The walk led to the edge of the haunted house. There was no line by the haunted house, not even a single ghostly shadow. Yi Lingxuan was a little afraid. She, for one, has never played these games, not to mention going to a haunted house. However, rumor has it that the inside of the haunted house is very exciting. She, wanting to stimulate excitement, "Honey, I'm going to get the tickets." Jiang Chen nodded. Now, there were only Jiang Chen, Yi Peiying, Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Shan at the door. "Brother-in-law, I'm not going inside. It's too scary." Su Shan was the first to quit. Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, "I haven't gone to play yet. Count me in. No regrets in life." Now, only Yi Peiying is left. At this moment, Yi Peiying's face was purple and her body was trembling. And I don't know if it's because of fear, or what. Emoji stares blankly at the entrance to the haunted house. Sensing Yi Peiying's strange behavior, Lin Xiaoxiao pulled up her hand and asked curiously, "Peiying, what's wrong with you?" Yi Peiying didn't answer. Her body was slowly backing away. It looks like it's trying to escape. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately checked Yi Peiying's fate. Looking down, all he saw was that Yi Peiying turned out to be scared. Yeah, scared. Here's why. When I was young, Yi Peiying went to a haunted house with his buddies. Eventually she got lost and was terrified inside. It's already psychological. So at this moment, seeing the haunted house, her mind unconsciously remembered her childhood. Seeing that Yi Peiying had such a past, Jiang Chen wanted to revise it away so that Yi Peiying would no longer be afraid of these things when he only heard Yi Peiying's voice coming. I'm fine. Jiang Chen immediately dropped his gaze on Yi Peiying. Only Yi Lingxuan's face revealed a look of determination. It was clear that she wanted to take on a challenge, to overcome her fears and erase the shadows of her childhood. Yi Peiying did want to overcome her inner fears. She closed her eyes and clasped her hands together for a moment before pretending to smile as if nothing had happened. "Goddess Sure Noah, let's go. I haven't been to a haunted house in a long time." Lin Xiaoxiao still felt that Yi Peiying was very wrong and was ready to ask again when Yi Lingshan came back from buying tickets. "Where's Sam?" Not seeing Su Shan, Yi Lingshuang inquired to Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao suspiciously. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Xiao Shan, she didn't dare to go to the haunted house to play. She went outside to play by herself." Yi Lingshuang stared blankly at the extra ticket in her hand. "I was ready to give it away, only to find out that no one came to play at all. Come on, better go return it. Although, that said, it's only $100, but that's a lot of groceries for $100, so it can't go to waste." Returned the tickets and a few people took them to the checkpoint. "Check your tickets and enter the haunted house." The lights in the haunted house flickered on and off, adding to the spookiness. When I came to an empty house, I saw that there were tables and chairs strewn across the floor. On top of the chairs and tables, it was all dusty, and there were even cobwebs on the windows. A few people called out to the owner's conscience. "The props are set up so realistically. It's a good setup for this thriller. Keep going." When he came to a remote room, he saw only a pool of blood under the table and chair. Several people were attracted to the blood. We're all adults, so naturally we know that this stuff is made of props, so there wasn't much fear. They were also curious enough to come forward and take a closer look. There was even a discussion about whether it was ketchup or paint. Yiling Shuang squatted down to look at the puddle of blood in front of her and said thoughtfully, "Hubby, I think this is not ketchup or paint, but animal blood. You guys look at it well, the blood is so bright, and there is a little bit of fishy smell. It is obvious that this is real blood. This playground, it really has a conscience. I can't believe he used animal blood. Must give him a good review." Lin Xiaoxiu said seriously on the side as well. She's heard about it. Haunted houses are fake. But now, the blood here is so realistic. This is definitely the boss with a conscience. Yi Peiying was originally very nervous, but seeing that Yiling Shang and the others didn't have the slightest awareness of wandering around a haunted house and were still studying the blood, that fear in their hearts instantly disappeared by half. Going forward, he also squatted at Yi Lingshuan's side and carefully examined it. "Why does it look so much like human blood?" Yi Peiying muttered in her heart. She hadn't grown up seeing a lot of human blood as a millenarian and with her family running an industry that was in the gray and white zone. It was even common to see gory scenes of people being hung up and whipped, leaving drops of blood in their wounds. So, to the smell of human blood, she was very sensitive. Also, she knows that animal blood stinks. When it flows out, the blood coagulates very quickly, maybe 10 minutes or so before it turns black. Human ones are different. Also, human blood is brighter. This bright red color stays for a long time. Today, the puddle of blood is just as vivid. "Honey, this blood is not animal blood," Yiling Shuang said somewhat breathlessly. "If it's not animal blood, could it be human?" As the words fell, Yiling Shuang's face suddenly revealed a strange expression as she exclaimed, "No way? If it's really human blood, it's too much of a waste. This puddle of blood, how can it be 700 to 800 milliliters? It can save a lot of lives." Yiling Shuang frowned. She didn't like this kind of person who casually wasted blood in order to create an effect. Seeing Yiling Shuang's little scene look, Yi Peiying said, "Honey, this blood may be human blood, but it's definitely expired. If not, how could the boss spare a spill? Expired blood is worth nothing. Where's the expired blood?" Yiling Shuang retorted. "Today, hospitals across the country are short of blood. In Kyoto, a patient who wants 100 milliliters of blood transfusion needs $800, and that's with a queue. We have fewer people here in Longcheng, but the amount of blood used is also very large, and even if we don't use it all up, we'll send it to the provincial capital, so there won't be any expired blood at all." The two women are fighting again. Lin Xiaoxiu was helpless. Look around the room. Suddenly, seeing a person lying in the corner, he turned his head to Yiling Shuang and said, "Frost, take a look. What's that one in the corner?" Yiling Shuang also stopped fighting with Yi Peiying. Turning his head, he looked in the direction Lin Xiaoxiu's hand was pointing. All that could be seen was a woman in casual clothes lying there. Yiling Shuang was shocked when she saw that the woman was motionless and even had blood on her body. That's too much dedication. If this person were to go into acting, wouldn't he have to kill all those fresh meat? Being so dedicated, Yiling Shuang thought that maybe he could communicate with her, get her to act. It's so condescending for someone so dedicated to play ghosts and corpses here. She walked over, crouched down, and said with a smile, "Beauty, stop acting and get up and talk." The woman didn't answer, still lying down, not even moving a muscle. Seeing this, Yiling Shuang felt that it would be better to announce herself and said, "Beauty, are you interested in acting? I'll pay you 5 times more than here." The woman still didn't move a muscle. Seeing this, Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiu also walked forward. "Well, the women are just too dedicated and acting like corpses." Lin Xiaoxiu looked at the blood on the woman's body and it was also in her hair, so she could only say, "Frost, maybe she fell asleep." "Stop yelling, let's go see the other programs. Don't hold people up." "Sure Noah, she's very dedicated. If you go to show business and do the same, not to say a big hit, but the income is definitely better than here. So I'm thinking of signing her up under the company." Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Yiling Shuang has found an actor to find a ghost town, and he's looking for someone to play a ghost? The brain is really clear. However, since Yiling Shuang wanted to sign someone up, he, as a husband, had to help. Walking over to the woman's side, he immediately checked the woman's fate. Upon seeing the results, the whole thing was dumbfounded. Name, Lu Yuzhen, 19 years old. Remaining life expectancy 0. Seeing the result, Jiang Chen's face changed drastically. The woman in front of her was not an actress, but a dead person. Yu Eugene? Jiang Chen's mouth muttered. The name Lu Yuzhen was exactly the same as the name of his junior high school classmate. Jiang Chen immediately squatted down and examined the woman's face. A googly-eyed face that looks exquisite. Very pale at this point. Jiang Chen recognized that this was his junior high school classmate. Lu Yuzhen. Jiang Chen also saw that there was a dagger on Lu Yuzhen's stomach. Apparently, Lu Yuzhen was killed. Jiang Chen wants to revise his fate and bring Lu Yuzhen back to life, but it was found that he could not modify the fate of the dead, and so could not save them. Seeing his classmate die in front of him and not being able to do anything about it made Jiang Chen feel both sad and angry. What kind of son of a bitch would kill such a lovely beauty? Looking at Lu Yuzhen's face, Jiang Chen's mind couldn't help but recall the little moments he spent with Lu Yuzhen when he was still in middle school. Lu Yuzhen was a very smiley girl during her middle school years. Very good relationship with everyone in the class. Previously, as he was a schoolboy, Lu Yuzhen often brings the questions she doesn't understand to ask him. So, in terms of personal feelings, Jiang Chen and Lu Yuzhen had a very good relationship. I didn't realize that I hadn't seen you in 3 years. Seeing each other again. It was this scene. This made Jiang Chen furious. Yiling Shuang and Lin Xiaoxiao and the others didn't notice Jiang Chen's gaze, but several people also saw the dagger on Lu Yuzhen at this time. They thought it was a prop, and they let out gasps. Wow! What dedication! This dagger. It's too similar. It was Lin Xiaoxian's voice. She, being a schoolteacher, that doesn't believe in ghosts. Even more so, it never occurred to me that someone would want to kill someone here. So, it's been like, here's the props. Yiling Shuang picked up her cell phone and turned on the lighting function. Only seeing that the dagger was still bleeding at the root, she felt that something was wrong and nervously pulled Jiang Chen's hand, saying, husband, look, it's still bleeding. What's going on here? Jiang Chen didn't know whether to tell them the truth at this point. If they were told that Lu Yuzhen had been killed, would these people be so scared that they couldn't sleep at night? Dumbfounded, he looked at Lu Yuzhen. Then look at the blood at the dagger. The blood on the dagger was blackened. It seems that Lu Yuzhen has been dead for more than 30 minutes. Even if you call the police at this time, you may not get caught. Moreover, Jiang Chen vaguely guessed in his heart, to be able to bring Lu Yuzhen here, then it's obviously an acquaintance. Since it's an acquaintance, it can't run away at all. Since he couldn't run away, Jiang Chen didn't tell a few women the truth, lest they would be too scared to sleep at night. So he smiled and said, wife, have you forgotten that this is a haunted house? This, surely, is a fake. Jiang Chen spoke, pulling Yiling Shuang's hand to stand up. Yi Peiying looked at Jiang Chen dumbfounded. At this point, she also felt something was wrong. However, since Jiang Chen said it wasn't, then I guess it must not be. After all, this is a haunted house. The owner who runs this haunted house has a lot of heart. Several people left the house and went to look at other places. I don't know if it's because a few of them are too strong, or the staff members pretending to be ghosts are too weak to feel anything at all. Even Yi Peiying, who had shadows in the haunted house, felt at this time that these ghosts, too, were too trashy to actually scare them, and a couple of them gave me a hard time, finding it uninteresting. Within a few minutes of wandering, several people left the haunted house. Coming outside, Jiang Chen said, wife, you guys go home first, I just ran into an old classmate, trying to catch up with her. Yiling Shuang smiled and said, hubby, I'm with you. Jiang Chen was embarrassed. Let Yiling Shuang go with him to meet the already dead Lu Yuzhen? If Yiling Shuang knew that Lu Yuzhen was dead, the same corpse that was just there, she might have to be scared half to death. Honey, next time. Jiang Chen was reluctant, and Yiling Shuang pouted unhappily. Honey, did you meet your mistress? Or is man over here too? Jiang Chen was speechless as hell. What's going through your head? Am I that kind of person? Yiling Shuang thought about it and felt the same. So with a smile, he said, then I'll go back and wait for you first. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded. Only after seeing a few people leave did Jiang Chen call the police. In about 10 minutes, the police station came. Jiang Chen brought the case officer to the room he had just been in. The case officer looked at the dead Lu Yuzhen, then looked at the bloodstains on the ground and said, the time of the crime has been at least 1.5 hours. To bring the victim here, it's obviously an acquaintance. Call down and immediately investigate the victim's relationships. Also, the playground's surveillance information. Bring it all to the police station. The case officer seems to have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, and he's got a target on his back in a heartbeat. After instructing his men, his cold eyes fell on Jiang Chen and asked, were you and the victim middle school classmates? When did you find out the victim was killed? Jiang Chen already had his words long ago and said, I found her lying here when I came here with a few of my friends. We thought she was working at first, lying here acting dead, so we didn't bother her. Since I haven't seen her in a couple of years and I'm almost off work now, I thought I'd wait for her to get off work and go for a drink to catch up. Jiang Chen began to make up a story. After all, the first time he found Lu Yuzhen dead. If I had said that I didn't call the police so that my girlfriend and a couple of friends wouldn't be scared, I might have had to be taken to jail for a couple of days by these guys. So, it's just a matter of making up stories. The man stared blankly at Jiang Chen. I don't know if I believe it or not. Jiang Chen didn't show any weakness and just looked at the case officer. Finally, the case officer lowered his head before Jiang Chen averted his gaze. Obviously, the case officer was suspicious of him. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. At this point, the case officer then asked Jiang Chen where he had been all these years. How was Yu Yujin's character in middle school? Officer, my classmates were extremely well liked and didn't get red in the face with anyone during their middle school years. After I graduated from middle school, I didn't have any contact with them because I was studying out of state. So I didn't know. The case officer listened to Jiang Chen's words, looked at him for a few moments, and was silent for a few moments before saying, how about this? Please go with us to the police station to make a statement. Tell us what happened just now, and I'll record it into the computer. Your statement will be very helpful to us in solving the case. Didn't you just have it all down in your notes? Jiang Chen asked curiously. The man stared blankly at Jiang Chen for a moment and said in a deep voice, I still have things to ask you. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to become a suspect for his good intentions to assist in solving the case. Great guy. Really great. The case officer frowned when he saw the self-deprecating smile at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. What are you smiling at? Jiang Chen asked breathlessly. Uncle, do you have to care even if I laugh a little? The caseworker was stumped. Indeed, there is no law that does not allow someone to laugh. It was an uncomfortable moment, but there was nothing he could do about it. Because Jiang Chen is not a criminal. Dumbfounded, he looked at Jiang Chen for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Chen completely disregarded him, his heart grew more and more irritated. At that moment, a man said something at his side. After hearing this, the case officer's face paled. Dumbfounded, he looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of unbelief. Finally, without saying anything, he left alone. The man walked to Jiang Chen's side and said very respectfully, Mr. Jiang, thank you for the information you just provided. Please leave your contact information. If we need advice on the case, we will contact you then. Jiang Chen was surprised by the change in these people, but still cooperated by leaving his phone number. Leave the haunted house and come outside. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered outside. He used to watch cop movies. Some murderers like to return to the scene. So, he's going to see if there's a killer here. Open the fate modifier and look at them one by one. Shit, cop movies are a lie. There's almost 100 people here, and he's checked them all. There's no murderer at all. Getting ready to go home and hug his wife to sleep when a woman's voice came from behind. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Jiang Chen turned around as a female police officer approached him. The policewoman walked to Jiang Chen's side and asked, Excuse me, do you know Lu Yushue? What's wrong? Jiang Chen looked at the policewoman curiously. The policewoman knew that Jiang Chen recognized it and looked around. Noticing that a milk tea store was still open, he invited Jiang Chen to sit there at the milk tea store, ordered 2 milk teas and turned on the recorder again. Jiang Chen asked with some confusion, Officer, what's wrong? Mr. Jiang, we just saw from the surveillance that the victim came to the playground with Lu Yushue. They went into the haunted house for about 5 minutes or so, and Yushue Lu came out on her own. Jiang Chen looked at the policewoman in disbelief. How can you tell him something like that? He's not in law enforcement. However, he also knew that the policewoman by no means only wanted to tell her this. There must be something else to ask. So he said, just tell me what you want to ask. I'll tell you what I know. The policewoman saw that Jiang Chen treated her in a completely different tone than the case officer just now, and was quite a bit more courteous, pushing back the speculation in her mind. Just now, Jiang Chen was not a fan of the case officer, thinking that it was because Jiang Chen was in a high position and looking down on people. So it's not. It was only because the case officer just now had taken himself too seriously, causing Jiang Chen to be displeased, that he had responded lovingly. Thinking of this, the policewoman put aside the timidity in her heart and explained the purpose of her visit. Mr. Jiang, it's like this. Since you were classmates with the victim, Lu Yujin, may I ask what was the relationship between the victim and Lu Yushue? How was their relationship? They're cousins. Jiang Chen returned. As for how the relationship is, since Lu Yushue and I aren't in the same class, I don't know how their feelings are. Jiang Chen's answer was too smooth, and the policewoman was a bit dissatisfied. However, thinking that Jiang Chen was the president of a university, it was natural that he wouldn't speak as straight as an ordinary person. After a moment of silence, the policewoman asked again, Mr. Jiang, then may I ask, what kind of person do you think Lu Yushue is? That, I don't really understand. Jiang Chen's answer dripped with no useful information at all. The policewoman was a little disappointed, but she won't die. Mr. Jiang, then just from your knowledge, would Lu Yushue be the type of person to commit a crime of passion? Jiang Chen frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Officer, I'm not a functionary. so how can I go about making these speculations? When the words fell out, seeing the female police officer looking at him dumbfounded, he could only say again, "Officer, if you suspect Lu Yushue, directly bring her in for questioning. Won't you get the result?" The policewoman shook her head and said, "I can't reach her at the moment." "Then go to her residence and see for yourself. She's a local. You guys don't even know where she lives, do you?" Jiang Chen was speechless. These people, how they all reek of unprofessionalism. Being despised by Jiang Chen, the policewoman explained with some embarrassment, "We went to look. No one was there." Jiang Chen became more and more speechless. "Her parents are there too. You guys ask her parents, her neighbors, anyone that knows her better than I do." The policewoman became more and more embarrassed. "Mr. Jiang, you don't know. The village where they live got a lot of money for demolition a year ago, so the family has emigrated. And most of those neighbors of hers have left the country as well. Those who didn't leave the country also went to make their homes abroad. So, we can't get in touch at all." Jiang Chen did not expect Lu Yushue, where that village has been demolished, but also got so much money, emigrated to foreign countries. It really is heavenly. The average person's life's work doesn't amount to much more than a single word of demolition. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen asked, "What about some of Lu Yushue's classmates? Any of them are better than me." The policewoman laughed bitterly. "Mr. Jiang, those classmates of Lu Yushue are all university students nowadays. Even if you don't go to school, you're still going to work. It's after 11 o'clock at night. It's already turned off and gone to bed. You're the only one we can reach." Well, this time, Jiang Chen was truly stunned. Turns out it was late and most people's cell phones were turned off. Can't get in touch. Jiang Chen was helpless. She and Lu Yushue also met because of Lu Yuzhen. And how can you possibly know how the two sisters are if you've only spoken a few words? Besides, after 3 years, who knows what's become of their relationship? "Officer, I'm really sorry. Can't help you guys much." As the words fell, Jiang Chen seemed to have thought of something and asked the policewoman, "Officer, have you already found out that she's the murderer? Are you guys trying to get him? Trying to put out a bolo? Or what?" The policewoman shook her head. "Mr. Jiang, today Lu Yushue is a foreigner. We don't care if we subpoena her or interrogate her. There are a lot of procedures to go through." The policewoman explained helplessly. Jiang Chen understood what it meant. Trying to summon an expat to the police station. This is a pain in the ass. Of course, if Lu Yushue is really the murderer, okay. If not the murderer, or the kind that can be particularly tossed, directly contact the consulate. The local officials cannot be suppressed. So, at this point, they had to get the chain of evidence out of the way first. With evidence, you can make arrests and interrogations in name only. At that time, even if someone comes from the consulate, there is no need to pay attention to. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said to the policewoman, "Officer, if you trust me, give me Lu Yushue's contact information. I'll see if I can reach her tomorrow." Jiang Chen got Lu Yushue's cell phone number and left the amusement park. To be honest, he didn't feel that Lu Yushue was the murderer. After all, Lu Yushue and Lu Yuzhen were in middle school, two sisters with money to spend together. When they are bullied, the two sisters work together and beat them up. So, a very good relationship. The reason why he didn't tell the policewoman just now was because he knew that the policewoman had already taken Lu Yushue as a suspect. Having lived 2 lives, he had long ago learned that not only should you not try to correct a person when necessary, it is also important to be able to speak to people and ghosts so that no calamity will come to your door. Just now, if he said good words for Lu Yushue, that is the old life star eating arsenic. Too long. He, within days, was married. If you are called by law enforcement for questioning on your wedding day. "So, are we still married?" So, he could only pretend and talk along with the policewoman. Came outside the playground. On Jiang Chen's way home by taxi, he only saw a woman holding a kebab and carrying a bag, bouncing down the road. Seeing this woman, Jiang Chen frowned. "This, isn't it Lu Yushue? Lu Yuzhen's cousin?" Jiang Chen hurriedly asked the driver to stop the car. Trotting to Lu Yuzhen's front, Lu Yushue also looked surprised when she saw Jiang Chen, pointing her finger at him and stuttering, "Ha, you. After talking for half a day, Lu Yushue still couldn't call out Jiang Chen's name. It couldn't be helped that the two hadn't seen each other in over 3 years. Plus we didn't know each other very well in the past. Unable to think of anything else, Lu Yushue awkwardly asked, "I remember that you were Xiaozhen's classmate. What was your name?" "Ahem." Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. "My name is Jiang Chen." Lu Yushue was apologetic. "I'm sorry, I haven't seen you for more than 3 years. You've grown handsome, causing me to be so excited that I couldn't scream." Jiang Chen covered his face. Sure enough, they are sisters with Lu Yuzhen. That character, It's all pretty much the same. He remembered that the first thing he said to Lu Yuzhen back then was, "Little brother, you're so handsome. It shouldn't be a problem to borrow your pencil sharpener." Well, that's a very special way of saying hello. Lu Yushua's big eyes cooed as she looked at Jiang Chen. "Little Chen Chen, I heard from Xiaozhen that you're going to get married to a big star in a few days. Why are you still wandering the streets at this late hour? Don't celebrity wives need company?" As Lu Yushua's words fell, her heart seemed to think of something, and she beamed. "By the way, little Chen Chen, in the past few days Xiaozhen has been chattering. Have you forgotten her? Did you not want to invite her to the wedding reception? You dead heartless. Jen has been thinking of drinking your wedding wine, even bought the gifts, but didn't receive the wedding invitation. Do you know how sad she was?" Jiang Chen heard Lu Yushua say that Lu Yuzhen had all bought gifts for him as a wedding present. In the future, cannot see Lu Yuzhen's innocent, sweet smile. Lu Yushua saw Jiang Chen's red eyes and thought she was touched in her heart. She smiled and said, "Little Chen Chen, you shouldn't be too touched. It's just a few days until your wedding. It's not too late to remedy that." As the words fell out, seeing Jiang Chen staring blankly at her, she could only say again, "Of course, you dead heartless one. You have to show it. I think it's better this way. Buy us a nightcap and you're forgiven. And there's no need to pick a time. It's today." I contacted Jen and told her not to date her boyfriend. Boyfriend? Jiang Chen suddenly grasped the keyword and asked with a frown. Jen has a boyfriend? Lu Yushua straight rolled her eyes. That's for sure. Xiaozhen is already 19 years old alright. Jiang Chen's heart thumped. Weakly, she asked to Lu Yushua, "Sister Yushua, are you saying that Jen is dating her boyfriend today?" "Yeah," Lu Yushua said here. Remembered today to go to the playground. Lu Yuzhen ran into a boyfriend. She became a lightbulb that embarrassing scene, so puffed up and said, "I did not think that Xiaozhen actually is also a big fan of color. Went to a haunted house today. Ran into her boyfriend and just didn't want me to accompany her. Pissed me off." After the words were said, Jiang Chen's face didn't look right. Lu Yushua was full of curiosity. "What's wrong? You like Xiaozhen, ah?" Jiang Chen didn't answer and said, "Do you have Xiaozhen's boyfriend's number there? Give it to me." Lu Yushua's big eyes gurgled as she looked at Jiang Chen and asked with a smile, "Are you going to ask someone out for a one-on-one fight?" Jiang Chen said with a gloomy face, "Yes. Gee, this is going to be fun. It's just a shame I don't have her boyfriend's number, but I can contact Jen and ask her to bring her boyfriend along." As Lu Yuzhen's words fell, she put her hand into her bag, a gloating smile spreading across the corners of her mouth as she muttered, "Two fierce men piking for a woman. It's exciting to think about it." She's got her cell phone out. After pressing it several times in a row, it had a look of displeasure after it was dead. "Little Chen Chen, my cell phone is out of battery. Give me your cell phone." Jiang Chen was in a complicated mood at this time. Shit, if Lu Yushua knew that Lu Yuzhen had died, she would not cry her heart out? At this moment, Jiang Chen had a headache. This truth, it's just too harsh. How nice it would be to bring the dead back to life. That way, no one has to be sad. And he doesn't have to have regrets. This thought of Jiang Chen's had just risen when the system's voice rang in his head. "Host, coming back from the dead is not a difficult task. As long as you, the host, are willing to bribe me with something, I can bring your classmate back to life." Fuck me. Jiang Chen was instantly confused. Soon, his face revealed joy. "System, do you really have a way to bring someone back to life? The skill you gave me doesn't bring back the dead." "Host, just because you can't bring the dead back to life doesn't mean I can't," Jiang Chen asked curiously. "System, how should I bring the dead back to life?" "I can bring the dead to life if you will give your lifespan to the dead." Jiang Chen was greatly shocked by the system's explanation. It's really an awesome system. He thought that being able to modify everyone's destiny and enslave humans all over the world as servants was already very impressive, but he didn't realize that he had still underestimated the system's ability. But a life for a life. He doesn't even know today how many years he has to live. What if I take it to save Lu Yuzhen and die myself? This worrying thought of Jiang Chen's had just arisen when the system's voice came again. "Host, the plundering skills I gave you, are they for show? You could have gone and robbed someone else's lifespan." "System, is this even possible?" Jiang Chen was shocked. Can life expectancy be plundered too? This system, it's fucking awesome. Of course you can. I am the master of all things. Only you can't think of anything. There is nothing I can't do. The system was bullishly booming, and Jiang Chen was joyful in his heart. If even lifespans can be plundered, then there's no need to worry about lifespans. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was in a bit of a quandary. Whose lifespan should be plundered to save Lu Yuzhen? An old classmate? Jiang Chen wondered whose lifespan to plunder to save Lu Yuzhen. Lu Yushue, on the other hand, picked up her cell phone and dialed Lu Yuzhen's number. But it's not working at all. The system prompt was off, which made Lu Yushue puzzled. Little Chen Chen. Yuzhen has turned off her phone. That's strange. Her cell phone is never turned off. Is she afraid I'll interrupt her date with her boyfriend? Lu Yushue's words brought Jiang Chen back to his senses and his thoughts. Nowadays, one should go and save Lu Yuzhen first. As for robbing whose life expectancy, there will be a search object later. So he took the cell phone in Lu Yushue's hand and said, Sister Yushue, I suddenly have something to do. Next time I will treat you to dinner. Lu Yushue was dumbfounded. What's going on? Next time, please? Is this an escape attempt? When he wanted to pull Jiang Chen on today, he only saw Jiang Chen trotting to the side of the road, hailing a cab. He disappeared from her sight. Lu Yushue was confused. Even if you don't want a treat, you don't have to run so fast. Jiang Chen returned to the amusement park and saw two men in white coats pushing a car out from inside the haunted house. The two were talking and laughing. I don't know what good things have happened. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and uncovered the white cloth on the cart. Inside, lying exactly Lu Yuzhen. The two men are from the funeral home. Seeing Jiang Chen actually unveil the white cloth, his brows furrowed. Thinking it was a fellow traveler stealing their business, they asked coldly, Who are you? That order has been taken by us at Paradise Funeral Home. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless as he looked at the angry two. Before, he saw the news. It says that two funeral home salesmen in one city fought over a dead man. There was also a story about a woman who was going to die and three funeral home salesmen came in at once. To grab this deal, they started negotiating in the lobby. Jiang Chen had thought that the news was very strange and must be self-media bragging. It seems like there's a lot of competition in the funeral industry these days. The two men said to Jiang Chen with hostile faces, Kid, no matter which funeral parlor you're from, this person has gotten into our car and it's impossible to let him out. Jiang Chen said breathlessly, This person is my friend. C is not a competitor. Two people's attitude immediately to a 90-degree turn. Respectfully, began to Jiang Chen introduced up. The funeral home things too. They have learned that Lu Yuzhen's parents are dead, and Lu Yuzhen's eldest uncle has left the country, without relatives in Lu Yuzhen's family and friends. That is very important. So, at this moment, they felt that as long as they rated Jiang Chen well, they would make a big profit. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the words of the two salesmen. Speaking to the system with his mind, he said, System, it's up to you. Host, before I save her, there is something you need to understand. It is your lifespan that is used to bring the dead back to life. In other words, you have to lend Lu Yuzhen as many years of life as she can live. You can't modify her lifespan. Jiang Chen frowned. His original plan was to lend Lu Yuzhen for a few years and then use the fate modifier to modify Lu Yuzhen's lifespan. After reviving Lu Yuzhen, he'll go find someone else to rob the others of their life expectancy and get their blood back. Nowadays, it doesn't seem to be working. Looking at Lu Yuzhen in front of him, and then thinking about the little bits and pieces that Lu Yuzhen used to get along with him, Jiang Chen asked to the system, System, how many more years can I live? Host, I'm sorry to tell you that you currently only have 5 years of life left. Wow, grass. Jiang Chen was confused. Only 5 years of life? System, don't tease me. I can kill a cow with one punch. And you're telling me that only 5 years will live? I was only 18 the day I got married. Are you telling me I won't even live to be 23? Host, that's how short your lifespan is. So, in the human world, you should qualify as a short-lived ghost. Short-timers? I'm a short-timer? Jiang Chen was truly incredulous. He, who doesn't smoke or drink, is a short-lived man who won't live to be 23? Don't worry about it either. Host, your remaining lifespan is small, but you can increase it by plundering the raw lifespan of others. At that time, even if you want to live for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, it won't be a problem, as long as you can loot to get. Hearing the system's words, Jiang Chen's heart sighed in relief. If he was really a short-lived ghost, then Yi Lingxuan would be too miserable to become a widow at a young age, and his sons and daughters, who were left without their dad at a young age. Jiang Chen couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat when he thought of this. The eyes looked over to Lu Yuzhen, who was lying on the cart. Just now, the system has spoken. He, who took out how many years of life to give Lu Yuzhen will be able to live for how many years, cannot be modified. And today, he only has 5 years to live. Even if you lend Lu Yuzhen 3 years of your life, then Lu Yuzhen also died 3 years later. Dying in 3 years and dying today, what difference does that make? Since he wanted to save Lu Yuzhen, he naturally would not let Lu Yuzhen die so early. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen felt that it would be better to snatch a little more lifespan before lending it to Lu Yuzhen. Let Lu Yuzhen live well. So the eyes looked around, searching for a target. By this time, all the visitors to the playground had long since been driven away. Those who stayed were from the relevant law enforcement agencies and the funeral home. Due to opening the destiny modifier, Jiang Chen was able to see the information and remaining lifespan of each of them. 25 years, 30 years, 18 years, 28 hours. Looking at the lifespans of these people, Jiang Chen's heart seemed to think of something, and his two eyes lit up. System, can I add 100 years to their lifespan before plundering them? Host, you really are a little wit. From the system's contempt, Jiang Chen was embarrassed. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Host, you can only plunder their original lifespan. Those that you modify cannot be plundered. Also, to prey on someone's lifespan, you have to ask their permission. You can only plunder if he agrees. If not, you can't plunder. Jiang Chen was confused. The system is not buggy even if it is. He goes and preys on people's lifespans and has to ask their permission? No one in their right mind would want to give away their lifespan, right? System, even if you don't have a bug for me to drill, do you still want to make me a fool? Who would want to give away their lifespan? Jiang Chen's words had just fallen, and the system's voice rang out once again. Host, all you have to do is go to the bank, take out $1,000, and throw it on the ground, and write on the money, lend you 10 years of your life. As long as the man has taken your money to buy something, by default he has agreed to the deal. You, automatically, acquire 10 years of his life. Fuck me. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard the idea from the system. That's an awesome idea too. Because in this world, there is never a shortage of those who are greedy for small gains. If you spill money on the road, someone will definitely pick it up. But isn't it a bit detrimental to the yin and yang to do so? Jiang Chen was a bit unable to pass that hurdle in his heart, and said, System, doing so, is too unethical. Host, it's only fair that he takes your money on the cheap and you take his life. Jiang Chen was so indoctrinated by the system that he instantly felt so reasonable. After communicating with the system with his mind for a while, Jiang Chen felt like he had opened the door to a new world. This system is a computer that specializes in helping people find loopholes. It's almost like being on par with the extrajudicial lunatic Zhang San. No, it's even better than the extra-legal maniac Zhang San. The two funeral parlor staff members saw Jiang Chen dumbfounded at Lu Yuzhen's side and asked curiously, Sir, may I ask if there's anything else you'd like us to introduce to you? Jiang Chen reacted and looked at the two funeral parlor workers. Today, he doesn't have much more than 5 years to live. Therefore, for the time being, he couldn't lend it to Lu Yuzhen to wake up. So he said, both of you, nowadays, there is a medical precedent for faking death. So please don't send my friend to be frozen, but put it in the freezer first, okay? Maybe we'll wake up. The staff of the funeral parlor looked at each other when they heard Jiang Chen's words. They've heard this kind of thing from a lot of family members. Those families are holding on to a shred of fantasy about their loved ones. But, that's the person who got the disease. Now, on Lu Yuzhen's stomach, there was a dagger inserted. Where was the possibility of faking her death? Plus, it's not sent to the operating table for surgery. Even if he faked his death, after all this time, he's really dead. Of course, the two of them naturally wouldn't say it out loud and upset Jiang Chen. But something that still needs to be said. Sir, since this is a homicide, the coroner will bring out the murder weapon for identification. There may even be an autopsy at the funeral home. So, it was only after the two explained that Jiang Chen remembered. Lu Yuzhen's belly, and a dagger and it's a homicide. The coroner will identify the body and the murder weapon. After a few moments of silence, he said, if you want my friend at your funeral home, then you'll have to do as I say and put him in the freezer. On the coroner's side, I'll communicate. The two men felt at this point that Jiang Chen was crazy. It's been like this for a while now, and I can't believe you're still harboring illusions. However, the customer is God. Naturally, the two would not nag. When Jiang Chen saw that the two men had obeyed, he was ready to go to the person in charge of this case to revise his fate and not let the coroner move his body, when he only heard a man crying and running from the front. Yuzhen. Jiang Chen looked along with the sound, only to see a man in his mid to late 20s running in tears. Seeing this man, Jiang Chen was surprised. This man, he knew, was called Fu Yuanxiao, and he went to the same school in middle school. Fu Yuanxiao's cries attracted many people. Even the law enforcement officers who were down there surveying the scene came running out. Walking in the forefront is the female police officer, Xia Bing, who just followed Jiang Chen and chatted. Xia Bing was surprised to see Jiang Chen. Just now, Jiang Chen had already left. How come he's back again? Curious, she walked over to Jiang Chen's side and asked, Mr. Jiang, when did you come back? Jiang Chen smiled, pointed his finger at Fu Yuanxiao in front of him, and asked, you called him? Yes, Just now we accidentally found the victim's cell phone and he had frequent contact in the past 2 days, so we contacted him to ask about the situation only to learn that he was the victim's boyfriend. Boyfriend? Jiang Chen frowned. Just now, Lu Yushue was telling him that Lu Yuzhen had a boyfriend. Could it be that this boyfriend is Fu Yuanxiao? Are you sure he's Jen's boyfriend? He admitted it himself. It can't be fake, can it? After Xia Bing finished speaking, she saw Jiang Chen's gloomy face and asked curiously, Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? Nothing. Jiang Chen's words fell. Ignoring Xia Bing, walked to the edge of the payoff bridge. At this time, Fu Yuanxiao was on the side of the cart, his trembling hand grasping Lu Yuzhen's hand, crying and roaring. Yuzhen, we've only been apart for a few hours. How did you become like this? Who the hell killed you? If you are in heaven, dream of me and tell me who the murderer is. I will avenge you. Jiang Chen frowned as he watched Fu Yuanxiao yell. Why does it look like it's for outsiders when you're screaming so loud? Immediately, he opened the destiny modifier to check Fu Yuanxiao's personal information. Fu Yuanxiao, 19 years old, life remaining, 62 years. After looking at his personal information and lifespan, Jiang Chen quickly checked Fu Yuanxiao's future fate. Soon, Jiang Chen saw it all. Fu Yuanxiao is a lickspittle. He has been pursuing Lu Yuzhen for 4 years. 2 days ago, Lu Yuzhen suddenly promised to pay Yuanxiao dating for a period of time to try to see if they get along. Fu Yuanxiao was delighted. And today, Fu Yuanxiao learned that the two of them, Lu Yuzhen and Lu Yushue, went to the amusement park to play. So, sneak along. He wants to create chance encounters. In the back, the two are heard going to a haunted house. He felt that, at the haunted house, there might be an unexpected bonus that would take their relationship further. So he went ahead and bought a ticket to enter the haunted house and waited for the two sisters. Lu Yuzhen. The program was a success. After the two sisters, Lu Yuzhen and Lu Yushue, enter the haunted house, they run into Fu Yuanxiao. Fu Yuanxiao is very gentle in the haunted house, like the absolute best man, pleasing Lu Yuzhen in every way. Lu Yushue is a smart person and did not want to be a light bulb, so she left early. Seeing the success of the plan, Fu Yuanxiao began to look for opportunities and wanted to hold Lu Yuzhen's hand, but they were all rejected by Lu Yuzhen. Several times in a row, he didn't get his way. Looking at the other couples in the haunted house, holding hands while he could only hold his right hand with his left, the heart is uncomfortable. He came to the side of a haunted house and once again tried to hold Lu Yuzhen's hand. Lu Yuzhen saw that only after agreeing to date for a few days, Fu Yuanxiao wanted to possess herself 3 times. She couldn't accept this look of Fu Yuanxiao, so it's going to end. Fu Yuanxiao doesn't want it to end, repeatedly requesting. Lu Yuzhen was unwilling to continue, seething with anger, happened to see a dagger on the chest of a skeleton prop in the haunted house, and directly picked it up and stabbed it towards Lu Yuzhen's stomach. He even changed the scene on purpose so as not to be suspected. After all, this is a haunted house, and it's fitting that a body should appear. So, put the man in the corner and sneak away. After reading this, Jiang Chen's face gradually became gloomy. Is this a courtship that didn't work? So you killed someone? So vicious. Jiang Chen looked at Fu Yuanxiao, who was gripping Lu Yuzhen's hand tightly and crying loudly, and his face gradually turned cold. Theater is so realistic. The world really owes you a little gold man award. Jiang Chen muttered in his heart and slowly walked towards Fu Yuanxiao's side. Fu Yuanxiao also noticed Jiang Chen at this time. He, naturally, knew Jiang Chen. When they were studying, Lu Yuzhen and Jiang Chen were on good terms. He knew that Lu Yuzhen liked Jiang Chen. He also listed Jiang Chen as his #1 love interest. But some time ago, he was happy for a long time after the internet hot search said that Jiang Chen and his sister Yiling Shang were together. There's no more of this love interest. Thus, the pursuit of Lu Yuzhen's offensive has become more fierce. Heaven forbid. Under his offensive, just a few days ago, Lu Yuzhen finally gave him a chance to pursue him. But even though he was very attentive, he hadn't gotten Lu Yuzhen yet. Seeing Jiang Chen at this moment, Fu Yuanxiao's heart felt like it had been stabbed by a thorn. He frowned and asked, "What brings you here?" Jiang Chen didn't answer. Release Fu Yuanxiao's grip on Lu Yuzhen's hand and let Lu Yuzhen's hand flatten out. Jiang Chen took Fu Yuanxiao's hand away without authorization, making Fu Yuanxiao so angry that he wanted to punch someone. He felt that it was all Jiang Chen's fault that Lu Yuzhen had gotten to this point. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he and Lu Yuzhen would already be together. Jiang Chen checks the fate of Fu Yuanxiao. Seeing that Fu Yuanxiao actually blamed himself for all this, he felt speechless to the extreme. You can't catch Lu Yuzhen and you're blaming him? His relationship with Lu Yuzhen was good, but he was on good terms with everyone in the class. If some girls have a crush on him, so that other guys can't chase them, and each of them comes to blame him, then does he want to live? This man, really, is the odd man out. Looking at Fu Yuanxiao for a moment, His heart seemed to think of something and said, I heard that you are Xiaozhen's boyfriend? Yes. Fu Yuanxiao coldly asked. What are you doing here? This fierce look made Jiang Chen feel more and more speechless, but he still had to deal with it. Xiaozhen and I are classmates. What's wrong with me coming over? Fu Yuanxiao was instantly speechless. Yeah, to talk about relationships. Jiang Chen and Lu Yuzhen were a bit closer. Jiang Chen came. No problem at all. Jiang Chen laughed in his heart when he saw Fu Yuanxiao being gulped down. Both have no cards, no strength, and throw tantrums, which is a sign of incompetence. From this point alone, Lu Yuzhen could not have fallen in love with Fu Yuanxiao. Lu Yuzhen likes the kind of man who has a plan and a plan. She, in no way, liked a loser who couldn't even control his temper. Lu Yuzhen's death in the hands of such a loser was too unjust. After a moment of silence, he said, if you were given a chance to resurrect Jen, would you be willing to resurrect her? Resurrection? Fu Yuanxiao looked at Jiang Chen dumbfounded. He, really, didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant. However, when I think of the role he plays today, in order to keep his murderous deeds from being exposed, he said with great righteousness, Kid, what are you talking about? Jen is my girlfriend. As long as I can revive her, even if it costs me my life, I won't even frown. When he finished, he felt funny at heart. People that have been dead for over 3 hours. How else can I save my life? So, at this point he is swearing generously. People can't be saved anyway, and saying nice things will not only make law enforcement drop their suspicion of him, but will make others think it's obsessive. There's no reason why he shouldn't want this good reputation. Jiang Chen saw that Fu Yuanxiao had indeed fallen for the trap, and his heart was joyful. So, in order to save her, you're willing to exchange your lifespan for Yuzhen even if you have to? Yes, as long as I can save her, not to mention my lifespan, even if I take my 5 organs and 6 bowels and use them as medicine for her, I have no complaints. Looking at Fu Yuanxiao who swore, Jiang Chen asked the system with his mind. System, can I plunder Fu Yuanxiao's lifespan now? Host, it's ready, the system said very dryly. It has detected that Fu Yuanxiao still has 62 years of longevity remaining. May I ask if the host will plunder them all? Loot them all? Jiang Chen didn't want to plunder them all. To punish a man is not to make him die on the spot, but to make him beg for his life. So, he had to give Fu Yuanxiao some time. So he said, just plunder 60 years of longevity. Leave 2 years for him to enjoy the love of those inmates in prison. Jiang Chen's voice had just fallen when the system's voice came. Host, it has been successfully plundered, and you currently have a lifespan of 65 years. Having already successfully plundered it, Jiang Chen looked at Fu Yuanxiao, who was still smiling foolishly, and asked the system, when will he change? Host, 24 hours. After 24 hours, if his lost longevity is not replenished, he will take on the appearance of a dying man. Jiang Chen was a bit unhappy with the system's explanation. He, still, wanted to revise Fu Yuanxiao's fate and let him enjoy himself in jail. System, is there any way to stop him from aging less quickly? Of course it does. If you modify his destiny, he will become what you want him to be. Jiang Chen had a look of joy on his face. This system is, indeed, awesome. Before, he had never thought of modifying people's looks. Now, it's really opening the door to a new world. Even looks can be modified. At this moment, Jiang Chen already had many ways to utilize the skills given by the system to take off and do whatever he wanted. Fu Yuanxiao didn't know at this point that his lifespan had been plundered by Jiang Chen. At this moment, he was very comfortable in his heart when he saw that the confession he had just made had won many people's nods. However, these are not enough. He has to act like he's a wonderful man. So he took Lu Yuzhen's hand. A burst of deep confession. Yuzhen, as long as you wake up, even if you let me die on the spot, I'm willing. I do love you. How could you leave without me? Looking at Fu Yuanxiao's obsessive, tearful, heartbreaking confession, Jiang Chen was really disgusted. It's obvious that he killed them, and he's so shameless about confessing. It's really disgusting. Looking at Fu Yuanxiao who was still continuously disgusting people, Jiang Chen decided that he would no longer talk about science. And I don't care what the people out there think. Lend 60 years of your life directly to Lu Yuzhen. Let Lu Yuzhen wake up. Fu Yuanxiao's obsessive confession really won him a lot of recognition. He saw that some of them had red eyes and were obviously more worked up after being impressed. Yuzhen, although you are no longer alive, I have already recognized you as my wife in my heart. Tomorrow, I'll have the matchmaker come and propose marriage to you. I want you to be my wife. I want you to be inducted into my Fu family shrine. Fu Yuanxiao finished, thinking that no one should suspect him of being the murderer now. Just when he was thinking happily in his heart that he could enjoy his life in high spirits, a woman's voice came to his ears. What do you mean? Propose to me to be your wife?